Chapter 1. The Soul of Naruto. In the 51st year of Konoha, deep in the night, a building resembling a mushroom stood silently in the village. A young boy with golden hair abruptly awakened, instinctively slamming his right hand down towards the ground, twisting his body in preparation to leap away. This was the fist of the formidable Bear King, ranked 7th on the heavenly list, renowned for his immense strength. Even as the #1 mercenary king, enduring such a blow would surely result in severe injury, if not death. As the mercenary king, the emperor of the mercenary world, years of bloodshed and evasion of danger had become second nature to him. Bang! The small frame collided with the ceiling, rebounding forcefully before crashing down again. As he neared the ground, he managed to brace himself with his right hand, rolling to avoid a hard fall. However, his feet overturned a shelf, creating a cacophony of shattering sounds. Downstairs, the lights flickered on, and a voice called out, "Hey, what's going on up there? Can't you let anyone sleep?" A fleeting flash of crimson crossed his eyes, sinister and otherworldly in expression unfitting for a child, for no mere infant could possess such overwhelming murderous intent. Moments later, the crimson faded, replaced by a serene azure. Instinctively, the child uttered sumimasen, a reflex rather than conscious thought. Japanese, he realized. Soon after, a throbbing pain enveloped his head, and it took some time before he regained his composure, muttering, "I can't believe I've traversed dimensions and become Uzumaki." Naruto.At that moment. Naruto was no longer the boy of he was the illustrious mercenary king, the king of the underworld. There was no task the underworld mercenaries could not accomplish, nor an adversary the king could not vanquish. In disbelief, Naruto murmured, "This is impossible, it has to be a dream." He pinched himself hard. The pain affirming the reality of his situation had indeed crossed over, becoming the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. "System, are you there? I wish to return, to fight alongside my brothers once more. Please, let me go back," he lamented. Regrettably, he found himself without a system. After a time, Naruto sighed, "This must be an illusion, a mere figment of my fatigued mind. A little rest, that's all I need." The king of the underworld continued to grapple with his final struggles. The aspirations were grand, yet the reality was stark. The following day, he awoke to find himself in a small body, with short arms and legs, his golden hair still unyielding. Crouched on his bed, he clasped his hands together and silently prayed, "Brothers, I can no longer fight by your side. I shall pray for you from here." Having concluded his prayer, Naruto declared, "The king of the underworld has departed, and now I am Naruto." He was well aware of the tale of Naruto indeed. It had been immensely popular in his past life, and he had perused it in moments of boredom. Reflecting upon Naruto's life, born an orphan, with both parents lost, it was a narrative befitting a hero familial sacrifices leading to boundless potential. From a young age he was devoid of friends, regarded as a fox spirit, often enduring hunger, consuming expired milk, receiving meager assistance from 3 generations, and feasting on spoiled instant noodles. The sole time he felt satiated was at the Ichiraku ramen shop, where the owner, with his handcrafted noodles, would generously offer him extra servings. As for meat, he often caught fish from the river himself. Influenced by Ashura, he maintained a cheerful disposition throughout his life, steadfastly pursuing his dream of becoming a ninja, taking on the role of Kakashi's disciple and Jiraiya student. While training at Myoko Mountain at the age of 16, he attained the form of a sage, battling the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Bito, ultimately bringing peace to the 4th Great Ninja War and emerging as a hero who saved the world, culminating in a fulfilling life with both son and daughter. However, in the eyes of the king of the underworld, such a life was utterly mundane, representative of an ultimate failure, as his existence had been meticulously orchestrated. With a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, Naruto mused, "Being a ninja is rather monotonous. Allow me to introduce something novel to this ninja world and demonstrate that my martial arts surpass all." The energy here was significantly more potent than during the last era of magic depletion. It was akin to a sacred haven for cultivation. With such rich energy, Naruto could surpass the former king of the underworld in merely 7 or 8 years of training. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto quietly inquired, "Pray tell, does the celestial realm truly harbor immortals?" In his past life, he obtained a technique known as the primordial body refinement method, which described a pathway to immortality. However, due to the depletion of earthly energy, he could not pursue it. This lifetime, it seemed, presented an opportunity. He murmured, "Should I cultivate the profound origin sword technique or the primordial body refinement method?" The profound origin sword technique was the martial art he practiced, and in his former life, it was considered the pinnacle of martial arts. Indeed, Mastering this technique would yield extraordinary results in his past life. After 30 years of practice, he broke through to the innate realm and stepped into the half-step return to origin realm, becoming the foremost in the world that I in this life. Under a decade of cultivation, he could transcend to the return to origin realm. In his previous life, ninjas existed with ranks ranging from Genin to Kage, and he had once witnessed a peak-level Kage committing heinous acts, only to be slain by a sword at that time when he was merely at the innate level. This world, however, was unfamiliar territory, as the methods of cultivation differed in his former life. The training of ninjas involved modifying and creating martial arts from the Huang-Yin system, integrating his own innovations, yet fundamentally, it remained an internal cultivation method. Conversely, in this realm, chakra was derived from a fusion of spiritual energy and the Bodhi's innate energy, akin to martial arts cultivation, yet fundamentally distinct. Martial arts cultivation involved harnessing a natural force within oneself through techniques that gathered this energy, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, thereby fortifying it into internal power, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, and solidifying it into true energy, eventually transforming into true essence. However, the chakra cultivated by ninjas in this world appear to be a synthesis of spiritual energy and physical energy. The spiritual energy was not mere mental strength, but rather conviction and perseverance. The more resolute one was, like granite, the stronger the spiritual energy became. Meanwhile, the physical energy was extracted from the Bodhi's cells. The confluence of these two energies resulted in chakra. However, upon reflection, the differences should not be too considerable. Innate strength should be sufficient to contend with shadow-level ninjas. The hierarchy of strength in Naruto: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, Legendary. Swordsman, Sage of Six Paths. Strength does not equate to combat prowess. The longer one accumulates experience, the more solid the foundation becomes, and consequently, the stronger the combat capability. Naruto murmured, "I am still young. Isn't this merely a process of exploration? With 30 years of memories from my past life, how could I possibly lag behind?" Having made a decision, he resolved to practice the Hunyuan body refinement technique. Just as he was about to gather his thoughts and commence his training, he suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. This heightened awareness had been cultivated over many years, and now, with the fusion of his soul and Naruto's, his perception had intensified. He recalled that he was under the scrutiny of the third Hokage, leading him to temporarily abandon his training. He ventured outside with his short legs. Upon exiting the building and stepping onto the street, he sensed that he was being followed by 4 individuals, all of considerable strength. This must be Chunin. Their power is comparable to that of a second-rank ninja. Naruto thought to himself, in martial arts, the third rank is followed by postnatal, innate, returning to origin, great unity, and the extraordinary. Run, run, the monster is coming and will eat people. Oh, why doesn't he just die? Just seeing him makes me nauseous. On the streets, the townsfolk, upon seeing Naruto, unleashed a torrent of disdainful remarks, some even nearly throwing stones. However, the current Naruto was no longer the Naruto of your such words could not penetrate his heart in the slightest. Once his strength grew formidable, a single slap would suffice to quell all dissent. What vexed Naruto now was the incessant surveillance, utterly intolerable. Fine, I want to train during the day. I refuse to believe that the old man will dare to watch me at night. I shall focus on strengthening my body during the day. Chapter 2. In accord with the Nine Tails. Without hesitation, Naruto began to run with fervor, and in a short while, he had reached the river outside the village. He did not pause, continuing to sprint through the forest. Truly, my body, blessed by the baptism of dense energy, far surpasses that of ordinary children from my previous life. Naruto mused. He ran for approximately the duration of a stick of incense, and still felt no exhaustion, which was attributable to his bloodline. Here, a typical child of 3 or 4 years could effortlessly lift objects weighing 20 to 30 pounds in his past life. Children of that age rarely walked unsteadily, let alone manage heavy burdens. With this in mind, Naruto hoisted a piece of timber weighing over 10 pounds as added resistance and continued his Youming last. After an hour, he collapsed. He lay on the grass by the river outside the village, parched and famished. Yet he circulated his energy, continuously absorbing the natural energy around him. Simultaneously, an unexpected surge of energy flowed within him. Naruto rejoiced, realizing he had momentarily forgotten that he was the protagonist, endowed with a tailed beast within him. The chakra of this beast was astonishingly abundant. Even a small portion would suffice for his current training needs. Naruto entered a state of meditation, and after half a stick of incense, he found himself in a shadowy underground waterway. Deep within the waterway, a formidable energy surged towards him. almost as if it sought to envelop him entirely. However, such an overwhelming force threatened to rupture him instead. With a gentle lick of his lips, he cautiously stepped further inside. Young one, come here. Do you desire power? Approach, and you shall possess immense strength, capable of altering your destiny. The beguiling voice of the Nine-Tails echoed, possessing an alluring charm akin to that of a cunning fox. As he traversed the path, a frown etched upon his brow. This was indeed a perilous place. Had he been imprisoned here for years, madness would surely ensue. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. Soon, Naruto arrived before a colossal door, towering dozens of feet high, its summit obscured from his view, adorned with a large character for seal. Roar! Suddenly, a massive fox head loomed before him, its eyes as large as lanterns, glowing a sinister crimson embodiment of malevolence. The enormity of its maw was staggering. Naruto felt as though he could hardly fit in its jaws, anticipating that he would be devoured, slipping through its teeth. A powerful pressure enveloped him. Had it not been for the sealing force suppressing it, he would have been pinned to the ground, paralyzed by its aura. Young one, do you crave power? Tear apart that sealing parchment, and all my strength shall be yours. The Nine-Tails tempted once more. In his heart, Naruto mused, in my previous life, I could have defeated this red fox with a single stroke of my sword. Indeed, the fox was formidable, yet he felt no fear. Seeing Naruto unmoved, the Nine-Tails bellowed, Young one. Naruto snapped back to attention. Greeting, is that you, Nine-Tails? A pleasure to meet you. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in disbelief. Young one, you are not afraid of me. Naruto replied, why should I fear you? No matter how powerful you may be, you are merely a beast in a cage. Roar! Naruto had struck a nerve, inciting the creature's fury. A crimson chakra energy began to seep forth, permeating the entire sealed chamber. A smile crept upon Naruto's lips as he said, thank you, Kurama. He hastily absorbed and refined the chakra energy. Upon absorbing the emanating red chakra, he had refined 30 strands of primordial energy. The first step in cultivating the primordial body reverence technique involved drawing in gravitational energy to temper the physical form, acquiring primordial energy. Once this energy purified his body, he would enter the realm of the primordial body, thus unlocking the path of cultivation. Yet, 30 strands of primordial energy were far from sufficient, merely a fraction of what he required. Rising to his feet, Naruto proposed, Kurama, how about a deal? Kurama inquired. How do you know my name? Naruto offered a slight smile, replying a secret. He could not reveal that he hailed from beyond this realm, an entity not of this world. Kurama asked, what sort of deal do you propose? Naruto articulated, Kurama, I imagine being confined in this lightless ceiling cell is rather unpleasant. Is it not? Kurama's crimson eyes fixated on Naruto, as if questioning his intent. Naruto continued, let's strike a bargain. Once I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall release you, but in return, I require a steady flow of chakra energy to aid my training. What say you? To Naruto, the chakra was merely a source of energy, to be transformed into primordial energy to purify his body. The Nine-Tails spoke with a hint of disbelief. Are you certain? Naruto replied, absolutely. However, before I release you, there are certain matters we must discuss, and the choice will ultimately rest with you. This was a source of power, and he could not truly let it slip away. Revealing all the details regarding the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito's resurrection, and the plan to capture the tailed beast would likely keep it secure within these confines, dissuading any thoughts of escape. Before Uchiha Obito, having been captured with such ease, naturally instilled a psychological shadow upon the Nine-Tails. Nodding, the Nine-Tails responded, fine, I agree. I hope you keep your word. With an abundance of red chakra energy at his disposal, any losses could be effortlessly replenished through the absorption of natural energy. Naruto smiled. Naturally, with such an energy reservoir, his strength would grow exponentially. After a short while, Naruto rose once more, eager to continue his training. Yet, after merely a few steps, he stumbled and fell onto the grass. His stomach grumbled audibly, protesting vehemently. He had always struggled to feel satisfied after a meal, and after such prolonged exertion, his body had depleted its energy reserves. He was starving, in a state of profound hunger to be why the gods. The economy is stifling, it truly is frustrating, Naruto mused, acutely aware that this distress would persist for quite some time. Under constant surveillance, even if he managed to pilfer some money, he could not spend it freely. His meager allowance would raise suspicions if he were to acquire more. In despair, he made his way to the river to catch fish and shrimp. The former Naruto had only been capable of catching fish and consuming them, but now he was different. He captured fish, shrimp, clams, and crabs. leaving nothing behind. He built a fire and began to roast the fish. In the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu reported on Naruto's situation to the third Hokage. After listening to the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke before saying, "Does little Naruto wish to train? Should we permit him to do so?" After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Let him be. Since he desires to train, allow him to proceed as he wishes. Your duty is to protect him, do not interfere." Understood. The Umbu acknowledged and exited. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen reflect. His will of fire is yet unsteady. It is best not to teach him advanced techniques for now. Without passing down the will of fire, he would refrain from imparting training methods for the time, being demise for physical conditioning. It was beneficial. A solid foundation would lead to greater accomplishments in the future, a testament to his merit as Hokage. Little did he know, Naruto's current physical training was not akin to the taijutsu of Konoha, but rather a formidable cultivation technique, one that, upon mastery, would render his body as resilient as steel, impervious to blades, and brimming with immense strength. At that point, any thoughts of control would be mere folly. Chapter 3. Shadow Clone Technique. After indulging in a hearty meal, Naruto resumed his training, persisting until twilight descended. He concluded his session and returned home, where he lay on his bed, communing with the Nine Tails for further cultivation before succumbing to slumber. Thus, in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As Naruto absorbed natural energy alongside the chakra of Kurama, he consolidated over 1,000 strands of energy, enduring a daily baptism of power. Although his current strength remains ambiguous, he now faces battles with an unwavering spirit, no longer fearing even the formidable latest-stage genin. Coupled with his acute battle awareness, it becomes exceedingly challenging for a Chunin to surpass him. It is fair to assert that he is invincible beneath the Chunin rank, even against the likes of Uchiha Itachi, who wields the Sharingan. With his current monstrous strength, a single punch from him could demolish an entire house. It's almost time to enter the Hunyuan form. In the past 6 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen has visited him 3 times, each time bringing a modest yet thoughtful stipend. When the Hokage inquired about his training, Naruto cheerfully replied, "I am determined to work hard and become Hokage when I grow up." This response undoubtedly pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen, who then imparted to Naruto some rudimentary methods for chakra absorption, guiding him onto the path of cultivation and becoming his mentor. Perhaps due to familiarity, the Umbu rarely monitored him while he was in the forest, providing him an opportune moment to practice the Hunyuan form. On that day, much like any other, Naruto rose early and ventured into the forest beyond the village. Since it was still early, the Umbu did not follow him, which suited Naruto perfectly. He arrived at his hidden base within the woods, made the necessary adjustments, and then began to harness the primordial energy to refine his body. It was only after depleting precisely 1,221 strands of primordial energy that Naruto successfully achieved his primordial form, leaving not a single strand remaining. Naruto murmured, "Truly worthy of the Uzumaki clan's physique. It is remarkably powerful. Even in my previous life, under such a constitution, I was still inferior." Naruto clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, as he acutely sensed the power coursing through his corporeal form. At this moment, he felt capable of engaging in an arm wrestling match with Tsunade. However, to declare him her equal would be a gross overstatement. He remained a formidable force devoid of chakra and had yet to cultivate his dantian. Having achieved the state of a primordial body, Naruto diligently honed his physical prowess while simultaneously training in chakra manipulation. As 6 months elapsed, Naruto found himself at the age of 4, confronted by a vexing dilemma. Despite his ability to lift burdens weighing hundreds of pounds, such feats bore little benefit to his physical conditioning, which paled in comparison to the rejuvenating effects of chakra refinement. This predicament brought to mind Might Guy, the beloved Konoha's green beast, whose remarkable prowess left a lasting impression. Might Guy, an expert in taijutsu, possessed an array of training equipment that would undoubtedly serve Naruto well. Yet, upon further reflection, he decided against pursuing this path, as it would inevitably reveal his intentions. If Might Guy were to discover this, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen would also be alerted, potentially leading to his capture for experimentation. Thus, he concluded that this avenue was not feasible. Instead, he resolved to focus on enhancing his internal cultivation. Naruto shook his head, stating that the enhancement of the Hunyuan body could only be pursued at a later opportunity. The young Naruto seemed to be grappling with some unresolved thoughts, which led to his shaking of the head. The voice of the third Hokage resonated from the depths of the forest. Naruto took a deep breath, then revealed a radiant smile, speaking with a hint of innocence. Grandpa Third, you have arrived, though not by blood. This old fellow had reached an age where anyone could rightfully be called his grandfather. Steady now, I must remain composed. I am not yet capable of defeating him. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Little Naruto, are you hungry? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Is Grandpa Third inviting me to enjoy some Ichiraku ramen? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and replied, Forget it, I won't be going. However, I can treat you. Here, this 10,000 ryo should suffice. 10,000 ryo? Goodness. You are the Hokage, yet you are so stingy, truly frugal. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, Thank you, Grandpa Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, Little Naruto, how is your training progressing? Naruto, feeling a tinge of discouragement, remarked, Alas, my rate of chakra absorption is rather sluggish. I have only managed to accumulate a meager amount thus far. His expression was one of despondency, and his eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. In the confines of the ceiling prison, the Ninetail scoffed, Slow? If this little brat's pace is considered slow, then there would be no one faster. This child is nothing short of a prodigy. He has absorbed so much of my chakra energy that any other would have already reached the level of a chunin. Moreover, he continuously draws energy from the natural world. Yet I cannot fathom what tier of power he currently possesses. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered words of comfort, saying, Little Naruto, do not fret. There is no need to rush. You are still young. Lay a solid foundation now, and you will surely rise in strength in the future. Naruto's mastery of the technique of concealment was nothing short of exquisite. Even a formidable shadow-level expert like Sarutobi Hiruzen found it impossible to perceive. Young Naruto, with a determined huff, declared, I will not give up. I aspire to become Hokage. Sarutobi, taking a deep puff from his pipe, smiled warmly and replied, I have faith that young Naruto will undoubtedly succeed. In the future, he shall emerge as a powerful ninja. Naruto lamented, but I have yet to learn any ninjutsu. Grandpa Third, could you teach me the ways of ninjutsu? He thought to himself, it would be best if I could master the shadow clone technique. Once I have that, I could play pranks on the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Little Naruto, do not be overly ambitious. The practice of ninjutsu is something that can only be pursued upon entering the academy. Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment as he lowered his head and remarked, I am already over 4 years old, and in just over a year, I shall be able to attend school. In the village of Konoha, commoners typically enter school at the age of 7, although those with exceptional talent may begin at 6. As for the scions of prominent clans, they may enroll at their discretion. Being the son of a hero, Naruto should have been afforded preferential treatment. Regrettably, due to the machinations of the third Hokage, he was relegated to the status of a commoner, and indeed, his existence was even more wretched than that of an ordinary citizen. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said, Very well. Young Naruto, I shall teach you a simple ninjutsu. It is quite common and does not contravene any regulations. Naruto exclaimed with joy, What ninjutsu is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, The shadow clone technique. Truly, one can manifest their desires. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, Thank you, Grandpa Third. Thus, he acquired the shadow clone technique. After a brief while, Hiruzen Sarutobi took his leave, and Naruto, feeling somewhat reluctant and aggrieved, bid farewell. However, Sarutobi cited numerous responsibilities as his reason for departing, dismissing Naruto. Once all the Umbu surveillance had retreated, Naruto sighed deeply, reflecting, This is truly exhausting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, could you perhaps allow someone else to bring the aid? I genuinely do not favor your company. Sarutobi, of course, could not tolerate such remarks. In his heart, he felt quite pleased. Little Naruto was increasingly relying on him. Lord Hokage, Danzo-sama seeks an audience with you. Even before reaching the Hokage building, Sarutobi inquired, What does he want? The Umbu replied, That is unclear. Sarutobi swiftly made his way to the Hokage building, entered his office, and closed the door, leaving the two of them alone within. Danzo, what is it that you require? Sarutobi asked. Danzo responded, Hiruzen, you have been visiting the Jinchuriki rather frequently. Sarutobi retorted, That is none of your concern. Danzo continued, Of course it pertains to me, Hiruzen. If any issues arise with the Jinchuriki, hand him over to me, and I shall transform him into Konoha's most formidable weapon. Sarutobi removed his pipe and regarded Danzo coolly, stating, Danzo, I have made it clear that you need not worry about the Jinchuriki. He is doing well. I warn you, your root should keep its distance from him. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. I am the Hokage now. This declaration resonated painfully within Danzo, The position of Hokage was one he deeply coveted. Danzo coldly replied, Hiruzen, your actions may jeopardize Konoha. Sarutobi asserted, Konoha under my stewardship will only grow stronger. The Jinchuriki belongs to no one. He belongs to Konoha. One statement rang true. The Jinchuriki belonged to no one. The Naruto of today was not the Naruto of yesteryear. He belonged solely to himself, beyond anyone's control. Danzo snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. His purpose in coming here was to gauge Sarutobi's stance. If he sensed any weakness, he would covertly seize the Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails. The Uzumaki lineage, these were of immense research value. Unfortunately, Sarutobi's resolute demeanor indicated that the Jinchuriki would remain untouched for the time being. Chapter 4, Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha. After dedicating some time to solitary training, Naruto finally returned to the village. His first order of business, naturally, was to visit Ichiraku Ramen and indulge in a sumptuous feast. After all, one must uphold the reputation of such culinary delights. Naruto lifted the door curtain and entered the noodle shop, calling out loudly, Hey, uncle, I would like a large bowl of ramen. Oh, it's Naruto. Finished your training for today? The chef greeted him with a warm smile. He was the only person in the Hidden Leaf Village who could offer Naruto a genuine smile. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi would also smile at him, it often concealed ulterior motives. Naruto remarked, Indeed. That is why I have come to replenish my energy here at the ramen shop. The shop owner responded, Naruto, give it your all. Please take a seat. The noodles will be ready shortly. As Naruto was about to pass by a young man, he suddenly halted, glancing at the individual before him. The young man had white hair and wore a cloth that obscured part of his face. In his hand, he held a publication featuring an image of a nude woman, though rendered in monochrome. This individual was none other than Kakashi, the sixth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi turned upon sensing someone's gaze upon him. And upon recognizing Naruto, he inquired, Do you know who I am? Observing Naruto's tattered attire, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Kakashi's eyes. This boy was the son of his mentor, the last surviving heir, once destined for greatness, yet now living in such dire circumstances. The absurdity of a hero's child suffering in this manner was almost beyond belief. However, the moment of melancholy quickly dissipated, and Kakashi reverted to his characteristic nonchalance. He had yet to overcome his internal struggles, embodying a spirit that seemed devoid of vigor. Naruto shook his head and replied, I don't know. I mean no offense. I merely wish to understand how you managed to eat with your mouth covered. In his previous life, countless individuals had yearned to glimpse the visage concealed beneath that veil. Kakashi stood out as one of the most enigmatic figures among them. From the moment he appeared, even as a child, his face was shrouded, leaving everyone utterly oblivious to his true appearance. Kakashi remarked, That's not right. Isn't the teacher's child supposed to be mischievous? Yet he seems anything but. What has transpired? The server presented the noodles and said, Naruto, the noodles are ready. Oh, you know Lord Kakashi. Indeed, the serving was more generous than others. Ample enough for Naruto to enjoy. Naruto remarked, Thank you, Uncle Hand. After taking a seat, he continued, I don't recognize him. He appears quite enigmatic. Hand replied, He is none other than Lord Kakashi, a formidable ninja. Naruto, you can learn from Kakashi-sensei. This statement holds truth, as Kakashi is indeed a powerful ninja. However, at this moment, he does not evoke a sense of danger for Naruto. It is merely that. Naruto took a hearty mouthful of ramen, accompanied by a succulent piece of fatty meat, before he remarked, I currently lack a solid foundation. I shall seek guidance from Kakashi-sensei in the future. Kakashi, however, did not express any intention of taking Naruto as his disciple, for after all, as a Jinchuriki, it was not his prerogative to decide such matters. Naruto faintly sensed a surge of chakra, and when he glanced over, his eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, what a remarkable talent. Utilizing the power of the Sharingan to consume food is something that even the walls would admit defeat to. Yet here you are, standing unmatched. Kakashi offered Naruto no glance, engrossed in a certain book, before turning away as if to convey, What makes you think you can see him remove his mask? The Sharingan, indeed, is a fascinating idea. I must acquire a pair to investigate whether the legends hold true, that immense power requires the sacrifice of a loved one. Naruto finished his meal in a few swift bites and said, Uncle, I shall take my leave now. The uncle replied, Do come again next time. As Naruto walked, he reminisced about the events that unfolded in his mind. In the year 54 of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan conspired to rebel, only to be thwarted by Uchiha Shisui, who employed the formidable genjutsu known as Kodo Amatsukami. Ultimately, Shursui met his demise by plunging into the river, bequeathing his eyes to Uchiha Itachi, thereby aiding him in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. By the year 55, the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, leaving only Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi to carry on their legacy. The turmoil of their extinction presented an opportunity to seize the coveted Sharingan. Naruto pondered within himself. This year is 52, and in 3 years, the cosmic wave of destruction will obliterate my clan. Should I intervene? In my previous life, I was the king of the underworld, with countless lives resting upon my shoulders. In this life, I naturally do not wish to be alone. There are certain individuals within the Uchiha clan who are worthy of alliance, such as Uchiha Shursui. He possesses formidable strength, a cheerful and gentle disposition, and embodies purity and goodness. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he exercises restraint, rarely causing harm to others. Naruto murmured to himself, if change is to be embraced, let it be a profound transformation and see what sparks it ignites, while also re-establishing my own realm of the underworld. He pondered further. And then there's the cosmic Itachi. As for Sasuke, perhaps it would be best to leave him be. His character was not one that resonated with the Naruto of today, too shrouded in darkness. Indeed, almost as if summoned by his thoughts. A figure suddenly appeared before Naruto's eyes, with long black hair cascading down and deep lines extending from the corners of his eyes to beneath. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Naruto gazed into his eyes, profound as an abyss, unable to discern any indication of the Sharingan. Uchiha offered Naruto a gentle smile. Naruto offered a faint smile, acknowledging his presence. This individual possesses remarkable abilities. His sole flaw lies in his obsessive devotion to his younger brother, rendering him a veritable slave to sibling affection, willing to confront the world for the sake of his kin, with a heart as pure as it is benevolent. He was compelled to accept the clan extermination mission ordered by Danzo of the Konoha elite, all in an effort to shield his village from the ravages of war. Subsequently, he infiltrated the Akatsuki organization as a spy. His immense potential is overshadowed by a distorted mindset, marking him as a tragic figure. If granted a path of his own, he could indeed forge a realm of his own design. Naruto did not hasten his return home this time. After such a lengthy interval without respite, he leisurely meandered through the streets. However, after a short while, he realized that returning home would have been preferable, for the familiar faces he had not seen in ages had once again unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon him. Why had he reappeared? Was he not rumored to have been captured by the Hokage? The Hokage, too, ought to have imprisoned this fox demon to prevent him from causing harm to others. Naruto once again felt the overwhelming malice emanating from the gazes of the crowd, and he thought to himself, this village truly offers no sense of belonging. This recollection stirred memories of his past life, where he encountered countless online trolls, regardless of the nature of the content, be it good or bad, right or wrong. They unleashed torrents of vitriol, seemingly intent on projecting their own ignorance, cowardice, and timidity onto others, all in a twisted attempt to fulfill their distorted psyches. It is indeed a pitiful and lamentable group, never having grasped the reins of their own existence, mere pawns in the hands of others. Upon returning home, Naruto quietly lay on his bed, lost in contemplation, seeking out his companions for conversation. Chapter 5. The shadow clone absorbs chakra independently, extending duration. Little brat, you've arrived, roared Kurama, exposing its fearsome maw. It had grown weary of solitude, and the presence of someone to converse with was a welcome relief. Over time, it had gradually come to appreciate this little one. Naruto, Kurama, why do you seem to have gained weight again? Have you been indulging too much? Kurama, you rascal. It is you who has been overeating. With that exclamation, the crimson chakra surged once more. Naruto, calm down, calm down. Excitement can be detrimental to one's health. As he absorbed the crimson chakra, it transformed into his own formidable power, a velocity that was truly awe-inspiring. With the current intensity of Naruto's chakra, he had already surpassed the thresholds of the acquired realm. However, his physical form had yet to reach its ultimate limit. Thus, he refrained from breaking through for the time being. Once his body transcends its limitations, he would once again surpass the acquired realm, marking a qualitative leap. Kurama inquired, "Young one, what is your current strength?" Naruto smiled gently and said, "Nine tails, take a guess." The Nine Tails retorted, "Brat, stop playing riddles with me and just speak up." Naruto continued, "Aren't you the mightiest of the tailed beasts? It's inconceivable that you cannot discern this. Who are you, the Nine Tails? How can you possibly be oblivious?" Kurama retorted, "You may leave now." Naruto, Oh, come now, my old friend. It's been over a year since we've shared this journey together. Let us not have it this way. By the way, Kurama, how many ninjutsu techniques do you possess? Kurama, you little brat, you've already mastered my tailed beast bomb. What more do you desire? Indeed, Naruto has acquired the tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails. Admittedly, when wielded with Naruto's chakra, its potency is somewhat diminished. However, when enhanced by the Nine Tails, its power is exponentially amplified. It must be said that while the physical development within the world of Naruto is somewhat lacking, the evolution of ninjutsu surpasses that of the ninjas from my previous life by a significant margin. Naruto remarked, there's no need for excess. Just a few sage techniques will suffice. The Nine Tails retorted, brat, just get lost. This naive child, with his whimsical aspirations for sage abilities, might as well wish to soar to the heavens. The Nine Tails found himself perplexed, pondering why he felt a tinge of fondness for this young boy. This sentiment naturally stemmed from the harmonious energy within Naruto, which resonated with the essence of nature, making the tailed beast instinctively feel a sense of kinship. Naruto ceased his conversation with the Nine Tails, saying, Kai-bai, we shall converse again another time. He mused about the prospect of merging with the beast, envisioning the grandeur of entering the Nine Tails mode. As his consciousness returned, he realized it was now nighttime, and a gentle rain began to fall, making Konoha feel even colder. Thunder rumbled, illuminating the village with flashes of lightning, casting an eerie brightness. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. How foolish of me. I can harness the power of lightning to enhance my body. This is truly a shortcut among shortcuts. He was certain that this electrifying method would enable his physical form to transcend its current limits, and perhaps he might even acquire lightning-infused chakra. Mastering a few techniques akin to the Chidori would be nothing short of perfection. As for the fear of being struck dead by lightning, he was confident that, with his current physical resilience, he would certainly survive such an encounter. Naruto approached the window, gazing at the thunderous clouds above. They were not dense. Yet the lightning was intensely captivating, soaring too high to reach. Tonight would not be the night. There would be ample time ahead. Returning to his bed, Naruto commenced his training in the shadow clone technique. This technique, classified as B-rank ninjutsu, allows the user to create tangible clones using chakra, which can act and engage in combat just like the original. B-rank? That depends on the wielder's proficiency. Naruto smiled faintly in his hands. This was a formidable forbidden technique. Naruto remarked, if this were in a previous life, it would be nothing short of divine magic. Possessing an awareness independent of the caster's physical form and a certain degree of resilience, upon dispelling, the memories and experiences of the shadow clones return to the original. This understanding of sword intent and profound truths is remarkably efficient. With 1,000 clones simultaneously grasping the essence, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Shadow clone technique. Naruto muttered a phrase, and with a series of sharp claps, 5 shadow clones emerged, standing in perfect alignment. Naruto nodded. The first 5 are quite impressive. He then pointed at one of them and said, you conceal your presence. The shadow clone immediately suppressed its aura, rendering it undetectable as a mere clone. Naruto beamed with delight, exclaiming, this is truly perfect. With this, he could accomplish numerous tasks. However, the duration was rather fleeting. If only it could last for 7 or 8 days, or even half a month, it would be nothing short of ideal. Naruto murmured to himself, I shall conduct a thorough study. Dispelling his shadow clones, he began his meticulous examination. This endeavor consumed the span of half a month. Fate, however, seemed to mock him. After these 2 weeks, the day arrived, oppressively hot, with no hint of impending rain. With time on his hands, Naruto wandered aimlessly and chanced upon a small garden where a woman was watering a young flower. An inspiration struck him. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. The shadow clones relied on a continuous flow of energy. As long as a steady supply sustained them, could they not endure indefinitely? While the training methods of Konohagakure could not facilitate the cultivation of shadow clones, my lineage bears the legacy of Yin and Huang. How could such a modest source of energy escape? Huh? The woman looked up, recognized Naruto, gasped in surprise, her face paling as the watering can slipped from her grasp. In her eyes, Naruto appeared as a creature of the uncanny. Naruto offered a smile, considering it a gesture of gratitude for the inspiration she had provided. However, the moment he smiled, it transformed in the woman's eyes into the visage of a fearsome creature, prompting her to scream and flee back into her home, where she swiftly secured the door behind her. Naruto shook his head and hurried home. Upon arriving, he performed the shadow clone technique, and a clone emerged. He instructed it to cultivate the heart method and absorb the energy from the surroundings. It was effortless, as natural energy continuously flowed into the clone. The clone remarked, "Master, it seems I can sustain myself for a longer duration." Naruto, splendid. Today marks a bountiful harvest. I must reward myself with a grand feast. I shall take out the 30,000 yen I have saved and indulge in sumptuous delicacies. However, as I wandered about, I found no one willing to sell me food, nor to welcome me. I was met with rejection at every turn, and some proprietors nearly resorted to violence. In response, Naruto offered a faint smile and departed in solitude. Someone was watching him, and naturally, he felt compelled to put on a show. As he left the village and ventured into the woods beyond, he momentarily regained his composure. Solitude faded, replaced by tranquility. After all, who could starve in such a vast forest? It was a jest. Yet, before long, Naruto succumbed once more to melancholy. Sitting despondently upon a stone, suddenly, a voice called out, "Little Naruto, you've returned here again." Chapter 6. The Thunderous Body Tempering. A breakthrough this night was extraordinary. The rain poured heavily, and the clouds loomed thick. It was a rare stormy night. In the heavens, lightning flickered like a fearsome serpent, stretching 100 meters long, illuminating the world below. Naruto had long since left behind a shadow clone and ventured alone to the outskirts of the village. He ascended the tallest tree, standing nearly 40 to 50 zhang high. Naruto held a kite in his hand, intricately entwined with iron wire, which also formed the string. This contraption was deliberately crafted by him, aimed at attracting heavenly lightning to aid in the transcendence of his physical form. He launched the kite into the vast expanse of the night sky, where it disappeared into the depths of the clouds. At this hour, with the world shrouded in darkness and the Byakugan's gaze obscured, no one could perceive the delicate iron thread. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air as lightning converged and struck the kite. The force of the thunder descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the treetops. With a resounding thud, the powerful lightning struck Naruto, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, and he plummeted from the canopy. Within his body, a series of cracking sounds echoed, as if some shackles were being shattered. "Hey, what are you doing, kid?" called out Kurama, the Ninetales. In the confines of his sealed prison, the air crackled with the intertwining of lightning, striking Kurama as well. As he descended, Naruto exclaimed, "Kurama, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. I am grateful for your gift." The lightning coursed through the Ninetales, dissipating a significant amount of chakra, which Naruto eagerly absorbed. "Kid," Kurama remarked, "you are the most outrageous ninja I have ever encountered. Training with lightning is unprecedented and unheard of. It is akin to courting death." Naruto inquired, "Who informed you that I am a ninja? Am I not still alive?" Kurama responded, "What do you mean?" "Naruto, I shall speak with you further about this later." He has now mastered the first level of the primordial body refinement technique, significantly enhancing both his physical form and strength. With his current physical prowess, he is capable of overpowering any jonin. Naruto swiftly concealed the blood he had expelled and vanished into the shadows. His objective had been accomplished. The formidable thunder he had summoned would surely draw attention. It was prudent to depart hastily, lest he be detected. As he made his exit, he took the kite with him, leaving no trace behind, for those individuals possessed remarkably acute senses. Indeed, it was not long after Naruto's departure that 4 figures arrived at the scene. After conducting a meticulous inspection, they concluded that it was merely a natural thunder phenomenon and subsequently departed. Naruto briefly washed himself in the river outside the village before returning home, dispelling his shadow clones. He lay down on his bed, entering the confines of the sealing prison. "Kurama, brat, you have arrived." Naruto said, "Kurama, release some chakra, I am still a bit short." Without hesitation, Kurama unleashed a surge of red chakra. Naruto resumed his absorption and cultivation, ultimately consolidating it within his dantian, marking the conclusion of his practice, which emanated a faint aura. In that moment, Kurama sensed a palpable threat, an intense sense of peril. Kurama inquired, "Little brat, what exactly have you been cultivating?" Naruto proclaimed, "Kyubi, this is not merely the way of the ninja, but rather a new path that I shall term the way of martial arts. It is not the way of the warrior, but the essence of martial discipline." He emphasized this once more to prevent the fox from misinterpreting his words. "The way of martial arts?" Kyubi murmured, inquiring, "What exactly is this martial path?" Naruto proclaimed, "The martial way is a path of cultivation through martial arts. serving as the foremost means to pursue truth. The spirit of martial arts embodies the principle of using force to quell strife, seeking to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity amidst conflict. Martial power is not synonymous with violence. It is not wielded for the sake of killing or fighting, but rather, it exists to swiftly halt slaughter and combat, to protect and safeguard all beings. When compelled, it is exercised with a compassionate heart, extending empathy to others, transforming enmity into camaraderie, and harmonizing heaven and earth into a singular essence. Little fox, come forth. The culture of Yanhuang martial arts welcomes you. Kai Bai inquired, is it truly possible to embody compassion, extend oneself to others, transform hostility into kinship, and unify heaven and earth into one? Naruto proclaimed, as long as there is faith and the will to act, success is assured. He lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating brilliance, and continued, if there is defiance, it must be subdued. If there is resistance, it must be eradicated utterly, so that a new order may be established, allowing for the emergence of vitality. The cold glint in Naruto's eyes penetrated the depths of the Nine-Tails' heart, evoking a profound chill within it. Unlike what the Sage of Six Paths had suggested, the Kyuubi felt that Naruto was not the prophesied child. It thought to itself, old man, how much longer must I wait? Subsequently, Naruto smiled and replied, Kyuubi, I have made considerable progress in my training. However, it is not yet time for your release. Please bear with me for another 3 years, and once I acquire what I seek, I shall set you free. The Nine-Tails responded, very well, I have already waited for many years. What is a little more time? Naruto mused to himself, releasing you is certainly not an issue, however. If you choose to remain, then rent must be paid. In the ensuing year, Naruto immersed himself in rigorous training. He refrained from practicing ninjutsu, and, with his frugal savings, implored the smith to forge a true blade for him, one that was not merely a katana. He refrained from visiting the forge himself, fully aware that no one would craft a weapon for him. Over the course of the year, Naruto's strength saw little increase, remaining at the mid-stage of his development. Nonetheless, his swordsmanship reached an unparalleled zenith, and his sword intent ascended to its pinnacle. With but one more step, he would enter the realm of profound mastery, a state he had only touched upon in his previous life, still distant from the ultimate understanding. Naruto wielded a sword, and an oddly peculiar one at that, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen bewildered. He could not help but inquire further, to which Naruto deftly assuaged the old man's concerns with an elaborate ruse. In a bid to disguise himself, Naruto's shadow clone immediately collapsed to the ground, mirroring the narrative perfectly. Each time, Sarutobi offered words of comfort and encouragement, yet took no tangible action. With his adeptness as a ninja instructor, he could have easily guided Naruto to overcome the feebleness of his clone or exerted pressure to suppress the Nine-Tails aura, yet he refrained from doing so, never once taking that step. The most frequent words exchanged between them were, wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall perpetually burn, and as long as there are places where leaves flutter, the flames shall ignite. The light of the fire illuminates the village and nurtures new sprouts. The will of fire is indomitable. He would also say, for me, Konoha is not merely an organization. It is a place that annually births and nurtures countless ninjas who fight, even to the death, to protect what they hold dear. Additionally, he would proclaim, the villagers may not share my blood, but to me, they are the most important family. Each time, Naruto found himself overwhelmed, wishing he could sew the old man's mouth shut for his incessant chatter. Another source of disappointment for Naruto was that he could not attend school at the age of 6 due to his inadequate foundation, fearing he would fall behind. He would have to wait until he turned 7 to begin his education. On the surface, he appeared despondent, yet inwardly he was secretly elated, as the thought of attending school with a group of children was somewhat unsettling for him. Chapter 7. Fateful encounters. On this day, Naruto had trained late in the forest, and as dusk settled, he returned home, clutching 2 fish in his hands. These were fish he had nurtured for quite some time. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly exhausted the fish in the river, so he dug a small pond and placed the captured fish within, allowing them to grow before consuming them. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed, your eyes truly are nauseating. You must be a monster as well, you white-eyed demon. Such scenes felt inexplicably familiar to him. Naruto remarked, could it be a fateful encounter? He approached while carrying a fish. Indeed, in the distance, a group of children was gathered around a young girl. She was clad in a delicate lavender garment, with a light yellow towel wrapped around her, and at that moment, she was covering her face and weeping on the ground. Although the sky was shrouded in darkness, Naruto could distinctly perceive the brazen laughter of the three children, their expressions marked by cruelty. Having encountered her, he resolved to offer his aid. Naruto appeared, walking slowly towards them, and said, "You lot have gone too far. If you weren't all just children, I would have already kicked you away. Let a grown-up take my place and see how they fare. I could easily make them regret it." One of them scoffed and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Naruto inquired, "Are you certain you can recognize me?" To his surprise, the three children genuinely did not know who he was, and they asked, "Who are you?" Naruto furrowed his brow, silently cursing to himself. "Damn it. Those shadowy Umbu are at it again." Naruto proclaimed, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage." Upon hearing this declaration, it naturally incited laughter from the three individuals present, one of whom retaliated with a punch. However, this was not the mischievous Naruto from the original story. Here, he was the King of Mercenaries. With his own soft fist, he effortlessly countered and sent the child flying. He then directed another strike at the other boy, sending him soaring as well. As for the young girl, he decided against striking her. Her punishment had already sufficed. Naruto's prowess left her utterly astounded, to the point of losing control. Naruto exclaimed, "Aren't you leaving yet?" The three children shouted in unison and fled, daring not to linger any longer. Naruto inquired, "Are you all right?" He possessed numerous methods to comfort the elderly. Yet soothing a timid young girl proved to be a challenge. Hinata lifted her gaze, her bashful demeanor evoking a sense of compassion. With her adorable short blue hair and pure, untainted eyes fixed upon Naruto, she felt a surge of emotion and gently shook her head, whispering, "I am fine." Indeed, she was quite endearing. However, Naruto had no intentions of pursuing a child bride. He regarded her as a little sister. He remarked, "It is good to hear you are well. It is quite cold outside during this winter. We should head back." With that, he turned to leave. Little Hinata rose, bowed gracefully, and exclaimed, "Arigato." Naruto waved his hand, urging her to return home. Hinata gazed at Naruto's departing figure, lost in thought. After a moment, her cheeks flushed, and she was led away by a servant of the Hyuga clan. Hinata's father, Hayashi, observed her return with an expression devoid of any emotion, simply stating, "Hinata, you have disappointed me." Hinata lowered her head in silence. This only fueled Hayashi's anger, yet he understood that Hinata's nature was such. He instructed the servant to take her away and retreated to his own chamber. "What transpired today?" Hayashi inquired. A servant abruptly appeared, recounting the events. Hayashi's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "The son of the fourth Hokage, is it?" He was well aware of Naruto's identity, the son of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and the host of the Nine Tails, which rendered him exceptionally significant. After a prolonged silence, Hayashi commanded, "From now on, when the young lady ventures out, send someone to accompany her." "Yes." The servant withdrew, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Hayashi's eyes. Upon returning home, Naruto reclined on his bed, murmuring, "The will of this world is indeed formidable. It can mend itself so effortlessly. Yet, no matter how powerful it may be, attempting to hinder me is but a futile dream." However, awakening Hinata's Byakugan appears to be an equally potent ability. It seems to be developed to its utmost potential. Akin to the ultimate form of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, endowed with tremendous power. Naruto thoughtfully stroked his chin and finally declared, "I've made my decision, one Sharingan and one Byakugan. Both of these ocular powers are among the most formidable, and he is eager to delve into their mysteries. However, in comparison to the Uchiha clan, the eyes of the Hyuga clan are exceedingly rare. The Hyuga family is divided into the main house and the branch house, with the latter bearing the cursed seal of the caged bird on their foreheads, which automatically seals the Byakugan upon death to prevent its leakage. Acquiring the Byakugan from the main house appears to be a daunting task, as their numbers are scarce. Currently, only Hayashi Hyuga and his two daughters are known. Hayashi's strength is formidable, making acquisition a significant challenge. As for Hinata and Hanabi, he cannot bring himself to harm such innocent children, regardless of his ruthless nature. Thus, his focus shifts to the branch house. Silently and stealthily, he plans to incapacitate them and seize their eyes, refining them immediately, convinced that success is within reach. As for concealing the eyes, Naruto possesses numerous methods, even against the bloodline power of the Hyuga clan, which would remain undetectable. However, before embarking on this endeavor, he must perfect his invisibility technique. This so-called stealth technique relies on his abilities to hide in a given location, camouflaged by surrounding objects. A process that has left him somewhat disheartened. He initially held high hopes but has found it lacking. What he desires is a method that allows him to obscure his entire form while striding boldly, unseen and undetected by others, a true mastery of invisibility. He has made some progress, managing to conceal his body, though his presence still lingers. He aims to combine stealth with breath control, enabling him to carry out his misdeeds with impunity. Of course, committing wrongdoings in front of the Hokage is out of the question, as he would surely be discovered. And members of the Hyuga clan would immediately detect him should they activate their Byakugan. As for any feelings of guilt associated with robbing others, he feels no remorse. He is the reincarnated Naruto, and in his former life, did he not seize countless resources? Indeed, he did. An abundance of resources, techniques, martial skills, and medicinal herbs beyond counting. If he desired something, he would find a way to take it, thereby accumulating countless enemies. In such a world where plunder is commonplace, he sees nothing unusual about it. With his swordsmanship reaching its zenith, he recognizes the necessity of enhancing his strength to break through to the next level of understanding. Naruto reined in his thoughts and murmured softly, allowing his mind to settle as he ventured once more into the realm of Kurama. Little one, it has been quite some time since your last visit, Kurama remarked with a hint of joy, expressing a sense of nostalgia for their conversations that had been long absent. Naruto said, I apologize, Kurama, for I have been preoccupied with understanding certain matters and have neglected you. Kurama retorted with irritation, you little brat. Are you attempting to absorb chakra? Naruto, Kurama, please refrain from this behavior. We are friends now. What is yours is mine. And there is no need for such meticulous calculations. Kurama, and what about yours? Naruto declared, what belongs to me is undoubtedly mine. Kurama retorted, bastard. Chapter 8, Capturing Uchiha Shisui, the 54th year of Konoha. At the tender age of 6, Naruto has undergone a remarkable transformation, having transcended the innate limits of his abilities after merely half a year of diligent training. In his previous life, such an achievement would have been utterly inconceivable. The attainment of innate prowess typically requires a decade of unwavering dedication and cultivation. However, in this life, the abundant energy of the world, combined with the presence of the Nine Tails, has significantly accelerated his progress. The Nine Tails, with its unparalleled capacity to absorb natural energy, allows Naruto to absorb energy at double the rate, effectively enabling him to cultivate as if he were 3 individuals concurrently. Consequently, his advancement is astonishingly swift. Moreover, he has perfected the art of invisibility, rendering him imperceptible even to the Yumbu, who remain blissfully unaware of his presence. It is indeed a curious phenomenon. He has yet to encounter anyone during his stealthy endeavors. As Naruto traversed through the forest, he murmured to himself. During this period, he had often roamed the streets and the woods, yet he had not encountered either Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Without meeting these 2 individuals, how could he alter their fates? As time gradually passed, Naruto found himself still empty-handed, pondering whether perhaps the 2 had been dispatched on a mission. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Upon entering the forest, he would employ the shadow clone technique to wander through the woods, often gravitating towards the riverbank behind the Uchiha clan's estate, where the 2 frequently shared their innermost thoughts. Indeed, perseverance bore fruit. On one particular day, before even nearing the lakeside, he heard the sound of crows taking flight, one of which was soaring towards the lake at the back of the mountain, causing his spirits to lift. He recalled that Uchiha Shisui had a fondness for crows. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the source. As expected, at the edge of the cliff stood a young man, a ninja blade slung across his back. Who else could it be but Uchiha Shisui? The news carried by the crow cast a serious expression upon Shisui's face, and he let out a soft sigh. He was reluctant to see his family torn apart, and wished to avoid conflict within the village, yet this matter was one he could not evade. Naruto slowly emerged, and Uchiha immediately sensed his presence. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback upon realizing it was Naruto. As a member of Root, he was certainly aware of Naruto's identity. Naruto inquired, "May I have a word with you?" To which Uchiha Shisui replied, "Are you familiar with me?" Naruto smiled and said, "Uchiha Shisui, a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shisui's expression turned wary. Although his identity was not particularly secretive and known to many, it was improbable that someone like Uzumaki Naruto would possess such knowledge. He inquired, "What else do you know?" Naruto remarked, "There are many factors, including your affiliation with the Yumbu, your formidable strength, and your eyes, among others." Uchiha Shisui scrutinized Naruto and inquired further, "Does this also encompass your identity?" This notion posed certain perils, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, untethered from the village's control. However, Uchiha Shisui was merely aware of Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and remained oblivious to the fact that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto smiled faintly and said, "What do you think?" Uchiha Shisui's gaze grew serious as he replied, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Are you contemplating employing the Kodo Amatsukami against him?" Naruto remarked, "This is not a place for conversation. It is susceptible to surveillance. Follow me." With that, he took the lead. He was gambling on the unwavering loyalty of Uchiha Shisui to the village. If the Jinchuriki were indeed in peril, Shisui would undoubtedly employ Kodo Amatsukami to impose his will. Uchiha Shisui followed Naruto as they soon arrived at an underground cavern. The cave was enveloped in darkness, prompting Naruto to light a candle, illuminating the space. Uchiha Shisui inquired once more, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Naruto said, "Don't be hasty. Come, take a seat." He settled onto the wooden bench. While Uchiha Shisui knelt upon the patch of grass, Naruto then remarked, "Shall we discuss Konoha today?" Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shisui's gaze grew increasingly vigilant. It was evident that the Jinchuriki posed a potential threat. Naruto, indifferent, posed a question, "What do you think of the current state of Konoha?" Uchiha Shisui replied, "It flourishes, thriving without bloodshed or darkness, united in mutual support and affection." Upon hearing this, Naruto broke into a derisive grin, mocking, "No bloodshed? No darkness?" He then countered, "If there is no bloodshed, then from where do orphans like us originate?" Uchiha Shisui had no answer, for it was a question beyond his capacity to address. War necessitates lives, yet is it truly the case that all orphans are victims of war? Naruto continued to express his thoughts. No darkness? One orphan after another goes missing. Where do they vanish to? Have you ever investigated? Or are you truly unaware? It's a pity they lack connections, and thus, their plight draws no attention, leaving them to depart in silence. As for unity and camaraderie, that is an utter farce. I need not elaborate. What kind of life do you lead? As a member of the Umbu, do you not comprehend? Take your Uchiha clan, for instance. When the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was still alive, you were a part of Konoha. However, upon his death and the ascension of Tobirama Senju, the oppression of the Uchiha clan began. His sole intention was the eradication of your clan from the very start. Subsequently, with the third Hokage's rise, the establishment of roots under Danzo further intensified the persecution. Both of them were disciples of Tobirama, inheriting his will. And the pressure on the Uchiha clan escalated to such an extent that they were eventually driven out of the village. Positions of power were devoid of Uchiha representation, reduced to a mere security force, frequently subjected to complaints from villagers, burdened with baseless accusations. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui found himself at a loss for words. Everything Naruto articulated was the undeniable truth, leaving him without a counterargument. Naruto, undeterred, continued, "To this day, aside from Lady Tsunade, who remains of the once mighty Senju clan that dominated an era, the land of whirlpools has been annihilated, and the Uzumaki clan has been extinguished. Who has laid claim to their secret techniques? Were they not the most genuine allies of Konoha? The wives of the first and fourth Hokage were both from the Uzumaki clan. Have their contributions to Konoha been insignificant? Might I remind you of the White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, who forsook his mission to save lives? This is but a trivial matter, yet it became a subject of widespread reproach. And he bore the brunt of public scorn. Has his dedication to the leaf been overshadowed by this minor oversight? Was he wrong to save a life? How then did Hinata Hayashi meet his end?" One question after another weighed heavily on Uchiha Shisui's countenance, rendering it pale. Upon encountering the visage of Uchiha Shisui, Naruto inquired once more, "Do you know who I am?" Uchiha Shisui lifted his gaze, his pallid cheeks quivering slightly, as if he could scarcely fathom the existence of such profound injustice. Naruto raised his hand, gently brushing his hair, and remarked, "This shade of yellow hair should be quite rare in Konoha, wouldn't you say?" Uchiha Shisui's body suddenly stiffened. The only yellow that could linger in his heart was that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He abruptly stood up, incredulously exclaiming, "Could it be that you are?" Naruto nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." At that moment, Uchiha Shisui was taken aback. The infamous Nine Tails, whom the villagers reviled and mocked, was, in fact, the progeny of the fourth Hokage, a true descendant of heroes. This revelation left Uchiha Shisui feeling utterly absurd, profoundly bewildered, and incredulous. How could the village allow such a situation to unfold? How could the Hokage permit such occurrences? How could such rumors be propagated by Danzo? Naruto lamented, "My father, unwavering in his loyalty to Konoha, even in death, aspired for his son to become the Jinchuriki of the village, safeguarding it. Yet, what has become of his child? Reduced to consuming expired milk and relying on meager welfare, he struggles to survive. To satisfy his hunger for meat, he must venture into the river to catch fish, living a life inferior to that of ordinary citizens and enduring ceaseless scorn each day." Uchiha Shisui could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. Naruto's words have indelibly etched the ugliness of Konoha into his heart, profoundly impacting his spirit and his ninja way. After a while, Uchiha Shisui rose to his feet, prepared to depart. Naruto inquired, "Shisui, what is your intention?" Chapter 9. The Path of the Suffering Ninja. Uchiha Shisui turned around and replied, "I intend to confront Danzo, to seek clarity on why he has chosen to treat you in this manner. I will question the Hokage as well, asking why such actions have not been halted and why your true identity remains concealed from the public." Naruto exclaimed, "Foolish, utterly foolish." Uchiha Shisui gazed at Naruto in confusion, pondering what was amiss. Naruto remarked, "Shisui, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe that without the consent of the Konoha Elder Council and the third Hokage, Danzo would dare to so recklessly slander me? To defame the son of a hero, his malice towards the higher echelons of Konoha, the third Hokage. And Danzo is utterly unabashed." Uchiha Shisui shook his head, "That is impossible. The third." Naruto interjected, "It is inconceivable. Allow me to inquire once more. How many tales of Senju Hashirama can you still recount within the village? He is a great hero, the one who brought an end to the Warring States period. Yet, how many of his deeds are mentioned in the textbooks currently in use?" Uchiha Shisui had previously paid little heed to this, but now, reflecting upon it, he realized that the majority of the narratives promoted in the texts celebrated the achievements of the third Hokage, with only a few references made to the esteemed figures of Hashirama and Tobirama, the two Hokage. Uchiha Shisui then posed the question, "Why? Why is it so? What prompts the third Hokage to act in this manner?" He found himself perplexed, utterly unable to grasp the reasoning. He refrained from retorting to Naruto's remarks, for they were irrefutable truths beyond dispute. Naruto remarked, "Are you aware that the third Hokage has frequently sought my company over the years? Do you know the nature of our conversations?" Uchiha Shisui raised his gaze, looking at Naruto, in search of an answer. Naruto recounted the words exchanged with the third Hokage, his intentions unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui remarked, "He seeks to impose his will upon you, to transform you into the guardian deity of Konoha, illuminating the path with his brilliance, extolling his illustrious achievements." Naruto remarked, "You are not entirely foolish. I recall someone once stating that the will of fire is to safeguard the tender sprouts of existence, allowing them to flourish. Yet, in every battle, how often are children absent? How old was Senju Rope Tree when he perished? Merely 12, and he was the sole heir of the illustrious Senju clan. Why was he thrust into the battlefield? And what of Obito, Kakashi, Itachi, and yourself? What ages were you then? Is this the radiant Konoha that resides in your heart? Are you aware of how many innocents Danzo has captured for his experiments? Do you understand that he extracted the flesh of Hashirama Senju to obtain the cells of the Senju clan? Are you cognizant of his research on your Uchiha clan's Izanagi, desperately seeking to acquire the Sharingan?" Upon hearing these revelations, Uchiha Shisui trembled uncontrollably. It was horrifying, truly horrifying. Is this the Konoha they vowed to protect? It is shockingly tainted. The faith that resided in Uchiha Shisui's heart crumbled entirely, step by step, crushed by Naruto's words. This village of Konoha was no longer the sanctum he once revered. Naruto inquired, "Shisui, do you believe this village is worth protecting?" Uchiha Shisui remained silent, merely shaking his head repeatedly. Naruto ceased his discourse, leaving Uchiha Shisui in a state of confusion. After taking some time to gather his thoughts and regain composure, he would engage in conversation once more. After approximately half an hour, Uchiha Shisui's breathing became steady. At that moment, Naruto inquired, "Shisui, how do you perceive the present world in comparison to the warring states of the past?" He refrained from further discussing Konoha, as the hammer had already struck. There was no need to continue pounding. Naruto aspired to establish an organization necessitating a guiding belief. In this world, nothing holds greater significance than the pursuit of peace. Yet, what Naruto did not foresee was that his initial ambition of creating a formidable entity would ultimately culminate in the formation of an extraordinarily powerful martial empire. Uchiha Shisui remarked, The Warring States period was an exceedingly dark epoch, characterized by relentless conflicts among nations, clans, and individuals, with blood staining the earth and life becoming the most expendable commodity. Presently, although the strife persists, it lacks the gruesomeness of the Warring States era. Naruto remarked, indeed, Senju Hashirama is a great hero, having brought an end to the tumultuous era of Warring States, established the Hidden Leaf Village, and achieved unparalleled accomplishments. His vision of a village-nation system has been emulated by nations far and wide. Naruto shook his head, stating that this only applied to his era. Uchiha Shursui inquired, why? Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were his idols, and upon hearing this denial, he sought to understand the underlying reason. Naruto stated, in that era, Senju Hashirama was immensely powerful, a singular force that overshadowed an entire age, unmatched by any adversary. Furthermore, with the alliance of Uchiha Madara, these two extraordinary figures became titans of warfare. Who would dare to defy them? Any dissent was merely concealed within the heart, and even the most ambitious souls refrained from exhibiting their desires. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all strategies were rendered futile, which is why that period was one of peace. In stark contrast, we now endure relentless warfare, with countless lives lost each year. The reason for this turmoil is the absence of an unparalleled figure to impose restraint, allowing ambitious individuals to unleash their potential, thereby inciting conflict. As for the third Hokage, often hailed as the strongest, I scoff at such claims. He has graced the battlefield only a handful of times. Were it not for the contributions of the prominent clans of Konoha, what would he amount to? In my eyes, he is merely a cowardly old man. Take, for instance, the recent Nine Tails incident. My father, with his remarkable talent as the Yellow Flash, who pioneered the Rasengan, was in the prime of his youth, his strength already rivaling that of the third Hokage. Why was he not entrusted with the sealing? He was nearing his end, even in death. He would have been remembered as a hero, and the village would honor the Sarutobi legacy. Would it not have been preferable to have an ascending fourth Hokage instead? Moreover, during my father's tenure as Hokage, did he truly relinquish all power to him? Had my father not been a mere pawn, would the Hokage position have fallen into his hands? When discussing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto's frustration was palpable. He deemed him a wretched old fool. In the past, had Naruto criticized the third Hokage, Uchiha Shursui would likely have offered a rebuttal. However, now that faith has crumbled, he is undeniably correct in his assessment. This is the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He embodies such qualities. Naruto unleashed his ultimate technique, stating, in my perspective, all of this conflict arises from a perverse interpretation of the ninja way. For some, the path of the ninja is to protect friends and family, while for others, it serves as a means for vengeance and taking lives. Yet there are those whose ambitions drive them to ascend to higher positions, wielding power over countless individuals. With myriad interpretations of the ninja way, strife is inevitable. In the pursuit of their own beliefs, they resort to any means necessary. Even if it results in the death of thousands, such sacrifices are deemed acceptable, even commendable. The ninja way often inflicts suffering upon others, exemplified by the Land of Rain. What offense have they committed that warrants such devastation? Numerous great ninja villages have chosen to wage war upon its territory, resulting in countless casualties among the innocent populace of the Land of Rain. Have those self-righteous ninjas, who pride themselves on their noble ninja ways, ever considered that the people of the Land of Rain are human too? Why must the flames of war be ignited upon their lands? The great ninja villages, upon leaving their confines, present themselves as harbingers of justice, fighting for their respective beliefs. Yet, have they ever paused to reflect that, from the perspective of the citizens of the Land of Rain, they are the invaders? Their so-called justice is built upon the ruins of others' lives. Is indiscriminate slaughter truly a form of justice? When Naruto spoke of the ninja way as being pathological, Uchiha Shursui initially disagreed, feeling a surge of anger. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, his beliefs crumbled once more, and his faith lay in ruins. Naruto inquired, Shursui, do you aspire to transform this morbid path of the shinobi? To diminish the wars that plague our world and lessen the deaths that ensue? Chapter 10. The Establishment of the Organization. Naruto did not proclaim a world devoid of war and bloodshed, for such a notion is unattainable. As long as humanity exists, conflict and violence are inevitable, and darkness will persist. This truth remains unalterable at all times. Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement, contemplating this reality. Naruto proclaimed, then join my organization and together Let us transform this ailing world, establishing a realm of martial arts characterized by peace, democracy, and freedom. Uchiha Shursui, perplexed, inquired, a warrior? Naruto proclaimed, it is not the way of the samurai, but rather the way of martial arts. The samurai are inherently flawed, executing their master's commands with unwavering loyalty. Whether it involves the senseless slaughter of the innocent or fighting for a just cause. Should they fail in their mission, they resort to ritual suicide. Such a practice is utterly deserving of repudiation. Uchiha Shursui inquired, what, then, is the way of martial arts? Naruto proclaimed, the martial way is a path of cultivation through martial arts, serving as the foremost avenue in the pursuit of truth. The essence of martial philosophy lies in the cessation of conflict, seeking to quell strife and discover a harmonious unity amidst discord. Martial force is not synonymous with violence. It is not an endorsement of killing for the sake of killing or fighting for the mere thrill of battle. Rather, it is a means to swiftly halt bloodshed and hostilities, aimed at safeguarding and defending all beings. Such actions are taken only when absolutely necessary. Driven by a compassionate heart that extends empathy to others, transforming enmity into camaraderie, and uniting heaven and earth in a singular breath. This encompasses the principles of harmony between humanity and nature, governing through virtue, prioritizing human dignity, embodying strength and determination, and valuing balance and moderation. Naruto expounded upon the spirit of martial arts in great detail, particularly emphasizing the concept of chivalry. Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Especially at the concluding remark, to unite the spirits of all individuals and direct a collective force towards a singular purpose would yield an immense power capable of obliterating all darkness. Uchiha Shursui, his eyes aglow, beheld hope and illumination, and with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, Naruto, what would you have me do? I am at your command. Naruto felt a surge of joy within. A formidable ally had indeed fallen into his grasp, and his journey into the realm of the underworld was about to commence. He proclaimed, welcome aboard, but I have a few matters to discuss. The existence of any organization relies heavily on the support of the populace. Without the people, the organization's existence becomes devoid of meaning. In his previous life, the Ghost Mercenary Corps was renowned across the world, bolstered by the backing of several smaller nations. They had halted wars and saved countless impoverished citizens, earning their unwavering support. This, however, threatened the interests of certain empires, which sought to eradicate them, thus orchestrating a united front to ensnare him in their schemes. Uchiha Shursui sat quietly on the mat, attentively listening, in his eyes. Everything Naruto articulated was a profound elevation of his own spirit and a refinement of his character. Naruto remarked, Shursui, the policies and systems of our nations are fundamentally flawed. The concept of one nation, one village is utterly erroneous. Take the Land of Fire as an example. The leader of Konoha is the Hokage, and the villagers rally in support of the Hokage, acting upon his commands. However, Konoha is also comprised of the subjects of the Land of Fire, with the daimyo as the supreme ruler of the land, who acknowledges and endorses the establishment of Konoha. Yet, does the Hokage, as the ultimate authority, always heed the daimyo's directives? This is a truth that any discerning individual could comprehend. Furthermore, considering that Konoha is influenced by the will of the Hokage, would the villagers truly dedicate themselves to the daimyo? Reflect on your current situation. If the daimyo were to issue an order to you, would you comply? Shursui Uchiha confidently shook his head, affirming that he would only heed the commands of his leader. Naruto continued, thus, the Land of Fire finds itself under the weight of dual governance, a dire predicament for any nation. Should a grand conflict arise, the Hokage and the daimyo may engage in treachery, each seeking personal gain, leaving the common people to bear the brunt of their machinations. As the saying goes, in prosperity, the populace suffers, in demise, the populace suffers, which encapsulates this truth. Furthermore, within the Land of Fire, numerous smaller principalities exist, each led by their own daimyo, thus creating a multitude of minor regimes. Can the Land of Fire truly unite as one? This profound analysis led Uchiha Shursui to a renewed understanding of the world, revealing its current state of despair. Naruto synthesized the philosophies of his past life, articulating them from multiple perspectives, with the central theme of people-centeredness. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Bozishui radiated a luminous aura, invigorated in spirit and essence, as he discovered newfound motivation and the meaning of life anew. From every conceivable angle, Naruto's thoughts surpassed the existing national policies by far. Rising to his feet, he bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Naruto. Naruto remarked, Shursui. We are now members of the same organization, so there is no need for formalities. Please, take a seat. Shursui Uchiha complied and sat down, once again awaiting Naruto's guidance. Naruto inquired, Shursui, have you discovered that many members of our clan intend to rebel against Konoha? Shursui Uchiha nodded. Indeed. Naruto inquired once more. Are you truly planning to manipulate their will through the use of the Kotoame Tsukumi Jinjutsu? Uchiha Shursui gazed at Naruto in astonishment and replied, Naruto, you are indeed a divine being. In his heart, Naruto was omniscient and omnipotent, embodying the very essence of a savior. Naruto said, Shursui, I require your assistance in altering their will, instilling the ideas from our conversation. This way, our numbers will increase, for strength lies in numbers, making our endeavors far more manageable, unlike the current situation where it is just the two of us. Uchiha Shursui, filled with joy, replied, Thank you for your reminder, Naruto. I am more than willing to undertake such a task. Naruto reminisced about Itachi Uchiha and remarked, I am aware of the close bond you share with Itachi, yet the matters concerning us must remain concealed from him. Uchiha Shursui, perplexed, inquired, Leader, why is that? Itachi is exceptionally intelligent and possesses remarkable talent. He is destined to become a formidable force in the future. Naruto remarked, I am well aware of this. Itachi's talents are on par with yours. However, his identity differs significantly. He is a member of the Umbu and also affiliated with Root, serving as a double agent. Moreover, he is profoundly influenced by the will of the third Hokage. Should he become aware of our organization, it could pose a grave danger. You must gradually reshape his mindset. Uchiha Shursui replied, A double agent, I understand, leader. Naruto remarked, The title of leader is rather unseemly. I aspire for a world where all individuals embody the spirit of dragons. Thus, we shall be known as the Hidden Dragon Organization, with me as the Dragon King. Everyone is dragons? A noble aspiration, Uchiha Shursui responded resolutely. Indeed, Dragon King. Initially, Naruto had considered the title of King of the Underworld, but upon reflection, he deemed it too somber. As this is a mortal organization, existing for the sake of justice, a more fitting title must be adopted. Naruto said, Shursui, I shall now impart to you the methods of cultivating martial arts. Uchiha Shursui, puzzled, inquired, Methods of cultivating martial arts? Chapter 11. The time for school has come. Naruto proclaimed, We must abandon the path of the ninja and establish the way of martial arts. Naturally, this requires the essence of martial disciplines. Shursui, I am about to unleash the internal energy of martial arts. Attune yourself to the energy within my body. Naruto retracted the technique of breath restraint and unlocked the gate to his dantian, unleashing a tumultuous aura. Hiss, this power is formidable. Within the confines of the ceiling prison, Kurama was awakened by the surge of true energy emanating from Naruto's body. In that instant, it sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. This little brat has grown remarkably strong. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, Such an abundance of chakra. The energy residing within Naruto's body could be equated to that of 200 Kakashis. With his current prowess, he stands unrivaled in the Hidden Leaf Village, save for the formidable kick of Guy. In the face of Guy's strike, Naruto is acutely aware that he stands a 9 out of 10 chance of perishing. Naruto remarked, This is not chakra. I refer to it as true energy. Shursui, do you not feel that it is more potent than chakra? Uchiha Shursui responded, Indeed, it is merely the realm in which it exists. Naruto remarked, This is called the dantian. In our martial arts, one must possess not only an outward appearance but also profound substance. Much like our organization, it is essential that we not only maintain a commendable faade, but also embody deep significance that instills genuine admiration and trust, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui found himself thoroughly captivated by Naruto's words, feeling a renewed sense of pride in his decision to join the organization. Shursui, Naruto continued, The cultivation of ninjutsu you practice is fundamentally flawed. The chakra you acquire is stored within your flesh and organs, which can inflict considerable harm upon your body. Shursui, struggling to comprehend, replied, I humbly seek your guidance, Dragon King. Naruto said, Let us commence our discussion by delving into the extraction of chakra. Chakra is the amalgamation of spiritual energy and physical energy. The so-called spiritual energy embodies a person's beliefs. As long as one lives, their convictions endure. On the other hand, physical energy is derived from the extraction of energy from our cells. In this process, there exists a certain degree of harm to the body. Typically, we acquire physical energy through nourishment, continuous training, and relentless consumption of nutrients. Our cells resemble a mechanical apparatus, perpetually generating energy, yet this mechanism is not impervious to wear. After several extractions, it may cease to function, thereby accelerating the aging of our bodily cells. Furthermore, regarding the storage of chakra, while it is indeed beneficial to the human body, moderation is key. Just as exercise is advantageous, excessive exertion can lead to disability. For instance, if one is capable of lifting 500 pounds, attempting to lift 1,000 pounds would result in being overwhelmed. The human body, constructed from cells, follows a similar principle. Each cell can only balance a certain amount of chakra. When burdened beyond its capacity, it will swell and ultimately shatter. Each individual's body is akin to a miniature cosmos, brimming with mysteries awaiting our exploration. Under such dual strain, the process of aging will inevitably hasten. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Shisui found a door of understanding opening before him. Naruto imparted the mysterious sword technique to Uchiha Shisui, who, without a doubt, was a prodigy in cultivation. Under Naruto's guidance, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals, became attuned to his inner energy, and began to channel the chakra within his flesh into this energy, transforming it into inner strength. This inner strength was then stored within his acupoints and meridians. Dragon King. I feel somewhat more at ease now, Shisui remarked, sensing the advantages of his initial accomplishments. Naruto remarked, this is the essence of nature. Chakra transforms into inner strength. The acupoints are inherently the conduits of the human body, capable of storing energy far superior to that of mere cells. Uchiha Shisui added, Dragon King. I perceive that inner strength is even more refined and formidable than chakra. Naruto remarked, this is inevitable. You are integrating chakra energy while also absorbing natural energy. Both of these energies carry certain impurities. Our bodies possess an innate ability to self-repair and expel waste. As we absorb energy through our meridians and acupoints, we naturally purify it, leading to a more potent outcome. Uchiha Shisui inquired, Dragon King, may I impart this cultivation method to my clan? Naruto proclaimed, certainly, however, only those affiliated with the organization may impart such knowledge. Moreover, one must possess a resolute disposition, and the teachings should be disseminated in phases, lest they fall into the hands of others. Uchiha Shisui responded, indeed, Dragon King. The transmission of knowledge will undoubtedly involve the kin of the celestial beings, and alliances must first be forged with other clans. Should this endeavor succeed, we shall proceed. If not, the teachings will remain unshared. Uchiha Shisui firmly believed that through martial cultivation, their prowess would undoubtedly strengthen. Naruto remarked, Shisui, the Leaf Village will not spare your Uchiha clan, so you must act swiftly. Subsequently, train the others to become a formidable force in battle. Shisui Uchiha nodded in agreement, understood, Dragon King. Naruto imparted a method of internal cultivation and a body refinement technique to Uchiha Shisui. These two cultivation methods, albeit of a slightly lower grade, could be taught to those whose character had been thoroughly assessed. For individuals capable of sensing their internal energy, the internal martial arts techniques were to be practiced conversely. Those unable to perceive their inner breath or who extracted chakra at a sluggish pace were to be instructed in the body refinement technique to strengthen their physical form, enabling them to harness greater amounts of chakra. Uchiha Shisui was overjoyed and exclaimed, yes, Dragon King. Naruto cautioned, be particularly wary of that old rascal Danzo. He may attempt to ambush you. Your eyes are exceedingly powerful, so guard them carefully against his thievery. Uchiha Shisui, now harboring no fondness for Danzo, replied with a hint of coldness, he will not be my match. Speaking of eyes, Naruto inquired, Shisui, it appears that after your clan members perished, their Sharingan were collected. Could you possibly spare one for me? Uchiha Shisui responded, Dragon King, if you desire an eye, mine could suffice. As the leader of the organization, your strength will only serve to benefit us further. Naruto waved his hand and said, no, your eyes can only truly manifest their greater potential while within you. I merely wish to refine one for study. Perhaps I can unravel the mysteries of your bloodline limit. If successful, I aspire to facilitate its evolution and test the legendary power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shisui's eyes sparkled with delight. The brilliance of the Dragon King was unparalleled. Should this research bear fruit, it would be an unparalleled boon for the Uchiha clan. Dragon King, how shall I provide this for you? Uchiha Shisui inquired. Even if it means returning empty-handed, I shall procure one from a clan member, or even extract one from myself if necessary. Naruto remarked, I often train by the river. It is where I find my strength. Uchiha Shisui replied, indeed, The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before Shursui took his leave, departing with a serene demeanor and a revitalized spirit. Shortly thereafter, Naruto too departed, swiftly returning to the riverbank, dispelling his shadow clones without leaving a trace of flaw. It was a splendid day. Naruto gazed up at the heavens, a contented smile gracing his lips. Yet, such blissful moments are often interrupted. As the aged voice of the third Hokage resonated, "Young Naruto, what brings you such joy?" A diminutive figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Naruto smiled and said, "Grandfather Third, you have come." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "I have come to visit you, young Naruto. Is there any joyful news that you would like to share with your grandfather?" Naruto exclaimed, "Grandfather Third, watch closely, Shadow Clone Jutsu." With a resounding bang, two Narutos materialized. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Ah, young Naruto, you have mastered the Shadow Clone technique?" Naruto, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "Of course, I am a genius." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Indeed, as expected of young Naruto, it seems he is ready for school." Naruto was overjoyed. "Really? Didn't they say I had to be 7? Why has the decision changed now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Because young Naruto is a prodigy." As he spoke, he took a puff of his cigarette. This made Naruto feel an urge to punch him, thinking how unreliable the old man was. Yet, there was no choice. Sarutobi had the final say, and he was compelled to attend this academy. A group of children, Sai. Chapter 12, Sharingan and Byakugan. The following day, Uchiha Shursui delivered the Sharingan, a 3-tomo variant. Holding the Sharingan in his hand, Naruto refrained from immediately refining it, murmuring, "Now that I have the Sharingan, I just need the Byakugan." He hesitated to refine it right away, contemplating acquiring the Byakugan as well for simultaneous refinement. Should he be discovered, he would defect from Konoha and head to the land of tea to establish his own organization. As night fell, Naruto left a shadow clone behind and stealthily departed from home, setting his sights on the Hyuga clan. The branch and main families of the Hyuga clan were, in essence, indistinguishable. The two brothers, one the clan head and the other a branch member, shared the same bloodline and possessed identical Byakugan abilities. Naruto did not recklessly intrude upon the Hyuga clan. Rather, he discreetly gathered intelligence. This family harbors several formidable experts, and one can only wonder if there might be individuals covertly activating their Byakugan, capable of detecting him at a moment's notice. Naruto moved at a leisurely pace, gradually approaching while attentively sensing his surroundings. He detected several hidden guards, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, indicating that no one had activated their Byakugan. Among these concealed sentinels was a disciple from the branch family. Naruto silently approached from behind, seizing his adversary's neck before he could utter a sound, rendering him unconscious without a whisper escaping his lips. After extracting the man's eyes, Naruto swiftly departed. He chose not to return home, as delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Instead, he made his way to the forest outside the village to find a suitable location for his task, beginning the process of refinement. As he commenced the transformation of the Sharingan, he anticipated the inevitable pain. It was akin to replacing one's eyes, after all, and one could hardly expect it to be devoid of discomfort. However, Naruto was no ordinary being. As the king of the underworld, he had endured countless trials and emerged from the brink of death, rendering such pain trivial in comparison. In approximately 10 minutes, he successfully refined the Sharingan. Yet, before he could examine it further, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if roots were incessantly intertwining within his eyes, tearing at his very soul and almost eliciting a cry from him. The surrounding energy began to be drawn towards him, startling Naruto, who exclaimed, "Kurama, the chakra!" Kurama, sensing the flow of chakra, responded, "What have you done, little brat?" A crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's abdomen, coursing through his meridians and converging into his eyes. This continued for nearly half a stick of incense before it finally subsided. Naruto said, "Kurama, thank you." Kurama replied, "Kid, no need to be polite. What are you up to?" Naruto remarked, "The study of the eyes appears to yield some results." Kurama inquired, "The Sharingan?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, there is also the Byakugan." Kurama, "Rest assured, my intentions are not to study it for the purpose of confronting you. With my current strength, there is no need for the Sharingan to engage with you." Kurama exhaled in relief. The Sharingan was indeed his nemesis, and he naturally held it in considerable apprehension. Naruto retrieved a mirror to examine his reflection. Curious about his own allure, and naturally, he had prepared a mirror for this purpose. To his astonishment, he discovered the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon gazing into the mirror, he exclaimed in surprise. In the reflection, his right eye, once blue, had transformed into the state of six-pointed stars. He never anticipated that this would be the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Gradually, Naruto composed himself and shook his head, asserting, No, the eye brought by Shursui was indeed merely a three-tomo Sharingan, an ordinary one. He was certain of this. The energy fluctuations in that Sharingan were undeniably those of a regular Sharingan, yet it had metamorphosed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan after refinement. There was something amiss, undoubtedly something amiss. Naruto did not find the absorption of substantial chakra energy to be unusual. After all, the Sharingan also served as a reservoir for chakra, which was quite normal. But why? What could possibly be the reason behind this? Naruto meticulously recalled the sensations he experienced during the recent refinement. His physical form, his vision, the chakra, and the inner energy all seemed to have withdrawn his consciousness. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "It is the power of the soul. The stronger the soul's energy, the more potent the state of the Sharingan that can be awakened." Naruto's current spiritual power embodies the essence of two souls, rendering it exceptionally formidable, allowing him to activate the Mangekyou Sharingan effortlessly. In his previous life, the king of the underworld likely suffered significant loss of spiritual strength during his transmigration. Even upon merging with Naruto, his spiritual power pales in comparison to that of his former existence, amounting to less than 60%. Naruto murmured, "It seems some matters require me to consult Shursui." He recalled the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the sacrifice of kin, boundless power. Could it be that this bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan allows for the soul's growth upon the death of a loved one, enabling the mastery of greater chakra? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. He resolved to find a suitable moment to inquire deeply with Shursui. The notion that one cannot retract the Sharingan without a bloodline limit is absurd. It merely reflects their inability to manage the energy of chakra and soul power fusion, leaving them to exist in a state of the Sharingan. In this ninja world, most research revolves around bloodline limits and ninjutsu, with the study of cultivation being rather mediocre. Having retracted his energy, he rubbed his eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and remarked, "Excessive use will inevitably lead to blindness. The optic nerves are inherently frail, and under such a powerful surge of energy, it is difficult to avoid such a fate." Naruto circulated his true energy, fully revitalizing himself. By nurturing his neural pathways with this energy, he would only continue to improve. Blindness was not an option. Subsequently, Naruto assessed his own realm and realized he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the innate level, ascending to a new tier. Previously, he had the strength of 200 Kakashi. Now, he possessed the prowess of more than 250 Kakashi. Naruto retrieved the Byakugan, murmuring to himself, "As one of the ocular techniques, the Sharingan requires a certain level of spiritual energy. But what does the Byakugan necessitate? If I recall correctly, it seems to evolve into the Rinnegan through the fusion of the chakra from the Tsutsuki clan with that of the Hyuga clan, or perhaps by merging multiple Byakugan from the Tsutsuki lineage. The chakra of the Tsutsuki is of a higher caliber than ordinary chakra. It cannot simply be energy, can it? The more I ponder, the more plausible this notion becomes. Otherwise, why would it require the chakra of the Tsutsuki? Enough of this speculation. I shall attempt the fusion." Naruto commenced the refinement of the Byakugan, drawing upon his prior experience in the refinement of the Sharingan, which significantly accelerated the process and mitigated the associated discomfort. Upon successfully refining the Byakugan, he began to channel his true energy into his left eye. The momentum was irrepressible. This was the primordial true energy, surpassing even the martial cultivator's energy, and could be regarded as divine power, unmatched even by the chakra of the Otsutsuki. The rate at which the Byakugan absorbed Naruto's true energy was astonishing. Within mere minutes, it had completely depleted his reserves, leaving his dantian utterly vacant. Naruto felt a searing heat in his left eye and muttered, "Damn it, so it is indeed true." He sensed an emptiness in his dantian, and tears threatened to spill. It would take a considerable amount of time to recover, at least 3 months. Yet, this was not the end. The evolution of the Byakugan was only a third complete, requiring 2 more stages to fully mature. The only consolation was that the Byakugan could also be restored, and both eyes could regain their azure hue. Chapter 13, The Base. Selected in the land of Tea the following day, the entirety of Konoha was set into motion. Upon learning the truth, Hyuga Hayashi promptly reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was a significant matter. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan had been seized by an unknown assailant, and its loss meant that it would no longer remain the exclusive heritage of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting to discuss the issue at hand. The Umbu and Root organization sprang into action as messages continued to circulate. In a dazed state, it felt as though a great battle was looming. Unfortunately, it proved futile. No traces were found, not even a whisper of presence remained. The shadows surrounding Naruto have multiplied, compared to the Hyuga clan. The true focus of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention lies with the Jinchuriki. Even elite jonin have been deployed. Furthermore, Naruto is prohibited from leaving his home, and the meager provisions delivered to him reflect a life of austerity. His desire to venture out will have to wait for some time. Consequently, Naruto's schooling has been postponed, which brings him a measure of solace. After a fortnight of this relentless hustle, the situation has finally reached a conclusion, despite the continued presence of his shadowy guardians. Naruto is now permitted to roam freely. This is more than enough. He can finally meet Uchiha Shisui. Arriving by the riverbank, he summoned his shadow clones to fish. With 4 clones in action, the one could vanish at any moment. Shisui, what news do you bring? Naruto inquired upon their meeting. Uchiha Shisui replied, Dragon King. I have thwarted the plans of those clan members secretly aiming to betray the village, a total of 84 individuals. Naruto inquired, what about Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Shisui responded, his prowess is on par with mine. Attempting to control him poses quite a challenge. Moreover, he is already wary of me, making it exceedingly difficult to take action. I apologize for disappointing the Dragon King. Naruto remarked, this is already quite good. Thank you for your hard work, Shisui. Uchiha Shisui shook his head in response, saying, it was no trouble at all, Dragon King. What shall be our next course of action? Naruto proclaimed, train these more than 80 individuals, and let all the members of the Guard Corps resign from their positions to focus solely on their cultivation. The Uchiha clan can afford it. Uchiha Shisui responded, understood. Naruto inquired, have you ever interacted with Itachi? Uchiha Shisui responded, the Dragon King speaks truthfully. Itachi is a double agent, his attempts at persuasion having faltered. He sought out Uchiha Itachi and engaged in several discussions, subtly intertwining Naruto's ideals into the dialogue. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained indifferent, seemingly more devoted to his village and family. Yearning solely for harmony between the two, Naruto expressed a tinge of regret, realizing that he would have to seek opportunities in the future. However, without the provocation from Shisui, he was unable to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. He remarked, for now, we must refrain from approaching him and ensure he remains unaware of our organization's existence. Uchiha Shisui replied, understood. Naruto inquired, Shisui, what was the transformation of your mental strength upon awakening the Manjiki Sharingan? In a state of urgency, Uchiha Shisui asked, Dragon King, have you encountered any issues after refining the Sharingan? His concern for Naruto was palpable. At this moment, nothing in Konoha mattered more to him than Naruto's well-being. Naruto waved his hand and said, no, Shisui, look into my eyes. As he spoke, his gaze began to shift, revealing the 6-pointed star pattern. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed, this is the Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto remarked, indeed, this is the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha shook his head and exclaimed, how is this possible? How can this be? It is unprecedented for the Sharingan to evolve while being refined by a member of its own clan. Naruto remarked, this is the very purpose of my inquiry. Based on my research regarding the Sharingan over this period, it appears that the evolution of the Sharingan requires a significant amount of mental energy. The stronger the mental fortitude, the more rapidly the Sharingan evolves. I surmise that your bloodline, when provoked by anger or fury, stimulates the growth of mental energy. My own mental strength surpasses that of many, thus upon refinement, my eyes have evolved. Naruto referred to spiritual power as soul energy, which the Uchiha clan found more acceptable. Uchiha Shisui felt as though a grand path awaited him. After a moment of reflection, he recounted, Dragon King, when my father passed away, I was filled with rage. And in that moment, I awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. In the aftermath, I did not dwell on it too much. Nor could I ascertain if that was when my spiritual power had truly grown. Naruto remarked, for instance, prior to awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, how far could you perceive? Given your frequent missions, you should be well aware. After the manifestation of the Manjiki, to what extent does your perception extend? Uchiha Shisui responded, indeed, there is a distinction. My range has certainly increased. They lack such awareness, as the evolution of their Sharingan signifies an enhancement of power and with an increase in strength. The capacity for perception naturally intensifies. Naruto remarked, how about this? I have delved into the methods of mental cultivation. You should try practicing it to see if it stimulates the evolution of the Sharingan. After all, we are in the world of Hokage, a realm of his own making. And he is unabashedly confident, knowing that no one can contradict him or unveil the truth. Uchiha Shursui, filled with joy, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dragon King." He then cautioned Naruto, "Dragon King, be mindful that excessive use of the Sharingan may lead to blindness." Naruto remarked, "This is the second matter I wish to address." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shursui felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this could be remedied. Truly, he was the Dragon King, destined to transform the world. Naruto stated, "The activation of the Sharingan is, in essence, a conduit for energy. Much like the tools we wield, be it a dagger or a shuriken, the more frequently they are employed, the more wear and tear they endure. Our visual nerves operate under a similar principle, persistently absorbing energy. Inevitably, this leads to degradation. Although our bodies possess intrinsic healing capabilities, an overload can result in gradual accumulation of damage, rendering it irreparable, and ultimately, resulting in blindness." Naruto's expressions are straightforward and accessible, easily comprehensible at first hearing. Naruto continued, "Once you cultivate your true energy and nourish your visual nerves with it, you shall not suffer from blindness. While internal energy can suffice, its effects are rather subpar." Uchiha Shursui, filled with joy, bowed to Naruto and said, "Thank you, Dragon King." Naruto stated, "Shursui, we are now members of an organization. We are brothers and sisters. Henceforth, such formalities are no longer necessary. Do you understand?" Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yes, Dragon King, I shall remember that." Uchiha Shursui then inquired about several cultivation-related questions, to which Naruto provided detailed explanations, greatly benefiting him. He resolved to return and diligently cultivate, aiming to surpass the first rank of power. Naruto would undoubtedly not forget the next step in his plan, stating, "Shursui, among the 84 individuals, are there any clansmen who can rival a J-Nin?" Shursui Uchiha replied, "What plans do you have?" Naruto proclaimed, "Indeed, in our quest for greatness and strength, we must venture forth to develop, establish a stronghold, gather orphans, and unite the common folk. Gradually, we shall expand our influence, ultimately forging a name for ourselves that will attract more souls to join our cause, thereby fortifying our strength. Only then shall we possess the power to transform the world." Uchiha Shursui, with an astute understanding, affirmed, "The Dragon King speaks wisely. Among our clan, there are 2 elite Jonin who have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. As long as we do not encounter exceedingly formidable elite Jonin, we shall possess the means for self-preservation." Naruto exclaimed, "This is quite good, excellent, Shursui. You should train it further." Uchiha Shursui replied, "All right. However, Dragon King, where do you intend to establish the base?" Naruto remarked, "The land of Tea is quite expansive, with a substantial population, yet lacking a ninja village. It is surrounded by the sea on all sides, developing quietly in the shadows. Truly, it is a remarkable place." Chapter 14. Enrollment. Naruto has once again indulged in idleness for 10 days, only to be informed that school is about to commence. Naruto was aware that his challenging days had arrived. On the day of enrollment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Naruto would attend the ninja academy alone. In order to instill a sense of reliance in him, he personally accompanied him to school. Upon seeing him, Naruto felt a wave of annoyance, yet he still managed to utter, "Grandfather Third, what brings you here in person?" To which Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, "I have come to escort young Naruto to school." Naruto said, "I can go by myself." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "You see, all the other children have their parents to accompany them. I am now your elder, your grandfather. It is only natural for a grandfather to escort his grandson." In Naruto's heart, you are the true fool, your entire family comprises fools. Young Naruto, having entered the ninja academy, must diligently train to aspire to become a formidable ninja, safeguarding the peace of Konoha, as Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed. Naruto declared, "Indeed, I shall. I am destined to become the future Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly, gently patting Naruto's head. "Naruto, touch your grandfather, begone." Under the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto swiftly entered the school, appearing to embrace the school life while, in reality, he was escaping from that old man. As Naruto stepped onto the playground, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. This was even more effective than the arrival of the Hokage. It was he, the son of the Ninetales. They must keep their distance from him, for he is a devourer of souls. What is the reason for allowing this demon fox to attend school? One can only wonder what the Hokage is thinking. Naturally, whispers and murmurs ensued, not only from the adults but also from the children, whose eyes were fixed on Naruto. Some filled with loathing, a deep-seated hatred. Among the prominent clans observing the scene, a single thought echoed in their minds. This is excessive. They were not fools. They had their suspicions regarding Naruto's identity. The Nine-Tails incident, the turmoil of the fourth Hokage, and the impending birth of his wife. All these elements combined with his blonde hair and blue eyes, along with the fox demon lore, left little room for doubt. If they could not deduce Naruto's lineage, these esteemed clans would have no reason to exist. They would deserve obliteration. However, such truths must remain concealed. Otherwise, the peace of Konoha would be shattered. Coupled with the insidious tactics of the third Hokage, one could only speculate on the number of lives that might be lost. Naruto approached the corner, finding solace in solitude. The ceremony preceding the commencement of the school year remained unchanged. The third Hokage commenced his usual diatribe, imparting the essence of the will of fire to every child, inciting waves of fervent applause. Reluctantly, Naruto found himself among those captivated by the old man's gaze, who, amidst enthusiastic shouts, proclaimed his aspirations to become Hokage, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to conclude his address with perfection. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto was subjected to a flurry of whispers, navigating through the space while others recoiled from him as if he were a venomous serpent. Naturally, this did not extend to the scions of prominent clans, such as the Inuzuka, Nara, and particularly Hinata. Upon spotting Naruto, Hinata fidgeted with her fingers, softly murmuring, "It's wonderful to see you at school, Naruto-kun." Naruto did not seek unnecessary amusement by sitting with anyone. Instead, he chose to retreat to a quiet corner, finding solace in the stillness. As he sat, a wave of irritation washed over him, accompanied by an unflattering thought, "That old dog is spying on me again." Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to the Hokage's office, keeping a watchful eye on Naruto. Due to Naruto's predicament, the area around him was sparsely populated, with the first 3 rows entirely vacant. Nara Shikamaru, observing this, felt a twinge of indignation and rose to approach Naruto. Following suit, Akimichi Choji munched on a chip and made his way over as well. Nara Shikamaru smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Nara Shikamaru." Akimichi Choji chimed in. "I am Akimichi Choji," before offering, "Would you like some chips?" Naruto rose to his feet and introduced himself, saying, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. It is a pleasure to meet you both." The manner of greeting was etched deep within his soul, still resonating with the essence of the Huang and Yin cultures. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the 2 individuals, took a puff of his cigarette, and remarked, "It is indeed time to make some friends at school." He had no intention of hindering Naruto's budding friendship with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Thus, the 2 settled beside Naruto and engaged in conversation with him, a scene that remained largely faithful to the original narrative. Naruto's spirits lifted as he considered the presence of Nara Shikamaru, a true strategist. With his assistance, many endeavors could be undertaken. It was merely a matter of whether they could forge an alliance. Shikamaru, along with Choji and Ino Yamanaka, approached, greeting the 2. However, upon noticing Naruto, Ino hesitated, swallowing her words. As they drew nearer, she whispered, "Why are you sitting with him?" Shikamaru replied, "Ino, perhaps you should find another place to sit. We shall remain here with Naruto." Ino cast a glance at Naruto, who responded with a warm smile. A shiver ran through Ino as she turned and walked away. Naruto gently shook his head. In response, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji remained silent. A hint of helplessness flickered in Nara Shikamaru's eyes, while Akimichi Choji's pace of eating chips slowed momentarily. Shortly thereafter, a young lady entered, her short pink hair and green eyes radiating a soft beauty, adorned in a red dress that evoked the delicate charm of cherry blossoms. She was none other than Haruno Sakura, one of the 3 esteemed beauties of their class. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to spot Sasuke Uchiha, pondering to himself, "Something feels amiss. Where's that second pillar? Were they not supposed to attend school together in the original tale? Perhaps my actions have altered the course of events." Indeed, he had made some changes, but not to the entirety of the narrative. Shortly after his musings, a strikingly handsome and aloof young man entered the classroom. His dashing appearance instantly captivated the gaze of a majority of the female students, with raven black hair, a crisp blue shirt, and penetrating eyes. He rendered many of them starry-eyed like enamored maidens. Among the most fervent admirers were undoubtedly Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, contemplating within himself, "This boy indeed possesses an undeniable charm, a strikingly handsome young lad." Uchiha Sasuke surveyed the surroundings before his gaze landed on Naruto and his companions. Recognizing Naruto, the individual whom many held in disdain, he approached them directly, taking a seat just a row away. Nara Shikamaru observed this development with concern. Trouble? Akimichi Choji glanced over but, finding no enticing aroma of chips, continued his fervent snacking. Sasuke's presence here was not solely due to the sparse crowd. He also harbored a curiosity about Uzumaki Naruto. The first encounter with Naruto left a profound impression on him. And he wondered why others referred to him as a demon fox. Was he truly a child of foxes? Uchiha Sasuke, however, was not one to indulge in self-introductions. Who was he? He was Uchiha Sasuke, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, far too proud to initiate conversation himself. It must be noted that the arrogance ingrained in the Uchiha lineage had seeped deeply into their very essence. Even a mere child harbored such notions, which was indeed somewhat alarming, rendering their eventual downfall rather foreseeable. As Sasuke settled in, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino quickly took their places beside him, one on each side. Sasuke was not particularly fond of this arrangement, yet his pride prevented him from uttering a single word. Sakura and Ino began to introduce themselves, attempting to engage Sasuke in conversation. Naruto said, "Fortunately, there is still a row in between." Shikamaru Nara nodded in agreement. Choji Akimichi was indulging in a frenzy of potato chips, his attention entirely consumed by them. Chapter 15. Self-Introduction. The teacher arrived. As expected, it was Irika. Upon entering the classroom, Irika's gaze instinctively fell upon Naruto. He could never forget that his parents perished tragically on that fateful night, which instilled in him a profound hatred for the Nine Tails, surpassing that of ordinary citizens. However, Naruto was merely a child. What could he possibly understand? At that time, he was oblivious to everything, and guilt could not be placed upon his young shoulders. Yet, the mere sight of him conjured memories of the Nine Tails rampage and the horrific loss of his parents, inevitably stirring a conflict within Irika that rendered him less than fond of Naruto. Irika's gaze did not escape Naruto's notice, but he refrained from returning it. Wary of drawing attention to himself, he felt a pang of sorrow for Irika, who remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Taking a deep breath, Irika tapped the desk, and the cacophony of noise fell into an immediate hush. The students, recognizing the arrival of their teacher, promptly sat up straight, awaiting his address. With a smile characteristic of a teacher, Irika began, "Children, I am your teacher, Irika. I will accompany you through the long journey of the next 6 years. In this first lesson, we shall not delve into academics. Instead, let us take a moment to get to know one another. When I call your name, please stand and share your dreams, hobbies, and so forth." Irika opened the attendance book and began with the first name, Inoue Aoi. A charming young girl, modestly shy, stood up and softly declared, "Hello everyone, my name is Inoue Aoi, and my dream is to become an elite jonin. My hobby is planting flowers and collecting nectar, as I hope more people can enjoy honey." Irika smiled. "What a beautiful dream. Please take your seat." Watanabe Okawa, a robust child, towering at about 145 meters, appeared more akin to a youth in his early teens rather than a 6 or 7-year-old, perhaps due to his ample diet. He stood up and boomed, "I am Watanabe Okawa, and my dream is to become Hokage. My hobby is food, as I wish to grow stronger." Both Naruto and Shikamaru's gazes shifted towards Choji Akimichi. When it comes to food, who could rival his enthusiasm? Choji beamed with an endearing and innocent smile. Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged a glance, both sharing a slight smile. Irika complimented them before continuing, "Hinata Hyuga." At this, the princess of the Hyuga clan timidly stood up and announced, "Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I have fulfilled my current dream." At this moment, she stole a glance at Naruto, causing her adorable and delicate face to flush a deep crimson. She continued, "My next dream is to diligently train, to protect the village, and safeguard everyone." She refrained from mentioning her hobbies, for her current passion was simply to see Naruto. A sentiment too shy to voice aloud. Naruto cast a glance, wondering if he was the subject of attention, feeling quite troubled. Irika praised, "Indeed. Hinata is an exceptionally intelligent child, setting her aspirations in stages, achieving small dreams while striving for grander ones." Sakura Haruno. She certainly attracted considerable attention, for her beauty combined with cuteness naturally drew others in. After all, the psyche in the world of Hokage matured quite early. Sakura rose and declared, "I am Sakura Haruno, and my dream is to become a formidable ninja, a great ninja like Lady Tsunade." Tsunade, a legendary figure among the three of Konoha, possessed immense strength. And even without resorting to violence, One could see her aspirations shining through. Irika nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. He continued to call out the names of several more students until he reached Shikamaru Nara. Lazily standing up, he stated, "Hello everyone, I am Shikamaru Nara. My dream is to find a tree where I can sleep undisturbed. As for my hobbies, well, I particularly enjoy sleeping and loathe troublesome matters." Irika inquired, "Is this a tradition in the Nara family?" Naruto mused to himself. Indeed, Shikamaru Nara, his words are truly extraordinary. Following him was Choji Akimichi, whose aspiration was peace and whose passion lay in gastronomy. He wished he could indulge in food every moment of every day. Irika, despite his rigidity, made the grave mistake of allowing the Inoshikacho trio to introduce themselves. When Irika laid eyes on the next name, his expression froze involuntarily. Naruto pondered within his heart. Is it my turn now? He readied himself to rise, aware that the third Hokage, a notorious voyeur, was still observing him. Truly, one could see how he had nurtured a legendary peeping pervert like Jiraiya. Even a brief moment without indulging his curiosity seemed to cause him restlessness. In the classroom, silence was palpable as every gaze turned toward the corner where he sat. After all, he was the son of the Nine Tails. Even Sasuke Uchiha slightly turned his head, intrigued to discover what made Naruto so remarkable. Naruto rose to his feet and proclaimed, "I won't be liked by everyone, so it matters not. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to ascend as the pinnacle of strength in this world, safeguarding peace." In his heart, he harbored the ambition to forge a mighty organization, to reach the summit, and to become the ultimate power of this realm, to traverse the planets and confront the Tsutsuki. Irika, upon hearing Naruto's words, "I won't be liked by everyone, for they all disdain me," felt a tremor run through his body. Suddenly, he glimpsed the life Naruto had endured and instantly severed his preconceived notions about him. After all, Naruto was the Jinchuriki. He had been but an infant at that time. What did he truly understand? Did he willingly accept the burden of the Nine Tails? The fault did not lie with Naruto, but rather with them. Their thoughts were excessively radical, misplacing their hatred upon a mere child. They were profoundly mistaken. Reflecting on the ostracism Naruto had faced over the years, Irika felt a deep sense of discomfort. He pondered whether, had he been in Naruto's position, he might have ended up like the late White Fang, unable to endure. Irika then began to applaud and said, "What a wonderful dream, Naruto. Have faith in yourself. You surely can achieve it." His affirmation of Naruto was seconded only by Hinata, who wholeheartedly believed in his potential. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed that Irika had changed, suddenly devoid of hostility towards him. Finding this rather peculiar, he smiled and said, "Indeed, I can surely do it." His rebirth was akin to a glitch in the system, thus it was entirely feasible. The third Hokage watched this scene with great satisfaction, stowing away the crystal ball, his pipe perpetually in his mouth as he took a deep drag. Sarutobi Hiruzen was destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of Hokage history. Indeed, he did leave a mark, one that was met with widespread ridicule. Chapter 16. Danzo's severed hand. Naruto's self-introduction captured the attention of both Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, who exchanged glances filled with an inexplicable light, a hint of curiosity evident in their expressions. Soon, it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn. He was the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, who was revered, while Sasuke himself harbored an obsession with his elder brother. His aspiration was to restore the Uchiha name to its former glory within the ninja world, and his fondest desire was simply to be in his brother's presence. After delivering his introduction, he did not wait for Irika to respond and promptly took his seat, exuding an air of arrogance that reflected the demeanor cultivated within the Uchiha clan. Whether it was Haruno Sakura or Yamanaka Ino, both of their eyes had taken on a dreamy, infatuated gleam. What a proud little rascal! Naruto shook his head internally, pondering that while dreams are indeed splendid, they pose a perilous threat to the Uchiha clan in the present. Were Uchiha Fugaka to hear of it, he would undoubtedly raise the alarm within the village, making it impossible to avoid suppression. As the introductions came to a close, the end of the class drew near. Irika delivered yet another speech, and just as the bell rang, the students began to exit the classroom in an orderly fashion. Naruto, though solitary, had not ventured far when Nara Shikamaru approached him, placing a hand upon his shoulder. "Naruto, where are you headed? Why not join us in a celebration?" Akimichi Choji, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a bag of chips and handed it to Naruto, exclaiming, Yes, let us feast together. Barbecue is delightful. It is my utmost favorite." Naruto smiled and said, "There's no need for that. If I go, it would only prevent you from entering the barbecue restaurant and enjoying your lunch. This was the truth. If they wished to dine together, it might take a few more years, and the possibility seemed to fade with time. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, while Akimichi Choji halted his movements, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Naruto. A trace of sadness evident in his expression. Naruto suddenly suggested, "How about we venture outside the village to catch some fish and shrimp for a picnic?" The two companions expressed their delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful." The trio then walked side by side towards the school exit. Uchiha Sasuke, observing this, wished to join them, disregarding the presence of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino behind him. Just then, a voice called out, "Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke smiled and replied, "Brother?" Prioritizing Naruto's company over his own brother, he dashed forward and grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha Itachi, holding his younger brother's hand, smiled kindly and inquired, "How was your first day at school, Sasuke?" Uchiha Sasuke responded, "It was quite good." "Brother, do you know about Naruto Uzumaki?" Uchiha Itachi replied, "Yes, I know a bit." Uchiha Sasuke then asked, "Brother, do you know why everyone refers to him as the son of the Nine Tails?" Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment and said, "Well, if you wish to know, you must awaken your Sharingan, and then I shall tell you." Uchiha Sasuke resolutely stated, "All right." A contemplative look flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino felt a tinge of disappointment, regretting that they could not accompany Uchiha Sasuke any further. Naruto and his companions are significant individuals, and this time, the Umbu comprises an unusual assembly of 9 members. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Naruto declared, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall go catch some fish." He performed the shadow clone technique, and 3 clones descended into the water, commencing their quest for fish. This was not a location he frequented often. The places he usually visited had been thoroughly explored, necessitating a new source. Here, the availability was scarce, yet before long, Naruto had successfully captured 7 or 8 fish, alongside a collection of shrimp and shellfish, sufficient to sustain the 3 of them. As a fire was kindled, Naruto began to grill the fish and shrimp. Observing Naruto's adept techniques, Choji remarked, "Naruto, you truly are remarkable." Naruto exuberantly declared, "What is the big deal? If you do it enough times, you'll master it. Practice makes perfect." After nearly an hour, the dish was finally ready, enhanced by Naruto's soul seasoning, resulting in an exquisite flavor that could make anyone salivate at just the aroma. Nara Shikamaru remarked, "Naruto, you are truly remarkable." Akimichi Choji, savoring the shrimp, remained silent. Each bite was a divine experience, and indulging in such delicacies was the utmost respect for Naruto's culinary skills. In the shadows, Uchiha Shisui visited Danzo. He had been reluctant to come, as Danzo's sordid nature repulsed him. "Shisui, it's been a while since your last visit," Danzo said coldly. Shisui responded calmly, "Indeed." Danzo inquired, "Did you thwart the Uchiha clan's rebellion with the Kotoama Tsukumi?" Shisui nodded affirmatively. Danzo continued, "Have you considered that even if you halted the rebellion, the discord between your kin in existence remains? What will you do about it?" Shisui replied, "Then I shall choose another path." He had already decided on the path of the Dragon King, for only the Dragon King could lead everyone toward the light. This was not the answer Danzo desired. His tone turned icy as he asked, "What path?" Shisui responded with calm assurance, "That is of no concern to you, Danzo." His strength had grown significantly since their last encounter, bolstering his confidence. In that moment, Danzo realized a shift had occurred. Shisui, emboldened, dared to speak to him in such a manner, no longer the Uchiha Shisui of old. Danzo warned, "Shisui, do not forget you are a member of the Umbu." The Umbu was divided into 2 factions, one directly led by the Hokage and the other by Danzo himself. Shisui, as an Umbu member, typically followed the Hokage's orders. But Danzo, as a subordinate leader, held the authority to command Shisui. Shisui stated, "That is the purpose of my visit today. I wish to withdraw from the Umbu." Danzo's gaze turned menacing as he replied, "Uchiha Shisui, you are courting death. This is not merely the Umbu." With that, he reached out to seize Shisui's eyes. Anticipating Danzo's move, Shisui had already prepared himself and sensed the presence of numerous root members surrounding them. Without hesitation, he drew the blade from his back and swiftly struck Danzo's arm, severing it entirely. Danzo was taken aback by Shisui's resolute attitude, having lost his hand without any courtesy. Suddenly, dozens of Chunin and Jonin appeared. Undeterred, Shisui activated his Sharingan, gathering a vibrant green chakra that formed a majestic shape behind him. The Susanoo emerged. exuding an imposing aura as he coldly declared, "Those who wish to live, step aside." By the riverbank, Naruto and his companions sensed the unfolding events. Naruto squinted his eyes and remarked, "This is the presence of Shursui. Who has provoked him? Could it be Danzo?" He felt little concern, after all, in the original story. Even with one eye lost, Shursui managed to escape. Now, the more powerful Shursui would certainly not be hindered by Danzo, and even with the addition of Root, victory would elude him. Nara Shikamada interjected, "A battle? Is someone invading the village? Let us investigate." However, before the trio could take action, two members of the Umbu appeared and stated, "Young Master Shikamaru, Young Master Choji, Naruto, the village will handle this matter. You should return swiftly." Reluctantly, the three turned back. Though Naruto had anticipated this outcome, had they been allowed to proceed, it would not have been the Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 17, The Desire for Memory Extraction. Danzo's silence, a formidable aura triggered waves of energy, permeating Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognized as one of the strongest, sensed it immediately, his expression solemn. This was the strength of a Hokage-level expert, prompting him to summon the Umbu and inquire, "What has transpired?" Kakashi appeared, shaking his head, unclear. Sarutobi commanded gravely, "Investigate thoroughly." Understood. Kakashi and his team swiftly departed. The current Uchiha Shursui was not the same self-sacrificing figure from the original tale. Armed with Naruto's warning, if Danzo could ambush him now, it would indeed be a miracle. Uchiha Shursui coldly addressed Danzo, "So, you wish to take my eyes? You are indeed researching Izanagi. Old fool, it seems you are also studying Lord Hashirama's remains. One day, I will uncover your underground laboratory and expose your vile nature." Danzo, taken aback, realized this was classified information. No one had ever emerged from the dark depths of that underground chamber. "What else do you know?" he demanded. Shursui replied, "That is of no concern to you. I am leaving now. Will you attempt to stop me? I would not mind severing some of your roots." From his conversation with Naruto, he was aware that Root had committed many heinous acts, and thus held no fondness for them. In truth, Shursui yearned for a grand confrontation. Yet he was alone, and exhausting his chakra here would make escape difficult. Observing the verdant Susanoo surrounding Shursui, Danzo understood that he had failed today, especially having lost an arm. He had no hope of intercepting Uchiha Shursui and coldly commanded, "Let him go." The gathering dispersed, and Uchiha Shursui dissipated his Susanoo, departing unrestrained. Reminding himself, now is not the time. That was Susanoo. In the distance, Kakashi caught sight of a towering, emerald green figure, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He was well aware of the formidable power of the Susanoo. Generally, its activation required the prowess of elite jonin. In an instant, the figure dissipated, prompting him and the Umbu to hasten towards the scene to uncover the truth. After sprinting a few hundred meters, they encountered Uchiha Shursui approaching swiftly. Kakashi called out, "Uchiha Shursui." Shursui responded, "Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi inquired, "What transpired just now? Did you activate the Susanoo?" Shursui replied, "Indeed. Danzo sought to seize my eyes, and naturally, I could not allow that, leading to a confrontation where I activated the Susanoo to intimidate him." This revelation exceeded Kakashi's understanding, prompting him to suggest, "You should explain this to Lord Hokage. Such matters were best left for the Hokage to adjudicate." Shursui agreed, "Very well." He had already devised a strategy and harbored no fear, recognizing that the fault lay squarely with Danzo for his unreasonable actions. Kakashi instructed the two individuals behind him, "You two escort Shursui to the Hokage, while I go to summon Lord Danzo." Understood. With such commotion, the elder council member, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Yaiba naturally arrived at the scene. Having received no answers from Sarutobi Hiruzen, they remained seated, awaiting news from the Umbu. Upon Shursui's entrance into the office, the group was filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled something and asked, "Shursui, was that disturbance caused by you?" Shursui candidly acknowledged, "It was indeed me." He did not shy away from the truth. A flicker of wariness crossed Hiruzen's eyes. He had not anticipated Shursui's rapid growth to such an impressive strength. Now on par with that of a Kage. Hiruzen pressed, "What exactly occurred?" Shursui replied, "That is a matter best left for Danzo to explain." Mito Yaiba interjected, "Young Uchiha, you ought to address him as Lord." He was clearly displeased with Shursui's choice of address, insisting on proper respect. Shursui glanced at him and retorted, "Respect is earned, and he is not worthy. I shall address that matter later." Having discerned the true nature of these supposed esteemed elders, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Mito Yaiba admonished, "Young man, do you realize whom you were speaking to?" Shisui answered defiantly, "I am aware, and what of it?" This exchange provoked Hiruzen's displeasure. As he cautioned, "Shisui, do not be so disrespectful." Nara Shikaku added, "Indeed, young Uchiha, Danzo is still your elder. You ought to conduct yourself with more decorum." Shisui countered, "Is an elder who seeks to rob me of my eyes deserving of respect?" Uchiha Shisui, do not speak so recklessly. Tobirama Senju and Kakashi entered, fury blazing in his left eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minyan all rose upon seeing the disarmed Tobirama. Hiruzen inquired, "Tobirama, what has transpired?" Tobirama snarled, "It is none other than that malevolent Uchiha brat." Uchiha Shisui interjected, "Enough, Tobirama. There is no need for superfluous words. Words alone bear no evidence. Is there not a soul extractor? Let us examine your memories, to ascertain whether you sought to seize my eyes, to study the Izanagi of my Uchiha clan, to probe into the remains of Lord Hashirama. It will be evident." Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned toward Tobirama. Shisui's assertion implied he had uncovered something significant, emboldening him to speak so boldly. Tobirama was taken aback by Shisui's audacity, momentarily paralyzed. Would he dare to extract souls? Certainly not, for doing so would expose all his transgressions, including his collusion with Orochimaru. Shisui met Tobirama's gaze fearlessly, as if to say, "Old dog, what now?" The room was filled with perceptive minds, all aware of the underlying schemes, recognizing that Tobirama had gravely misstepped this time. Hiruzen spoke gravely, "Let this matter rest. You may all depart." Kakashi, expressionless, turned and left, his gaze momentarily heavy, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Hiruzen then addressed Shisui, "Shisui, I will handle Tobirama's transgressions with utmost seriousness and apologize for his recklessness." Recklessness? Hearing this term, Shisui felt an urge to laugh. The attempt to seize his eyes was merely reckless, a rather absurd notion. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply replied, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." To him, the title of Hokage had become a relic of the past. In his heart, only the Dragon King remained. Exiting the Hokage's office, he encountered Kakashi. Shisui narrowed his eyes, hastening forward to whisper, "Kakashi, by the lakeside cliff." Chapter 18. Shisui and Itachi part ways in the Hokage's office. Only Hiruzen and Tobirama remained. As Tsunade and Mito Minyan had departed, what followed was a moment fraught with tension between the two. Hiruzen exclaimed, "Tobirama, what are you doing?" He had come to understand that Danzo was undoubtedly conducting experiments on the corpse of the late Hashirama Senju, already having disturbed the remains. Should this information escape, it would be utterly humiliating for the higher-ups of Konoha, not only diminishing their prestige, but also inviting ridicule from other villages, and potentially inciting the wrath of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, which might even obstruct Konoha's interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Danzo well, and Danzo was equally aware of Hiruzen's insight. Danzo realized that he had been exposed, with no possibility of concealment left. Uchiha Shisui's detestable actions had left him with no escape. Danzo coldly asserted, "I merely wish for Konoha to reign supreme in the ninja world. If Konoha were to produce another Hashirama, who could possibly stand against us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a stern demeanor, his eyes ablaze with anger, responding, "So you have desecrated the remains of our esteemed Hokage predecessors?" Danzo retorted, "Hashirama is the god of ninjas." The two engaged in a tumultuous exchange, neither yielding to the other. However, Hiruzen, now the Hokage, decisively stripped Danzo of his position, forbidding him from participating in any duties and demanding he reflect on his actions. In response, Danzo coldly remarked, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Without my roots, Konoha will wither like a great tree, destined for demise." This provoked Hiruzen into another fierce outburst, as chakra surged throughout the office, the tension palpable as if a battle were imminent. This incident marked the conclusion of their confrontation. As for the punishment, Danzo had his own loyal followers. His absence was not a significant concern, for he could still orchestrate events through his own men. Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing of this reprimand, revealed a cold smile. Fortunately, he had long since lost faith in Konoha, but the Dragon King offered him a glimmer of redemption. That night, the stars adorned the sky. At the lakeside behind the Uchiha clan, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle murmur of flowing water. It was a rare, splendid night. Uchiha Shisui stood at the cliff's edge, awaiting Kakashi, confident that Kakashi would come, if not today, then at some point in the future. However, it was not Kakashi who arrived, but rather Uchiha Itachi. Shirsui's mood lifted as he greeted, Itachi, you've come. Itachi inquired, Brother Shirsui, why have you done this? Shirsui's eyes flickered slightly as he replied, What do you mean, Itachi? Itachi pressed further, Why did you harm Lord Danzo? Are you not aware that such actions push our entire clan into opposition against the village? His thoughts remained focused on fostering harmony between their clan and the village. Shirsui felt a twinge of disappointment towards Itachi, stating, So, Itachi, are you suggesting that as long as it brings peace between the village and the clan, any sacrifice is justified? Without hesitation, Itachi nodded in affirmation, Indeed. Shirsui then asked, Including my eyes? In that moment, Uchiha Itachi did not concur. He understood the preciousness of his brother Shirsui's eyes, which wielded immense deterrent power for both their clan and Konoha. Itachi remarked, But why must you harm Lord Danzo when you can simply thwart him? Uchiha Shirsui replied, The thief has revealed his fangs. Is merely stopping him truly sufficient? Itachi fell silent, for with Danzo's nature, a first offense would surely lead to a second, and he would undoubtedly seek a way to acquire the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Shirsui stated, You are well aware of that old dog's temperament. Since he has struck, I shall deliver him a resounding blow. After a considerable pause, Itachi finally spoke. Brother Shirsui, you have changed. You feel so unfamiliar. You are no longer the Shirsui I once knew. Shirsui responded, Indeed, I have transformed. I have come to see many truths about this village of Konoha, about the Hokage, and about the Council of Elders. Itachi inquired, But why, Brother Shirsui? Shirsui retorted, What do you mean by why? Itachi pressed on, Why do you betray the village, betray our family? Shirsui narrowed his eyes and said, Who told you I betrayed the village? Ah, it seems the Hokage's brainwashing is quite effective. He must have sent you to test me, hasn't he? Itachi, you truly disappoint me. Itachi's heart ached. He could not comprehend why the revered Shirsui had transformed into such a stranger. Overcome with a manic laughter, he appeared somewhat deranged. At that moment, Itachi's eyes began to shift, evolving from the 3-tomo Sharingan to a vivid crimson with rippling patterns and 9-tomo. One cannot overlook the world's restorative power, which enabled Uchiha Itachi to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Observing this, Shirsui remarked, Itachi, congratulations on unlocking your Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi declared, From now on, I shall keep a close watch on you. Should you harm Konoha or our clan, I will stop you. Shirsui replied, Do as you wish. Anyone who threatens my family will face my intervention. Itachi cast a deep glance at Shirsui before turning away, and the two departed in discord. With their ideologies altered, their rift emerged. Shirsui's spirit had ascended. In his eyes, Konoha was but stagnant water, while Itachi held deep respect for the Hokage. Viewing criticism of him as a personal affront, Shirsui sat somewhat lonely at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the clear moon, momentarily lost in thought. No matter how dark the world may be, there would always be sunlight and moonlight. Meanwhile, Itachi stealthily arrived at the Hokage's office, where Hiruzen Sarutobi awaited him. Itachi. What news? Sarutobi inquired eagerly. Itachi responded, Lord Hokage, Shirsui harbors no intent of rebellion. He is merely troubled by injustice. Sarutobi sighed with relief, saying, That is good to hear. Konoha, in its current state, cannot withstand much turmoil, especially not from a master like Shirsui, a 13-year-old prodigy of the highest caliber, whose future holds infinite possibilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, Itachi, during this time, many members of your clan have withdrawn from the security department. What is the reason behind this? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi replied, It is Shirsui. He encouraged those individuals to leave the security department to focus on their training and learn ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, speaking with a grave tone, Itachi, this is quite perilous. Uchiha Itachi reassured him, Do not worry, Hokage-sama. I will keep a close watch on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, However, Itachi, Shirsui is currently. Uchiha Itachi interjected, The Hokage remains calm. I have already awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's eyes shifted, revealing a crimson and otherworldly allure. Chapter 19, Can I Trust You? In light of such significant events, Naruto naturally found a moment to meet with Uchiha Shirsui. His first question upon their meeting was, Shirsui, is it true that Danzo, that old dog, intends to steal your eyes? Uchiha Shirsui affirmed, Indeed, that old dog is plotting to ambush me. Fortunately, thanks to Ri's warning, I was able to prepare in advance. Naruto cautioned, However, Shirsui, you must exercise caution. Danzo will not miss any opportunity. Shirsui Uchiha replied, Indeed, rest assured, Lord Dragon King. I shall guard against that old dog. Should he approach again, I will sever his head. Naturally, he remained vigilant. The only individuals worthy of his trust were the Dragon King and those family members whose wills had been altered through the use of Kotoame Tsukumi. Anyone else seeking to draw near him harbored ulterior motives. Shursui Uchiha inquired, Dragon King, may I bring Kakashi over? I am well aware of Kakashi's capabilities. Should we win him over, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon to our organization. Naruto remarked, if we could bring him over. It would undoubtedly be a fortunate turn of events. However, it poses quite a challenge. Although the demise of the White Fang of Konoha has profoundly impacted Kakashi, his heart remains steadfastly loyal to Konoha, making it a formidable task to win him over. Nevertheless, we can certainly attempt it. If it proves unfeasible, we shall reassess our approach. Uchiha Shursui responded, indeed, Dragon King. Recalling Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui added, Dragon King, Itachi has awakened his eyes. Naruto, the kaleidoscope? Uchiha Shursui nodded. Indeed, it appears that due to my transformation, he has been unable to break through his inner defenses, thus awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naruto contemplated within himself, despite everything remaining unchanged, the power of this world is indeed formidable. It has the ability to restore itself, influenced as it is by Shursui. Moreover, the fact that Itachi Uchiha cannot be swayed may well be an indication that he is destined to fulfill his own mission. What else could this mission entail but the fateful night of the massacre, aiding the final incarnation of Indra to emerge into the world? Naruto remarked, Shursui, it seems you must exercise greater caution in your future endeavors, especially concerning the guardianship of your people. The Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan is exceedingly potent. Do not let any secrets slip. Shursui nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After a brief exchange on cultivation, Uchiha Shursui took his leave. While Naruto murmured to himself, the night of the Uchiha massacre, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, what justifications will you conjure? Half a month elapsed. Danzo was ousted from his position. Yet he remained industrious, the humiliation of his severed hand still fresh in his memory. He covertly dispatched agents to spread rumors, all detrimental to the Uchiha clan. One day, as Naruto passed by a small eatery, he overheard a conversation. Did you hear? The Uchiha clan is plotting to betray the village. That is preposterous. The Uchiha have been loyal to the village since the end of the Warring States period. Even if they are ruthless, they would never turn against the village. Impossible? Do you know how Yamada Yumeda's end? How does that relate to the Uchiha? It has everything to do with them. It was the Uchiha who leaked the secrets, leading to his demise. He essentially perished at their hands. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled faintly, murmuring to himself. So that's it. He understood that the method employed against the Uchiha clan would mirror that used against Konoha's White Fang. In this regard, one could not deny Danzo's cunning. By manipulating public opinion, he incited discord between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. Any misstep by the Uchiha would be magnified, framing them as malevolent and deserving of extermination. Once this notion took root in the hearts of the people, Konoha would inevitably take action. Ninetales, begone. We do not welcome you in our establishment. While Naruto was lost in thought, the owner of the eatery, mistaking him for a patron, issued the command. The other diners ceased their discussions, turning their gaze toward Naruto, their eyes suddenly filled with animosity. Naruto remained silent, just as he was about to depart. A voice resonated. Enough of this. You all. Naruto turned his head, and the newcomer was none other than Iruka. Upon seeing Iruka, the crowd fell silent. For he was indeed a distinguished ninja. Iruka inquired, Naruto, would you like to have a meal? It is my treat. Naruto shook his head and replied, thank you, Iruka-sensei. But I am not hungry at the moment. With that, he quietly departed, leaving behind a group of oblivious individuals. Iruka turned to the patrons of the small eatery and stated, I hope you will refrain from speaking about Naruto in the future. Faced with the formidable prowess of the ninja, the crowd complied, murmuring in unison, yes, yes, esteemed sir, we shall be mindful henceforth. Yet, it was understood that when he was absent, such discussions could resume. Time swiftly passed, leading to the end of the 54th year in Konoha, and indeed, the objectives set by Danzo had come to fruition. The Uchiha clan increasingly found themselves in confrontations with the villagers in the streets, their transgressions accumulating repeatedly. While the resentment harbored by the Uchiha clan continued to swell, awaiting the moment of eruption. Beside Naruto, there stood an additional figure, none other than Hinata. Every time Naruto attends class, she blushes and quietly greets her peers, her bashful demeanor utterly endearing. Today, Yet another tedious theoretical lesson unfolds. Naruto exchanges a glance with Shikamaru and Choji, leaving behind a shadow clone, and the three of them seamlessly skip class. The act of truancy has become second nature to them as they exit the classroom and scale the wall with fluid grace. Upon descending the wall, Naruto furrows her brow slightly, pondering, why is she here? Indeed, trailing behind them is a petite figure, clad in purple and possessing blue hair. It is none other than Hinata. This time, under Naruto's guidance, the trio lingers a bit longer to wait for Hinata. They arrive at their clandestine training ground within the forest. Over the past few months, influenced by Naruto, both Shikamaru and Choji have significantly enhanced their abilities, now reaching the level of a lower ninja. With provisions in hand, they prepare for a hearty feast before commencing their training. At that moment, Naruto exclaims, Hinata, you may come out now. Shikamaru and Choji exchange looks, and soon they hear a gentle rustling from the woods, revealing Hinata, her cheeks flushed, shyly greeting, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun. Shikamaru remarks, Hinata, are you really joining us in skipping class? Aren't you afraid of being caught by Irika-sensei? Hinata cautiously replies, not at all. Choji adds, Hinata, come over and eat with us. I assure you, Naruto's cooking is truly exceptional. Gaining confidence, Hinata responds, okay. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observes the four adorable youths with a smile, putting away his crystal ball. Naruto's current state is promising, and his goals seem to be fulfilled. Once the meal is prepared, the four begin to feast, during which Naruto suddenly declares, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, can I trust you? In front of them, Naruto contemplates revealing a secret, hoping to include them in the training regimen and encourage their growth. Shikamaru, somewhat puzzled, responds, Naruto, you are our friend, of course. You can trust us. Choji, munching on fish, adds, yes, Naruto, we are friends and our bond is paramount. We would never betray you. Hinata, though timid, firmly states, I would never betray Naruto-kun. Her voice, though soft, resonates with conviction. Naruto said, I have some secrets. You are my friends, and I do not wish to deceive you. However, I ask that you keep them confidential. Shikamaru replied solemnly, of course. Choji and Hinata also assured him, vowing that they would never betray Naruto or reveal even the slightest secret. Naruto proclaimed, my strength transcends that of a mere genin. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the Rasengan began to take shape within his grasp. He hurled it forth, and it erupted violently, creating a massive crater in the distant mountains, no less than 10 meters wide. This was not the true Rasengan. It was merely a small orb fashioned from the tailed beast chakra. However, Naruto was confident that if he were to unleash the full-tailed beast ball, it would bring the hidden leaf village to its knees. Hiss. Shikamaru and Choji gasped in astonishment. Such destructive power could only be likened to that of a peak chunin. Hinata exclaimed, Naruto-kun, you are incredible. Her heart was devoid of any other thoughts, solely filled with joy for Naruto's prowess. Yet, the display was not over. Naruto picked up a leaf and said, do you see the little dragonfly on the stone behind me? The three turned their gazes in unison and nodded. Naruto suddenly hurled the leaf with great force. In that instant, the leaf transcended its ordinary nature, transforming into a lethal blade. With a sharp sound, the leaf struck the dragonfly with pinpoint accuracy, embedding itself into the stone. Shikamaru's pupils contracted. This was no ordinary leaf, but rather a formidable weapon, and to penetrate the stone required immense strength. Naruto declared, this is my current strength. Yet in his heart, he mused, not even a fraction of 1%. He turned to Shikamaru and inquired, Shikamaru, with your keen perception, what are your thoughts on the present atmosphere in Konoha? Shikamaru replied succinctly, the Uchiha and the village. Sigh. Naruto nodded and said, indeed. The discord between our village and the Uchiha clan has escalated to a critical point, akin to an inferno. Therefore, we must fortify ourselves and cultivate our strength to ensure our safety. Choji inquired, but Naruto, even if turmoil arises between the village and the Uchiha clan, it will not. Naruto remarked, Choji, you are mistaken. Shikamaru also nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement. Hinata, with her pure eyes, gazed at Naruto, eager to hear his perspective. Naruto continued, stating that Konoha is the foremost village in the ninja world, renowned for its unparalleled strength, attributed to several prominent clans and the legendary three ninjas. Among these clans, the Uchiha clan undoubtedly serves as Konoha's sharpest blade, a presence that instills trepidation across the ninja realm. Without the Uchiha clan's formidable deterrence, one can only imagine the attitudes of the other villages. Furthermore, The defection of Orochimaru has dealt a significant blow to Konoha. Shikamada remarked that should the village engage in conflict with the Uchiha clan, its strength would inevitably wane, akin to a tiger missing a tooth, losing much of its intimidating prowess. Naruto nodded and continued, the land of fire boasts the most fertile soil within the ninja world. Surely, you can imagine that other nations would covet such a treasure? It is conceivable that, when that time arrives, chaos and war will inevitably ensue. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tsunade and Jiraiya's return, which quelled the ambitions of many nefarious individuals, coupled with Itachi Uchiha's efforts to relay critical information, the flames of conflict would likely have already engulfed the land of fire. Shikamaru remarked, on the surface, there may be an appearance of peace, yet behind the scenes, various conspiracies are bound to unfold. Naruto remarked, thus, we must dedicate ourselves to training with greater fervor, striving to attain the strength necessary to safeguard ourselves and those we wish to protect before graduation. Choji responded, indeed, training. With that, he resumed his meal, while Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru ate at a leisurely pace. Choji, however, maintained his rapid pace throughout. Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, would you be willing to teach me how to train? Naruto smiled and replied, of course. Consider it a reward for your eyes. As for feelings of guilt, he truly felt none. The King of Hell was simply that kind of person. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, thank you, Naruto-kun. Observing her delight, Naruto, with a demeanor akin to that of an adult, gently stroked her hair. Ding! Hinata's body went rigid, her face flushed to the point of nearly bursting, and a singular thought raced through her mind. Naruto-kun touched my head. His hand is so warm. She then fainted on the spot, and had it not been for Naruto's support, she would have collapsed to the ground. In response, Naruto felt a twinge of exasperation. This situation had complicated his relationship with the Hyuga clan. Should the matter of the Byakugan slip out, they would surely become adversaries. Naruto placed Hinata beneath a tree, leaning against its trunk, and shook his head, pondering, one step at a time. Should the Hyuga clan seek vengeance, I shall grant them 3 opportunities, whoever they may be. They can return and spare their lives. However, if they persist beyond 3 times, there shall be no further mercy. Choji inquired, why did Hinata faint? This fellow, whose gaze was solely fixed on food, naturally failed to perceive Hinata's feelings for Naruto. Shikamaru remarked, well, how should I put it? Let's stick to eating meat. Choji replied, yes, meat. Shikamaru continued, Choji, have you devoured all the meat? Choji responded, it was delicious, so of course I ate more. Shikamaru retorted, but you could have left some for us. Look, you've eaten it all. Choji defended, I didn't think I consumed that much. The two began to frantically compete for food, leaving Naruto speechless. How could Shikamaru compete with a glutton like Choji? After the meal, Hinata regained consciousness, and the 4 commenced their training. Naruto imparted ordinary body-refining techniques and chakra control methods to them, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of discretion, to which they all readily agreed. Upon observing Hinata's gentle fist and palm techniques, Naruto decided to teach her Tai Chi, assuring her that mastering its essence would easily surpass her current abilities. Hinata felt immense joy. Naruto not only guided her training but also shared martial arts with her, far surpassing the experiences of Shikamaru and Choji. The 4 continued their training until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they departed the base. Hinata and Choji returned home, one secretly training while the other fell into a deep slumber. Only Shikamaru found himself restless, Naruto's words echoing in his mind. Eventually, he rose and knocked on his father's door. Nara Shikaku opened the door, looking somewhat puzzled. Shikamaru, is something the matter? Shikamaru replied, Father, I wish to speak with you. Sensing the weight in his son's tone, Shikaku understood that the matter was serious and said, very well, let us go to the study. Chapter 21. Kakashi's appointment. The father and son took their seats, and Nara Shikaku asked, Shikamaru, what concerns you? Shikamaru, who often shied away from complications and felt indifferent towards most matters, had always been quite astute, after all. He had once exchanged a victory for a wife at the tender age of over 10. Shikamaru stated, the Uchiha clan and the village. Shikaku's demeanor immediately turned serious, and Shikamaru could sense it. How could he not? Shikaku remarked, Shikamaru, you truly are my son. You can perceive such things. Shikamaru replied, it is not just me. Shikaku asked, who else? Shikamaru said, that is not important. Father, can we not mediate this? Shikaku nodded. There is no room for mediation. It is a matter of irreconcilable conflict. Everything was observed by Nara Shikaku. The methods employed by Konoha were insidious and vile. compelling the Uchiha clan into a corner where future conflicts would only multiply. Nara Shikamaru inquired, "Who will strike first?" Nara Shikaku replied, "Konoha." Shikamaru remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Father, did the Uchiha clan truly commit those acts? Did they really?" "Of course not. If they had, the proud Uchiha would naturally admit it. However, how should I respond? How can I answer when Konoha's reputation is in question in my son's eyes?" Shikamaru stated, "Father, no need to elaborate. I understand." Nara Shikaku sighed. Recognizing that his son was quite astute, he could deduce a great deal from the slightest pause. Shikamaru posed one final question. "Father, who exactly is Naruto Uzumaki?" Nara Shikaku's expression grew more solemn. This was a closely guarded secret of Konoha. To many, it was transparent. Simply referring to him as the Nine Tails indicated that there was nothing in this world that could instill fear like the Nine Tails. While ostensibly protecting Naruto, any perceptive ninja village could surmise that he was the host of the Nine Tails. What protection could there be? Shikamaru continued, "Is Naruto's identity particularly special?" Nara Shikaku affirmed, "Indeed, it is quite special. After all, he is Konoha's weapon of war. How could he not be special?" Shikamaru gazed intently at his father, seeking further clarification. Nara Shikaku sighed and retrieved a photograph of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stating, "You know him, don't you?" Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "The fourth." Nara Shikaku smiled faintly. "He is bright and warm, isn't he? His hair is yellow too." Naturally, Shikamaru had never met the fourth. Whether he was bright or warm was beyond his knowledge. But he could certainly see the hair was yellow. Shikamaru stood up and asked, "Father, could it be that Naruto is?" Nara Shikaku nodded and replied, "Son, there are some matters you need not know just yet. Focus on your training and enjoy your time." Subsequently, the father and son ceased their conversation, each bearing a heavy heart as they drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha's back mountain by the lakeside, Shursui Uchiha continued to wait, never giving up, even into the late hours of the night. At a certain moment, the flow of chakra quickened, and Shursui revealed a faint smile, saying, "Kakashi Hitaki, you have finally arrived." Soon, a figure appeared on the cliff, half of his face concealed. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi inquired, "Shursui Uchiha, you summoned me. What is your purpose?" Shursui responded with words he had learned from Naruto. "Let us chat, shall we? This is indeed a formidable elite ninja, possessing extraordinary ninjutsu, and he harbors hopes of enlisting him." Kakashi inquired, "What would you like to discuss?" His mind remained ever vigilant towards Uchiha Shursui, whose strength was undeniably formidable, a master of the shadow level. Shursui asked, "Kakashi, you must be quite aware of the current situation." Kakashi's nerves tightened, his entire being on high alert as he responded, "You intend to make a move." He assumed a defensive posture, readying himself for battle. Shursui replied, "It is not arrogance. Kakashi, if I wished to engage, you would have no opportunity for resistance." With a single eye rotating, it ultimately manifested like a spinning shuriken. Kakashi exclaimed, This is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan." Shursui closed his eye and nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Naruto's conjecture was not erroneous, indeed. The evolution of the Sharingan is contingent upon mental fortitude, and the bloodline of the Uchiha clan undeniably stimulates the augmentation of such power. Presently, within the organization, there are more than just him among the Uchiha who possess the Mangeki Sharingan. Shursui reiterated, "Kakashi, I hope this remains confidential." Kakashi nodded, understood. This request he agreed to, as it was imperative. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan could erase his memories, rendering it unnecessary for such an event to transpire. Shursui acknowledged with a nod and returned to his original inquiry, stating, "You have misconstrued my intent. I am inquiring about the Uchiha clan's position in relation to the current state of Konoha." Kakashi replied, "It is akin to a clash of water and fire." Shursui asked, "Kakashi, how does this scene resonate with you? Does it not feel remarkably familiar?" Kakashi responded, "What do you mean?" Shursui elaborated, "When the esteemed Tsukumo Hitaki perished, it was a significant regret. I had not yet been born, yet I am well acquainted with his legacy. He was an extraordinary genius ninja, wielding a chakra blade that radiated white light, revered as the White Fang of Konoha. His prowess echoed across the nations. Even the legendary Sannin held him in high regard. He undertook 256 D-rank missions, 384 C-rank missions, 266 B-rank missions, 123 A-rank missions, and 27 S-rank missions. His achievements were remarkable, yet he sacrificed his mission for the sake of his comrades. Is that truly a fault? Kakashi fell silent. His father's demise would forever remain a wound in his heart. Shursui continued. With Tsukumo Hataki's esteemed reputation, he would undoubtedly have been a candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. One could assert that had he not met his untimely end, the role of fourth Hokage would have been firmly within his grasp. Yet, why is it that for a minor task, the entirety of Konoha condemned him? To refuse to abandon any comrade rendered him a pariah. Is there any semblance of justice in that? Conversely, had he chosen to forsake his comrades and complete the mission, would that have been deemed right? Would the villagers' reproach have diminished with even a whisper of information leaked? A cold-hearted individual, who relinquished his comrades for the sake of his own unblemished record, would surely bear such accusations. Much like our clan today, what once were minor disputes have now escalated into unfounded accusations. The pride of the Uchiha clan. Once actions are taken, cannot be denied. Would you not agree, Kakashi-senpai? Chapter 22. Sowing the seeds. At this moment, Kakashi found himself unsettled. Previously, he had been languid and indifferent, rarely contemplating such matters. However, the words spoken stirred a tempest within him, causing a cascade of memories to surface. The villager's accusations against his father loomed large, escalating to the point where his father was deemed a criminal, one destined for execution, paraded before the masses. Shursui paused, allowing Kakashi the space to gather his thoughts and regain his composure before proceeding. After a considerable time, Kakashi sank into a state of despondency, his eyes reflecting a certain emptiness. Shursui seized the moment to continue. Kakashi, let us discuss your mentor, the illustrious Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. A man of remarkable tolerance and kindness, he was not just a genius ninja but also a commoner, lacking the support of esteemed clans like the Hatake or the Uchiha. Through sheer determination, he forged his path and ascended to the role of Hokage, earning the villagers' admiration. Yet, was his position truly secured solely by these merits? Kakashi, momentarily swayed by Shurzui's discourse, turned his gaze towards him. Shursui continued. In essence, during the fourth Hokage's tenure, how much control did he genuinely exert over the Umbu and Root? Would they heed his commands without question? Kakashi understood this all too well, as he was part of the Umbu. Though he felt joy at his mentor's promotion to Hokage, he recognized that many matters were first presented to the third Hokage for review before reaching his mentor's decision. If the third Hokage disapproved, discussions would ensue with Minato. Initially, Kakashi believed the third Hokage was grooming the fourth for leadership. However, it became evident that the third had never relinquished power. He had not fully entrusted the Hokage's authority to Minato upon his abdication. Did he truly wish to step down and surrender his grip on power? The realization struck Kakashi. His mentor was indeed a pawn, devoid of familial support or a prestigious background, chosen for ease of manipulation. This thought prompted Kakashi to shake his head in derision. How tragically absurd was Konoha. Shurzui's eyes glimmered with a newfound light, sensing that he had successfully planted the seeds of doubt within Kakashi's mind, which would one day flourish. Nevertheless, he was not finished with Kakashi. He continued, Kakashi, in the world of ninjas, we are all aware that the tailed beasts are sealed within their hosts. As the most formidable of ninja villages, Konoha naturally possesses the strongest of these beasts. It is widely known that the most powerful tailed beast is the Ninetails, a formidable fox. This fact is common knowledge among the other ninja villages. But is the child of the demon fox truly safeguarding its host? Kakashi felt a tremor run through him once more, for in that instant, he too began to doubt. The notion of the demon fox's child was an unmistakable clue. What else in the ninja world could be deemed as such? Apart from the nine-tailed fox, none can ascend to the status of a demon fox. Jishui remarked, I trust you have come to the same conclusion. I have perused numerous ancient texts and discovered the existence of the nine-tailed fox. Instantly, I grasped that Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki, the vessel of the nine tails. And not merely that. In the 48th year of Konoha, during the turmoil of the Nine Tails, both the fourth Hokage and his wife perished in their endeavor to subdue the beast. It is known that Uzumaki Kushina was with child at the time, and this matter was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Yet, the fleeting flash of yellow, coupled with the fourth's portrait, leaves no doubt regarding Naruto's identity. The son of a hero, yet living a life worse than that of a beast. This is in service of protecting Naruto. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan has been annihilated. Who else could possibly survive in Konoha but the offspring of Uzumaki Kushina? When falsity intertwines with truth and truth with falsity, the lines blur. And Jishui adeptly navigates this complexity. Previously, his thoughts were rigidly confined by Konoha's doctrines, but now, thanks to Naruto, he has awakened to a newfound wisdom, transforming into a prodigy imbued with both cultivation and intellect, shrouded in enigma. Kakashi, unable to fathom it, murmured, "Why? What could possibly be the reason?" Jishui replied, "A person dwelling in darkness requires a beacon of light to guide them." Boom. Jishui's words resonated like thunder, reverberating in Kakashi's mind, rendering his body immobile. Naruto dwells in darkness. Who then shall be his light? Undoubtedly, it is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only he has reached out to Naruto, offering assistance, engaging in heartfelt conversations by the riverbank, guiding him and teaching him the art of ninjutsu. In Naruto's eyes, the third Hokage is irreplaceable. At this point, it suffices to say that further elaboration is unnecessary. Shisui believes that with Kakashi's wisdom, the seeds sown in his heart will eventually flourish. However, it seems that Danzo has not been mentioned. How could one forget that old rascal? Shisui continues, there is also Danzo. He is indeed conducting experiments on Lord Hashirama's remains. Many innocent children have gone missing, abducted by him. Certainly not less than 300 over the years, if not 500. It is unquestionable that Danzo is using children for his experiments. Yet, the exact number remains unknown to Shisui, though it does not hinder his conjecture. The figures should not be too few, lest they fail to resonate with Kakashi. Kakashi exclaims, "How is that possible? How dare he?" "Lord Hokage," Shisui replies. Let alone the Hokage, if it were not for him, would Danzo have the audacity to act in such a manner? The Hokage could easily clarify the situation, and Naruto would thrive. Yet what has he done? Nothing at all. Kakashi feels drained, as though his very essence has been siphoned away. Is this still Konoha? It is no longer the same. It has succumbed to the decay of power. Kakashi reminisces about past events, Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya's journeys, Orochimaru's betrayal. Were they not manifestations of their disillusionment with Konoha? Ultimately, Kakashi inquires, "What is your purpose in sharing this with me?" Shisui responds, "I merely hope that in the future, we shall not be adversaries. If possible, I wish to become allies and friends." Kakashi questions, "What do you mean by that? Are you contemplating betraying the village?" Shisui counters, "If Konoha were to demand your death, what would you do? Await your end? Or follow in your father's footsteps and take your own life?" Kakashi asserts that will not happen. Shisui probes, "Are you certain?" Kakashi falls silent. Will it not happen? How could it not, given the current state of affairs, which is beyond reconciliation? Shisui declares, "Should anyone seek the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, I shall not acquiesce. I will lead my clan away. Those who dare to obstruct us will find themselves facing dire consequences." The words of Jishui resonated with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. After he spoke, he departed from the lakeside cliff, having sown the seeds that would one day yield opportunities. Chapter 23. The craftiness of the wicked and the virtue of the wise. Shikamu, CHG, and Hinata immersed themselves in their training with remarkable diligence, particularly Hinata. Her world had been illuminated by Naruto, and in a mere 2 months, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the genin rank. The innovative training methods introduced by Naruto had made their practice feel significantly easier, allowing them to absorb chakra and store it within their meridians, circulating their inner energy with a soothing effect that invigorated their spirits. Hinata practiced Tai Chi, although she had yet to grasp the essence of the technique. It facilitated her understanding of both the gentle fist and bagua palm styles, coupled with her Byakugan. She had already attained the prowess to engage in combat at the CH Nin level without facing defeat. Shikamaru and CHG firmly established themselves at the second rank, possessing the combat capabilities of CH Nin. Nevertheless, the trio adhered to Naruto's unconventional path, outwardly appearing as mere novice ninjas. Naruto has already sensed the air of impending battle. Feeling that the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation is drawing near, he believes that at this very moment, the village has begun its plotting. On this day, the 4 of them once again scaled the walls, and soon after, one more joined their ranks. That blue ping-pong paddle short-sleeve shirt could belong to none other than Sasuke. By a stroke of chance, Sasuke happened to notice Shikamaru communicating through hand signs, which were none other than the hand seals for jutsu, alongside Choji and Hinata. This revelation left him utterly astonished, as he realized that the 4 harbored a secret, prompting him to follow and observe. Naruto's lips curved slightly, as he considered it beneficial to exert some pressure on Sasuke. He had no intention of inviting Sasuke to join him. The latter was profoundly influenced by Indra, making him an unpredictable time bomb, who never contemplated the consequences of his actions, even towards his comrades. Thunder rumbled and rain poured as Sasuke limped back. When the skies cleared and the rain ceased, he believed himself capable once more. One could only imagine the extent of his tumultuous nature had it not been for Itachi's leniency during that arduous battle. Sasuke would have long since been engaged in conversation with the Sage of Six Paths. In the original narrative, it was Naruto's relentless verbal prowess that ultimately captured Sasuke. While his fist remained formidable, his verbal wit was better left untested. He lacked the patience of the original protagonist when dealing with someone like Sasuke. Hinata gazed at Naruto's subtle smile, thinking to herself, Naruto-kun is so cool. Upon arriving at the training ground, the three naturally began with a meal before proceeding to their training. Indeed, they were secretly honing their skills. From a distance, Sasuke observed and murmured to himself. In an attempt to provoke Sasuke, Naruto instructed Hinata to toss several leaves into the air. With a swift motion, he hurled a kunai, pinning the leaves to a wooden post. From a distance, Sasuke observed this display, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although he had practiced this technique himself, surpassing his peers within the Uchiha clan, he found himself woefully inadequate in comparison to Naruto. It was an insurmountable gap, without the use of his eyes. He could not achieve such precision. Sasuke muttered to himself, impressive. This ignited his competitive spirit, and fueled by the pride of the Uchiha lineage, he vowed to surpass Naruto. Stealthily, he departed to return to school. Meanwhile, Shikamaru remarked, Naruto, what are you trying to prove? This is child's play for you. There's nothing remarkable about it. Naruto remarked, of course, it is meant for others to behold. Shikamaru replied, I have grown weary of it. Naruto retorted with irritation, it's not for your eyes. Shikamaru immediately comprehended the situation, realizing there were others lurking in the shadows, and inquired, who is it? Naruto remarked, a little boy. Shikamaru responded, Uchiha Sasuke? He recalled hearing Naruto refer to Uchiha Sasuke in such a manner. Naruto remarked, indeed. Shikamaru inquired, what purpose does he have in following us? Besides, with the pride of the Uchiha clan, he would never stoop to such actions, would he? Naruto remarked, it is likely that he is intrigued by us. Hence he chose to follow and observe. Knowing that we are clandestinely honing our skills, he will probably intensify his own training. Shikamaru replied, then why provoke him further? Naruto remarked, without him, there would be less joy. Uchiha Sasuke, do not let me down. As expected, after school that afternoon, Uchiha Sasuke eagerly pulled his brother along to learn the art of throwing shuriken. As the dutiful younger brother, Uchiha Itachi naturally obliged Sasuke's request and began to instruct him. Silently reflecting, Sasuke, you will have to walk your own path in the future. I believe in you. You can do it. After a while of practice, Sasuke inquired, brother, can you achieve such accuracy? Throwing a projectile backward, hitting the target with precision. Itachi pondered for a moment before responding, yes, it is possible. Though I cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Sasuke replied, but brother, I have seen someone accomplish it. 3 consecutive throws, all hitting the target perfectly. Itachi's interest was piqued, and he asked, who is this remarkable individual? Sasuke answered, Naruto Uzumaki, the underachiever in our class, known for his shadow clone technique. Itachi was well aware of Naruto's background. The Jinchuriki who had begun training at the tender age of 3. It seems he has made some progress over the years, Itachi mused. Having kept tabs on Naruto's training. What? Sasuke exclaimed, and then added, brother, what do you mean? Naruto Uzumaki has been training for years. Itachi explained, of course. He started conditioning his body when he was 3. Sasuke, feeling frustrated, tilted his head and said, you bad brother. It's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me earlier so I could start training sooner? Itachi gently replied, yes, it is my fault. I will make it up to you. I won't be on missions for a few days, and I will spend more time with you. After some comforting words, Sasuke forgave Itachi. Uchiha Itachi diligently taught Sasuke the intricacies of throwing techniques. Regarding Naruto's impressive abilities, Itachi did not dwell on them. In his view, the Jinchuriki still had a long journey ahead, and with his current rate of chakra absorption, he would never match Sasuke's prowess. Little did he realize that the Nine Tails not only failed to hinder Naruto's training, but actually provided him with energy, accelerating his growth and enhancing his strength. At this point, Itachi was no longer a match for him. After practicing for 2 hours, the brothers made their way home. In the setting sun, their silhouettes stretched long, creating a beautiful scene that, amidst the silence of the forest, felt tinged with solitude and melancholy. Once they departed, a figure clad in black emerged, severing a hand. Who else could it be but Danzo? Observing the brothers' retreating forms filled with resentment, he muttered, Uchiha Itachi, do not let me down. Then he murmured to himself. Without Shirsue's eyes, Fugaku's eyes will suffice. In the solitary eye, there existed an insatiable greed. The figure melded into the forest, vanishing from sight. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Perched upon a tree branch in the woods was a young boy, not tall in stature, with tender cheeks. Merely 13 or 14 years of age, this was Uchiha Shirsue. Having mastered the invisibility technique passed down by Naruto, it was impossible for Danzo to detect him, given his vigilance. Shirsue murmured, Danzo, you shall have no opportunity. Chapter 24. Inform Sarutobi Hiruzen and the old dog Danzo, we are departing from Konoha. This night was extraordinary. The moon hung high, yet the night was pitch black. There was no wind, yet an unusual chill permeated the air. Faintly, one could hear the ominous cawing of crows. Uchiha Itachi knelt before the four elders of Konoha, respectfully stating, the Uchiha clan has decided to rebel once more. The first attempt was thwarted by Itachi's use of the Kodo Amatsukami, rendering it unsuccessful. However, this time, Uchiha Fugaku had rallied a contingent of 70 to 80 Uchiha clan members, intent on igniting rebellion once again. Unable to endure the village's oppression, they had already faced 13 confrontations in the past month alone, with uncertainty looming over how many more would follow. Thus, they resolved to rise again. As a proponent of peace, Itachi reported this secret to the four elders of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, we have indeed reached this juncture. Danzo's voice, frigid as ice, interjected, time is of the essence, Itachi, you must make a choice. In his eyes lay boundless desire, a voracious yearning for the Sharingan. He envisioned the Sharingan being refined into his own right eye. Danzo's tone grew even more chilling. Will you remain with the Uchiha clan to partake in the rebellion and face death together? Or will you side with the village of Konoha, leaving your brother behind? This was a threat, a most sophisticated one at that. Upon hearing the intent to annihilate the Uchiha clan, Itachi's body stiffened. After all, these were his kin, and he was no cold-blooded individual. Danzo concluded, Itachi, you have no other choice. This was Danzo's manipulation. Such dark matters naturally fell to him to address. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mido Gaiden were silent, their eyes tranquil as they observed the unfolding drama, seemingly oblivious to the cruelty of demanding a boy to slay his own parents and kin, a profoundly ruthless act indeed. Itachi did not fully comprehend the subsequent discourse. Donning a mask, he returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. The wind rose, and clouds obscured the moon, as if to cloak this impending bloodshed. Outside the Uchiha clan, atop a tall tree, Naruto lay hidden, watching as the masked Itachi approached step by step, pondering within. This scene has returned once more. He has received news of Shirsue's demise, and Itachi Uchiha's behavior has become exceedingly peculiar. Naruto immediately surmises that Itachi has already resolved to make a decision. With each utterance from Shirsue Uchiha, Naruto recognizes the overwhelming intensity of Itachi's subjective consciousness, rendering any alteration to his fate a formidable challenge. It seems that Itachi's very existence is entwined with the village and his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. The mere mention of Sasuke evokes an enigmatic force that compels him toward drastic choices. Fugaku Uchiha is poised to betray, and it is evident that Shirsue has previously engaged him in conversation. Regrettably, Fugaku harbors no desire to communicate with Shirsue. In his heart, Shirsue remains a loyal guardian of the village, deeply rooted in its foundations. Even after severing Danzo's left hand, this conviction remains unchanged. In truth, Fugaku is acutely aware of Danzo's ruthless training methods within Root, thus he finds it difficult to believe that Shirsue would ever betray Konoha. The situation unfolds in a remarkably dramatic fashion, as if Fugaku's demise is an inevitable fate, the only conclusion that awaits him. Shirsue has warned him more than once, yet he remains obstinate and unyielding. Consequently, Shirsue has chosen to relinquish hope. He has conversed with every member of the Uchiha clan, subtly imparting the spirit of martial arts. However, only a little over 20 have made a choice. Shirsue commands the allegiance of more than 100, accounting for half of the Uchiha clan. Among those, under Shirsue's tutelage, merely a handful have yet to awaken their Sharingan. Yet, this is sufficient. Including Shirsue, for individuals have unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Should the fourth Hokage refrain from intervening, none can prevent Shirsue and the others from departing the village. As for the other clansmen, Shirsue has no intention of rescuing them. Naruto has analyzed Shirsue's critical flaw, his excessive pride. Those unaligned clansmen are, without exception, haughty, reveling in the glory of their ancestors, viewing themselves as superior to others. Such individuals would likely incite unnecessary complications within any organization. Itachi has commenced his slaughter. His blade is merciless, harvesting the lives of his kin with each strike. His eyes resembling those of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood. An olfactory assault that is difficult to endure. Mikoto Uchiha has fallen, passing away peacefully at her son's hands, without a hint of resentment, for she understands that her son was left with no choice. Fugaka smiles and says, Itachi, I trust your decision. Under the same fate of perishing at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, his eyes remained resolutely closed, despite being the illustrious Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi cast a frigid glance towards the western territory of his clan, his gaze sharpened with an icy intensity. This was the very place where Uchiha Shisui gathered his kin, and typically, entry was barred to him. Before he could take action, a figure emerged unexpectedly, drawing Uchiha Fugaka towards him, extracting his eyes with a swift motion. Several other Uchiha clansmen soon appeared, similarly claiming the Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui resolved to leave not a single eye for that old cur, Danzo. Leave this to me, Itachi, Uchiha Shisui instructed. Have someone relay a message back, informing Sarutobi Hiruzen and that old dog Danzo that we shall depart from Konohagakure tonight. It was unnecessary for Uchiha Itachi to deliver this message, as there were others already en route to inform Konohagakure. Upon hearing that Uchiha Shisui had halted Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo promptly arrived, accompanied by a cadre of Umbu and elite Jonin, totaling over 16. With Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of the Hokage level among them, and Danzo, who, lacking the Sharingan, was merely an elite Jonin, their combat prowess was formidable, enough to instill a significant deterrent within any ninja village. A considerable force had gathered, for the 5 dozen Chunin. 16 Jonin, 1 elite, and 1 hidden ninja, a rather impressive assembly. Perched upon a tree trunk, Naruto murmured, Alas, the legendary 3 are absent, tonight. Shisui and his companions shall evade confrontation as the Pentadragon organization prepares for its voyage. Shisui shared with Naruto that 3 individuals had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan, while over 20 boasted 3 Tomo, and more than 30 had 2. Indeed, while the populace of Konohagakure was vast, none dared to engage the Uchiha clan in battle, for the stakes were too high. He, as the Jinchuriki, remained an observer, as the legendary trio had 1 defector, while the other 2 had not returned home. The formidable Might Guy typically refrained from unleashing his ultimate techniques indiscriminately. Sensing the encroaching aura of slaughter, Uchiha Shisui calmly declared, They have arrived. Throughout, he had not exchanged a word with Uchiha Itachi, nor had he afforded him even a fleeting glance. Chapter 25. A strong sense of helplessness. Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands, and behind him, one after another, his clansmen emerged. Over 50, with 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo Sharingan, confronted the sight of their kin being slain by Uchiha. Many felt a seething anger within, awakening their 3 Tomo Sharingan, with 1 individual evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan, significantly augmenting his power. As this assembly materialized, their gazes fixated on Uchiha Itachi, now imbued with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and their entourage stepped into the Uchiha territory. Uchiha Shisui addressed them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Old Dog Danzo, you have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied in a grave tone, Uchiha Shisui, what are your intentions? Uchiha Shisui's expression darkened. His voice icy as he retorted, No, Hiruzen, it is I who wishes to inquire. What do you intend to do? The Hokage, filled with despair to the utmost degree, could not bring himself to acknowledge that the order to annihilate the clan originated from them. He turned to Itachi Uchiha and inquired, Itachi, what transpired? Itachi's eyes, resembling pools of blood, bore a cold smirk as he replied, What transpired? Clearly, it is a betrayal of the village. Is this not what you desired? With that, he distanced himself, seemingly wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Danzo coldly remarked, Indeed, the malevolent Uchiha clan can intimidate even their kin with such brutality. They deserve to be eradicated. Upon entering, he immediately observed that Uchiha Fugaka's eyes had been gouged out, taken by Uchiha Shisui, igniting a fury that surged to his very core. Uchiha Shisui retorted, Danzo, you old dog, Fugaka's Sharingan is in my possession. Come and retrieve it, and this time, I shall sever your head. Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished, Uchiha Shisui, do not be so reckless. Shisui continued, Enough of this charade. Saratobi Hiruzen. We are well aware of the events of tonight, and now that you have arrived, it is to inform you that, as you wished, we shall depart from the village. Hiruzen's gaze darkened slightly as he asked, Do you intend to betray the village? Are you aware of the consequences? Shursui replied, Konoha does not welcome us. Thus we shall naturally depart. As for the consequences, are we to be hunted? The cards are already on the table. I, Uchiha Shursui, fear not. Hiruzen asserted. Konoha is a beloved home to all. No one wishes you ill. Unperturbed, Shursui produced a stack of documents and stated, These are the roots of Danzo, the old dog, who has spread slander to tarnish the reputation of my Uchiha clan. You may examine them. As he scattered the papers, they floated down like autumn leaves. Shursui continued, Moreover, in recent months, the Uchiha have faced numerous conflicts with the village due to these rumors, yet in the end, it is always deemed the Uchiha clan's fault. I would think that as the esteemed Hokage, you would discern the truth of these rumors. Why allow my Uchiha clan to suffer such persecution? Without granting Hiruzen a chance to refute, he pressed on, Do not speak of investigations. Each incident is meticulously documented. Even if you were to investigate, 3 to 5 days would suffice, yet for months, you have turned a blind eye. How do you explain this? Hiruzen replied, Because of the Uchiha. Shursui countered, Oh. Because the Uchiha clan is said to be traitorous? If that is the case, then pray tell, where is the evidence of their betrayal? Let us not speak of Itachi. He slays his own kin and betrays Konoha. Such logic is utterly flawed. What a talent! Naruto sincerely exclaimed that Uchiha Shursui had truly opened his eyes, leaving Saratobi Hiruzen at a loss for words. Indeed, Hiruzen found himself speechless, unable to formulate a response, as he feared any misstep could be exploited by Uchiha Shursui. Shursui stated, In days gone by, the Uchiha clan contributed significantly to Konoha, despite certain minor flaws. We have never wronged this village, yet we have faced doubt and suspicion, slowly being pushed to the outskirts of our home. Now, there are whispers of exterminating my clan. I am sorry, but I, Uchiha Shursui, will not acquiesce. Today, we are leaving the village, not by our own desire, but by your coercion. Is there an issue with that? Danzo interjected. Once you have entered Konoha, you are bound to it for life. You were born a Konoha citizen and die a Konoha spirit. If you wish to depart, you may. But you must leave your lives behind. Uchiha Shursui retorted, Danzo, cease your barking before me. At this moment, you are merely an ant in my presence. He turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, as the decision ultimately lay with the Hokage. Hiruzen replied, It is true that Konoha has shown bias against the Uchiha clan, however, you cannot abandon the village. Konoha will make amends for past mistakes regarding your family. Shursui replied, I apologize, but I do not trust you. The Uchiha clan does not wish to become like the Senju, which has dwindled to a single member, Tsunade. Therefore, we must depart, and I hope none will impede us. With that, Uchiha Shursui's eyes turned a deep crimson, revealing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and the formidable Susanoo materialized behind him. Accompanying him were 4 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, 3 Susanoo forms, and another who had just awakened the Mangeki, but could not yet manifest Susanoo. The overwhelming aura enveloped the scene, as Shursui declared with authority. We shall leave. Should anyone obstruct us, they shall face death. Perhaps we may perish tonight, but few of you will survive. Hiruzen, do you dare to test this? Was this not a threat? Who could not threaten? It was a matter of whose threat held greater weight. Observing the 4 Susanoo forms, many nin present felt a chill of fear. Their strength was formidable, their presence overwhelming. Hiruzen and Danzo trembled at the prospect. For Mangeki, 1 eternal Mangeki, and over 30 Sharingan. How could they possibly contend with that? Even with Konoha's full might, and with the legendary Sannin present, they would suffer devastating losses. This would be a crippling blow to Konoha, jeopardizing its very existence, leaving it vulnerable to other shinobi villages, perhaps even unable to protect its Jinchuriki. With no hope of resurgence, Uchiha Shursui inquired, Have you made your decision? Will you fight, or will you retreat? Hiruzen took a deep breath and said, You may go. Shursui, Konoha will always be the home of the Uchiha. Should you wish to return, you will always be welcomed. To speak candidly, Saratobi Hiruzen regretted his actions against the Uchiha clan. Had such events not transpired, this formidable group would have constituted the backbone of Konohagakure. Ultimately, he even harbored the futile hope that Uchiha Shursui might reconsider his stance. Uchiha Shursui, having retracted his Susanoo, smiled at Saratobi Hiruzen and gestured, Let us be on our way. Thus, the farce drew to a close. Leading his compatriots, Uchiha Shisui departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, a grand procession that none dared to impede. Uchiha Itachi observed the outcome and, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming sentiment arise within him. I was mistaken. Chapter 26. Sasuke awakens. As the spectacle concluded, Naruto, too, rose to leave, exiting the village to await Uchiha Shisui ahead. A raven alighted upon Shisui's shoulder, prompting him to inquire, "Will you wait for me here?" He then stepped forward, vanishing beneath the night sky. Naruto revealed his physical form and remarked, "Shisui, you have performed exceptionally well. With you, great achievements are within reach." Shisui humbly replied, "I cannot claim credit for this. It is all the result of the Dragon King's guidance." His admiration for Naruto had reached boundless heights, as Naruto was the savior who had rescued his family. Naruto waved his hand and said, "I cannot accept this. I have faith that with your keen intellect, the organization will undoubtedly flourish. However, upon your arrival in the land of tea, you must exercise caution regarding a certain organization, the Akatsuki." Akatsuki? Uchiha Shisui naturally recognized this name. This organization is indeed formidable. Naruto continued, "The leader of the Akatsuki possesses a pair of eyes known as the Rinnegan, which are extraordinarily powerful. As for the origin of these eyes, I shall reveal that to you in due time. The Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Sharingan, and it is indeed something to be cautious of, currently. His eternal Mangekyou Sharingan pales in comparison. However, you need not fret, for the leader of the Akatsuki rarely takes action himself. It is typically his members who venture forth. They have other matters to attend to and will not seek you out for the time being. Yet, there is one individual who is likely to come looking for you," Naruto stated. Uchiha Shisui inquired, "Who?" Naruto proclaimed, "A masked individual, one of your kin, was originally deceased. However, he was resurrected by another and has since become a member of the Akatsuki organization. His name is Uchiha Obito." Shisui's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is that possible? Was he not dead? Naruto remarked, "He was resurrected by another. Death is but an illusion." The Night of the Nine Tails marked his entry into Konoha, where he utilized the power of space to abduct my mother, thus instigating the Nine Tails turmoil. Uchiha Shisui responded, "Senjuku Shino was indeed a mentor to Obito. How could that be?" Naruto remarked, "Obito's soul has become irrevocably twisted. He seeks to incite mutual annihilation between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village, driven by a desire for vengeance against all." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes glinted with a cold light as he inquired, "Has he come to seek my Sharingan?" "His eyes have already evolved into the precious Mangekyou Sharingan." Naruto shook his head and replied, "No, he will seek to win you over and join the Akatsuki, fulfilling their objectives. As for combat, he is unlikely to engage you, for he possesses but one eye while you have two. He cannot prevail against you." Shisui inquired then, "Dragon King, when do you intend to depart from Konoha?" In his view, it would be most advantageous for Naruto to accompany them under Naruto's guidance. The hidden dragon would flourish at a much swifter pace. Naruto remarked, "Wait a moment, I can still leave now. Otherwise, someone will come to capture me." Shisui responded, "Dragon King, with your prowess, who in the Hidden Leaf Village could possibly contend with you?" Despite activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, he sensed that he would not stand a chance against the Dragon King, whose strength was far beyond his own. Naruto remarked, "Indeed, this Hidden Leaf Village truly exists." To which Shisui inquired, "Who?" Naruto remarked, "A person you would never expect, Might Guy." This indeed took Uchiha Shisui by surprise. Might Guy, possessing strength only at the pinnacle of a Nin, had a rather carefree demeanor and a somewhat poor memory. He appeared quite ordinary, with a talent for ninjutsu that could be deemed non-existent. Although he had trained in taijutsu, it seemed to be rather unremarkable as well. Naruto remarked, "Do you find it astonishing?" Uchiha Shisui nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary." Naruto remarked, "Might Guy's taijutsu has reached its pinnacle once he unleashes his ultimate technique. Even your ancestor, Uchiha Madara, would be dispatched with a single blow." This was no mere jest. Uchiha Madara, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, had attained the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, under Might Guy's formidable kick, he sustained grave internal injuries. Given 3 lives, Might Guy could indeed vanquish Uchiha Madara. In his lifetime, Madara was immensely powerful, yet he still fell short when compared to the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shisui listened, his disbelief palpable. However, the Dragon King's words were unwavering. He found himself ensnared in a conflict of belief, torn between trust and skepticism. After all, the impression that Uchiha Madara had left upon them was indelible. the second most formidable figure in the ninja world, surpassed only slightly by the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Thus, hearing Naruto's assertion naturally stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Naruto remarked, "However, it won't be long now. The Jinchuriki holds significant importance to Konoha. In the original narrative, Orochimaru dared to challenge Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet he refrained from targeting Naruto, precisely because of Naruto's uniqueness. Hiruzen had already lost the trust of many within the village. While Kakashi was preoccupied, Might Guy was merely a bystander, and Danzo had yet to make an appearance. The likes of Hinata and others were either idling or feigning activity, thus allowing Orochimaru to act with such audacity. If a rescue were necessary, Guy could easily disrupt the formation with a mere evening elephant, leaving no room for Orochimaru's bravado. However, Naruto was different. Should Orochimaru lay a hand on him, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others would undoubtedly turn their attention towards Orochimaru, with Mount Myaboku also getting involved. Even if Orochimaru wished to flee, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Naruto must remain in Konoha for the time being, to prevent the village from scrutinizing the Hidden Dragon organization. There was no need to worry about Kakashi and his ilk. But caution was warranted around the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Should Hiruzen become incensed, he might resort to sealing techniques, leaving one with no tears to shed. It was best to allow the Hidden Dragon organization to flourish and wait for a time when he could confront anyone without fear, ready to seize control of any situation. Uchiha Shisui had departed, yet regrettably, he was in need of funds, having depleted the Uchiha family's resources, along with possessing a handful of sealed Sharingan. This was indeed the property of the Uchiha clan, and his taking of it was justifiable. Uchiha Itachi felt a pang of regret. But now that he wished to retract his actions, it was impossible. His path lay solely ahead. Uchiha Sasuke witnessed a gruesome scene and activated his Sharingan, subsequently entering the hospital to recuperate. In his dreams, he was haunted by the cold, bloodthirsty gaze of the Uchiha, a contempt that had etched itself into his very bones. Meanwhile, Konoha endured a sleepless night, as the events concerning Uchiha Shisui troubled Hiruzen and others, their anxiety eclipsing even Orochimaru's defection. The power that Shisui wielded was exponentially greater, as one Orochimaru could not withstand Shisui, especially considering the evolution of the 4 Sharingan into Mangekyou Sharingan. These were elite jonin, and the entire Uchiha clan could easily form a village rivaling the 5 great ninja villages. Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing at Naruto's dwelling, silently urging, "Little Naruto, you must grow quickly." He had placed all his bets on Naruto. It was a pity, however, that one reaps what one sows. Hiruzen was destined to harvest no fruitful outcome. As Chapter 27 unfolds, Kurama temporarily remains. Returning to Konoha, Naruto's consciousness sank into the confines of the sealing prison. It was time to redeem the promise of releasing the 9 tails. Kurama spoke, "Kid, you've come. What business do you have with me?" Naruto strode directly into the sealed chamber through the crevice, declaring, "Kurama, I have come to fulfill my promise to you and set you free." The 9 tails straightened up, its chakra swirling outward, and replied, "Is that truly so?" Naruto exclaimed, "Of course, Kurama. Do you truly believe I am devoid of credibility?" Kurama shook his head, "Certainly not. It is merely that I have been confined for so long that I am exceedingly exhilarated." Naruto remarked, "However, this decision ultimately lies with you." Kurama inquired, "What do you mean?" "Of course, I long to leave this place and attain my freedom." A sense of unease began to creep in. Could this young brat be attempting to coerce me with some condition? Given his current formidable strength, his actions would undoubtedly not be straightforward. Naruto said with irritation, "What kind of expression is that? Do I need to coerce you? With my current strength, is there any need for intimidation?" Kurama replied, "Indeed." "Then what is there left to choose?" Naruto inquired, "You are well aware of the origins of the tailed beasts, are you not?" The 9 tails narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Brat, speak plainly. There is no need for riddles." Naruto proclaimed, "You tailed beasts were born from the division of the 10 tails chakra by the sage of 6 paths. Now, there are those who seek to exploit you to summon the malevolent king of the underworld, aiming to annihilate this world and establish a new order." The 9 tails narrowed its eyes and retorted, "Little brat, if you do not wish to release me, simply say so. There is no need for such convoluted speech." It did not trust Naruto's words, believing that he was merely attempting to dominate it with such statements. Naruto inquired, "Kurama, do you recall how you instigated the 9 tails attack on Konoha? Do you remember how you emerged from my mother's womb?" Kurama replied, "Indeed. I was manipulated by the power of the Uchiha's eyes. Naruto remarked, "Indeed, I was under the control of the Uchiha Sais. At that time, in the village, there was only one wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, making it utterly impossible for them to manipulate you. Moreover, with your strength, one would require the eternal Manjiki to exert such control, thus it could not possibly be a member of the Uchiha clan from our village." Kurama interjected, "Are you suggesting that there are members of the Uchiha clan outside the village?" Naruto remarked, "This is the essence of nature. Some have perished, yet others continue to thrive." The Nine-Tails trembled slightly, responding with, "Uchiha Madara." It was evident that his recollection of Uchiha Madara was profoundly etched in his memory. Naruto remarked, "It is not him. Yet he is connected to him. The individual before us is but his substitute, preparing for his return to the mortal realm." Kurama interjected, "The Rinnegan." Naruto remarked, "You possess a modicum of intelligence. Currently, the Rinnegan resides within an individual, and their power is on the verge of culmination. Once Itachi Uchiha joins their ranks, it shall be the opportune moment to capture the tailed beasts. This is no mere exaggeration. The leader of this organization is a scion of the ravages of war, having endured the relentless torment of conflict, harboring a profound hatred for this world. Their ambition is to dismantle the established order and forge a new one, seeking rebirth. Such ideals have been manipulated by others, turning them into pawns to collect the tailed beasts. The true intent is not to summon the king of the underworld, but rather to merge the tailed beasts, obtain the chakra of 10, and ultimately become Tenjin Shuriki." Kurama was thrown into disarray, for Naruto spoke with such conviction that it became difficult to discern the truth. Naruto continued, "So, I leave the choice to you. If you reveal yourself, not only Konoha but also the other hidden villages will seek to capture you. After all, you are a weapon of war. Possessing you means wielding a significant portion of power." The Nine-Tails remained silent, fully aware that its very existence would incite a frenzied pursuit by the ninja villages, eager to seal it away and harness its formidable strength. "Nine-Tails, we are allies now. There is no need for deceit between us. I genuinely wish for our peaceful coexistence. Because of you, I can unleash my formidable abilities without concern for the energy within me. However, every word I have spoken is the absolute truth. Ponder carefully. The decision to stay or leave is yours," Naruto stated. He then exited the prison, casting his gaze upon the lofty ceiling barrier. "This prison is indeed uncomfortable. I shall release you for now. If you choose to remain within me, you must conceal your presence, lest the villagers discover you. Should you wish to depart, make haste in leaving the village to avoid being captured by Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old man is capable of using the Reaper Death Seal and can seal you away as well." As he spoke, Naruto prepared to tear apart the seal. "Wait, little one," the Nine-Tails interrupted, having placed its trust in Naruto's words. Naruto queried, "Nine-Tails, what troubles you?" The Nine-Tails responded, "Little brat, I place my trust in your words." Naruto said, "Thank you." Kurama replied, "However, little brat, when do you suppose the capture of the tailed beasts will take place? If it does not happen, I have no desire to remain here. Naturally, I wish to depart." Naruto remarked, "It could be as short as 5 years, or as long as 8. Kurama responded, "Very well, I shall remain here with you for another 8 years. Avoidance is one aspect, yet the true essence lies in coexisting with Naruto. Their relationship is remarkably harmonious, characterized by playful bickering and occasional quarrels, rendering life quite pleasant." Naruto remarked, "Kurama, though you may be foolish, you have made a remarkably wise choice." Regarding Kurama's little schemes, Naruto remained indifferent. He genuinely empathized with the Nine-Tails and would not hinder its desires. Kurama responded, "You brat. I always have the impression that you were trying to deceive me." Naruto said, "Kurama, it's no longer a concern. Let us first calculate the rent expenses." Kurama replied, "You little brat, what do you mean?" Naruto declared, "Kurama, though you are a tailed beast, in my eyes, you are also a tenant. You reside within my body, and one could say you owe rent, much like we humans are obliged to pay for our lodgings. So, how do you intend to settle this matter?" Kurama, incensed, bellowed furiously, "Damn it, Naruto! Naruto, bastard!" The man and the beast commenced a heated argument, their faces flushed and their necks strained, teetering on the brink of physical confrontation. Ultimately, the Nine-Tails refrained from allowing Naruto to tear off the sealing strip. In the past, during the sealing process, there had been assistance from Mount Myaboku. Should he attempt to breach the seal now, it is likely that the toads of Mount Myaboku would sense it. Perhaps it is for the best between them. That barrier no longer exists. Naruto made no attempts to force matters. For now, the Nine-Tails was tethered to him. Chapter 28. unveiling bit by bit the following day. The village of Konoha was once again engulfed in turmoil. Uchiha Itachi had betrayed them, slaughtering the Uchiha clan before fleeing the village. In that moment, the fear of Uchiha Itachi among the villagers eclipsed even that of Naruto, the son of the demon fox. After all, to be capable of killing one's own parents spoke volumes of Itachi's brutality, surpassing even that of a fiend. A fact that left many trembling at the mere mention of his name. Shikamaru, Choji, and even Hinata felt a chill at the news. They could hardly believe that Uchiha Itachi had engaged in such a bloody massacre and escaped. In the past, Naruto had discussed with them the irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha and the village, yet they had never anticipated such a grim outcome, with the village resorting to such cruel measures that forced Itachi to turn against his own kin. Not a word was uttered about Uchiha Shirsue's defection. To bring it up would be dishonorable, especially considering the events unfolding before their eyes. They could only wait for the day when someone might uncover their whereabouts and shift the blame onto Itachi, suggesting that he had spared the Uchiha clansmen out of compassion. Nara Shikaku observed his son, who sat in silence, and inquired, "Shikamaru, what troubles you?" Shikamaru replied, "Father, why is the third so ruthless?" Nara Shikaku recognized his son's perceptiveness and could not help but admire his intellect. He thought to himself, the third is gradually tarnishing his own reputation. He comforted Shikamaru, saying, "There is no need for you to ponder these matters now. Your focus should be on your studies and training." Shikamaru rose slowly and exited the house, opting not to attend school, but to head directly to the training grounds. As he walked, he encountered more people. Choji joined him. Today, he had neither snacks nor greeted Shikamaru, and the two continued in silence. After a while, Hinata approached. The trio ambled along, their spirits weighed down by a heavy gloom. Shikamaru, Choji. On the path, Yamanaka Ino spotted the three and called out to them. However, neither Shikamaru nor Choji acknowledged her presence. Ino, puzzled, hurried forward and first greeted Hinata before addressing the boys. "Shikamaru, Choji, it's me." Shikamaru replied, "Oh, Ino, what is it?" Noticing the lack of energy in Shikamaru, Ino asked, "What is wrong with you? Are you afraid of Uchiha Itachi?" "Isn't," Shikamaru interrupted. "Ino, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." This was Shikamaru's first display of such indifference towards Ino, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Yet, observing the unusual demeanor of the three, she decided not to press further. "Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, I'm going to see Sasuke. Would you like to join me?" Upon mentioning Sasuke, a glimmer of light flickered in Ino's eyes, for he was her shining star. The three shook their heads, with Shikamaru stating, "No, you go ahead." The three individuals then continued their journey beyond the village. Upon reaching the training grounds, they found Naruto already present. Upon seeing them, Naruto inquired, "What brings you three here?" Hinata softly asked, "Naruto-kun, have you not heard about the Uchiha clan situation?" Naruto nodded and replied, "Of course. I have heard that there is but one heir remaining from the Uchiha clan. What significance does that hold? Not only have I heard the rumors, but I also witnessed a splendid spectacle." Shikamaru and Choji raised their heads, casting a peculiar gaze upon Naruto. Naruto remarked, "It seems you are rather unfamiliar with the history of Konoha. During the tenure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he exhibited considerable disdain towards the Uchiha clan, labeling them as a malevolent lineage. From that point onward, the Uchiha family became the target of relentless persecution. The third Hokage and Danzo were both products of Tobirama's legacy, naturally inheriting his ideology, which led to the continued marginalization and oppression of the Uchiha clan, ultimately forcing them out of the village with no intention of respite. Thus, is it not reasonable to anticipate such an outcome? In order to win over Shikamaru, Naruto must gradually unveil the dark truths of Konoha, akin to a frog being slowly boiled, allowing him to lose his fervor for the village. Naruto's words revealed truths they were previously unaware of. Upon hearing him speak, the three of them involuntarily shuddered, as if there lay a multitude of hidden darkness within Konoha that they had yet to discover. Naruto addressed Shikamaru, stating, "Especially you, Shikamaru. There are numerous matters that you should have sensed first." This left Shikamaru perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "I humbly request your guidance, Naruto." Naruto inquired, "Allow me to pose a question. If you were to undertake a mission and Shikamaru found himself in peril, would you choose to abandon the mission or forsake Shikamaru?" Shikamaru replied, "Naturally, I would relinquish the mission. Comrades hold paramount importance. However, the nature of the mission must also be considered." Choji interjected, "The mission bears significance as well." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, certain missions require careful consideration. However, in Konoha, there was an incident where, by relinquishing a confidential task to save a comrade, the outcome was tragic. Although this mission was classified, it still held the potential for salvation, albeit at the cost of some losses, primarily financial. Yet, it was ultimately a life that could not be purchased with wealth, and that esteemed elder still met his demise. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru inquired, Naruto, are you referring to the esteemed White Fang? Naruto smiled. It seems you have heard of him, Shikamaru. Shikamaru replied, of course, the Konoha White Fang. His renown once reverberated throughout the ninja world. He is my idol, having undertaken hundreds of missions with but a single failure. Naruto remarked, indeed. It was this final defeat that led to his demise. Shikamaru, do you know how he perished? Shikamaru replied, I heard from the elders that it was suicide. This left Choji and Hinata bewildered. How could such a heroic predecessor choose to end his own life? Naruto remarked. I fear that the reason behind this is something Shikamaru has yet to hear. Shikamaru replied, indeed, I have not heard of it. Naruto remarked. The secrecy surrounding this matter has been executed with remarkable precision. In that moment, Elder White Fang forsook his mission to save his comrades. Yet the details of this decision were carelessly divulged by an unknown source, leading to an onslaught of scorn and condemnation from the villagers, coupled with reproaches from his peers. He was ultimately driven to take his own life. A once great hero met a tragic end, a lamentable and sorrowful tale indeed. Naruto continued. This bears a striking resemblance to the oppression of the Uchiha clan. Are they not employing the same tactics? Shikamaru, perplexed, inquired, why? Why is this happening? With the presence of the esteemed White Fang, wouldn't Konoha be even more formidable? Naruto pondered, how should I express this? Let me put it this way. Kakashi's predecessor, Tsukumo Hatake, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. A thought involuntarily arose in the minds of the three. Could it be that the fourth Hokage was him? Naruto fell silent, striking the ground in frustration as he expressed his doubts about his father. He quickly interjected, do not entertain such thoughts. The fourth Hokage is not that kind of person. Let me put it this way. Had Kakashi Hatake ascended to the position of fourth Hokage, the Hatake clan would undoubtedly thrive. At that time, Kakashi was a prodigy, and the prestige of the Hatake family would have been restored, which would not sit well with certain individuals. Consider the implications of the fourth Hokage's solitary status. Reflect upon it deeply. Chapter 29. Hinata strikes Sasuke. This discourse laid bare the situation before everyone. Choji and Hinata expressed their regrets. Yet Shikamaru's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the gravity of the matter. Some foundational beliefs within him crumbled, leaving him feeling utterly drained and despondent. Naruto said, Shikamaru, there's no need to overthink it. Let's go. We must return to our class. Subsequently, the four of them supported the limp body and made their way back to the Ninja Academy. Naturally, they arrived late, yet Iruka did not reprimand them. At the first glance, Naruto turned his gaze towards Sasuke's position. He had arrived. However, an aura of chilling malevolence emanated from him, exuding an unmistakable warning of do not approach me, lest you face the consequences. This frigid demeanor deterred anyone from drawing near, as if a subtle pulse of chakra reverberated in the air. Even the ever-determined Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka opted to keep their distance, sitting afar with expressions of concern etched upon their faces as they watched Sasuke. They yearned to share in his suffering, yet felt utterly powerless to do so. Uchiha Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, his eyes seemingly making a resolute decision. Naruto immediately surmised his decision and murmured, do you wish to train with me? I can teach you a few techniques, but nothing more. You, being a mere pawn, possess little loyalty. Even if I impart some knowledge unto you, you would likely turn it against me. After clocking in at school, Naruto noticed that Shikamaru and the others lacked vitality. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, let us go out and wander for a while. The three nodded in agreement, and together, the four departed from the school premises. Iruka observed them but chose to turn a blind eye, as it was the Hokage's directive. However, this time, an additional companion trailed behind. Sasuke closely followed. Naruto remarked, is this truly all you can endure? Do not make me look down upon you. The darkness of Konoha is far beyond your imagination. What does your sorrow accomplish? Without strength, one amounts to nothing. If you possess the power of a Hokage, you could question the reasons behind these actions, instead of wallowing in despair. It would be far more beneficial to devote yourselves to rigorous training. With strength, you can achieve anything. His words finally bore some fruit. They neglected their meals and commenced their training. The three of them heeded Naruto's advice, pushing their bodies to their limits, absorbing chakra at an accelerated pace, determined to exhaust themselves through their efforts. Observing their dedication, Naruto called out, "Sasuke Uchiha, step forward." In response, a blue figure leapt forth, and Sasuke Uchiha landed before Naruto, his gaze icy and fixed upon him. Naruto remarked, "I understand your intentions. Let us discuss this matter later." Naruto sensed that he was under surveillance and realized that Hiruzen Sarutobi was observing him, prompting him to change his words immediately. Subsequently, Naruto shouldered the heavy burden and called out loudly, "Sasuke, let's go." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden action. The contrast between Naruto's exuberance and his own composure was striking. However, this shift suited Sasuke's intentions perfectly. Without uttering a word, he too shouldered the weight, and the five of them commenced their training. Hiruzen stroked his beard, observing the scene for a while before retracting his crystal ball. Meanwhile, Naruto discarded his burden and turned to Sasuke. Aware that Naruto wished to speak with him, Sasuke also set down his weight and approached. "I know you're here because you want me to teach you how to train," Naruto stated directly. Sasuke replied, "Yes. I would like you to instruct me in the throwing techniques of ninjutsu." Naruto remarked, "Certainly, and there is more, yet a condition exists." Sasuke replied, "Speak." For the sake of vengeance, he would be willing to barter his very soul. Naruto stated, "Whether you choose to slay your brother or confront the village of Konoha, I shall not interfere. However, I implore you, do not bring harm to my friends," meaning them. Naruto pointed towards the three individuals engaged in their training. Sasuke Uchiha remarked, "Is this all there is?" Naruto, "Furthermore, I must insist that you do not disclose any information regarding what I have taught you." Sasuke nodded. "Very well, I promise." Naruto exclaimed, "I hope you keep your promise." He called out to Hinata in the distance, "Hinata." She paused, releasing her burdens, and approached Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. Naruto pointed at Sasuke Uchiha and exclaimed, "Hinata, give him a good beating." "Huh?" Hinata responded, perplexed by his words. Could Naruto truly be so ruthless as to suggest such a thing against Sasuke? Sasuke Uchiha remained silent, merely gazing at Naruto. Naruto remarked, "There is no need to gaze upon me. I wish to see if you can endure Hinata's 20 techniques. Moreover, I would like to demonstrate that I, Naruto, possess genuine skills." Sasuke Uchiha responded, "Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan." In his eyes, Hinata Hyuga would not stand as his equal. Naruto remarked, "I have not underestimated you, but you truly cannot rival Hinata. Moreover, the Uchiha clan and Konoha village are now but remnants of the past." Provoked by these words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes glimmered with a faint crimson hue as he declared, "I shall make you comprehend what it means to be a genius." Naruto exclaimed, "Come on." He initially intended to step aside and observe the battle, but suddenly recalled something and added, "Oh, and please refrain from throwing kunai or hidden weapons. Hinata excels at that far better than you." Upon hearing Naruto's praise, Hinata's cheeks blossomed with a delicate flush. Naruto raised his fist towards Hinata, conveying a silent message, "Hinata, give it your all and teach him a lesson." Hinata responded with a gentle smile, indicating her understanding. Sasuke positioned his hands behind him and charged towards Hinata. In turn, Hinata launched her own attack, her speed surpassing Sasuke's by a fraction. From the swift movements of Hyuga Hinata, Sasuke discerned that she was no ordinary opponent. His eyes began to spin, and the Sharingan manifested. To him, Hinata's velocity appeared to slow down slightly. Uchiha Sasuke soared into the air, delivering a punch aimed at Hinata. Foolish. Within Naruto's mind, he couldn't help but criticize, Uchiha Sasuke is truly foolish. As he leapt forward to throw a punch, he unwittingly left Hinata an opening. In an instant, Hinata's chakra surged forth, making contact with Sasuke's fist at an astonishing velocity. With a graceful, Taiji-like rotation, she maneuvered him into a convoluted position. Startled, Sasuke attempted to twist his body, striving to free himself from Hinata's grasp. Unfortunately for him, the opportunity had slipped away. Hinata, recalling Naruto's earlier words, was relentless, seizing every fleeting chance to launch her assault. Sasuke felt as if countless invisible threads bound him tightly, rendering him unable to escape as he spun in Hinata's hold. The entire world around him swirling in chaos. Ultimately, with a decisive move known as Progressive Barrage, Hinata sent Sasuke hurtling through the air like a pebble, crashing several yards away. This was with her restraint. Had she unleashed her full strength, the consequences would have been far graver. In Chapter 30, Sakura Haruno observed as Uchiha Sasuke appeared somewhat dazed. He was reluctant to admit it, But he had indeed been defeated, utterly and humiliatingly, by this seemingly delicate young girl. Naruto approached and inquired, "How do you feel?" Uchiha Sasuke rose to his feet and replied, "I have been defeated." Naruto remarked, "It is commendable to confront one's inner self and to have the courage to acknowledge one's failures. It is not yet a point of no return." Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Naruto and declared, "I shall challenge you." Naruto shook his head and remarked, "To challenge someone immensely powerful is unwise. One may set lofty ambitions, yet it is imperative to acknowledge one's own abilities. You must continuously achieve smaller dreams to enhance your capabilities before daring to confront grand aspirations. If you aim to be great from the outset, you might as well retreat to your dreams, for therein lies everything." After receiving this lesson from Naruto, Sasuke, far from being angered, nodded in agreement and said, "Once I have defeated Hinata Hyuga, I shall challenge you." Naruto shook his head, exclaiming, No, it's not me. It's them. They are even stronger than Hinata by a margin." Sasuke declared with resolute conviction, "I will accomplish it." Naruto imparted a rudimentary method of training while also sharing the techniques of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. This would suffice for him to engage and practice for a considerable duration. Sarutobi Hiruzen periodically observed the group, finding solace in their diligent training. They represented the future of Konohagakure. By afternoon, Naruto and his companions departed from the base, returning to their respective homes. As Naruto traversed an intersection, a fleeting pink figure caught his eye, clad in an outfit that was deeply etched in his memory, impossible to forget. He stepped back. Beholding a petite silhouette adorned in a pink chi-pao and a small collar top, her hairstyle fashioned into an elegant bun, distinctly different from that of other girls. This was no ordinary girl from the world of ninjas. She hailed from a foreign realm, a little girl from the Dragon Kingdom. It was none other than Tenten, the weaponry prodigy from one of the 12 ninja teams in Naruto. The familiar chi-pao and the intricate hairdo momentarily transported Naruto through the fabric of time, back to the land of Yin and Huang. At that moment, Tenten wielded a hidden weapon, a meteor shuriken, which she had just been spinning with finesse. With a keen sense that someone was observing her, Tenten launched a shuriken in his direction. Although the shuriken traveled with considerable speed, to Naruto, it appeared as mere childish play. Indeed, it was merely the antics of a child. Naruto raised his hand, effortlessly mastering the meteor dart. Tian turned around to see Naruto and exclaimed, "It's you." She was naturally familiar with Naruto, who was loathed by thousands and scorned by multitudes. It was impossible for her to forget him, as his presence always sparked discussions wherever he went. Naruto said, "It is I. I recall your name is Tian, correct?" Tian replied, "Indeed. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Her expression revealed a hint of wariness as she regarded Naruto. Naruto inquired, "Do you have a fondness for ninja tools?" Tenten remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Naruto, seemingly awaiting his next utterance. Naruto turned around and said, "If you wish to train, come to the pond on the western outskirts of the village tomorrow, and I shall teach you." With a swift motion, he hurled the meteor shuriken, which spun rapidly around Tenten before embedding itself into the wall to her left. Beneath it lay a spider the size of a thumb. Tenten gazed at Naruto's departing figure, realizing from the way he effortlessly caught her shuriken that his abilities extended far beyond mere shadow clones. She contemplated whether to attend the training. As she turned to leave, she remembered that she was a collector of ninja tools. Her home was filled with numerous weapons, and the shuriken lodged in the wall was of no concern to her. However, in the next moment, she found herself stiffening. Turning back with wide eyes fixed on the shuriken, filled with astonishment as she murmured, "Is this merely a coincidence?" Naruto was earnest in his intention to teach Tenten. In her presence, he sensed a thread of serene spirit. The essence of home felt so familiar. For the sake of this singular feeling, should Tenten wish to learn, he would impart the entirety of Tongmen's secret techniques and the profound principles of inner strength. Naruto found himself once again ensnared in reminiscence, murmuring softly, "It has been 5 years, Yume. How have you fared?" He then shook his head despondently, his spirit waning as he meandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure emerged from the shadows, adorned in a crimson dress, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Naruto. Naruto slightly turned his body, casually extending his hand to grasp the intruder's neck. Fortunately, he restrained his strength just in time. Otherwise, this assailant would have met a tragic end. The attacker was none other than Sakura Haruno. Her face turned pale as snow, for she had truly sensed a fleeting breath of death, as if she had momentarily crossed the threshold into the afterlife. Indeed, She had danced perilously close to the edge of mortality. Naruto set her down and calmly remarked, "You must not act so recklessly in the future, especially when I am deep in thought. It can be quite perilous." Regarding Sakura Haruno, Naruto harbored neither affection nor aversion. To him, she was akin to a stranger, merely an inconsequential classmate. Sakura wobbled unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, nearly losing control of herself. The reason she had launched a surprise attack on Naruto was due to her anger over his leading Sasuke astray and skipping class together, prompting her desire to teach him a lesson. However, she never anticipated that her assault would be effortlessly evaded by Naruto. And she found herself on the brink of being crushed, the sensation of suffocation chilling her to the core. Naruto paid no heed to the helpless Sakura Haruno and made his way home. After a while, Ino Yamanaka passed by and, noticing Sakura sitting despondently on the ground, approached her with a hint of curiosity. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Ino inquired. Once close friends, their bond had changed since they became rivals for Sasuke's affection. Sakura raised her hand and lifted her head, saying, "Ino, help me up." Upon seeing Sakura's expression, Ino quickly understood that something distressing had occurred and assisted her to her feet. "What happened, Sakura?" Ino asked. Sakura shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. Just now, it felt as though I had experienced an eternity." She continued, "He is incredibly strong." Ino questioned, "Who?" "Naruto Uzumaki," Sakura answered. Ino was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't he at the bottom of the class?" Sakura, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, "We were all deceived. His strength has already reached that of a genin. I couldn't even land a single blow before being subdued." Ino recalled Shikamaru and Choji, speculating. Could it have been them? "Ino, let us go," Sakura said. This unexpected encounter left an indelible mark on Sakura's heart, igniting within her a fierce determination to grow stronger and become a formidable kunoichi. Chapter 31. Danzo sets his sights on Naruto the following day. The number of students skipping class increased significantly. Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Tintin, and Sasuke Uchiha made up a group of 7 who were absent. Irika, trembling with frustration, eventually sighed in resignation. Some of the students were manageable, and he could simply have a talk with them, but Naruto and Sasuke were uniquely challenging, beyond his control. Let them be, he thought. As long as I conduct my lessons well, it will suffice. Under Naruto's training regimen, Sasuke distinctly felt his own improvement. He firmly believed that through Naruto's methods, his strength would accelerate exponentially, and one day, he would avenge himself on that man. Had things proceeded along their original course, if not for the arduous battle against Itachi, these two would have long been a thing of the past. However, the current situation was uncertain, as Sasuke's path had shifted. Combat proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities. Naruto arranged for the 4 to engage in combat, forbidding the use of chakra, relying solely on the limits of their physical prowess. Meanwhile, Naruto perched on a tree branch, and after a moment, he called out, "You two can come out now." Tintin and Sakura emerged from the shadows, astonished by the fierce battle of the 4 before them, marveling at how each of them had reached the pinnacle of genin-level strength through sheer physical capability. Naruto's gaze fell upon Tintin, taking in her attire adorned in traditional Chinese garments. A subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement, before shifting his attention to Sakura Haruno, inquiring, "Are you here in search of Sasuke?" He found it difficult to fathom the reason for Sakura's presence. His tone remained composed, devoid of any sorrow or joy. Sakura shook her head, replying no. Naruto inquired, "And who might you be?" To which Sakura Haruno responded, "I have come to find you." Naruto found himself even more perplexed. He had no connection with Sakura Haruno, unlike in the original narrative, where he was her devoted admirer. Sakura Haruno said, "You are quite strong. Could you teach me how to train?" Naruto was taken aback for a moment, but then recalled the events of the previous day. It seemed he had been affected by the setback, leading to a transformation in his response. He did not refuse and said, "Sure. Whether it's a single sheep or a flock, the more the merrier. Of course, it would be ideal if this flock could be herded back to their pen." Haruno Sakura displayed her delight, bowing gracefully. "Thank you." Naruto remarked, "However, there is one condition." Haruno Sakura responded, "Speak." Naruto said, "Do not disclose our matters to anyone. Keep our training methods a secret." Haruno Sakura nodded and replied, "All right, I promise." Naruto said to Tian, "Please wait for me here for a moment." Tian replied with a bright smile, "Sure." Previously harboring a hint of doubt, she now held none. She believed, wholeheartedly, that Naruto could guide her in her training. Naruto said to Sakura, "Come with me." Sakura felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She sensed the disparity in Naruto's demeanor towards her compared to Tenten. When conversing with Tenten, his tone was gentle and imbued with warmth. Yet when he spoke to her, his words were devoid of emotion, as if she were less than a mere classmate. Naruto imparted a straightforward method of training to Sakura Haruno, encouraging her to engage in weight-bearing exercises to absorb natural energy. Regarding her perseverance, Sakura's determination is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, she would not have stood out among the 12 elite. Naruto returned and smiled at Tenten, saying, "Tenten, what path do you wish to pursue?" Tenten replied, "I have a passion for researching ninja tools and a fondness for taijutsu." Indeed, Naruto responded, "Very well. I shall impart to you a set of body refinement techniques, followed by the art of hidden weapons." Tenten joyfully exclaimed, "Just like the hidden weapons techniques from yesterday?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, but there are certain conditions." Tian inquired, "What are the conditions?" Naruto remarked, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know," understanding Naruto's intent. She smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I shall keep this secret." Naruto spoke softly, "I trust you." Tian inquired, voicing her inner confusion, "Why do you wish to teach me?" Naruto gazed at Tenten and remarked, "Your attire evokes a sense of familiarity within me." Tenten glanced down at her clothing, finding nothing amiss, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Is it merely this?" Naruto, "That is sufficient. In this century, merely catching a whiff of my hometown's essence is already a blessing." Within Root, Danzo, with no other recourse, had no choice but to refine a three-tomo Sharingan. His options were limited. In Konoha, only one powerful Sharingan remained, Kakashi's. However, he could not lay a hand on Kakashi. The Jinchuriki, Danzo murmured, lacking the Uchiha size. His strength was no more than that of an elite jonin, possessing little influence. Thus, he was compelled to take risks and shift his focus toward the Jinchuriki, a true weapon of war. Mastering him would undoubtedly enhance his standing in Konoha. The Jinchuriki had transformed. He must be brought in tonight. Danzo instructed 2 members of Root. Both were peak Chunin, capable of capturing the Naruto from the original story. Yet the current Naruto, a force to be reckoned with, could not be easily restrained. Indeed, the transformation of the Jinchuriki was no exaggeration. He had grown frighteningly powerful. In the darkness, Naruto opened his eyes. With his current strength and the vigilance he had cultivated in his previous life, he sensed that someone was watching him. Root, that old coot Danzo, with nowhere else to turn, has set his sights on me? Who gave you the audacity? Naruto murmured. The 2 Chunin stood ready to strike. Even if that old scoundrel Danzo were to appear, Naruto could easily defeat him. However, he refrained from acting directly and instead quietly roused the sleeping Umbu, instructing them to drive off the intruders. As the 2 Root members approached Naruto's dwelling, in the next moment, 2 Umbu appeared, blocking their path. Upon seeing the faces of the 2 intruders, one of the Umbu declared, "Root." The 2 Root members were taken aback. They had thought they had evaded the Umbu. Yet here they were discovered. Without hesitation, they retreated. They could only imagine the consequences if they were captured. Lord Danzo would be compromised, severely hindering his operations. The Umbu did not pursue them, wary of falling into a trap. One remained to guard Naruto while the other returned to report to the Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen learned that Danzo had turned his attention to Naruto, he was filled with rage and summoned Danzo. A fierce argument ensued, escalating into a physical confrontation. Without the clash of chakra, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and with one hand less, Danzo was naturally at a disadvantage against Sarutobi. Naruto perceived the scene before him and chuckled, remarking on the affectionate couple, finding the moment quite exhilarating. He believed that, after this encounter, Danzo would remain quiet for a while and refrain from seeking trouble. In Chapter 32, Orochimaru arrives in Konoha, in the realm of returning to the source. I have finally achieved a breakthrough. For years later, in an underground cavern, Naruto murmured to himself. 2 years prior, he had already stepped into the half-step realm of returning to the source. In pursuit of accelerating the evolution of his Byakugan with true essence, Naruto diligently practiced his cultivation, even enlisting the assistance of Kurama, ultimately evolving his Byakugan into the formidable Rinnegan. His left eye transformed into the supreme Rinnegan, while his right eye remained the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Naruto's spiritual energy still lacked a certain depth, evoking envy towards the Uchiha clan, had he possessed their bloodline. The growth of his soul would have accelerated significantly, likely enabling him to awaken the Rinnegan. Having cultivated the Hunyuan body refinement technique to the 5th level, his physical strength had reached such a pinnacle that even the most powerful Jonin could not inflict any harm upon him. He had become invincible in the mortal realm, impervious to the influence of others. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were to be reborn, he would not fear confrontation, even in defeat. The sage would find no way to overcome him. The energy within his body, the power stored in his eyes, and the richness of true essence in his dantian equated to that of 800 Kakashi. With the addition of the 9 tails, his strength could be likened to 900 Kakashi. In battle, he could also allow Kurama to absorb natural energy, rendering Naruto's supply of true essence virtually limitless under normal circumstances. Naruto is maturing, and so are his companions. They have transformed the energy of chakra into inner strength, utilizing ninjutsu to channel this power, resulting in a force even more formidable than that derived from chakra alone. Hinata Hyuga has reached the late stage of the 1st rank. Having comprehended the essence of Tai Chi, her combat prowess is such that even the peak Jonin, CHG Akimichi, would find himself outmatched. Tenten, newly ascended to the 1st rank, moves with swiftness and elusiveness, akin to a specter. Under Naruto's tutelage, she has merged space-time ninjutsu with the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, making her an enigmatic assassin whose techniques defy time itself. While she may not possess the greatest combat strength among them, her lethal methods render her the most formidable, second only to Naruto. And she shares a close bond with Hinata. Sasuke Uchiha stands at the pinnacle of the 1st rank, wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan. He has refrained from learning additional ninjutsu, adhering to Naruto's counsel of not overextending oneself. Instead, he has honed the family's signature fire release technique to its utmost potential, making him the strongest in combat, aside from Naruto. However, in a life-and-death confrontation with Tenten, their chances would be evenly matched, unless his eyes evolve into the Meijiki Sharingan. Otherwise, he remains vulnerable to Tenten's unpredictable weaponry. Shikamaru Nara, also at the peak of the 1st rank, has mastered the shadow technique. He does not aspire to be a strategist of high caliber, but is adept at calculating outcomes in joint operations. He is likely to secure victory in 8 out of 10 scenarios. CHG Akimichi, at the same pinnacle, has developed an ever-growing appetite and a robust physique, capable of consuming 8 pounds of meat and 100 bags of chips in a single day. His kind-hearted nature leads him to hold back during most battles. Sakura Haruno has recently attained the 1st rank, possessing considerable strength. Her ninjutsu repertoire consists of only 2 techniques, the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique. Naruto, without hesitation, imparted to her a set of martial arts. Her fiery temperament suits a style characterized by brute force, thus he named her technique the Raging Bare Fist. In physical confrontations, she only falls short against Hinata, as no matter the might of her blows, they land as softly as if striking cottons, failing to inflict any damage upon Hinata. Yet, in the eyes of the outside world, all 6 remain mere genin, inexperienced novices. One day, while Naruto was exploring the outskirts of the village, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence, akin to a menacing serpent fixating upon him. Naruto turned his gaze, and upon a branch, he beheld a long black serpent, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. Within the depths of the serpent's eyes, he discerned a glimmer of curiosity. This serpent possessed awareness. Naruto's curiosity was piqued. It seemed that the only old serpent from the Hidden Leaf Village who could arrive now was Orochimaru, releasing his spiritual energy. He swiftly detected Orochimaru's presence. Naruto mused to himself, Orochimaru is not inherently bad. He merely became consumed by an insatiable desire for power, leading him down a path of extremity. Naruto executed several swift movements, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The poisonous serpent perched upon the tree was taken aback, and soon descended, oblivious to the whereabouts of its target. Naruto arrived at a dense forest and declared, Orochimaru, I am aware of your presence here. Reveal yourself. From beneath a tree hollow, a serpent's head emerged, gradually enlarging, and soon Orochimaru was expelled forth. Oh, Naruto disdainfully remarked, Orochimaru, you are truly repulsive. I do not appreciate your dramatic entrance. Orochimaru restored his form, extending his lengthy tongue, which made Naruto feel a wave of nausea. If this were a previous life, countless affluent women would have been driven to madness by such a spectacle. It is nothing short of a divine artifact. In a chilling tone, Orochimaru inquired, Little brat, who are you? Naruto inquired, Orochimaru, do you find this conversation amusing? Are you truly unaware of who I am? Orochimaru replied with a sinister smirk, how intriguing, Uzumaki Naruto. It appears you have concealed many secrets. Naruto remarked, isn't it only natural? After all, isn't it delightful to live freely? Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. An intriguing Jinchuriki you are. Naruto inquired, dare you to take me away? Orochimaru shook his head, replying, I do not dare. This was the truth. He truly did not have the audacity to abduct a Jinchuriki, for it would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation from Konoha. Naruto smiled faintly and said, Orochimaru, you have come to devise a plan, haven't you? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, resembling a coiled venomous serpent poised to strike, and replied, little brat. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Naruto exclaimed, stop pretending. Kabuto is one of yours, isn't he? Orochimaru, with a chilling aura of chakra enveloping him, replied ominously. You little brat, what else do you know? Naruto spoke coldly, sheathe your murderous intent, or I shall end your life. Subtly, his true essence surged forth, exerting pressure that forced Orochimaru to take a step back. Astonished by Naruto's overwhelming presence, he knew he was no match. Yet, this was not the end. Naruto's right eye began to rotate, resembling 6 interwoven blades, as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan manifested. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Naruto proclaimed, I am aware that you possess a cursed technique, one that allows you to leave a mark on others and resurrect yourself. However, do you believe that I am capable of eliminating you one by one? Orochimaru replied, indeed. Naruto remarked, I am aware of your purpose for coming this time. It is to execute the plan for the destruction of Konoha, is it not? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. This matter was known only to his inner circle. Could there be a traitor among them? It seemed implausible, as they were all his loyal subordinates. Naruto remarked, do not overthink it. Your companions have not betrayed you. As for how I know this, it is unnecessary for you to inquire. Orochimaru, calming his mind, inquired, Naruto-kun, may I ask what matters bring you to seek me? Naruto remarked, I am aware of your pursuit of power, which is why I extend an invitation for you to join our organization. Orochimaru responded, do you truly have an organization, Naruto-kun? Naruto, have you heard of the Qianlong organization? In Chapter 33, the plans of Orochimaru were thwarted. The Qianlong organization has firmly established its presence in this world and has gained renown far and wide. Uchiha Shisui is indeed a formidable individual. He directly altered the will of the feudal lords of the land of Tea through his Kotoame Tsukumi, swiftly seizing control of the region and secretly amassing power. A year later, the Qianlong organization was founded. During this year, under Naruto's guidance, Uchiha Shisui transformed the land of Tea, now renamed the Land of Flame, significantly enhancing its national strength. The economy quintupled, with the assistance of ninjas, leading to remarkable efficiency and ensuring a prosperous life for all commoners. Shisui signaled a name change to the Land of Flame. The Qianlong Martial Arts Academy was established, welcoming numerous apprentices. Individuals from other villages who attempted to investigate were left in awe of the organization's might. With the strength comparable to the 5 great shinobi villages and possessing 4 to 5 dozen jonin, it stood on par with any ninja village. And its elite forces even surpassed those of the Mist and Sand villages. After 3 years of development, the strength of the Land of Flame has grown once more, with 3,000 shinobi at the Chunin level. While this may be somewhat inferior to the 5 great villages, its elite combat strength is formidable. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled as he remarked, Naruto-kun, you two are a member of the Qianlong organization. This is indeed a powerful force, controlled by Uchiha Shisui, who has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, surpassing even the Kaga-level shinobi. Over the years, the Land of Flame has been exporting salt, rice, and sea cucumbers to various nations, particularly the exquisite sea cucumbers, which are in high demand yet scarce in supply. Naruto declared, I am the Dragon King, the leader of the organization. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto with astonishment. He was well aware that the organization had a Dragon King, the true leader of their ranks. However, aside from Uchiha Shisui, no one had ever laid eyes upon the visage of this Dragon King. One thing was certain, the Dragon King must be a figure of immense power. For it was inconceivable that anyone lacking such strength could preside over the organization. Yet, he never anticipated that the Dragon King of the organization would turn out to be none other than the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto remarked, it is indeed difficult to fathom, isn't it? Orochimaru replied, I certainly did not anticipate this. I fear that if I were to speak of it, no one would believe me. Naruto inquired, what do you say, will you join us? To cultivate martial arts and explore the profound truths of combat. He began a discourse filled with cynical wisdom. recounting the words meant to enlighten Uchiha Shursui about the ninja world, a world so perverse that only martial prowess could usher in peace, leading humanity towards tranquility and providing assurance to every ordinary citizen. In a demonstration of his formidable physical strength, Naruto struck his own flesh with a dagger. With a resounding clang, the dagger shattered, yet not a single mark marred his skin. This was not merely the result of the overwhelming chakra that characterizes Sage Mode. It was true body refinement, achieving such defensive capabilities without compromising the integrity of his physical form. This revelation also allowed Orochimaru to sense the magnitude of Naruto's true essence, causing him to shudder, for the vast reservoir of chakra and energy of authenticity was beyond anything he could muster, even 100-fold. Orochimaru declared, "I am willing." Naruto spoke, "Excellent, Orochimaru. You have made a prudent choice. However, there are a few matters I must explicitly address. You may conduct your experiments, but do not resort to using humans as subjects. Otherwise, I will take action and personally end your life. I do not condone such actions." Orochimaru assured him, "Naruto, I promise you, I will never again conduct experiments on human beings." Naruto expressed his hope that you would fulfill your promise. Orochimaru spoke these words sincerely. As Naruto had opened a new door for him, the prospect of researching this seemed far more intriguing than mere experimentation. Naruto inquired, "Do you have a pen?" Orochimaru, in response, summoned a serpent and, using its blood as ink, instructed Naruto to write. Naruto inscribed Chinese characters, and in this world, it is likely that only he and Shursui comprehend their meaning. Naruto instructed Shursui in the art of writing these characters, and each time, he communicated with Shursui through the guise of a crow. Even if someone were to intercept these messages, they would remain utterly perplexed by their contents. After completing his task, Naruto handed it to Orochimaru and said, "You shall journey to the land of flames and seek out Shursui. He will impart the teachings you desire." Orochimaru replied eagerly, "Understood," displaying a palpable impatience to depart. Naruto stated, "Orochimaru, you should abandon your plans." Orochimaru, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why?" He harbored little fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen and truly wished to eliminate him. Naruto remarked, "Punishing an individual does not solely entail taking their life. For someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is centered around power, rendering him a solitary figure is the most profound punishment." Orochimaru pondered for a moment and replied, "The Dragon King speaks wisely. Indeed, this would be the greatest form of retribution for him." Naruto spoke once more, "Take Kabuto back. He will thrive in the land of fire. Nurture him well. He has great potential." Orochimaru replied, "Understood." With that, Orochimaru departed, and Naruto returned to the training base where everyone was gathered. Under Naruto's subtle guidance, Tenten's attire had transformed, reminiscent of a young girl from ancient times. Every time Naruto caught sight of her, a faint smile graced his lips, and he resolved that once they departed from the hidden leaf village for the land of fire, he would bring many cherished items from his past life. "Tenten," she exclaimed, leaping onto Naruto's back. Over the years, she had felt the warmth of familial affection from him. In her heart, Naruto was her greatest pillar of support. Tenten had lost her parents during the ravages of war, a memory that had faded, yet they had left her with considerable wealth to indulge in. Unlike Naruto, who had seen all of his father's belongings seized by the third Hokage, forcing him to endure hardship, Hinata timidly called out, "Naruto-kun." Nara Shikamaru remarked, "Naruto, you have arrived rather late this time." Naruto remarked, "I encountered someone and engaged in conversation, hence my tardiness." Sakura Haruno responded, with graduation imminent, "I truly hope we can be placed in the same class." At this moment, Sakura's feelings towards Sasuke had transformed. She was no longer swayed by his looks. In her heart, Naruto's image grew increasingly vivid and towering. Shikamaru Nara interjected, "There's no need to ponder this. A single teacher can only guide a handful of students, making it impossible for us 7 to be together." Naruto recalled that the new teacher would conduct an assessment, and with 7 individuals in a team, they could easily subdue the teacher and thoroughly overpower him without revealing their true abilities. Hinata softly remarked, "As long as I can be in the same class as Naruto-kun, everything is perfectly fine." Naruto offered a wry smile, as Hinata's affection for him permeated to the very core of her being, encompassing her body and soul, revolving entirely around him. To refrain from making a decisive choice only invites chaos. Naruto gently set down Tenten from his back and turned to Hinata, saying, "Hinata, I have something to discuss with you. Please, follow me." Hinata replied softly, "All right." Her courage had significantly increased compared to the original narrative. Yet she still blushed in Naruto's presence, though she no longer felt faint. Chapter 34. Hinata's defeat against Niji. The two ventured deeper into the woods, and Hinata's charming face retained a lingering blush. She inquired quietly, Naruto-kun, what is it you wish to talk about? If Naruto-kun needed assistance, she would undoubtedly give her utmost effort. Naruto hesitated for a moment before speaking. Hinata, you are my friend, and I do not wish to deceive you. There are matters that I need to clarify with you. As for whether we stand as foes or allies, Hinata, that decision rests with you. Hinata replied resolutely. I will not stand against you, Naruto-kun. Naruto said, please listen to what I have to say before responding. Hinata replied, all right. Naruto inquired, Hinata, do you recall the incident regarding the loss of your family's eyes several years ago? Hinata, speaking absent-mindedly, replied, yes, it was a servant in our household. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she lifted her gaze, her eyes trembling as she looked at Naruto. Could it be that Naruto had brought this matter up for a reason? Naruto confessed, you are not mistaken, it is indeed I. As he spoke, his left eye rotated, transforming into the Rinnegan, emanating the unique aura of the Byakugan. 2 seconds later, it reverted to its original state. Naruto continued, that night, it was I who stole the eyes of your family's servant. I sought to study these eyes, to uncover what makes them so extraordinary. Hinata lowered her gaze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In truth, she did not harbor any resentment towards Naruto. Deep within her, she pondered, perhaps these eyes could serve an even greater purpose in Naruto's hands. She wondered if he required the secret techniques of her clan. However, the eyes were the very foundation of her family's legacy, their roots. Yet, could she deny Naruto the assistance he so desperately needed? No, that would be selfish. Hinata's heart wrestled with conflicting thoughts, increasingly turning away from her family's expectations. Naruto remarked, Hinata, the Byakugan and Sharingan were once the formidable eyes of Konoha. In truth, the Byakugan is capable of evolving as well, but it requires a higher grade of chakra. One could liken it to a superior form of energy. The inner strength you cultivate differs in quality from the chakra stored within your body. It is of a more advanced nature, which can facilitate the evolution of your eyes. This could be seen as Naruto's sense of guilt towards Hinata. As for the Hyuga clan, that was a different matter altogether. Even if he were to appropriate the entire clan, he would feel no remorse. However, Hinata was different. She was pure and kind-hearted. Hinata softly replied, Naruto-kun, I am feeling a bit confused. I need some time to think. Subsequently, she departed from the grove. Naruto sighed. Alas, Hinata wandered aimlessly back home. Upon noticing her, Hayashi Hyuga inquired, Hinata, aren't you supposed to be at school? Why have you returned? Hinata ignored him and continued toward her room. Hayashi, growing increasingly frustrated, exclaimed, Hinata. Only then did she respond, Father. Hayashi, filled with anger, stated, Hinata, you have been training for 4 to 5 years now. It is time to assess your strength. Follow me. Without resistance, Hinata trailed behind her father. Upon arriving at the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi summoned Niji Hyuga. Niji, possessing the peak strength of a lower ninja, was formidable in combat, just a step away from attaining the rank of a middle ninja. However, such prowess would be no match for Hinata. Brother Niji, she called out. Niji, stern and unsmiling, nodded slightly, addressing her formally, Lady Hinata. Hayashi announced, Hinata, I want you to endure 30 exchanges with Niji. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata found a surge of courage and declared, Father, if I manage to last 30 exchanges, I wish for an eye. This was the first time Hayashi witnessed such audacity from his daughter. His mind raced with questions about her intentions for wanting an eye. A vital aspect of the Hyuga clan. His thoughts narrowed to Naruto, realizing that Hinata's request must be for him. Is it for Naruto? He asked. Hinata resolutely affirmed. Yes. To prevent any deterioration in her relationship with Naruto, Hinata forced herself to remain calm, though her hands trembled beneath her sleeves, and her heart raced fiercely. Hayashi's anger intensified. She was so young, yet already straying from the clan's expectations. In a fit of rage, he declared, Very well, Hinata. If you can endure 100 exchanges, I shall grant your wish. Niji's expression turned icy as he gazed at Hinata, vowing not to hold back this time. He was furious that a branch family member's eye would be sacrificed for an outsider. Yet, he failed to realize that the Hinata standing before him was not a fragile girl. Her strength far surpassed his own. Elated, Hinata exclaimed, Father, you must not go back on your word. Hayashi replied firmly, I shall not waver. Despite his resolve, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Hinata bowed to Niji, saying, Brother Niji, please guide me. Niji cautioned, Lady Hinata, be careful. His gaze was icily resolute. He would not show any courtesy. The rift between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was a well-known secret in Konoha. The unique and supreme secret techniques of the Hyuga clan were exclusively passed down to the main family, leaving the branch family members feeling a sense of grievance. With Niji being one of them, seizing this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Naturally, Hayashi Hyuga stood by, vigilant, as this was his daughter. And he could not allow Niji to inflict too much harm upon her. As Niji activated his Byakugan, he charged toward Hinata, employing the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, the 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata, in turn, responded with Tai Chi. The deeper her understanding of Tai Chi grew, the more she realized the extraordinary nature of this martial art, far surpassing many techniques within their own family. In her eagerness to seize the opportunity, Hinata did not hold back. She seized Niji's hands, using his own strength against him, sending him flying. Following this, she executed the shifting fist, striking Niji and propelling him further away. Although he was not injured and Hinata had not exerted herself fully, the defeat was undeniably humiliating. At that moment, Hayashi stood in a state of shock, fully aware of Niji's prowess, which was undoubtedly at the peak of a Genin-S abilities. Even a Chunin would require numerous exchanges to best him. Yet he was effortlessly sent flying by his own daughter. Hinata, with her hands raised, declared, Father, I have won. Hayashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his estimation, his daughter could scarcely withstand 100 of Niji's attacks. Yet, her victory was so decisive that he questioned, Hinata, have you now attained the strength of a Chunin? Hinata did not respond to the question, merely fixing her gaze upon her father. Hayashi remarked, Very well, I shall grant you the Byakugan shortly. Previously, he had disdained Hinata's timid disposition, but now, considering her newfound strength, he pondered the height she might reach in a few more years. Bestowing one eye upon the Jinchuriki seemed a commendable idea, especially as it was Naruto who trained with Hinata, a gesture of gratitude towards him. Moreover, he understood that even with the Byakugan, without the clan's secret techniques, its power would be significantly diminished. The foremost priority was Hinata's happiness, fulfilling her desires. Hinata nodded earnestly, her expression serious, leaving Hayashi unable to discern the authenticity of her resolve. It was not merely Chunin-level strength she possessed. She had reached a pinnacle of martial prowess, akin to that of a Jounin. Chapter 35. Niji's inclusion. Upon the death of a branch family member, their Byakugan would vanish. Yet the eyes of the main family would endure, often hidden away in secrecy, known only to the clan head. With the Byakugan now in her possession, Hinata was elated and eager to leave her home. As she stepped outside, a voice called out, Lady Hinata. She turned, smiling, and replied, Brother Niji. Niji remarked, Lady Hinata, your strength is formidable. It seems you have not even exerted your full potential. This is indeed the case. If Hinata were to exert her full strength, Niji would likely be lying in a hospital bed for at least half a year, struggling to recover. Hinata proclaimed, Niji and I is family. I cannot harm him. Niji replied, Lady Hinata, your martial prowess is quite formidable. Might you teach me? He did not harbor high hopes, as he believed this knowledge to be a secret of the clan, one to which they were not entitled. Nevertheless, he could not resist the urge to inquire, yearning to learn. Hinata responded, I am sorry, Niji and I cannot make that decision. Niji felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had mentally prepared himself, and he shook his head, saying, It is all right, Lady Hinata. Observing Niji's discomfort, Hinata's heart ached with compassion. After a moment's thought, she said, Niji and I, please follow me. She then led Niji outside the village. Naruto felt a sense of perplexity as he wondered why Hinata had returned, accompanied by Niji Hyuga. Naruto distinctly recalls that in the original narrative, this brash individual was rather impolite towards him. However, putting that aside, having taken the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, he decides not to hold a grudge against him, especially since he has not provoked him at present. Upon seeing Naruto, Hinata joyfully approached and smiled, saying, Naruto-kun. Naruto, Hinata, you. Subsequently, Hinata produced a single eye and said, Naruto-kun, this is for you. Upon seeing this eye, Naruto could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Hinata had devised this plan to reconcile his relationship with the Hyuga clan. To say he was not moved would be a lie. He gently ruffled her hair and said, Silly girl. Hinata, feeling the warmth of Naruto's palm, lowered her head, her heart brimming with happiness. Naruto gazed at Niji and inquired, Hinata, did you bring Niji here for a reason? Hinata replied, Naruto-kun, may I impart the art of Tai Chi to my brother Neji? He wishes to learn. Her words were spoken with great caution, as she feared inciting Naruto's ire. Neji widened his eyes in astonishment. This was not a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, but rather a skill belonging to the son of the Nine Tails, which struck him as quite remarkable. Naruto smiled gently and said, "Of course, I can certainly do that. Moreover, I shall impart the methods of training to him as well. Hinata, Neji possesses a commendable talent, yet I hope you are aware of the effort you put forth. Do not allow him to surpass you." Hinata, her heart blooming with joy, gazed at Naruto, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto addressed Neji, stating, "Since Hinata is willing to teach you, you must dedicate yourself to your training. Your current abilities are insufficient. Hinata has already reached the late stage of Jonin. You need to accelerate your progress. However, one important matter remains. You must not share this knowledge with anyone, nor must you divulge any secrets. If Hyuga Hisashi inquires, you may pass on the principles of Tai Chi to him. Considering Hinata, it would be more appropriate to consult with a senior." Neji gazed at Hinata in disbelief, pondering if he had misheard. Late-stage Jonin? Hinata softly replied, "It is the result of Naruto-kun's efforts." Naruto gently stroked Hinata's hair and said, "Hinata, you should go practice. I need to have a word with Neji." Hinata replied with a soft, Her heart swelled with joy, for she would once again have the opportunity to train alongside Naruto-kun. Naruto said, "Neji, I understand that you harbor deep resentment towards the Hyuga clan due to the cursed seal of the caged bird. However, Hinata has always regarded you as a brother. Her heart is pure, and she wishes for your kindness. Please do not harm her." Neji nodded and replied, "I understand. I will protect Lady Hinata." Naruto remarked, "I hope you stay true to your word. Go ahead and let Hinata guide you in your training. With your innate talent, apart from Sasuke, you will surely catch up to the others in no time." The identity and background of Neji are formidable, as he is the reincarnation of Indra, destined for immortality, and his strength will naturally increase over time, making him incomparable. Neji inquired, "Are they all Jonin now?" Naruto nodded, "Indeed." Neji inquired, "And what about you?" Naruto smiled and said, "I am stronger than all of them." Neji nodded in agreement, "I will catch up to you." However, deep down, he still struggled to accept Naruto's prowess. It was understandable that Hinata and Sasuke surpassed him in strength, but Naruto? He was renowned as the underachiever of the academy. Naruto exclaimed, "Press on. You stand no chance. I am the child of destiny, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to return, I could still overpower him with my innate talent." Neji rushed towards Hinata, and under her guidance, he began his training step by step. Naruto gazed into the distance. Recalling that Neji had perished during a mission, he pondered whether his intervention might alter the course of fate. The path had already been laid before him. As for the outcome, that was solely in his hands. Nara Shikamaru remarked, "We have a new member joining us." Akimichi Choji added, "He is the most talented prodigy of the Hyuga clan, possessing formidable strength." Shikamaru responded, "Choji, does it truly amuse you to speak of strength in such terms?" Choji conceded, "Ah, indeed. Given their current abilities, confronting Hyuga Neji would be akin to bullying a child." Sasuke interjected, "With Naruto-esque training methods, Neji's strength will undoubtedly escalate rapidly. You must remain vigilant, lest you be surpassed." At present, Sasuke had no intention of challenging Naruto. 2 years prior, having ascended to the pinnacle of Chunin and awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, he contemplated ambushing Naruto. However, he was sent flying by a single kick. As if he had collided with a mountain. He hadn't even sensed it coming, and he was acutely aware that his power was not on par with Naruto's. Thus, he abandoned any thoughts of confronting Naruto. He held confidence in facing his brother in a few exchanges, yet he lacked assurance in battling Naruto. Naruto possesses a formidable strength, the kind that instills fear. He has no chance of victory whatsoever. In contrast to the original narrative, Sasuke has grown more composed. He now realizes that he is not yet a match for that individual. After all, he currently wields only the three-tomo Sharingan, while that person has possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan for several years. Thus, he refrains from uttering any vengeful proclamations. Instead, he seeks to cultivate his abilities in silence, biding his time for retribution, ideally until he unlocks the Mangekyou Sharingan, which may grant him another opportunity. The Hyuga clan, particularly Hinata's father, has gathered a wealth of information about Naruto. However, the details pertain solely to how Naruto trains a select few and engages in playful activities. There is nothing beyond that. He has no desire to investigate Naruto further, understanding that such actions would provoke the displeasure of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto Uzumaki has become Sarutobi's final trump card, and anyone who dares to target this asset would be at odds with him, facing dire consequences. Hinata's father remarked, if Hinata possesses such strength, then Naruto Uzumaki's prowess must be equally impressive. Furthermore, Naruto has been deliberately concealing his true capabilities. As a Jinchuriki and Hokage, who among you truly excels? Chapter 36. Class Division in the Land of the Flame Dragons. Orochimaru has arrived. Concealed and stealthy, he had not yet approached the Dragon Flame City when he was detected. Uchiha Shisui and another member of the Uchiha clan appeared atop the treetops. Orochimaru-senpai, is it wise to enter the land of the flame dragons so brazenly? Shisui inquired. Orochimaru was taken aback, halting in his tracks, and looked up to see Shisui and his companion. You are indeed a formidable aid to Lord Dragon King, Shisui. Your strength has surpassed my own, Orochimaru acknowledged sincerely. Have you ever encountered the Dragon King? Shisui asked, as his eyes activated, exuding a powerful aura that pressed down upon Orochimaru. He would not let a single mistake slip by unchallenged. Orochimaru hastily replied, I have seen him in Konoha. He was the one who discovered me first. Shisui queried, what business did you have in Konoha? Orochimaru stated, to kill, to slay the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shisui was taken aback by the audacity of this declaration. To assassinate a Hokage was no small feat, and it was indeed characteristic of Orochimaru. Were you stopped by the Dragon King? Shisui asked. Orochimaru replied, the Dragon King instructed me to join the organization and hone my martial skills. He stated that the death of an old fool like Hiruzen Sarutobi would not be the greatest punishment. Rather, leaving him isolated and forsaken would be the ultimate retribution. Shisui remarked, he will undoubtedly find himself abandoned. The Dragon King's invitation to you likely serves a greater purpose. He must have offered you something substantial. Orochimaru produced a letter from Naruto, stating, here it is. He could discern only a few characters and found them of little significance. Unable to grasp the entirety of the message, Shisui took the letter, and upon examining the handwriting, he immediately recognized it as Naruto's. After reading the contents, he exclaimed, welcome. Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru was welcomed into the Dragon Flame City, where he was imparted with the methods of cultivation. His prodigious talent, as one of the legendary Sannin, is beyond dispute. In the original narrative, his sole significant defeat occurred during his encounter with Itachi, where he was utterly vanquished under the sway of Itachi's Jinjutsu. Had it not been for Kabuto's timely intervention, he would have surely met his demise. After diligently practicing the Shin Yuan sword technique for a fortnight, Orochimaru discerned a notable enhancement in his prowess, accompanied by a long-lost sense of ease. His physical form was now imbued with energy, liberated from the burdensome chakra that once weighed him down, and he felt revitalized. Orochimaru sought out Uchiha Shisui, who, upon sensing Orochimaru's aura, remarked, congratulations, Orochimaru-senpai, on your renewed strength. To which Orochimaru replied, this is largely thanks to the Dragon King, and you, Shisui. Shisui humbly countered, the credit belongs solely to the Dragon King. Curious, Orochimaru inquired, Shisui, having practiced martial arts, do you also feel a newfound lightness in your body, devoid of the previous burdens? Shisui affirmed, indeed. Orochimaru pressed further. What could be the reason for this? Shisui, mimicking the inquiry, asked, Orochimaru-senpai, how much weight can you bear now? After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru responded, without chakra. It is true essence power, approximately 500 pounds. Shisui continued, and what if it were 1,000 pounds? Orochimaru replied, I would be crushed. Shisui elucidated. The principle is the same. Our past training merely involved absorbing chakra into our bodies, storing it within our flesh, eyes, and organs, predominantly within our cells. As we incessantly absorb natural energy, the chakra within our cells intensifies, enhancing our capacity. However, akin to humans, once a limit is reached, damage ensues, and cells become compromised, leading to unseen harm to our bodies. He elaborated on the martial arts cultivation method pioneered by the Dragon King, which utilizes acupuncture points to store energy, developing the dantian. Though there exists energy within the cells, it never surpasses the threshold of capacity. This energy not only nourishes the cells but also aids in repairing damage, thus imparting a sense of lightness. His words were straightforward, clear, and easily comprehensible. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, Lord Dragon King, a deity indeed. The once sinister and malevolent Orochimaru had transformed into a humble disciple of Naruto. Uchiha Shursui concurred, affirming, indeed. The Dragon King must be a god destined to save the world. Subsequently, Shursui recounted the morbid philosophy of the ninja way, redirecting Orochimaru's path and sowing the seeds of conviction within him. Finally, Shursui inquired, Orochimaru-senpai, your sound ninja village may now relocate. Orochimaru replied, certainly, for here, there is sunlight. He smiled, no longer with a sinister grin, but rather with a radiant smile. Here, he found vitality and a sense of purpose. Naruto, unaware of the transformations of Shizen and Orochimaru, was seated in the classroom, feeling somewhat drowsy. To his left sat Hinata, and to his right, Tenten. Life was blissful. In the front row were Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura, while further ahead was Sasuke, who was accompanied by a blonde-haired girl. Naturally, it was Ino Yamanaka. At present, she monopolized Sasuke's attention entirely, yet it was unfortunate that he remained emotionally detached, showing more warmth towards Shikamaru than towards Ino, and currently, he even cherished Naruto more. Iruka stood at the teacher's podium and proclaimed, congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be ninjas capable of standing on your own. However, you are merely genin. A long and arduous journey lies ahead, and the true hardships await you. This is merely the beginning. Henceforth, you shall be divided into teams of 3, forming a class where you will cooperate and grow together. Naruto felt drowsy from the incessant chatter. However, he could not deny that Iruka was a commendable teacher. Thus, he contemplated whether he should recruit him to the Flame Dragon Martial Arts Academy upon his departure. The announcement of the trio groups sparked excitement among the crowd. Many girls turned their gazes towards Sasuke, silently wishing to be grouped with him. Hinata expressed her preference, stating that she would be content to be in a group with Naruto. Tenten lamented, unwilling to part from her beloved Naruto. Shikamaru sighed, acknowledging that separation was inevitable. Choji reassured himself that he would still have the chance to play with Naruto and savor his cooking, particularly the grilled meat. Sasuke remained silent, perceiving the additional members as mere burdens, and recognized that partnering with Naruto would merely shift the burden onto himself. As Iruka read the names for Team 7, Naruto lifted his eyelids, soon following with Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Sakura beamed with delight, not solely for being in the same team as Sasuke, but rather for being alongside Naruto. Hinata felt a pang of disappointment, while Tenten lamented the missed opportunity. Sasuke, however, saw being in the same group as Naruto as advantageous, believing it would bolster their strength. Inuzuka Kiba found himself dissatisfied with the arrangement, nearly erupting in frustration. Team 8 comprised Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 9 included Tenten, Rock Lee, and Niji Hyuga. Team 10 consisted of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Chapter 37, The Emperor Kai and His Disciples. Once the teams were assigned, they were promptly taken away by their respective instructors. Unsurprisingly, Kakashi was the slowest of them all. Unlike the original Naruto, who was mischievous and often played pranks on Kakashi, this version of Naruto lay sprawled on the desk, fast asleep. Sakura Haruno was contemplating whether to join him in the back row. As for Sasuke, he remained coolly seated, indifferent to the presence of their Jonin instructor, feeling that he had already surpassed the lessons being imparted. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up, Sasuke, are you thinking that our Jonin instructor is no longer able to teach you? Without hesitation, Sasuke replied coolly, indeed. Naruto remarked, at times, humility can also be a form of strength. Kakashi became a genin at the tender age of 5. He is an elite Jonin and possesses a multitude of ninjutsu techniques. I find little to learn from him, but you still have the opportunity. Kakashi wields a jutsu known as Chidori, which possesses considerable power. You should endeavor to master it. Sasuke replied, all right. Naruto's words are ones he firmly believes in. Since Naruto holds them in high regard, he dedicates himself to learning from them, aspiring to become an elite shinobi, a formidable opponent in battle. Haruno Sakura inquired, Naruto-kun, do I share any similarities with him in my pursuit of learning? For a girl like Sakura, whose temperament is rather fierce, it would be more fitting for her to seek guidance from someone like Tsunade, a powerhouse in her own right. Naruto remarked, focus diligently on perfecting your own martial arts and honing your healing ninjutsu. Absorb the wisdom of Kakashi's experiences. As for your esteemed mentor, that can wait for the future. Should she return, you may seek her guidance. Sakura whispered, I believe, Naruto, that you are the finest teacher. She then inquired, who is she? Naruto, your idol. Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade. It was not until the afternoon that Kakashi finally made his appearance, stating, "I apologize for my tardiness." Kakashi led the trio out of the classroom and onto a narrow path at the edge of the school, where he came to a halt, perched upon the iron railing. He declared, "This is where we shall stop. Now, let us begin with self-introductions. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. As for my likes and dislikes, I shall refrain from divulging them for the time being, as there are many intriguing aspects to explore. Now, it is your turn. Naruto is fine, but Sasuke and Sakura are utterly bewildered. Is there truly such a teacher? In the end, there remains nothing but a name. And even the visage is but half of what it once was." Naruto spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Uzumaki Naruto, as everyone already knows. I have a penchant for reading illustrated publications, the kind adorned with images, and I prefer to wear minimal clothing, accompanied by a descriptive passage, preferably with the phrase Gambat." At this, Naruto winked at Kakashi and continued, "What I dislike is when a story is abruptly interrupted. As for my dreams, I have shared them before." This left Kakashi momentarily speechless. This self-introduction was even more impressive than his own, and it seemed this lad was aware of his interests. Sakura and Sasuke, however, were baffled, truly unable to comprehend the nuances, for despite their maturity, they were still merely two adorable youngsters. Sasuke declared, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. My greatest passion is training, and I harbor many dislikes, the foremost being disturbances during my training sessions. My aspiration is to eliminate that individual and restore the Uchiha clan." This revelation was familiar to both Naruto and Sakura, thus eliciting no surprise. Kakashi pondered silently. That individual, Itachi perhaps? A pitiable soul indeed. Suddenly, memories of Uchiha Shursui surfaced, along with thoughts of the Umbu organization, a faction that had stirred tumult within the ninja world, one that no other organization dared to underestimate. Moreover, the Umbu was held in high regard in the Land of Fire, embraced by the populace, where social hierarchies and oppression were absent. Lost in thought, Kakashi inadvertently overlooked Sakura's self-introduction. Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, stop daydreaming. We have completed our introductions." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi withdrew his gaze, seemingly indifferent to what Naruto had said, and replied, "All three of you are rather intriguing. We shall commence our missions starting tomorrow." Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, if tasks such as capturing kittens or searching for puppies are what we are to undertake, it would be far more beneficial for us to engage in training instead." Sasuke concurred, "Indeed. Are these even considered tasks? They are nothing but a waste of time." Sakura smiled quietly, choosing not to interject, as she was amenable to any course of action. Kakashi responded, "This cohort of students is indeed quite challenging to guide, but rest assured, there is a training session scheduled for tomorrow." Naruto mused to himself, "Survival training, is it? I shall merely play a supporting role to spare Kakashi the embarrassment of a crushing defeat." Although this was his initial thought, Sasuke was determined to master the Chidori and thus displayed his skills with utmost seriousness. Sakura's presence further ensured that Kakashi faced a swift defeat. After instructing the trio to assemble at 5 in the morning, he took his leave. Subsequently, Naruto and his companions also departed. Both Sakura and Sasuke had honed their abilities to such a level that they stood tall and confident. After all, it was merely a minor assessment that posed no challenge to them. Upon exiting the school, the three parted ways, agreeing to reconvene the following day. Naruto gazed upon the familiar streets and murmured to himself, "It is time to depart." Naruto aspired to fulfill his inaugural mission beyond the village, returning in a manner befitting his departure. Having endured countless insults, it was only right for him to ensure they understood the reasons behind their scorn. As he turned a corner, he beheld Might Guy and Rock Lee locked in a heartfelt embrace, a poignant display of their father-son bond. Meanwhile, Tenten and Neji exchanged awkward glances. In the original narrative, only Rock Lee could truly grasp the essence of Might Guy, just as only Might Guy could comprehend Rock Lee. Their singular attire was a symbol of their shared youth, transcending mere color. "Naruto!" Tenten exclaimed, spotting him and joyfully rushing over to grasp his arm, her habitual gesture. As Might Guy and Rock Lee separated, Might Guy noticed Naruto and remarked, "Ah, it's Naruto. I hear you've been training. The emblem of youth is inseparable from hard work. The fervor of youth demands action. Would you care to join me in honing our physical prowess?" Naruto observed the physiques of Might Guy and Rock Lee. Indeed, they were diligently training their bodies. However, such self-destructive methods of exercise are ill-advised. One cannot even ascertain whether they will live to an old age under such rigorous practices. Naruto remarked, Well, if the opportunity arises, I could teach you the art of body refinement. Might Guy replied, Oh, Naruto, are you feeling quite confident? Naruto remarked, Naturally, youth is not something to be squandered. If the Azure Beast of Konoha were to be bestowed with a body-refining technique, absorbing energy to nurture itself, and then deliver a decisive blow, it should not be depleted. Would this not add another card to our hand? This notion was indeed splendid, albeit somewhat challenging. Even Kakashi would find it difficult. Might Guy's loyalty to Konoha makes it quite arduous to persuade him to depart. At that moment, Rock Lee interjected, Naruto, you are merely a trailing figure. It is commendable that you do not hinder others, yet here you are, boasting without restraint. Chapter 38. The three ninjas seek to converge the flame dragon. Both Tenten and Neji gazed at Lee as if he were a simpleton. If Naruto is a trailing figure, then the entire village of Konoha must surely be in the same position. Might Guy responded, Lee, that statement is misguided. Anyone who strives diligently is a genius. Naruto began his rigorous training at the tender age of 3, running around the village. He is indeed a genius. He has not squandered his youth. It will not wither away. Rock Lee humbly apologized. Master Guy, I was mistaken. Might Guy continued, Indeed. Recognizing one's errors and striving to amend them is the hallmark of a good child. Naruto, you must believe in yourself. Those who do not have faith in their own abilities render their efforts meaningless. Regardless of the formidable obstacles that lie ahead, you must endeavor to overcome them, even at the cost of your life, leaving behind evidence of a man who has truly lived. Naruto proclaimed, I possess an unwavering self-belief, an abundance of confidence that knows no bounds. Indeed, his self-assurance is profound. In this regard, Might Guy also succeeded, leaving behind a testament to manhood. The elegance of that final kick has transcended into legend. Rock Lee gazed at Might Guy with his sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Master Guy? To which Might Guy responded, Lee. The two master and disciple embraced each other with unrestrained joy. Naruto, this scene, once merely a spectacle on screen, now unfolds before my very eyes. And I find it hard to accept. The Sound Village has merged with the Hidden Dragon Organization, and Orochimaru has allied himself with the Flame Dragon Country. In an instant, this news spread like wildfire. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, possesses strength comparable to that of the Kaga-level shinobi. The addition of such a formidable opponent to the Hidden Dragon Organization significantly enhances its power, elevating the threat level once again. When the news reached Konoha, the elders convened a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, regarding the land of Tea, now under the Hidden Dragon Organization of the Flame Dragon Country. Do you have any plans to counter this threat? The danger is immense. How can one rest easy with a lion sleeping beside them? When it is hungry, it will devour you whole. Karina Yui remarked, It is challenging. With Orochimaru's inclusion, the strength of the Flame Dragon Country has surged once more, compounded by the Uchiha clan. Particularly Uchiha Shisui. Restraining them will not be an easy feat unless Tsunade and Jiraiya return, bringing overwhelming force to bear. Everyone present understood that such expectations were futile. Jiraiya might be a possibility, but Tsunade, having lost faith in Konoha and suffering from hemophobia, is unfit for the battlefield. Mito Gaiden stated, Indeed, we are still unaware of who the Dragon King is. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Should he surpass Uchiha Shisui, provoking them would lead Konoha to disaster. The conversation faltered as they all recognized the implications. Konoha would inevitably face the wrathful retaliation of the Hidden Dragon Organization. The village, no longer as robust as in days past, would surely lose its standing as the preeminent force, and a war would lead to its decline. Danzo, this time, remained unusually silent. The predicament had arisen due to his ambition to seize Uchiha Shisui's eyes, thereby creating the current crisis. Such a weapon of war, such an intimidating presence, had been driven away by him. It was likely that any words he spoke would provoke a collective backlash from the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo, asking, Is there truly no way out? If we were to reach out to the Mist Village for an alliance, would we stand a chance? The other shinobi villages would have to pass through the Land of Fire, and who knows how many allies they would bring. We cannot allow them to exploit our vulnerabilities. Mito Gaiden replied, If we form an alliance, we would have a 60% chance of success. If Tsunade returns and overcomes her phobia, our chances rise to 80%. Tsunade is a formidable medical ninja, more capable than an entire medical team, and her combat prowess can sway the outcome of a battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen then directed his gaze at Danzo, inquiring, What are your thoughts, Danzo? Danzo responded, To eliminate future threats, an alliance with the Cloud Village is feasible. The amalgamation of the 3 legendary villages will undoubtedly eradicate the hidden dragon organization. For several years, the experiments yielded little success, but now his thoughts have become more active, particularly regarding Naruto, as he contemplates how to take him away. Of course, we could wait another 2 years for the Jinchuriki to mature. That would enhance our chances. Konohamaru suggested. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, pondering the Jinchuriki, his final trump card, yet still too young. A few more years would render even the hidden dragon insignificant. After much deliberation, they decided to postpone their plans for 2 more years. Konoha had yet to recover from the Uchiha rebellion. With further growth, they would be ready for battle. Konoha still possessed a hidden ace, Uchiha Itachi. With his current strength, he should be capable of holding off Uchiha Shisui. The only uncertainty remained with the Dragon King, a variable in their calculations. In the bustling streets of Shortes, a haven for gamblers, a tavern welcomed patrons. A drunken woman with yellow hair, emblazoned with a large character meaning gamble on her back, sat at a table. Before her stood a woman clad in black, cradling a pig in her arms. Lady Tsunade, I have significant news, the woman, Shizen, announced. Tsunade, inebriated, replied. What news could be so important? Shizen continued, Orochimaru has joined the land of the fiery dragon, formerly known as the land of tea. Tsunade said. Is this the organization formed by defectors from the Uchiha clan? What significance does this hold? Despite her words, contemplation flickered in her eyes. After all, Konoha was founded by her grandfather. Despite her disappointment, she was reluctant to see it falter. Both the Uchiha clan and Orochimaru were products of Konoha, driven away by the village itself. But, Lady Tsunade, Shizun began, only to be interrupted. I've heard that the land of the fiery dragon is quite wealthy. Let us go and win some back to settle our debts. Shizen remained silent. Years of gambling had depleted their resources, leaving them in insurmountable debt, with never a victory to their name. In the land of fire, at a women's bathing facility, many young women indulged in their bathing rituals. The air thick with steam and allure. A long-haired, white-haired man donned in a vibrant red garment, with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Previously, he had been keen on gathering material for his writings, but upon hearing certain discussions, he lost his motivation and discreetly departed, an unusual feat for one so often noticed. Jiraiya murmured to himself, Old man, this is yet another of your muddled accounts. Sitting in the Hokage's seat, Konoha will only continue to weaken. Alas, he altered his journey's course towards the Qianlong organization and the martial arts academy, intrigued to discover the true nature of this enigmatic entity. Thus, he resolved to gather information there, while simultaneously observing the endeavors of Orochimaru and his companions. Chapter 39. Obito comes and goes amidst the stirrings of Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito finally carved out a moment in his schedule to arrive at the land of the Flame Dragons. Possessing the power of Kamui, he made his way to the heart of Flame Dragon City, where he was ultimately detected. He had intended to infiltrate the central hub of the city unnoticed, yet a figure obstructed his path, halting him before the city's gates. Uchiha Shisui. Obito paused, gazing at the suddenly materialized Uchiha Shisui, and spoke in a low tone. Shisui replied, as expected of one who wields the power of Kamui. It is only upon your arrival here that we have become aware of your presence. Faced with Shisui's penetrating gaze, Obito felt an unsettling sensation, as if his true identity had been laid bare before this youthful prodigy. In truth, Shisui had discerned his identity. Obito remarked, truly commendable. You, the hero who led the Uchiha clan's rebellion against Konoha, have managed to uncover my presence. Shisui responded, I am aware of your affiliation with the Akatsuki. Should you wish to visit our land of the Flame Dragons, you are most welcome. However, if you harbor ulterior motives, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, regardless of your lineage. With that, his eyes shifted, revealing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, radiating an overwhelming aura. Obito fixed his gaze upon Shisui, acknowledging the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. There is a hint of covetousness within me. Shisui inquired, What? Do you covet my eyes? Obito replied, Such exquisite eyes, acquiring them would be most advantageous. Shisui calmly stated, I would not hesitate to alter your memories, severing your ties with the Akatsuki. Obito responded, It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Shisui affirmed, Indeed, I am aware of much. Obito declared, Shisui, this world is plagued by malady. Countless slaughters abound. Join us in shattering the rules of this world and establishing a perfect realm anew. One that ends the warfare, alleviates suffering, and abolishes bloodshed. thereby instituting a new order. Shursui retorted, "Is that so? Yet your emergence has wrought considerable suffering. You tread upon countless corpses to fulfill your sordid ambitions. Forgive me, but I cannot comply. Do you recall your initial intention? It was to bring peace to your homeland. May I inquire, has your nation known peace since its inception?" A colossal serpent materialized, with Orochimaru perched atop its head, exclaiming, "Afe." Obito remarked, "Orochimaru, it has been a long time." Orochimaru replied, "Afe, indeed it has been a while, but you are unwelcome here. I was once a member of the Akatsuki, and I am well aware of its objectives." The crimson eyes of Uchiha Shursui gazed upon the myriad serpents beneath Orochimaru, declaring, "Should you harm any individual from the land of the flame dragons, rest assured, even if it leads me into the depths of the earth, I shall ultimately bring about your demise." Before the myriad serpents could utter a word, Orochimaru interjected, "Fear not, Lord Shursui. It shall not inflict harm upon anyone. My assurance extends solely to other beings." Uchiha Shursui remarked, "The farm oxen are commendable. I shall grant it too." To which Orochimaru replied, "Indeed, Lord Shursui." Truth be told, he had developed a fondness for the Flame Dragon City, where ambitions of power were absent, replaced instead by relentless dedication in accordance with the edicts of the Dragon King. Subsequently, 7 individuals emerged, all members of the Uchiha clan, their eyes possessing the prowess of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito involuntarily inhaled sharply. 7 Mangekyou. Their presence formidable had already attained the level of Kaga-level shinobi. Shursui addressed Obito, reiterating, "As I have said before, if you come as a guest to the land of the flame dragons, you are welcome. Should you provoke us, you shall transform into a wolf, hunted by the fangs of freedom." This was a phrase borrowed from Naruto. Obito responded, "Lord Shursui, trust in my sincerity. I come here with no malevolent intent." In Obito's mind, the land of the flame dragons had become a domain with numerous Kaga-level experts, rendering it one of the most perilous locations. Lacking more than 70% certainty, he would refrain from taking action. Such strength could easily rival that of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, there was still the most enigmatic figure yet to appear from the organization, the leader, the Dragon King. With Uchiha Shursui and his comrades possessing such formidable capabilities, one could only surmise that the Dragon King was no ordinary individual. Even with Nagato wielding the Rinnegan, he would likely not stand a chance against this Dragon King. Obito did ultimately enter the Flame Dragon City, albeit under surveillance. Individuals of such danger required cautious handling. After spending 2 to 3 days there, he departed. He accomplished nothing. His initial objective unfulfilled. Although he had gleaned insights into the strength of the organization, his heart was heavy, for they remained shrouded in mystery. Orochimaru remarked, "Lord Shursui, the Akatsuki's arrival here must surely have a purpose." Shursui replied, "They have come for me." This was anticipated well before leaving the village, as the Dragon King foresaw it, stating that the Akatsuki would indeed venture here, and that he himself would be the one to arrive. Orochimaru gasped, astonished that the Dragon King could foresee the future. Shursui inquired, "Are you aware of this person's true identity?" Orochimaru shook his head, "I do not know." Shursui revealed, "He is one of my Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Obito, presently acting as the proxy for our ancestral leader." "What? Uchiha Obito? Is he not dead?" Orochimaru exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. Shursui continued, "He was resurrected, donning a mask, traversing the shadows to fulfill their objectives. Over a decade ago, he was the one who unleashed the Nine Tails." Orochimaru contemplated Naruto, his body trembling as he spoke. "Obito is Minato's disciple," Shursui remarked. "This person's mind has become warped. He is capable of anything. Therefore, Orochimaru-senpai, you must keep a watchful eye on him." Orochimaru assured him, "Rest assured, Shursui-kun, I will fulfill my mission." Shursui then presented a pair of eyes, the 3-tomo Sharingan, to Orochimaru, stating, "I am aware that you have long desired the eyes of our clan. This pair is a gift for you, to safeguard the flame dragon and serve as its eyes." Orochimaru bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Shursui." Shursui produced a secret technique, explaining, "Lord Ri has uncovered the secret of Sharingan evolution, which requires immense spiritual power. Here is the method for cultivating spiritual energy. With your abilities, you should be able to evolve into the Mangekyou Sharingan by following the prescribed techniques." At that moment, Orochimaru was overwhelmed with emotion. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, which he had long coveted, were now within his grasp, promising not only an enhancement of his power, but also the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. His once shadowy heart was now illuminated by the light of hope. He bowed again, reiterating his thanks. Thank you, Shursui-kun. Shursui replied, there is no need to thank me. It is Lord Ri you should be grateful to. Orochimaru held immense respect for Naruto, who had guided him onto a prosperous path. Remembering something, he inquired, what about Lord Ri's eyes? Shursui replied, of course, my Sharingan is merely a 3-tomo. Chapter 40. Sasuke and Sakura complete their assessment indeed. It was Naruto who subtly guided Shursui in this endeavor. Orochimaru was a remarkable talent, possessing formidable strength. His enhancement would serve as a safeguard for the flame dragon and a deterrent to external threats. Regarding betrayal, Naruto was confident that Orochimaru would make the right choice. Now a host for the Nine Tails, endowed with the Sharingan, his power was unfathomable. Orochimaru would neither betray nor dare to deviate. Gradually, this serpent lurking in the shadows would transform into a gentle creature, radiating warmth and compassion. Furthermore, Naruto intended to style Orochimaru's hair into a sunny, cheerful manner, transforming him into a bright young man, believing his appearance would surely attract admiration. Orochimaru's talent was indeed formidable, having refined the 3-tomo Sharingan and practiced the spiritual cultivation techniques. He adeptly guided his spiritual energy, merging it with the Sharingan, and successfully evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. His strength surged. Now, he could eliminate the aging Hiruzen Sarutobi without relying on the Edo Tensei, capable of single-handedly defeating the old man. As Orochimaru completed his training, Shursui appeared, congratulating him. Congratulations. Orochimaru responded with gratitude. Thank you. Shursui continued. The defense of the Flame Dragon City now rests on your shoulders. Ensure that no one from the other ninja villages infiltrates. Orochimaru assured him. Shursui, have no worries. I shall capture anyone who dares to approach. It is most reasonable for him to keep watch. As he is adept at handling snakes, who knows how many he possesses, one here, another there, effectively serving as a living surveillance system. Sasuke, with his calm disposition, can be considered a good child. He arrived quite early, precisely at 5 o'clock, and promptly settled down to commence his training. Sakura, too, arrived early, eager to make a favorable impression on their teacher. As a result, both found themselves famished. In this moment alone with Sasuke, Sakura felt a profound tranquility. Devoid of impulsive thoughts, she regarded Sasuke as rather ordinary, lacking in remarkable charm. At this juncture, Sakura pondered why Naruto had yet to arrive. Could something have happened? However, Sasuke felt no concern, confident that no one could possibly hinder Naruto here. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that Naruto finally appeared, carrying 2 bento boxes in hand. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed joyfully as she stepped forward. Naruto presented her with a bento box, saying, You're hungry, aren't you? Come. Have something to eat. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she replied, Thank you, Naruto. Grabbing the bento, she devoured it without any semblance of ladylike decorum, truly famished, indeed. Kakashi was rather neglectful. Naruto addressed Sasuke, who was still in training, saying, Sasuke, you should eat something. Sasuke leaped down from the tree, took the bento, and while opening it, remarked, You knew he would be late, so you decided to be late as well. Naruto remarked, Indeed, Kakashi-sensei is quite indolent. He washes his hair only once a month and his undergarments remain unwashed for half a year. Sakura and Sasuke, holding their bento boxes, found the food suddenly unappetizing. At that moment, Kakashi approached and said, Naruto, it is not right to cast such aspersions upon your teacher. Naruto glanced at the sun overhead and remarked, Kakashi-sensei. Only a sloth would sleep in until this hour. Kakashi replied, Well, you see, just a moment ago, there was a black cat. Naruto remarked, Do not use that as an excuse. It seems you have been perusing Lord Jiraiya's publications rather late. Has his latest work been released? It appears you must have encountered some excellent material. Kakashi, taken aback, responded, You actually know of Lord Jiraiya? Naruto, isn't this obvious? He is one of the legendary Sannin. Isn't it peculiar to know him? That old lecher shamelessly lurks around women's bathing areas to gather material, utterly brazen, and he doesn't even bring you along. Kakashi, he produced an alarm clock and announced, Let us commence. The time is set for 12 o'clock. He then retrieved 2 bells and continued, Before noon. Seize the bells for me to pass the examination. Naruto remarked, Sasuke, Sakura, why don't you join Kakashi-sensei in some playful activities? I shall abstain. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Certainly. It was a sensible decision. With Naruto participating, he could engage Kakashi in a playful manner, thus depriving them of any opportunity to showcase their skills. Kakashi then stated, Naruto, if you fail to acquire the bells, you shall go hungry. Naruto declared, I have already eaten, so there is no need for concern. Kakashi, with a hint of threat in his voice, responded, you will stand on a wooden post all day and be sent back to the Ninja Academy. Naruto proclaimed, rest assured, I shall devise a plan. Kakashi replied, I eagerly await your efforts. Kakashi commenced his demonstration, stating, the presence of 2 bells signifies that one among you will inevitably fail and be sent back to the academy for further instruction. However, there exists another possibility. Both of you may be returned. Therefore, you must exert every ounce of your strength, employing all means at your disposal, including shurikens. Without the resolve to eliminate me, seizing the bells will remain an unattainable endeavor. Sakura and Sasuke maintained their composure, while Naruto nonchalantly stepped aside, seemingly indifferent, and mused internally. Kakashi-sensei, you have truly lost your grip. Every measure of strength? I could easily produce excrement. Kakashi's prowess was indeed formidable, yet Sakura and Sasuke, united, could easily obstruct him. Ultimately, Sakura's kind heart prevailed as she remarked, Kakashi-sensei, perhaps we should forego the shurikens. They could be perilous. Kakashi appeared to provoke Naruto further as he declared, in this world, only those of lesser strength are prone to boast. Danger is the domain of the weak. The ones trailing behind. Naruto caught a glimpse of Kakashi's gaze and offered a faint smile, dismissing it. It was insignificant compared to the insults he had endured in the past. Sakura understood whom Kakashi referred to, and, feeling a surge of anger, spoke firmly, Kakashi-sensei. Let us begin. Sasuke was also prepared. Unlike in the original narrative, they did not hide in the shadows, but instead faced their teacher directly. Sasuke initiated the attack. With Sakura closely following, they moved in a swift, alternating manner, their speed astonishing Kakashi, far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. In an instant, Sasuke performed the shadow clone technique, summoning 5 clones to assault Kakashi, while Sakura delivered a powerful punch aimed at him. Kakashi deftly evaded Sasuke's strikes, bracing himself for Sakura's formidable blow. However, Sasuke's attack was merely a feint, allowing Kakashi to remain vigilant. Upon the moment of impact with Sakura's fist, Kakashi felt an overwhelming force surging through him, causing him to involuntarily propel backward. Just then, a figure darted past, and the bells on his person had vanished. Sasuke tossed one of the bells to Sakura, each of them now possessing a bell. The examination was effortlessly concluded. Chapter 41. Execution of the mission. Shikamaru's speculation. Sasuke remarked, was this test truly so simple? We barely began before it ended. Sakura remained silent, the gentle chime of the bell she held conveying her clear attitude. Kakashi rose, stating, it seems you are not mere low-ranking ninjas. Sasuke replied, of course. With that, his 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin, glowing a striking crimson. I have yet to fully awaken, he declared with pride. Kakashi's eyes flickered. 3-tomo, it appears you have concealed much of your strength. Sasuke responded, that is a secret. Kakashi then turned to Sakura, remarking, your strength is also beyond that of a mere genin. Sakura smiled, asserting, I possess great strength. Kakashi concluded, you two have passed. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. They had succeeded in a single round, an occurrence unprecedented, as no one had ever passed under his watch. Kakashi then regarded Naruto, asking, they have passed. What about you? How do you intend to succeed? Naruto urged Sakura and Sasuke to hand him the bells. He approached Kakashi and remarked, in truth, these bells must be worn without making a sound. You also need to create a shadow clone to entice them. Look, I have acquired the bells. As he spoke, Naruto affixed the bells to Kakashi's person before deftly removing them once more and stepping back a few paces. Naruto inquired, Kakashi-sensei, have I passed? Kakashi, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly passed? It was undeniable that the bell had been obtained through his own efforts, adhering to the rules. Kakashi replied, you have indeed passed, you clever little rascal. How cunning of you to succeed in such a manner. Naruto remarked, this is called strategy. Although in the face of strength, all tactics may amount to nothing, this is not a battlefield, and one must naturally adhere to methods and manners. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto is correct. One must always maintain a clear mind. To celebrate your success, I invite you all to a meal. And let us also commemorate the establishment of Team 7. For a while, the tasks involved either searching for kittens and puppies or chopping wood and fetching water, which proved to be rather tedious. At last, the opportunity for a mission outside the village arrived. The so-called bridge builder, the Chinath, requested that Konoha escort him back to the Land of Waves, ensuring his safety during the time he would be constructing the bridge, protecting him from the malicious merchant, Kato. Before their departure, the group gathered once more at the training grounds. Tintin and Hinata, naturally reluctant to see Naruto embark on his mission, clung to his arms, their eyes glistening with tears, wishing to accompany him on his task. Naruto imparted the final secret technique, the art of invisibility, to several individuals, urging them to diligently practice, particularly during missions, to safeguard themselves. This marked the last occasion in Konoha where he would instruct them. He took the time to counsel each person, especially regarding Danzo. He firmly advised them to refuse any requests from him, leaving everyone perplexed, as they perceived Naruto's demeanor today to be somewhat nagging, akin to that of a concerned mother. Subsequently, Naruto, Kakashi, and 3 others departed from the gates of Konoha, embarking on their journey to the Land of Waves. Hinata, Tintin, and the others intended to train by the pond. However, both Hinata and Tintin were preoccupied, each harboring an unsettling premonition, being closest to Naruto. They sensed an emotional distance from him. Shikamaru, observing their state, inquired, Hinata, Tintin, what troubles you? Tintin replied, I have an ominous feeling. Hinata echoed, Naruto-kun. Shikamaru, having noticed a shift in Naruto, questioned, what is going on with you, Hinata? Tintin? Although he had sensed a change in Naruto, he had dismissed it, thinking it was simply a matter of him being away from the village for a while. However, upon hearing their concerns, he felt that the situation was more serious than he initially believed. Tintin, filled with inexplicable dread, expressed, I feel like Naruto and I is going to leave us. Hinata added, it seems Naruto-kun has something he wishes to convey to us, but he hesitated. Shikamaru speculated, is he worried we might divulge something? They were unaware of Naruto's immense strength, but it was evident that he was extraordinarily powerful, certainly among the elite Jonin. This mission was merely a minor task, devoid of danger, especially with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi accompanying him. An ambush would only be feasible if all 4 Kage-level shinobi intervened. CHG remarked, is there something he cannot articulate? Are we not friends? A sudden thought occurred to Shikamaru. Could it be that Naruto-kun intends to leave the village? Though it seemed absurd, it was the only explanation that resonated with him. Naruto's demeanor prior to his departure was reminiscent of someone preparing to settle affairs. Shikamaru felt a pang of regret. He wanted to dissuade Naruto but felt powerless to do so. If he were in Naruto's shoes, he might have departed the village long ago, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Tintin inquired of Shikamaru, have you realized something? Shikamaru replied solemnly, tonight, you all should come to my house. I have some matters to discuss. This was the first time they had seen Shikamaru so serious, and the 4 nodded in agreement. All right. As Naruto departed, the 4 did not abandon their training. Rather, they intensified their efforts. In the afternoon, they accompanied Shikamaru to his home, ostensibly as guests. Narashikaka remarked, Shikamaru, oh, we have guests. Everyone, please come in and take a seat. Tintin, Hinata, Niji, and Choji bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Shikamaru added, Father, may we utilize your secret chamber? We have matters to discuss. Instantly, Narashikaka surmised the nature of his son's conversation and inquired, Shikamaru, have you made your decision? Shikamaru nodded affirmatively, yes. Shikaka responded, good. I trust you. He did not intervene, placing faith in his son's judgment, as the 3rd Hokage had seemingly lost the trust of the people. Upon entering the secret chamber, the 5 gathered around. Shikamaru began, today, I wish to speak with you about Naruto's true identity. Niji was the first to speak. Naruto is not merely a commoner's child. He had his suspicions. Naruto's exceptional talent did not align with that of an ordinary citizen, despite his humble lifestyle, living off meager allowances. Shikamaru continued, Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage. This revelation struck the 4 like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. The 4th Hokage was a hero, a champion of Konoha who sacrificed everything for the village, yet upon his death, his child endured such unjust treatment and scorn from the masses. Shikamaru elaborated, this is indeed true. The 3rd Hokage's heart has grown cold, clouded by power. Chapter 42, Resolving the Assassin, determined to elucidate the matter thoroughly. Shikamaru recounted the dark history of Konoha, the Senju clan, Konoha's White Fang, the Uchiha clan, the 4 Hokages, and Hinata Hayashi, among other tales he had learned, revealing the shadows lurking beneath Konoha's peace. Many of these stories were unknown to Shikamaru, but during his conversations with Naruto, the latter had shared fragments of his past experiences. Upon learning that his father had been treated in such a manner, Niji's fury reached a boiling point, disillusioned by Konoha's decisions. One day, he vowed to seek the truth. Tintin and Hinata, recalling Naruto's tribulations over the years, could not hold back their tears. In their hearts, they solidified their resolve to support Naruto, no matter his choices. Choji clenched his fists, determined to train diligently so that he could one day assist Naruto. Shikamaru concluded, Naruto must make his own choices. I share this with you only to implore that you do not interfere with his decisions. He then escorted the four from the secret chamber and out of the house. Narashikaka did not stop them. He observed the proceedings with a detached demeanor, feeling it was time for a heart-to-heart with Shikamaru. Shikamaru, he said. Let us have a conversation. Shikamaru remarked, very well, father. However, before that, I wish to engage in a sparring session with you to exchange insights. Narashikahisa squinted slightly, sensing that his son was about to surprise him, and nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed to the training grounds, where I can witness the growth you have achieved over the past few years. The father and son arrived at the training arena, commencing their duel. As it was a familial bout, the engagement naturally involved shuriken, hidden weapons, kunai, and physical techniques, with shadows clashing against one another. Narashikahisa was astonished. His son had evidently attained the prowess of a Jonin peak, and his combat experience was notably extensive, even surpassing his father's in terms of shadow manipulation. This was to be expected, as they had been battling each other over the years, leading to substantial combat experience. However, when it came to lethal techniques, Shikamaru was still far from matching Shikahisa. After several hundred exchanges, Shikamaru conceded defeat, his body restrained by his father. In comparison to his father, he still fell short. Narashikahisa exclaimed, Well done, my boy. You have quietly reached Jonin strength. You have kept your abilities well hidden. Shikamaru responded, It is all thanks to Naruto-kun. Compared to him, I am nothing. Narashikahisa inquired, Has Naruto's strength also ascended to Jonin level? Shikamaru shook his head, saying, Not just that, aside from Niji, who joined us later, everyone else has reached Jonin strength. Goodness. Even with Narashikahisa's composure, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. What sort of prodigy has achieved such heights? Shikamaru, did all of this come from Naruto's teachings? Narashikahisa asked. Shikamaru nodded, Indeed. I mention this only to ask that you refrain from involving yourself in Naruto-kun's affairs. His choices are none of our concern. Narashikahisa's gaze shifted. You have revealed his identity to him? Shikamaru replied, That need not be said. He likely already knows, and now he must make his choice. Narashikahisa acknowledged, Very well. I shall not intervene. Shikamaru expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. Shikahisa remarked, There is no need for thanks, rather. I owe my gratitude to him for nurturing such an exceptional son. Having departed from the hidden leaf village and traversed a considerable distance, Naruto's mind delved into the depths of the sealing prison, addressing an old friend. Are you prepared? In due time, you shall be free. Kurama responded, Kid, you must think this through. Once the seal is broken, the inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain will undoubtedly be alerted. Naruto interjected, Old friend, there is no need for concern. While I cannot claim to be the strongest in the world at this moment, rest assured that no one can capture me, not even the sage of 6 paths who separated you from us. In my heart, I ponder, once I cultivate my Hanyuan body refinement technique to the 7th level, I shall be able to subdue even the sage of 6 paths beneath my feet. Kurama remarked, Indeed, this prison is quite unpleasant. As Naruto regained consciousness, he noticed a puddle ahead and smiled gently. He walked over to Sasuke and Sakura, whispering, Your battle is about to commence. These two pursuers had been tailing them since their departure from Konoha, yet Naruto chose not to expose them. The experience they would gain from this encounter was something he believed should be resolved by the two of them. Both were puzzled and turned their gazes towards Naruto. Naruto would certainly refrain from providing an explanation. Such matters are better articulated by Kakashi. Upon casting a sidelong glance at the small puddle, Kakashi made his way over. As they approached, 2 figures emerged from the water, their iron-clawed hands launching chains that coiled menacingly toward Kakashi. Naruto, wary of potential harm, swiftly leaped onto a tree trunk and settled down leisurely, twirling a kunai on his finger. His sole concern was to protect Tazuna, the rest he deemed unworthy of his attention. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed as Kakashi was gruesomely dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out. With Naruto's departure, the 2 foes who had dispatched Kakashi now set their sights on Sakura. Enraged, she unleashed a furious punch, exclaiming, Get away from me. Her strike obliterated the ninja, his head hanging at an unnatural angle. Sasuke seized another's iron chain, yanking him forward, returning the favor with lethal precision as the ninja was strangled by the chain. "Impressive," Tazuna exclaimed. Kakashi then appeared, remarking, "You two certainly surpass my expectations." Overjoyed, Sakura exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, you're unharmed." Sasuke interjected, "Of course he is. That was merely a substitution technique. He anticipated this trick." "The puddle here is suspicious, isn't it, Naruto?" Kakashi added, "Indeed. It's evident that it hasn't rained in quite some time. Such a puddle raises questions, wouldn't you agree, Naruto?" Naruto leaped down from the branch, scratching his head as he remarked, "Oh, that should be the case." Kakashi gazed at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you are truly formidable." Naruto, "No, I am quite timid. You see, as soon as someone appeared, I was so frightened that I climbed a tree." Sakura, "Sasuke, that is quite a statement. If it weren't for the kick you gave me earlier, I would have believed you." The speed of that kick was far greater. It left a shadow in my heart, and the pain still lingers. He saw nothing, yet was sent flying by a single blow. Kakashi chose not to dwell further on the matter, stating, "Let us proceed. There is still time. Surely we will encounter others on the road ahead. And then we can gauge Naruto's true strength. However, it is unfortunate that he shall be disappointed." Chapter 43, The Defeat of Zabuza. Sakura, grappling with her first experience of taking a life, found it difficult to adjust throughout the journey. As for Sasuke, he remained indifferent. Having witnessed the inferno of the human world, this was merely another occurrence to him. And Naruto, regrettably, "I am the specter of death, a bloodthirsty executioner." While sailing upon the sea, Naruto sought to console Sakura. "Sakura, is it not simply the death of a person? What is so grave about it? Consider him merely as a nameless creature. This is merely your first step toward becoming a ninja. Once you become accustomed to witnessing the deaths of thousands, you will comprehend the true darkness of this world, which is the genuine inferno of humanity." Sakura replied, "That cannot be. We are in an era of peace." Sasuke coldly responded, "How could it not be possible? One by one, your loved ones fall before you, collapsing in pools of blood. And then you will understand what true dread entails." Naruto remarked, "Sasuke understands this profoundly, Sakura. The battle is far from over. Our mission has only just commenced. There will be more confrontations ahead, and should we succumb to fear, death shall be our only fate." What does it mean that Sasuke understands this profoundly? Did Naruto truly know about the Uchiha rebellion that transpired 4 years ago? It seemed improbable, for he was merely 7 at that time. And how could such an event remain undetected by him? Perhaps it was Sasuke who divulged this information. It is indeed plausible, as they trained together and forged a friendship. Sasuke would confide in him, sharing his grievances, which is entirely natural. Kakashi pondered this repeatedly in his mind, ultimately concluding that it must have been Sasuke who informed Naruto. Otherwise, there would be no way for Naruto to possess such knowledge. Upon reaching the shore, the 5 of them ventured into the forest. And a faint smile graced Naruto's lips as the battle commenced once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto, accompanied by Dazina, swiftly moved to the side and uttered a command, "Get down." Sasuke and Sakura instinctively complied, while Kakashi remained silent, offering no further guidance. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated as a colossal blade struck the tree trunk, and a figure swiftly descended, perching upon the hilt of the weapon. Kakashi gazed at the figure standing on the blade, a sense of foreboding enveloping him as he thought, "It is him." Zabuza remarked, "So it is Kakashi in person. No wonder the demon brothers met with failure." Naruto addressed Sakura and Sasuke, saying, "This individual is named Momochi Zabuza, hailing from the Hidden Mist Village. He is a rogue ninja, a traitor in our village, and possesses formidable strength, rarely encountering an equal among the elite shinobi. You may join forces to gain some experience." An elite shinobi, indeed? A perfect opportunity to gauge one's strength, Sasuke murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. Sakura stepped forward, her fists charged with determination. Kakashi interjected, "You two should retreat in succession. This opponent is not comparable to the previous 2. Sasuke replied, "Kakashi-sensei, you will assist us from the sidelines." With that, Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his aura rising to match Kakashi's. An elite shinobi? Kakashi thought, astonished to realize that Uchiha Sasuke had reached such a level. Even considering his previous defeat of that rogue ninja and the activation of his Sharingan, Kakashi had presumed him to be merely at the pinnacle of the Nin rank. Kakashi glanced at Sakura and nodded. "Very well." Sasuke declared, "After this battle, I wish to train in the lightning blade." Kakashi replied, "Agreed." Momochi Zabuza remarked. What a remarkable leaf village to have such young talents possessing elite shinobi strength, especially one from the Uchiha clan. Their future is boundless, alas. You will not leave here unscathed today. He was already devising an escape plan, for even facing Kakashi alone would be taxing, let alone contending with Uchiha wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, there was that young girl. Her presence exuded a strength that stirred a sense of unease within him. Of course, Zabuza had not forgotten Naruto, the first to sense his impending attack. Naruto displayed no discernible aura nor any awareness of danger. Yet, to be the first to perceive his assault could only indicate that he was no ordinary individual. Naruto declared, Kisame Hashigaki, you need not look at me. I shall not lay a hand on you. If you can surpass those two and defeat our teacher Kakashi, then you may earn the right to face me. Kakashi responded with a swift motion. Sasuke was the first to strike, launching two shurikens towards Kisame, followed by another kunai in his hand. Kisame evaded the projectiles, unsheathing his great sword, and swiftly retreated into the jungle. Suddenly, a kunai was propelled into the foliage, striking true with a satisfying thud. Kisame had indeed been hit, showcasing Sasuke's remarkable skill to target without the need for sight. Sasuke leapt into the thicket, with Sakura following closely to provide support. The mist thickened around them, obscuring the trees from view. Sasuke moved with stealth, while Sakura cautiously advanced, appearing somewhat sluggish. Just then, Kisame materialized behind Sakura, delivering a brutal slash that cleaved her in two, blood scattering as her form disintegrated into wooden shards. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a blaze of fire. A fundamental technique of the Uchiha clan, fire release, grand fireball technique. Kisame's body evaporated into steam, revealing his water clone. A swift slash from Kisame cut through the air, and with a hiss, Sasuke's form shattered into water. The Sharingan, capable of copying abilities? Truly monstrous, Kisame remarked. With a whoosh, Sakura's star-shaped shuriken flew towards Kisame, who swung his massive sword to deflect them, embedding them into a tree trunk. Sasuke again formed seals, unleashing a roaring fire dragon. An A-rank technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique, demonstrating immense power. Kisame also formed seals with impressive speed, conjuring a water dragon that intertwined with Sasuke's fire dragon. Unfortunately, it was slightly weaker, and the fire dragon overpowered it, sending Kisame hurtling backward. At that moment, Sakura soared through the air, shouting, "Down you go." Her powerful punch connected with Kisame's face, visibly distorting his expression. Kisame was sent reeling, crashing multiple times before landing near Naruto and the others, utterly disheveled. Kakashi watched in astonishment as this fearsome figure, Kisame, was defeated so thoroughly. What kind of extraordinary students had he been entrusted with? With their prowess and battle experience, did he still have anything left to teach them? In a swift motion, Sasuke released another shuriken aimed at Kisame, his intent lethal. Chapter 44. An overwhelming presence. Naruto extended his hand and drew the shuriken into his grasp. Subsequently, he waved his hand, and the mist was swept away by a powerful gust of wind. I still have a purpose. I cannot perish, Naruto declared to Sasuke. Sasuke, indifferent, merely replied, "Oh." Naruto flicked his fingers, releasing the shuriken from his grasp. The two steel needles aimed at Momochi Zabuza were deflected and embedded into the trunk of a tree. Naruto declared, "Are you the pursuing ninjas from the village hidden in the mist? I shall protect the person in my charge. You are to leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." The figures lurking in the shadows began to withdraw slightly, seemingly acknowledging Naruto's formidable strength. Aware that he was not someone they could confront at this moment, Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, there should be no further assassination attempts. This old man is entrusted to you. I shall have a word with Zabuza." With Zabuza's body in tow, Naruto vanished into the forest. Kakashi made no attempt to intervene, for he realized he was powerless to do so. It seemed as though Naruto had seen through everything, be it Zabuza or the hidden pursuers. He had detected them all at the first opportunity. Naruto's prowess appeared to transcend what Kakashi could fathom. As for Sasuke and Sakura, they too held their own among the elite Genin, though their chakra exhibited some peculiarities. In a moment of perilous proximity, Dazuna extended an invitation to several of them to visit his home. Naruto, accompanied by Zabuza Momochi, ventured deep into the forest. Channeling a surge of chakra, he began to heal Zabuza's wounds. Zabuza inquired, "What is this remarkable medical ninjutsu? It is truly potent." He could sense his body gradually mending. Naruto remarked, "This is not a ninjutsu." To which Zabuza Momochi, in a state of confusion, inquired, If this is not ninjutsu, then what is it? Naruto proclaimed. This is the power of martial arts. Little fellow lurking in the shadows, come forth. Upon realizing that Naruto bore no ill intentions towards Zabuza, the latter stepped out from the darkness. Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment, the power of martial arts? Is this what is referred to as martial arts by the Martial Arts Academy of the Land of Flames? Naruto withdrew his hand and remarked, of course. To which Momochi Zabuza inquired, are you a member of the organization? Naruto exclaimed, indeed. Hiss. Zabuza Momochi inhaled sharply, for the organization known as the was shrouded in mystery, having infiltrated Konoha with a traitor whose strength was remarkably formidable. Naruto inquired, what occupies your thoughts? I am not the traitor lurking within Konoha, for it is I who established the hidden dragon. I am the Dragon King. What? Exclaimed Zabuza Momochi, rising to his feet in astonishment. Naruto remarked, do not overreact. I saved you for a reason. To which Momochi Zabuza, with a blend of laughter and tears, responded, I am unaware. If you are the Dragon King, I cannot fathom how a mere individual like myself could assist you. After all, you are the Dragon King, and Uchiha Shursui possesses the prowess of a shadow-level ninja. Furthermore, there is the notorious Orochimaru. In the face of such formidable figures, I hardly believe I can compare. Naruto proclaimed, of course, I invite you to join the organization. He then proceeded to articulate the twisted nature of the shinobi world and the distorted path of the ninja. To transcend these limitations, one must shatter the existing rules and unite as one to achieve peace in the world. Momochi Zabuza, a man of ambition and ruthless methods, possessed a keen intellect. However, regrettably, under Naruto's gradual persuasion, he found himself increasingly crippled in thought. Now, with Naruto raising a standard, he emerged as the banner-bearer. Ultimately, without a moment's hesitation, Zabuza embraced the opportunity and joined the organization. Whoosh! Naruto approached Haku and gently removed his mask. Gazing upon the delicate visage, Naruto exclaimed, goodness, you are truly striking beyond belief. Could it be that you and Zabuza are a pair? Upon hearing Naruto's words, a blush unexpectedly crept across Haku's face. Zabuza, with a scowl, admonished, Lord Dragon King, please be mindful of your status. He then turned to Haku, glaring fiercely, and questioned, why are you blushing? Haku responded with a faint smile, it is nothing. Innocent and pure, untouched by the corruption of the world. Naruto, why do I feel as though I have consumed a bag of dog food? Zabuza's expression has grown even darker. Naruto spoke, Zabuza, conjure a curtain of water and shape it into a grand mirror. Zabuza, evading, inquired, Dragon King, what are your intentions? Naruto, I simply wish to observe a certain state. Does it not appear quite splendid? Zabuza Momochi, utterly unaware of Naruto's intentions, nonetheless complied with Naruto's request, conjuring a curtain of water in the air that transformed into a mirror. Naruto remarked, Kurama, let us merge and see if it would be an impressive sight. Kurama, with a dark expression, thought to himself, this rascal is using my energy merely to satisfy his vanity. Nevertheless, I shall indulge this child's whim. Kurama replied, Naruto, how many tails do you desire? Naruto proclaimed, with this gate present, you can only possess the 8 tails, so let it be the 8 tails. Kurama replied, very well. Let it be the 8 tails. Little Naruto, brace yourself and experience the might of this lord. A surging torrent of chakra flooded into Naruto's being, transforming him into a dazzling crimson figure with 8 long tails swirling around him, exuding an aura of malevolence and overwhelming power. Wow, this is truly magnificent, Naruto exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Bai's face turned pale, and he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, without the restraint of Zabuza, the water curtain vanished. And under the oppressive force of Naruto's raging chakra, he too fell to the ground, murmuring in disbelief, what manner of monster is this? In battle, a creature of such caliber, it could utterly tear me apart. Naruto remarked, Kurama, your energy is truly remarkable, exuding an impressive aura of power. Kurama replied, indeed. How about it? Are you not in awe of my formidable strength? Naruto remarked, Kurama, you truly have transcended, what a pity. If only this were true essence instead of mere chakra. The essence of the 9 tails is chakra, not true essence, and thus it cannot merge with true essence. An undeniable fact. True essence is derived from the transformation of all energies, and this 9 tails chakra is merely a form of energy that can be devoured by true essence, converting it into the power of true essence. Observing Naruto's recovery, Momochi Zabuza trembled and inquired, Lord Dragon King, what is this power? Naruto remarked, this is the power of the 9 tails, the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf Village. Your village, the Hidden Mist, also has Jinchuriki too, in fact, although one of them has turned traitor. Sensing Kakashi's approach, Naruto tore off a piece of bark and inscribed a message, instructing Zabuza, go to the land of flames. Shizen will teach you what to do. All right. By the way, have you dealt with that vile merchant Kato? Take his assets and leave them with him. What a pity. Understood. Chapter 45. Kakashi was utterly speechless. Naruto swiftly maneuvered and positioned himself in front of Kakashi. Upon seeing Naruto, Kakashi inquired, Naruto, what happened? Was that power just now? In response, Naruto candidly replied, oh, you're not mistaken. That was indeed the power of the Nine Tails. I merely summoned 2 of its tails for a bit of fun, to see how impressive they looked. Kakashi, with a grave expression, cautioned, Naruto, do you realize how perilous this is? That is the Nine Tails, the malevolent Nine Tails. Its power is formidable, a true source of evil. Naruto chuckled and said, Kakashi, what you just said piqued my interest. Let us engage in a discussion. Imagine, if you will, that I am a neutral master. Yet you insist on compelling me to join your ranks. If I refuse, you resort to coercion, threatening my very existence. In such a scenario, I would be forced to resist, ultimately leading to the demise of many among you. Would you then deem me a harbinger of justice or a purveyor of evil? Initially, the tailed beasts would not indiscriminately assault humanity. However, with the advent of sealing techniques, these creatures can be captured and confined within hosts, gradually transforming into instruments of power wielded on the battlefield. As they inflict casualties, they inevitably acquire a reputation for malevolence. Moreover, the continual sealing only serves to cultivate their resentment, rendering them increasingly merciless. Each act of sealing generates considerable upheaval, and the tailed beasts can incite turmoil, manipulating their Jinchuriki and leading to catastrophic consequences. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Was this not a reflection of the current plight of the tailed beasts? Even if their grievances are obscured by the consumption of various substances, the insatiable greed of humanity remains undeniable. They label the tailed beasts as evil. Yet is it truly the beasts that embody malevolence? Naruto proclaimed, the tailed beasts are capable of forming friendships. When harnessed wisely, their energy embodies justice. Yet, wielded for destruction, they represent malevolence. It is not the tailed beasts that are evil, but rather humanity itself. With that, Naruto took his leave, returning to Dazuna's home, allowing Kakashi to ponder alone. Dazuna, with a warm smile, remarked, Lord Naruto, you have returned. Initially, he held Naruto in disdain, but ultimately, recognizing him as the strongest, he came to respect him immensely. Naruto remarked, indeed, I have returned. Focus on constructing your bridge. The nation's prosperity depends on it, and communication is indispensable. Rest assured, no one shall disturb you. Kato will no longer have the opportunity to interfere. Dazuna responded, yes, Lord Naruto, you need not worry. Without Kato's obstruction, I shall expedite the bridge's construction. Naruto nodded slightly and entered the room. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet. Naruto nodded slightly and then moved to the side to take a seat. Sasuke looked at him and inquired, just now, there was an ominous power emanating. Was it you who unleashed it? Naruto exclaimed, indeed. Sasuke inquired, what is that power? Naruto remarked, this is an opportunity for you to witness something truly remarkable. It's incredibly stylish, extraordinarily impressive, and possesses a touch of adorableness. Sasuke and Sakura responded, Kyuubi, Naruto. Kakashi, who had just returned, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that only Naruto could describe the Nine Tails in such an endearing manner, while in the eyes of others, this creature symbolized malevolence, bringing nothing but calamity upon its appearances. A few days later, Kakashi summoned a few individuals to commence a new lesson. One must admit that Kakashi is indeed a commendable teacher. Unfortunately, the trio lacked chakra, while Naruto possessed it. Should he unleash it, Kakashi would likely be taken aback. Sasuke and Sakura, upon hearing this, chose to abstain from learning, deeming it a waste of their energy on such trivial matters. Sasuke declared, Kakashi-sensei, I wish to train in Chidori. Kakashi responded, mastering Chidori requires a profound understanding of chakra, otherwise, one risks being harmed by lightning. Sasuke insisted, I have confidence in my ability to control the energy within me, sufficient to train in Chidori. Kakashi replied, very well, I shall teach you the hand seals for Chidori. He then turned to Sakura and inquired, and you, Sakura? What ninjutsu do you wish to practice? Sakura replied, for now, I do not require any. Naruto-kun will guide me in my training. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and remarked, so, It appears you do not require any guidance either? Naruto remarked, of course. I am not particularly fond of ninjutsu. Kakashi, having imparted the Chidori training method to Sasuke, returned to Naruto's side and inquired, Naruto, I presume your strength now surpasses mine? Naruto, devoid of modesty, declared, indeed, it is certain. Therefore, Kakashi-sensei, this time you have the easiest task with your students. When we take the Chunin exam, we shall shine together. You are undoubtedly the finest teacher in the entire school. Kakashi then inquired, just how strong have you become? Naruto, the extent of a ninja's strength remains uncertain, yet it should pose no challenge to pin you down and rub your face in the dirt. As for the prowess of a ninja, with the 9 tails at my disposal, effortlessly overpowering Kakashi is a foregone conclusion. When it comes to martial arts, that is beyond question. I could easily vanquish Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi, visibly displeased, retorted, I am your teacher, please be mindful of your tone. Naruto scratched his head and replied. Yet it is the truth. Kakashi felt a surge of frustration, contemplating the challenges posed by this batch of students, each more unruly than the last. How had previous classes been so much easier to manage? They were undoubtedly more endearing than this trio. Reluctantly, he pressed on, asking, how much chakra resides within you? To which Naruto responded, I have none of my own, not even a trace. Naruto remarked, oh, this still seems rather excessive, exponentially surpassing that of Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi interjected, could we refrain from mentioning me? Never mind, I'm weary, I shall not inquire further. Allow me to pose one more question. Naruto, are you concealing your true abilities in anticipation of a day when you might unveil them unexpectedly, leaving everyone astonished? Kakashi inquired. Naruto, this is merely one of the reasons. Isn't it? Kakashi remarked. What about the other reasons? Naruto, it's not convenient to disclose. Kakashi, I'm leaving. It's unbearable. I can't defeat this little brat. Out of sight, out of mind. A harsh sound erupted, akin to 1,000 birds soaring in jubilant flight, followed by a thunderous roar as a colossal tree was obliterated. With many areas charred by lightning, Sasuke accomplished it. Utilizing his inner strength to propel Chidori, he was already able to unleash 30% of its power. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that Sasuke would master Chidori so swiftly and with such formidable might. Sasuke remarked, wasn't it supposed to be difficult? Naruto proclaimed, persevere in your training and transform it into your unique technique. You have a long journey ahead. If you can transcend the essence of this jutsu and create an entirely new one, that would be the pinnacle of achievement. Sasuke nodded, affirming understood. Kakashi, overhearing this exchange, was taken aback and murmured, this kid possesses grand ambitions. Chapter 46, The Tumultuous Return of Minato on the third day in the Land of Waves. News arrived of Kato's demise and the complete theft of his fortune. With this turn of events, Tazuna no longer had to worry about Kato's interference and could focus on constructing the bridge. With their mission effectively accomplished, Naruto and the others prepared to embark on their journey home. As they traveled midway, Naruto declared, I have some matters to attend to. You may either wait for me here or proceed without me. I shall catch up. Without granting Kakashi the opportunity to inquire, he swiftly departed, moving with remarkable speed, leaving Kakashi unable to pursue him. Sasuke chose a tree to practice beneath, determined not to squander any opportunity for training, clearly indicating he would wait for Naruto's return to journey back together. Sakura suggested, Kakashi-sensei, let us wait for Naruto to return before we decide. Naturally, they would lean towards Naruto. Kakashi shrugged, feeling increasingly ineffective as a teacher. Did he still possess any authority? None whatsoever. Resigned, he sat down to await Naruto's return. After a while, noticing Sasuke's rigorous training, Kakashi observed that it did not seem to involve chakra. Chakra is the fusion of one's mental and physical strength. Yet Sasuke appeared to be absorbing natural energy for his cultivation. He couldn't help but inquire, Sasuke, are you harnessing natural energy for your training? Sakura regarded Sasuke with a hint of wariness. Sasuke halted his technique, the natural energy dissipating, and shook his head, stating, no. I was contemplating whether I could fuse natural energy with chakra. That would accelerate my training. Kakashi cautioned, Sasuke, you have intriguing ideas, but this is perilous. Natural energy differs vastly from chakra. Absorbing it may lead to assimilation, turning one into a frog or a tree trunk, among other things. Henceforth, do not attempt this. Sasuke replied, understood. He sighed with relief, glad to have sidestepped that precarious notion. Reluctantly, he resumed his chakra training, focusing on absorption and transformation into internal energy. accumulating points to break through the run and do meridians. Meanwhile, in the forest, Naruto paused, surrounded by silence, utterly desolate. Naruto inquired, "Kurama, are you prepared?" The Ninetales responded, "Absolutely." Naruto's body gradually ascended as he began to tear apart the ceiling strips. As expected, a hand intervened to halt his progress. The fourth Hokage had appeared. After all, he was Naruto's father. The profound connection of blood ties could only be felt with one's closest kin. Naruto smiled and said, "Father, you have come." Minato Namikaze replied, "Naruto." He affectionately stroked Naruto's head, his eyes filled with remorse, longing to have accompanied his son as he grew. Minato, taken aback, then asked in astonishment, "Naruto, how did you know it was me?" Naruto elucidated, "I seem to have a vague recollection of events that transpired at my birth. It is as if I witnessed your enormous claws piercing through alongside my mother. I recognize you as my father." For only those of close kinship can evoke such a profound connection to the bloodline's power. Minato, the fourth Hokage, remarked, "My son is truly astute." He turned away, coldly declaring, "Kurama, it appears that the methods employed to seal you have become rather lax, allowing you to manipulate my son. He is but 12 years old, hardly capable of bearing the weight of the Ninetales' power." The Ninetales, filled with animosity towards Minato, howled fiercely, "Fourth Hokage, you are already deceased. Otherwise, I would tear you apart." Naruto said, "Kurama, he is my father, and he once acted with my best interests at heart as his son. Please, temper your anger." Kurama replied, "Naruto, you are truly incorrigible." Naruto reassured, all right, I intend to release you now." Minato, witnessing the bond between his son and the Ninetales, felt a sense of relief. Yet he still cautioned, "Naruto, you mustn't." Naruto confidently declared, "Rest assured, father. The Ninetales possesses formidable strength, yet it cannot contend with me now, for I have surpassed your abilities. As for the Ninetales, should it dare to venture out, it would inevitably be sealed by the Earth Explosion Star." The Ninetales, aware that this was a forbidden technique of the Rinnegan, let out a cold snort and lay still on the ground, resembling a remarkably obedient fox. Minato, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, "It seems the third Hokage has trained you exceptionally well." Naruto spoke, "Father, could there be some misunderstanding? Sarutobi Hiruzen has trained me exceptionally well? Surely, you jest. The strength I possess today is solely the result of my own relentless efforts. It bears little relation to him. Merely surviving is a commendable feat." Minato Namikaze inquired, "What is the matter?" He had specifically requested the third Hokage to take good care of his son, and the reality seemed to deviate from his expectations. In response, Naruto began to recount his journey from the moment he could remember, illustrating how he navigated life as if traversing a tightrope, where a single misstep might lead to a disastrous fall. Fortunately, under Naruto's guidance, Minato did not resemble the saintly figure from the original narrative. Instead, he erupted with fervor, exclaiming, "What a remarkable Sarutobi Hiruzen! What a testament to the will of fire!" Naruto remarked, "All right, Dad, it's nothing serious. Compared to the Uchiha clan, I consider myself fortunate." Minato, captivated by Naruto's words, inquired, "Naruto, did the Uchiha clan betray us?" Upon hearing this, Naruto realized that Hiruzen Sarutobi had undoubtedly been conversing with his father quite a bit. Naruto recounted a sequence of events to his father, revealing the malevolent visage of Konoha. Even Minato, upon hearing this, felt a chill deep within. Konoha's ruthlessness was indeed profound, truly profound. Naruto inquired, "This morbid will of fire, father, do you believe it is worth inheriting?" Minato shook his head and replied, "No, Naruto, regardless of what the third Hokage may say, pay no heed to it. When the time is right, depart from Konoha, leave this frigid village behind." Naruto expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father, for your understanding." Indeed, they were bound by blood as father and son, and it was only fitting. Minato, with gentle affection, caressed Naruto's head and, with a tone of remorse, replied, "My child, I am truly sorry for not being there to witness your growth, for allowing you to endure so much hardship." Naruto proclaimed, "Father, rest assured. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Have I not grown up now?" The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, replied with a sense of pride, "Indeed, my son speaks wisely. Your presence is a blessing to us. I am proud to call you my son." As time passed, Minato's figure gradually faded away, vanishing into the ether. Naruto, feeling a tinge of melancholy, murmured to himself, "The Rinnegan, the power of rebirth and transformation. Can it truly be so?" Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and resolutely began to lift the seal once more. Chapter 47. I have decided to leave the village. As the seal's gate swung open, the furious chakra of Kurama surged forth, and it let out a thunderous roar directed at Naruto. Naruto's body is also filled with an abundance of crimson chakra. Naruto spoke softly. Kurama, do you wish to witness the extent of my martial prowess? Very well. I shall oblige you, and you will come to understand that ninjutsu must bow before the might of martial arts. With that, he gestured and proclaimed, Sword Domain. The essence of the sword imbued him, unleashing a myriad of sword lights that descended with immense pressure. In an instant, he confined the Nine Tails within a watery prison, rendering it immobile. Naruto inquired, Kurama, how do you feel? Kurama responded with admiration, impressive. It understood that this was merely a casual strike from Naruto, not a demonstration of his full power. Naruto retracted his imposing aura and spoke, if you wish to depart now, it is a fortuitous opportunity. No one will disturb you. Kurama, gathering his chakra, intertwined his claws as he crouched on the ground and replied, I have stated it for 8 years. We have only traversed half of that time, with 4 years still remaining. Naruto lamented, what a pity. Without the mother fox, I would have surely found one for you. Kurama, however, remained indifferent, not even bothering to acknowledge Naruto's words. Naruto's consciousness receded as he absorbed chakra, refining it into true essence while making his way back. Upon the breaking of the seal, the great toad sage of Miyaboku Mountain, who was lost in slumber, instantly sensed the disturbance and awakened, exclaiming, what is happening? The seal of the Nine Tails has been shattered. He promptly summoned Shinsaku and Jiraiya. Shinsaku inquired, Lord Elder, have you summoned us for a specific purpose? The great toad sage replied, the seal of the Nine Tails has broken. You must fetch Jiraiya. The Jinchuriki has undergone a transformation. In his dream, this generation's Jinchuriki was of utmost significance. Thus, any anomaly was immediately detected. What? Jiraiya gasped, then questioned, Grandfather, what is going on? The great toad sage responded, I cannot ascertain the details. We must send Jiraiya to investigate. Jiraiya and Shinsaku withdrew and dispatched a toad to locate Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was en route to the land of the flame dragons when suddenly a large toad appeared. Toad Hudo, is that you? What brings you here? Jiraiya asked. Toad Hudo replied, Jiraiya, the seal of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been broken. The great sage requests your presence at Miyaboku Mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. His journey to the land of the flame dragons would have to wait. For the safety of the Konoha Jinchuriki was paramount. Upon arriving at Miyaboku Mountain and encountering Shinsaku and Jiraiya, Jiraiya eagerly inquired, what is happening, my friends? Shinsaku replied, Young Jiraiya, we are uncertain of the cause, but we must see the elder. He will provide clarity. The trio then proceeded to meet the great toad sage. The great toad sage, lazily puffing on a pipe, greeted Jiraiya with a drowsy, Ah, Jiraiya, you've arrived. Jiraiya responded, Great toad sage. The sage continued, Do you recall the dream I once shared with you? The great toad sage's dreams often served as prophecies of the future. Indeed, I remember, Jiraiya exclaimed, recalling how the sage had foretold that despite his lecherous tendencies, he would evolve into a remarkable ninja, a prophecy that had indeed come to fruition. The great toad sage then stated, however, the circumstances have shifted. Your disciple's fateful connection has waned, and the ninja world is on the brink of significant transformation. The essence of ninjutsu shall gradually fade. What? Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. The disappearance of ninjutsu implies the extinction of ninjas. Great toad sage, how can we avert this calamity? The sage refrained from answering Jiraiya's query and continued, I once dreamed that the child of this generation's Nine Tails Jinchuriki would be your apprentice, destined to alter the landscape of the ninja world. Yet now, that opportunity has slipped away, and I can no longer discern his path. Jiraiya pondered, Great toad sage. Could the disappearance of ninjutsu be the transformation he brings? The sage replied, I am uncertain. My dream has ended, and I will no longer dream of him. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya departed from Miyaboku Mountain. The situation was urgent. He needed to return and ascertain what had transpired with the Jinchuriki and why the seal on the Nine Tails had been broken. As Naruto returned, Kakashi gazed at him and, sensing the malevolent aura surrounding him, inquired, What have you done this time? Naruto remarked, Rest easy, rest easy. It was merely a jest with the Nine Tails. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Kakashi felt an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. Consequently, he quickened his pace, managing to traverse the 2-day journey in just one. Alone. He could not rein in Naruto's fervor, but upon returning to the village, he would have fewer concerns. Even if Naruto had lost his sanity, he could be restrained. Alas, it was too late for that now. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Sakura joyfully exclaimed, "At last, we are back. I long to return and indulge in a rejuvenating bath for 3 glorious days." The group entered through the gates of Konoha, unaware that 3 figures lurked within the adjacent forest, covertly observing the quartet. Naruto remarked, "I shall return home first." Kakashi cautioned, "What do you intend to do?" Naruto remarked, "I shall fetch an item. Fear not, it shall be swift." "What? Have we already arrived in Konoha? Are you apprehensive of my departure?" He expressed his apologies, clarifying that it was not a retreat but rather a grand exit, one that no one could impede. Kakashi interjected, "We shall go together." Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, "All right." Upon returning home, he slung the sword across his back and stepped outside. Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Is it merely to bear this sword that you ventured out?" Naruto softly remarked, "Yes, I forgot to carry it on my back when I left." This was indeed true. He had genuinely forgotten. Kakashi, utterly perplexed by such behavior, could not fathom what Naruto was attempting to accomplish. Unable to discern any rationale, he ceased his contemplation and led the trio to the Hokage's office. Initially, Kakashi recounted the events, mentioning Zabuza from the Mist Village, as well as the combat capabilities of Sasuke and Sakura. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Sasuke and Sakura as he remarked, "The 2 of you managed to defeat Zabuza in tandem. It seems you have concealed your true strength." Sasuke remained silent, while Sakura offered a faint smile, a tacit acknowledgement of their hidden prowess. Sarutobi then turned his attention to Naruto and inquired, "And you, young Naruto? Have you gained any insights?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course, there is. The outside world is truly free." Upon hearing Naruto's somewhat unfamiliar tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an ominous premonition and replied, "Little Naruto, there is also great freedom within the village." Naruto's smile remained undiminished as he softly replied, "Is that so? I am truly sorry, but I do not share that sentiment." Sensing the unfamiliar demeanor of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "It seems that young Naruto must make some important decisions." Naruto declared, "Indeed, I have decided to leave the village." Upon uttering these words, Kakashi's countenance changed dramatically, as his foreboding intuition had finally materialized. Sasuke and Sakura turned their gazes towards Naruto, perplexed by the implications of his statement. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a hoarse voice. "Young Naruto, are you fully aware of the gravity of your words?" Naruto spoke, "Of course I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You've been acting alongside me since I was 3. And it has indeed become rather exhausting." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the Naruto of yesteryears had merely been performing a role. He placed his pipe upon the table, rose to his feet, and declared, "Little Naruto, you must comprehend the gravity of this situation. This constitutes betrayal of the village. Do you grasp the consequences?" His voice was low, laced with barely concealed anger. Naruto declared, "Of course, it is merely the pursuit from Konoha. But what can they do to me?" With a resounding crash, the Hokage building shattered, and Naruto stood defiantly, perched upon the blade of a sword. This was the art of swordsmanship, allowing one to soar through the skies. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, who turned their gazes toward Naruto in the air, murmuring incessantly. Naturally, the words exchanged were far from flattering. Kakashi admonished, "Naruto, do not act recklessly." Naruto remarked, "Confusing matters?" "Ha ha ha." His laughter echoed 100 feet away, the underlying sarcasm sharp and piercing. Naruto's voice resonated with fervor as he addressed Kakashi-sensei. "Listen to this cacophony of insults. Since the age of 2, when my memories began to form, I have been subjected to such scorn. You all deem me the offspring of a demon fox and harbor disdain for me. If that is the case, what is stopping me, the son of the demon fox, from departing from the Hidden Leaf Village today?" His final question echoed in the ears of thousands. Kakashi's body shuddered. He was acutely aware of the treatment Naruto had endured. A memory etched deeply in his heart, for his own father had succumbed to despair amidst similar taunts. The Hidden Leaf Village mobilized. Umbu, Root, the Yamanaka clan, the Hyuga clan, and many others were drawn to the scene, gathering thousands of shinobi. "Naruto-kun." Hinata gazed at Naruto, suspended in the air, her heart brimming with concern. Tenten, with her scrolls slung over her back, steadfastly fixed her gaze on Naruto, determined to support her brother if the need arose. Shikamaru murmured, "He truly has come, Naruto-kun." The Nara clan remained passive, unable to intervene, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. CHG and Niji watched from a distance, aware that the unfolding situation was beyond their capacity to influence at that moment. Naruto's gaze shifted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had donned his battle attire. He inquired, Sarutobi, given the unwelcoming atmosphere in Konoha, would it not be reasonable for me to take my leave? Sarutobi took a deep breath and replied, Naruto, I understand the grievances you have endured. Rest assured, such occurrences will not repeat in the future, and Konoha will surely make amends. Amends? Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed heartily. His gaze fixed mockingly on Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you propose as compensation? It pales in comparison to what I seek. Will you avenge me upon those who have insulted me, or merely warn them to cease their slanders? Perhaps a trivial sum of money will suffice as my recompense? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Is it not your ambition to become the 5th Hokage? I will assist you in realizing that dream. Naruto proclaimed, Hokage, grant me the title of the 5th Hokage, and in doing so, I shall protect those who have insulted me for a decade. If not, I will take your life, and your descendants shall serve me. Would they acquiesce to such a fate? Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the gravity of the situation. Naruto was no longer the naive boy he once was. His words were irrefutable. With a heavy heart, he responded, Naruto, the transgressions of the past were indeed the shortcomings of Konoha. Naruto remarked, Hiruzen Sarutobi, there's no need to play the emotional card. Do you recall the question posed to you by Uchiha Shisui? Are you truly unaware of the underlying cause and effect? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed dramatically as he replied, Were you there at that time? Naruto nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I was present at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, How could that be possible? How could that be? Naruto remarked, There is no need to investigate this. Allow me to pose a question to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, What is it that you wish to inquire? Regardless of the circumstances, the Jinchuriki cannot depart. Even at the cost of his own life, he would not permit the Jinchuriki to leave. Yet, it is a pity that even if he were to sacrifice his own life, he would be unable to prevent Naruto's departure. Naruto inquired, Who am I truly? Am I really the son of a commoner, Uzumaki Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. Do you know your true lineage? Naruto inquired, Is there something peculiar about my origins? Or am I forbidden from knowing my true heritage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning a countenance of profound compassion, replied, My child, all of this is for your own good. Your identity holds immense significance. Should it become known to other ninja villages, it could bring about dire consequences for you. At that moment, the thousands present began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing that this child of the demon fox indeed possessed another identity. Naruto inquired, Who am I? In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly announced Naruto's identity to the gathered villagers, declaring, My dear villagers, it is I who have deceived you. To protect Naruto and keep his identity from being revealed, I concealed the truth. He is not an orphan, nor the son of a demon fox. Rather, he is the child of our hero, the 4th Hokage. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The 4th Hokage, a revered hero of Konoha, had sacrificed his life alongside his wife for the safety of the village. Many were unable to comprehend this truth and broke down in tears, lamenting their past actions of disparaging the child of their savior. The atmosphere became chaotic. Iruka stumbled back several paces, unable to accept the truth. He recalled his initial demeanor towards Naruto, feeling an overwhelming pressure in his chest, a deep discomfort that left him murmuring, Why, Hokage-sama, why is this so? Hinata, filled with sorrow, called out, Naruto-kun. Though she had long been aware of the truth, her heart trembled uncontrollably. She had witnessed the villagers' harsh words directed at Naruto, and only he could comprehend the suffering endured over the past decade. Tears streamed down Tenten's face as she cried, Brother Naruto. At that moment, CHG, Niji, Sakura, and Sasuke looked up at Naruto, unable to hold back their anguish. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to sway the sentiments of the populace, encouraging many to repent and apologize to Naruto. Finally, his gaze settled on Naruto, and he proclaimed, Naruto, stay with us. Konoha is your home, and all the villagers are your family. Naruto waved his hand and said, Hiruzen Sarutobi, there is no need for such grandiloquent speech. As for their apologies, I must decline. I do not accept nor forgive. Let us instead discuss how to ensure my protection. You claim that concealing my identity is an act of safeguarding me? Is it because my father was the 4th Hokage, who amassed numerous enemies on the battlefield, and you fear they might seek vengeance upon me? Chapter 49, For I am the Dragon King. Naruto's tenacity had already been experienced, yet in response to this inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a ready answer in his heart and affirmed with certainty. Indeed. Naruto remarked, let us delve into the intricacies of my identity, that of Uzumaki Naruto. If I am not mistaken, the land of the whirlpools was annihilated during the Second Shinobi World War, reduced to mere ruins, with only a handful of survivors. Among them, of course, is my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. In Konoha, she remains the sole representative of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, this presents a significant flaw. The emergence of another member of the Uzumaki lineage would undoubtedly attract the attention of other ninja villages. It is well known that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are renowned, capable of even binding the powerful Nine Tails through a pact with the Shinigami. Moreover, my distinct golden hair inevitably evokes memories of the Yellow Flash. Those seeking vengeance would surely not overlook such a vulnerability, would they? I find that hard to believe. Therefore, these 2 points suffice to illustrate that concealing my identity is merely a futile endeavor. I pose a question to the higher-ups of Konoha. How many among you remain unaware of my true identity? Danzo, Shizen, Mido, Narashikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi 6 years ago. While the specifics of my lineage may have eluded your knowledge, can you truly claim ignorance of my identity? As these words escaped my lips, Kakashi and the others bowed their heads. They could not possibly be unaware. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Naruto's words to be so incisive, nor his analysis so astute. Naruto would certainly not let Sarutobi Hiruzen escape. Continuing, there are also rumors of the son of the demon fox. With that, Naruto extended his hand and drew someone from the sky, inquiring, why did you once refer to me as the son of the demon fox? The individual, nearly overwhelmed by the experience, stammered, it is because of the demon fox. Naruto did not inflict harm upon him, but gently returned him to the ground, stating, in this shinobi world, what can truly be regarded as a demon fox? Undoubtedly, it is the Nine Tails. Anyone with a modicum of sense, especially those from the various ninja villages, can surmise this. I am a Jinchuriki, and when one contemplates the previous Jinchuriki, my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, my identity becomes painfully evident. Does it not? What perplexes me is this. If the intent is genuinely to protect me, then my identity should be meticulously concealed, hidden from the eyes of the world. Why let the notion of a son of the demon fox circulate, allowing everyone to know of my village, and further spreading whispers of a demon fox child in Konoha? Is this not a contradiction in itself? Moreover, my father, as the esteemed Hokage of Konoha, must have left behind some wealth, yet here I am, left to consume expired milk and subsist on meager welfare, living a life even worse than those in orphanages. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you not owe me an explanation for this? Under Naruto's guidance, many are not simpletons. They ardently believe in the will of fire. However, the reality, as Naruto articulates, is indeed illogical. The cultivation of chakra is a synthesis of spiritual and physical energy. If the latter is insufficient in nourishment, how can one ensure the vitality of the physical form? Sarutobi Hiruzen, once a figure of great renown, now finds himself in his most distressing moment. Can he provide an explanation? No, he dares not speak. It feels more powerless than Uchiha Shirsue's plight. He fears that continuing to speak will only reveal further inconsistencies. In the shadows, Danzo murmured to himself, is my opportunity finally at hand? A Jinchuriki cannot be released. Yet Naruto Uzumaki's resolute attitude and formidable strength suggest that the only recourse may be to invoke the Reaper Death Seal once more. With this thought, Danzo's left eye burned with fervor. Naruto remarked, it appears I have become a pawn in someone else's game. Thus I must take my leave. Is there any objection? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his stance, stating, Naruto, I sincerely apologize for the events of the past, yet you cannot depart. Before Naruto could utter a word, a voice resonated. Ah, is it quite lively here? Jiraiya had finally arrived, standing atop the building with a cheerful demeanor. His esteemed reputation elicited repeated exclamations of Lord Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with delight, exclaimed, Jiraiya, your return is most timely. Jiraiya, catching the scent of the situation, inquired, old man, what is happening here? Before Sarutobi could respond, Naruto interjected, stating, it is I wish to leave Konohagakure. Jiraiya, well aware of Naruto's identity as the new Jinchuriki of the village and the child of his disciple, asked, why? Reluctantly, Naruto recounted the essence of his 10 years of life, elucidating the reasons behind his desire to depart. Naruto spoke, Jiraiya-sama, given how Konoha has treated me, is it not reasonable for me to depart? If the gratitude owed to Konoha for raising me cannot mitigate the loss of my parents, then surely Konoha is devoid of compassion. Moreover, Jiraiya-sama, what was your own reason for wandering? Sarutobi Hiruzen remains ensnared in the fire's grasp, and at this moment, Jiraiya too finds himself ensnared by Naruto's words, unable to extricate himself. If Naruto is not permitted to leave, how can Konoha claim to uphold fairness and righteousness? It would undoubtedly lose its dignity and become the subject of scorn among the masses. Jiraiya replied, Naruto, the past is shrouded in uncertainty for me, but I have returned. I am prepared to champion your grievances. Stay with us, for Konoha needs you. Naruto declared, no, what Konoha needs is not me, but the relentless efforts I have put forth and the nine tails that reside within me. Today, I wish to depart, and I hope you will not impede me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. His aura emanated subtly, surpassing even that of the strongest shinobi. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi wore expressions of grave concern, astonished by the remarkable heights Naruto's power had attained. Jiraiya remarked, is this not the path of a shinobi? The energy within you does not belong to chakra. Naruto remarked, is it not apparent? Truly, you are the esteemed Jiraiya. Indeed, I am engaged in martial arts cultivation, harnessing not chakra, but the energies of heaven and earth. Martial arts? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and questioned, could it be that you are a spy for the Hidden Dragon Organization? Naruto proclaimed, this is not the case, for I am indeed the Dragon King. Immediately, his eyes began to swirl, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan manifested. From Naruto, the Susanoo emerged, a grander version of himself, resembling a crimson swordsman. The Sharingan. Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi exclaimed in astonishment, their hearts sinking as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. This was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and within Naruto's being lay an additional trump card, the formidable Nine-Tails Fox. Naruto refrained from revealing his Rinnegan and stated once more, I am leaving now. I have no desire to engage in battle with Konoha, but should you insist on detaining me, feel free to attempt it. Chapter 50. Enlightening Sasuke. Jiraiya sighed, recognizing that Konoha, in its current state, was incapable of retaining Naruto. Even with his Sage Mode and the Reaper Death Seal, the toll would be substantial. Before anyone could contemplate further, three figures descended from the sky. They landed around Naruto, forming a protective triangle. One of them declared, if you wish to detain our Lord Dragon King, we shall not acquiesce. The arrivals were none other than Uchiha Shursui, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi had once held great admiration for Uchiha Itachi, but upon witnessing his willingness to eliminate his own kin to protect his brother, her affection turned to disdain. If Itachi had been a ruthless executioner, mercilessly slaying countless foes, she could have borne it. However, to turn against one's own parents was an abomination she could not tolerate. The three Susanoo manifestations, each of their powers eclipsing that of a Kage, posed a formidable challenge. Should a conflict arise, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer severe losses while failing to retain the four individuals. Jiraiya remarked, Orochimaru, you have grown stronger. Orochimaru replied, with the eyes of the Uchiha clan, strength is a natural outcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Shursui and said, what a clever strategy, to recruit Orochimaru with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it truly worth it? Uchiha Shursui retorted, you are but a frog in a well. He had no desire to engage further with this foolish Hokage. After years of striving in the Land of Flames, he had come to understand the true essence of struggle. After 10 years in Konoha, he still saw no glimmer of hope. Orochimaru asserted, you will never comprehend the capabilities of our Lord Dragon King. Jiraiya glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, urging him to make a decision. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly resolved to repeat a decision made years prior, stating, you may leave. Naruto and his companions retracted their imposing presence, and he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. The fruits of today are born from the seeds sown yesterday. Reflect upon your past actions, and you shall comprehend that all that has transpired is of your own making. Farewell. Suddenly, a thought struck Naruto, and he turned once more, saying, I have taken my parents' remains with me. I harbor a profound disdain for Danzo, for he is well aware that my father's body has already been tampered with. Were it not for the necessity of preserving his life for others, he would not survive this day. Accompanied by Shursui and the others, they departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon exiting the gates, Naruto's shadow clone had already retrieved the coffins of his parents. Shursui and Orochimaru took hold of the coffins, bearing them upon their shoulders, as the four of them swiftly made their exit. Hiruzen Sarutobi surveyed the chaos left in his wake, a bitter taste filling his heart. He felt the weight of age upon him. Once, in his youth, he had been a formidable force, possessing strength rivaling that of the Hokage. Yet now he truly felt old. Even if he were still in his prime, today's outcome would remain unchanged. The surrounding clans retreated, having witnessed a dramatic spectacle. Their bodies trembling in the presence of Naruto's overwhelming power. Many felt a burgeoning interest in martial arts, their spirits stirred. And witnessing the downfall of the once mighty Hokage brought a sense of satisfaction. After all, this revered leader had faced his own moment of reckoning, which was indeed gratifying. Jiraiya regarded Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked, "Old man, is this the conclusion you wish to see? Would it not have been better to avoid such schemes?" Hiruzen did not respond to his inquiry, but instead asked, "What brings you back?" Jiraiya replied, "The seal on the nine tails has been broken, hence my return." Hiruzen remarked, "His power has grown immensely, and with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he is undoubtedly capable of controlling the nine tails. We have witnessed the emergence of a second Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya, displeased, retorted, "Old man, you remain unyielding even now. Had Naruto been Uchiha Madara, today, the hidden leaf would lie in ruins." This statement bore truth. Had Uchiha Madara endured such scorn, he would have surely obliterated this existence. Hiruzen sighed, saying, "It is time to let go, Jiraiya. You should assume the mantle of Hokage." Jiraiya responded, "No, I have no interest in that position. If you truly wish to abdicate, I have a candidate in mind." Hiruzen inquired, "Who?" Jiraiya answered, "Tsunade." Sasuke returned to his dwelling, murmuring to himself, "The Uchiha clan has not perished entirely. Why is this so? What has truly transpired? The matters concerning the Land of Fire, the Phantom Dragon Organization, and Shursui Uchiha were no secrets within the ninja world, yet to Sasuke, they remained shrouded in obscurity." As he entered his room, the lights suddenly illuminated, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's me." Sasuke relaxed, realizing it was Naruto, and felt reassured. The strength exhibited by Naruto was formidable. If he were to confront Sasuke, it would not even take a single hand to subdue him. "Did you not leave?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto remarked, "I understand that you might be perplexed. Allow me to share some insights with you." Regarding Sasuke, over the past few years, Naruto has perceived him positively. Although he possesses a certain aloofness, his mindset remains untainted, and he appears to be relatively normal. Sasuke inquired, "What exactly transpired 5 years ago?" Naruto stated, 5 years ago, the Uchiha clan attempted to instigate rebellion on 2 occasions. The first time, I persuaded your brother Shursui, who thwarted your family's insurrection using the Kodo Amatsukami technique, forcibly instilling the ideology of the Akatsuki organization. This thus laid the foundation for the Akatsuki. The second time, Danzo sought to seize the eyes of your clan, covertly inciting public opinion to perpetuate friction between your family and the village. Your father intended to initiate another rebellion against the village. Of course, your father had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, yet the forces he could muster were utterly insufficient to withstand the village's power, which had already caught wind of the situation. Your brother, compelled by circumstance, had no choice but to report to the village, hoping they would intervene and also persuade your father. Upon mentioning Uchiha Shursui, Sasuke's gaze turned chillingly cold. As the inherent power of the Uchiha bloodline began to awaken, his mental energy surging forth. Naruto did not pause, continuing, "However, your brother's aspirations were shattered. He did not attain the desire for reconciliation, but rather received a frenzied command to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, with the village's stipulation being your survival. You must be acutely aware of your brother's sentiments. In his quest to protect you, he was willing to sacrifice countless lives, including those of his kin. Otherwise, why would so many perish, yet you alone remain? Among the fallen were numerous infants. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was profoundly affected, curling up on the ground. In that moment, Naruto keenly sensed Sasuke's transformation. His mental fortitude was steadily escalating, his spiritual energy augmenting, merging with the vitality drawn from his flesh, ultimately converging into his eyes, catalyzing their evolution. Naruto continued to provoke Sasuke. "In order to safeguard your safety in Konoha, I have joined the Akatsuki to gather intelligence for the village." Chapter 51, Deceiving the Second Pillar. Sasuke let out a silent groan, and after a considerable moment, the agony subsided. He finally rose to sit up. At that instant, his eyes, no longer the 3 tomo, had transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Naruto nodded, "Congratulations. Your eyes have evolved, and your strength has once again increased. Sasuke expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Naruto. The evolution of his eyes was entirely due to Naruto's deliberate provocation. Naruto remarked, there's no need for formalities. Sasuke inquired, Naruto, is this truly the case? Naruto remarked, certainly. This command was issued personally by Danzo, and it was instigated by your threats. Sasuke's lips curled into a chilling, almost bloodthirsty smile as he responded, so it seems my true enemy is Konoha. At that moment, in his eyes, Konoha was no longer his home, but rather an enemy stronghold. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that Sasuke seemed to regard all the villagers of Konohagakure as adversaries. He said, Sasuke, you may confront the 4 elders of Konoha. You may sever the roots of our village, you may obliterate the Umbu, but remember, many within Konoha are mere ordinary people. And numerous clans have never held enmity against the Uchiha clan. To extend this cycle of violence to the innocent is utterly unjustifiable. There is a saying, a grudge has its origin, and a debt has its owner. If you seek vengeance, that is your choice, but direct your fury towards the true culprits. It is not the mark of a true man to involve the blameless. Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's words. After all, he had been scorned since childhood. How could Naruto advocate for mercy towards their enemies? Confused, he inquired, Naruto, do you not desire vengeance? Do you not wish to punish those responsible? Naruto remarked, Sasuke, they are indeed pitiable. They possess no subjective opinions of their own, merely existing as pawns in the hands of others. Until their demise, they remain shrouded in darkness. What purpose does it serve to extinguish the lives of such wretched beings? Furthermore, I have laid bare the truth of the matter. The scorn they once heaped upon me, so vile and profane, will now be met with profound regret. The anguish they have inflicted will linger in their hearts, haunting them throughout their lives. Is this not a more exquisite form of retribution than their mere extermination? Sasuke absorbed his words and replied, then I shall seek out those creditors, Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konohamaru, and Midogate. Naruto remarked, it is feasible to eliminate Danzo, as well as Kuratsuchi and Midogate. However, do you not find Sarutobi Hiruzen to be quite pitiable at this moment? Sasuke paused, recalling how Sarutobi had entrusted all hope to Naruto. With Naruto's departure, Hiruzen's trump card had vanished, prompting a faint smile to appear on Sasuke's face as he responded, indeed, Naruto-kun is correct. If a few more clans were to withdraw their support, Sarutobi would be utterly forsaken and even more wretched. Naruto raised his thumb and mused to himself. Is it possible that this fool has someone after all? A glimmer of light flickered in Naruto's eyes as he softly spoke, in truth. The discord between you and your brother is not insurmountable. It ultimately depends on your own choices. He yearned to discern Sasuke's current inclinations, probing the depths of his thoughts. Sasuke rose, bowed respectfully to Naruto, and remarked, I humbly seek your guidance, Naruto. In response, Naruto smiled, sensing that he might be able to draw Sasuke closer. However, he remained vigilant, aware that the influence of Indra was far more profound, necessitating caution and foresight. Naruto declared, the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. Through the process of reincarnation, at the cost of one's vitality, it should be possible to resurrect your parents. Sasuke exclaimed, is that true? Can my mother and father truly be brought back to life? Naruto nodded, acknowledging the possibility. However, it requires the Rinnegan. You might consider enlisting your brother to join you. And then together you could approach the Qianlong organization to engage in mutual discourse with Shursui, facilitating the evolution of your Sharingan. Sasuke replied, asserting that he could manage it alone. Naruto remarked, do you truly wish for death? Are you aware of the magnitude of life required for such a pursuit? This endeavor necessitates collaboration with your brother. Do you truly believe that Shursui would acquiesce to your request? Sasuke fell silent, recognizing the substantial loss of vitality it would entail. Indeed, others would not lend their assistance. He had not considered Naruto's plight, an orphan like himself, who would also seek to resurrect his own parents, yet could offer no aid in this matter. Naruto spoke earnestly, alas, Sasuke, when it comes to suffering, Itachi's anguish is no less than yours. He was compelled to take the lives of his own parents, and the brother he cherished most threatened his very existence. His heart bleeds, yet he cannot turn back, for to do so would endanger his beloved brother. In their final moments, your parents did not blame your brother. They understood that he acted out of necessity, sacrificing himself to protect you. Thus, they willingly embraced death. By reconciling with him, united as brothers, you could strive to resurrect your parents, leaving behind a legendary tale, and ultimately vanquish that accursed Danzo who has caused you so much grief. Wouldn't that be a delightful resolution? Naruto, I am truly a genius. He has now envisioned the intriguing scene between his brother and Sasuke, one pleading for forgiveness, the other aloof and indifferent. This juxtaposition is remarkably captivating. Naturally, Sasuke is stirred by this. His hatred for Itachi is genuine, as is his desire to kill him. Yet, deep within, his feelings for Itachi are equally authentic. These conflicting extremes compel him to continuously betray his own soul. I ponder, I contemplate. Sasuke declared. Naruto said, I hope you can reflect deeply and make the right choice. Selecting a path of prosperity. This world is not solely shrouded in darkness. There exists light as well. Sasuke nodded. I shall remember your words. Naruto remarked, furthermore, your brother is a member of the Akatsuki. Should anyone from the organization extend an invitation to you, I hope you will remain steadfast in your beliefs and not be swayed by their words. This serves as a precautionary note. However, if Sasuke desires to join, it matters little to me. A mere Sasuke poses no threat. Even if he ultimately ascends to the rank of Sage of Six Paths, I shall still be able to subdue him effortlessly. Sasuke responded, all right. Naruto remarked, all right, having said so much. If you wish to seek me out for a spar in the future, come to the land of the Flame Dragon. Sasuke replied, I shall certainly come. Naruto warned. Exercise caution around Danzo. He is a most insidious individual. He seized Shirsue's eyes, only to have his hand severed by Shirsue in retaliation. He orchestrated the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan, all in a bid to usurp your father's eyes, yet his ambitions were thwarted by Shirsue, preventing him from obtaining the coveted eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Were he to learn of your eyes' evolution into the Mangekyou Sharingan, he would undoubtedly seek to claim them. This man is treacherous and ruthless, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his ends. Originally, I intended to crush him myself, but I shall leave that task for you. Sasuke replied coldly, should he dare to approach, I will annihilate him. Naruto, this fool, he has truly lost his sense of reality, completely oblivious to his own weight. Bang. Naruto has accomplished what he set out to do. As for the choices made and the unfolding of events, it is up to Sasuke Uchiha to decide. Should he choose to stand against him, Naruto will reluctantly send him on his way. Chapter 52. The Shadow Clone visits the Hyuga clan. One of Naruto's shadow clones gradually approached the Hyuga clan. The purpose of this visit was not to see Hinata Hyuga, but rather to seek out Hiashi Hyuga to discuss certain matters. After evading the hidden guards, the clone arrived at Hayashi's chamber. However, being merely a clone and having utilized the technique of invisibility, it had suffered considerable depletion and required the absorption of natural energy to sustain itself, which ultimately led to its discovery. Friends outside, please come in. Hiashi Hyuga called out, his Byakugan already activated. Naruto remarked, Hyuga clan leader. There is no need to activate the Byakugan. I am merely a fleeting figure. Hyuga Hisashi narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Naruto and replied, Uzumaki Naruto. It is indeed you. Naruto entered and seated himself opposite the Hyuga clan, stating, before departing, I wish to have a conversation with the leader of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hisashi inquired, what would you like to discuss? Naruto remarked, were it not for Hinata, I would have no reason to engage with the Hyuga clan. However, Hinata is a kind-hearted girl, and I sincerely hope she can forever preserve her innocence and goodness. Thus, I have come to converse with the clan leader of the Hyuga. To this, Hyuga Hayashi replied, thank you. Naruto understands the reason for his gratitude. It is due to Hinata. He is thankful to Naruto for having nurtured Hinata to such an extent. Naruto remarked, there is no need for gratitude. Hinata and I are friends, and it is only natural for friends to support one another. Hyuga Hisashi added, Hinata is in her room. You may go and bid her farewell. Naruto remarked, let us set that aside. I have come here in search of you. Hinata Hisashi inquired, in search of me, for what purpose? Naruto proclaimed, it is because of Hinata. Hinata Hyuga inquired, can the head of our clan dispel your shadow clones? Naruto remarked, in truth, the Byakugan, much like the Sharingan, possesses the potential for evolution. As the head of the Hyuga clan, you must be aware of this. Hisashi Hyuga remained silent and inquired, what is it that you wish to convey? Naruto declared, the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan is the Rinnegan, and I have already mastered this power. Hinata Hisashi suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming, what? Naruto produced an eye and remarked, I have not utilized Hinata's eye. Hinata Hayashi inquired, and what about you? Naruto exclaimed, your family lost their eyes several years ago. Hinata Hisashi retorted, is it you? Naruto remarked, I confided in Hinata, and she is reluctant for me to engage in conflict with the Hyuga clan. Hence she employed this strategy. Hisashi Hyuga responded, so, You possessed shadow ninja-level prowess several years ago? Naruto proclaimed, I am a genius. Hinata replied, well, that is indeed irrefutable. Naruto's current strength surpasses anything that Konoha can offer. Naruto remarked, I have imparted the evolution of the Byakugan to Hinata. If possible, I hope you can refrain from assigning her any missions for the time being, allowing her to focus on her training and transform her eyes into the Rinnegan. When that time comes, the Hyuga clan's intentions will be beyond the reach of Hokage's decisions, and the tragic fate of Hinata's elder brother, Hisashi, will not be repeated. Will it? With a creak, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists, feeling the weight of sorrow in his heart. Naruto's words resonated deeply, the thought of his daughter being abducted, with the sacrifice of his own brother looming over him, was profoundly disheartening. I will take your suggestion into serious consideration, Hayashi replied. Naruto spoke. The one you have wronged the most is not anyone else, but Neji. Hinata's predecessor died for your sake. Yet you treat his child in such a manner. Do not speak of clans. The rules of clans are not immutable. A noble house is akin to a nation. Just observe how the decrees of nations have transformed from the warring states period to the present, how many have been revised, and how much dross has been discarded. Within the regulations of a clan, there too should be a shedding of the obsolete, for such things as the caged bird seal only serve to exacerbate familial discord. If a clan leader were to be a tyrant, would that not be detrimental to the entire lineage? Furthermore, if one were to covet your eyes, as I do, for instance, unless you were all blinded, how could you possibly prevent it? Moreover, the caged bird seal can only absorb the Byakugan's abilities after death. If one is merely incapacitated and taken away, what recourse do you have? Therefore, the caged bird seal must be abolished, as it will only lead to disharmony within the clan and its eventual decline. Treat Neji well, for he will bring honor to the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata Hayashi felt a profound stirring within. Naruto's reasoning was compelling. If the eyes of the Hyuga clan were truly targeted, could they defend them? Unity between the main and branch families is essential for the strength of the clan. After a moment of contemplation, Hayashi replied, Young one, you have persuaded me. I shall send Neji out. The potential dragon organization. Are you bold enough to accept him? Ah, my esteemed father-in-law, you understand my intentions all too well. In Naruto's heart, he felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, he harbored such thoughts. Undoubtedly, Neji's innate talent surpassed that of Hinata. After several years, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal pillar within the organization of the Hidden Dragon. Naruto proclaimed, in the land of the Flame Dragons, we fear no power. The Hidden Dragon organization welcomes all individuals, regardless of their past, even those with nefarious intentions, as long as they seek redemption. The leader of the Hidden Dragon will embrace them. However, if one seeks refuge within our ranks, I must regretfully inform you that our methods are 100-fold more ruthless than those of others. Hinata Hisashi replied, Very well, I shall ensure Neji's release. This shall serve to alleviate the guilt that weighs upon my heart. Naruto said, Very well, I shall send someone to fetch him. Thus, the matter was amicably resolved. Hinata Hisashi inquired, May I practice the martial arts? He harbored a genuine interest in the techniques of martial cultivation. Having observed Neji's training through his Byakugan, he noted that the majority of the chakra within Neji's body, though he was unaware that this internal energy differed from chakra, was predominantly stored in the chakra points and meridians. While these points were capable of expansion, the energy contained within the flesh was minimal, preventing any undue burden on the cells. In comparison to others, Neji appeared remarkably at ease, both physically and mentally. As for Hinata, her delicate visage seemed even more diminutive than Hanabi's. Naruto remarked, Of course, let your daughter teach you, along with your little one. As for the others, you understand. Hyuga Hisashi responded, Understood. Naruto remarked, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others must suspect that I would impart martial arts to Hinata and the others, so be cautious. If they attempt to forcibly seize anyone, send word to me, and I shall crush them. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and replied, Understood. As they departed, Hayashi presented Naruto with two eyes, those belonging to Hisashi, which he instructed Naruto to eventually pass on to Neji. These eyes had been extracted before Hisashi's demise and were sealed. The Hyuga clan indeed preserves the eyes of their deceased members, yet the power contained within them is not everlasting. With the passage of time, it gradually wanes, becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Chapter 53. Sasuke also prepares to leave Konoha. Following Naruto's defection, Konoha has faced some turmoil, yet it continues to function, albeit with subtle changes compared to its former state. Many individuals seem lost in thought, seemingly unaccustomed to Naruto's absence. As Naruto departed, Kakashi's team remained intact, with Sasuke and Sakura forming their own unit. Kakashi, lacking focus, showed little interest in teaching, while Sakura and Sasuke were equally disengaged from the lesson, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Sasuke devoted his time to training at home, where his Sharingan evolved into the Manjiki, accelerating his progress. Once he mastered Susanoo, he intended to leave the village. Sakura, however, appeared disheartened, her training merely a token effort, lacking vigor. Meanwhile, Kakashi clutched a book, his attention unwavering. Shikamaru and Choji checked in with their teacher before returning home to continue their own training, albeit with little enthusiasm. Yet they were content to pass the time in this manner. Hinata had lengthy discussions with Niji, who became increasingly diligent in his training. Among them, it was not Shikamaru or Choji who exhibited the greatest dedication, but rather Tenten. With Naruto's absence, she felt a profound void in the village, which now seemed devoid of warmth. The invisibility technique he had entrusted to her was still in its infancy. She resolved to practice diligently, hoping to leave the village in search of her brother Naruto. As time passed over the course of 2 weeks at the Uchiha compound, Sasuke finally unlocked Susanoo. Standing atop the building, he gazed at the radiant lights of Konoha, murmuring to himself, "It is time to depart." Where would that person go? The person he referred to, of course, was his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. He had made up his mind to seek out his brother and strive together to resurrect their parents. Only then would he forgive Itachi. To leave, he intended to do so with great flair, emulating Naruto's boldness in departing from Konoha. Thus, the first rainy day for Sasuke arrived, and he bore the weight of his pride. The following day, Sasuke left the Uchiha compound and headed to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "Sasuke, is there something you wish to discuss?" Sasuke replied, "Indeed, I seek to understand the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's demise." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen paused momentarily, responding subtly, "Have you not already seen? It was your brother who betrayed the village and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan." He scrutinized Sasuke, eager to gauge how much he truly understood. Sasuke scoffed, "Is that so?" His eyes brimmed with derision, piercing Hiruzen's gaze, which had grown increasingly furious as he had encountered that look multiple times before. Hiruzen retorted, "Is it not the truth?" Sasuke coldly asserted, "Your isolation of the Uchiha clan forced us into rebellion. You used me as leverage, sending Itachi to murder his own kin. The methods of Konoha are utterly despicable. Hiruzen, your tactics are truly vile. How dare you, Uchiha brat, speak so brazenly before the Hokage?" Danzo emerged from the shadows, attempting to seize Sasuke by the throat. His thoughts regarding the Sharingan became increasingly animated. With Sasuke's exceptional talent, it was merely a matter of time before he evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. Capturing him for training until his evolution succeeded, and then seizing it for oneself, would be utterly perfect. With a swift motion, Sasuke sent Danzo flying with a slap, simultaneously tearing away the white cloth covering his right eye, revealing a single, resplendent crimson eye. Sasuke declared, "Indeed, you old scoundrel covet the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Hokage, how do you propose to punish this transgression?" Danzo was hurled out of the Hokage building, crashing into a structure with such force that it shattered upon impact, immediately drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Upon the sight of Danzo's crimson eye, many recognized it and exclaimed, "The Sharingan." At that moment, Sasuke leapt from the Hokage building, standing atop a high rise, and bellowed, "Hokage, is your will of fire not one of fairness and justice? In the past, that old dog Danzo sought to seize my brother Itachi's eyes, and your punishment was neither lenient nor severe. At that time, there was no evidence. Now, we possess ample proof that Danzo conspired against the Uchiha clan to acquire the Sharingan, which is tantamount to treason. I wish to know how you intend to deal with traitors." Mito interjected, "You wicked Uchiha brat." To which Sasuke retorted, "Silence, you old dog. By what merit do you claim a seat among the elders? Was it the annihilation of the land of Whirlpool, or the disappearance of the Senju clan?" Had Naruto been present, he would have applauded Sasuke, astonished that this typically combative figure could wield such sharp words. This served as a subtle signal to the villagers of Konoha. The Senju clan truly had no members left, seemingly reduced to a solitary figure. Sometimes, a minor breakthrough can be gradually unearthed by people. Naturally, this sparked a flurry of discussion, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to darken. However, he had not yet reached the point of fury. He replied, "Sasuke, we are ninjas. The battlefield is our home. Otherwise, how would peace exist in Konoha?" Sasuke countered, So we must sacrifice ourselves, is that it? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied solemnly. Sasuke, your clan threatens to rebel against the village. If not dealt with, it will endanger the entire village. Sasuke retorted, I have studied many records of the Uchiha clan. In the past, we were part of the village, yet gradually, we were pushed to the outskirts. What caused this? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, it is because your clan has been discordant with the village, frequently clashing with the villagers, leading to your voluntary departure from the village. Sasuke pressed on, is that so? However, based on the records, I have not seen evidence of our clan ever persecuting anyone, let alone Konoha. Why is it that we are deemed discordant? The Uchiha clan has fought valiantly for the village, safeguarding countless villagers. Logically, they should be grateful to us. Yet, in the end, we are expected to thank them. If we do not comply with their demands, we are labeled as the cause of discord. Is there any sense in this? Moreover, Shursui had left behind a plethora of evidence, serving as a testament to Danzo's slander against the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, would you care to have a look? I find it rather perplexing. When the villagers insulted our family, why did you, as the Hokage, not come forth to clarify? Allowing us to be ostracized by the entire village? Brandishing the evidence, Sasuke's mocking tone grew increasingly pronounced, chilling Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Indeed, it was true. Shursui had prepared 2 copies, one intended for Itachi Uchiha, who never returned to see it, and instead, it fell into Sasuke's hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and inquired solemnly, so, are you suggesting that your visit today is to defect from the village? He wished to refrain from further discourse, knowing all too well that prolonging the conversation would only worsen his predicament. Sasuke replied, Naruto is quite right. Since you do not welcome me, why should I remain here? Alas, had Naruto heard these words, he would have been taken aback, questioning if this was truly the same Sasuke. His verbal prowess rivaled that of Naruto in the original tale. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly stated, if you wish to defect from the village, it shall not come to pass. Chapter 54. Constantly coming to Sasuke's aid. Sasuke retorted, is that so? I intend to leave, and you cannot stop me. With that, his eyes transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, emanating a formidable aura that surpassed even Danzo, a true elite J-nin. Furthermore, a purple ethereal form manifested around him, the Susanoo looming overhead. At that moment, the blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen was immense. The Mangeki Sharingan, yet another Uchiha Itachi, which should have been a sharp blade for Konoha, had now become an adversary. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not feel anguish over such a transformation? Regrettably, while Sasuke was indeed powerful, he still fell short in comparison to Naruto. His strength was not sufficient to pose a threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was no doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen's own abilities had waned. Yet he still approached the prowess of a Kage. Should he risk his life, he could indeed attain the strength of a Kage. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had slain Sarutobi Hiruzen, and had it not been for the reanimation jutsu, which resurrected the first and second Hokage, depleting Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra significantly, he would have had little chance of success. For Umbu J-nin surrounded Sasuke, who was somewhat taken aback. This was not in line with his expectations. His arrogance had led him astray. Had he departed covertly, the village would have had difficulty detecting his absence, but lacking Naruto's strength, he sought to pose as formidable, thus inviting a beating. However, realizing the futility of his situation, he dispelled the Susanoo and fled. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, pursue him. Sasuke must not be allowed to escape. Konoha still requires the presence of Itachi Uchiha, and, undoubtedly, the strength of Sasuke as well. Sasuke is no naive soul, devoid of Naruto's compassionate heart. He swiftly activated his right eye, unleashing Amaterasu, directing the black flames towards one of the Jonin, enveloping him instantly. At that moment, Sasuke felt an overwhelming heaviness, a sense of weakness. Had it not been for the pure internal energy sustaining him, he might have needed assistance to remain upright. In the original narrative, Sasuke's inaugural use of Amaterasu was aimed at capturing the Eight Tails, leaving him physically drained and reliant on support, his eyes bleeding from the strain. The anguished cries reverberated as the inextinguishable black flames consumed him, unquenched by earth or water, reducing the Jonin to mere ashes, finally liberating him from his suffering. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the demise of his subordinate, his eyes bloodshot with rage, declared, "You wicked little imp, I shall bring you to ruin." Hiruzen formed hand seals, summoning a head of a mud dragon from the ground, which opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of earth and mud. Sasuke, relying on his acute sense of danger, deftly evaded the assault with a series of swift shunshin. However, at that moment, Sasuke found himself engulfed by the mud stream. This was not his true form. Merely a shadow clone he had conjured, a tactic to mimic the jutsu employed by Hiruzen, albeit with diminished power, serving to hinder his opponent. Sasuke felt a twinge of foolishness. Hiruzen seemed resolute in his pursuit, unwilling to let him go. Such was the nature of Sasuke, driven by impulsive fervor. Capable of reckless actions, a trait all too familiar to him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sasuke proclaimed, "If that is the case, then come at me." He summoned his Susanoo once more, forcibly activating its ultimate technique, drawing the celestial bow of the deity, lightning crackling with immense force. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he advanced. Swiftly forming seals, murmuring, earth release, earth flow wall. Subsequently, a formidable earthen barrier emerged to counter Sasuke's electric arrows. Upon impact, the arrows detonated against the wall with a thunderous roar, sending violent shockwaves radiating in all directions. Sasuke's complexion paled. The exit was tantalizingly close, and he yearned to flee Konoha. Just then, a flurry of shurikens and projectiles, meteor needles, flying leaf shurikens, and more, hurtled toward him. In his weakened state, his internal energy barely a fraction of its capacity, he narrowly evaded fatal injury, yet was struck by 7 of the projectiles. The chilling, sinister voice of Danzo echoed. "Uchiha, little brat, if you wish to depart, leave your eyes behind." He reached out, intent on grasping Sasuke's throat, for he could not let Sasuke escape with his eyes. The Manjiki Sharingan, he had devised countless schemes to obtain it. Acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan had become his obsession. Toanzo crushed a piece of wood, while Sasuke deftly employed the substitution technique, narrowly evading this lethal strike. "Old dog Toanzo, one day I shall annihilate your entire clan. Should even one member of the Toanzo family survive, it shall be a testament to my own failure," Sasuke's chilling voice echoed, instilling terror with its unwavering murderous intent. Toanzo retorted, "Unfortunately, you cannot escape today." As he prepared to cross the threshold with several members of the root, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he instinctively recoiled. Swish, swish, swish. Compared to the previous projectiles, these were the true masters of stealthy weaponry. The concealed weapons struck from all directions, seemingly without origin. Searing pain coursed through Toanzo as one pierced his left leg, blood gushing forth. Though the limb remained intact, it bore the grievous wound that had compromised his very marrow, rendering it effectively useless. Among the root members, only one was fortunate enough to escape with his life, as his heart was positioned on the right side, evading the fatal blow, while the others perished, be they Ch Nin or J Nin. Fate showed no mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived on the scene, witnessing Toanzo's dire state, and inquired, "Toanzo, what has happened?" Enduring the pain, Toanzo replied, "I failed to intercept them. There was someone aiding Sasuke. This defection was premeditated." Employing exceptionally powerful hidden weapons that struck from the air, seemingly without origin. Out of the 6 of us from Root, only 2 remain alive. His words caused Sarutobi to reconsider his intent to pursue. Without even glimpsing their assailant, he pondered the strength of the newcomer and whether any chase would be meaningful. Had he been the younger Sarutobi, he would have undoubtedly pursued, but now he hesitated, recognizing that without at least a 70% certainty of success, any chase would merely squander time and result in unnecessary deaths. With a sigh, he instructed the Umbu to handle the situation and took Toanzo back to the village. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, he had missed a crucial opportunity. Sasuke, that fool, had no allies to speak of. His savior was none other than Tenten. She had observed Sasuke drawing everyone's attention, allowing herself to slip away first, exiting the gates of Konoha, as the village erupted into chaos. She lingered momentarily before witnessing Sasuke being pursued, prompting her to intervene and rescue him. Upon realizing it was Tenten, Sasuke coolly remarked, "Tenten, is it you?" Tenten smiled, "Indeed. It is I." Noticing the time-space scroll on her back, Sasuke inquired, "Tenten, what are you planning?" To which Tenten replied, "I intend to leave the village to find Naruto." Chapter 55. Hyuganiji leaves Konoha. Sasuke's second defection unsettled the people of Konoha, as their faith in the third Hokage began to wane, giving rise to an indescribable disappointment in his leadership. However, this was not a challenge for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under his subtle guidance, the situation swiftly returned to normal. Whispers circulated that the Hokage, being overly fond of talent, could not bear to eliminate a youth like Uchiha Sasuke, and he held faith that Sasuke would return to the Hidden Leaf Village. One could not help but admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's cleverness, after a round of persuasion. The villagers rallied behind him once more. In the Hyuga clan, Hinata, upon receiving the report, remarked with certainty, "It's 10-10. She firmly believed that in this world of ninjas, only 10-10 possessed such remarkable abilities. Hyuga Hayashi stated, "Indeed, it is she." He had investigated Naruto and was well aware of 10-10's prowess, feeling somewhat astonished that this seemingly frail girl harbored such formidable strength. Hinata added, 10-10 must have defected from the village. She is likely seeking Naruto-kun. At that moment, she envied 10-10 for being able to train alongside Naruto, a luxury she could not afford. As a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, any action she took could jeopardize her entire family. Hyuga Hayashi suggested, "We should verify this." Hinata confidently asserted, "Only 10-10 possesses such capabilities. She has combined space-time ninjutsu with hidden weapons. Naruto-kun has mentioned that while her combat prowess may not be the highest, her assassination techniques are unparalleled among us." Hyuga Hayashi acknowledged, "Indeed, it is quite impressive. In an instant, even Danzo was injured. Had it not been to rescue Sasuke, Danzo would have been in peril." Hayashi then turned to Neji and inquired, "Neji, are you prepared?" Neji replied, "Uncle, I am ready." After the cage bird seal was lifted, Hayashi requested Neji to address him as uncle and discuss the matter of leaving the village, allowing him to choose for himself. Neji expressed, "Thank you, uncle. I am prepared." Hayashi patted his shoulder, saying, "You will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja." Moments later, Hyuga Hayashi unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra, followed by a furious roar. "Remove Neji's eyes and expel him from the Hyuga clan. He is unworthy to be one of us." This vehement outburst alarmed the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly pulling out his hair in frustration, wondered what new trouble had arisen and summoned the Umbu, instructing them to investigate the matter. A quarter of an hour later, Hyuga Hayashi arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen, regaining his composure, asked, "Hayashi, what is the situation?" It was imperative not to offend the prominent clan of the Hidden Leaf. Hayashi responded, "It pertains to the branch family. Neji, in light of his father's death, harbors significant resentment towards the main family. During a match with Hinata, he not only injured her, but nearly caused her demise." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. This is quite serious. He is well aware that Hinata Hyuga is the princess of the Hyuga clan, destined to be the future matriarch, a position of utmost significance. The injuries he sustained were grievous, nearly costing him his life, an affront that undeniably crossed Hisashi's threshold. With a hint of melancholy, Hisashi addressed Hokage, "Alas. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Very well." He understood the internal conflict that plagued Hisashi. He harbored a desire to eliminate Neji. Yet he could not bring himself to harm the only child of his late brother. Hisashi had sacrificed himself for the clan, and it was unfathomable to impose suffering upon his brother's sole progeny. The other clans of Konohagakure, upon learning of the circumstances, remained silent, as any discord between the main and branch families seemed entirely justifiable. Many cast a glance at the fallen Neji, ultimately shaking their heads in quiet disapproval before departing. Neji, deprived of his sight, resembled a toothless tiger, no longer a fearsome creature, lacking even the worthiness of salvation. Even Danzo from the Root organization showed no inclination to rescue him. Initially, it was believed that the eradication of the Uchiha clan would yield an abundance of Sharingan. Yet disappointment ensued with only 4 or 5 eyes acquired, and merely one bearing the 3 Tomo. These few eyes were insufficient for his own purposes. Thus, even if Neji possessed commendable talent, he would not squander a Sharingan to save him. Informed of the news, Choji and Shikamaru ventured out in search of Neji, ultimately discovering him in a shadowy alleyway. Neji inquired, "Shikamaru, Choji, is that you?" Shikamaru asked, "Neji, why?" Without elaborating, Neji implored, "Shikamaru, could you do me a favor?" Shikamaru responded, "What do you need, Choji?" Neji stated, "I wish to leave Konoha. Even in death, I want to perish outside." His words resonated with a profound disappointment towards Konoha, a chilling detachment from the village. After a moment's contemplation, Shikamaru replied, "Very well, we shall assist you." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, preoccupied with his own troubles, paid little heed to Neji's departure from the village. A mere cripple, he was deemed inconsequential, and thus, his wish to leave was granted. Thus, Neji Hyuga departed the village, vanishing without a trace in an unknown corner. After Neji was taken away, Hisashi finally returned to his clan, unable to quell his concern for his brother's only son. He practiced the invisibility technique taught by Naruto, silently watching over him. On the streets, Sakura Haruno spotted Shikamaru and Choji and hurried over, asking, "Shikamaru, Choji, where is Niji now?" Lacking any source of information, she had not reached Niji first. She believed that with their backgrounds, they would certainly be able to locate him. Shikamaru replied, "Niji has left the village." Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Why? Why must he be driven away?" Shikamaru interrupted, "This is his final wish." Sakura opened her mouth, yet the words lingered unspoken, swallowed back down. The three of them walked in a dejected manner, aimlessly, once a group of 8, now reduced to a mere trio, inevitably feeling a sense of solitude. Tsunade visited the Hyuga clan, seeking to see her beloved disciple. Upon finding Hinata frail and lying in bed, her pale face striking, Tsunade's heart ached profoundly. After conversing with Hinata for a considerable time, she finally exited the room. Hyuga Hizashi remarked, "Hinata's injuries will require her to recuperate at home for some time. Her studies will undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, having injured her chakra pathways, her training progress will regrettably have to start anew." Tsunade responded, "Hinata is a remarkable talent. She will surely become a powerful ninja." Hizashi nodded in agreement. "I believe in her resolve. She has no intention of abandoning her training and will rise again." As Tsunade departed the Hyuga residence, she murmured, "With one less, why do I feel no joy? If one were to speak of pity, it was Kakashi and Might Guy who truly deserved it. They, as loyal friends, once had 3 disciples, but now were left with but a single sprout, both of whom were mere commoners." Chapter 56, Arriving in Flame Dragon City, Encountering Tsunade. The Jinchuriki of Konoha, as the Dragon King of the organization, was akin to a meteor plummeting into the ocean, stirring a tempestuous wave, particularly with Naruto's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Wielding a single-eyed Susanoo, his power eclipsed that of shadow ninjas, transcending limits, and Orochimaru, with his own Manjiki Sharingan, alongside the eternally bound Sharingan of Shursui. The current strength of the organization had already surpassed that of the 5 great ninja villages: the Hidden Stone Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Cloud Village. Secretly commenced their investigations, seeking to uncover the true nature and intentions of this organization. They refrained from notifying Konoha, for the situation was shrouded in mystery. Both Uchiha Shursui and Uzumaki Naruto had departed from Konoha, leading to suspicions. Could this be a conspiracy of Konoha? Yet Konoha harbored no such complex schemes. Had there truly been so many formidable warriors, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have long since set his plans in motion. The remaining 4 great ninja villages would naturally bow low, returning to the hierarchy established at the inception of the ninja villages, when Senja Hashirama, the god of shinobi, was invincible on earth, and Konoha reigned supreme, with countless ninjas bowing their heads in submission. Naruto arrived at the city of Flame Dragon and encountered Zabuza. The current Zabuza had transformed his chakra into inner energy, and Shursui had bestowed upon him a pair of Sharingan. Through the refinement of the Sharingan, he absorbed a vast amount of energy, directly opening a meridian, thus transcending his previous limitations. Although his eyes had not yet reached the Manjiki Sharingan, they were not far from it. Following closely behind Zabuza was Haku, as if in Haku's world there existed only Zabuza. Naruto jestingly remarked, "Oh, are the couple taking a stroll?" Zabuza, with a darkened expression, retorted, "Dragon King, be serious." Meanwhile, Haku covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Both Zabuza and Haku, as well as even the likes of Uchiha Izumi, could not help but smile. When Zabuza and Haku arrived, they inadvertently created quite the amusing blunder by sending Haku to the girls' dormitory. Naruto said with a cheerful smile, "There exists a technique of immense power that you could cultivate." Bai inquired, "Dragon King, what technique are you referring to?" Naruto remarked, "The evil repelling sword technique, the sunflower manual, and so forth. The advantage of such cultivation is that it can transform one into a woman." With her pure and innocent big eyes gazing at Naruto, she inquired, "Dragon King, does such a technique truly exist?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed. However, there is a condition. To master the divine art, one must first undergo castration." Meanwhile, Jean, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, bellowed, "Lord Dragon King, could you please be more serious?" Naruto chuckled lightly and said, all right. Just a joke. No need to be angry." He then inquired, "Zabuza, how does the atmosphere feel here?" Zabuza replied, "Everyone is equal, devoid of class and oppression. It is quite blissful." Naruto proclaimed, "Equality among all, devoid of class and oppression, is the ultimate ideal. Yet, wherever humanity resides, disputes inevitably arise. With countless individuals come countless hearts. each harboring selfish desires. As these desires amplify, they evolve into ambitions, giving rise to myriad conflicts. Our task is to suppress these selfish inclinations. Zabuza listened, nodding in a semblance of understanding, though the meaning eluded him. At that moment, a voice interjected. "Hey, kid. Do you possess the gift of gab?" Naruto turned his head and beheld two women. Upon noticing their formidable assets, he could not help but muse to himself. Truly, they are the foremost in the realm of ninjas, renowned not only for their prowess, but also for their exceptional medical skills. The individuals in question were none other than Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade, in the ninja world, is revered as the goddess of life in Konoha. Naruto smiled and said, "I have met you before, Tsunade-senpai." Tsunade responded, "You little brat, how do you know about me?" Naruto remarked, "The goddess of life in Konoha, the foremost flower of the ninja world. How could I possibly be unaware?" The first statement held truth, while the latter was a self-proclamation by Naruto. Tsunade revealed a smile, feeling a measure of satisfaction towards him, and said, "You little rascal, you aren't entirely insufferable, are you? Setting aside other matters, you do possess a certain discernment." Naruto remarked, "I have heard it said that the one who bows their head cannot see their own feet, thus embodying the unparalleled beauty of the world." Tsunade responded, "You little brat. It seems you too possess a penchant for frivolity." As she spoke, she proudly puffed out her chest, exuding an air of confidence. The fabric truly was exquisite, he pondered. Which manufacturer could this be? Such poor reviews. Uchiha Izumi glanced down, catching sight of her own petite feet. White nodded in agreement, internally asserting, "I do not." Zabuza's expression darkened considerably, yet he found himself unable to express his frustration at that moment. Naruto's gaze fell upon Tsunade's forehead. "Is this the mark of the Byakugan?" A sense of vigilance welled up within Tsunade as she inquired, "What are you staring at, brat? Have you somehow discerned my secret?" Naruto smiled and said, "The 100 healing seal, Lady Tsunade. No wonder you appear so youthful. If you wish to uncover the secret of eternal youth, follow me." Upon finishing his words, Naruto soared into the air, heading towards the distance. The allure of immortality is not solely a temptation for Tsunade, it is a fatal attraction for every woman. Naturally intrigued, Tsunade casually pursued him. However, as she ran on the ground, Naruto had momentarily forgotten that in the world of ninjas, there exists no such thing as lightness and movement. Typically, they traverse by leaping and sprinting, with only 5 techniques allowing flight: the heavenly curse mark, the dance of paper, the earth style, super light heavy rock technique, butterfly transformation, and Susanoo. Naruto unleashed his true essence, propelling Tsunade into the sky. A look of astonishment graced Tsunade's face, her heart shaken. This power was indeed formidable. Even if she were to unseal the Byakugan, she would still not stand a chance against Naruto. Naruto brought Tsunade to a small peak, gently setting her down. Tsunade remarked, "You little brat, you must have brought me here for another purpose, haven't you?" Naruto remarked, "This is only natural. Lady Tsunade, you are renowned as the foremost medic in the ninja world. If we could persuade you to join it would not only provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also significantly enhance the strength of our organization." Tsunade replied, "Are you truly so confident?" Naruto remarked, "There is not much certainty in this matter. After all, Konoha village was established by your grandfather. Although you harbor disappointment towards it, deep down, you possess an unwavering connection to Konoha." Tsunade responded, "You seem to have quite an insightful perspective, little one." A gentle breeze stirred, causing Tsunade's 2 braided locks to flutter gracefully. Naruto, captivated, pondered to himself, holding firmly with both hands indeed possesses strength. He is no longer the Navi child from the original narrative. He has matured into the king of the underworld, not merely a virtuous soul, yet not a scoundrel either, with numerous lovers. Tsunade inquired, "What are you gazing at, little brat?" Naruto remarked, "Acceleration. Oh no, your hair is truly beautiful." Chapter 57, Deceiving Tsunade. Tsunade comprehended the literal meaning of his words, yet sensed that Naruto's intentions were far from genuine. Naruto said, "Very well. Let us get down to business." He found a place to sit and continued, "It will take some time. Lady Tsunade, please take a seat." Tsunade also seated herself, revealing a serious expression, and inquired, "Young one, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Naruto glanced at Tsunade and earnestly replied, "I only wish to establish a realm of freedom." Tsunade responded, "Konoha could also be that, as well as the land of fire." Naruto inquired, "Lady Tsunade, are you jesting? Why then did you choose to depart from Konoha? Is it truly only because of your brother and your beloved's demise in battle? Have you lost faith in Konoha?" Tsunade fell silent, the darkness enveloping Konoha sickening her, leading her to lose hope and ultimately abandon the village. Naruto directly stated, Konoha disgusts me, especially the four elders, who sit high above, dictating the fates of others with impunity. Had it not been for my desire to witness their downfall, I would have eliminated them myself. Tsunade did not refute this. The Vortex Ninja Naruto possesses formidable strength. Let us not forget, within him resides a beast, the Ninetales. Without the sealing technique, only a Super Saiyan could hope to contain it, and he could easily upheave Konoha, Tsunade remarked. The land of fire indeed offers far greater happiness compared to the land of tea. Does this not set it apart from other nations? Upon entering the land of fire, it is evident that its citizens are truly content. To speak of physical prowess alone, even among Konoha, many do not match their strength, which attests to the remarkable success of the Land of Fire's governance. Naruto regained his composure, pondering how to initiate a dialogue. Suddenly, he spoke up, asserting that distinctions undoubtedly exist. He then embarked on a discourse of his convictions, emphasizing a people-centric approach. He articulated the shortcomings of the one nation, one village system, delivering a series of persuasive arguments that left Tsunade questioning her own beliefs. Once steadfast in her conviction that her grandfather was infallible, she now found herself ensnared in a web of self-doubt upon hearing Naruto's assertions. She murmured softly, "Does this imply that my grandfather was mistaken?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed." Tsunade cast her gaze upon Naruto, questioning whether he was jesting with her. Naruto remarked that in his era, he committed no wrongs, for he possessed formidable strength capable of subduing the age. However, upon his demise, those with ambitions revealed their true nature, leading to several shinobi world wars. Tsunade responded, then. Naruto remarked, "Indeed, he is correct." Tsunade replied, "I have yet to express my thoughts." Naruto smiled faintly and said, "I understand, but our minds resonate. I know what you wish to ask." Tsunade tossed her hair and replied, "Little brat, do you intend to pursue me? Alas, you are far too young. Naruto, this will one day grow and become colossal." Tsunade found herself at a disadvantage. She had not anticipated that this little brat would be so audacious. Rather than lingering on the topic, she simply inquired, "Then tell me, what is it that you wish to say?" Naruto remarked, "Isn't it true that Uchiha Obito's thoughts are indeed correct?" My answer is a resounding yes. However, there is one caveat. He too shall be deemed a failure. Tsunade inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto remarked, "It is quite simple. He lacks the understanding of governance because he venerates sheer power. With a mighty fist, he believes he can act with impunity, yet he fails to win the hearts of the people, as he holds the common folk in disdain." Tsunade began to grasp the essence of his words. Naruto continued, "Indeed, Uchiha Madara venerates strength. He stands aloof, looking down upon those he deems mere mortals, those incapable of cultivation. To him, they are but insignificant insects, which in turn has fostered the arrogance of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade replied, "I now comprehend your ideals. Now, please enlighten me regarding the secret to eternal youth." Naruto remarked, "It's quite simple. Join the Qianlong organization and train with us to mitigate the effects of aging." Tsunade rose to her feet, fuming, "You little brat, are you mocking me?" Naruto said, "There is truly no jest. Come, take a seat. Let us engage in a discussion." Tsunade complied and sat down, curious to see what intriguing words Naruto would conjure. Naruto inquired, "Lady Tsunade, as the most exceptional medical ninja, have you not noticed?" Tsunade responded, "Noticed what?" Naruto remarked, "As an exceptional medical ninja, you are aware that the separation and regeneration of cells is a fixed process. This regeneration plays a crucial role in determining the length of one's life. The generation and storage of chakra are intrinsically linked to the lifespan of cells. This is a well-known fact. Chakra is derived from the fusion of spiritual and physical energy. While we need not elaborate on spiritual energy, let us discuss physical energy, which is derived from the cells of the body. Naturally, this cellular energy is sourced from food, such as noodles and dairy products." Tsunade interjected, "Young one, please articulate your thoughts clearly." "Understood." Naruto continued, "In truth, the provision of energy by cells is also subject to limitations, much like a dairy cow. It consumes grass to produce milk, and while it may thrive in its youth, the more it is called upon to yield, the lesser the quantity it produces over time, ultimately reaching a point where it ceases to produce altogether." Tsunade, filled with indignation, retorted, "You insolent brat, I sense that your words carry a deeper meaning, laden with implication." Naruto stole a glance and fervently shook his head, exclaiming, "No, truly not. I merely wish to make things clearer for you. using such a vivid example. Tsunade gritted her teeth and replied, "You little brat, continue." Naruto coughed a few times before continuing. These cells are no different. Their continuous extraction will hasten their decay. Just like shurikens, when used excessively, they become dull and lose their luster. Cells follow a similar pattern. When they are repeatedly drained of energy, they too will wear down, ultimately leading to their demise. The aging of cells accelerates the regeneration of new ones, thereby hastening our growth and the inevitability of aging. Eventually, when cell division reaches its limit, it ceases, and with the old cells perishing, so too does the individual. Tsunade, being astute, immediately grasped Naruto's implication and remarked, "So, if we can regulate the regeneration of cells, we might stave off aging and extend our lifespans." Naruto remarked, truly deserving of the title of the foremost medical ninja. "You grasp it instantly. Had it been someone else, I imagine I would have needed to elaborate further." Tsunade responded somewhat glumly, "Thus, the methods of ninja training are fundamentally flawed and should not be adopted." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, the training of a ninja is fundamentally flawed, and this is indisputable. I believe you were the first to recognize this, considering you were able to seal the chakra from the training, which signifies the initial step taken. I did not initiate this conversation. It was you who broached the subject, and I merely followed your lead." Tsunade replied, "Do elaborate." Chapter 58. Tsunade's heart stirred. Naruto eloquently recounted the storage and dangers of chakra, his words simple, yet his logic crystal clear. Tsunade, upon hearing him, instantly comprehended the message. This time, Naruto articulated his thoughts with remarkable fluency, having repeated the explanation 2 or 3 times, thus becoming quite familiar with the subject. Naruto inquired, "Lady Tsunade, I recall that your 100 healings mark is the result of years of meticulous accumulation of chakra, which is then sealed upon your forehead through a yin seal." Tsunade nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Naruto remarked, "Thus, your cells endure with greater ease than those of others. You appear remarkably youthful, despite being 50. You seem merely 20 or 30. Tsunade tossed her hair and replied, "Brat, you don't look so bothersome now. It is a universal trait among women. There is not a single woman who does not relish hearing others proclaim her beauty, especially when it comes from a child of merely 12 or 13. However, there is one caveat. This child exhibits an unnaturally mature demeanor." Naruto whispered, "I am living quite well." Tsunade inquired, "What did you say?" Naruto, with a stoic expression, replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Tsunade, not dwelling on the matter, inquired, "Is there anything remarkable about your martial arts training?" Naruto stated, "Indeed, there is. Martial arts cultivation. Listen closely, absorbs natural energy, transforming it into one's own strength, which can then be wielded at will." Tsunade interjected, "Senjutsu? By absorbing natural energy, one can unlock the sage techniques and enter sage mode upon reaching a certain threshold." Naruto said, "It is not merely your sage techniques. Within each of our bodies resides a vital energy, which I define as inner breath. We perceive this inner breath, converge our meridians, store it within our acupoints, and absorb the forces of nature, thereby strengthening our inner breath and transforming it into the inner power of our martial arts." Tsunade responded, "Yet, how much energy can the acupoints and meridians accommodate to sustain the execution of ninjutsu?" Naruto remarked, "Those are your acupoints and meridians. The pathways of martial arts will gradually expand and thicken. In the past, my meridians were as slender as a hair, but now they have grown to the thickness of a thumb, significantly surpassing your cellular capacity for energy storage." Naruto continued, "Within our bodies, our cells naturally possess the ability to store energy. However, this energy does not burden the cells. Rather, it sustains their longevity." Tsunade responded, "They are resistant to separation, resistant to aging, and therefore live longer." Naruto smiled and said, "Indeed." Tsunade has grown increasingly intrigued by the martial arts. After careful contemplation, she inquired, "What must I do to pursue the path of martial arts?" Naruto remarked, "Of course, it is to join our organization, the Hidden Dragon." Tsunade responded, "Is that all?" Naruto, "That is all. Of course, there is one condition. You must vow before the public to uphold the way of the warrior. I trust Orochimaru. His life has been devoted to the pursuit of power, and the martial way has opened doors for him, rendering him unlikely to betray us. Yet you, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, cannot be so easily trusted, for your heart will inevitably lean towards Konoha. However, with your oath, you shall be bound. For as the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, should you break your vow, it would bring shame upon him as well. Tsunade retorted angrily, "You little brat. You are as cunning as a fox." Naruto did not forget to tease Kurama, saying, "Foolish fox, did you hear that? Your cunning is immense." Kurama retorted, "What the hell?" Naruto remarked, "There is no other choice. If Orochimaru were to betray us, I would simply eliminate him. However, you are different. If you were unattractive, I wouldn't mind. But you are quite beautiful, and I find it difficult to act against you." With that, he winked at Tsunade. Tsunade, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, "This insufferable brat is constantly flirting with me. His words are charming, and his tongue is sweet." As she retorted, "You little rascal, you cannot sway me." Naruto remarked, "This magnificent figure is indeed difficult to grasp, but I shall grow." Tsunade, aware that this little brat was at it again, swiftly brought the topic to a close, saying, "May I practice a brief segment of the technique first?" Naruto remarked, "There is no issue. Come closer, and I shall impart my knowledge to you." Lady Tsunade's hearing is far from impaired. Naruto discovered a profound technique, and upon receiving it, Tsunade commenced her training. Tsunade's innate talent was truly remarkable. Within merely 10 minutes, she had gathered her inner energy. Shortly thereafter, she successfully transformed a portion of her chakra into inner strength. A glimmer of brilliance illuminated Tsunade's eyes as she remarked, "You little rascal, this is indeed impressive. The potency of inner strength surpasses that of chakra." Naruto remarked, "It is inevitable, with each passage through a chakra point. The refinement of inner strength occurs, leading to a natural enhancement in potency." Tsunade replied, "Indeed, however, my dear child, grant me a moment to contemplate." Naruto smiled. Tsunade abruptly inquired, "Is there a quick method to master this martial art?" Naruto smiled and said, "Indeed, there is." Tsunade's eyes sparkled with clarity. As she realized that it was true, Naruto remarked, "There exists a certain technique, one intended for dual cultivation, where the male embodies the yang and the female embodies the yin. The union of yin and yang can hasten the expansion of meridians and the activation of acupoints. However, Lady Tsunade, I'm still quite young. You must wait a few years." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was incensed and exclaimed, "You insolent brat, you have gone too far." In a swift motion, she leaped into the air, delivering a powerful blow with her signature martial arts move, the heavenly foot. Naruto pondered to himself, "Is it the taijutsu painful heaven's foot? Let me test the extent of my strength." Without flinching or evading, he raised his hand to block. Tsunade, witnessing this, exclaimed, "You little brat, get out of the way." Overall, she held a favorable impression of Naruto and naturally wished to see him unharmed, which inadvertently diminished her strength by a notch. Naruto grasped Tsunade's ankle, a formidable force coursing through him, causing the small hill to tremble momentarily. Naruto mused to himself, "This power seems to be limited to this extent." This was merely 50% of his strength. Tsunade, in astonishment, felt an overwhelming sense of the unfathomable depth of Naruto's abilities. This was already 70% of her unleashed power, yet he effortlessly received it without exerting the slightest effort. What manner of prodigy was this young boy? Naruto gently caressed Tsunade's ankle and remarked, "Lady Tsunade, your skin is exceptionally well cared for. So smooth. It could entertain me for an entire year." In that moment, Tsunade felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Before she could unleash her wrath, Naruto swiftly summoned his sword and soared away from the mountaintop, his voice echoing back, "Lady Tsunade, await your decision." Tsunade gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, muttering softly, "That little brat, truly wise beyond his years." Unbeknownst to her, she had become noticeably more radiant, her body and mind feeling far more at ease than in days gone by. Chapter 59. Jiraiya arrives at the fiery Dragonland. Upon Naruto's return to the Lord's Manor of Flame Dragon City, Shisui and Orochimaru stepped forward and addressed him, saying, "Lord Dragon King." Naruto, somewhat speechless, remarked, "You too. Spare me the antics." The three took their seats, and Shisui was the first to speak, inquiring, "Dragon King, has Lady Tsunade given her consent?" As Naruto departed with Tsunade, Shisui surmised that Naruto was undoubtedly intent on persuading Tsunade to join the organization, which would be a significant advantage. Naruto remarked, "What are you thinking? She is Tsunade, the granddaughter of Shinja Hashirama. No matter how disheartened she may be with Konoha, how could she betray it? Naturally, she cannot. There is no need for haste. Let her remain in the land of the Flame Dragon for a while, and she will undoubtedly make her choice. I truly hope she decides to stay," Shisui added. "If Tsunade-senpai were to agree, the strength of our Flame Dragon would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and our medical capabilities would be assured," Naruto remarked. The foremost medical ninja in the ninja world has joined the Flame Dragon, which holds significant importance for us. Well, we have done what we can. Now we must leave the rest to fate. Orochimaru, in due time, I believe the Sun Clan will send Hinata Niji to us. You should go to Konohagakure to retrieve him. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with admiration for Naruto's cunning, for he had managed to lure a member of the Hyuga clan. It is noteworthy that this clan had devised the insidious caged bird curse seal to prevent their Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders. Orochimaru replied, "Very well." Jisue then inquired, "Dragon King, what shall our next course of action be?" Naruto remarked, "The Land of Fire Peninsula. The country of Flame shares its borders with the Land of Fire, forming a peninsula that also connects to the Land of Whirlpools." Jisue Dao responded, "I shall proceed to alter the memories of the daimyo." Naruto remarked, "Not only that, Shisui, you must first send someone to covertly convey our thoughts to the Land of Fire, allowing them to envision a path of prosperity. Once my seclusion concludes, we shall seize the Fire Nation Peninsula." Shisui inquired, "Dragon King, are you to enter seclusion for cultivation?" Naruto stated, "Indeed. I must thoroughly explore the relationship between ninjutsu and true essence. There are certain aspects that require clarification. He is capable of cultivating basic ninjutsu, such as the art of invisibility, the technique of shadow clones, and the substitution technique. However, he finds himself unable to master more advanced forms of ninjutsu. While individuals like Shisui have successfully trained in martial arts, the nature of their inner strength is distinctly evident, allowing them to channel it through ninjutsu to manifest attributes such as lightning and fire. Even Orochimaru possesses this ability, yet he himself cannot. Thus, it is imperative for him to delve deeper into this matter. Naruto sought refuge on a secluded island overseas, retreating into seclusion for training. Upon Tsunade's return, Shizen let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, you have returned." Tsunade, her mind elsewhere, replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, I have returned." She was still pondering Naruto's words, contemplating whether to join the dragon organization and shift her focus to martial arts. Observing Tsunade lost in thought, Shizun refrained from interrupting, noting instead that Tsunade appeared remarkably at ease today, a stark contrast to her former gloom, now radiating a subtle glow as if she had transcended some invisible shackles. After a considerable pause, Shizun inquired, "Lady Tsunade, what about Naruto?" Tsunade remarked, "He is an extraordinarily powerful individual, albeit a lecherous young rascal." Surprised by Naruto's strength, Shizun asked, "Lady Tsunade, even you are not his match?" Tsunade replied firmly, "No." She then stated with gravity, "Shizun, we will not be leaving." Confused, Shizun questioned, "Not leaving? Does that mean we will stay here?" Tsunade lifted her gaze, declaring, "No, I have decided to join the dragon organization. I have grown fond of this place." Resolute, she opted to remain and witness how far Naruto could ascend. "But Lady Tsunade, Konoha," Shizun began, only to be interrupted by Tsunade, who said, "There are no longer any family ties for me in Konoha." Without affording Shizun an opportunity to respond, Tsunade ascended the staircase, reclining in a chair and savoring a delightful sip of wine. Days passed swiftly, and after parting from Sasuke each day, Tenten arrived in Yanlong City. Her entrance into the Yanlong Kingdom did not go unnoticed, and upon reaching Yanlong City, Shisui personally met with Tenten. As Naruto's companion from Konoha, who possessed commendable strength and a close bond with him, caution was imperative. Shisui addressed her, "You are Tenten. How did you leave Konoha?" Relieved to see Shisui, Tenten responded, "I came to find my brother Naruto." Shisui questioned, "Have you also betrayed the village?" Tenten replied, "Sasuke betrayed the village. I discreetly departed from Konoha without anyone noticing." Shisui remarked, "You are quite the audacious young lady, but you cannot meet the Dragon King at present. He is in seclusion for training, and it is uncertain when he will emerge." Tenten smiled, "Well, when my brother Naruto comes out, I want to surprise him." 2 days later, Orochimaru returned with Niji. Shisui approached Niji, welcoming him to the dragon organization. "Thank you, senior," Niji responded. Shisui continued, "Before entering seclusion, the Dragon King left you a pair of eyes. But you must make a choice." Niji inquired, "Please, Senior Shisui, go on." Shisui explained, "First, you can choose to implant both of your father's eyes. Second, you may opt for one Byakugan and one Sharingan. The Dragon King has already developed the secrets of evolution for these 2 types of eyes, so there is no need to worry about the evolution process." Naturally, Ningxi contemplated the transplantation of his father's eyes, specifically the powerful Sharingan. This decision weighed heavily upon him. as he was reluctant to let his father's eyes fall into the wrong hands while simultaneously yearning to acquire the Sharingan for himself. After a moment's reflection, he declared, "The second option." Jiraiya remarked, "A wise choice." Meanwhile, Jiraiya was on a relentless quest, having learned that Tsunade had arrived in the city of Yanlong. He hastened his journey, traversing the peninsula of the Land of Fire, and passed through a small village. There, he stumbled upon a modest abode where a gathering of 20 to 30 individuals was taking place. On stage, one speaker passionately articulated the ideological policies of the Yanlong nation, espousing notions of equality and a people-centered approach. The vibrant depiction of the current lives of Yanlong's citizens captivated Jiraiya, though they did not live in opulence. They stood tall and lived with dignity. Entranced by the discourse, Jiraiya found himself muttering, "Naruto, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" He recognized these individuals as members of the Qianlong organization, though he remained uncertain about their true intentions in propagating their ideology within the Land of Fire. Choosing not to confront them, he departed, allowing them to continue their activities. Upon entering the Land of Tea, Jiraiya found himself under the watchful gaze of the Yanlong organization's members. As he wandered into a small town, he was taken aback, for he had not anticipated encountering several powerful presences, each at least on par with the Jonin. He refrained from making any overt moves, instead leisurely exploring the town. After a day, he left for other villages. Jiraiya journeyed across the world, witnessing countless impoverished settlements as well as prosperous towns. However, beneath the surface of those affluent places lay filth and ugliness, contrasting sharply with the happiness and carefree existence he observed here. This experience left Jiraiya feeling quite unsettled. Jiraiya received news and murmured, "Lord Jiraiya, what choice will you make?" A month passed, and Jiraiya arrived at the majestic Yanlong city. Feeling a wave of nostalgia as he gazed upon its towering structures, Jiraiya did not attempt to intercept him. Trusting in Jiraiya's character as a man of honor who would not harm the innocent nor act against Yanlong, Tsunade and Shizune were residing in a complimentary inn, and Tsunade had resolved to join the Qianlong organization, though it required an invitation from Naruto himself. One day, Tsunade indulged in alcohol without concern for the critical gazes around her, inwardly cursing, "That little lecher, I wonder when he will emerge from seclusion." Attracted by the fine wine, Jiraiya entered the tavern, having roamed for some time and feeling the need to unwind with a few drinks. Upon entering, he raised his gaze and locked eyes with Tsunade, who was reclining in her chair. They held each other's gaze for several seconds before Jiraiya pointed and exclaimed, "Tsunade." Tsunade rose to her feet and responded, "Jiraiya." Upon encountering an old friend, Tsunade expressed her delight and remarked, "Jiraiya, what brings you to Flame Dragon City?" Jiraiya approached and replied, "This Flame Dragon City has garnered quite a reputation. Naturally, I had to come and see for myself." "What about you?" Tsunade responded, "Is it not permissible to indulge in gambling?" Jiraiya countered, "The nearest gambling house is 18 miles away. Are you jesting?" Tsunade continued, "I lost everything and found myself at a loss for what to do next." Jiraiya's eyes brightened as he said, "I have a solution." Tsunade smiled slightly and inquired, "Surely, you came here seeking me, did you not?" Jiraiya chuckled, "Indeed." Tsunade pressed, "Pray tell, what business do you have with me?" Taking a leisurely sip of the fine drink, Jiraiya relished its taste before saying, "Tsunade, the teacher intends to abdicate. He requests your return to assume the role of the 5th Hokage." At these words, Tsunade's expression momentarily faltered, and Shizune gazed at her in surprise. Tsunade scoffed, "What of the 3rd Hokage? Does he truly wish to relinquish his position?" Jiraiya replied, "He recognizes his advancing age and the limitations that accompany it. The defection of Naruto and Sasuke has weighed heavily on his heart. He can no longer bear the burden." Tsunade sarcastically remarked, "Is that so? It takes a mess of his own making for him to finally step aside. He truly is an old man with thick skin." Jiraiya and Shizune exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of her words. Jiraiya urged, "Tsunade, the village is indeed in decline. It requires your leadership to restore order and re-establish Konoha's prestige." Tsunade replied coolly, "In the past, Konoha boasted of the White Fang, the Uchiha clan, our legendary Sannin, the Yellow Flash, the Hitaki clan, and the Hyuga clan. But now, the White Fang has perished, the Yellow Flash has vanished, the Uchiha clan is no more. Hinata and Neji have fallen, and the last Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has defected. What remains to be revived?" Jiraiya interjected, "There are still us, in the younger generation." Tsunade smiled and asked, "The younger generation?" With Naruto absent, Sasuke having betrayed the village, and Neji and Flame Dragon. Who else is there? In that moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. While the younger generation existed, none among them seemed capable of upholding the foundations of Konoha. With the older generation dwindling, Konoha had undeniably reached a nadir. Tsunade concluded, "It appears there is no one left, which is why I must decline. I intend to join the Qianlong organization and become part of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. You must have seen along your journey that the Flame Dragon organization is quite impressive." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." Tsunade continued, "In this world, I am but a reflection of the ambitions held by my grandfather and his peers. Had Naruto been born a bit earlier, perhaps peace would have already graced this land." Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. He had already glimpsed the inevitable conclusion. Yet, he still wished to resist a little longer and inquired, "Tsunade, have you truly given it no further thought? After all, it concerns Konoha." Tsunade shook her head, replying, "There is no need for further consideration. Konoha can be left to Sarutobi-sensei to manage. Why do you seek me when you could ascend to the position of Hokage yourself?" With a hint of melancholy, Jiraiya sighed and mustered his spirits to respond, "I suppose it is not meant for someone of my temperament to hold such a title." Tsunade remarked, "What about Danzo? Does he not harbor ambitions of becoming Hokage? You could grant him that opportunity." Jiraiya replied, his voice slightly somber, "Tsunade, you must understand Danzo's character. Can he truly be entrusted with the role of Hokage?" Tsunade smiled and said, "Am I not aware of that? Everyone knows. Yet what has Sarutobi-sensei done in this regard?" Although it does silence Jiraiya's words, the roots of darkness are undeniable. However, Danzo is far too shrouded in shadows, with only the teacher willing to embrace him. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on such matters. Jiraiya, enjoy yourself. I shall cover all expenses." Jiraiya remarked, "So it follows that this rascal Naruto has done you many favors." Tsunade replied, "Indeed, there are benefits, though not at present. That little brat is in seclusion and cannot yet bestow his favors upon me." Jiraiya expressed curiosity, so mysterious. "I am eager to know what advantages this boy has granted you." Tsunade stated, "Eternal youth." Jiraiya noted, "That lad has certainly found your Achilles heel. Yet you are not old now. There is no need for concern." Tsunade adjusted her hair and said, "I will grow old eventually, so preparations must be made in advance. I also wish to understand the extraordinary aspects of the martial arts this little rascal has pioneered." At that moment, a rather ominous figure entered the establishment. However, the staff within showed no fear, instead greeting him cheerfully, "Orochimaru-sama, what a pleasant surprise to see you at our humble shop." Orochimaru smiled and replied, "I have come to visit two friends." The shopkeeper added, "Your friends are our friends, and today we shall treat you." Orochimaru maintained his smile, saying, "There is no need, for you have already extended your hospitality." As Orochimaru approached Tsunade and Jiraiya, the shopkeeper understood and instructed his staff to prepare more dishes. Seeing Orochimaru approach, Shizune was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had encountered two of the legendary Sannin in a single day. Orochimaru greeted, "Tsunade, Jiraiya, it has been quite some time." Jiraiya replied, "Has it? We saw each other in Konoha not long ago. It hardly qualifies as a long absence." Orochimaru chuckled, True, yet we did not exchange words. So it feels as though we have not met." Tsunade, observing Orochimaru's broad smile, remarked, "Orochimaru, it has been ages since I have seen you smile. It is delightful." Orochimaru responded, "Here, I genuinely feel a sense of rebirth. Besides, I am human, and thus, I have reason to smile." Chapter 61. The Battle of the Three Ninjas. The legendary trio began to engage in light-hearted conversation, as if time had regressed to their youth when they grew up together. They reminisced about their past misadventures, with Jiraiya being the source of most laughter. His lecherous tendencies had been cultivated from a young age, leading him to commit numerous antics that elicited both tears and laughter. His penchant for peeping had resulted in countless beatings, yet he remained unrepentant, growing bolder with each reprimand. In the midst of their revelry, Tsunade suddenly posed a question to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, having practiced the martial arts, how do you fare now?" Orochimaru replied, "What do you mean by how?" Tsunade clarified, "Your strength." Orochimaru responded, "It is several times greater than before, and it continues to grow. This excites me the most." Tsunade then turned to Jiraiya. "Don't we all wish to understand the power of martial arts? How about we join forces for once?" Jiraiya set down his cup and agreed, "Very well." Orochimaru, licking his lips, felt intrigued. Even if it was the legendary duo of ninjas joining forces, He was confident in his ability to engage in battle. Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru and proposed, "Shall we head outside the city?" Orochimaru affirmed, "Let us go beyond the city." The trio swiftly exited the tavern, racing towards the outskirts. Upon hearing the report that Orochimaru was set to battle Tsunade and Jiraiya, Shizen grew interested and led a group to witness the spectacle. Once outside the city, Orochimaru made a beeline for the beach area, where combat would be more favorable. His blood surged with excitement as he proclaimed, "Come, let us engage in battle." Tsunade, channeling chakra into her fist, stepped forward and struck at Orochimaru with a punch that cracked the very air around it. Orochimaru recognized this as the unique strength of the Sinja clan. Yet he was undeterred, gathering his own energy to meet her blow. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed upon impact. Unlike Naruto, even with his enhanced energy, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage. Tsunade retreated 10 paces while he fell back 13. "Impressive," Tsunade remarked. Jiraiya, now serious, added, "This peculiar energy indeed surpasses chakra in sophistication." Exchanging knowing glances, they activated their chakra and surged towards Orochimaru. Thus commenced the legendary clash of the three ninjas, devoid of summoned beasts, relying solely on taijutsu and ninjutsu. In terms of physical combat, it must be noted that Tsunade, with her Sinja lineage, surpassed both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had indeed strengthened, he found himself outmatched by the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, defeating Orochimaru proved to be no simple task for them either. The three masters of ninjutsu bore witness to a remarkable contest of techniques. Jiraiya, upon arrival, immediately formed a Rasengan, and not just that, he infused it with flames, creating the fire release, Great Flame Rasengan, amplifying its power exponentially. Orochimaru, not one to be underestimated in speed, swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a tempest that sliced toward Jiraiya. In former times, Orochimaru's wind cutter technique would have failed to breach Jiraiya's fire release, Great Flame Spiral. However, with his recent mastery of martial arts, his refined elemental energy had significantly increased, allowing him to sever Jiraiya's spiraling attack with ease. Jiraiya's pupils narrowed in disbelief. He managed to cut through it? At that moment, Tsunade's formidable strength surged forth, her fist aimed squarely at Orochimaru's head. With no time to lose, Orochimaru channeled his vital energy, clashing fists with Tsunade. This encounter forced him into a defensive stance, and he was sent flying several meters away by her powerful strike. The coordination between Jiraiya and Tsunade was impeccable. He quickly formed additional seals, conjuring a swamp around Orochimaru, a manifestation of Jiraiya's earth release, Hell Swamp technique. In response, Orochimaru executed a substitution technique, evading Jiraiya's jutsu midair. Tsunade, undeterred, leapt down with a thunderous kick, delivering her signature technique, the painful heavenly foot. Orochimaru murmured, "What a splendid collaboration. Allow me to unveil my new jutsu, Wind Release, Heavenly Spiral." This S-rank technique, a product of Orochimaru's research, combined both offense and defense, creating an energy shield around him while summoning 3 spiraling wind dragons to assault his foes. A resounding crash echoed as a massive pit formed, fissures extending into the sea, drawing water into the chasm and sending it spiraling upwards under the force of the wind dragons. Witnessing this, Jiraiya swiftly formed seals again, casting Earth Release, Hell Swamp once more. Orochimaru, somewhat rattled, retracted his technique. His newly developed jutsu could not withstand Tsunade's painful heavenly foot, which left him with minor injuries from the overwhelming force. Transforming into a snake, he swiftly swam into the ocean. The battle among the three soon transitioned to the open sea, where they exchanged techniques in a dazzling display of ninjutsu. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fireball. Fire Release, Great Fireball, Needle Earth Grasp, Toad Shadow Manipulation Technique, and the Chaotic Lion's main technique were just a few of the myriad techniques unleashed in the fray. After several hundred exchanges, the trio paused, slightly breathless but devoid of any murderous intent, having sustained only minor injuries. With Tsunade's presence, they quickly regained their stamina. In stark contrast to Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru appeared rather disheveled, his attire rendered tattered by Jiraiya's Chaotic Lion's main technique. Jiraiya expressed sincerely, "Orochimaru, you are formidable. I am no longer your match." Orochimaru smiled, replying, "That is only natural. Your previous strength was indeed inferior to mine." Jiraiya remarked. Tsunade rubbed her wrist, stating, "It seems I have made a most astute decision." Orochimaru responded, "Indeed, joining the Hidden Dragon organization, with your talent, Tsunade. It is merely a matter of time before you surpass me." Tsunade remarked, Orochimaru, you have become quite humble, though perhaps excessively so. You must remember, you have yet to unleash your Sharingan. Under the enhancement of the Mangeki Sharingan, I would not stand a chance against you. At this moment, Jiraiya recalled that Orochimaru possessed a pair of Sharingan, and without utilizing sage techniques, he realized he would indeed struggle against Orochimaru, causing a tinge of melancholy to settle in his heart. Orochimaru addressed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, your talent is formidable. Would you consider joining Qianlong? Under the tutelage of Lord Dragon King, your cultivation would progress rapidly. Jiraiya shook his head, responding, No, I am not contemplating such a thing at present. Orochimaru replied, What a disappointment that is. It is indeed a pity, for Orochimaru understood that this lecherous fellow was also a true master capable of determining the outcome of a war. Tsunade declared, Let us return. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Orochimaru chuckled, Tsunadeheim, are you abusing your privileges? Tsunade retorted, What? Is it possible to impoverish that brat Naruto? Orochimaru responded, Not at all. Chapter 62. Emergence of the Hidden Mist Village Ninjas. As the three departed, Shui, who observed from a distance, remarked, though they held back, not engaging in a life-and-death struggle, it nonetheless illustrates the formidable power of martial arts. Shui was certain that in the past, Orochimaru would have to exercise caution when dealing with a single opponent, yet now, facing two adversaries, he was merely at a disadvantage. This showcased the advantages of martial cultivation. In a life-and-death battle, even against two foes, the outcome would remain uncertain. Uchiha Izumi expressed, I am truly curious about the current strength of the Dragon King. Shui responded, The might of Lord Dragon King is unfathomable. To witness his prowess, we must strive diligently. Uchiha Izumi smiled and suggested, Brother Shui, why not test the strength of Lord Dragon King yourself? Shui turned, his expression darkening, Izumi, you little rascal, are you trying to push your elder brother into the fire? Uchiha Izumi countered, but Brother Shui, your strength is also considerable. Shui replied tersely, Enough, do not underestimate your brother Shui. No matter how strong I am, I would still fall short against Lord Dragon King. Thus, it became clear that having cultivated the primordial body refinement technique, the true essence within Naruto's Dantian was not martial essence, but rather primordial power, a fusion of all elemental energies that could not be separated, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. After more than a month of research, Naruto concluded that his inability to execute other ninjutsu stemmed from his training in the primordial body refinement technique. He felt no particular dismay, for he had never held a fondness for ninjutsu. In his eyes, it was overly tedious, preferring instead the freedom of slicing through the air with his sword. Naruto murmured to himself, Senjutsu, Senjutsu, it seems that only Jiraiya has comprehended this art. However, he requires the assistance of two toads to wield its power. I wonder how the ninjutsu of Senjutsu compares to my martial arts mastery. The realm of martial arts allows one to perceive its profound essence, such as the intent of the sword, the spirit of the blade, and the essence of the fist. Conversely, ninjutsu amalgamates one's chakra with natural energy to manifest Senjutsu chakra, which elevates one to a sage-like state, significantly enhancing one's offensive capabilities, speed, and physical form. Nevertheless, these two disciplines diverge. The path of martial arts is limitless, ascending through the stages of force, intent, and mystique. In contrast, ninjutsu and senjutsu are marked by degrees of unfamiliarity and proficiency, akin to the ninja way, which ultimately reaches a finite conclusion, as life is transient. Kurama, do you possess the senjutsu of the Sage of Six Paths? Naruto inquired. The Ninetales replied, No, the old man's abilities are solely within his grasp. Naruto remarked. What a pity indeed. Kurama inquired, Pity? What do you lament? Naruto remarked, If you were to master sage techniques, I could engage you in combat. The Ninetales replied, There is no need for a confrontation. I cannot overpower you. The proud beast conceded that 10 days prior, Naruto had successfully merged a sphere of chakra with natural energy, achieving sage mode, a formidable state. However, Naruto shook his head, dispelling the sage mode, and immediately a sharp, potent energy enveloped him, as if to pierce the very heavens. This force, with its overwhelming presence, subtly eclipsed the might of sage techniques. At that moment, Naruto muttered something that the Ninetales heard distinctly. Is the power of sage techniques merely the pinnacle of sword intent? What of the ultimate truth? Although the Ninetales was uncertain of what the ultimate truth entailed, it understood that its strength surpassed that of sage techniques. And it recalled Naruto's assertion that he had entered the realm of the ultimate truth. Thus, it resolutely refused to engage in battle with Naruto. Who could fathom just how powerful this young man had become? Naruto lamented, "What a pity. I genuinely wish to comprehend the true might of sage techniques. You, foolish fox, lack the understanding of such arts." Kurama retorted, "How absurd, Naruto." In a frenzy of energy, Naruto's consciousness had already transcended. Naruto pondered for a moment, channeling some chakra and absorbing natural energy to merge with it. He intended to further explore the art of sage techniques. After a brief interval, a mask-like pattern manifested upon his face, signifying his entry into sage mode. Naruto meticulously attuned himself to the nuances of his body. The metabolic regeneration of his cells had accelerated by a factor of 2, and his strength had increased by 30%. However, his physical attributes remained largely unchanged. As for the operation of his chakra, he felt nothing, for the essence would devour the chakra manifested in this sage mode, proving to be more hindrance than help. After enduring for a mere 15 seconds, the sage mode was dispelled. Naruto took a moment to assess himself. There was a slight soreness in his body, yet it did not impede him. A slight discomfort, perhaps? This ninja technique seemed promising. If it could be further developed into martial arts, it could undoubtedly serve as a means of self-preservation, Naruto mused. This sage technique bears resemblance to certain forbidden arts within martial disciplines that enhance one's power. However, the sage arts possess a distinct advantage. Their side effects are minimal, merely resulting in a sense of fatigue. In contrast, the forbidden techniques known to Naruto in martial arts either draw upon vital energy, shorten one's lifespan, or entail a sacrifice of strength, all of which come with significant costs. Indeed, the sage arts of the ninja world accelerate cellular division, thereby diminishing lifespan, but the toll is considerably less severe compared to the sacrifices required by martial arts' forbidden techniques. In martial cultivation, once one attains the innate realm, chakra finds it exceedingly difficult to persist within the body. Any that remains is ruthlessly consumed by the essence, asserting its dominance. Therefore, it is utterly impractical for members of the organization to cultivate sage arts. After much effort, they could only sustain it for a mere 10 seconds. Without the ability to utilize their essence, Naruto currently finds himself at a loss, shaking his head and murmuring, "Never mind, I shall address it later." Naruto stretched languidly and emerged from the cave, alighting upon the rocky outcrop. Several presences entered his realm of perception. Naruto hastened silently towards them, recognizing the 3 figures before him by their attire as ninjas from the Mist Village. They appeared quite youthful, merely 11 or 12 years of age, and their prowess was limited to the pinnacle of the genin rank, though they exhibited a modicum of talent for cultivation. One of the ninjas remarked, "Utilizing our mission, we shall infiltrate the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts Academy to glean insights into the methods of martial cultivation." The other 2 concurred, "Understood." Subsequently, the trio shed their garments, transforming themselves into 3 ordinary children, and relinquished their chakra, leaving no trace of their former abilities. Naruto murmured, "How ruthless indeed. However, if we cannot enlighten even these 3, we would truly be facing a considerable failure." He refrained from confronting them directly. His aim was to illuminate their minds, to imbue them with the warmth of the sun, transforming them into citizens of the Land of Flames, and, in turn, turning them into spies to be placed within the Village of Mist. The trio, performing their roles with utmost dedication, approached an area populated by humans, then stealthily made their way to the sea, disguising themselves as fishermen who had fallen victim to a maritime disaster, ultimately drawing the attention of nearby villagers. Naruto remarked, "You are truly clever." Chapter 63, A Single Sword to Vanquish 2 Shinobi. Upon Naruto's return to the Flame Dragon City, Kurama spoke, "Naruto, wait a moment. In the dense forest to the west, I sense my chakra." This piqued Naruto's curiosity. How could the essence of the 9 tails be present? Had someone resurrected his father? Or had the entity from the Temple of Fire escaped? Regardless of the connection to Kurama, it was imperative to investigate. Whoever could approach Flame Dragon City was certainly no ordinary individual, and it was crucial to ensure the safety of the citizens of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shisui had naturally detected the approaching Naruto and was preparing to greet him, only to realize that Naruto had left the city, seemingly in pursuit of something. Shisui called upon Orochimaru and set off in pursuit. Within the city, Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed the movements of Shisui and Orochimaru and decided to follow suit. Naruto soared through the skies, and as he drew nearer, he sensed the presence of 2 individuals, both enveloped in a palpable aura of despair, yet unmistakably imbued with the chakra of the 9 tails. Naruto gazed into the sky and called out, "Come forth." With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "As expected of the Dragon King, whom even Konoha cannot contend with, you have discovered us, presumably due to the Nine Tails." Two figures emerged, each adorned with a pair of horns, one with silver hair and the other with golden locks. They were none other than the legendary duo from the village hidden in the clouds, known as the Gold and Silver Brothers. During their encounter with the second Hokage, they had met their demise at the brink of defeat. Yet now, they have returned, summoned by the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Naruto inquired, "By whom were you resurrected through the technique of impure world reincarnation?" He recognized the two individuals before him, former shinobi of the village hidden in the clouds, who had once been devoured by the Nine Tails, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. It was perplexing. In his recollection, the practitioners of such a forbidden jutsu were limited to Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru was currently in the land of Fire's Dragon City, so he was certainly not the one responsible. Kabuto was now the head of the medical department at the Hidden Dragon Academy, dedicating his days to instructing children, leaving him no time for such endeavors, and moreover, he had yet to master this technique. Hashirama had perished alongside these two, making it improbable for him to be involved. That only left Madara Uchiha. However, he had not yet begun to gather the tailed beasts. It was not yet the moment of his rebirth, and he should still be resting in eternal slumber beneath the earth. Naruto could hardly fathom who it might be. Jincho remarked, "Does Lord Dragon King also possess knowledge of the earth-shifting reincarnation?" Naruto remarked, "I am certainly aware of the ninjutsu invented by Senju Hashirama. However, this forbidden technique has been sealed by Konoha, and few possess the ability to master it. I am quite curious as to who has resurrected you through the technique of impure world reincarnation." To which Ginkaku replied, "Just because it has been sealed does not imply its eradication, nor does it mean it cannot be learned." In Naruto's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered as he thought of someone, exclaiming, "So it is, Konoha. It's him, he truly dares, and yet, how decayed." Kinkaku remarked, "What a remarkable Jinchuriki, what a prodigious Uzumaki, Naruto. Indeed, he is astute, yet alas, today marks your demise." With that, Kinkaku and Jinkaku transformed into their tailed beast forms. They were pressed for time and had no leisure to linger. After being devoured by Kurama, they fed on the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, thereby acquiring Kurama's chakra within them, enabling their transformation. However, this was far from the genuine tailed beast transformation of Kurama himself. The two morphed into 6 malevolent fox spirits, sinister and ominous, preparing to launch an assault on Naruto. Meanwhile, Shisui and Orochimaru were hurrying to assist Naruto in alleviating the pressure he faced. Tsunade and Jiraiya paused, observing the tailed beast forms of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Tsunade remarked, "It's them." She was well aware of these two war maniacs. Jiraiya questioned, "What is this forbidden technique, and who is responsible?" He was somewhat familiar with the technique of Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, accessible only to a select few and shunned by ordinary ninja. Kinkaku and Jinkaku exuded an aura devoid of life, permeated only by decay, unmistakably the essence of Edo Tensei. Naruto raised his hand, halting the advance of Shisui and Orochimaru. He addressed the duo of Jinchuriki, saying, "Since you wish to scout ahead, I shall grant your request." The long sword flew into his grasp as he proclaimed, "Behold, this is the sword technique of martial arts." Both Jinchuriki, Jinkaku, and Ginkaku were formidable opponents, possessing strength rivaling that of the shadow ninjas. Otherwise, they would not have been capable of vanquishing Senju Tobirama. Shisui and Orochimaru understood that this was meant for their ears, and they focused intently, awaiting the magnificent display of Naruto's prowess. Naruto pointed his sword at the golden horn and silver horn, declaring, "If you can withstand a single strike from me, you may go free." The golden horn retorted, "You foolish child, do not underestimate the prowess of my brother and me." Naruto proclaimed, "However, in my eyes, you are nothing but worthless." Roar, roar. The two brothers bellowed, their twin tails entwining around Naruto. Naruto remarked, "Is this the extent of your brutish assaults? I am thoroughly disappointed. I need not employ my ultimate techniques to deal with you." As he spoke, an aura of sharpness surged around him, as if he could contend with the very heavens and earth. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he effortlessly severed the two encroaching tails, which then fell to the ground, their crimson hues gradually dissipating into the essence of nature. Naruto remarked, "Is that all there is? Unleash your ultimate techniques, and provide me with some challenge." Tsunade exclaimed, "What is this power?" Jiraiya pondered, "I cannot discern. This does not resemble the strength of sage techniques, for their might is not so unadulterated. Could this be the essence of martial arts? In response to Naruto, the ferocious assault continued, leaving him somewhat disheartened, as even the tailed beast bomb could not be executed. How disappointing. Void shatter. Naruto spoke in a deep voice, drawing his sword with a swift motion. The blade's radiance surged forth, as if the very fabric of space trembled in its wake. The luminous arc of the sword targeted the golden horn and silver horn, and before they could even react, they were struck by the brilliant light, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that vanished into the air. The sword's brilliance carved 100-foot-long chasm in the forest, with faint traces of sword energy intertwining within. Naruto remarked, "Weak, utterly weak." It was not mere bravado. He genuinely perceived them as feeble. The two possessed the prowess of shadow ninjas, yet at this moment, they were merely elite jonin, and before him, they indeed appeared diminutive. Shirzue and Orochimaru were taken aback, fully aware of Naruto's formidable strength, yet they had not anticipated it would reach such heights. Although the likes of Jinshu and Jinshu no longer retained their former might, they currently stood at the pinnacle of elite jonin strength. However, before Naruto, they were effortlessly dismantled with a single strike. Just how potent had their Dragon King become? Gasping in awe, Tsunade inhaled sharply. The sheer might displayed bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her grandfather, although his performance was slightly lacking. It was undeniable that Naruto was destined to become a figure of greatness akin to her ancestor. Jiraiya murmured to himself, "Martial arts. Is this the true power of martial prowess? It is indeed terrifying, and without the use of sage techniques, one cannot hope to resist." At this moment, Jiraiya was certain he was no match for Naruto. He recalled vividly that Naruto possessed a Sharingan, and he was well aware that the Susanoo Naruto had summoned was that of a swordsman. Given the strength exhibited today, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. In the past, he believed that engaging Naruto with sage techniques would yield a fair contest, but now it seemed a foolish delusion. With a sigh, Jiraiya recognized that he needed to depart from the land of the flame dragons. This journey had culminated in utter failure. His attempts to persuade Tsunade had proven fruitless, and his own resolve was wavering. He could not abandon Konoha, at least not at this moment. Chapter 64, Secrets of Martial Arts, the Essence of Martial Path. Ryugu Shirzue and Orochimaru stepped forward and bowed, exclaiming, "Lord Dragon King." Their voices trembled with barely contained excitement. Naruto said, "Do not be overly excited. Once I return and compile the secrets of martial arts, you shall be able to practice our martial techniques. Our martial way must indeed possess its own scholarly tradition." Shirzue and Orochimaru responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, Lord Dragon King." Naruto descended before Tsunade and Jiraiya, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Lady Tsunade, have you made up your mind?" For reasons unknown, Tsunade felt an unsettling sensation upon witnessing Naruto's expression, as though this impudent boy harbored ulterior motives. She replied, "I have made my decision to join, but what benefit shall I receive?" Naruto remarked, "I possess nothing of value. Perhaps I could offer you this hefty physique of mine? Feel free to depart at your leisure." In response, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch towards him. "Naruto, if you wish to strike me, you shall find no opportunity." He then turned to Jiraiya, smiling as he said, "Lord Jiraiya, welcome to the Flame Dragon for a visit." Jiraiya inquired, "Naruto, just now, how much strength did you employ in that sword strike?" Naruto remarked, This I did not anticipate. These two were truly lacking, easily dispatched with a single strike." "What say you, Jiraiya-sama? Would you care to join our Hidden Dragon organization?" He had not truly assessed their capabilities, yet he was certain it did not exceed 40%. Jiraiya shook his head, saying, "No, I must take my leave. I am grateful to the friends of Hidden Dragon for these past days. I have enjoyed my time here." Naruto remarked, "Then I shall not retain Lord Jiraiya. However, Lord Jiraiya, should you fail to uncover your true objective in the future, you may seek the eternal flame dragon. I am confident that the answers you seek lie therein." Jiraiya smiled faintly and replied, "One must indulge in fine wine and exquisite cuisine." Naruto remarked, "Certainly. As for the beauty, that shall depend on your charm." Jiraiya laughed heartily before departing, his laughter resonating with a blend of carefree spirit and reluctant acceptance. Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya's retreating figure and said, "Jiraiya, you have endured much." Meanwhile, Orochimaru contemplated, "Jiraiya, there are moments in life when change is possible. Persistence is not always virtuous. Sometimes, it is through transformation that one can break free and realize the multitude of paths that lie ahead." Upon Naruto's return to Flame Dragon City, a young girl clad in a chi-pao rushed towards him, and in the blink of an eye, she had clung to his back. "Naruto Onaiken," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Naruto, taken aback, asked, "Tintin, what brings you to the Flame Dragon City? Have you also betrayed the village?" Tintin replied, "I missed you, Naruto and I, so I came here." Naruto proclaimed, "Very well, from this moment on, this shall be your home, with your elder brother by your side. No one shall dare to bully you." "Thank you, brother," Tintin replied joyfully. Upon returning to the Lord's residence in the Flame Dragon City, Naruto encountered Niji and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, Niji." Niji, having undergone an eye transplantation, had ascended to the mid-level of Jonin. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." As he continuously dispelled the cursed seal of the caged bird, his power surged significantly. He understood that all of this was due to Naruto, who had bestowed upon him a second chance at life. Naruto proclaimed, "Persevere and train diligently. This Flame Dragon City requires your steadfast guardianship." Niji replied, "I shall do so. Anyone who dares to bully this place must first tread over my fallen body." Although he had not been here long, he had developed a fondness for this locale. Here, warriors were not mere cold combat machines, nor was there a hierarchy of superiority. He relished this ambience. In a matter of days, Naruto meticulously transcribed 14 volumes of martial arts secrets for everyone to study. The group found the martial techniques refreshing. There were close-range combat skills derived from physical techniques and long-range assaults from ninjutsu, all harmonized with the application of internal energy, yielding tremendous power. In the Martial Arts Academy, for a time, no one was preoccupied with the study of ninjutsu or physical techniques. All were engrossed in the exploration of martial arts secrets. These martial arts secrets not only enhanced physical prowess and unblocked meridians, but also augmented internal energy cultivation, offering advantages that surpassed those of ninjutsu and physical techniques. Consequently, the collective was reluctant to pursue the study of ninjutsu. On this day, Naruto gathered nearly 20 individuals, including Shisui, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Tintin, Ino, and Niji. Naruto inquired, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you must be aware that beyond ninjutsu, there exists a technique known as sage arts." Tsunade nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, my grandfather once wielded sage arts, rendering him invincible across the lands." Orochimaru interjected, "Sage arts bestow upon the practitioner immense chakra and rapid restorative abilities, enhancing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu alike. The Earth Dragon Cave harbors a legacy of sage arts. Alas, my innate aptitude is insufficient for such mastery. The execution of sage arts necessitates a harmonious fusion of chakra and natural energy in a precise 1:1 ratio, resulting in sage chakra, a balance I find unattainable." Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, just like me." Naruto harnessed natural energy and fused it with the energy of the Nine Tails, resulting in the sage mode. Shisui and the others gazed at Naruto in astonishment, realizing that Lord Ri could indeed wield sage mode, prompting them to contemplate Naruto's combat prowess, which appeared to be replete with hidden strengths. Naruto remarked, "Do not let your imaginations run wild. One cannot cultivate the sage arts of ninjutsu through martial discipline. The cultivation of sage techniques requires a harmonious fusion of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in a precise ratio of 1:1 to manifest sage chakra and thereby enter the sage mode. However, both chakra and natural energy would merely be transformed into internal force and true chi by us, rendering them incapable of becoming sage chakra. As long as we operate with internal force and true chi, they will be absorbed and dissipated, preventing the sustainment of sage mode." Tintin inquired, "Is it the same for you, brother Naruto?" Naruto remarked, "Of course, the cultivation technique I practice is somewhat more formidable. Its true essence is rather domineering. As soon as the technique is activated, it directly absorbs this chakra of the..." Naruto continued, "However, the path of the ninja encompasses sage techniques. While our martial arts inherently possess the true essence of combat, the profundity of martial arts lies in the cultivation of one's vital energy, spirit, and physical form. The essence and energy, the refinement of the body, and the honing of the flesh. The spirit refers to mental fortitude, the comprehension of one's own path. For instance, I follow the way of the sword, and my intent is that of the sword itself." As he spoke, Naruto's sword intent erupted, enveloping the entire conference hall in a palpable aura of swordsmanship. Tsunade, Shizen, and Orochimaru each experienced this formidable sword intent firsthand, recognizing its profound power, undoubtedly surpassing that of sage techniques. Naruto remarked, in order to comprehend the essence of a realm, one must first grasp the concept of momentum. What is momentum, you ask? Consider a simple example. When we behold a majestic mountain peak, we experience a profound sense of reverence. This is the inherent momentum of the mountain. Similarly, when we gaze upon the vast ocean, its grandeur and boundlessness evoke a deep sense of awe. This embodies the momentum of the sea. Naruto articulated his thoughts with utmost clarity. However, the crowd perceived them as somewhat ethereal, almost distant. It was as if a shroud of mist enveloped them. And deep within that fog, something beckoned to them. They could only navigate through the obscurity, gradually drawing nearer to the elusive essence that called out to them. Naruto then remarked, during this period of seclusion, take the time to deeply contemplate, forget all martial techniques and ninjutsu, and remember this one truth, where the heart directs. There lies the shortcut. Chapter 65. Jiraiya returns to Konoha. Upon Jiraiya's return to Konoha, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The village seemed to be shrouded in an unsettling chill. He pondered, has my mindset changed, or has Konoha transformed? Before he could step fully into the village, an ANBU operative intercepted him, stating, Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower. Understood, Jiraiya replied, casting his gaze towards the Hokage Tower. Once a magnificent edifice, it now appeared diminished, resembling a hunchbacked elder. Why does Konoha seem to have lost its vibrancy? He mused as he approached the tower, his footsteps involuntarily slowing. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. He hesitated to enter the Hokage's office. Yet, he proceeded nonetheless. Inside the familiar chamber awaited 4 individuals, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Tsunade Senju, and Midogate. Jiraiya announced, Old man, I have returned. He held profound respect for Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had nurtured Konoha's growth in his youth and had been an excellent mentor, facilitating many shortcuts along Jiraiya's path as a ninja. Hiruzen inquired, Jiraiya, does Tsunade wish to come back? This question struck at the heart of Jiraiya's concerns, as he feared that if Tsunade, unable to resist persuasion, were to join the mysterious organization known as the Potential Dragon, it could spell disaster. Jiraiya replied, she does not wish to return, she has declined. At this, a flicker of light sparkled in Danzo's eyes, suggesting that an opportunity was at hand. However, Jiraiya's countenance darkened as he continued, sensing the gravity of the situation. The others, realizing the impending misfortune, exchanged wary glances, and Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya with caution. Jiraiya then disclosed, Tsunade has already joined the Potential Dragon Organization and the Flame Dragon Nation. With a chilling glare, Hiruzen's expression hardened, and he crushed his pipe, the depth of his fury evident. This was the news they had all dreaded. If Tsunade allied herself with the Potential Dragon, given her understanding of the significance of war, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Danzo spoke gravely, Jiraiya, you must understand. Tsunade belongs to the people of Konoha, and by joining the Potential Dragon, she commits an act of betrayal. Jiraiya interjected, if it is possible, you shall lead the charge, and I will follow closely behind. Whatever your advance, I shall not retreat an inch. The notion of raising a hand against Tsunade was unthinkable to him. She was the woman he had cherished for decades. Moreover, to strike against the members of the Qianlong organization in Yanlong City is no simple feat. Not only would he be incapable of achieving this, but even if all 5 Kage were to unite, it would remain an impossible task. Even when he allied with Tsunade to confront Orochimaru, the best they could manage was a slight advantage. Not to mention the presence of such formidable Uchiha as Shisui and others, along with Naruto, who would dare to act recklessly in Yanlong City. A chilling glint flickered in Danzo's eyes, and he chose to remain silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside his pipe and remarked, Jiraiya, having spent such an extended period in Yanlong City, you must have gathered a wealth of information. Jiraiya replied, not exactly. But I do have one noteworthy observation. The Qianlong organization is exceedingly powerful, and the current strength of the Yanlong nation rivals that of the 5 great nations. This was a fact well understood. Without the prowess of at least 7 or 8 Kage-level shinobi, confronting the Qianlong organization would be futile. Hiruzen's voice lowered as he continued. Having lingered in Yanlong City for so long, have any peculiar occurrences transpired? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a slight discomfort in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, yes, the individuals known as Jinkaku and Ginkaku, who perished during the Second Shinobi World War, have been resurrected and attempted to infiltrate Yanlong City, only to be discovered by Naruto. Tsunade exclaimed, impossible. Those 2 died definitively after the war. How could they possibly be alive? Jiraiya clarified, they have not been fully revived. They were brought back through the reanimation jutsu. Kakashi added, reanimation jutsu? That is a forbidden technique. Jiraiya scoffed. It is merely a forbidden technique. It has not been eradicated. And those who practice it are still around. If Orochimaru were to employ such a technique, who knows how many would master it? Hiruzen inquired, Jiraiya, what was the outcome? Jiraiya replied, what outcome could there be? Naruto dispatched them with a single strike, and in their tailed beast forms, they were no match for him. The memory of that sword strike lingered vividly in his mind, impossible to forget. Danzo asked, is the power of martial arts truly so formidable? Jiraiya affirmed, indeed. Naruto's strength is akin to an enhancement of sage techniques, frighteningly potent. Hiruzen questioned, if you were to battle him, what confidence would you possess? Jiraiya gave a wry smile. Reflecting on his own self-assessment, confidence? I would be remiss to even say I have a fraction of a chance. He stated earnestly, I possess not even a 10% chance. Despite employing every strategy at my disposal, I cannot hope to triumph over him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further as he posed several questions to Jiraiya before allowing him to depart. Just before leaving, Jiraiya cast a lingering glance at Hiruzen, then exited the Hokage building. Stepping outside, Jiraiya felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He truly hoped to avoid returning to this place in the future. He refrained from indulging in thoughts of the bustling life in Konoha, as his spirit was rather depleted at the moment. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered towards Naruto's humble abode. Upon reaching the mushroom-shaped house, he opened the door, noting the cobwebs that had accumulated over the months of abandonment. Inside was a modest arrangement, a simple bed, a table of moderate size, and a set of worn clothes whose seams had begun to unravel, evidence of a long absence from shopping. On the table, a few stacks of instant noodles were piled alongside a bottle of milk, marked with a production date from the 50th year of Konoha, well past its expiration. As most milk lasts about a year, this was indeed expired milk, a grim realization. Aside from the instant noodles, there was no other food in the house. It was clear that these noodles constituted Naruto's staple diet. Jiraiya lamented, indeed, this is excessive, old man. Minato, how am I to confront you? Namake's Minato was Jiraiya's pride and joy as a disciple, one whose combat prowess was formidable. Yet, as his teacher, Jiraiya was oblivious to the hardships endured by his disciple as child. After locking the door behind him, Jiraiya descended the stairs, reflecting that the old man had brought this suffering upon himself, and the consequences were his to bear. In a village so devoid of compassion, Naruto's defection seemed entirely justified. As Jiraiya reached the bottom of the stairs, he spotted two individuals waiting for him. The distinctive hairstyles and physiques belonged solely to the Nara clan. The newcomers were Shikamaru and Choji, eager to inquire about Naruto's well-being in the Land of Flame. Jiraiya remarked, are you two youngsters waiting for me? Shikamaru nodded, yes. We wish to ask you some questions, Jiraiya-sama. Very well, but you must treat me, Jiraiya replied. No problem. Shikamaru responded enthusiastically. Chapter 66. A brief meeting of the Akatsuki. The trio ventured to a barbecue restaurant where Shikamaru and Choji took on the role of chefs, serving grilled meat to Jiraiya. After sharing a few drinks, Jiraiya felt a distinct absence of the flavors he had experienced in the Land of Flame. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Jiraiya prompted, what is it you wish to know? Speak freely. Shikamaru inquired, Jiraiya-sensei. I heard you returned from the Land of Flame? Yes. Jiraiya confirmed. Choji, taking a bite of meat, asked, how is Naruto-kun faring? After a brief pause, Jiraiya met their gazes before responding, he is doing remarkably well, extraordinarily strong. Even I find myself overshadowed by his prowess. Shikamaru remarked, Naruto-kun's strength is to be expected. Jiraiya abruptly inquired, I have heard that you were once good friends with Naruto. Aside from training, what does he do most frequently? Choji lifted his head and replied, I know this one. Naruto loves to indulge in leisure. Jiraiya asked, what do you mean? Choji explained, it means after he finishes training, he lies on the grass, leisurely dozing off. Jiraiya mused to himself, this kid is indeed a bit peculiar. In the city of flame dragons, I encountered Niji. Do you truly know how he ended up in the city of flame dragons? Jiraiya continued. Shikamaru remarked, Niji. Choji added, Lord Niji. Shikamaru murmured, so, he has gone to the Land of Flame. That is good, for there, he will not be bullied. Bullied? Jiraiya paused in his actions and continued, are you two jesting? How many people would dare to bully him now? Shikamaru's eyes brightened, and Choji also halted. Shikamaru asked, Senior, has Niji's vision been restored? Jiraiya replied, of course it has. Naruto invested heavily, one Byakugan and one Sharingan. His strength is formidable, I believe it won't be long before you cannot keep pace with him." Shikamaru and Choji gasped in awe. The strongest pairs of eyes from Konoha had simultaneously manifested in one individual, rendering him unmatched. Shikamaru's mind raced, and a subtle smile graced his face as he murmured, "This strategy is indeed brilliant, but the suffering he endured. Without immense willpower, one would have long succumbed to madness." Choji added, with Niji's vision restored, "I will procure 10 more servings of meat for him." Jiraiya silently pondered, "Naruto, could this be your scheme? It seems rather profound." At the Akatsuki headquarters, aside from Nagato, 3 others were present: Konan, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke had fled the village, yet Itachi maintained his connection, continuing to provide intelligence to Konoha. Nagato inquired, "Obito, how confident are you in battling Uchiha Shisui now?" Obito replied, "I'm uncertain. To this day, Naruto Uzumaki has established his martial path for several years. But no one has truly contested with him, leaving us unaware of the martial prowess. Shisui's strength has undoubtedly surpassed his former self." Itachi remarked, "I possess information regarding the might of the martial path that may prove useful to you." He proceeded to recount how Naruto had slain both Kin and Jin in a single strike. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned grave. The tailed beast-infused Kin and Jin, working in unison, had attained a level of power surpassing that of a Kage. Even if they were reincarnated, their strength would still be at the level of elite Jonin. To be vanquished by a single sword strike left everyone bewildered at the true extent of Naruto's strength. Nagato pondered, "What if he possesses the Rinnegan?" Uchiha Obito remarked, "It is imperative, Nagato, that the Sharingan is utilized in your possession to unleash its maximum potential. Moreover, with Naruto present, he would likely detect our presence before we even set foot in the Flame Dragon City." Uchiha Obito was genuinely hesitant to engage with Naruto. It is crucial to understand that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, possesses not only the formidable Nine-Tails, but also the Sharingan. The combination of these powers is far beyond what he could currently contend with. Thus, addressing the potential threat of the Dragon Organization must be postponed, requiring a more calculated approach. Uchiha Itachi interjected, "I could venture forth and assess the depths of the Flame Dragon City." Nagato cautioned, "Itachi, you must be aware that numerous members of the Uchiha clan reside in Flame Dragon City, each wielding terrifying strength. Should you proceed, the likelihood of being imprisoned or even killed is exceedingly high." Itachi assured, "Rest easy, I shall exercise utmost caution. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is of paramount importance." Obito inquired, "Itachi, it appears your brother has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and has become an elite ninja. Should we consider recruiting him into the Akatsuki?" A chill flickered in Itachi's eyes as he replied, "Senior Kanu, do you truly believe that with Sasuke's deep-seated hatred towards me, upon discovering my affiliation with the Akatsuki, his singular desire would not be to slay his elder brother?" Obito acknowledged, "Indeed, such an act would incite universal outrage. Only someone of your caliber could conceive such a notion." Itachi, unaffected by Obito's influence, nonchalantly stated, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Nagato cautioned, "Itachi, exercise caution." Uchiha Shisui reassured, "Chief, do not worry." Little did the Akatsuki realize that Itachi's departure would result in the organization losing a formidable asset. Months passed, and the 4 great shinobi villages remained vigilant against Konoha, as many affairs transpired in secrecy. In light of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took it upon himself to clarify the sequence of events, asserting that this was not Konoha's scheme, but rather the ambition of the Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Through Hiruzen's narrative, it became apparent that Naruto harbored intentions of unifying the shinobi world. The Flame Dragon country shares a border with the Land of Fire, specifically a peninsula within the latter. One fateful night, a feudal lord fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following day, overwhelmed with tears as he lamented his inability to provide his villagers with a life of happiness. In his heartfelt soliloquy, he resolved to lead his people in joining the Flame Dragon country and the Dragon Organization to ensure a better future for all. Consequently, Shisui and his companions busily worked to dismantle the class distinctions within the peninsula of the Land of Fire, swiftly establishing control over it, including the Land of Whirlpools. No one could contest this, for Naruto's mother hailed from the Land of Whirlpools, and he, as a member of that heritage, rightfully claimed dominion over it. Chapter 67, The Gathering of the 4 Great Shinobi Villages in Konoha. Naruto's fervor has stirred tumult across the major nations, and the 4 great ninja villages perceive the emergence of a drawn blade. The leaders of the Mist, Wind, lightning, and earth villages Tobarama, Rasha, A, and Inoki have resolved to convene at Konoha to deliberate strategies. Initially, the CHNIN exams were to be attended solely by the Sand Village, yet this time, all 5 great villages are present in Konoha. Should this continue, they risk losing their influence. Although ostensibly a CHNIN initiation, the true purpose is a united front against the potential threat posed by the Dragon Organization. Thus, apart from the Sand Village, the remaining 3 villages have sent only a single representative each, a person of little significance, as their focus lies solely on strategizing to contain the Dragon Organization. The delegation from the Sand Village comprises several individuals, with the prominent figures being Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Gaara remains the same, a quintessential troubled youth. His demeanor is frigid as ice, capable of chilling the very soul. Fortunately, Naruto and Konohamaru have not caused any disturbances, and thus, there are no conflicts with the Sand Village. Rasha has not met his end at Orochimaru's hands, and has not become a puppet. This time, he brings Gaara along with an air of pride. As the Sand Village enters Konoha, they are soon followed by Terumi Mei. Upon noticing the commotion, Rasha and his entourage halt and turn, and upon recognizing the figures from the Mist Village, Rasha remarks, "Ah, it appears the Mizukage has arrived." Terumi Mei responds, "Wind Shadow, my esteemed senior." In the presence of Terumi Mei, Rasha indeed holds the status of a senior. Her gaze sweeps over Gaara and his companions, lingering particularly on Gaara. Recognizing him as the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, she praises, "Truly, the offspring of the Wind Shadow is formidable." Rasha smiles slightly and replies, "It is not solely due to me, it is the result of the children's diligent efforts." However, in Gaara's eyes, there is no trace of warmth. His heart and soul are as cold as ever, and he simply states, "We must be on our way." The 2 groups proceed towards the Hokage building, during which Rasha engages in discussion with Terumi Mei. "Mizukage, you are but a sea apart from the Dragon Village. Have you dispatched anyone to the Land of Flames to gather intelligence on the Dragon Organization?" Rasha inquires. Both Gaara and Kankuro listen intently. Currently, nothing garners more attention than the Dragon Organization and Naruto Uzumaki. Terumi Mei replies, "Wind Shadow, you overestimate my capabilities. Since my tenure began, I have been preoccupied with the village's myriad issues, and I dare not provoke the Dragon Organization." This is indeed true. The 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, ruled with an iron fist, persecuting those with bloodline limits, leading to the village's notorious reputation as the Bloody Mist. Upon Terumi Mei's ascension, she altered policies, transforming the village into a more open society, steering it towards rebirth. Under her leadership, the Mist Village has progressively improved, demonstrating her astute decision-making. Terumi Mei then queries, "Is Naruto Uzumaki truly as powerful as rumored?" Rasha asserts, "He must be. Without the requisite talent, how could he serve as a vessel?" Terumi Mei also contemplated the matter of Naruto Uzumaki as the Jinchuriki. She was well aware of the formidable power of the 9 Tails, the most potent weapon of war. Terumi Mei remarked, "I wonder if he has mastered it perfectly." Rashi responded, "That is precisely the purpose of our visit here. If Naruto Uzumaki has completely harnessed the power of the 9 Tails, it would spell disaster for everyone." Gaara pondered, "Naruto Uzumaki, you say? After my journey to Konoha, I shall seek you out in the Land of Dragons." Among the various Kage, the weakest was undoubtedly Rashi, while the most cunning was Inoki. The one with the most volatile temperament was A, and the most beautiful was Terumi Mei, whereas the most scheming was Saratobi Hizashi. News had reached the Dragon Organization, and upon receiving it, Naruto merely smiled faintly. Shirzue inquired, "Lord Dragon King, should we begin our preparations?" Naruto replied, "No need." Tsunade remarked, "Naruto, this matter is of utmost seriousness. I implore you to contemplate it carefully. The people of the Fire Dragon Nation are truly fortunate. During this period, she has experienced the benevolence of the Fire Dragon. Such humanity can even alter the mindset of adversaries who linger here for an extended time." Naruto smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about." Orochimaru also smiled subtly, stating, "Indeed, Lord Dragon King possesses remarkable foresight. There is no need to be concerned about the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages." The current Orochimaru had undergone a significant transformation. His dark hair was dyed a light shade of yellow and tied back, his snake-like eyes softened, and with a touch of foundation and a change of attire, he adorned himself in a flamboyant ensemble. The ominous and malevolent Orochimaru had vanished, replaced by a more radiant and charming figure, resembling a sunny young man. When Orochimaru, in his new guise, first appeared before Tsunade, she failed to recognize him and inquired, "Naruto, where did you find another skilled fighter?" Naruto remarked, "Tsunade. Please take a closer look." Tsunade examined the figure intently and exclaimed, "Orochimaru?" With a hint of resignation, Orochimaru replied, "Indeed, it is I." Tsunade, in disbelief, questioned, "How have you transformed into this?" Orochimaru explained, "This is a result of the Dragon King. He offered to grant me a new appearance, hence my current form." Tsunade turned to Naruto and commented, "I must admit, you clever rascal, your hands possess remarkable finesse." Orochimaru appears considerably more radiant now. Naruto remarked, "Indeed. I must find him a bride and father a multitude of children." Orochimaru, bemused by the absurdity of their conversation, transformed into a small snake and slithered away. Uchiha Izumi inquired, "Why is that?" "After all, Lord Dragon King, your power has become legendary, your threat rivaling that of the illustrious Uchiha Madara. To eliminate you, unification is the sole path forward." Naruto remarked, "At present, I am merely a threat, yet to truly partake in the spoils of others. Our immediate threat is solely directed at the land of fire, specifically the Hidden Leaf Village. The land of wind, the land of lightnings, and the land of earth are completely isolated from us by the land of fire, while the land of water lies across the sea, which serves as a natural barrier." Uchiha Izumi replied, "I still find it somewhat unclear." Naruto continued, "Let us put it this way, whether it be the land of wind or the land of cloud. Should they wish to invade us, they must inevitably traverse the land of fire. If an army of hundreds of thousands from these three great nations seeks to enter the land of fire, do you truly believe that it would acquiesce? Certainly not. Should the three nations conspire in secrecy to divide the bountiful lands of Fire Country, they would find far greater value than in the vastness of the great potential Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, realizing that such a gathering would not herald allies, but rather ravenous wolves. Tintin remarked, "Brother Naruto, the 5 great hidden villages could indeed form an alliance. If they were to strike, wouldn't we find ourselves in peril?" Naruto remarked, "This endeavor is destined for failure. In the midst of battle, who can fathom the number of lives that will be lost? The entire land of fire is rife with traitors. How much longer can this nation endure?" Chapter 68, Lineage, Legacy. Ji Shuei inquired, "Dragon King, shall we then remain idle?" Naruto remarked, "What do you mean by doing nothing? Have you grasped the concept of force? Is training not a task?" As he spoke of comprehending force, one by one, they lowered their heads. In nearly 20 days, only one individual had succeeded, much to everyone's astonishment. This individual was none other than Tintin. Though her innate talent was rather ordinary and not particularly formidable, she adeptly combined space ninjutsu with concealed weapons, resulting in immense power. Moreover, what she understood was not force, but intent, the intent of assassination, which could be likened to an instantaneous elevation to greatness. However, it is noteworthy that while Naruto's sword intent amplified the power of his sword techniques by approximately twofold, Tintin's assassination intent only enhanced her capabilities by 50%. A mere half. Yet, her ability to conceal herself was significantly deeper, as she concealed her presence. Even Shuei, who could detect others from a distance of 10 paces, was unable to sense her when she approached within 3. It seemed as though she was inherently destined for assassination. Her combat prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of elite jonin, her terror surpassing even that of shadow ninjas. While a direct attack may be easily evaded, the threat of a hidden arrow is far more challenging to defend against. One can only imagine the sheer terror she would instill should she choose to strike. Orochimaru, Shuei, and Tsunade had already brushed against the threshold of understanding, mere steps away from comprehending force. Naruto remarked, "You must diligently enhance your strength. I shall take a trip to Konoha to observe." Tsunade responded, "Naruto, I will accompany you on your return to take a look." Naruto chuckled with a radiant smile and remarked, "What's the matter, Tsunade? Can't you bear to be away from me? Or are you worried about me?" Tsunade, her anger flaring and her cheeks slightly flushed, retorted with irritation, "You little brat, what are you thinking? Who cares about you? Who is worried about you?" Naruto remarked, "This is indeed fortunate. Hence, you must refrain from visiting the Hidden Leaf Village. You must understand that you are now affiliated with the Dragon Organization, which signifies your betrayal of Konoha. Even if you are the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, you may still face capture and condemnation, and I cannot bear the thought of that. Leave." In the presence of so many, Naruto's unwavering defense of Tsunade left her feeling quite bashful. It is worth noting that after Tsunade devoted herself to martial arts training, transforming all her chakra into true energy, She radiated an even more resplendent aura, appearing far younger than her 50 years, resembling a youthful woman in her 20s. Albeit with an overly mature physique due to abundant nourishment. Orochimaru suggested, Dragon King, why not allow me to accompany you? I am well acquainted with Konoha and know of many concealed, exceptional locations. Naruto remarked, no need, no need. You all can focus on your training. How could the humble hidden leaf village pose any challenge to me? This time, I shall visit an old friend and naturally see if I can persuade a few comrades to join the Flame Dragon. I have heard that Terumi is an exceptionally capable individual, and I shall endeavor to win her over. Orochimaru responded, indeed, she possesses remarkable acumen and formidable strength. After assuming her position, she enacted a series of commands that reversed the declining fortunes of the Mist Village. If she were to join the Hidden Dragon, our power would significantly increase, though it would undoubtedly be a considerable setback for the Mist Village. Tsunade interjected with a hum. She is also quite an attractive woman. Naruto nodded and said yes. I have heard of her. She possesses striking emerald green eyes and cascading chestnut curls, with her right eye concealed by her hair. It is said that her beauty is so enchanting that she chose to hide it. Her demeanor is gentle, and she perpetually wears a soft smile. Most notably, she is only 31 years old. Tsunade retorted, you little brat, when will you ever stop? Naruto remarked, no matter how beautiful she is, she cannot compare to our Tsunade. She is the epitome of beauty. His words were melodious and pleasing to Tsunade, who relished hearing such compliments. However, as memories of their first encounter and Naruto's earlier words resurfaced in her mind, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She shot him a fierce glare but remained silent. Tintin, observing the exchange, sighed inwardly, reflecting, Naruto, dear brother, you always seem to relish sparring with Lady Tsunade. Over the past few days, it appeared that whenever Naruto and Tsunade crossed paths, their lively banter was inevitable. Yet, Tintin's innocence prevented her from discerning Naruto's deeper intentions. Naruto recalled a matter of significance regarding the hierarchy of lineage. It is essential to preserve the legacy of our ancestors, ensuring that their heritage leaves an indelible mark upon this world. Naruto remarked, Shursui, I have noticed a certain disorder in the lineage of your family. This left Shursui somewhat perplexed, prompting him to respond, Dragon King, I kindly ask for your clarification. Naruto began, allow me to share a tale that will illuminate your understanding. Once upon a time, in a quaint mountain town, there lived two brothers. The elder was simple-hearted and honest. Lacking adaptability, he dedicated himself solely to his work, embodying the essence of a true farmer. In stark contrast, the younger brother was eloquent and cultured, possessing a cunning mind, yearning to explore the vast world beyond. He departed from the mountain town, a journey that lasted over 60 years. Meanwhile, the elder remained in the countryside, marrying a wife and welcoming a beautiful child into the world. As the child grew into adulthood, he too chose not to leave the mountains, eventually marrying and having a child of his own. This ambitious young man, upon reaching the age of 21, returned home with a beloved companion, and soon they began to prepare for their wedding feast. However, on the day of the celebration, an elderly man arrived, none other than the younger brother who had ventured forth 60 years prior. He held steadfast to his principle, one must establish a career before starting a family. Due to this conviction, he had only married in his 40s, and after doing so, he had a daughter, who happened to be the bride. Tsunade interjected, this cannot be. It is not permissible. Naruto remarked, this is indeed unacceptable. The relationship between an aunt and her nephew defies the natural order of the universe. Although they share the same surname, their experiences and origins differ, resulting in such a tragic outcome. Jishui inquired, Dragon King, do you possess a solution to this predicament? Naruto remarked, indeed, we could establish a family tree where each generation incorporates a character from a specific name, thus allowing for differentiation. For instance, we could create a lineage, spring and autumn in full bloom, peace and prosperity for the nation. Your son could be named Uchiha Haruho, your grandson Uchiha Akiyuki, and your great-grandson Uchiha Ding something. This way, the generational order remains intact. As long as the family record is remembered, such tragedies can be avoided. Of course, if the surname is cumbersome and difficult to recall, you may opt for names like Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and so forth. By passing down our family culture through the ages, we can clearly document the historical progression of our lineage. At this point, Naruto mused, furthermore, the development of secondary families in this two-dimensional realm may well be my endeavor. Jishui was the first person to be swayed by Naruto's persuasion. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, thank you, Dragon King." In Chapter 69, The Ideal Nation, with Jishui and others promoting his ideas, Naruto's reputation soared within the Flame Dragon Kingdom, and his theory garnered widespread acceptance. Numerous family trees were established, particularly within the Uchiha clan, where the lineage was traced over 3 days, ultimately clarifying all connections. In Flame Dragon City, one family surname after another was founded, with Naruto's phrase, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, becoming one of the prominent surnames. One day, Tsunade approached Naruto, observing everything within the Flame Dragon Kingdom, and inquired, "Naruto, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" Naruto, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Tsunade replied, "Altering one's surname, doesn't that seem rather frivolous?" As she spoke, she delivered a punch towards Naruto. This was no ordinary display of strength, but rather a formidable dragon fist. Faced with such raw power, Naruto chose not to confront it head-on, mindful of not injuring Tsunade. Instead, he employed the principles of Tai Chi to gently deflect her strike, then placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, guiding her to a seated position. "This little rascal is truly formidable," Tsunade mused internally. If such a punch were to be faced by even the current Orochimaru, he would approach it with utmost caution, yet in Naruto's hands, it felt akin to a child's playful swing at an adult. Naruto smiled and remarked, "I recall that the ninja world is home to numerous clans, each with peculiar origins. The surname of a child is determined by their place of conception, which leads to names such as Watanabe, Matsushita, Suzuki, Inoue, Fujiwara, and so forth. Speaking of Inoue, and considering Tsunade's exceptional skills, what do you think of my suggestion?" As Tsunade listened, she began to feel that the matter was not as trivial as it seemed. Her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Naruto, prompting him to hastily retract his words. Naruto felt a slight intoxication as his small hands gently caressed the surface. "Ah, this sensation. I could forego 3 years of life for it. The only drawback is that my hands are too short. I wish I could stretch them like a 1,000-pound weight." "Tsunade, indeed, this is truly delightful," Naruto remarked. "Isn't this sufficient? Moreover, our educational system requires reform. A warrior must not only hone their skills but also possess a deeper understanding of various principles. Those who lack the ability to cultivate should not be outright dismissed. Fields such as medicine, hydraulics, agriculture, and industry all necessitate the intellect of knowledgeable individuals." Naruto swiftly implemented a system of compulsory 9-year education, complemented by a university framework, with the aim of transforming the populace of the Flame Dragon Nation into individuals of elevated cultural and intellectual caliber. Naruto resolutely declared in his heart, "Children of the Land of Flames, tremble." 10 sets of practice workbooks each semester. 3 sets of mock examinations each holiday. Who do you think I am but your Dragon King? Upon hearing Naruto's fervent discourse, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In a realm where equality reigns and all can learn, this is the true ideal nation. In the face of such a land, the Fire Country and Wind Country pale in comparison, rendering them mere insults. Just as Tsunade was poised to express her thoughts with profound sentiment, she sensed a disturbance. Tilting her head slightly to the right, she noticed a small hand striving to extend its fingers, gently rubbing. Tsunade's fury surged instantly, a flush rising to her cheeks, and her eyes gleamed menacingly as she inquired, "Little brat, how does it feel?" Naruto was completely absorbed, nodding as he remarked, "Very nice." Tsunade, unaware of the meaning of nice, could nonetheless discern that this little lecher was reveling in the moment. Seething with anger, she exclaimed, "You little pervert. You have gone too far." With that, she prepared to deliver an elbow strike to Naruto. Naruto placed his palm against Tsunade's elbow, utilizing this force to propel himself forward, and remarked, "Nice means beautiful." Enraged, Tsunade retorted, "You little brat, prepare to face my dragon roar." This was the first move of the dragon fist, which unleashed a powerful explosive sound. The greater the sound, the more formidable the punch became, amplifying its might. The noise was so thunderous that it tore through the nearby leaves. Naruto clenched his fist tightly, striking his fist against another, both unleashing the roar of a dragon. However, the intensity of Naruto's eruption resonated with greater power. With a resounding bang, the force of his punch surged forth, sending shockwaves that overturned everything within a tenjong radius. Naruto retreated 3 paces, while Tsunade stepped back 7. Yet, it was still Naruto who held the slight advantage. Naruto remarked, "I can unleash 50% of the Dragon Roar's power." "Quite impressive, Tsunade. You truly deserve the title of princess of the Senju clan. If you can force me back 10 paces, I shall wash your undergarments." Tsunade's face flushed with an unnatural hue as her chakra surged forth, manifesting a dragon's head that enveloped her fist. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Dragon's descent." She propelled herself towards Naruto like a colossal meteor, hurtling down with tremendous force. Naruto retaliated with Dragon's descent once more, this time utilizing 80% of his strength. Tsunade's punch, compared to the previous one, was 30% more formidable, and 7/10 of Naruto's power could scarcely withstand her might. On this occasion, Tsunade was pushed back 7 paces, while Naruto retreated 9. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, "So close, I was just a fraction away from standing 10 paces beyond." Tsunade replied curtly, "Get lost." Naruto assured, "Rest easy, Tsunade. Though my hands may be small, they are impeccably clean." Within Tsunade's dantian, the vital energy surged like a tide, and an ethereal azure dragon subtly manifested around her. Naruto understood that this was the ultimate technique of the dragon fist, Dragon's Fury. In response, he loosened his fist, choosing not to confront it with his own. Observing Tsunade's condition, he realized that she was still unable to control this power. If he were to strike back, the overwhelming force would surely tear apart her garments, leaving a bare Tsunade exposed. While the thought pleased him, he lamented that his body was still too small to act on it. Naruto gracefully intercepted Tsunade's Dragon Fury with the Tai Chi technique of cloud hands, and then, employing the Tai Chi maneuver of left and right reversal of the arm, he gradually dissipated the overwhelming force of her Dragon Fury. Tsunade, taken aback, exclaimed, "What kind of martial art is this? My formidable strength has inexplicably vanished in such fluid motion." Naruto exclaimed, "Tai Chi." Tsunade inquired, "Can I practice it?" Naruto, "You cannot, for you are merely a violent monster, incapable of achieving a state of serene calmness, unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens, and unable to comprehend the essence of martial intention within Tai Chi." He is well aware that this woman's fury could ignite an entire mountain with mere ease. Tsunade remarked, "What a pity." Naruto remarked, "From now on, the dragon's fury must not be wielded lightly." Tsunade inquired, "Why is that?" Naruto remarked, "Do you see your attire?" Tsunade examined her clothing, noticing numerous tears that subtly revealed the skin beneath. Naruto continued, "If we wish to demonstrate it in the future, let us do so privately." With that, he cast a knowing glance at Tsunade. Tsunade retorted, "Get lost." She had long since lost count of how many times she had blushed in Naruto's presence. Naruto, "All right, I shall take my leave." Tsunade inquired, "When do you plan to visit the Hidden Leaf Village?" Naruto remarked, "We shall depart shortly, having delayed for 3 days. The timing is impeccable. We might as well observe how Sarutobi Hiruzen makes his choices." Tsunade inquired, "Will you take action?" Naruto remarked, "What a question. If it weren't for me, he would have perished long ago." Orochimaru once devised a plan to dismantle Konoha, targeting none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade responded, "In the past, Orochimaru was incapable of killing him." Naruto, "I am aware of that, but Orochimaru possesses the ability of the impure world reincarnation, which could potentially summon your grandfather. Although his power would be significantly diminished, it would still suffice to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen." Tsunade's expression darkened. The implication of the impure world reincarnation was that her grandfather's remains had already been desecrated. Naruto spoke once more. "As for the remains of your grandfather, how shall I put this? Long ago, Danzo conducted experiments with Orochimaru. If you harbor resentment, it may be wise to spare this little serpent for now and confront Danzo instead." Tsunade, wishing to divert from this topic, inquired, "How did you previously transcend the Force Realm?" Chapter 70. The Shikamaru Couple's Duel. It was a near miss. Tsunade was not one to easily calm her mind. While she had grasped the essence of force, she still lacked the necessary refinement to fully enter that realm. Naruto expressed, "A multitude of words pales in comparison to genuine feelings. There is no need for resistance. Simply embrace and feel with your heart." Naruto soared into the air, transforming into a magnificent dragon. Tsunade felt it acutely. She recognized this as the wrath of the dragon. In that instant, a formidable aura enveloped Naruto, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Tsunade, burdened with hundreds of thousands of pounds, found herself unable to move an inch. At that moment, she comprehended the overwhelming force, the profound weight of it. As if myriad barriers stood in her way, yet none could impede this power. Upon encountering Tsunade's pale visage, Naruto retracted his strength. With a gasp, Tsunade expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, having sustained significant injuries. Naruto descended behind her, channeling his vital energy into her body to heal Tsunade's internal injuries. After a while, he withdrew his hand, and Tsunade's complexion improved significantly. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Naruto remarked, "What are you saying? Who are we to each other?" Tsunade disregarded Naruto's words and inquired, "You little lecher, how is it that you have also grasped the concept of force and momentum?" Naruto smiled and said, "It is undoubtedly because of you. Seeing you so troubled, I can only make more sacrifices to help you catch up." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "Speak properly." Naruto remarked, "To embrace one principle is to safeguard the world, as the saying goes. Mastery of one law illuminates 1,000. My swordsmanship transcends the mundane. Is it so peculiar to grasp the essence of force and momentum?" Tsunade responded, "If you fight with all your might, may I endure for but a single round?" Naruto remarked, "It is difficult to say. There are only overworked cattle, not exhausted fields." Tsunade clenched her fist once more and turned her head. "Alas, it is regrettable." However, Naruto had already departed with his sword, heading in the direction away from the Flame Dragon City. Concern welled up within Tsunade as she thought, "You impudent brat, take care of yourself. You are the light of the Flame Dragon." Naruto soared through the skies, traversing 10 miles with remarkable swiftness. The world of Naruto, encapsulated within the realm of anime, boasts a geography vastly more expansive than that of the diminutive land of the rising sun, being 100-fold greater. Contemplating this, Naruto found himself pondering whether the author, Masashi Kishimoto, had perhaps drawn inspiration from the geographical layout of the Dragon Kingdom. The territory of the land of the rising sun, with the Pacific Ocean's capricious waves, could easily be engulfed, yet it stands as the epicenter of the ninja realm, an absurdity, indeed. In the span of just a few hours, Naruto reached Konohagakure, his velocity and elevation rendering him undetectable, even by the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. Naruto first incapacitated a guard from the Nara clan. Although he could not employ transformation techniques, he possessed the art of disguise, an ancestral skill far more practical than mere transformation. As long as he executed the disguise adeptly, there was little chance of detection. Transformation techniques, on the other hand, would reveal one's true form the moment chakra was depleted. Upon infiltrating the examination venue, Naruto surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Only Sunagakure is so ostentatious, sending 3 elite shinobi." With his heightened perception, he naturally encompassed all present in his awareness. The representatives from the other 3 villages were of mediocre caliber and had long since been eliminated. It appeared that only those from Sunagakure were resolutely determined to secure first place. Naruto remarked, "If Shikamaru, CHG, and Sakura do not intervene, the reputation of Konoha shall indeed be tarnished. With him, Sasuke, and Neji absent, there is truly no one to redeem the situation. Hinata is currently engaged in secret training and has not made an appearance. Rock Lee can be counted among them, yet he is still inadequate against Gaara, the Jinchuriki." The next match features Temari from Sunagakure facing off against Nara Shikamaru. As Naruto was about to approach Shikamaru, he heard a voice that nearly caused him to slip and stumble. "Despite the unchanged circumstances, it is regrettable. It seems I have missed quite a lot." Temari's entrance was undeniably spectacular, as she gracefully descended onto the arena, standing atop her fan, determined to deliver a splendid performance and vanquish her opponent. In the original narrative, Shikamaru would have been evenly matched, but the current Shikamaru possesses the capability to subdue her with ease. Naruto mused to himself, "Shikamaru, this is your future wife. I wonder what choice you will make." Shikamaru yawned, seemingly still in the grip of slumber, and replied, "How boring, so I shall." A voice echoed in his ear, "Hurry down, for this is indeed your future wife." It was a long-awaited voice. Shikamaru's eyes glimmered with delight, having already been unsteady. He was naturally propelled down to the arena by Naruto's deliberate arrangement. As he descended, he caught sight of Naruto, disguised as a servant, smiling gently at him. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Shikamaru found himself flipped onto his back. Since there was no alteration here, the original narrative remained intact. Unlike in the original tale, where he lay contemplating, Shikamaru swiftly turned around, gazing at Naruto with a smile gracing his lips. "Shikamaru, trust me, this truly is your future wife. I am weaving the threads of fate for you." Naruto's voice resonated in Shikamaru's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. He turned to glance at Temari, whose fighting spirit surged with vigor. His eyelids drooped slightly, revealing the whites of his eyes as he mused inwardly. So fierce, this is bothersome. Nevertheless, since the challenge had been issued, He resolved to engage in battle, albeit with only the strength of a nin. Presently, Shikamaru's combat prowess rivaled that of many elite genin. Temari quipped, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to forfeit? Coward." Such taunts rolled off Shikamaru like water off a duck's back. Compared to the tribulations Naruto had faced, this was trivial. However, with Konoha having already lost one match, a second defeat would indeed be unfavorable. Yet, should they emerge victorious, the ensuing battles would undoubtedly prove troublesome. Naruto watched with great interest to see how Shikamaru would choose, wondering if it would unfold like in the original tale, where a single battle would result in a new wife. Temari, not waiting for Shikamaru to speak, swiftly moved forward and unleashed a powerful strike with her fan, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and Shikamaru had already vanished into the woods of the arena. His movements were remarkably swift and unexpected. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Naruto immediately comprehended the intentions of the individual before him. The displayed prowess, a second-tier warrior, elicited no anticipation from him. His gaze was drawn to the elevated platform, resting upon the 5 Kage. Chapter 71. Gaara. His eyes fell upon Inoki, and he mused internally. Is this truly Inoki? This old man possesses a cunning nature, having ensnared even the Akatsuki organization. Yet, upon encountering me, I could easily outsmart him and take advantage of his granddaughter. Subsequently, Naruto shook his head, saying, "Never mind, his granddaughter is rather mediocre in appearance, and her name leaves much to be desired." As for the Tsuchikage and Reikage, Naruto bypassed them entirely, deeming them unremarkable, and if anything, one was more unattractive than the other. "Wow, is this Terumi-me? She does seem rather unremarkable," he observed, noting her resemblance to Tsunade, albeit with a notable lack in the chest department. "With one eye not quite functioning as it should fate permit, I might assist you with your hair." As Naruto regarded Terumi-me, he stroked his chin, contemplating. Originally, Shikamaru could have secured an effortless victory, yet he found himself in a precarious situation, barely managing to control Temari before conceding. The strategy he employed was all too transparent. Did he win? He pondered. He has already surrendered. There is no victory here. However, despite his opponent's submission, he had managed to assert control, thus declaring himself the victor. Reluctantly, the instructor had to announce Temari as the winner. Shikamaru then glanced toward Naruto's location, only to discover that he had vanished. After searching the stage for quite some time, he was unable to locate him. Had one possessed the perspective of a deity, they would surely recognize two familiar faces in the audience. However, this guessing game was hardly worth pursuing. "Little rascal? Seeking me? Not a chance," Naruto declared. Were he to grow excessively familiar, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen. While he held no fear, he preferred to avoid such complications. "Shikamaru, what are you searching for?" Ino inquired. "I am looking for a familiar servant," Shikamaru replied. "Shikamaru, you could have one. Why didn't you?" Ino pressed. Dino answered for Shikamaru, stating he enjoys tranquility, values his slumber, and prefers a leisurely existence, thus refraining from wasting time on trivial matters. Which is why he conceded. Ino responded with surprise. "Ah?" The next match was announced, Rock Lee from Konoha vs. Gaara. Naruto remarked, with Sasuke absent. Has Gaara taken his place? It seems the two were destined to clash eventually, though that confrontation has merely been expedited. As the referee signaled the commencement, Rock Lee sprang into action. Meanwhile, Gaara stood stoically, arms crossed, exuding an aura of chilling indifference, akin to the frigid depths of an icy pond. Around him, sand swirled menacingly. Each of Rock Lee's assaults was thwarted by his formidable sand defense. After a series of unsuccessful attempts, Rock Lee was compelled to retreat and reconsider his strategy. Naruto's gaze fell upon Might Guy as he remarked, "If we are to speak of the greatest dark horse, it is undoubtedly this one." The very moment he stepped forth, the entire ninja realm trembled. "Oh, Guy, if only you had a few more lives. I would truly relish witnessing your dragon kick." However, Naruto's chances of retreating appear somewhat greater, unless he can elevate his Hanyuan body refinement to the 7th layer, thereby subduing Might Guy. Lee Rock has indeed altered his approach to the attack, yet against Gaara's impenetrable defense, he has returned empty-handed. What a pity, what a lament. Naruto shook his head. Although Rock Lee's attacks were swift and remarkably fast, their power fell short of the mark. If allowed to proceed, a single slap could send him flying, potentially even beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. Is this truly the extent of it? Gaara remarked coldly, noting that this was similar to how Sasuke tried to appear cool, the only distinction being that Sasuke bore a slightly more appealing demeanor. Naruto recalled Gaara's tragic fate and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this individual who had become so twisted. Even in the original narrative, Naruto was comparatively fortunate. Both he and Gaara shared a childhood marked by isolation, abandonment, and ridicule, shunned by society and seen as embodiments of monstrous beasts. Yet, unlike Gaara, Naruto was surrounded by a few caring souls: Hinata, Kakashi, Iruka, and others, including the enigmatic Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the old man had his own ulterior motives, he undeniably illuminated the dark corners of Naruto's solitary heart. In stark contrast, Gaara had nothing but his uncle, who ultimately betrayed him under the guise of duty, leaving Gaara devoid of laughter and joy during his formative years. Instead, he was plagued by emotional scars and existential confusion. If one were to assess the culpability behind Gaara's transformation, Shikaku bore a significant share of the blame. Shikaku and Hiruzen were akin in nature. Yet Shikaku lacked Hiruzen's patience and foresight. In a misguided attempt to observe whether Gaara could master his emotions and control the One Tail, he sent his uncle, Nashimaru, to assassinate him, deceiving Gaara into believing he had cared for him all those years. His true motivation was revenge for his sister, even going so far as to instill hatred towards Gaara's mother, thereby eroding Gaara's love and longing for her, which ultimately drove him into madness. Fueled by a thirst for blood, Gaara could not comprehend why his uncle would target his own sister's child, leading to Yashimaru's demise at Gaara's hands. Upon realizing that the assassin was indeed his uncle, Gaara's emotions spiraled out of control, engulfed by profound sorrow and anguish. Naturally, Shikaku began to stir chaos within him, but was swiftly subdued by Shikaku's influence. To Shikaku, Gaara had become a failure, and the relentless dispatch of assassins only deepened Gaara's isolation, transforming him into a bloodthirsty, misanthropic shell of a person. In the throes of slaughter, he seemed to find solace, growing increasingly cold-hearted. In this shared plight of fallen souls, Gaara, come to me. Gaara lifted his head and declared, "There is not enough blood, not enough blood." He initiated an assault, the sand from his gourd swirling ominously as it surged toward Rock Lee. Thus, the battle commenced. Lee attempted to leap into the fray but was ensnared by the sand, violently hurled against the wall, and fell to the ground. Naruto, possessing willful chakra, yet unfortunately too feeble, he was not surprised by the notion that chakra could harbor consciousness. After all, if the essence of a soul can exist independently, it is entirely reasonable for some awareness to be attached to chakra. Moreover, with the 9 tails residing within him, this tailed beast possesses subjective consciousness as well. Of course, if it were any stronger, it would be a tailed beast itself. At this moment, no one held high hopes for Rock Lee. Gaara, up to this point, had yet to make a genuine move, yet he had already rendered Lee utterly defenseless. Should Gaara choose to strike, the outcome would be inevitable. However, when the bindings on Lee's feet were released and he landed heavily on the ground, the crowd was left in astonishment. How could he possess such speed while bearing such immense weight? What could his true power be? The audience could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chapter 72. A visit to Hinata. In the ensuing battle, Rock Lee paid a grievous price. He suffered from multiple shattering fractures, sustaining severe injuries, and being in a developmental stage, such wounds would undoubtedly impact his growth. Had it not been for Might Guy's timely intervention, Lee would have perished at the hands of Gaara. Naruto gazed at the pained Might Guy and thought to himself, "Ah, Guy, come and join me. I possess what you seek, and only I can guide you to the pinnacle of physical training." In the audience, many who previously held disdain for Rock Lee now looked on with widened eyes, realizing that this seemingly eccentric individual was, in fact, remarkably strong. Naruto cast a glance at the 5 Kage on the high platform. Their expressions were devoid of any profound sentiment, as if they were mere spectators observing the frolics of children. Shaking his head, he exited the venue, harboring no expectations regarding Sarutobi's decisions. Upon returning to Konoha, how could he not pay a visit to little Hinata? Presently, Hinata had become the cherished princess of the Hyuga clan, her significance surpassing all else. Each day, a number of elite Jonin stood guard around her residence, among them the esteemed Hyuga Hisashi. At this juncture, Hinata had successfully opened 2 of her chakra gates, advancing into a formidable level of prowess, capable of contending with the elite Jonin within her clan. Naruto silently materialized behind Hinata, inquiring, "Hinata-senpai, from where did you acquire this penchant for surreptitiously observing your daughter?" Upon hearing these words, Hinata turned around and, upon seeing Naruto's face, breathed a sigh of relief. Given such strength, it was fortunate he was not an adversary. She replied, "What brings you to Konoha?" Naruto took a sip of water and remarked, I miss my wife. So I came to visit. Since we will not become enemies with the Hyuga clan, a little banter is harmless. Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened as he replied, My daughter no longer holds any affection for you. Naruto chuckled cheerfully and said, Hinata-senpai, how about we place a wager? You claim that if I were to abduct little Hinata, she would accompany me willingly. Hinata replied, I shall fight you with all my might. Naruto declared. You cannot defeat me either. Hinata responded. Naruto remarked, Do not be disheartened. I shall pay a visit to Hinata, and then proceed to the Hokage building to discern the intentions of those rascals. Although I am indifferent, since I am here, I might as well listen in. Hyuga Hayashi responded, Are you not afraid of the alliance of the 5 great shinobi villages? It is known that their ostensible purpose for this Chunin exam is primarily aimed at confronting you. Your audacity is indeed remarkable, daring to seize the peninsula of the Land of Fire. Naruto remarked, Let me put it this way. If your brother were present, he would conspire with outsiders, rally a multitude, and usurp your position, leaving behind a band of marauders. Hinata Hizashi, fully grasping Naruto's implication, responded, You little rascal. It's truly hard to fathom that you are merely 13 years old. Naruto, of course, otherwise how could I ever become your son-in-law in the future? Hinata Hizashi, you may take your leave now. Naruto sought out Hinata, while Hinata Hayashi had withdrawn the personnel. At that moment, Hinata was diligently practicing Tai Chi, subtly emanating an aura indicative of her endeavor to comprehend the essence of fist strength. Naruto remarked, This young girl possesses an extraordinary insight. She is on the verge of grasping the essence of power, nearing a breakthrough. Naruto did not interrupt Hinata's training. Instead, he observed her diligently, aware of her fatigue. He waited until she paused before speaking, Little girl, you truly are earnest. Hinata's body trembled at the sound of his familiar voice. She swiftly turned around, and upon seeing Naruto's face, the longing within her transformed into motivation, propelling her into his embrace. Softly, she whispered, Naruto-kun, I miss you so dearly. Thoughts of him consumed her every moment, and in her desire to reunite with Naruto, she transformed her yearning into a driving force, training tirelessly without a moment's waste. Naruto gently caressed her hair and said, I, too, long for you, Hinata. That is why I have come to see you. Upon hearing this, Hinata's heart brimmed with sweetness. Knowing that Naruto cherished her thoughts filled her with contentment. Hinata inquired, Does Naruto-kun visit you in Flame Dragon City every day? Naruto exclaimed, Indeed. Hinata softly responded, Every day is filled with bliss. Naruto exclaimed, Is that true? I just proposed to Hinata-senpai. Ah. Hinata lifted her head, her cheeks already flushed with a rosy hue. And then she collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Naruto gently carried Hinata into the bedroom, channeling his energy into her. Before long, she awakened. Naruto-kun, she called softly, her face resembling a charming sunset, flushed with a delightful hue. Her voice was imbued with a profound affection for Naruto. Naruto remarked, Hinata, as I delve deeper into the practice of Tai Chi, I sense an elusive desire to transcend certain boundaries. Hinata responded, Indeed, but I feel quite inept, perpetually unable to grasp it, and thus unable to break through. Naruto gently tapped Hinata's nose and remarked, My little Hinata is certainly not foolish. She is quite clever and has figured it out on her own. Subsequently, Naruto articulated the concepts of force, intent, and ultimate technique, providing numerous examples to ensure that Hinata had a comprehensive understanding of force. In the end, Hinata inquired, Naruto-kun, who among them has grasped these concepts? She expressed her desire not to fall behind, particularly not to lag too far behind Naruto-kun. Naruto remarked, When I departed, I was utterly alone each day. Now Tsunade must have made significant progress. Hinata responded, Oh. Her small fists clenched a few more times as she resolved to accelerate her training. In Naruto's perception, Hinata Hyuga approached with a stormy demeanor. Hinata, I must take my leave. Your father has arrived. After our lengthy conversation, I fear he may think a child is already on the way. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, and she bashfully remarked, Naruto-kun, you scoundrel. Her tone unmistakably conveyed a playful charm. Naruto gently caressed Hinata's cheek and said, I must take my leave now, but I shall return to see you again. Hearing that Naruto was truly departing, Hinata felt a sense of reluctance in her heart. Yet, feeling powerless in the moment, she could only respond, Naruto-kun, I shall await your return. Naruto offered a faint smile as he swiftly departed from the Hyuga residence, vanishing without a trace. In a fit of anger, Hayashi Hyuga flung open the door, only to find his daughter standing there, perplexed. Hinata, where is that little rascal? he inquired. Hinata, with a hint of resignation, replied. Naruto-kun has left. With indignation, Hayashi exclaimed, that brat. He certainly knows how to flee. Otherwise, he would face my wrath. Hinata interjected, father. You would not stand a chance against Naruto-kun. Hayashi retorted, I am his father-in-law. He would dare not lay a hand on me. Were Naruto to hear such words, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his father-in-law's stance. Hinata, feeling a wave of embarrassment, declared, Father, I shall not engage with you any further. Before hastily exiting her room, Hayashi shook his head, muttering, a daughter grows up too quickly. Chapter 73, The Dejected Jiraiya. Naruto, transformed into a mere passerby, wandered carelessly through the streets. As he passed by Sakura Haruno's residence, he suddenly recalled that he had not seen her at the venue, which left him somewhat perplexed. Given her capabilities and disposition, it was only natural for her to seek the spotlight. Yet, it appeared that she had not participated in the Chunin exams. The Bear Killer Fist comprises 7 techniques, each imbued with formidable strength. At present, Sakura is capable of unleashing the full power of the first 4 techniques, while the latter 3 require further comprehension and refinement to fully manifest their potential. Naruto lingered atop the wall for a moment, and as Sakura Haruno paused to wipe the sweat from her brow, he remarked, impressive, reaching the pinnacle of Jonin. Sakura now stood at the peak of the first rank. By unlocking any one of the meridians, she could ascend to the realm of innate power. Filled with a sense of vigilance, she turned around and was greeted by the sight of Naruto perched on the wall. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Naruto. Although his facial features, physique, and eyes had transformed, the essence of his gaze remained unchanged. In that instant, she recognized him. Only Naruto possessed such a distinctive look. Naruto descended from the wall and gracefully landed in the garden, smiling as he greeted, Sakura, it's been a long time. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, Naruto. It has indeed been a long time. She yearned to rush forward and envelop him in a warm embrace, yet she restrained herself. Did Haruno Sakura miss Naruto? Naturally, she did. There were countless moments when she contemplated leaving Konoha to seek him out. However, this place was her home, and to depart would mean abandoning her parents. A sacrifice she could neither bear nor bring herself to make. Unlike Hinata, who possessed a pure-hearted resolve, Sakura lacked such unwavering determination. Thus, she found herself unable to stand by Naruto's side just yet. Naruto inquired, why did you not participate in the Chunin exams? With your prowess, promotion would undoubtedly be a breeze. Sakura replied, it is no longer necessary. Whether I partake or not has become inconsequential. In the past, she would have reveled in the prospect of becoming a Chunin, but now, she found contentment in quietly honing her skills, unperturbed by external distractions. Naruto remarked, this is a fortunate turn of events, sparing us from the scheming of that old fool, Danzo. Sakura recalled the impending meeting of the 5 Kage. With Naruto as their target, and her expression changed as she urged, Naruto, you must leave at once. The 5 Kage are coming. Naruto interjected. They are merely the 5 Kages. There's no need to take them to heart. They cannot unite, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so foolish. I merely came to observe the choices he would make. By the way, with Sasuke and me gone, you have become Kakashi's sole apprentice. Has he imparted any knowledge to you? Sakura replied, indeed, he has taught me, but it has proven rather futile for me. I still prefer the martial arts. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her insight. Sakura suddenly recalled something, her expression turning somber as she inquired, Naruto, will you wage war against Konoha? She genuinely wished to avoid such a conflict. After all, this was her home, where she had lived for over a decade. It would be a lie to claim she did not cherish it. Yet, the thought of opposing Naruto was something she could not fathom. Thus, her heart was engulfed in turmoil. Naruto remarked, oh, in the short term, that won't be possible. However, it depends on Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he insists on waging war, I shall oblige him. But rest assured, innocent civilians will not be affected. Though the villagers of Konoha may be unlovable, I cannot bring myself to eliminate them. Sakura replied, thank you. Suddenly, Naruto inquired, Sakura, if I were to become an enemy of Konoha, what would you choose? Sakura pondered deeply before responding, I would leave the village. Naruto was somewhat taken aback by her answer. It was not a choice one would expect from Haruno Sakura. Not wishing to dwell on the subject further, she added, Naruto, will you be here for a few days? May I come to see you? Naruto remarked, oh, I won't be staying for long. If you need me, just forget it. I must head to the Hokage building to eavesdrop on a few conversations. You won't be able to find me. Having devoted considerable time to mastering the bear killer fist, he felt it was time to impart some knowledge. He shared the essence of martial will, leaving the understanding of momentum to her own discernment. Gazing at the empty courtyard, Sakura Haruno displayed a hint of melancholy. They could never return to those days. The days of shared training and fishing by the riverside were but distant memories. After leaving the Haruno residence, Naruto contemplated visiting the Nara family to seek out Shikamaru. However, he was soon drawn away once more. The individual who caught his attention was none other than Jiraiya. In the world of Naruto, the legendary Sannin was someone Naruto greatly admired. Yet now, he appeared despondent. His clothes long overdue for washing, hair in disarray, and utterly intoxicated, as if burdened by some profound sorrow. Naruto pondered within himself. Could it be that this esteemed hero has descended into such despondency? It perplexed him. In his understanding, this individual had always been an optimist, seemingly impervious to any adversity. Even in the face of death, he would confront it with equanimity. What then could have led this formidable figure to such a state of despair? Naruto pondered for a moment and discreetly retreated. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 slender young women approached. Clad in revealing attire, their delicate skin suggesting a life of affluence. The ability to manipulate circumstances to one's advantage is universally applicable, even in this two-dimensional realm. Initially, the young women vehemently rejected him, expressing their indignation towards Naruto. However, when he unveiled a substantial sum of money, their eyes were instantly captivated by the allure of wealth, transforming into symbols of currency. One by one, they meticulously adorned themselves, determined to employ all their charms in hopes of securing a generous reward. The young women entered Jiraiya's room, stepping inside with an air of confidence, and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Ah, handsome sir, you possess such an enticing aura." One of the young women even playfully pecked at Jiraiya's cheek. Naruto nodded, acknowledging the undeniable scent. After all, this fellow had not bathed for nearly half a month. How could there be no odor? Jiraiya, slightly bewildered, found himself surrounded by an abundance of enchanting women. Not only were they throwing themselves at him, but he was also unable to embrace them all at once. Regardless of who had summoned them, a blush of bashfulness crept upon his prominent face, instantly revitalizing him as he surrendered to the intoxicating allure of the moment. Naruto stared in astonishment. Having been resurrected, he then raised his thumb and remarked, "What an extraordinary individual." Naruto entered the room and, with a deft motion, summoned the sake bottle that stood before Jiraiya. He took several hearty gulps before exclaiming, "I initially believed you had succumbed to despair, yet here you are, rejuvenated and full of vigor. Please, continue with your performance. I have witnessed the brilliance of your artistry before, though I occasionally dabble in acting myself, though I must assert, I am a paragon of virtue. I have yet to experience this live broadcast." Jiraiya, perplexed by Naruto's words, remarked, "Ah, so it is you." He then addressed the group of young ladies, instructing, "You may leave for now. We shall resume shortly." However, the young women, unwilling to heed his command, turned their gazes toward Naruto. With a wave of his hand, Naruto conjured a stack of silver coins and declared, "Take these and divide them among yourselves." Chapter 74. Jiraiya's disillusionment. The young women, clutching the money, exited the room in high spirits. Jiraiya remarked, "I appreciate your generosity." He recognized Naruto, for this unmistakable aura belonged solely to him. Naruto remarked, "These are mere trifles. Should you ever find yourself in my fire dragon kingdom, if discovered, I shall ensure your legs are shattered, all 3 of them." Jiraiya responded. Naruto inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, seeing you in such a despondent state is rather uncharacteristic of you. What troubles you? Have you been spurned by the woman you hold dear?" Jiraiya replied, "The beloved maiden. I have professed my feelings to her 1,000 times, only to be rebuffed 1,000 times in return." Naruto remarked, "Tsunadeheim is indeed very captivating." Jiraiya responded, "Tsunade now possesses a sparkle in her eyes. She has found a renewed sense of purpose in life." Naruto remarked, "In my land of flames, there will undoubtedly be a radiance that guides us." Jiraiya replied, "You do not comprehend." Naruto, "Goodness, I lived over 30 years in my past life, and in this life, I've already traversed a decade. It seems I am still short by more than 10 years. Jiraiya remarked, "Enough of that. What brings you to the Hidden Leaf Village? My boy, are you not afraid of being ensnared by the Alliance? You must be aware that 5 Kage reside here." Naruto nonchalantly remarked, "Shall we summon your 2-toed masters to perform sage techniques, and then have Sarutobi Hiruzen execute the Reaper Death Seal, to see if we can preserve my existence?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. The ability to perform sage techniques is known to be rare. How is it that Naruto is aware of this? Naruto replied, "Of course, I have read the script." Jiraiya inquired with curiosity, "Script? What do you mean?" Naruto, "This is of little importance. Let us speak of you instead. How have you come to be in this state? Should I claim that I hail from another realm? And that you are merely characters from an anime? Would you truly believe such a tale?" Jiraiya remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding, "I am simply left with a sense of disappointment." Naruto remarked, "Is this a sense of disappointment? It seems to me that you are not merely disappointed, but utterly disheartened. Otherwise, how could the great Jiraiya have been reduced to such a state?" Jiraiya offered a wry smile, shook his head, and in a somber tone inquired, "Naruto, do you know who resurrected the likes of Kin and Jin?" Naruto exclaimed, "This is nature." Jiraiya gasped, "Do you truly understand?" Naruto remarked, "By the process of elimination, it is evident who it could be. The technique originates from Konoha. Aside from your elder, who else could it possibly be? As for Danzo, in his current state, can he truly wield such power?" Jiraiya shuddered slightly and responded, "If even you can discern this, how could others remain oblivious? Truly perplexing, utterly bewildering." Naruto remarked, "I am aware, I truly am. However, others may not be as informed. After all, this jutsu is classified, created by Senju Tobirama, and subsequently sealed away. Few have witnessed it, and even fewer possess knowledge of it. By the way, you aren't feeling despondent because of this, are you?" Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto, as if to say, "Look at you, so capable." Naruto, "Goodness. Are you really unable to handle this? Do you believe that even more outrageous events will unfold in the future?" Jiraiya's eyelid twitched as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto inquired, "What is the current strength of Konoha?" Jiraiya replied, "If the Uchiha clan were still in existence, they would undoubtedly be the foremost. As it stands, who would dare to proclaim themselves the best in the land of the flame?" He could not deny this. Presently, the strength of Flame Dragon City is unparalleled. Among the 5 great ninja villages, none can rival its might. With Tsunade and Orochimaru alone, many ninja villages find themselves outclassed. Not to mention the formidable prowess of elite shinobi such as Uchiha Shursui. Naruto replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Jiraiya responded, "This is not mere flattery. It is sincere." Naruto smiled faintly, "I too am sincere." Jiraiya remarked, "Currently, Konoha is overshadowed by the village hidden in the clouds. The latter possesses a flawless Jinchuriki, while Konoha's Jinchuriki has already fled." Naruto, "Spare me the unnecessary words." Jiraiya inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto inquired, "Let us suppose, hypothetically speaking, if I were to launch an attack on Konoha and you found yourselves unable to withstand it, or perhaps in an effort to mitigate losses, what course of action would you take? Would your beloved teacher consider summoning a few deceased individuals?" Jiraiya rose to his feet, shaking his head as he replied, No, that would not happen." He grasped the implication behind Naruto's words. In Konoha, who else could be summoned besides the first and second Hokage? Only the emergence of these two would possess sufficient authority to instill adequate deterrence. Naruto inquired, "Is it truly impossible? Shall we place a wager?" Jiraiya replied, "What do you have in mind?" Naruto remarked, "I shall create a commotion here and observe Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Should he choose to resurrect Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, would you then join my organization, the Hidden Dragon?" In that moment, Jiraiya fell silent. Did he dare to take such a gamble? Truth be told, he did not possess the courage. He truly did not dare to wager. His mentor had succumbed to decay, blinded by power and eroded by desire. And once one transgression occurs, it is inevitable that another will follow. Naruto remarked, "Jiraiya-sensei, you are truly an exceptional individual, a remarkable ninja. Though you possess some minor flaws and an undeniable penchant for the lewd, I believe you have not fully embraced your path. It should not be dictated by the prophecy of that great toad. Do not allow it to become your obsession. You must forge your own way, shattering the constraints you encounter along the journey. I can offer you a platform, and I sincerely hope you will contemplate it carefully." With that, Naruto exited the room, leaving Jiraiya behind. Upon reaching the courtyard, he noticed several women still present, all of whom turned their gazes toward him, seemingly eager to continue their business. Naruto declared, "In light of your steadfast dedication to your duties, go forth and attend to him well. You may share in these rewards." The young ladies, upon catching sight of the substantial sum of money in Naruto's hands, sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. This transaction could sustain them for 3 months, and thus, they swiftly flocked into the room. Before long, Jiraiya found himself reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Naruto remarked, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, it is you who have severed the brilliance of Konoha. Even someone as esteemed as Jiraiya has lost faith in him." It is worth noting that Jiraiya was once a disciple of Sarutobi and held immense respect for his mentor. In the original narrative, despite his grievances towards Sarutobi, he ultimately returned to mend the remnants and attend to the aftermath. However, now, Sarutobi's series of actions have left Jiraiya's heart profoundly chilled. As for the earlier remarks about relinquishing his position, they now appear to have been mere jest, since returning. Jiraiya has not once mentioned it again. Naruto shook his head, dismissing any thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He continued to exploit the weaknesses of Konoha, draining its foundation. Chapter 75, The Proud Younger Brother and the Humble Older Brother in the shadowy, frigid forest, intertwining branches allowed only a faint glimmer of light to seep through the foliage, creating an atmosphere of eerie desolation. The cold wind howled, causing the branches to tremble and producing an unsettling ambience, as if one were ensnared in a bizarre realm. Thud. Thud. In the depths of the thicket, two figures raced through the underbrush, both clad in identical black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Their foreheads marked by protective headbands bearing a distinct scratch. This attire was emblematic of a singular organization within the shinobi world, the Akatsuki. One bore the ring of the Red Phoenix, while the other sported deep blue hair reminiscent of a shark. These two were none other than Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, both members of the Akatsuki. Suddenly, Itachi halted, prompting Kisame, who had been ahead, to return and inquire, "Itachi, what is on your mind?" Itachi replied, "Kisame, you should return." Kisame, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Itachi declared, "I intend to withdraw from the Akatsuki." Kisame's eyes narrowed at this revelation. "Why? Do you understand the consequences of betraying the Akatsuki?" "Of course, but I am indifferent to them," Itachi responded. He was uncertain of the Akatsuki's ultimate goals. Yet he was confident that they would not expend resources to pursue him, unless fate led them to cross paths, resulting in a skirmish from which he could escape without consequence. "Kisame, we are friends. You are presenting me with a dilemma," Itachi stated. "Leave, you cannot match my strength." "And I have no desire to harm you," Kisame retorted. "Itachi, I wish to comprehend the true reason behind your decision." The genuine reason lay in Sasuke's defection from Konoha, which had left Itachi feeling disillusioned with the village, rendering him unwilling to act as its informant any longer. The arrival of Naruto had triggered a butterfly effect, profoundly impacting Itachi. He recognized that he had strayed from his path, that his choices had led him to become a mere pawn of Konoha. Previously, he had cared little about being a piece on the board as long as he could protect Sasuke, but now that Sasuke had departed from the village, Itachi saw no reason to remain within the Akatsuki or to serve Konoha any longer. Itachi said, "Kisame, farewell." He offered no further explanation and departed. Kisame contemplated pursuing him. Yet when Itachi turned, his crimson eyes glimmering, Kisame found himself immobilized. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to speak. "The Sharingan is indeed formidable." In that fleeting moment, he had fallen victim to Itachi's genjutsu, rendering him motionless. He was certain that had Itachi wished to strike him down, he would have succeeded effortlessly. Kisame scratched his head, muttering, "I suppose I must seek out new companions. As for the organization pursuing Uchiha Itachi, it is utterly impossible. Uchiha Itachi's prowess is formidable, and no one truly comprehends the extent of his current strength. Such a thankless endeavor would not be undertaken by the organization." Kisame Hashigaki has returned to the organization and reported this matter, leaving Nagato to deal with the ensuing troubles. Once Kisame departed, Itachi's thoughts were consumed solely by Sasuke. He was determined to find his brother as swiftly as possible. After 3 days of searching, Uchiha Itachi finally located Sasuke. Upon encountering his elder brother, Sasuke's immediate reaction was to launch a series of shuriken, his hands forming seals as he channeled chakra to activate his ninjutsu, thus commencing their sibling rivalry. However, moments later, Itachi demonstrated through his actions that he would always be the elder brother. After exchanging 70 or 80 blows, Itachi emerged victorious. With a sense of satisfaction, he remarked, "Well done, Sasuke. I did not expect your strength to have grown to this level." Yet, his expression soon turned cold, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery as he bluntly stated, "Foolish little brother, is this all the progress you have made over the years?" Witnessing the drastic shift in his brother's demeanor, from joy to sorrow, Sasuke began to grasp the weight of Naruto's words. His brother indeed bore a heavy burden. However, forgiveness was not an option. It could not be granted lightly. With a cool demeanor, Sasuke retorted, "You need not feign this facade." Itachi was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Foolish little brother, what do you mean by that?" Sasuke replied, "I am already aware that many in the Uchiha clan perished, including numerous children. My absence from the clan was merely an excuse. Leaving me behind was part of your bargain with Konoha. Upon hearing this, Itachi could no longer maintain his facade. He realized that Sasuke had uncovered the truth and immediately reverted to a more vulnerable state, his gaze filled with visions of Sasuke. Sasuke, how did you come to know this? He inquired. With a sense of pride, Sasuke answered, if I wish to know, I will find out. Over the years spent with Naruto and others, his character had solidified. Itachi's expression twisted in anguish as he recalled his past actions, and he solemnly confessed, Sasuke, I am sorry. I chose the wrong path and placed my trust in Konoha. If time could be reversed, he would undoubtedly choose a path akin to that of Shursui, forsaking the Hidden Leaf Village to restore the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing the visage of his brother, Sasuke felt a pang of anguish within him. His expression twisted in torment, and his Sharingan activated as he uttered, I do not know how I can forgive you. After all, you took our parents' lives. However, upon hearing this, Itachi's heart soared with joy, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He discerned the underlying sentiment. Sasuke harbored feelings for him, acknowledging him as a brother, albeit struggling to overcome his mental barrier. That alone was sufficient, truly enough. For this sinner, death held no consequence, as he had never anticipated receiving his brother's absolution. Yet now, his heart was no longer shrouded in darkness. Sasuke recalled Naruto's words, gradually tempering his rage, his eyes returning to a semblance of calm. Noticing Itachi's faint smile, he retorted sharply, what are you so pleased about? His demeanor was frigid, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of stubborn pride. Itachi responded, thank you. Sasuke, I'm truly happy. Sasuke replied, I have not yet forgiven you. You are not my brother. With that, he turned and walked away, not in haste, but deliberately. Step by step, Itachi hastily followed, asking, Sasuke, where are we going? Sasuke shot back, what does it matter to you? Then he added, to the land of the flame dragons, to cultivate martial arts, to evolve the Sharingan, and to resurrect our parents. Itachi inquired, can we really bring them back to life? Sasuke affirmed, Naruto once said that with the Rinnegan and vitality, one can resurrect deceased loved ones. Sasuke held a genuine trust in Naruto's words, for with Naruto's strength, there was no need for deceit. Itachi replied, all right, Sasuke, I will accompany you. Sasuke countered, no, I must first go to the Leaf Village to avenge our parents. Itachi concurred, you are right, that old dog Danzo deserves to die. Let us go to the Leaf Village together and seek vengeance. Sasuke insisted, do not follow me. Itachi conceded, oh, very well, I too shall head to the Leaf Village. Chapter 76, Masks Torn Asunder. The 5 Kage summit had yet to commence. While Naruto lingered in the Hidden Leaf, residing at the Nara household, leisurely lounging alongside Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku observed this without comment. After all, his son had already ascended to the rank of elite jonin, his prowess rivaling his own, thus leaving them to their devices. Ever since Naruto's arrival, Shikamaru had ceased attending the meetings. He had resigned himself as a failure, finding comfort in the tranquility of home. On this particular day, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura escorted Naruto to the riverbank, the site of their previous training. The area remained unchanged, indicating that the trio frequently returned here to practice. This time, Naruto reclined on the grass, resting, while the other three busied themselves catching shrimp in the river. It seemed that with Naruto's absence, the aquatic life had flourished over the past year, as they managed to catch a considerable amount in a short span. Suddenly, Naruto sat up. Naruto exclaimed, what on earth? Have these two brothers reconciled? In his perception, he sensed two individuals racing towards Konoha. Those two were none other than Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi, seeking vengeance against Danzo. Naruto inquired, what brings the two brothers to Konoha? Could it be a quest for vengeance? Shikamaru asked, Naruto, what is the matter? Naruto remarked, you all should return. Someone is approaching. I will investigate. Sakura, filled with anxiety, responded, Naruto, is it an enemy? It seemed she was eager to confront any adversaries, worried for Naruto's safety. Regardless of her concerns, would Naruto truly engage in battle against the foes of Konoha? The answer was a resounding no. Choji, opening a packet of chips, casually stated, Sakura, there's no need to fret over Naruto. He possesses immense strength, and the enemy cannot harm him. Naruto remarked, he is an acquaintance of yours, yet an adversary of Konoha. With that, he vanished into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Sakura murmured, an acquaintance of ours, an enemy of Konoha. Who could that be? Shikamaru's eyes flickered as he quietly responded, it must be Sasuke Uchiha returning. Indeed, the brilliance of the Nara clan shone through, as he was the first to deduce this. Their intelligence, unparalleled, truly reflected the prowess of Konoha strategists. Choji interjected, but didn't Sasuke leave? Why would he return? They all knew that had it not been for Tintin's covert assistance, he would have been captured by Danzo long ago. They were well aware of Danzo's nefarious nature. Was he returning now merely to court death? Shikamaru sighed. Let us not forget how the Uchiha clan met its demise. Sakura trembled slightly and whispered, could it be that Sasuke? Shikamaru urged, we should return. We must not allow the conflict to disturb the villagers. Such deep-seated enmity cannot be extinguished without bloodshed. They resolved to remain uninvolved. Their primary duty was to safeguard the villagers. Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and Itachi, finding the scene exactly as he had envisioned. Sasuke walked with a haughty demeanor, closely followed by Itachi, whose eyes brimmed with affection. Although Itachi claimed to have forgiven Sasuke, the truth remained ambiguous. The state of their relationship was hardly different from a lack of forgiveness. Sasuke harbored no animosity toward Itachi. Otherwise, he would have resorted to violence long ago. The two returned openly, while the shadow guards had already reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon mentioning Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened momentarily as he remarked, truly worthy of being Hokage. He believed that Itachi continued to uphold his legacy, safeguarding Konoha, which brought him great solace. To demonstrate his magnanimity, he had gathered a considerable entourage and discreetly rallied the populace to welcome Sasuke and Itachi back. Little did he realize that this would mark yet another day of disgrace for him. Danzo, having received the news, covertly led members of Root to the scene. Unbeknownst to him, this time he would have no opportunity to act. Lacking the Manjiki Sharingan, his current strength paled in comparison to the original narrative, rendering him utterly incapable of confronting Sasuke and Itachi. Naruto quietly murmured, Danzo, oh Danzo, you dare to show yourself now. It is indeed time for your demise. Regarding the arrival of the two brothers in Konoha, aside from the intention to eliminate Danzo, Naruto could not fathom any other purpose for their visit. As for longing for home, it seemed unlikely that these two harbored such sentiments at this moment. Sasuke and Itachi, both acutely aware, remained silent until Sarutobi Hiruzen and others made their appearance. Sarutobi greeted them warmly. Sasuke, Itachi, welcome back to the village. Sasuke retorted, Sarutobi, back to the village? Have you lost your wits, or are you merely dreaming? The chill in his tone immediately alerted Sarutobi to a shift in circumstances. It was clear that Sasuke had not been coerced back by Itachi. Turning his gaze to Itachi, Sarutobi realized that even the Uchiha was not under his control. Sarutobi inquired, Itachi, what is the situation? Itachi responded coolly, Sasuke seeks to kill Danzo, and thus, I too must come to fulfill that aim. His demeanor was detached, his tone frigid, revealing no deference to Sarutobi. A spark ignited in Sarutobi's eyes as he asked, Itachi, do you understand the gravity of your actions? Itachi's gaze turned icy as he replied, Sarutobi, I am fully aware of my actions. Konoha, in my eyes, is already dead, having withered away under your schemes. With the situation reaching such a critical juncture, he felt no fear of confrontation. Itachi then activated his Sharingan, now evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, suggesting recent advancement. The aura emanating from him had surpassed Sarutobi's. The likes of Noki, Tsunade, and others sensed this formidable presence and approached, only to halt upon recognizing the Uchiha clan members, choosing not to interfere in what they deemed a matter of Konoha. After all, Konoha's plight bore no relevance to their own affairs. Itachi boldly summoned his Susanoo, declaring, Today, my brother and I have come solely to eliminate Danzo. Sarutobi, be wise and surrender him. Once he is dead, we shall take our leave. Jiraiya also arrived, ruffling his hair as he looked at Sarutobi. Old man, is this truly what you wish to see? Meanwhile, Danzo felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. He sought to retreat, wishing to extricate himself from this turmoil. Naruto contemplated within himself, since we have arrived, let us not depart, but rather resolve all grievances once and for all. Naruto positioned himself behind Danzo, unleashing a torrent of formidable power that forced Danzo to retreat. No need for thanks. I am Raifone, Naruto mused to himself, departing with remarkable swiftness, leaving not even a trace of his presence. The village of Konoha was utterly unable to capture even a whisper of his essence. Sasuke, upon realizing that Danzo had been the one cast out, spoke coldly, Brother, I shall eliminate Danzo. Itachi, with tears brimming in his eyes, resolutely replied, You may proceed without worry. I shall handle the rest. The current Sasuke Uchiha was no longer the traitorous version of himself from the past. His speed was such that Danzo had no inkling of his approach before he was struck in the chest by a powerful kick. As his body was propelled backward, he was met with another blow that sent him flying once more. In that fleeting moment, Danzo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Naruto coldly remarked, "How tragic." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes blazed crimson, a reflection of his seething fury. His composure had shattered. "Itachi, can you truly bear to witness the village suffer due to your actions?" In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to evoke compassion from Uchiha Itachi. Attempting to awaken the sentiment he had once instilled in Itachi, the unwavering resolve to safeguard the peace of the village. His past efforts had indeed borne fruit, however. With Shirsue's demise and Naruto's leadership, Itachi's convictions were shattered, unveiling a new path for him, a broad avenue of possibilities. Uchiha Itachi declared coldly, "Were it not for Sasuke's desire for your survival, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would have taken your life." Why such theatrics? Sasuke, the so-called failure, remained bewildered, and Itachi, as a member of the Umbu, should have understood the dangers that threatened Konoha more acutely than anyone. How could he so brazenly seek vengeance? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Naruto silently scoffed. The power of the two brothers had undeniably surged. Naruto acknowledged Sasuke as an elite jonin, while Itachi could be regarded as a shadow-level ninja. Yet, such prowess was insufficient to showcase their might within the confines of Konoha, not to mention legendary figures like Jiraiya, Guy, and Kakashi. Even the combined might of the major clans could thwart them. Kakashi, despite his severely depleted chakra, which had become a measure of sorts, remained a force to be reckoned with. The notion that he was evenly matched with the likes of the god of shinobi, Hashirama, was not mere bravado. He could likely hold his own for several rounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a final act of desperation, stated, "Itachi, I offer you one last choice. Return to Konoha, and I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired." Regardless of Sasuke's or Itachi's current strength, Hiruzen felt a pang of sorrow. Both were pillars of Konoha and now stood in opposition to it. Itachi replied, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, once is enough to stray from the path. I shall never make that mistake again, never." Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly responded, "Then do not blame me." With a sorrowful expression, he added, "May the spirits of our ancestors find peace. I hope for redemption." Unbeknownst to them, a hidden adversary lingered, and with the other four Kages present, a swift resolution was imperative. Konoha lacked the elite capable of such rapid confrontation. Thus, they resorted to forbidden techniques, utilizing the rebirth of Earth, for only the god of shinobi could achieve this. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the hidden potential of Konoha's azure beast was not to be underestimated. With a gesture, he clasped his hands together, summoning two coffins from the earth, one inscribed with first and the other with second. Through the rebirth of Earth, he resurrected the first and second Hokages. As the coffins creaked open, two figures emerged. One, somewhat oblivious, was Senju Hashirama, who remarked, "Have we not passed into the void?" The other, emanating a palpable aura of menace, was Senju Tobirama, who stated, "I have studied the ninjutsu, rebirth of Earth. This is the first and second Hokage. They have returned, astonishingly resurrected. It is the revered first Hokage. The villagers are in a frenzy, for the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, is their faith, their pillar of spirit, and undefeated legend." Sasuke has subdued Danzo beneath his feet and returned to Itachi's side. Though he is momentarily taken aback, he is far from foolish. After all, this is the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, synonymous with invincibility. Even his ancestor, the formidable Madara Uchiha, cannot contend with him. Hashirama inquires, "What is happening, monkey?" Tobirama adds, "Did you use my jutsu to summon us? Has Konoha encountered a grave calamity?" Hiruzen Sarutobi apologetically responds, "I sincerely regret disturbing the peace of both esteemed Hokages in such an extreme manner, but Konoha is indeed facing great peril." As Jiraiya gazes upon the resurrected first and second Hokages, his foot, which was poised to step forward, halts. With the emergence of these two revered figures, danger seems to dissipate, and he recognizes that it is time for him to depart. In this moment, Jiraiya feels the weight of Hiruzen's authority as his teacher has diminished. He is now one of the three great ninjas of Konoha, soon to become a solitary wanderer, belonging to no faction, no longer tied to Konoha, but solely to himself. Hashirama and Tobirama turn their attention to Itachi and Sasuke. Tobirama speaks first, stating, "The malevolent eyes, the wicked Uchiha clan." Hashirama, with a hint of suspicion, asks, "You are descendants of Madara. How can you attack the village?" Itachi advises Sasuke, "You go ahead, I will cover your retreat." Before the god of ninjas, He doubts that the two brothers can escape unscathed. Hashirama interjects, Hey, little one, I am your elder, a figure from the same era as your ancestor Madara. How can you be so disrespectful? At least acknowledge me. Naruto observed the somewhat comical demeanor of Hashirama Senju and murmured, The god of shinobi is indeed a goofball. Uchiha Itachi interjected, Lord Hashirama, your magnanimity and kindness towards others would have prevented us from taking any hostile actions against the village had you remained in charge. However, with our home destroyed, we find ourselves compelled to seek retribution against the perpetrators. Upon hearing this, Hashirama turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and inquired, Monkey, what is the meaning of this? He then directed his gaze towards his brother Tobirama Senju, stating, And you? Did you not instruct me before my departure to treat the Uchiha clan with respect? Tobirama replied, Brother, at the time of my passing, the Uchiha clan still thrived. Itachi added, Lord Tobirama, indeed my clan existed then, yet we faced continual ostracism, retreating step by step, yearning only for peaceful coexistence with the village. The outcome was exacerbation, culminating in our annihilation, a consequence of your will and the actions of your two favored disciples. Danzo lies in a pit. You may wish to gaze into his eyes and discern whether they belong to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Tobirama coldly retorted, The Uchiha clan is malevolent and deserves eradication. Sasuke scoffed, Malevolent? Yes, indeed. Speaking of clans, our Uchiha clan has suffered greatly, yet compared to your fate, we are fortunate. Tobirama icily asked, What do you mean? Itachi continued, Within Konoha, the Senju clan has vanished, save for Lady Tsunade, leaving no one of the Senju name. Hashirama's anger surged as he turned to Hiruzen and demanded, Monkey, what transpired? He had wished for his kin to integrate with the common folk, but had never intended for his lineage to be extinguished. Hiruzen Sarutobi, maintaining control over the two, stated, Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobirama, allow me to elucidate this matter to you later. For now, swift action is required. Naruto emerged prominently into the air and remarked, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is this not rather disrespectful to our predecessors? Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth and replied, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto calmly remarked, Do not gaze at me with such eyes. You currently lack the qualifications to engage me in battle. Upon finishing his words, Naruto's eyes shifted, revealing the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and the Rinnegan in all their glory. Naruto's reincarnation eye is a striking shade of purple, exuding an otherworldly aura that deeply moves both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Naruto unleashed a formidable mental assault upon Hiruzen Sarutobi, liberating both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju from their ensnarement. In Chapter 78, The Wrath of Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen's complexion turned pale as he incredulously inquired, What manner of eyes are these? Tobirama gazed intently at Naruto, while he recognized the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The other purple eye was unfamiliar to him, as he had never encountered nor heard of such a powerful eye before. Hashirama spoke, Child, who are you? The essence of his chakra felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his own beloved wife. Naruto smiled and said, My surname is Uzumaki. Senju Hashirama, filled with joy, inquired, Are you perhaps a descendant of the Mito clan? Mito? His wife, Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. Naruto remarked, I possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, yet I am not a direct descendant of the Mito clan. The Uzumaki clan has dwindled to but a few living members, and the land of whirlpools has, regrettably, been annihilated. As for the reasons behind this, it is a matter that the second Hokage must elucidate. Hashirama Senju expressed his disbelief. The Uzumaki clan has been eradicated? The land of whirlpools is no more. Tobirama Senju responded, The assaults from the various nations came with alarming swiftness, leaving us no time to react. By the time we received word, the land of whirlpools had already fallen. Naruto remarked, The alliance with the hidden leaf is commendable, yet the most foolish act of the land of waves is its demise. After all, it was a nation, a realm with its own hidden village, and yet it was extinguished without a trace. Such a feat could not have been accomplished by a mere small village. It necessitated the might of a great nation's military. Gazing at the map, his eyes fell upon Raikage A and Mizukage Materumi. He coldly stated, Surely, this is inextricably linked to the hidden cloud and the hidden mist. Under Naruto's penetrating gaze, both Mei and A felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as a formidable aura seeped into their very souls. A, crossing his arms, retorted coldly, This matter has nothing to do with the hidden cloud village, kid. Whoosh. Naruto's figure vanished, only to reappear beside AI. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch sent AI crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater spanning 10 feet in diameter. How dare one feign indifference before him, courting death? Naruto spoke coldly. You truly are overstepping your bounds. Remember this. I will only grant you a maximum of 3 years. If you do not make it known to the world, I shall not be lenient. AI coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and despite his futile efforts to rise, he found himself utterly incapacitated. He was unaware of how many bones had been shattered within him, yet he could hear the sound of blood flowing through his body, terrifyingly strong. This was the might of the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't this sheer brute strength? Hashirama Senju inquired. Tobirama Senju remarked, this is the power of the physical body. He did not sense any fluctuations of chakra. This was not the result of concentrated chakra rapidly igniting and exploding, but rather the sheer physical strength of Naruto. How could the physical might be so formidable? As soon as Naruto made his move, he truly astonished the crowd. Naruto mockingly remarked, before the Second World War, the Hidden Leaf Village enjoyed a period of peace and considerable development. The forces of the Cloud and Mist villages were mobilized, and since we cannot ascertain the truth, it is indeed a display of incompetence. However, it is widely known that the White Fang of the Leaf sacrificed his mission to rescue his comrades, which deserves admiration. Moreover, after the demise of the Land of Whirlpools, most of the sealing techniques were acquired by the Leaf Village, a fact that I, Uzumaki Naruto, genuinely respect. In Senju Hashirama's eyes, a fierce anger flared, causing Senju Tobirama to lower his gaze, unable to meet his brother's stare. Senju Hashirama declared, Monkey, you have indeed proven yourself. Naruto would undoubtedly seize this opportunity and remarked, Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed executed these matters with remarkable finesse. Take Hyuga Hayashi for instance. His demise was profoundly unjust. When the visitors from the Hidden Cloud infiltrated Konohagakure and abducted the Hyuga heiress, not only were they discovered, but Hyuga Hizashi met his end at the hands of his own kin. The Hidden Cloud village, in turn, demanded an explanation. Our third Hokage proposed a resolution that was nothing short of astonishing, to surrender the remains of Hyuga Hizashi. His justification was to avert war between the two nations. In the end, Hyuga Hayashi sacrificed himself for his brother. One cannot help but admire the brilliance of this decision, which not only garnered acclaim, but also eliminated dissenters and suppressed the Hyuga clan. It was, without a doubt, a masterstroke yielding triple benefits. Bang! As Naruto's words lingered in the air, Senju Hashirama delivered a powerful blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Coldly, he declared, You are unworthy of the title of Hokage. Though he may appear simple-minded, he is by no means a fool. The repercussions of this event are undeniably significant. Once this news spreads, other major ninja villages may follow suit, occasionally resorting to similar tactics. Must lives be sacrificed merely to settle scores? Konoha is home to numerous clans possessing bloodline limits and secret techniques, and naturally, fear will grip their hearts. No one knows if they shall be the next to follow in the footsteps of Hyuga Hayashi, possibly offered as a sacrificial tribute by Konoha. What sense of security can such a village provide? Does a village like this even deserve to exist? Senju Hashirama lamented, Ultimately, we have misplaced our trust. How can a Hokage who cannot protect the villagers, one who demands their sacrifice, lead Konoha to greatness? In Naruto's eyes, a flicker of unexpected joy glimmered, an absolute surprise. For the persona of Hiruzen Sarutobi had been dismantled. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself nailed to the pillar of shame, regardless of his past efforts. All was rendered futile, dissolving into mere illusions. Although Hiruzen did indeed undermine the merits of Hashirama Senju, he was the third Hokage. Were he to hold the title of 7th or 8th Hokage, perhaps he could have succeeded, for with the passage of time and under deliberate guidance, the past might gradually fade. Yet, only a few decades had elapsed. How could the achievements of Hashirama Senju be obscured? The legend of the god of shinobi still resonated within the ninja world, a legacy he could not erase. Now, as the words of Hashirama Senju echoed, the surrounding populace turned their gaze towards Hiruzen, their expressions reminiscent of the disdain once directed at a young Naruto, inevitably leading to murmurs among them. Hashirama Senju remarked, Child, are you also a ninja of Konohagakure? Naruto declared, I am not merely a ninja, I am a warrior. My father was the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet he passed away in his endeavor to seal the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails resides within me. I am, in essence, the Jinchuriki of this generation in Konoha. Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied, In that case, you can indeed be considered one of Konoha's own. Naruto remarked, I lived here for 12 years. Senju Hashirama responded, Well, Naruto, Returning to Konoha, you shall become the 5th Hokage. After all, this is the village where you spent your childhood, and it holds a special place in your heart. Naruto extended his hand and said, "Hold on, Senju Hashirama. You may have misunderstood. I truly harbor no feelings for Konoha, and I have little interest in the position of the 5th Hokage." Sensing that there was some underlying cause to this, Hashirama inquired, "Naruto, is there some sort of misunderstanding here?" Chapter 79, The Unfamiliar Path of Danzo. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a foreboding sense of dread in his heart. Naruto, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. He recounted his experiences with remarkable skill, weaving a narrative that vividly portrayed his childhood. In the end, Naruto posed a question to Hashirama Senju. "Do you believe I am in the wrong for having betrayed the village? Or do you think I should relinquish my hatred and strive to protect those who once regarded me as an enemy?" Hashirama Senju fell silent, unable to respond. Naruto continued, "Furthermore, this insignificant hidden leaf village holds no appeal for me. I currently command the land of the Flame Dragon, having seized the Fire Nation Peninsula and reclaimed the land of whirlpools. Is that not more liberating than the carefree existence of a Hokage?" Senju Hashirama inquired. "The land of the Flame Dragon? What realm is that?" Naruto remarked, "The land of Tea is attempting to flee once more." In the pit, Danzo sought to escape but was apprehended by Naruto. Concurrently, Naruto removed Danzo's eye patch and the cloth bag from his right arm. He turned to Senju Tobirama and said, "Behold your esteemed disciple. He has indeed inherited your ruthless nature, exterminating others' clans and stealing their eyes. Is it not reasonable for them to seek vengeance? Will you intervene?" Upon witnessing several crimson Sharingan on Danzo's arm, Senju Tobirama stood in stunned silence, visibly shaken, before coldly inquiring, "Danzo, why?" Naruto remarked, "Allow me to answer on his behalf. I take great pleasure in offering assistance, driven by an innate desire to help others. Primarily, the fear of death motivates me. The Izanagi technique of the Uchiha clan serves as a means of preserving one's life. Furthermore, the pursuit of corporeal research may lead to immortality, a goal he has pursued with remarkable dedication. Not only does he study the remains of the deceased, but he also captures orphans amidst the chaos of war to conduct his experiments, all in the quest for eternal life. Such is my nature as a willing helper. I would gladly bestow upon him a 5-star rating." Naruto continued to stoke the flames, saying, "Do not be angered just yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen is, in fact, aware of certain matters, though he feigns ignorance. What is the nature of his relationship with Danzo? In name, one is a root and the other a grand tree. In reality, they engage in a covert collaboration, not of romantic entanglements but rather of clandestine slaughter. Whenever Hiruzen wished to eliminate someone, Danzo would employ underhanded tactics, spreading rumors to incite the villagers to collectively attack. The demise of Konoha's White Fang and the Uchiha clan occurred in this manner. Even I, the son of the nine-tailed fox, am a product of Danzo's machinations. Thus, through such collusion, Konoha has attained its current prosperity. The phrase killing the heart aptly describes this scenario. It is exceedingly ruthless, truly ruthless. They can only imagine that, after today, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will inevitably earn infamy, their names forever tainted." Naruto continued, "As for what I have just said, you may find it hard to believe. However, verification is quite simple. Kakashi, please step forward." Kakashi, upon hearing the mention of the circumstances surrounding his father's demise, felt a familiar ache in his heart. He gazed up at the sky, his spirits seemingly diminished. Responding to Naruto's call, he turned to see Naruto nodding at him, and thus he made his appearance. Naruto said, "Could you please wait a moment?" Kakashi, along with the others, gazed at Naruto in bewilderment. Naruto's eyes began to swirl as an immense surge of mental energy bore down upon Danzo, compelling him to divulge the details of his research. This was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, the power to manipulate another's will and actions, extracting information directly from their mind. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained motionless, refraining from interference, fully aware that any attempts to thwart the process would be futile. He resigned himself to the destruction at hand. The situation was entirely under Naruto's control, and any efforts to intervene would only result in disgrace. Naruto said to Kakashi, "Have you clearly understood the location? You may investigate further and enter the underground research chamber. The truth will be revealed." Senju Hashirama interjected, "There's no need to go." Naruto remarked, "We should go. Perhaps we can still save a few." This time, Senju Hashirama did not intervene, and Kakashi also joined in the rescue efforts. After today, Konoha would no longer have its foundation. Senju Hashirama's gaze fell upon Naruto as he said, "The energy within you is extraordinary. It is not chakra, but something far more powerful." Naruto remarked, "This is the essence of nature. What I possess is true energy, the true energy of martial arts. It absorbs the energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, and thus it is inherently superior to chakra. Even sage chakra pales in comparison before it, as if it were a mere younger sibling." Senju Hashirama responded, "Martial arts? Do you mean the way of the warrior?" Naruto, "Senpai Hashirama, this is indeed your misstep. Do not besmirch my martial way with the triviality of Bushido. The martial path is a pursuit of truth through the refinement of skill. The spirit of martial arts seeks to quell strife and find a harmonious unity amid conflict and discord. As for the teachings, they are quite familiar to me, though regrettably, without a thorough indoctrination, I find myself unable to comprehend their essence." Senju Hashirama replied, "This new method of training is quite intriguing. If given the opportunity, I would certainly wish to experience it firsthand." Naruto remarked, "I too wish to witness the legendary prowess of the god of ninjas. After you have addressed the subsequent matters in Konoha, you may journey to the land of flame, where I shall engage you in battle." Senju Hashirama readily acquiesced, exclaiming, "Splendid." Senju Tobarama added, "Count me in." To this, Naruto retorted without hesitation, "You are excluded. One who could be vanquished by the likes of Kin and Jin has no right to challenge me." This was not arrogance, but rather the truth. Kin and Jin, having mastered the art of soil manipulation through reanimation, were easily reduced to mere fragments by his blade. The outcome would be no different for Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama, bursting into hearty laughter, declared, "Ah, young one, you are truly spirited. Konoha's decision to let you depart was its gravest error. Alas, we are born in the wrong era. Had you and I existed in the same time, you would undoubtedly have transformed this world." Naruto remarked, "This is inevitable." This statement elicited a hearty laugh from Senju Hashirama, further endearing Naruto to him. Naruto remarked, "Then I shall leave this Tobi to the two brothers." Senju Hashirama replied, "He is one of my own from Konoha. To be honest, I truly prefer not to hand him over to you. If he must perish, it should be on the judgment platform of Konoha. However, engaging in battle with you is not timely at the moment." "Very well, take him away." Naruto addressed Sasuke and Itachi, saying, "Sasuke, Itachi, I leave it to you." Initially, it was their stage, a platform they had painstakingly built together, yet the performance was entirely rendered by Naruto. Sasuke expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Naruto." Itachi also smiled and added, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Itachi's heartfelt appreciation for Naruto was profound. Aside from everything else, Naruto had rescued Sasuke from the depths of despair, enabling him not only to grow stronger, but also to transform his character significantly, ultimately acknowledging Itachi as his brother. Naruto remarked, "There's no need for formality. Sasuke and I are indeed friends, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another." Under the furious tactics of the two brothers, Danzo employed Izanagi 3 times yet ultimately perished, consumed entirely by flames. In Chapter 80, titled The Intent of Rock Lee, the Chunin exam had transformed Konoha into a mere jest. Both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo had gained notoriety throughout the ninja world, their despicable methods eliciting revulsion and tarnishing their reputations beyond repair. The Sarutobi clan, too, suffered from an undeserved calamity, becoming the target of villagers' disdain. Fortunately, remnants of their former power deterred rampant bullying at their doorstep. Hiruzen Sarutobi aged significantly, transitioning from a respected Hokage to a despised figure akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Each day, the echoes of villagers' curses reverberated in his ears, and in this moment, he could empathize with the suffering endured by Kakashi, Hatake, and Naruto. This sensation was indeed unbearable, with each word piercing his heart like a steel needle. Did Naruto leave Konoha? Certainly not. His purpose in returning to Konoha is far from fulfilled. He still needs to recruit more talent. Kakashi, for instance, has now assumed the role of the 5th Hokage, a position personally appointed by the 1st Hokage, and he wields the root as a formidable weapon. Originally, this responsibility was to fall upon Jiraiya, but he departed from Konoha, even amidst peril, demonstrating his unwavering resolve and disillusionment with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ultimately, the task has landed on Kakashi's shoulders. It is now impossible to draw him into the Dragon of the Abyss organization, for the seeds once sown by Shursui withered when Hiruzen stepped down. In light of this, Naruto can only lament the lost opportunity. However, his primary focus is on recruiting Guy. Attaching a life elixir to him may yield an unexpected outcome. which is certainly something to look forward to. On this day, Naruto assumed the guise of a nurse to visit Rock Lee. Upon seeing Naruto enter with medicine, Lee remarked earnestly, "Wasn't the dressing changed just a moment ago? Are we changing it again?" His body could hardly absorb the medicinal properties at such a rapid pace. It would take at least a day to fully assimilate them. Naruto remarked, "Do not overthink. I merely wish to avoid complications. I have donned the guise of a physician, but I am not here to change your bandages. Rather, I have come to see you." Lee Rock, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant. Even in his incapacitated state, he resolved to resist fiercely and fight on, inquiring, "Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking me?" Naruto's face shifted several times before reverting to its original form, and he spoke, "I indeed have a purpose for seeking you out." Rock Lee replied, "It is you." Naruto, Uzumaki. A look of perplexity crossed his face, pondering what qualities he possessed that could possibly draw Naruto's attention. Given Naruto's current strength and the fact that he should have no need for assistance from others, Naruto exclaimed, "It is I." Rock Lee fixed his gaze upon Naruto, his thick eyebrows furrowing into a formidable V-shape. Naruto said, "The reason I seek you out is that your unwavering commitment has garnered my admiration. I wish to guide you into the profound path of physical cultivation." Rock Lee inquired, "Do you mean the martial arts?" Naruto remarked, "This is martial arts." Rock Lee replied earnestly, "Are you asking me to betray Konoha?" Naruto proclaimed, "To gain something, one must inevitably lose something in return. Water flows to the lowest point, while humans strive for the heights. Betraying Konoha may not be considered a crime, but joining the Flame Dragon is out of the question." Rock Lee responded resolutely, his words resonating with conviction, "I would rather face death than betray my comrades." Naruto said, "There's no need for you to decline just yet. Allow me to finish speaking, and then you may contemplate your decision. No one will pressure you into a choice. Should you wish to join the Flame Dragon, I extend my warmest welcome. Conversely, if you choose to remain in Konoha, I shall respect your decision." Rock Lee responded, "All right, please continue." Naruto remarked, "The physical techniques you practice alongside my guys seem to me nothing more than a flawed endeavor. To put it plainly, you are currently exchanging your vitality for combat prowess, entirely neglecting to truly comprehend the intricacies of the human body. Each individual's physique represents a unique universe, and fortifying this universe's structure constitutes true physical cultivation. Although you engage in the exercise of your bodies, what you are truly honing is not your physical form, but rather ninjutsu. Without a robust body to support the execution of potent ninjutsu, one invites undue strain upon their physique. Every body possesses a threshold of endurance. Exceed this limit, and one risks incurring injury. Healing such injuries necessitates cellular division and growth, a process that is inherently limited for each person, akin to trading life for strength. This logic is quite straightforward, and Lee Rock readily comprehends it. He neither contested nor could contest this assertion, as the reality is indeed as stated. Naruto proclaimed, "In the pursuit of martial arts, one must first strengthen the body. If the physical form attains a level as formidable as mine, then not only can one open the fifth gate, but even the eighth gate can be endured." As he spoke, Naruto produced a blade from an unknown source and struck it fiercely against his wrist. With a resonant clang, his arm remained unscathed, while the blade, subjected to the force of the impact, shattered into pieces. Rock Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. The blade had broken without even grazing the flesh. Was this still a corporeal form of flesh and blood? The answer is an unequivocal yes. It is indeed a corporeal form, albeit one that is impeccably crafted. Naruto inquired, "Are you familiar with Tsunadeheim?" Rock Lee, in a state of bewilderment, nodded slowly. "Indeed, she is one of the legendary Sannin, an exceptionally powerful kunoichi." Naruto remarked, "Her strength is indeed formidable. She is a medical ninja, possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, endowed with astonishing physical prowess. While she unleashed her immense strength upon me, it scarcely amounted to 80% of my own physical might. Understand this clearly. It is the strength of the body, not the energy derived from martial arts techniques. If you were to cultivate a physical training technique and attain merely 10% of my strength, employing body techniques, you could not only subdue Gaara but also avoid lying here in defeat." Rock Lee inquired, "Is it truly possible to achieve such a level?" Naruto remarked, "With your determination, it is indeed possible." Rock Lee was evidently stirred, yet the thought of leaving Konoha was beyond his capabilities, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Naruto remarked, "As I have stated before, the choice lies with you. Should you choose to join the land of the Flame Dragon, we shall together establish a realm of absolute freedom. Ponder this deeply, for I shall take my leave now." He contemplated, I still need to persuade your teacher. Convincing him would indeed be a remarkable gain. Rock Lee did not detain Naruto, realizing he needed to consider the matter carefully. In contrast, Might Guy remained more vigilant. Naruto took a shortcut, and with a swift sidekick, he attempted to strike. However, Naruto evaded the blow. Might Guy's assault came again, this time with a powerful kick. His strength was undeniably formidable, yet in Naruto's hands, he seemed akin to a child. With a few swift maneuvers, Naruto subdued Might Guy effortlessly. Recognizing the skill of his opponent, Might Guy began to channel his chakra, preparing to unlock the 8 gates. Naruto remarked, "Teacher Guy, is it truly necessary to open the 8 gates?" The familiar voice responded, "You are Naruto." Chapter 81, Hinata vs. Guy. Naruto's facial features returned to their original form as he spoke. "It's me, Teacher Guy." Might Guy replied, "As expected of you, being able to effortlessly withstand such a powerful attack of mine. By the way, why have you not retreated? With the first and second Hokage joining forces, you would find yourself at a significant disadvantage." Despite Naruto's ease in countering him, Guy felt no surprise. It was quite natural, considering that even the Raikage would struggle to stand before him after a single blow. Naruto remarked, "I am not afraid of this, given the affairs in Konoha. They hardly have the time to engage in battle with me. Moreover, I would much prefer to face you in combat." Might Guy, perplexed, responded, "Me? This truly leaves me at a loss." Naruto remarked, "Yes, it is indeed you." Might Guy responded, "Do you hold me in such high regard?" He was merely a genin, an inconsequential one at that. How could he possibly capture Naruto's attention? In this present time, Naruto's strength had garnered the acknowledgement of the ninja god, making him far more radiant than this obscure individual. Naruto nodded, "Of course. I am well versed in the script. How could I possibly overlook your rise as the Dark Horse? Even the formidable Six Paths Madara has been reduced to half his former self by your hand." Might Guy shook his head. "The world now belongs to the youth. I have grown old and can no longer keep pace." Naruto, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Teacher Guy, your perspective is rather pessimistic. Wouldn't you agree? Only those who are truly aged, like Hiruzen Sarutobi, who are in their 80s or 90s, have the right to claim they are old. In your 30s, you are in the prime of your life. To call yourself old seems disingenuous, does it not?" Might Guy, disinterested in Naruto's musings, inquired, "Naruto, what brings you to me?" Naruto remarked, "To uncover the true path of physical cultivation." Might Guy responded, "Martial arts?" Naruto, "Martial arts." Subsequently, Naruto commenced his art of persuasion, a skill in which he had become quite adept. Regardless of the truth behind his words, he possessed the ability to render them convincing. Although Might Guy was somewhat eccentric, he was by no means foolish. If it were merely a ruse, it would be challenging to navigate. Yet Naruto, employing reason and articulating his truths, struck a chord deep within Guy's heart. Naruto remarked, "If you possess a formidable physique, even the opening of the 8th gate could be endured. Might I inquire, Guy-sensei, what spectacle might that evoke? Have you ever contemplated it? I find myself yearning for a duel with you in the state of the 8th gate. However, once the gate is opened, half of your life is surrendered to the Grim Reaper, and whether one can survive remains an enigma. Reflect upon this. If you seek to grasp the allure of martial arts, you may challenge my former companions for a taste of it. Should you arrive at an understanding, I shall await you in the Qianlong city." As Naruto departed, Might Guy remained attuned to the true essence left within his body, which was mending his hidden injuries and fortifying his cells. Time passed, moment by moment, until nightfall arrived, and it was then that Might Guy awakened, exclaiming, "What a captivating power! The children of Konoha are surely remarkable, especially the little princess of the Hyuga clan." Eagerly, he set off to visit the Hyuga family. Might Guy had little interaction with Hyuga Hizashi. They were merely fellow villagers. Hizashi, being slightly older, was considered a senior to Might Guy, and his unexpected visit left Hizashi perplexed, prompting him to personally greet him. "Might Guy?" Hizashi called out. "Guy, what brings you to the Hyuga clan?" "I wish to meet Hinata." Might Guy replied earnestly. Hizashi's Byakugan subtly stirred as he inquired, "You seek my little sister for a specific purpose?" With sincerity, Might Guy articulated, "I wish to personally experience the might of martial arts." In truth, seeking Naruto would have been the most prudent approach to grasp the allure of martial prowess. Yet he was no fool. He refrained from confronting Naruto's formidable strength for fear of injury. From Naruto's words, he learned that Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata had all embarked on the path of martial cultivation, and among them, Hinata's physical skills were the most potent. Thus, it was only natural for him to seek out the strongest among them. Hizashi, growing wary, questioned, "Guy, what have you discovered?" His Byakugan activated, he warned. "If you do not clarify your intentions, you shall remain within the Hyuga household tonight." Sensing Hisashi's hostility, Might Guy hastily replied, "Hisashi-senpai, Uzumaki Naruto wishes to invite me to join the Hidden Dragon." I declined. Hisashi immediately relaxed, saying, "I see." His demeanor softened as he nodded. "This little rascal does possess a keen eye. You are diligent. Should you acquire the methods of body refinement, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness." He then led Might Guy to find Hinata. "Hinata, greet your teacher," Hisashi instructed. "Hello, teacher Guy," Hinata said politely. "Hisashi, Guy has come to offer guidance," Hisashi informed her. Hinata's pure eyes brimmed with disbelief at the thought of being chosen for a duel. Hisashi interjected, "Guy is a key figure that Naruto is keen to recruit." Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a surge of excitement and asked, "Teacher Guy, will you assist Naruto-kun?" This revelation exposed quite a bit. It seemed the Hyuga clan was leaning towards Naruto. Hisashi internally lamented, "A daughter grows too precious to keep," as all benefits appeared to favor Naruto. Might Guy, however, remained unperturbed, eager to immerse himself in the power of martial arts, simply stating, "I shall not be departing from Konoha for the time being." "Hinata Hyuga, I see. Teacher Guy, opening the 8 gates can be detrimental to your health. As I currently possess the strength of an elite jonin, you only need to open the 6th gate. Therefore, shall we engage in a battle of taijutsu without utilizing chakra?" Upon hearing that Hinata claimed to possess elite jonin strength, Might Guy's expression turned to one of astonishment as he glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, who, filled with pride, nodded affirmatively. This only ignited Might Guy's passion for martial arts further. Hinata assumed a Tai Chi stance, her movements slow and gentle, lacking any semblance of force. She proclaimed, "Teacher Guy, let us begin." Might Guy hesitated and inquired, "Hinata, is this a martial arts skill?" Hinata offered a subtle smile and replied, "Indeed." Hayashi Hyuga shook his head slightly. Realizing that Guy was about to be outmatched by his own daughter, he cautioned, "Guy, do not underestimate this form of boxing. It surpasses even our family's secret techniques." Intrigued, Guy decided to test her. He launched a rapid straight punch towards Hinata. In response, she raised her palm to intercept the blow, and just before contact, her hand flattened, gently grasping Might Guy's fist. She then stepped back, pulling Guy forward as well. At that moment, Hinata struck her palm against Guy's fist, causing him to stumble back several meters before finally halting. Might Guy stared at Hinata as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 82. The decision of the master and apprentice. Hayashi Hyuga thought to himself, "This is already quite impressive. If she were to fully control him and spin him in the air, that would indeed be humiliating." Guy launched another attack. His speed significantly increased this time. Hinata remained calm, employing Tai Chi, which emphasizes using stillness to counter movement and employing slowness to overcome speed. After several exchanges, Hinata transitioned from evading and blocking to effortlessly neutralizing Guy's attacks, regardless of his speed. What a peculiar style of boxing, capable of harnessing, dispersing, and amplifying strength. Direct assaults proved ineffective, compelling Guy to reconsider his approach. In his mind, he noted that no matter the force behind his punches, upon contacting Hinata's hand, it felt as though he was striking cotton, dissipating under her gentle touch. Hayashi Hyuga shook his head slightly. The advantage now lay with his daughter. And Might Guy was ensnared. As Guy retreated, Hinata advanced. As Guy advanced, Hinata retreated. Guy had to admit that he could no longer escape Hinata's grasp, as if bound by an adhesive, becoming more entangled with each exchange. Hayashi declared, "The outcome is already determined." In the next moment, Might Guy was lifted off the ground, twirled around by Hinata in midair. A faint blush crept across his cheeks. After all, he was a teacher, and yet he found himself in such a compromising predicament. This could not continue. Even if he were to act like a child, he must retain some dignity. He opened 3 gates in succession, attempting to break free from Hinata's grasp. However, it seemed Hinata had anticipated his moves. The Tai Chi formation emerged, elevating Might Guy further, as if he existed in his own realm, with a radius of 3 zhang entirely under Hinata's control. Hisashi Hyuga interjected, "Hinata, spare Guy." With that, Hinata ceased her actions, allowing Guy to safely descend to the ground. He inquired of Hinata, "What kind of martial art is this?" Hinata replied, "It is martial arts, Tai Chi." Might Guy sincerely exclaimed, "What a marvelous martial art." At that moment, Hisashi Hyuga advised, "Guy, you have a choice. Martial arts would suit you and your disciple well. If the leaves of Konoha are not tended to, they shall rot, emitting a foul stench that corrupts the heart. A father's longing compelled him to assist his son-in-law. Might Guy shivered slightly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Hisashi-sensei. I shall ponder this carefully. After departing from the Hyuga clan, Guy returned home. Yet sleep eluded him. Contemplating his thoughts, he resolved to visit Rock Lee. It was the dead of night, and only Guy would undertake such a venture to see a patient. However, midway, he encountered a figure limping towards him. Who else could it be but Lee? He too was restless, the conversation he had with Naruto echoing in his mind, the seed of martial will taking root within him. Teacher Guy? Lee exclaimed. Lee. Might Guy responded, embracing him as if they were father and son. Might Guy inquired, what brings you out of the hospital? Teacher Guy, I spoke with Naruto today, and he told me. Might Guy interjected, he sought you out as well? Lee paused, then asked, Teacher Guy, could it be that he? Might Guy nodded, body cultivation. This was not the place for idle chatter. Might Guy led Lee back to his home, where the two began to discuss Naruto's invitation and an overview of body cultivation. Soon, they fell into silence, both deeply intrigued by the path of martial arts and body cultivation, yearning to train. However, given the current circumstances in Konoha, they could not leave, for fear of being ridiculed by the world. After a considerable pause, Lee broke the silence, declaring, Teacher Guy, I wish to practice body techniques. Might Guy replied, Lee, you are not alone in your desire. Lee, taken aback, responded, Teacher Guy, you too wish to go? Indeed, Might Guy affirmed. Martial arts appears to be veiled in mystery, distinctly different from the path of the ninja. It is not a path of consumption, but one of gaining energy. I visited the Hyuga clan today. Upon hearing this, Lee's face reflected confusion. He was well aware of his teacher's lack of connection with the Hyuga clan. How could he have returned there? Might Guy continued, I went to spar with Hinata Hyuga. You heard me correctly, it was Hinata, not Hinata Hisashi. However, I was defeated. What? Lee Rock exclaimed, Sensei was defeated by a mere genin. Might Guy replied, Lee, Hinata is neither a genin nor a chunin. Having trained alongside Naruto for these past years, her strength has ascended to that of an elite jounin, and she has even mastered a new martial technique. I was easily bested by her. Of course, if I were to unleash the eighth gate, Hinata would stand no chance against me. After all, I am capable of overwhelming even the likes of Six Paths Madara. It's not just Hinata, but even someone at the origin realm would struggle to withstand my might. However, upon entering the Great Unity, self-preservation should pose no trouble. Lee Rock's mouth hung open in disbelief. It was difficult for him to accept this revelation. For in his eyes, Sensei was the embodiment of strength. Might Guy stated, the practice of martial arts is quite extraordinary. It involves constructing and honing the physical body, enhancing its defensive capabilities and resilience. These aspects hold a profound allure for our physical training, representing the very goals we strive to achieve. Lee's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Might Guy, exclaiming, Sensei. Might Guy continued, thus, Lee. We shall venture to the land of the flame dragons to gain insight into the spirit of martial arts and the essence of martial will. Lee replied joyfully, yes, Sensei. Then, remembering the current Hokage, he hesitated, saying, but Sensei, what about Kakashi-sensei? He understood that the bond between his teacher and Kakashi was deeply rooted, and leaving Konohagakure now could be perceived as dissatisfaction with the village. Might Guy laughed heartily. Lee, you need not worry about that. Leave it to me. I will personally discuss it with Kakashi. Lee affirmed, yes, Sensei. The swiftness of Might Guy's decision was influenced to some extent by Naruto's words, but that accounted for only 30% of his motivation. Even if he were to go, he would not do so hastily. The second factor was the arduous nature of physical training, which could inflict considerable pain on the body. He was all too familiar with the suffering that accompanied this journey, and he did not wish for his disciples to endure such tribulations. He cared little for the slander, having faced his fair share of ridicule in his youth. Yet, this second factor contributed merely 20% to his decision. What truly compelled him to act so swiftly was Hisashi's statement, if Konoha is not tended to, it will rot. The stench will become overwhelming, corrupting the hearts of its people. Was this not a reflection of the current state of Konoha? The leaves begin to decay from their roots, overwhelmed by an excess of water, fearing that branches will fall and take root, becoming the main trunk. Thus, the water source was severed, resulting in the current state of withering. Chapter 83. Pursuing the sand-hidden village the following day, Might Guy donned his attire with utmost seriousness, appearing impeccably formal, as if a fierce battle awaited him. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge, for he intended to negotiate with Kakashi regarding matters of leaving the village. Kakashi had held the position of Hokage for merely 2 or 3 days, yet he demonstrated commendable dexterity in managing affairs with remarkable efficiency. Bolstered by the support of the first and second Hokage, resulting in enthusiastic cooperation from all. Upon Gai's arrival, Kakashi inquired, "Guy, what brings you to seek me out?" With a grave demeanor, Guy replied, "Kakashi, may we converse?" This marked the first occasion Kakashi witnessed such earnestness in Gai's tone, indicating that a significant matter was at hand. Nodding in agreement, he responded, "Very well." The two agreed to meet at the cliff's edge, where they could behold the panoramic view of Konoha below. The slanting rays of the sun painted a beautiful scene, yet under that light, Konoha resembled an aged elder, weary and staggering, as if nearing its twilight. Kakashi asked, "Guy, what do you wish to discuss?" Having been friends for many years, Guy did not conceal anything, stating directly, "Kakashi, Lee and I intend to leave Konoha." Kakashi questioned, "Guy, why?" Guy explained, "To pursue the true essence of physical cultivation." Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding, "You plan to join the Dragon S organization and delve into martial arts?" "Indeed," Guy affirmed. "Martial arts strengthen the body, allowing one to withstand the sharpness of blades, something taijutsu alone cannot achieve. At my age, I am no longer concerned about such matters, but Lee is still young. His youth should not be marred by scars." Kakashi immediately grasped Gai's intentions and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" As a longtime friend, Kakashi would not hinder Gai's decision. For Konoha, Gai's father had perished, and Guy himself bore countless wounds, his bones having been broken innumerable times, his body a testament to his valor. Guy asserted, "I have decided, and I shall also seek to discover what makes the flame dragon remarkable." Kakashi replied, "I respect your choice, Guy. I only hope that in the future, we shall not find ourselves as adversaries." "Rest assured, Kakashi," Guy reassured him, "that will not happen. We are friends, the best of friends. I will not become an enemy of Konoha, nor will I partake in battles against it." Kakashi believed in Gai's character, knowing him well. Guy then inquired, "Kakashi, how long have the first and second Hokage been around?" Kakashi responded, "About 4 months." Might Guy and Rock Lee embarked on a peculiar mission, devoid of any substance. The master and disciple departed from Konoha to undertake this nameless task. Once again, Konoha lost a comrade, and Kakashi sighed, sensing that the village seemed beyond salvation. Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Hyuga Hinata, and Haruno Sakura, these formidable youths, despite their ties with Naruto, would not serve as the pillars of Konoha. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was currently pursuing the denizens of Sunagakure, Might Guy and Rock Lee had ventured forth from the Hidden Leaf Village towards the Land of the Flames, while he was determined to bring Gaara back. Naruto emitted a faint aura, which was promptly sensed by Rasha, who exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Naruto made his presence known, proclaiming, "Fourth Kazekage, you truly are a fool. Even with your aura so close, you fail to perceive my whereabouts." Gaara's body stiffened as he uttered, "Vortex Naruto." With a chilling gaze, Gaara fixed his eyes upon Naruto, a flicker of pride evident within him. They were kindred spirits in the Hidden Leaf. He had heard tales of Naruto's life, one that mirrored his own. Both had faced ostracism from a young age, branded as demons in the eyes of others, unaccepted and destined to live in solitude, inflicting wounds upon themselves in the shadowy corners of despair. Naruto exclaimed, "It is I." Naruto's prowess has garnered the acknowledgement of the god of ninjas, effortlessly vanquishing the Raikage with a single hand. Naturally, such a feat poses no challenge for him. He couldn't help but lower his body slightly and inquired, "Might I ask what brings the Dragon King here?" Naruto pointed at Gaara and declared, "I have come here for him." Gaara remained calm, coolly crossing his arms, an unusual serenity enveloping him. Nevertheless, his curiosity about the reason was evident as he fixed his gaze intently upon Naruto. Raza inquired, "Dragon King? I fail to comprehend your intentions?" Naruto declared, "The meaning is quite simple. I intend to take him away, and it would be wise for you not to interfere, especially you, Rasha. You are the one I detest the most. A father like you is utterly repugnant." Kanjiro, holding great respect for his father, furiously retorted, "You shall not insult." But before he could finish, Naruto forcefully embedded him into the ground with a single hand. Naruto remarked, "It is best not to interrupt while I speak." Fixating on Gaara, he continued, "I am most curious to ascertain whether Gaara is indeed your offspring. I wish to observe if he can master his emotions, control Shikaku, and ultimately become the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. You covet the position of Kazekage and have dispatched Yashimara to assassinate Gaara, who happens to be his uncle, misleading Gaara into believing that he has never loved him, but rather seeks vengeance for his sister. He even insinuated that Gaara's mother harbored hatred towards him, thereby undermining Gaara's affection and longing for her. Subsequently, Yashimaru willingly met his demise at Gaara's hands. When Gaara discovered that his assailant was none other than his own uncle, he was struck with profound shock, unable to contain his sorrow, which led to Shikaku spiraling out of control. Although you suppressed him with your gold sand, in your eyes, Gaara has become a failure. This was not your first attempt on his life. Upon witnessing his remarkable growth, you chose to spare him temporarily. Do you, as a father, truly deserve that title? Gaara may have matured, but he has become increasingly isolated, bloodthirsty, and misanthropic, living out a tragic existence. Temari shook her head, stating, "That cannot be, it is impossible." "Dear father," Naruto said, "Temari, awaken your senses. I understand your hatred for Gaara, but have you ever truly reflected on the affection you hold for him? Have you considered that he is your brother? Have you endeavored to comprehend his life from his perspective? This is Shikamaru's wife. It is essential to leave a good impression, as it may serve to influence Shikamaru in the future." Temari's body trembled, and her expression inevitably fell into despondency. Gaara's face twisted with a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto and asked, "Is everything you say true?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed. Your mother and your uncle hold an immense love for you, a fact that is beyond dispute." Gaara, smiling warmly, responded, "Thank you, truly, thank you." As the chakra within him began to surge, Gaara let out a fierce roar, while Raza and the others swiftly pulled Kankuro from the ground, evading the impending chaos. As Naruto's spiritual energy surged, his consciousness intertwined with Gaara's, his hand resting firmly on Gaara's shoulder as he urged, "Awaken." Chapter 84, An Unfathomable Crisis. Under Naruto's influence, Gaara regained his senses. Naruto continued, "Gaara, our fates are intertwined. Neither can be deemed fortunate nor unfortunate. I have lost my parents, received no affection from my grandmother, and my uncle's love is absent, merely a pawn in this game. You, though you bask in your uncle's affection, are burdened by a father who is not truly a father. Gaara, absorb his chakra, for no one shall dictate your destiny." Naruto's words remained unfinished when Shikaku interjected. Sensing the presence of Kurama, Shikaku tempted Gaara, knowing well that such matters were of no consequence to him. Kurama's voice echoed through the air, "Shikaku, I advise you to refrain from provoking Naruto. He is capable of ending your existence." Naruto remarked, "Kurama, do not portray me as such a ruthless individual. I am indeed an ardent advocate for nuclear peace." Shikaku retorted, "You foul fox, I find your presence quite distasteful." It then turned its gaze toward Naruto and continued, "You little brat." With a swift gesture of his finger, Naruto commanded, "Lie down." The imposing form of Shikaku immediately succumbed to the ground. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Naruto. To him, Shikaku was an invincible entity. Yet, in Naruto's presence, a mere finger was sufficient to assert dominance over it, a display of power beyond Gaara's comprehension. Kurama, relishing in the moment, remarked, "You brought this upon yourself." Having experienced such discomfort himself, he could only accept the reality. Naruto's strength was overwhelming. Shikaku retorted, "You wretched fox, this is your host. It seems you have submitted to him." Kurama shot back, "At least I can endure for a while, whereas you succumb with a single move." Shikaku snapped, "Get lost." Naruto, indifferent to the two individuals, had achieved his objective. He subdued Shikaku, thereby issuing a cautionary warning to it not to overstep its bounds. "Gaara," he remarked thoughtfully, "life often takes us down winding paths. Only through adaptability can one discover shortcuts. At times, living itself may call for a change in perspective. Embracing a new existence may lead to a better outcome, don't you think?" Gaara inquired. "Can the flame dragon truly establish equality among all, fostering mutual protection and assistance?" Naruto said, "Gaara, I do not wish to deceive you. This is something I truly cannot accomplish. Remember, wherever there are people, disputes and injustices are inevitable. Human nature is inherently selfish, and as selfishness proliferates, so too does conflict. Absolute peace is unattainable, yet I can assure you that darkness will remain but a minuscule fraction, scarcely a possibility." Gaara replied, "Very well, I trust you. I will accompany you." Naruto declared, "This is a wise decision." Outside, Raza observed as Naruto stood opposite Gaara. The chakra emanating from Gaara dissipated, for he recognized that Naruto's consciousness had entered his body to engage in discourse with Shikaku. Unfortunately, it was not a negotiation but rather a one-sided domination. In overwhelming force against Shikaku, Raza dared not launch a surprise attack against Naruto, for he lacked the conviction of delivering a lethal blow. Should he provoke Naruto? Returning to Sunagakure would be but a futile dream. As Gaara's consciousness returned, a sense of ease washed over him. He turned to face his father, sister, and brother, stating, "I am leaving." Raza's anger flared upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Gaara, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Gaara replied, "I do. I intend to escape the confines of Sunagakure and break free from your control. Is there a problem with that?" His tone was frigid, as if addressing not his father, but a sworn enemy. Raza then turned to Naruto, questioning, "Your Excellency, is this action not somewhat excessive?" Naruto remarked, "Is it excessive? I do not believe so, after all. My strength is formidable." As he spoke, a crimson chakra enveloped him, fully transforming him into his tailed beast form. The overwhelming aura radiated around him, instilling a sense of dread in Temari and the others, rendering them incapable of resistance. This vivid scarlet, this malevolent energy, was unlike anything they had encountered before. Not only could they not fight back, they found themselves powerless even to resist. Naruto threatened, "Raza, the fourth Kazekage, do you wish to test your mettle?" A test? Was he courting death? While he possessed a modicum of confidence in confronting Shikaku, this was the fully transformed Nine Tails. He had no assurance, not a shred of certainty. Reluctantly, Raza gritted his teeth and uttered, "You all should leave." Naruto's gaze once again fell upon Temari and Kankuro as he remarked, "If you too wish to depart from Sunagakure, you are welcome to come to the city of Flame Dragons. Rest assured, in the city of Flame Dragons, you shall find even greater comfort." Raikage, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Dragon King." Naruto cast a fleeting glance in his direction, and instantly, Rasha fell silent. From Naruto's gaze, he discerned a palpable discontent. It was evident that Naruto was eager to confront him. If he continued to be oblivious to the situation, he could no longer expect leniency. Temari spoke softly, expressing her gratitude, yet she declared her preference for their village. Despite Naruto's bullying, she felt little animosity. Instead, a subtle joy blossomed within her heart for her brother's sake. Relieved that he would no longer have to endure the coldness of Sunagakure, Kankuro, genuinely intimidated by Naruto, shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I shall not go." Naruto sighed, "Alas, you have missed a rare opportunity to grow stronger. I truly feel sorry for you." Accompanied by Gaara, he soared into the heavens, cutting through the air with grace. Just after traversing a distance of 10 miles, Naruto suddenly descended, lifting his gaze to the vast expanse above the clouds. His expression was one of vigilance. With a sword in hand, its blade shimmering with a radiant light. This solemn demeanor was a sight unseen in Naruto for the past 7 or 8 years. Gaara inquired, "Naruto, what is the matter?" Naruto remarked, "I sense an imminent danger, a peril of extraordinary magnitude. Such a crisis, in both this life and the previous one, is unprecedented." Gaara, conducting a brief investigation, responded, "Naruto, it appears that there is no one here. Besides, who in this world could possibly pose a threat to you?" Naruto remarked, "It's difficult to say. Currently, the only opponents capable of matching me are the 8th gate of the Heavenly Dragon, Nagato with his Rinnegan, and Jiraiya with his Sage Mode. I am confident that I can contend with Jiraiya's Sage techniques, but both the 8th gate and Nagato, despite their formidable strength, cannot entirely suppress my ability to resist. Just a moment ago, I sensed a profound crisis that penetrated to the depths of my soul. The strength of this individual is beyond my capacity to confront. I cannot comprehend this. At this point in time, there should be no one with such power, truly none. With my abilities, even if the Sage of Six Paths were to be resurrected, I would be unharmed." Yet, in that fleeting instant, the feeling of helplessness was unmistakably real. Naruto pondered within himself, "Is it due to my upheaval that the Tsutsuki have descended upon us?" In Chapter 85, Tsunade extends an invitation to Jiraiya. The formidable beings of the Tsutsuki clan typically surpass even the Sage of Six Paths, thus instilling a sense of peril is entirely reasonable. However, according to the narrative, their emergence is not yet due. Had the Tsutsuki appeared in the earlier stages of the shinobi world, they could have effortlessly subdued the entire realm, leaving no one capable of resistance or any means to oppose them. Naruto, without waiting for Gaara to inquire further, stated, "I understand you harbor many questions, but the time for answers is not yet upon us. We must hasten our return to Yanlong City." A sense of urgency surged within him, and he sensed an impending danger. The entire Yanlong kingdom was devoid of anyone capable of resistance. It appeared that he was still quite weak, necessitating diligent training. The expansion of the Yanlong kingdom must be temporarily halted. Strengthening one's power was the true path forward. Once the citizens of Yanlong became warriors, and he himself transcended to the 7th layer of the primordial body refinement realm. Even the combined might of the Tsutsuki would fall beneath his sword. Noticing the seriousness etched on Naruto's face, Gaara recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from further questioning, choosing instead to accompany Naruto towards Yanlong City. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had departed from Konoha, embarking on a lengthy journey. Yet, before his departure, he wished to reminisce with 2 old friends. Thus he arrived at Yanlong City. Orochimaru was engrossed in seclusion. Tsunade had grasped the concept of momentum, while Shui had attained an understanding of momentum of the blade. Inspired by their progress, Orochimaru resolved to remain in seclusion until he too comprehended momentum. Jiraiya, wishing to catch up with him, would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon seeing Tsunade for the first time in years, Jiraiya involuntarily trembled, not because she had become more beautiful, for in his eyes she had always been a princess, radiantly lovely. Rather, he was moved by the brilliance she now exuded. It had been over 20 years since he had witnessed her in such a vibrant state, reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of love. Tsunade inquired, "Jiraiya, what are you staring at?" He replied, "Tsunade, it has been far too long since I have seen you in this light. Since the passing of Kato-dan, this is the first time I have seen you so radiant and confident." A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips as she responded, "Jiraiya, with the departures of SH Jutsu and Kato-dan, I have lived shrouded in shadow for over 2 decades, exhausted and enduring." Jiraiya nodded, "Indeed. You should let go of the past. A beautiful life awaits you." Tsunade affirmed, "Indeed, much like this moment, free from worry." Jiraiya remarked, "You must extend your gratitude to Naruto. He is the one who has pulled you back from the depths." In Tsunade's eyes, a faint glimmer shone as she remarked, "Jiraiya, this young boy is no ordinary child." With a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, she felt a surge of joy within her. To be honest, although she had known Naruto for less than a year, he had a remarkable ability to bring laughter to her heart. As for suffering, Naruto had endured as much as she had. At least she had experienced the love of her parents and the affection of her grandfather, along with many friends. But what of Naruto? He was without a home, without family, often going hungry and cold, and subjected to endless scorn. In such an environment, she mused, she would have likely erupted long ago, whereas Naruto not only persevered, but had also achieved great things. In her leisure, Tsunade had once inquired about the 4th Hokage, seeking to understand Naruto's feelings on the matter. He had responded with a poignant phrase, "The deceased have passed, may they rest in peace, those who live must cherish." She numbed herself with alcohol, tormenting herself, as her beloved and brother could find no peace in that distant realm. Such was Tsunade, a state that Jiraiya had only witnessed when Kato was still alive, and it left him feeling a deep sense of loss, as if he had been defeated by a mere child. Nevertheless, Jiraiya, the great sage, remained resolute in his happiness for Tsunade. If a master were to fade away, it would be far better to let Tsunade shine in her final brilliance. He said, "Tsunade, you must consider this carefully. Naruto is not merely a boy of 40 years, but rather a legacy spanning 2 generations." Tsunade blushed slightly, indeed resembling a young girl, yet she did not argue. Instead, she proposed, "Jiraiya, join the Akatsuki. Become part of Naruto's team." Jiraiya was taken aback by Tsunade's personal invitation, which suggested that Naruto's ideals had genuinely won her approval. However, he was not inclined to join this faction at the moment. His desire was to wander the ninja world and pen stories. "Tsunade, I wish to roam for now. Joining the Akatsuki can be discussed later," he replied. Tsunade pondered for a moment before stating, "Jiraiya, do you understand? Without conflict, how long can I live in such monotony?" Jiraiya was puzzled by her words and asked, "Tsunade, what do you mean by that?" She responded, "I believe I could live for 200 years, perhaps even 300. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. Could anyone truly live for over 200 years? Historical records offered no such accounts. Tsunade continued, "By this calculation, I am merely a girl in her 20s. Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter her assertion, yet he did not lose sight of the crux of the matter. "Tsunade, why is that?" he inquired. Tsunade explained, "Because of the practice of martial arts. The cultivation of chakra actually drains one's vitality, continuously causing cellular division. Human cells have a limit to their division. Once that limit is reached, life ceases. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, the absorption of celestial energy serves to fortify one's abilities. Throughout the enhancement of one's prowess, this energy safeguards the cells. Should they sustain damage, it facilitates their repair. If the cells persist in vitality, they will not undergo division, thereby extending their lifespan. Jiraiya noted a phenomenon overlooked by many, yet recognized by Naruto, who observed that, aside from those with unique bloodlines, most ninjas tend to have shorter lifespans compared to ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a wave of confusion. Tsunade's insights were astute and well-structured, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet, he found it difficult to fully grasp the implications of this revelation. Tsunade, have you heard about the situation in Konoha? Jiraiya sought to shift the conversation away from this unsettling topic. Indeed, the reanimation jutsu has summoned forth my grandfather and the others, Tsunade responded. In that moment, a profound sorrow filled her heart for her mentor, who, in pursuit of his goals, had resorted to any means necessary. Nevertheless, he has reaped the consequences of his actions. His current existence is more deplorable than Naruto's past. Jiraiya remarked. He deserves his fate, Tsunade replied firmly. Surely the first and second Hokage still have some time left. Will you not go to see them? Jiraiya inquired. I shall not return, lest it only deepens my sorrow, Tsunade answered. Chapter 86. The Disappearance of Sasuke and Itachi. Naruto returned to Flame Dragon City and entrusted Gaara to Shui, instructing him to arrange for his admission into the Martial Arts Academy. The methods of cultivation had already been imparted to him, and within the academy, there would be systematic guidance, ensuring his swift advancement. Upon Shusui's return, Naruto inquired, "But when will Kai and Lee arrive?" Shui responded with a hint of confusion. Kai? Naruto found himself at a loss for words, pondering how to rally others around this matter. He remarked, "It's Teacher Guy?" The title Hokage, which he held in such high regard, suggested that if he were to remain standing, the conclusion of the shinobi era would undoubtedly be rewritten by him. Shui interjected, "They have been here for 2 days now. Yet you have not noticed, Dragon King? There are several individuals clad in green attire." This was the allure of Teacher Guy. He embodied the spirit of youth, seemingly more like a child than an adult, yet devoid of childishness. Surrounded by a group of youngsters devoted to physical training, his astonishing proclamations and unquenchable youthful spirit successfully captivated a few, compelling them to join in the training sessions. Naruto remarked, "It's perfectly fine. This is precisely the vitality we seek." Shui responded, "Dragon King, do you not find this rather peculiar?" He found it somewhat difficult to accept. Naruto remarked, "What is the big deal?" In this regard, Teacher Guy is an exceptional instructor. Well, Shui chose not to comment further. Faced with Naruto's admiration for Teacher Guy, he was genuinely curious to witness the prowess of this esteemed mentor. Was he truly as formidable as Naruto had claimed? Naruto inquired, "This doesn't make sense. Where are Sasuke and Itachi? Were they not supposed to come as well?" After Sasuke and Itachi ruthlessly eliminated Danzo in the Hidden Leaf Village, they proceeded to Flame Dragon City. Sasuke had prior commitments and could not accompany them. Logically, they should have arrived by now, yet there is no sign of them. Shusuke expressed his confusion. Sasuke and Itachi, they did not come? A thought suddenly emerged in Naruto's mind. Something has gone awry. He was certain that an incident had indeed occurred. Otherwise, the two would have arrived by now. They would have engaged in their martial arts training, evolved their eyes, and resurrected their parents. As for obstructing the two, even the reincarnated Hashirama Senju would find it impossible. Recalling the faint sense of danger he had perceived, Naruto felt that the situation was becoming increasingly complex. Could it be that a life-threatening transformation has taken place in the realm of the water? Naruto nodded and said, "Shusuke, our focus now is to allow the Flame Dragon Kingdom to develop peacefully without expansion. We must impart the rudimentary techniques to the populace, enabling everyone to cultivate. I intend to enter seclusion for an extended period. I will rely on you during my absence." Shusuke replied, "Rest assured, Dragon King. I shall diligently protect the Flame Dragon Kingdom." From Naruto's words, Shusuke sensed a hint of dissatisfaction with his own strength. It seemed he felt insufficiently powerful and was aware of impending danger. This realization made Shusuke vigilant, as Naruto's strength was indeed unfathomable. Yet the palpable sense of threat hinted at the formidable nature of their adversaries. Naruto also instructed Shusuke to bestow a pair of eyes upon Gaara at the opportune moment. This so-called opportune moment, of course, refers to when Gaara's heart is illuminated, ready to embrace the flames of the dragon, thus enabling him to protect the fiery dragon. Shusuke, well aware, recognized that Gaara, as the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure, possessed remarkable talent and was indeed capable of wielding a pair of Sharingan. After Naruto concluded his discussion with Shusuke and stepped outside, Tintin eagerly leaped toward him, clinging to his back and exclaiming, "Naruto, my dear brother, I have missed you so dearly. Naruto remarked, my dear girl, what brings you here? Shursui mentioned you were in seclusion. Ten responded, Naruto, I have truly put in a great deal of effort. My strength has now reached the late stage of the acquired realm. And I have also transcended to the 5th level of comprehension. Upon hearing this, Shursui felt a genuine sense of envy. He currently resided in the innate realm. Yet his understanding of the concept was merely at the initial stage of momentum, still a far cry from the 3 subsequent stages of mastery: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and pinnacle. Influenced by Naruto's presence in the kingdom of Yanlong, regardless of who it may be, those who practiced martial arts no longer referred to themselves as Jinin or Jonin, but rather classified themselves as practitioners of the martial arts, categorized as acquired or innate. Naruto exclaimed, so impressive? To which Tian proudly responded, of course. Naruto, as expected of my dear Ten, truly impressive. Ten replied, Naruto, my brother, you must reward me. Accompany me tomorrow as my prize. Naruto remarked, you mischievous girl. Are you once again yearning for a feast? Do you wish to indulge in my grilled fish? Hinata responded, Naruto and I. It has been such a long time since we last dined together. I long to frolic in Konoha, free from worry, yet it seems impossible. With a sigh, he replied, Hinata, my dear sister, I have pressing matters to attend to, and I may not be able to accompany you tomorrow. While setting aside a day for leisure was certainly feasible, Naruto would find it hard to revel in the joy of play, leaving Hinata disheartened. Oh, Naruto and I has matters to attend to again? She said, disappointment evident in her voice. Naruto replied, indeed, I shall enter seclusion tomorrow, and this time it shall last for an extended period. Ten responded in astonishment. Ah, Naruto, you are going into seclusion again? Naruto, indeed. My brother must enhance his strength to safeguard you. After sharing a meal with Ten, Naruto journeyed to a small island, where he intended to engage in seclusion for rigorous training. Yet, before he could commence his retreat, Tsunade approached him, her tone tinged with resentment. Have you truly forgotten about me, you ungrateful wretch? She remarked. Naruto remarked, how could anyone forget someone like you? Tsunade responded with a hum. Now that is more like it. Naruto, why have you chosen to enter seclusion once more? With your prowess, even during the peak of your grandfather's strength, he could scarcely claim victory over you. Reflecting on Hashirama Senju, Naruto recalled the promise they had made, yet that commitment would have to wait for another time. Naruto stated, because the formidable strength of my enemies poses a significant threat to me, I must prepare accordingly. Tsunade inquired, who? Naruto remarked, I am uncertain. It is a mysterious individual. In that fleeting moment, though merely a sensation, he was resolute in his conviction that it was not an illusion. He trusted the perception he experienced at that instant, sensing a formidable presence lurking in the shadows, one that could easily overpower him. Tsunade responded, among the 5 great ninja villages, it seems there are no individuals surpassing the level of the Kage. Who could it possibly be? Naruto nodded, stating that even the resurrection of the 5 great ninja villages would not instill fear in him, and that this individual might very well hail from the heavens. Tsunade interjected, questioning him with a tone of disbelief, asking, what nonsense are you uttering about the heavens? Naruto smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Tsunade gently inquired, little rascal, how long do you plan to seclude yourself this time? Naruto remarked, I am uncertain. Once I make my breakthrough and emerge from my training, I shall not keep you in suspense for long. Tsunade retorted, you little brat, who would even think of you? Naruto, you know, at night, someone dreams, softly calling Naruto. Naruto, is it longing for me, or perhaps for someone else? Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a mix of urgency and anger, she exclaimed, you brat, and threw a punch. Chapter 87, The Mysterious Shadow, Sage of the 6 Paths high above the ninja world, in the vast expanse of the sky. 2 ethereal figures stood facing each other. One was semi-corporeal, with an unusual appearance, adorned with 2 horns atop its head and a necklace of 6-pointed jewels, wielding a black staff. The other was a fragmented form, faceless, lacking limbs, and looking frail, as if a single gust of wind could sweep it away. Yet, its aura was formidable, far surpassing that of the elder holding the black staff. Who are you? The elder inquired, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the half-formed being before him. In its presence, he felt diminutive, akin to a mere speck in the vast ocean, like an ant. The shadow replied, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the path of the ninja is fracturing, the sect you established is on the brink of vanishing, and the ninjas of this world will gradually fade away. The elder responded, What do you mean? Is the ninja path crumbling? The sect disappearing? Is the world on the verge of destruction? Has the final outcome changed, with the fruit of the divine tree consumed? Will it lead to the annihilation of existence? The shadow continued. The world will not be destroyed, but there exists a force that is relentlessly assailing the ninja path, growing ever stronger. One day, the ninja path will inevitably vanish. The elder queried, if the ninja path disappears, will this force still persist? The shadow affirmed, naturally, it will endure and flourish, unstoppable. The elder asked again, what will be the outcome? The shadow replied, what will it be? Allow me to unveil a glimpse of this future world to you. Images began to flood into the elder's consciousness. Smoke enveloped the skies, cities, streets, and souls in endless darkness. Cries, pleas, maniacal laughter, and voices of pity echoed throughout the world, creating a scene of desolation. The world was devoid of small villages. Even the larger ones housed only 4,000 or 5,000 souls, far removed from the grandeur of tens of thousands. In this world, the people had lost faith in the promises of peace, for those promises had been consumed by the flames of war, leaving no trace. Individuals, clawing and gnashing, appeared as demons of the earth, witnessing their homeland's destruction and their loved ones turning to ashes under overwhelming force. Hearts were filled with ceaseless pain and despair. Existence itself became a luxury, and they no longer dared to hope for a future, for there would be none. The elder furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity. It seemed that everyone lived solely to kill, their existence reduced to perpetual combat, like a species devoid of thought, driven only by sheer power. Yet the reality was so palpable, so undeniable. The shadow remarked, do you dare to doubt it? The elder, with honesty, nodded, indeed. The shadow of remnants remarked, very well. Let us engage in discourse regarding the fabled child of prophecy. The elder's gaze sharpened, fixated upon the shadow, awaiting his continuation. The shadow inquired, is the child of prophecy, as you have foretold, the azure-eyed youth who calls upon the name of the nine-headed beast with mirth? The elder's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? Such information is classified. Apart from the great toad of my Bokuzen, no other should be privy to it. As my Bokuzen is indeed a pivotal juncture in the fate of the child of prophecy, necessitating careful cultivation of relations. The shadow replied, that is of no concern to you. The summoning of the nine-headed beast pertains to the nine-tailed beasts of this realm, with the strongest among them being the host of the child of prophecy. The elder responded, you seem to possess considerable knowledge. The shadow asserted, within the shinobi world, there exists nothing I am unaware of. Is it so peculiar to be informed? It is paramount that I remain all-knowing. The elder, finding no deception in his words, further probed, who exactly are you? This individual was shrouded in mystery, leaving the elder unable to deduce his origins. Yet, the reason he could converse with him was the profound familiarity emanating from the shadow, akin to that of kin, a matter he felt compelled to unravel. The shadow reiterated, I have already stated, this knowledge is not for you at this juncture. Suffice to say, I am not your adversary. We share a common objective and a mutual foe. Thus we must be allies. The elder queried, is the shared objective and foe Kaguya? The shadow chuckled, I sense your trepidation towards her strength. However, unfortunately for her, she is not worthy of such a title. Before the elder could further inquire, the shadow interjected, would you like to know what your child of prophecy is currently undertaking? The elder replied, I am awaiting him. The shadow retorted, you are merely dreaming. Your child of prophecy has undergone a transformation. He is not altering the world, but rather its very essence. He has forged a novel system of cultivation, seeking to eradicate the shinobi way, empowering every individual to seize their destiny. The elder exclaimed, what a splendid vision! A world of peace and camaraderie is indeed what he aspires to establish. The shadow concurred, indeed, it is a commendable aspiration. Yet, not all can wield formidable power. If individuals like Kaguya were to grasp such unparalleled strength, what madness might they unleash? The elder inquired, are there alternative paths to cultivation apart from the shinobi way? The shadow responded, certainly, and the pace of cultivation is remarkably swift. Even those without talent, commoners, can ascend to the rank of nin. Everyone can cultivate, everyone can fight. What would become of this world? The elder naturally envisioned the outcome, a chaotic order, leading to countless wars, a world where bones lie exposed in the fields, and the cries of roosters are absent for 1,000 miles. The elder asked, is the child of prophecy the catalyst for this transformation? The shadow nodded, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, apart from the tailed beast, he possessed no chakra within his body. All his chakra had transformed into the might of martial arts. Is the Ninetales residing within him? Excellent. Before the elder could finish his words or take action, the shadow interjected, I advise you against it, Sage of the Six Paths. This elder was none other than the formidable protector of the shinobi world, revered as the Sage of the Six Paths. The sage, puzzled, inquired, why? With the Ninetales as an insider, he could track the movements of the child of prophecy. The shadow replied, this individual possesses formidable mental strength. Even if I were to glide above his head, he would be alerted. If you communicate with the Ninetales, he will undoubtedly sense it, and we shall be exposed, losing our advantage. He operates in the light, while we dwell in the shadows, accumulating power to ultimately obliterate martial prowess. The sage lamented, alas, I am but a remnant of my former self. I have already perished. What can I do? The shadow reassured him, fear not, for with my presence, even as a mere spirit, I shall assist you in your endeavors. Chapter 88. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates conceal themselves indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no ordinary man. He had stepped down from the position of Hokage. Yet he had taken some of his secret guards with him, loyal soldiers who would remain devoted to him until death. It cannot be denied that Hiruzen's strategies were exceptionally astute, as he had not yet relinquished his resolve. On this day, Hiruzen sat alone, his brows furrowed in concentration. After a while, he spoke, she rejected me. This woman actually turned me down. Does she truly intend to yield to Naruto? His animosity towards Naruto had reached unprecedented heights, prompting him to secretly ally with both the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. What perplexed Hiruzen was that Terumi Mei from the Mist Village had declined his proposal for an alliance. Given that Naruto had thoroughly humiliated the Mizukage and declared war on the Land of Water, her refusal was entirely unexpected. However, the Raikage, had readily agreed, seemingly eager to avenge that one fateful punch that had shattered the dignity of the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. A voice suddenly echoed in the room. Hiruzen, startled, responded, who goes there? Follow me, or you shall find it impossible to confront Uzumaki Naruto, the voice urged again, startling Hiruzen further. The realization that their plans against Naruto had been exposed sent a jolt of surprise through him. A door appeared in the space before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he stepped through. Upon re-emergence, he found himself in a mysterious realm. There, suspended in the air, was a figure whose attire revealed their identity. Hiruzen gasped, you are the Sage of the Six Paths. The sage nodded, it is I? For the Sage of the Six Paths, the revered patriarch of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally held profound respect. He promptly bowed and then inquired, Sage of the Six Paths, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? A flicker of joy danced in his heart, as it seemed the sage was also preparing to confront Naruto. This was indeed a divine boon. With the Sage of the Six Paths at his side, he felt a greater assurance of defeating Naruto. The sage responded, indeed. I have matters to discuss regarding the ninja sect and the path of ninjutsu. Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly. Ninja sect? Path of ninjutsu? The sage continued, yes. A new force has emerged, threatening to upheave the world. The ninja sect and the path of ninjutsu face imminent extinction, as there are countless individuals capable of wielding this power. No one can control it, and soon the ninja realm will descend into chaos, with rampant slaughter and no tranquility. Sarutobi exclaimed, martial arts. The sage replied, this method is extraordinary. Even ordinary individuals can cultivate it, enhancing their physical prowess to rival that of lower-ranked shinobi. With systematic training, they can surpass even the mid-ranking ninjas. Hearing this, Sarutobi was taken aback. If this were true, it would not take long for the strength of the Land of the Flame to become unparalleled. At that time, even the combined might of the 5 great nations would hold little advantage. The sage continued, I trust you have come to the same realization. Therefore, for the future of the path of ninjutsu, to reduce bloodshed in the world, and to restore peace to the ninja realm, this martial arts must be eradicated. Sarutobi responded, Sage, with your powers, could you not deal with Naruto Uzumaki? The sage shook his head and sighed, I am no longer alive. I possess only a fragment of my soul. Should I intervene against Naruto Uzumaki, I would vanish completely. The roots of martial arts have already been sown. Only by uniting our strengths can we sever it entirely and eradicate it, thereby saving the ninja realm. Sarutobi bowed, I humbly request your guidance. He then vanished, along with the 40 subordinates under his command. Simultaneously, A from the Hidden Cloud Village and Raza from the Hidden Sand Village, along with their retinues, also disappeared. In an instant, over 100 individuals had vanished, creating a significant stir in the ninja realm. 3 Kage-level shinobi, along with more than 100 elite fighters, had silently disappeared without a trace. This was no trivial matter. The 5 great nations, now regarded as the 6 great nations, began to take action, investigating the situation. In the land of the flame, Orochimaru emerged from his seclusion. He too had comprehended the essence of power, but it was not the sword intent possessed by Naruto, nor the blade intent of Shisui, and certainly not the force intent of Tsunade, but rather the great serpent intent that instills fear within the minds of enemies, rendering them incapable of battle. Upon emerging, he engaged in combat with Shisui, and even with Shisui's strength, he nearly fell into the trap. As he reviewed the incoming reports, Shisui's expression grew serious. Over 100 Kaga-level experts had vanished without a sound, indicating that the hidden enemy was formidable. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto's seclusion for training, murmuring to himself. Could this be related? Orochimaru, noticing Shisui's preoccupation, inquired, "Shisui, what has transpired?" Jisui remarked, "The previous Hokage of Konohagakure, namely your mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has vanished, along with his Umbu. Additionally, A from Kumogakure and Raza from Sunagakure have also disappeared, their whereabouts unknown even to their kin." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes into slits and inquired, "Is this a covert alliance? All 3 hold grievances against Naruto, thus their clandestine collaboration seems plausible." Jisui affirmed, "An alliance is indeed certain. Sarutobi, that cunning old fox, remains formidable despite his fall from grace. He still possesses considerable power and has secretly contacted both the Raikage and the Mizukage. The Raikage, that old scoundrel, consented, while the Mizukage, being astute, refrained from agreeing." A glimmer of malice flickered across Orochimaru's sun-kissed visage, rendering him 3-fold more sinister as he declared, "What a Raikage! One day, I shall sever his head." Jisui cautioned, "Orochimaru, do not meddle carelessly in this matter. It is far more intricate than it appears." Orochimaru, perceiving the underlying implications, asked, "Jisui, is there more news?" Jisui recounted his discussions with Naruto and shared his speculations. Upon hearing this, a cautious expression crossed Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. He was well aware of Naruto's prowess. Even if he and Jisui joined forces, they might still be overpowered, and there are those stronger than him. Clearly, they must remain vigilant. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Jisui, you have worked hard." He resembled a warm-hearted big brother. Jisui, with a grim expression, replied, "Orochimaru, you are, after all, a senior. How can you speak such words?" He realized that this fellow merely wished to shift all responsibilities onto him while he focused on his own training. Orochimaru retorted, "Therefore, Jisui, you ought to respect your elders and cherish the young, you know?" Jisui shot back, "Shameless. You are barely 40 years my senior. How can you be considered old? You appear even younger than I." Orochimaru replied, "Jisui, do listen. Does what you say even make sense? Being 40 years apart is not old? Have you not seen how frail my body has become, akin to that of a snake?" Jisui was left speechless. Truly, this man was a character. What does age have to do with it? Is this not a result of your rigorous training? I shall not concern myself with this. The Dragon King is in seclusion, and I am currently the one in charge. Orochimaru, I appoint you as the chief advisor, stationed at Yanlong, to handle important matters until the Dragon King emerges from his retreat. Jisui, you are abusing your power. Indeed, I am, and you shall heed my commands. Chapter 89. Grandfather and grandson battle. After a heated debate between Jisui and Orochimaru, ultimately, Orochimaru betrayed D. He asserted that D could accomplish everything. Jisui was somewhat acquainted with D, recognizing him as an exceptionally capable individual. Being the director of an orphanage was a considerable underutilization of his talents. Jisui sought out D with the intention of promoting him. Upon seeing Jisui, D adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Jisui-kun." Jisui remarked, "Do, Orochimaru has sold you out. You are now deprived of your freedom." Do, perplexed, gazed at Jisui, awaiting further clarification. Jisui continued, "That old man has secluded himself for cultivation, thus delegating all matters to us." Do immediately grasped Jisui's intent and interjected, "I reported to Lord Orochimaru yesterday my intention to train in the Dragon's Cave, and he consented. I am on the verge of departing from Yanlong City." Jisui's expression stiffened, and with a tone of resentment, he retorted, "Orochimaru-senpai, this is excessively unfair." Do adjusted his glasses and smiled, opting for silence. This sensation was truly delightful. Jisui pressed, "Do, why are you smiling? Hurry back. This position will inevitably fall to you." Do was startled and replied, Jisoo-kun, please refrain from joking. Jisoo insisted, joking? I am not jesting with you. It is permissible for you to train, but not for me. The Dragon King is in seclusion, and I am the one who decides everything. Do was taken aback by Jisue's demeanor. This aura of resentment was not to be trifled with. Nodding, he acquiesced. Yes, yes. Fortunately, at that moment, Orochimaru was indeed in seclusion. Otherwise, Jisoo would not let him off easily and would demand an explanation. At their age of 50 or 60, deceiving children was inexcusable. However, Jisoo was tolerable. He had nurtured several foundations within the Uchiha clan, which he could still manage, though his training time had diminished, hindering his ability to assist Naruto. As for Tsunade, Jisoo did not seek her out for various reasons. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. That day, after concluding his tasks, Jisoo was about to rest when Izumi appeared, stating, Brother Jisoo, the god of ninjas has arrived. Jisoo replied, he has truly come. Let us go meet him. Oh, summon Tsunade-senpai as well. Izumi responded, I have already sent someone to invite her. In the forest outside Yanlong City, 3 members of the Uchiha clan possessing the Mangeki Sharingan intercepted the remnants of Hashirama Senju. Sensing the strength of the 3, Hashirama remarked, very impressive. Even in your youth, Madara possessed only this level of power. Jisoo and Izumi sensed Hashirama's gaze immediately fixate on Jisoo, for here, Jisoo held the greatest strength and combat prowess. Jisoo greeted, Lord Hashirama, it has been a long time. Hashirama replied, Descendant of Madara, you are quite remarkable. Give yourself 10 more years, and Madara will not stand a chance against you. Nor will I. Jisoo expressed gratitude. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. To receive praise from the god of ninjas is indeed an honor. Hashirama inquired, where is Naruto? I have come. Will he not come out to face me? Was it not said that he wished to battle me? Jisoo explained, the Dragon King is currently in seclusion for training. He stated that his duel with you must wait until later. Hashirama countered, that cannot be right. With his strength, does he truly require further training? He felt that even at his peak, defeating Naruto was beyond his reach. Jisoo remarked, Lord Dragon King is the master of the Flame Dragon. He contemplates the abyss. His retreat this time is for the safety of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Senju Hashirama replied, the Flame Dragon Kingdom is indeed impressive, far surpassing my own capabilities. If he were to exist in the same era as us, with Madara and I as his vanguard, the ninja world would undoubtedly be in a state of peace today. Throughout this journey, he witnessed a spirit of devotion for the nation that was absent in the Land of Fire. Not only the Land of Fire, but the entire ninja world lacked such a quality. Jisoo concurred, it will surely happen. I have faith that Lord Dragon King will accomplish it. Suddenly, a sound of explosion reverberated through the air, and a dragon-shaped phantom descended from above. A smile graced Senju Hashirama's lips, his eyes brimming with affection. Grandfather, prepare yourself for Dragon's fury. The one who arrived was, of course, Tsunade. Now at the pinnacle of her innate abilities, showcasing powers that clearly exceeded that of a Kaguya. Senju Hashirama was exceedingly fond of his granddaughter and felt immense pride at the strength emanating from her fist. Gathering all his power, he prepared to unleash his mightiest punch without resorting to sage techniques. With a resounding crash, Tsunade's fist collided with Hashirama's, unleashing a formidable shockwave. Jisoo and Izumi joined forces, exclaiming bind. A powerful surge of true energy surged forth, forming a barrier to contain the explosive force, ensuring the safety of the citizens of Flame Dragon City. Senju Hashirama retreated over 30 meters, finding himself at a disadvantage but still expressing contentment. Little Tsunade, you have grown. Tsunade smiled subtly and replied, Grandfather, it's not over yet. I wish to witness your sage techniques. She soared into the air once more, her true energy transforming into a dragon-shaped aura, once again invoking Dragon's fury. But this time with an even more formidable presence, enhanced by the force she wielded. Observing this, Senju Hashirama knew he could not underestimate her. He immediately manifested the sage face and invoked sage techniques, forming hand seals as he proclaimed, would clone technique. At the heart of the scene, a colossal tree burgeoned swiftly, ultimately transforming into a gigantic wooden figure. This formidable technique, a specialty of Senju Hashirama, rivals the size and combat prowess of a complete Susanoo. It possesses the remarkable ability to single-handedly catch a tailed beast bomb. In his past battle with Madara, it was this very technique that allowed him to seize the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb and subsequently retaliate with it. The assault was exceptionally fierce, a feat achievable only by Hashirama, who possessed immense chakra within the Senju clan. When Hashirama unleashed this technique, it undeniably showcased the prowess of a legendary ninja. Tsunade augmented the forceful attack significantly, yet it remained confined within the realm of the super shadows, still a distance away from the status of a legendary ninja. The dragon's fury descended with overwhelming force, merely scratching the wooden figure, failing to shatter it, while sending itself hurtling backward over 10 paces. Nevertheless, the force generated was not insignificant. Had it not been for the formidable strength of Shizune and Izumi, they might not have been able to contain this turbulent energy. Tsunade remarked, "Grandfather, you truly are the strongest." Hashirama replied, "Little Tsunade, your skills are impressive. Your strength has yet to reach its zenith. Should you continue to enhance your abilities, I may not be able to restrain you." Tsunade responded, "That is only natural. If Naruto were to unleash his powers, you would be in serious trouble." This was not the appropriate place for conversation, so Shizune invited Hashirama into the Flame Dragon City. Upon returning to Flame Dragon City and entering the Flame Dragon Pavilion, the others dispersed, leaving only Tsunade, Shizune, and Senju Hashirama. Hashirama remarked, "Indeed, quite impressive." He could sense the prosperity of Flame Dragon City and the happiness of its citizens, something that Leaf Village could hardly rival. If given a choice, it would undoubtedly be the optimal selection. Shizune said, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Hashirama." Tsunade inquired, "Grandfather, what about Great Uncle?" She recalled that the two had been reincarnated together and wondered why Great Uncle had not accompanied them. Hashirama explained, "I have sealed him away. He can remain in that state for 3 years. Should Leaf Village come under attack, he can intervene. As for himself, he cannot be sealed by others. Nor can he seal himself, so he will take this opportunity to explore the wonders of Flame Dragon Kingdom." Shizune asked, "Lord Hashirama, has Sarutobi Hiruzen truly vanished?" Although it had already been established, she sought further confirmation, certain that Hashirama, given his character, would not lie in front of his granddaughter. Hashirama replied solemnly, "Yes. He has indeed disappeared from the secret chamber. No one knows, not even his son, Sarutobi Izuma. After the incident, I meticulously searched, and there was not a trace of chakra." Tsunade questioned, "He has disappeared?" She secluded herself for intensive training, completely unaware of the situation at hand. Senju Hashirama nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this matter is quite peculiar. No one knows how the monkey vanished. Ever since I removed him from the Hokage position, he has not left the family's secret chamber, nor has there been any sign of him utilizing ninjutsu. It does not seem like an escape." Shizune inquired, "Lord Hashirama, if you were to take someone away, could you do so without a sound?" Senju Hashirama shook his head. "I could." He turned to Shizune and continued, "Are you implying that the monkey was taken by someone?" Shizune nodded. "Yes, Raza from Sunagakure and A from Kumogakure are both individuals with a grudge against the Dragon King. This cannot be mere coincidence." Hashirama's eyes glinted with realization. This must be a conspiracy. There are skilled individuals orchestrating something behind the scenes. Shizune agreed. "This is the only plausible explanation." Senju Hashirama stated calmly, "It appears that there are many unknown factors in this world. To be able to abduct someone from Konoha right under his nose, the assailant's strength should not be underestimated." Tsunade remarked, "That little rascal Naruto seems to know quite a bit. Once his training concludes, I shall make it a point to interrogate him thoroughly." Senju Hashirama ruffled his hair, exclaiming, "What a headache. If I were still alive, I would surely investigate the sinister forces lurking behind this. However, I have faith in Naruto. He will undoubtedly uncover the identity of those responsible. Though Naruto is still quite young, his remarkable strength and intelligence make his rise to prominence inevitable." A sentiment I wholeheartedly share. After contemplating this, Shursui inquired, "Lord Hashirama, did Madara possess the Rinnegan in his youth?" While the ancestral records indicate that his forebear's eyes were merely eternal Mangeki Sharingan, yet to evolve into Rinnegan, he sought confirmation. Given that the leader of the Akatsuki has Rinnegan, Shursui speculated that Madara had the potential to evolve into Rinnegan, suspecting it might be a contingency plan. It must be said that Shursui is astute. Instead of questioning Naruto, he chose to pursue the answer himself, aware that Naruto likely held the knowledge but preferring to seek it through his own initiative. Hashirama replied, "Rinnegan? It seems you are quite informed. Madara's Sharingan never reached the level of Rinnegan. Otherwise, I might not have triumphed over him. During the battle at the Valley of the End, though I emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Had Madara's eyes evolved to Rinnegan, it is conceivable that I could have been the one to fall." Shursui, perplexed, questioned, "Is that truly the case? Then whose eyes could have evolved into Rinnegan?" Among the Uchiha clan, who has achieved such an evolution. Hashirama observed, Shui, you appear somewhat disheartened. To which Shui responded, I am merely validating certain information. Lord Hashirama, do you know if any member of the Uchiha clan has evolved their eyes to the Rinnegan level? If I can uncover this individual and trace their lineage, I might uncover significant insights. Hashirama pondered, what are you contemplating? Among the documented talents of the Uchiha clan, Madara's potential is unparalleled. If he could not evolve to Rinnegan, who else possesses such aptitude? Shui murmured to himself, is it truly impossible? At this juncture, Tsunade interjected, Shui. Naruto also possesses Sharingan, despite lacking Uchiha blood. Is it feasible for him to evolve into Sharingan? Shui replied, I once bestowed upon Lord Rhea 3-Tomo Sharingan, which he has since evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He has even devised a method for further evolution. It won't be long before he attains Rinnegan. This also applies to me. Hashirama asked, a method for evolving Sharingan? Is that truly possible? His tone carried incredulity. For the Uchiha clan had expended countless efforts to achieve this, yet Naruto apparently succeeded, which is nothing short of astonishing. Shui nodded. Indeed, Lord Rhea established a martial path, creating a new method of cultivation, which is far more complex than merely discovering a way to evolve Sharingan. Hashirama acknowledged, that is indeed true. How does this martial cultivation differ from ninjutsu training? Shui replied, on this matter, Lord Tsunade, your explanation would be more compelling. Tsunade nodded. Having meticulously organized her conversation with Jiraiya, she recounted it to her grandfather, allowing Senja Hashirama to swiftly grasp the essence of martial arts cultivation. Senja Hashirama remarked, martial arts cultivation is akin to unlocking the universe within the body, enabling it to embrace all things, rather than merely enduring. It transcends the path of ninjutsu and seeks a deeper introspection. The practice of ninjutsu indeed harbors significant drawbacks. Alas, that rascal Naruto was born too late, preventing me from exploring the intricacies of martial arts. Tsunade agreed, it is indeed a pity. Had grandfather practiced the ways of martial arts, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries while battling Uchiha Madara. Senja Hashirama, having dominated an era, could be said to have not attained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering him unable to vanquish Madara completely. In the Valley of the End, he defeated Uchiha Madara but sustained severe internal injuries, leading to an untimely demise, a poignant end to an era. Senja Hashirama continued, I sense that a vibrant and grand epic is on the horizon, one that you will forge. Regrettably, I cannot stand with you in rivalry, which is truly lamentable. In his time, only Madara stood by his side, providing a modicum of solace. Shizune added, it is indeed a regret. To contend with Lord Hashirama would have been our honor. The novel is available for download through the open source, Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file via proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me/fqtool. Chapter 91. 3 years have passed, the hidden dragon lies low, the leaves have gathered, and the affairs of the mist-hidden village are of no concern. The shadows of the sand-hidden village and the cloud-hidden village have also discreetly receded, creating a subtle shift among the various shadow villages. The most active among them are Inoki and the Akatsuki organization. Over the span of 3 years, Inoki has adeptly leveraged his strategies, garnering considerable benefits that have elevated the strength of the rock-hidden village, consequently inflicting a significant blow upon it. As the power of the rock-hidden village surged, Inoki's ambitions grew. He led his men to provoke Konoha, perceiving it as a once mighty tiger now lacking teeth. Believing it was time for resources to be allocated to the rock-hidden village, Kakashi released the nearly vanquished second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Although Tobirama's prowess was formidable, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers, ultimately turning to dust, albeit at the cost of a quarter of Inoki's forces. Yet, Inoki did not relent, convinced that Tobirama represented Konoha's final trump card. After regrouping, he once again led his men toward Konoha. This encounter would remain etched in Inoki's memory, as he faced 3 young warriors, each possessing strength on par with the shadows, exhibiting swift movements and coordinated teamwork while employing sage techniques, what Inoki perceived as the state of power. Their combined might rivaled that of 3 super shadow-level ninjas, overwhelming his 100-plus men. Fortunately, the trio bore no intent to kill, otherwise, most would have perished. These 3 were none other than Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Haruno Sakura. Notably, Sakura's bare fist showcased a destructive potency surpassing Choji's multi-size technique, leaving every rock-hidden village ninja who clashed with her suffering irreversible injuries. Aside from the Flame Dragon City, none dared to underestimate Konoha. It remained the formidable village it had always been, only in the city of Flame Dragon. Upon hearing of this matter, remained remarkably calm. The three individuals in question were indeed commendable. However, in the face of the current potential of the Hidden Dragon organization, they were rather ordinary. Presently, the true extent of the Hidden Dragon's strength remains unknown, but aside from the reclusive Naruto, the most formidable among them is undoubtedly the Emperor Kai. As the various ninja villages maintained a fragile peace, the Akatsuki organization finally commenced their pursuit of the tailed beasts. In the original narrative, their first target was the One-Tail, Shikaku, which meant capturing Gaara. However, Gaara currently resides in Flame Dragon, and Obito Uchiha, aware of the Hidden Dragon's inscrutable nature, chose to temporarily abandon the capture of the One-Tail. Moreover, with Naruto, the far more powerful Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, in Flame Dragon, such an endeavor would be impractical. Thus, they directly targeted the Two-Tails, Matatabi. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails, Fu, was extracted of her beast and perished at the hands of Haiden and Kakuzu. Before the various ninja villages could react, the Akatsuki swiftly captured the Three-Tails, Four-Tails, and Five-Tails, ultimately acquiring the Seven-Tails. The five great ninja villages were plunged into panic, hastily recalling all their disciples from outside to safeguard their villages. Tsunade, Shursui, Orochimaru, Zabuza, Might Guy, Neji, Tintin, Gaara, and numerous high-ranking officials convened to analyze the current situation. Tsunade remarked, "The Akatsuki's next target is likely the Eight Tails. Once they capture the Eight Tails, they will inevitably turn their attention to our Flame Dragon Nation." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Akatsuki's actions indicated their intent to collect all nine-tailed beasts. With the One-Tail and Nine-Tails already residing in Flame Dragon, it was only a matter of time before they would come. Gaara spoke calmly. "I shall not allow them to harm even a single strand of hair in Flame Dragon." A flicker of determination glinted in his eyes. Compared to the original narrative, Gaara's strength had significantly increased. Although he had only reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, his comprehension of momentum, combined with Shikaku, enabled him to unleash power surpassing that of a Kaga-level ninja. He could easily crush Deidara, as depicted in the original story. Might Guy interjected, "Oh, Gaara, this is a matter for adults. Children should refrain from meddling. Just observe how your seniors handle this." After 3 years of companionship, Might Guy had developed a fondness for Flame Dragon City and its people, particularly the children, who had become his charges to protect. A master of physical cultivation, Might Guy had also attained a level of internal mastery sufficient to support the use of the 8 gates. He had no concept of the limits of his strength. Opening the 7th gate left him unburdened, causing no harm to his body. Gaara raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Uncle, who says I need your protection?" Shursui added, "Teacher Kai." Gaara, listen well. Currently, the Akatsuki comprises 7 members, each possessing strength beyond the innate Kage level, particularly their leader, Pain, who is regarded as a god. His power should surpass the realm of the Super Shadow, yet it seems there is someone even more terrifying lurking behind him. The identity of the individual remains partially revealed. Without a doubt, this person is the one with the Sharingan that Naruto has spoken of. As Jisue delves deeper into the capabilities of the Sharingan, he recognizes its formidable power. However, he is uncertain of the true extent of this individual's strength. Should they fully harness the abilities of the Sharingan, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Perhaps even the legendary ninja, Hashirama, reborn, would struggle to contain such power. Jisue earnestly hopes for Naruto to emerge from his seclusion soon, as he harbors numerous questions. He wonders about the distinction in strength between the legendary ninjas and the realm of the sage. To him, the so-called Super Shadow ninjas or legendary figures possess power that largely stems from the accumulation of chakra. This stands in stark contrast to martial arts cultivation, which is not merely about quantity, but rather a profound understanding of the world. The deeper one's comprehension, the more substantial the accumulation, facilitating breakthroughs and enhancing strength. Currently, Jisue himself has entered the realm of Yuan, which seems to align closely with Naruto's prior level of mastery. Yet, in terms of combat capability, he feels he is far from matching Naruto's might. Izumi states firmly, "This is our homeland. No one shall dare to destroy it," her words resonating with conviction. During his time with the Akatsuki, Orochimaru was most familiar with Kaku, As for pain, he was less certain, even regarding Conan. He remarked, "The next tailed beast will surely be from the Cloud Village. Jisue, do you think we should join in?" Jisue shook his head, responding, "No need. It is better for us to observe the strength of the Akatsuki. Besides, the Cloud Village is not our ally. In fact, they are our adversary." Orochimaru concurred, "Indeed. Compared to the Mist Village, the Cloud Village is our primary foe." The group expressed their admiration for the Mist Village, especially for Terumi-Mei, who was both adaptable and decisive. She boldly proclaimed their involvement in the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools, attributing it to the miscalculations of the Third Mizukage, and even offered reparations, greatly enhancing Naruto's standing. Tsunade remarked, "The Akatsuki will inevitably send agents to infiltrate Yanlong City to gather intelligence. Orochimaru, we cannot allow them to wreak havoc on our territory." Orochimaru smiled slightly, saying, even if Kakuzu were to come, he would find it impossible to enter Yanlong City. At the mention of Kakuzu, Jisue recalled Naruto's previous words regarding his identity, and now felt it was unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer. He addressed Orochimaru, stating, "Orochimaru-sensei, Kakuzu is not merely Kakuzu. He is someone you are familiar with, as well as a member of the Uchiha clan." Chapter 92. The whereabouts of Kabuto remain unknown. Orochimaru replied, "Familiar to us, yet a member of the Uchiha clan? I am not aware of anyone fitting that description." Tsunade interjected, wearing a mask that reveals only the right eye with the Sharingan. "There is one individual who meets the criteria." Orochimaru's interest was piqued as he asked, "You cannot be referring to Minato's disciple, can you?" Tsunade nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed him." The two individuals simultaneously directed their gaze towards Jisue. Jisue remarked, "Indeed. As expected from Lady Tsunade, it is truly Uchiha Obito. His psyche has been utterly distorted, and he has succumbed to darkness. The Ninetales incident was orchestrated by him when he abducted the Dragon King's mother, unleashing the Ninetales." Orochimaru interjected, "But didn't he die?" "How could this be?" Jisue continued. "The Dragon King asserted that he was resurrected, although the identity of his reviver remains undisclosed." Tsunade questioned, "Isn't Minato Obito's mentor? How could he betray his own teacher and mentor?" Before Jisue could respond, Orochimaru remarked, "Lady Tsunade, that is not necessarily the case. Were it not for the Dragon King's intervention, I would have already targeted Sarutobi Hiruzen." Tsunade scrutinized Orochimaru. "You are not jesting, are you?" Orochimaru replied, "Certainly not. At that time, Kabuto was still in Konoha, and as a seasoned jonin, he was my inside man. With my mastery of the impure world reincarnation, defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have posed much difficulty." A chill flickered in Tsunade's eyes as she stated, "So, you have indeed conducted research on the corpses of my grandfather and the others?" Orochimaru, somewhat intimidated, replied, "Lady Tsunade, please do not act impulsively. Those events belong to the past." Tsunade retorted, "Were it not for your current status as a member of the Flame Dragon clan, I would not have shown you any courtesy." Faced with Tsunade's current demeanor, Orochimaru felt a genuine sense of trepidation, for she had transcended to a realm of understanding far beyond their current capabilities. Should she be provoked, a single wrathful strike could spell disaster for him. Orochimaru, recognizing the peril, chose to concede, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Might Guy inquired, "Jisue, is it truly Obito?" As Kakashi's close companion, Guy was deeply aware of the complex history between Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. The departure of two of his closest allies had profoundly impacted Kakashi, leading to a period of despondency, especially after one had perished by his hand and the other before his eyes. Jisue affirmed, "This aspect appears to be true. Based on the intelligence gathered, he is the only one who fits the profile." Guy, puzzled, questioned, "But why? What could possibly drive him to such actions?" Orochimaru responded, "Guy, people can change. Many have traversed the path of extremity, and Obito is one such example." Jisue acknowledged, "Senior Orochimaru possesses keen insight." Tsunade recalled something and turned to Guy, saying, "Guy, I understand your close bond with Kakashi, but you must not disclose this information to him for the time being. Do you understand?" Under Kakashi's leadership, Konoha had begun to show signs of recovery, and Tsunade could not bear the thought of the village suffering further devastation. If Kakashi were to learn of this news, it would undoubtedly strike him down once more, hindering his ability to lead, which would be detrimental to Konoha. Guy nodded, expressing, "I understand." Yet, internally he grappled with anguish, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. "Lord Orochimaru, it has been 3 years since Kabuto departed from Flame Dragon City. His children miss him dearly, and it is your responsibility to bring him back." Suddenly, Quan spoke, asserting that the city of Yanlong indeed possessed an orphanage, where all the children were under the meticulous care of his companion, Yao Shido. Although he had not returned in 3 years, many of the children would inquire about him. Orochimaru remarked, could it be that this fellow fears the tasks that Shisui may assign him, thus retreating to the dragon cave for cultivation? Allow me to summon a serpent to inquire. As he formed his seals, a long serpent materialized. The serpent addressed him, Orochimaru. What do you wish of me? Orochimaru replied, Yu Zhao, I have a question for you. How has Yao Shido fared in his cultivation within the dragon cave? Yu Zhao responded, Yao Shido has indeed mastered sage techniques, and he departed from the dragon cave 3 months ago. Orochimaru's expression shifted, and he inquired, is this truly the case, Yu Zhao? Yu Zhao affirmed, indeed, it is true. Having mastered sage techniques, his strength should surpass yours. Orochimaru countered, Yu Zhao, that may not necessarily be so. It is merely sage techniques, and one must engage in battle to ascertain the truth. Yu Zhao chuckled, oh, Orochimaru, your confidence has grown. However, it has been quite some time since you summoned Lord of 10,000 Snakes. Orochimaru explained, I have been engaged in cultivation and have not encountered any battles. Hence the absence of summoning. When the time for grand conflict arrives, I shall certainly call upon Lord of 10,000 Snakes. Without allowing Yu Zhao to respond, Orochimaru continued, since Do has emerged, yet remains absent, I shall capture him and deliver a stern reprimand. After further chattering with Yu Zhao, he offered the serpent half a cow, and it vanished. Meanwhile, Shisui and the others became serious, recognizing that circumstances had changed. Yao Shido's whereabouts were unknown, indicating potential trouble. This was no trivial matter, as Yao Shido was a high-ranking member of the Hidden Dragon Organization, possessing substantial knowledge. Shisui spoke first. I trust in Yao Shido's character. He would never betray the Hidden Dragon Organization or the Yanlong Nation. Indeed, Yao Shido was a commendable individual, and his pursuit of sage techniques stemmed from a desire to discern the distinctions between sage techniques and martial arts, as well as the merits and demerits of ninja training versus martial cultivation. With his intelligence, Yao Shido undoubtedly knew how to make the right choices. Orochimaru cautioned, Shisui, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. I, too, do not believe Do would betray us, but consider your Bietianshin technique. What if someone forcibly alters Do's will? This notion did indeed present a possibility. Shisui replied, Yao Shido is formidable, unless ambushed. Even with my current ocular prowess, altering his will would be quite challenging. Orochimaru added, let us not forget that there are enemies lurking in the shadows. Jisui's body trembled. Indeed, they lurked in the shadows, harboring an adversary even more formidable than the Akatsuki. Tsunade and the others shared this realization. Tsunade remarked, it appears we must take precautions. Regardless of whether Kabuto has betrayed us, we must establish a perimeter of vigilance. You, Orochimaru, cannot allow any serpents to appear in the land of the Flame Dragon. It remains uncertain if Kabuto remains loyal, but his mastery of sage techniques certainly rivals your own in commanding serpents. Should he remain faithful to the land of the Flame Dragon, it is well. However, if he turns against us, his eyes will serve as instruments to monitor our every move. Orochimaru nodded. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Jisue continued, Kisame, Gai-sensei. The security of the land of the Flame Dragon is entrusted to you. Both Kisame and Gai affirmed, understood. Jisue added, I shall depart the land of the Flame Dragon with Izumi, journeying to the land of lightning to glean information about the Akatsuki while also tracking Kabuto's whereabouts. Lady Tsunade, the safety of the land of the Flame Dragon rests in your capable hands. Tsunade sighed. Alas, I wonder when that little rascal Naruto will conclude his seclusion. During Naruto's time, although he merely issued commands, his presence alleviated their burdens. They could eat and drink without a second thought. Tsunade issued a command, stating, Gaara, you are not permitted to leave the Flame Dragon City. Your current task is to break through to the innate level. Gaara replied, yes. Chapter 93. Yakushi Kabuto and Shinobi Kabuto, who are you? In a prison, Yakushi Kabuto's consciousness was confined. He had entered the Dragon Cave for cultivation, indeed mastering sage arts, and had transformed his sage chakra into true energy, allowing his martial arts prowess to surpass the pinnacle of the innate realm. Merely a step away from achieving the returning Yuan realm. The returning Yuan realm is not merely the accumulation of true essence within the Dragon Cave. He could no longer cultivate. Thus, he intended to leave, yet at that moment, a consciousness merged with his body, taking on a humanoid form remarkably similar to his own. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. This was the Dragon Cave, a place of darkness, and to be devoured by a serpent here would be a result of his own negligence. This sudden consciousness attempted to ambush Yakushi Kabuto but failed to consume him. Instead, it employed a sealing technique to imprison Kabuto's consciousness. When Kabuto inquired, the consciousness replied, "Who am I? Am I not you?" Kabuto stared at it in silence, and the consciousness continued, "You are quite composed, commendable indeed. You may call me Shinobi Kabuto from now on." Kabuto then asked, "What is it that you wish to accomplish?" Shinobi Kabuto replied, "To redirect the trajectory of your fate, to ensure you fulfill your destined role." Kabuto remarked, "So, you intend to act under my guise?" "Indeed," Shinobi Kabuto affirmed. Kabuto did not respond with anger. He understood that fury would only signify impotence. Contemplating his fate, he queried, "My fate trajectory? Does this imply I hold significant importance?" "Indeed, you are important. Though there is no necessity for you to know more at this juncture. I must admit, this martial power is indeed marvelous. Yakushi Kabuto, how about we strike a bargain?" Kabuto retorted, "I would rather remain here eternally than allow you to obtain my martial cultivation methods, even if it meant death." He would not divulge the secrets of his martial arts. Basic martial cultivation methods could be acquired by the 5 great ninja villages. Yet the profound martial techniques and skills were inaccessible without entering the Flame Dragon Pavilion, rendering any opportunity non-existent. Even they lacked the complete martial arts methods. Shinobi Kabuto stated, "This transaction would not disadvantage you, it would only be beneficial." Kabuto replied, "No need. I am curious as to why you do not wish to kill me." Shinobi Kabuto answered, "I would like to, but I cannot." Kabuto inquired, "Why not?" The power of Shinobi Kabuto was evidently superior to his own. Yet, why was he unable to eliminate him? "This is something you need not know," Shinobi Kabuto replied. Yaoshi Do remarked, "You occupy my body. Yet you lack the means to cultivate martial arts and cannot mobilize true essence. How do you intend to act? Within this body, there is no chakra. Without chakra, it is utterly impossible to manipulate the human skin for any purpose." Rando replied, "Isn't that simple?" With a mere flicker of his intention, the body of Yaoshi Do was instantly suffused with Senjutsu chakra. Yaoshi Do, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, This is Senjutsu chakra. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? What manner of technique is this?" Rando responded, "Yaoshi Do, relinquish the cultivation methods you possess. I shall bestow upon you power to confront Uchiha Madara." To this, Yaoshi Do expressed no interest. In his heart, he regarded the path of the ninja as mere detritus, something cast aside and discarded. He declared, "Such rubbish as the way of the ninja deserves to be forsaken. It harms both others and oneself." Boom. No sooner had Yaoshi Do uttered these words than he was hurled against the wall. The previously amiable Rando now emanated an aura of malevolence. His gaze icy and face suffused with killing intent. He ominously stated, "You shall not speak ill of the way of the ninja." A flicker of excitement crossed Yaoshi Do's face, as if he had discerned a weakness in Rando. He retorted, "Is that not true? Pray tell, what merits does the way of the ninja possess?" Absent a formidable bloodline legacy, anyone who practices the ninja techniques must endure hardships far greater than the average person. This is a method of trading one's life for power. Is such a path anything but trash? In a fit of rage, Rando waved his hand, causing the confinement to vanish, and then engaged Yaoshi Do in battle. Ultimately, after an outpouring of fury from Rando, Yaoshi Do found himself imprisoned once more. For he was indeed no match for this individual. Yaoshi Do lamented, "To be defeated by an outsider within my own body is truly a source of sorrow." Rando declared, "Before me, Yaoshi Do, you are naught but an ant." Yaoshi Do retorted, "Is that so? If you possess the courage, then kill me." He craved death, unwilling to be a burden to Flame Dragon City or the Flame Dragon Nation. Rando replied, "Though I cannot slay you, I can certainly make you suffer." Yaoshi Do countered, "I fear not death. Why should I concern myself with pain? Unleash whatever you have." Rando scoffed, "Yaoshi Do, you are unworthy to play tricks before me. Your desire for death stems from the fear of implicating the Flame Dragon Nation." Yaoshi Do slightly lowered his head, the reflection in his glasses obscuring the depths of his eyes, concealing the faint turmoil within. Rando continued, "It appears I have struck a chord with your guys. Upon returning to the Flame Dragon, do you think they will not discern that you are no longer yourself?" Yaoshi Do warned, "I advise you against that." Rando challenged, "What can you do about it?" Yaoshi Do coldly laughed, "You underestimate Lord Orochimaru and the others too much. They will undoubtedly uncover your true identity." Rando remarked, "So they are on guard against you, Yaoshi Do." It seems you are not as significant in their eyes as you believe. The coarse instigation did not deceive Yao Shidou. Rindu suggested, how about we make a wager? Yao Shidou inquired, what wager? Rindu replied, let us bet on whether the people of Yanlong City will realize that you are no longer the original Yao Shidou upon our return. Yao Shidou asked, what are the terms of the wager? Rindu said, if you lose, you must impart your martial arts techniques to me. Yao Shidou countered, and if I win? Rindu flashed a wicked smile and declared, I shall take you away from Yanlong. Yao Shidou then sat down, closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, and ceased to waste words on this scoundrel named Rindu. Chapter 94. Spring has arrived. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi departed from Yanlong City, heading directly towards the land of lightning. Halfway through their journey, Uchiha Shisui asked, Izumi, do you wish to revisit Konoha? Uchiha Izumi replied, yes. It had been 7 or 8 years since she left the Leaf Village, and she longed to see her former home. Shisui smiled gently and said, I too wish to return, not out of lingering affections for Konoha, but simply to revisit a place that holds memories. Izumi smiled faintly, understanding Shisui's sentiments. The two then altered their course, heading straight for the Leaf Village. Given their current strength, the village's sentinels were but trivial obstacles, incapable of detecting their presence. They entered Konoha undetected until they were finally noticed. Both Shisui and Izumi donned disguises, albeit somewhat peculiar ones, reflective of the attire from the Tang dynasty in Yanlong. While ordinary villagers paid them little mind, the vigilant guards of Konoha could not afford to be careless. The sudden appearance of unfamiliar faces without detection was a significant alarm. Is it not a bit excessive for you two to roam so freely in Konoha? A boy with a pineapple hairstyle appeared, hands in pockets, exuding a laid-back demeanor. Yawning as if fatigued, it was none other than Nara Shikamaru. Following closely was a Kimichi Choji, emerging from another street, his hands brimming with endless snacks, munching contentedly. Choji remarked, I sensed not a hint of their presence. Your strength is indeed formidable, having evaded our scouts. Haruno Sakura also stepped forth, exclaiming, exceptional masters. In a flash, Shisui and Izumi vanished, making their escape. Their swift movements caused the three to narrow their eyes, prompting a pursuit. Ultimately, Shisui and Izumi led the trio to the rear mountain of the former Uchiha clan estate. Choji stated, Shikamaru, we have encountered formidable opponents. They sensed the pressure emanating from the two. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are strong. It is my first time facing such adversaries. Sakura inquired, who are you? Shisui responded, truly impressive. Bred from the training of the Dragon King. You are remarkable. Upon the utterance of the name Dragon King, the trepidation that gripped the hearts of the three individuals began to dissipate. The title belonged exclusively to Naruto. Jisue and Izumi revealed their true identities. Shikamaru remarked, Jisue-senpai, Izumi-senpai. It is truly you. Their arrival was not unexpected, and it made perfect sense. Jisue affirmed, indeed, it is us. Choji inquired, Jisue-senpai, did Naruto send you here? It had been many years since they last saw Naruto, and naturally, they were filled with longing. Jisue shook his head and replied, no. We have come merely to visit Konoha. The Dragon King is still in seclusion. Sakura asked, Jisue-senpai, did Naruto mention when he would emerge from his retreat? Jisue responded, he did not. If anyone wishes for the Dragon King to return, it is certainly them, for with the Dragon King present, they have a pillar of support and do not need to fret over these matters. Sakura remarked, is that so? I was curious who it might be. It turns out to be you, Jisue-kun. Welcome back to Konoha. Kakashi and the two other jonin appeared, visibly relieved. Jisue addressed Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai, it has been a long time. Kakashi replied, indeed, it has. Shikamaru yawned and said, it seems we are no longer needed here. We should take our leave, as I still require some rest. With that, Shikamaru and his companions turned to depart. Once the trio had left, Kakashi inquired, Jisue, what brings you to Konoha? Jisue reassured him, there is no need for concern. We are merely passing through. One might say we have returned to reminisce about the past. We harbor no particular interest in Konoha. Kakashi accepted this explanation, knowing that the current state of the Flame Dragon Nation was formidable. Should they choose to confront Konoha, they possessed myriad strategies. Kakashi remarked, Jisue-kun, given the current frenzy of the Akatsuki, how can you and Izumi dare to venture out without fear of ambush? Jisue replied, those who fear for their lives have much to be afraid of. The Akatsuki would only meet their demise in the Flame Dragon Nation, which is not akin to a ninja village. Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of admiration. Such confidence stems from strength. And the Flame Dragon Nation indeed possesses such assurance. Kakashi then asked, Jisue, what do you believe is the purpose behind the Akatsuki capturing tailed beasts? His curiosity was piqued. Yet he found himself at a loss for methods of inquiry. Jisue responded, I too wish to know, only the Dragon King holds the answer. Yet he is currently in seclusion, and it is uncertain when he will re-emerge. Kakashi speculated, I believe once they capture the Eight Tails, they will head to the Flame Dragon Nation. If they manage to seize Gaara, it would undoubtedly be an attempt to coerce Naruto. Jisue countered. They are merely a handful of shadow-level experts. The Qianlong organization does not regard them with any seriousness. Konoha need not be apprehensive, especially considering that several individuals trained personally by the Dragon King are present here, particularly Princess Hinata. Her strength must be formidable now. Kakashi felt somewhat dejected, uncertain of Hinata Hyuga's true strength. Hinata had been well protected by Hayashi, and ever since Niji's departure, she had faded from everyone's sight. Kakashi inquired, how is Guy faring? Shizuka replied, he is quite well. His body has fully recovered, and he has even found love. Kakashi couldn't help but splutter in surprise. Guy had found love. This was truly astonishing. He had become involved with a fierce woman from the Fire Dragon City, and both were rather single-minded individuals. Their companionship was harmonious, with her adoring Guy's words and even donning green attire like his. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down Izumi's spine. Each encounter with the couple compelled her to take a swift detour, fearful that she might accidentally match their outfits. Their unabashed displays of affection were daunting to behold, especially when Might Guy spoke. His beloved gazed at him with eyes shimmering like autumn waters, brimming with admiration that threatened to overflow. No one could withstand such intensity. Shizuka remarked, this is no jest. Perhaps in a year, you will become a father figure, as Might Guy has suggested. Kakashi responded, well, it seems Guy has finally had an epiphany. Both Shizuka and Izumi hesitated to entertain this notion. The implications were indeed formidable, more so than even opening the 8 gates. Kakashi stated, once the situation with the Akatsuki becomes clearer, I shall visit the Fire Dragon. I wonder if they will welcome me? Shizuka replied, of course, they would. When the time comes, I shall ensure you are firmly by Guy's side. Izumi smiled at the thought. It painted a delightful picture. Kakashi then queried, but what extraordinary feats has Guy accomplished in Fire Dragon City? Shizuka responded, nothing earth-shattering, really. The Fire Dragon City has gained 70 to 80 individuals clad in green. When you arrive, you'll understand what is meant by the Green Tornado. Chapter 95, Terumi Mei, Shizuka, and Izumi did not linger long in Konohagakure, departing quietly after merely half a day. The village remained oblivious to their exit, prompting a weary sigh from Kakashi. The two hurried to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. There, they encountered an unexpected individual, Terumi Mei, the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Though Terumi Mei did not recognize Shizuka and Izumi, she was familiar with their attire. Unique to the Fire Dragon Kingdom, she inquired, people from the Fire Dragon Kingdom, are you members of the organization? Terumi Mei held a genuine wariness toward the Fire Dragon Kingdom. She had dispatched 3 batches of spies, yet none had returned with information, the first of which had been sent 3 years prior. Shizuka remarked, Mizukage Terumi Mei, I never expected to encounter you here. Youming remarked, you can recognize my identity at a glance. It seems your position in the Flame Dragon is quite significant. Jisue replied, such words. Do you believe it? If you were to visit Flame Dragon City, those with any semblance of strength would recognize you, 7 or 8 out of 10, at least. This is no exaggeration. If Youming were to set foot in Flame Dragon City, the number of those who could identify her would be no less than 800. Youming responded, it is indeed an honor. Jisue continued bluntly, oh, it is not only you. There are also Luo Sha, Ai, Kakashi, and Oyemo, all of whom would be immediately recognized upon arrival at Flame Dragon City. Youming mused, should I feel a bit embarrassed about this? Quan remained silent, rubbing his head. Jisue's directness made it difficult to foster any fondness for him. Youming then inquired, may I ask your names? Jisue and Quan revealed their true forms. Youming gasped, exclaiming, Uchiha Jisue and Uchiha Quan, it is you. This revelation truly took her by surprise. She had not anticipated that the two had departed from Flame Dragon City. It was known that Jisue currently acted as the proxy for the Dragon King and was the foremost figure in strength, second only to Naruto Uzumaki. How could they leave Flame Dragon City so brazenly without fearing an assault from the Akatsuki organization? Jisue questioned, what? Are we not permitted to be here? Youming clarified, of course not. Ji Shui, you must understand that the Land of Flame currently possesses two-tailed beasts, the One Tail and the Nine Tails. If the Akatsuki were to learn of your departure and launch an attack on Flame Dragon City, it would spell disaster for you, Ji Shui asserted. This question was posed to me by Kakashi and Konoha, and my answer remains unchanged. Flame Dragon City is not a ninja village. Merely a handful of shadow ninjas cannot threaten us. His words carried an air of arrogance, belittling the ninja villages. Youming acknowledged. No wonder you are the second in command of the Hidden Dragon Organization to speak with such bravado. Ji Shui replied, it is because our Hidden Dragon Organization possesses such strength. If the Dragon King were to emerge from seclusion, no matter how many members the Akatsuki sends, we would vanquish them all. Youming inquired. Has the Dragon King not yet emerged? Ji Shui confirmed, indeed, it seems that Lord Mizukage is quite attentive to our hidden dragon. Youming said, naturally, for that reason. I have dispatched 3 groups into Flame Dragon City to gather intelligence, yet to this day, there have been no updates. My interest in you is not solely my own. Others share this concern, yet currently, the Akatsuki has completely captured our attention. Speaking so candidly took a considerable amount of courage, an audacity few could match. Ji Shui acknowledged. We are aware, there are a total of 14 individuals, all mere children, whose powers have been diminished, their chakra dispersed. Now, the strongest among them have already ascended to the rank of elite J-nin. In my heart, I mused. This Mizukage is indeed not a simple character. Her methods, temperament, and intellect are unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Moreover, she possesses 3 bloodline limits, which, if harnessed with martial arts techniques, would render her formidable. They are the wood release, melt release, and boil release. Each of these bloodline limits boasts immense power. The melt release, a fusion of water and earth chakra, exhibits extraordinary corrosive properties. In the original narrative, during her confrontation with Uchiha Madara, Terumi may manage to partially dissolve his Susanoo, showcasing its formidable might. The melt release and boil release, derived from the fusion of fire chakra with earth chakra and water chakra respectively, can generate magma, reminiscent of a fractured crust, and produce scalding steam with lethal force. Izumi interjected, saying, they are reluctant to leave. Should the day come when they wish to return to reunite with their loved ones, Mizukage, I hope you can be understanding. Terumi may, slightly displeased, retorted, what if I choose not to be understanding? Izumi replied with a faint smile, Mizukage, the hidden mist village is vast. Much like the coastline of the Flame Dragon, sometimes, the presence of additional individuals goes unnoticed, does it not? Terumi may, in a somewhat somber tone, remarked, if that is the case, I shall test Uchiha Izumi's strength today. Uchiha Izumi flashed a bright smile, saying, I would be delighted to oblige. Uchiha Shursui, somewhat speechless, pondered how a mere exchange of words could lead to combat. He swiftly retreated, confident that Izumi's prowess could easily contend with the Mizukage. With the activation of his Sharingan, he felt the weight of his abilities enhance, ensuring the Mizukage's defeat. In truth, Terumi May was genuinely curious to gauge the strength of the organization. She was certain that she would not match Uchiha Shursui. Given Izumi's esteemed position within the organization, she aimed to deduce their overall power based on Izumi's combat capabilities. Izumi stated, I do not wish to linger in this dispute. Upon finishing her words, her eternal Meijiki Sharingan activated, and her ocular technique was instantly unleashed, blazing sky. Terumi May gasped in shock, exclaiming, melt release, melting beast technique. Combining 2 unknown chakra types within her, she expelled a viscous and highly corrosive liquid toward Uchiha Izumi. However, in the next moment, Terumi May realized that her technique was swiftly assimilated, vanishing into the fiery realm as the surrounding trees disappeared. And both Uchiha Izumi and Shursui also vanished. In disbelief, she wondered, what is this ability? Sensing imminent danger, she formed hand seals and unleashed a water dragon, continuously firing water projectiles, a technique known as water release, water dragon bullet. Regrettably, the water dragon and the projectiles dissipated into steam amidst the flames. Terumi May remarked, is this the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Truly terrifying. It is impossible to discern whether this is an illusion or an attack. At this moment, the once dormant flames suddenly coiled into a terrifying beast poised to consume her. A formidable, irresistible force descended upon her, rendering her incapable of resistance. And in the next instant, she was to be engulfed by the fire. Just as Kame May found herself in despair, a voice resonated, Quinn, no. With that utterance, the world surrounding Kame May began to dissipate, the flames gradually fading away. Quinn then remarked, "Brother Jishue, do you not trust me?" Jishue replied, "You, young lady, must not act so recklessly next time. Do you understand?" Quinn smiled gently. "Yes, Brother Jishue." Naturally, Quinn could not allow the flames to consume Kamei, for she was, after all, a water shadow. To slay her would mean an irrevocable enmity with the Mist Village. Moreover, there existed no grievances with the Land of Water at present. Had it been Sarutobi Hizashi, he would have surely broken her legs. Kamei, in a daze, questioned, "Is this truly real or merely an illusion? If it is real, why does nothing around me change? If it is false, then the searing heat and pressure are undeniably vivid. I have not lost my judgment and cannot discern the truth." Uchiha Jishue explained, "Initially, it was a falsehood, an illusion technique. However, the latter part is genuine. This is a new technique developed by Quinn, combining the powers of the kaleidoscope Sharingan with spatial ninjutsu and martial arts. Its might is formidable, capable of inadvertently transporting you into a spatial realm. Should her mastery enhance your predicament, without the strength of a super shadow ninja, escaping would be impossible, and you would be burned to death." Super shadow ninja? Upon hearing this, Kamei gasped in astonishment. Such a powerhouse did not exist within the Mist Village, and it seemed the hidden dragon organization boasted not just one, but many. In that moment, Kamei felt an immense relief. She was grateful for her decision to heed Naruto's words, acknowledging the consequences of the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, for had she not, the return of Naruto would spell disaster for the Mist Village. At this juncture, Kamei truly grasped the strength of the Hidden Dragon Organization and the depth of the Flame Dragon Nation's resources, not to mention a single ninja village. Even two villages combined would stand no chance against the Flame Dragon Nation. Rest assured, those 13 children, having joined the Flame Dragon Nation, are now its citizens. "I will arrange for their families to be sent to the Flame Dragon Nation," Kamei stated. This battle had resulted in a devastating defeat. One could say she had lost before even engaging in combat. She hoped to garner some favor from the Flame Dragon Nation, even if only a modicum. At this moment, Kamei held a profound curiosity about Uzumaki Naruto. She yearned to meet him and discern the nature of such an extraordinary individual, wondering just how prodigious he truly was. Quinn smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Water Shadow." Kamei responded, "If thanks are to be given, it is we who must express our gratitude. Thank you for showing mercy towards the Mist Village." She was acutely aware that had it not been for the indifference of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, they would have long since dismantled their Mist Shadow Village. Jishue inquired, "Lord Shuei-ing, your visit to the Land of Thunder must surely hold a significant purpose?" He surmised that Koyami-Mei's intentions were undoubtedly related to the Akatsuki organization, especially considering that Two-Tailed Beast had been captured from the hands of the Mist Village, leaving it bereft of two crucial pillars of strength. A glint of coldness flickered in Koyami-Mei's eyes as she replied, "Their next target is the Eight Tails." Jishue responded, "Is it true that Killer Bee is being sheltered in the Cloud Village?" Koyami-Mei retorted, "Does it matter to the Akatsuki?" Jishue nodded, "Indeed, it does not. A raid on the Cloud Village would result in indiscriminate slaughter. If Killer Bee remains hidden, he can only watch helplessly as villagers perish. Truly ruthless tactics." Quan declared resolutely, "I will not allow them to succeed." Jishue cautioned, "Quan, our purpose here is merely to ascertain the strength of the Akatsuki and the identities of its members. We must refrain from taking action to avoid alarming them." In Jishue's heart, only the people of the Fire Dragon Kingdom were considered allies. All others were foreigners. Quan added, "Brother Jishue, I understand. I am merely suggesting that if the Akatsuki were to invade the Fire Dragon Kingdom." Jishue interjected, "They will not reach Fire Dragon City." Koyami felt a twinge of discomfort. Was this a display intended for her? It certainly felt like a blatant show. Koyami asked, "Jishue-kun, may I propose an alliance with the two of you?" Jishue and Quan exchanged a glance, realizing she sought to form an alliance with the Hidden Dragon Organization. This was beyond their authority. It required Naruto's approval. Jishue replied, "I apologize, but I cannot decide on an alliance with the Fire Dragon Kingdom. It must await the Dragon King's emergence to make a determination." Koyami clarified, "Jishue-kun, you have misunderstood my intention. I am suggesting that we form an alliance to infiltrate the Cloud Village. Your current position is inconvenient. Being with me would serve to confuse their perceptions." Jishue pondered for a moment and said, "That is a clever idea. I accept your proposition." Koyami-Mei's eyes sparkled with delight as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Thus, security has been assured. This time, she is mentally prepared, having already made arrangements for the affairs of Misty Shadow Village. To facilitate their actions, Ji Shui and Quan temporarily transformed into the guardians of Youming and visited Cloud Hidden Village. Upon entering the village, Ji Shui discovered a small white snake nestled within the crevice of a wall. This little serpent, exceptionally white and diminutive, blended seamlessly with its surroundings, making it difficult to perceive even for those with sharp eyesight. Since entering Cloud Hidden Village, Ji Shui had unleashed his senses, allowing him to detect the presence of this small white snake. The creature gazed intently at the passers-by, its eyes round and wide. Ji Shui was certain that this was no ordinary snake. Currently, there are only two individuals capable of commanding serpents, the notorious Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who has been honing his sage arts in the Dragon Cave. As they arrived in Cloud Hidden Village, there was no need for Orochimaru to deploy a snake for surveillance. He was well aware of his own prowess and had no cause for concern. Thus, the presence of Yakushi Kabuto was implied. In that instant, Ji Shui understood that Yakushi Kabuto was indeed in Cloud Hidden Village. A sense of gloom washed over him, and he pondered, has Kabuto betrayed them? Without making any move, he followed the Cloud Hidden Village's reception ninjas into the building, confident that Kabuto, driven by purpose, would eventually reveal himself. There was no need for haste. Once Ji Shui and the others entered the building, the small white snake swiftly vanished, retreating underground. Beneath the surface lay a hidden chamber, where it transformed into human form. Who else could it be but Yakushi Kabuto? At this moment, he appeared identical to the Kabuto from the original tale during his sage training, most notably marked by the long white serpent that was somewhat unsettling to behold. Kabuto murmured to himself, Why did I suddenly feel a pang of trepidation just now? Earlier, he had sensed an imminent danger that made him hesitate. Realizing that the source of this sensation must possess strength surpassing that of a late-stage or even peak shadow ninja, the legendary ninja Kabuto did not consider this possibility. For within the ninja world, such a figure had yet to emerge. However, while ninjas may be absent, formidable warriors certainly exist. Chapter 97, The Return of the Fourth Raikage. Kabuto reflected on the situation, noting that the only ninja present was the Mizukage, Youming. Was it indeed Youming? Nindo spoke in a somber tone. He had never regarded Mizukage Youming with much concern, however. The recent pang of unease compelled him to be vigilant, leading him to ponder whether she had developed some formidable ninjutsu capable of posing a threat to him. As for the two guards flanking Youming, he dismissed them entirely, considering them mere trifles in the presence of a Kage. Naturally, Nindo's research would not connect to the hidden flame dragon. Had it been Yakushi Do, he would have undoubtedly discerned the potential danger and immediately thought of the organization, for only they possessed the strength to threaten him. Nindo remarked, Perhaps this Mizukage truly comes prepared. The Akatsuki's mission to capture someone seems to herald an impending spectacle. Upon entering the pavilion, Shirzue whispered, Mizukage, unless there is urgent business, please refrain from engaging with us. Youming, perplexed, inquired why. Izumi, equally bewildered, had not sensed the presence of the little white snake and thus could not fathom Yakushi Do's presence in the hidden cloud village. Shirzue explained, There are masters lurking in the shadows who can approach silently and eavesdrop on our conversation. Youming questioned, Who is it? From the hidden cloud village? Shirzue replied, The hidden cloud village is not worthy. It is an acquaintance of our hidden flame dragon. He refrained from elaborating further, as they had yet to confirm Yakushi Do's situation and could not afford to speak recklessly. Noticing that Uchiha Shirzue was reluctant to divulge more, Youming nodded and said, However, Shirzue, we must speak. Otherwise, we risk arousing suspicion. Indeed, silence would undoubtedly provoke curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Shirzue proposed, in the future, should there be a need for conversation, signal me discreetly. I will ascertain the situation, and if it is safe, I will provide you with a gesture. Youming acquiesced. Very well, let it be so. Youming resided in one chamber, while Shirzue and Izumi shared another. At this point, Shirzue had already attained the realm of returning to origin, while Izumi had reached the innate realm, enabling them to communicate through sound waves. Izumi asked, Brother Shirzue, what is the matter? Shirzue replied, I spotted a small white snake with a distinct consciousness. It is no ordinary serpent. Izumi's expression shifted, and she queried, Could it be Dokuin? Shirzue responded, There is a 70 to 80% chance it is him. Orochimaru is with the hidden flame dragon, and he is the only one here. He likely anticipated that the Akatsuki would come to the hidden cloud village, hence his covert arrival. Izumi's countenance darkened as she said, Brother Shirzue, has Dokuin truly betrayed us? She was unwilling to accept such an outcome, as it would be a blow to the organization and an even greater blow to the orphans in the Hidden Flame City's orphanage. If they were to learn that their most revered director had betrayed the nation, how could they endure it? Shirzue sighed. Alas, I cannot say for certain. If only the Dragon King were present at this moment, with his prowess, he would surely possess the knowledge we seek. Truth be told, Jishue's heart is currently tumultuous. If Yao Shirdo has not betrayed us, why, after leaving the Dragon Cave, did he not return to the Yanlong Kingdom? Instead, he chose to come here. However, if we consider the possibility of his betrayal, it appears that his actions thus far have not indicated such a treachery. Moreover, they have witnessed all his past kindness towards the orphans, and they firmly believe that for the sake of these children, Yao Shirdo would never turn against them. Jishue further stated, regardless of whether he has betrayed us or not, one certainty remains: he has undergone a transformation. For the safety of the Yanlong Kingdom, we must exercise caution regarding him. Quan nodded in agreement with this course of action. Even among allies, doubt must prevail at such a moment. After spending 3 days in Yunin village without the return of the Akatsuki, Karabi finally arrived. Although Karabi is quite the jokester, he is not foolish. He understood that Yunin village was arranging for him to train in S-rank forbidden techniques. He realized they intended to conceal him. Yet he did not wish to evade his fate. He felt an inescapable destiny drawing him back, leading him to return and share in the fate of Yunin village. 5 days later, the entire Akatsuki organization arrived, including Nagato and Konan. Among them were Obito, Uchiha Madara, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu, Konan, Zetsu, and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. It must be said that the entrance of the Akatsuki was indeed striking, each member exuding an impressive presence. In the original narrative, Scorpion engaged in battle with Chiyo and Sakura while assisting Sunagakure, ultimately taking his own life in the embrace of his puppet parents. However, due to Naruto's alteration of the storyline, Gaara is now in the Yanlong Kingdom, making the Akatsuki their ultimate target and eliminating the need for Konoha to rescue Sunagakure. Leading the charge was Obito, directing Nagato to execute their orders. Karabi stood atop a building and proclaimed, "Akatsuki, you have arrived." With Reikage absent, Karabi temporarily assumed the mantle of fifth Reikage, possessing the greatest strength and intellect, though he occasionally indulges in trivial pursuits. Fortunately, he remains in the village with the support of elders and is further threatened by his elder brother. Karabi genuinely fears feeling the weight of their bloodline. Obito replied, "Indeed, we have come, Karabi. Do you believe you can withstand us?" As he spoke, his Sharingan whirled, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan manifested. A single-eye awakening Susanoo, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon all. In truth, Obito was reluctant to engage in combat, but he had no choice. Capturing the Eight Tails, the second strongest tailed beast after the Nine Tails, required substantial power. As for their leader, Nagato, his ultimate aim was not the Eight Tails, but rather the Nine Tails. Naruto Uzumaki, along with a formidable warrior from the Yanlong Kingdom. Compared to Yunin village, the Yanlong Kingdom is the tougher adversary. Karabi solemnly declared, "Even if we cannot withstand you, we must still try." Without the rhythmic rap and dance, the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud village found themselves quite unaccustomed. Uchiha Obito remarked, "In that case, Killer Bee, it seems you do not care for the fate of the Hidden Cloud village." As his words resonated, a multitude of chakra surged forth from those behind him, the overwhelming presence of 7 shadow ninja enveloping the area. Uchiha Obito intensified his own power, transcending the level of a mere shadow ninja to that of a super shadow ninja. The likes of Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, and Haiden were baffled by Obito's approach. Questioning the need for such verbose dialogue and the display of overwhelming aura, why not simply engage in battle? In truth, Uchiha Obito was emulating Naruto and Shirzue, who, upon leaving the Hidden Leaf, refrained from combat, knowing that the village would not dare pursue them. This strategy of subduing an enemy without a fight was indeed quite commendable. Uchiha Obito declared, "It is because of you that the Hidden Cloud village has met its demise. Such a cost for its disappearance. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Chapter 98. The fourth Reikage abandons the bull demon. A fissure tore open in the sky, and a figure emerged. Before the onlookers could discern the identity, the figure vanished, only to reappear in a flash, delivering a thunderous punch imbued with lightning. "Impressive," Uchiha Obito exclaimed as he activated Susanoo, drawing forth dual swords to parry the incoming attack. The lightning-infused fist collided with Susanoo, producing a resounding explosion, its tremendous force radiating outward. Tears streamed down Killer Bee's face as he commenced his infectious rap and dance. Yo, my big brother has returned. Indeed, the figure that emerged from the rift was none other than the long-absent fourth Raikage. Deidara remarked, this individual is formidable. I cannot contend with such a punch. Conan concurred. Indeed, he is the fourth Raikage, one of the few without rivals among shadow ninjas. Now, having mastered sage techniques, his strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of a shadow ninja. The appearance of the fourth Raikage ignited a fervor among the villagers. Their leader had returned, instantly elevating their morale. Terumi May observed, it is he. His aura is incredibly potent. How has he gained such strength during his absence? What has he accomplished? Shursui silently contemplated, a super shadow ninja. From the aura emanating from Shursui confirmed that A's strength indeed placed him among the ranks of super shadow ninjas. Izumi Ninjin inquired, Brother Shursui, do you think you can defeat him? Shursui replied, of course. With the enhancement of sage techniques. He possesses the strength of a super shadow ninja, though only at mid-tier. In my hands, he would not endure more than 10 exchanges. Jishui exuded confidence, now possessing the strength of the Guiyuan realm. With this power alone, he could easily overpower the Raikage, and with the augmentation of his potent aura, defeating the Raikage would be a trivial matter. However, Jishui remained vigilant, acutely aware that the forces behind this individual were far from ordinary. Having aided the Raikage and his companions in mastering the art of immortality, many had vanished, and even those of lesser talent, upon their return, would likely not fall short of elite status. Such a formidable power undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the kingdom of Yanlong. Uchiha Obito remarked, so, the fourth Raikage, your disappearance was due to your pursuit of immortal techniques. I regarded Uchiha Obito gravely, having already gauged the strength of this masked figure from their earlier clash, recognizing him as a formidable presence among the ranks of super ninjas. The Sharingan, are you of the Uchiha clan? Are you from the kingdom of Yanlong? The current bearers of the Sharingan among the Uchiha were predominantly citizens of Yanlong, once the sharp blade of Konoha, now a unique asset of the Yanlong kingdom. Obito replied, neither am I a member of the Uchiha clan, nor am I from the kingdom of Yanlong. I am Akatsuki, known as Kakashi. A's gaze shifted to Conan and the others, his heart sinking. The prowess of the seven stood firmly within the ranks of shadow ninjas, even with his addition. Victory seemed elusive for Yunin. Moreover, he had received orders to abandon the Eight Tails. His return was solely to avert conflict that could ensnare Yunin village. Reluctantly, accepted that the Eight Tails could not be preserved. He had learned that the leader of Akatsuki possessed the Rinnegan, a strength surpassing that of the former Uchiha Madara. Even with his mastery of immortal techniques, he could not match the prowess of the past. Such power, of course, needed to be carefully tested in Yanlong City to gauge the true strength of the Qianlong organization. Maintaining his composure, inquired, may I meet your leader? Obito scrutinized the fourth Raikage and replied, it seems you were quite informed. I did not respond but reiterated his request, can we meet? Conan stepped forward, asserting, you cannot meet him now. As one of the prominent figures in Akatsuki, she had the authority to make certain decisions. Lamented, regrettably. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please, follow me. With that, they took the lead. Conan and Obito followed closely behind. Soon, the trio reached the summit of Yunin. At this moment, they dispelled his chakra of immortality, demonstrating his sincerity. Obito inquired, what do you wish to discuss with us? I responded, I seek negotiations to ensure your departure from Yunin village without causing harm to the innocent. Obito countered, yet, we must obtain the Eight Tails. Conan remained silent, merely observing A acknowledged, I understand this well. Rest assured, within a few days, I shall release the Gyuki to you. This response was entirely unexpected for Uchiha Obito and Conan. They exchanged glances, and then Uchiha Obito inquired, I wish to understand why. With the strength of the Hidden Cloud village combined with your prowess, we cannot engage in battle. I remarked, it is not my desire either. But for the sake of the villagers of the Hidden Cloud, this is an unavoidable choice. Conan bowed respectfully to A and said, the fourth Raikage embodies righteousness. I glanced at Conan and remarked, how could someone of your disposition align with the Akatsuki? His temperament was fierce, yet it did not impair his discernment. He could clearly perceive that Conan was gentle, considerate, pure, and kind, qualities ill-suited for the blood-stained Akatsuki. Conan remained silent, prompting A to continue. Is this my righteousness? If you do not surrender the Kyubi, will you spare the Hidden Cloud village? Upon hearing this, Conan fell silent, and Uchiha Obito offered no response. Would they truly spare the village? The answer was unequivocal, certainly not, as they aimed to capture all nine-tailed beasts. I did not linger on this matter, but posed another question. Are you prepared to capture the nine tails? This was indeed his objective. He could not befriend the land of the flame, only contend against it. It was fortuitous for the Akatsuki to probe Naruto Uzumaki. Even though he had now trained in sage techniques, he still felt uncertain against Naruto, whose speed was astonishing and whose power left him apprehensive. Upon hearing A.S. inquiry, Uchiha Obito and Konan could not help but feel a weight in their hearts. Truth be told, neither of them felt confident. Naruto Uzumaki had established martial arts, and they were uncertain of his current strength. Additionally, the land of the flame was rife with formidable warriors, the depths of which remained unknown to them. Uchiha Obito confidently declared, capturing the nine tails is indeed challenging, yet he cannot escape. The nine tails shall undoubtedly be ours. I replied, you must have heard that I am an enemy of Naruto Uzumaki, so if we are to venture into the land of the flame, I can serve as one of your allies. A glimmer of joy flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes as he said, in that case, I am most grateful. With such a powerful figure as a support, their chances in the land of the flame would be significantly enhanced. I continued, however, we must wait a few days until I have fully mastered the sage arts before we proceed to the land of the flame. Uchiha Obito responded, of course. We shall await your readiness. Chapter 99. Shinobi Declarations of Triumph. The menacing Akatsuki retreated, reminiscent of a farcical performance, leading to great jubilation among the citizens of the hidden cloud village, who cheered for the fourth Raikage. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly the formidable presence of the fourth Raikage that had compelled the Akatsuki to withdraw. However, the notion of intimidating the Akatsuki was unfounded and unattainable. Shursui mused inwardly, confident in his belief that while the Raikage strength was indeed formidable, it was insufficient to intimidate Uchiha Obito, who wielded the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The voice of Izumi reached his ears. Brother Shursui, I fear that the Raikage may have struck some form of accord with the Akatsuki, perhaps with us as their target. In the stillness of the waterway, it is certain that we are the target. Yet, the specifics of their agreement remain shrouded in ambiguity. Brother Jishui, Quan Dao interjected. It is time for us to return. With their presence, Yen Long is undoubtedly more emboldened. Jishui, with a tinge of regret, remarked. I once believed we could uncover the methods of the Akatsuki, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. A chill inexplicably coursed through Karabi's heart as he exclaimed, Brother. AI responded, Karabi, follow me. Of course. Karabi acquiesced. They ventured into a secret chamber, and before AI could utter a word, Karabi inquired, Brother, have you engaged in some sort of transaction with the Akatsuki? His voice trembled, devoid of the usual bravado. The power displayed by the Akatsuki was overwhelming, and he feared that his elder brother had resorted to a pact for safety. Indeed, AI affirmed, cutting Karabi short. We must proceed to another location for our discussion. Their consciousness shifted into the confines of Karabi's sealed prison. With a fierce aura, Nyogue demanded, AI, is this related to me? Karabi's complexion soured further. If it pertained to Nyogue, did that mean his brother intended to abandon him? Such a notion was intolerable. AI queried, Nyogue, what are our chances of victory in a confrontation? Nyogue replied, in the past, I was on par with you. Now, you hold the advantage. And what of facing Uchiha Madara? AI pressed. Nyogue responded, Uchiha Madara is no longer alive, is he? His power was such that even the Nine Tails was ensnared within him. Remember, my strength pales in comparison to that of the Nine Tails. I would be swiftly vanquished. AI continued. I recall that Uchiha Madara's Sharingan was of the Manjiki variety, yet it had not evolved into the legendary Rinnegan. Is that truly the case? Nyogue mused. AI nodded. Indeed, the Akatsuki is supported by a pair of Rinnegan. Silence enveloped Karabi and Nyogue alike. AI persisted, Nyogue, I recognize the unfairness of this situation towards you, yet we have no alternative. Setting aside the existence of the Rinnegan, even that individual with the Manjiki Sharingan, Akatsuki's Obito, could exert control over you. In that event, Karabi could perish, and the Hidden Cloud Village would suffer immense casualties. Therefore, I must take on this ignoble role and release you. Brother, you cannot. I wish to fight alongside Nyogue, Karabi protested. This is not your place to speak, AI retorted. At this juncture, Nyogue interjected, leave. Without me. You are merely an ordinary boy. How could you hope to stand alongside me? In the underground chamber, Shin Uchiha reverted to his human form and remarked, The alliance between the Akatsuki and the Three Shadows appears to be a promising strategy. Yes, it must be set in motion. He seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. Realizing the gravity of the situation as he approached the sealed figure of Yakushi Kabuto and declared, "Yakushi Kabuto, the reign of the flame dragon is drawing to a close." Kabuto responded, "Do you dare to let me take control of my body and see for myself?" He could hardly believe that the flame dragon was nearing its end. "Do you not trust me?" asked the ninja. "How can I trust you?" Kabuto retorted. The ninja continued, "Very well. Allow me to enlighten you on the impending threats to the Flame Dragon Nation, Yun Hidden Village, Sand Hidden Village, Leaf Village, and the Akatsuki organization." Kabuto furrowed his brow. He could comprehend the Akatsuki's involvement, as well as that of Yun and Sand villages, given that the Dragon King had dealt them a crushing blow, effectively slapping their faces. It was understandable for them to retaliate against the Flame Dragon Nation. However, he could not fathom why Leaf Village would join the fray, considering it was Leaf that had wronged them, forcing them out. Kabuto inquired, "Has Kakashi truly made such a decision?" The ninja replied, "You are mistaken, it is not Kakashi." Kabuto then recalled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and asked, "So, you mean to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi is with you?" The ninja remarked, "You are indeed astute, Yakushi Kabuto." Kabuto replied calmly, "Thank you for the compliment. You took them to train them against the Flame Dragon, did you not?" The ninja affirmed, "Of course. They have all excelled. Mastering sage techniques. The guards we brought possess strength at the elite Jonin level. With the three factions united, along with the Akatsuki, do you think the Flame Dragon City can withstand such an onslaught?" Kabuto trembled at the thought, but resolutely stated, "I have faith in the Dragon King. With him, the Flame Dragon will surely be safeguarded." The ninja countered, "Is that so? Yet he has yet to make an appearance. Do you suppose that Naruto Uzumaki may have secretly fled?" Upon hearing this, Kabuto's expression brightened, exclaiming, "Wonderful, simply wonderful." The ninja, perplexed, asked, "How can you say wonderful at this juncture?" Kabuto replied, "With the Dragon King, the Flame Dragon will undoubtedly re-emerge. With the Dragon King, the spirit of the Flame Dragon will never extinguish. You will not find him, and when he emerges from his seclusion, it will spell your doom." The ninja declared, "You are mad, utterly mad. You are all insane." Kabuto smiled and said, "Such is the spirit of our martial way, united in purpose, unafraid of life or death. You cannot extinguish us, unlike your dark and treacherous ninja path." Yet, a sense of sorrow enveloped him. He could not advance alongside the Flame Dragon, could not protect it, nor fight for it. He felt like a sinner. This struck a nerve with the ninja, who coldly vowed, "Rest assured, I shall annihilate the Flame Dragon. Sever the roots of martial arts, extinguish the flame of martial spirit, leaving you unable to seek life or escape." Kabuto retorted, "What means do you have besides keeping me confined? Can you truly kill me?" If he were to perish, many of his unique abilities would vanish, consequently. Should Ninja Do infiltrate the Flame Dragon, he would surely be discovered by Lord Orochimaru. Little did he realize that he had already been categorized as a suspect. Upon entering Flame Dragon City, he would undoubtedly receive special treatment. Ninja Do remarked, "If you wish for death, rest assured, I shall grant it to you one day." To which Yakushi Do replied, "I await that day, hoping it does not come too late." Chapter 100. The four great Raikage and Killer Bee depart Tobarama. Mei was preparing to leave, and the fourth Raikage personally saw her off. The fourth Raikage felt a deep gratitude towards Tobarama Mei for risking danger to support them despite knowing that the Akatsuki planned to besiege the Hidden Cloud Village. Regardless of her motives, she had earned the goodwill of the village. After exchanging pleasantries with Tobarama Mei, the fourth Raikage observed their retreating figures. Yet, for reasons unknown, his gaze lingered on the silhouettes of Shursui and Izumi. He sensed that these two guards were extraordinary, contemplating, the Mist Village should not be underestimated. It must be noted that the fourth Raikage was exceedingly cautious. While he appreciated the Water Shadow's support, he remained vigilant against potential threats from the Mist Village. Unbeknownst to him, this caution would ultimately lead to his own downfall. The fourth Raikage turned back to glance at the Hidden Cloud Village before soaring into the sky. In the world of Naruto, one could find an abundance of mountains, forests, and waterfalls. The fourth Raikage arrived at a cliffside waterfall, and shortly thereafter, Uchiha Obito appeared. Inquiring, "Fourth Raikage, have you made your decision?" A replied, "It is you who cannot afford to wait, not I." Uchiha Obito then asked, "What are your plans?" Stated, "Tomorrow, I will release the Eight Tails, Gyuki, from the Raikage village. We shall not partake in the capture, but should he become enraged, I hope you can manage him." Uchiha Obito responded, "You are our ally. This is merely a small matter." The following day, A, accompanied by Killer Bee, exited the hidden cloud village and arrived at an open area where he unleashed the eight tails, Gyuki. This was the beast they had sealed, and thus its release was effortless. Gyuki's temperament was particularly volatile, especially after having engaged in numerous skirmishes with Killer Bee in recent days. Therefore, upon its emergence, it immediately clashed with the Akatsuki, unleashing a devastating tailed beast bomb that intertwined both yin and yang energies, releasing a terrifying aura. Uchiha Obito remarked, "This truly is troublesome." He activated his Sharingan. Observing as Gyuki expelled the tailed beast bomb, swirling vortexes appeared in the air, gradually consuming the bomb until it vanished. His expression turned grave as he stated, "This is the space-time ninjutsu of the Sharingan. This individual's abilities, strength, and temperament make him a formidable adversary." The fourth Raikage remained ever vigilant towards the Sharingan, fully aware that it was merely one of its many capabilities. The strength of the eight tails, Gyuki, was indeed formidable. However, before the Akatsuki, it was little more than a minor tailed beast, merely causing some disarray among the organization. Observing the situation, Killer Bee unsheathed the twin blades strapped to his back, launching himself into action to rescue Gyuki. Uchiha Obito remarked, "One must not forget your presence." He turned to face Killer Bee, the Sharingan swirling in his eyes, causing Killer Bee to freeze in place, his grip on his blade slackening, appearing almost dazed. Killer Bee's prowess was comparable to that of a shadow ninja, as a Jinchuriki. His synergy with Gyuki granted him strength surpassing that of a mere shadow ninja. The potency of Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu had previously ensnared the fourth Mizukage, who had committed unforgivable transgressions. The fourth Mizukage, a paragon of a Jinchuriki, possessed far greater strength than the current Killer Bee, thus Obito's Jinjutsu could easily ensnare him. As an ally of the fourth Raikage, Obito had no intention of harming Killer Bee. To injure him would only jeopardize their alliance, an unworthy sacrifice. The members of the Akatsuki proceeded to seal Gyuki, and after exchanging a brief greeting with A, Obito departed. A chose to remain, awaiting Killer Bee's awakening. Once awake, Killer Bee knelt upon the ground, cradling his head in his hands and weeping like a child. A approached him, gently stroking his back, and softly urged, Be strong. The village of Kumogakure depends on you. I must take my leave." The sound of Killer Bee's anguish ceased as he lifted his head, tears still streaming down his face, and asked, "Brother, why?" A replied, "Naruto Uzumaki." Killer Bee questioned, "Is there truly no room for reconciliation?" He did not wish for Kumogakure to engage in conflict with the Land of Flame, knowing it would result in countless casualties, a fate he could not bear. A solemnly responded, "It cannot be avoided. He has declared his intent to avenge the Uzumaki clan. You understand how the Uzumaki clan perished, B." Killer Bee countered, "But brother, it can be prevented. It was indeed a grave miscalculation by the Land of Lightning in the past. We owe the Uzumaki clan an apology. Is it truly so difficult?" A, not angered, recognized the nature of his younger brother Killer Bee. He replied softly, "B, it is not we who desire war. It is he who seeks to incite conflict. His martial way cannot coexist with the path of ninjutsu. Ultimately, a confrontation between these two paths is inevitable. When that time comes, the toll will not merely be in the hundreds or thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. There is no choice left now." Killer Bee fell silent, wishing to argue but finding himself at a loss. Wars frequently erupted between nations, let alone in the struggle for supremacy. Yet, he could not fathom why peace could not be achieved. However, Killer Bee would never grasp that the martial way has never sought rivalry with the path of ninjutsu. Indeed, ninjutsu is but a facet of the martial way, an extreme manifestation of it. Hey, take him with you. With modifications to his body, his strength will match your own. At that moment, a small white snake emerged from the soil, twisting and writhing as it revealed itself. AI, on high alert, inquired, "Who are you?" The snake replied, "What? After only a few days apart, you have already forgotten your master?" AI trembled slightly and responded, "Ah, it is you. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder." The snake then commanded, "Ensure the arrangements in Youming village are completed before returning." AI, unwilling to defy, affirmed, "Yes." The creature transformed back into a small white snake and burrowed into the ground. Karabi asked, "Big brother, who is he?" AI replied, "He? A being of sage caliber. Incredibly powerful, your opportunity has arrived." Karabi inquired, "Is this what he refers to as transformation?" AI gently stroked Karabi's head and explained, The so-called transformation of the body refers to genetic mutations that enhance one's physical strength, allowing for the accommodation of greater chakra. Compared to the past, my capacity for chakra has increased by 50%, and I have also cultivated sage techniques. All of this is due to his influence. Karabi asked, Big Brother, did Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha and Raza from Sunagakure go there too? I nodded. Indeed, especially that old rascal Sarutobi Hiruzen. His talent is formidable, and his transformation has been the most successful, surpassing his youth. He may have reached legendary status now. Not only is he stronger, but in the practice of sage arts, he seems to have advanced ahead of others. Karabi declared, I will help my big brother reclaim honor. I responded, I believe in you. The two brothers returned to Yunin village, disappearing once more. Chapter 101, Kakashi-senpai, what will you choose? Shizuka and Izumi remained in the land of fire when news arrived that the Raikage had relinquished the Eight Tails, gifting it to the Akatsuki organization. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ninja world. They could hardly fathom why the Raikage would submit to such a bloody organization. Kakashi ventured out of the village personally to seek out Shizuka and Izumi. The development from Yunin village perplexed Kakashi, as it was highly irregular for the Raikage to personally deliver a tailed beast to the Akatsuki. He was aware that Shizuka and Izumi had traveled to Yunin village. Thus, he sought to gather information from them, particularly regarding the return of the fourth Raikage. Kakashi, being an astute individual, noted the simultaneous disappearance of Raza from Sunagakure, the fourth Raikage from Yunin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha. It was implausible that these events were unrelated. Therefore, he was determined to uncover the reasons behind the vanishing of these three esteemed Hokages. After a relentless journey, he finally caught up with Shizuka and Izumi. Shizuka asked, Kakashi-senpai, are you pursuing us? Kakashi halted and replied, yes. Having caught up with them, he felt a sense of relief. Chasing after the fiery dragon would have been excessively arduous. Izumi then asked, Kakashi-senpai, did you seek us out regarding the fourth Raikage's decisions concerning Yunin village? It appears that this matter is the sole concern of Kakashi. Kakashi remarked, it is not merely this issue, but also the return of the fourth Raikage. Ji-Shuei pondered for a moment before responding. Regarding the fourth Raikage's decision to relinquish the Eight Tails to the Akatsuki, there are two primary reasons. First, the village of Kumogakure could not contend with the Akatsuki. Their strength is undeniable. Our organization, the Hidden Dragon, has conducted covert investigations and discovered that the Akatsuki consists of 7 members and a formidable leader. However, this time they arrived with 8 members, leaving us uncertain if they possess additional hidden members. Each of them wields considerable power, surpassing that of a typical elite ninja, and each possesses unique characteristics. The second reason is rather straightforward. They share a common enemy. Kakashi interjected, you mean the land of the flame, Naruto, and Gaara? Ji-Shuei affirmed, indeed. The fourth Raikage was nearly brought to tears by our Dragon King's single punch. He must harbor intense resentment towards us. Acknowledging his inability to withstand the Akatsuki, he sacrificed the Eight Tails to protect Kumogakure, thereby shielding it from the ravages of war while simultaneously employing the Akatsuki to counter our land of the flame. As for the Akatsuki, they require little motivation. Their goal is to capture all 9-tailed beasts, with the Dragon King and Gaara being their targets. Kakashi scratched his head, reflecting that if the fourth Raikage were to hear this, he would surely be infuriated. To be described as nearly brought to tears is hardly befitting for a village leader. Yet, it is a fact that the Raikage was felled by Naruto's punch, unable to rise again. And it took the medical ninjas of Konoha a full day and night of treatment before he could sit up, underscoring Naruto's formidable strength. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes flickered, and he inquired, does this imply that the fourth Raikage will ally with the Akatsuki? Ji-Shuei responded, certainly. Were I in his position, I too would forge an alliance with the Akatsuki. Kakashi remarked, then what about your land of the flame? Ji-Shuei waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your concern, Kakashi-senpai, but we in the land of the flame have our own means of addressing this. Kakashi replied, I have no doubt about that. The land of the flame is abundant in talent, with Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru providing support, and with you, Ji-Shuei, at the forefront. There is indeed no fear of the Akatsuki. Ji-Shuei had possessed the strength of an elite ninja since his entry into the martial arts. Being the first to follow Naruto and to practice martial arts techniques, thus his prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Shikamaru, Sakura, and others. Furthermore, he possessed the Sharingan, making his strength unfathomable and immeasurable. Ji-Shuei continued, the Raikage's return does not imply a true departure. he was transported back by space ninjutsu, suggesting that he was taken from that very same technique. As he spoke, Jishui's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi remarked, "So, it follows that the third Hokage of Konoha also vanished in a similar manner?" Jishui replied, "There is a high probability of that." Kakashi asked solemnly, "Jishui, do you know what they have gone to do?" Jishui answered, "If my conjecture is correct, they are likely engaged in training." Kakashi questioned, "Training?" Water stop, indeed. The fourth Raikage has returned, his strength significantly enhanced compared to the past, now embodying Sage Chakra and capable of performing Sage techniques. Kakashi exclaimed, "Sage Chakra?" Water stop replied, "Precisely, Sage Chakra." Upon the return of the fourth Raikage, he demonstrated Sage techniques, clashing with Akatsuki's Abido, the one adorned with a mask and possessing the Sharingan. Their encounter ended in a stalemate. Kakashi remarked, "The fourth Raikage has mastered Sage techniques, then." Water stop interjected, "Naturally, the legendary Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would not be left behind. He too must have cultivated Sage techniques. I presume, Kakashi-senpai, you can surmise their intentions upon returning." Kakashi solemnly stated, "Naruto, Uzumaki." Water stop smiled, inquiring, "Kakashi-senpai, with his return, it is only natural that he will reclaim leadership of Konoha, which will inevitably lead to conflict. How shall you choose?" This indeed posed a profound dilemma for Kakashi. Aware of the weight of this choice, Water stop said, "Kakashi-senpai, we have pressing matters, so we shall take our leave." Kakashi, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Take care." Water stop added, "Kakashi-senpai, I hope we do not become adversaries." Kakashi remained silent, gazing at their departing figures, lost in thought. Water stop and Izumi exited the 100-mile territory. At which point Izumi asked, "Brother Water stop, how do you believe Kakashi-senpai will choose?" Water stop smiled gently and replied, "Kakashi is not a foolish individual. I trust he will make the right choice." After a moment of contemplation, Izumi cheerfully proposed, "Brother Water stop, shall we make a wager?" Observing her playful demeanor, Water stop remarked, "You little rascal, what mischief are you plotting against your elder brother Water stop?" Izumi retorted, "I have no intention of tricking you. It's merely a wager, do you understand?" Water stop conceded, "Very well, a wager it is. What do you propose?" Izumi stated, "Let us wager on Kakashi-senpai. The loser owes the winner a favor, and I shall go first." Water stop responded, "Every wager follows this pattern. You always seize the advantage, and even if you lose, you play dirty or keep your distance, yet when you win, you hound me until I grant your reward." Izumi declared, "I bet that Kakashi-senpai will not yield to Hiruzen Sarutobi." Water stop shook his head. If Kakashi were to submit to Hiruzen again, he would be akin to a fool. Izumi countered, "That is the wager I propose, Brother Water stop. You must choose the contrary." Water stop sighed, "I suppose I shall concede." Izumi, "Brother Water stop." Water stop, all right, it is yours." Chapter 102. The choice of the Konoha clan. As Kakashi made his way home, his mind wandered, acutely aware that with the return of the third Hokage, who would undoubtedly reclaim power through his esteemed strength, Kakashi's own position was precarious. A man driven by ambition, he had suffered a significant setback with Naruto Uzumaki, and it was only natural that he would seek to regain his standing through Naruto once more. As he walked, Sakura emerged. "Sensei, how will you choose?" she asked, her voice tinged with anguish. This time she had come alone to protect her teacher, and upon hearing Shirsue's words, she too was eager to learn of Kakashi's decision. Simultaneously, she was reluctant to oppose Naruto. In her heart, there was no longer a trace of Sasuke, only the singular presence of Naruto. Even if he stood before her, she found herself unable to raise her hand against him. Kakashi was roused from his reverie by Sakura's words. "Let us discuss this upon our return," he replied, his gaze clearing as if he had resolved something within himself. Sakura watched her teacher's retreating figure, pondering, "What choice will you make, sensei?" Upon arriving in Konoha, Kakashi dispatched his trusted aides to pay visits to the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Wien clans, inviting their leaders to convene at the Hokage Tower. As for the Hatake clan, he would represent them himself. Shikamaru yawned as he ambled along. "I wonder what the Hokage wants with us, especially since even the old man has been summoned." CHG chimed in, "With your intelligence, you must have an inkling. The Hokage must have received some significant news to gather us all." Shikamaru rolled his eyes, replying, "You give me too much credit." At that moment, CHG spotted Sakura and called out, "Sakura." Shikamaru added, "Sakura was with the Hokage. She might have some insight." As the three approached, They were greeted by a gentle voice, Shikamaru, CHG, Sakura, hello. They turned to see a stunningly beautiful young woman before them. She possessed a delicate visage, fair skin, and long, deep blue hair that curled slightly at the ends, forming a natural arc. Her eyes were large and luminous, deep as a lake, emanating a gentle yet resolute glow. Her cheeks, tinged with a delicate blush, appeared soft and fragile, invoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Sakura, filled with joy, rushed forward and embraced Hinata, exclaiming, Hinata, I have missed you so much. Since Niji's departure, they had not seen Hinata for 3 long years. Shikamaru and Choji also wore cheerful smiles. Hinata was their most cherished companion, and her return was a source of immense happiness. The 4 of them laughed and chatted as they made their way to the Hokage building. While walking, Sakura recounted various events that had transpired over the years, including some amusing incidents involving Shikamaru and Choji, while Shikamaru had forgotten to inquire about the information Sakura had gathered during her outing. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, they found that many had already gathered in the Hokage office. The clan leaders of the 6 prominent families, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Akimichi Choza, Inazuka Tsum, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Aburame Shibi, were seated, with Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino standing behind their fathers. Hinata and the others took their places behind their respective fathers. But Sakura stood alone, as her father was merely a shopkeeper and lacked the standing to attend such a meeting. Once everyone was present, Kakashi spoke. You must have heard the news. The shadow that vanished from the Cloud Village for 3 years has returned. The once missing shadow, along with the Sand Village's Gaara and our village's 3rd Hokage, has resurfaced. The 4th Raikage from the Cloud Village was defeated in a single blow by Naruto Uzumaki, who is also the instigator of the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. Gaara from the Sand Village was forcibly taken away by Naruto, leaving Rashi powerless to intervene, forced to witness his son's abduction. Because of Naruto, the 3rd Hokage's plans have crumbled, leading to a dismal fate. The 3 of them harbor a grudge against Naruto, and their disappearance cannot be mere coincidence. Nara Shikaku remarked, with the 4th Raikage back, the 3rd Hokage cannot be far behind. Kakashi affirmed, indeed. It is likely that he will not be distant. Hyuga Hayashi added, I have heard that the return of the 4 Raikage has significantly bolstered their strength. Kakashi nodded, indeed. They have gained considerable power and have even mastered Sage Chakra, achieving the art of Sage techniques. At this revelation, save for Sakura, the hearts of the others sank slightly. They understood Kakashi's implication. If the 4th Raikage had mastered Sage techniques, then it was reasonable to assume that the 3rd Hokage had also attained such prowess. The title of Ninja Professor was not bestowed lightly. If the Raikage could achieve it, so too could the 3rd Hokage. Nara Shikaku inquired, Lord Hokage, your summons must pertain to more than just this matter, correct? Kakashi replied, you all are well aware of the nature of our 3rd Hokage, are you not? His departure was accompanied by many, and while he trains, his subordinates will also undergo training. Even if their talents are limited, they will experience substantial growth. With his absolute power, upon returning to Konoha, you should all understand what actions he might take. Nara Shikaku concluded, to seize power. Kakashi remarked, this is inevitable. After seizing power, he will naturally seek revenge. Therefore, the choice is yours. Who will be the target of vengeance? It must be Naruto Uzumaki, Shisui Uchiha, and the Land of the Flame. This will not be a personal conflict, but rather a war between nations, inevitably igniting the 4th Great Ninja War, with casualties that are unimaginable. Hinata Hizashi inquired, Lord Hokage, I wish to know your decision. All eyes turned to Kakashi, eager to discern his choice. Kakashi responded, there are 2 clans excluded from this matter. You should comprehend my meaning. The Senju clan has vanished, and the Uchiha clan is currently in the Land of the Flame. Among the prominent families in Konoha, aside from them, only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans remain. Both the Sarutobi and Shimura families harbor no fondness for Naruto Uzumaki. Nara Shikaku asked, Lord Hokage, what is your intended course of action? Aligning with Sarutobi Hizashi and engaging in war against the Land of the Flame was something he dismissed. Setting aside Naruto's bond with Shikamaru, the Land of the Flame indeed had its merits. Although the peninsula of the Fire Nation was seized by the Land of the Flame, the villagers there were genuinely happy, far more so than they had been under the leadership of the Fire Nation. Kakashi stated, Konoha cannot endure another war, nor can we engage in such a senseless conflict. The 3rd Hokage pursued his path as he saw fit, and if he wishes to wage war against Naruto, that is his prerogative. My choice is to protect the villagers. Kakashi's intent was clear. He would defend the villagers of Konoha, and he would not partake in the conflict with the Land of the Flame, nor with the Hatake clan. Chapter 103. Asuma Sarutobi also mastered sage techniques. Hinata Hisashi smiled slightly, saying, "The Hyuga clan only seeks to protect the villagers of Konoha." Narashikaku remarked, "There is a mutual understanding. We have fought tirelessly throughout our lives. From the time we were genin, we have executed countless missions and endured numerous battles. We are indeed weary now." Akimichi Chusa nodded in agreement. "Indeed. In the past, we fought without knowing the reason. To protect the villagers, we would venture out to battle. Now, reflecting on it, instigating conflict in foreign lands, can we truly consider ourselves just?" Everyone's gaze inadvertently shifted toward Akimichi Chusa, causing him to startle. "Why are you all looking at me?" he asked. Yamashiro Aki replied, "Chusa, I did not expect you to possess such awareness and articulate such philosophical thoughts." Akimichi Chusa stated. "But the truth remains as it is." Yamanaka and Noichi added, "That sentiment is commendable." This once again left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The oil woman, sure, remained taciturn. He would rather converse with insects than engage with people. He had spent years without speaking to anyone and was quite capable of it, yet this time he unexpectedly chose to break his silence. Subsequently, laughter erupted among everyone, except for Shikamaru and his companions, who were puzzled by the humor. Narashikaku remarked, "How refreshing." At that moment, they seemed to abandon their former rigidity and embraced a sense of relaxation. Soon after, several prominent clans began to work together harmoniously, forming a small collective. Although each pursued their own endeavors, they inadvertently coalesced into a unified entity. Regarding finances, aside from the funds allocated for village support, the remainder was directed towards the village's development. Following the defeat of Noki by Shikamaru and his teammates, the Fire Country's daimyo had increased their funding compared to previous times. Recognizing the necessity of relying on Konoha to withstand the threat from the land of the Flame Dragon, as that nation progressed, even if they wished to intervene, they would find it impossible to halt its advancement, as they could not protect the caravans of the land of the Flame Dragon. The Uchiha and Sarutobi clans could certainly sense the changes within Konoha. However, due to the presence of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, neither clan dared to voice their thoughts, fully aware that any misstep would draw the ire of the villagers. On a particular day, as Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, Kakashi made his appearance. "Hokage-sama." Asuma greeted. He held a respect for Kakashi's leadership, acknowledging his position as Hokage. With his father stepping down and Kakashi ascending, the Sarutobi clan had faced considerable scrutiny from the villagers. It was Kakashi's adept guidance that had alleviated their burdens. Otherwise, life for the Sarutobi clan would have been quite challenging. In this moment, Asuma felt the village had improved significantly, experiencing a greater ease compared to his father's tenure, free from the weight of Kakashi's leadership. Kakashi then said, "Asuma, there is something I am uncertain how to convey to you." Asuma inhaled deeply from his cigarette before asking, "Is it regarding recent events?" Kakashi replied, "No, it pertains to the third Hokage." Asuma dropped the ash from his cigarette, exclaiming, "My father?" Kakashi clarified, "The third Hokage has not vanished, akin to the Reikage. He has gone to a certain place to cultivate. He should have attained sage mode by now and is expected to return shortly." Asuma exhaled a plume of smoke, allowing the remaining half of his cigarette to fall to the ground, extinguished underfoot. He began to comprehend why the clans of Konoha had been avoiding the two of them. It was indeed wise to steer clear of such matters. With his father's return, Konoha was likely to experience turbulence once more, and the political landscape might shift. Kakashi stated, "Asuma, Konoha cannot endure another war. I do not care for the position of Hokage, nor do I cling to power. However, we will not fight for anyone. Our sole purpose is to protect the villagers of Konoha. Do you understand my meaning?" Asuma nodded. "Hokage-sama, I understand. You are right. Konoha cannot afford to be dragged into war again. The village cannot sustain such a toll. Kakashi, thank you for your understanding." Kakashi departed, and Asuma Sarutobi also took his leave. In his heart, Asuma mused, "Father, upon your return, I hope you can relinquish your hatred, for it is not merely hatred. It is your own transgression." As the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he found himself perplexed by the fate of the fourth Hokage's only son. A hero now fallen into such despair. How lamentable it is. Were it to befall him, would he possess the same noble disposition as Naruto Uzumaki? He dared not speculate. He only knew that Naruto was blameless. Upon returning to his clan, Asuma entered the secret chamber, intending to issue commands. The Sarutobi clan could no longer accompany their father down this reckless path, for it would only result in further loss of life. Yet, before he could act, a white, menacing serpent appeared behind him, sinking its fangs into his shoulder, rendering his entire body immobile. Asuma, now stiffened, realized he was unable to move. His pupils constricted as a voice echoed. Strange, your life seems entwined with that of the Grim Reaper. Yet why do you still draw breath? Nin materialized before Asuma, his expression tinged with curiosity. Asuma gazed at Nin, rifling through his memories, but found no recollection of this individual. He inquired, "Who are you?" Nin scrutinized Asuma for a considerable time, noting the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, before responding, "Ah, I see. You were supposed to perish at the hands of the Akatsuki, but Naruto Uzumaki altered your fate, imprinting upon you, allowing you to survive. A life that should have been extinguished has been spared, yet you will not be suppressed. You were destined for demise. Though it is regrettable that your strength is woefully insufficient." Asuma could not comprehend Nin's words and reiterated, "Who are you? What are you talking about?" Nin replied, "That is of no concern to you." He then placed a hand upon Asuma's head, and in an instant, Asuma lost consciousness. Moments later, Nin withdrew his hand and stated, "Very well, I shall keep you, but you must not emerge." As Nin spoke, Asuma too was voicing his thoughts. Nin transformed into a white serpent and slithered underground, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Asuma commenced his training. As he practiced, unbeknownst to him, two streams of energy coalesced, one crimson, the other azure, the former representing fire chakra, and the latter embodying wind chakra. Asuma remarked, "A bit wasteful, yet ultimately useful, as two streams of chakra are introduced into the body, enhancing one's strength while simultaneously transforming the physique." A considerable amount of time has passed, and Sarutobi Asuma bears an unusual monkey mask upon his face. This is no ordinary mask. It is a sage's visage, signifying that Sarutobi Asuma has now mastered the art of sage techniques. Chapter 104. Betting on might, Guy Jisue and his companions returned to the Flame Dragon City and immediately convened a gathering. Upon hearing Jisue's account of events, a solemn silence enveloped the assembly. The situation indeed surpassed their expectations. The Akatsuki organization, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kanahagakure, and the unknown formidable figures lurking behind them loomed over their hearts like colossal mountains. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru suggested, "Shall we awaken Lord Ri?" Indeed, it was a critical moment for the nation of the Flame Dragon. They were not afraid of sacrifice, but with Naruto present, they had a pillar of strength that could significantly bolster the morale of the Flame Dragon's people. Many silently concurred that the presence of Lord Ri was essential to navigate this crisis. Tsunade interjected, "We cannot disturb Naruto during his training. He is currently at a pivotal juncture, and any interruption could lead to his efforts being in vain." Jisue added, "There is no need to disrupt Lord Ri for the time being. Although the fourth Raikage has cultivated sage techniques and reached the mid-stage of a super shadow ninja, his combat prowess is comparable to Izumi's. Defeating her is a challenge, while he cannot triumph over her. Uchiha Izumi, having just evolved her Sharingan into the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, possesses innate peak strength and has comprehended the powers of her realm to the utmost. Such prowess is not uncommon in Flame Dragon City, with over 10 individuals boasting similar abilities, the majority hailing from the Uchiha clan. Interestingly, after practicing martial arts and transforming their mindset, they had become more tempered, shedding their arrogance as if the pride embedded in their very bones had been excised. Particularly under Naruto's designation of reclusive sage, many Uchihas, despite their formidable strength, found themselves selling buns, their aged hands struggling to knead the dough. Tsunade inquired, "Jisue, among the more than 100 missing ninjas, do you have any knowledge of how many might have been able to harness sage chakra?" Orochimaru's gaze turned toward him, eager to discern the answer. Jisue replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it should be few, as cultivating the path of the ninja requires substantial talent. Without it, one cannot elevate their abilities. The fourth Raikage's mastery of sage techniques is still rudimentary, and those he brought along could not possibly all have reached the level of Super Shadow Ninja. Among 100 practitioners of sage techniques, I doubt there would be more than 10. For Orochimaru, this revelation resonated deeply. Even he, once powerful, had been unable to gather chakra and attain sage techniques, highlighting the rigorous nature of such cultivation. He affirmed, "I concur with this point. In my youth, no matter how fervently I trained, I could not achieve such mastery." Tsunade remarked, "Let us entertain a hypothesis. Grant him the limits of 10 individuals. Coupled with the formidable libido from the Akatsuki organization and at the helm, their leader, Shirzue, the most powerful among them, tasked with countering the Akatsuki. I, Orochimaru, Izumi, Uchiha Feiyu, Uchiha Haran, Uchiha Jishuin, Tintin, Guy, Niji, Zabuza, and Haku. Shirzue interjected, let us also consider Shin-E. The burden on teacher Guy is substantial. The assembly appeared perplexed, save for Guy, who beamed a radiant smile, revealing his gleaming teeth, and offered Shirzue a thumbs up, as if to say, Shirze, your discernment is commendable. Guy, now significantly enhanced in physical prowess, had cast Kakashi from his heart, regarding Shirzue as a rival. The others gazed at Shirzue, yearning for elucidation. Shin-E, and Uchiha, had yet to evolve his eyes into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, possessing merely the Mangeki. However, his innate strength was profound, having grasped the realm of momentum, enabling him to contend with even a super shadow ninja effortlessly. Shirzue addressed Guy, it is not merely my admiration for you, but the esteemed Dragon King, who believes in your prowess. Are you aware of the title he bestows upon you? Emperor Guy, he harbors unwavering faith in your capabilities, and I too trust the Dragon King's judgment. He has faith in Naruto's insights, for since their acquaintance, Naruto has never erred in his assessments. Hence, he places his bets on you, teacher Guy. Orochimaru interjected. The Dragon King's methods are often unexpected. He may have overlooked the brilliance within Guy. Countless embarrassing moments have transpired, with their green team's raucous laughter echoing throughout the entire Flame Dragon City, prompting a hasty retreat from onlookers. Might Guy displayed a confident grin, declaring, leave that mysterious individual to me. My youth has never been squandered, my fervor is ablaze, and my spirit remains indomitable. Lee exclaimed excitedly, teacher Guy. The others clutched their heads, seemingly regretting the decision to involve these two, deeming it a choice fraught with embarrassment. Ultimately, they resolved to trust Naruto and place their faith in Might Guy. In the aftermath, Tsunade and Orochimaru remained behind, with Tsunade querying, Shirzue, is this truly without risk? Her apprehension for Guy was palpable, for the clandestine adversary was formidable. The outcome mattered less than the question of Might Guy's survival. Shirzue responded, I understand your concerns. Come, let us witness the unfolding events together. With that, he soared from the pavilion. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged knowing glances, realizing his intent and hastening to follow. Meanwhile, a member of the Uchiha clan approached Might Guy, who was preparing to train a group of green-clad individuals, and said, teacher Guy, the clan leader has summoned you. Might Guy replied, it's Okawa. Very well, I shall head there immediately. Uchiha Okawa felt utterly disinclined to remain amidst this gathering of more than 80 individuals clad in green. An overwhelming sense of absurdity enveloped him. He opted not to participate, leaving only Shirzue to confront Might Guy. Upon encountering the trio, Guy greeted them boisterously before inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Shirzue declared, teacher Guy, I wish to engage you in battle. The formidable aura emanating from a practitioner of the returning origin realm compelled Guy to take 2 steps back. A fervent glimmer ignited in Might Guy's eyes as he responded, Shirzue, do you realize? The one thing I have longed for most is to fight you. Today, I can finally fulfill this desire. In Yanlong Village, Shirzue stood as the strongest, and a duel with him would not only affirm his own prowess but also ensure there were no casualties. Shirzue cautioned, teacher Guy, do not open the 8th gate. Only the 7th gate should be unleashed. Understood, Might Guy affirmed. Orochimaru and Tsunade stepped aside, granting the battleground to the 2 combatants. Might Guy bellowed. The Azure Beast of Yanlong is unleashed. The 7th gate, the Shock Gate, is now open. A tremendous force erupted, akin to a gale, sweeping across a 100-jong radius. Red. Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished. Tsunade's eyes mirrored his shock as she remarked, Guy's strength has grown immensely. He has forged his own path. Both understood that upon opening the final gate of the 8 gates, a crimson steam would envelop him. Yet, Might Guy now radiated 2 hues of steam. Blue predominated at 70%, while red merely accounted for 30%, a phenomenon they could not explain, attributing it instead to Guy's unique interpretation of the 8 gates. Might Guy, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, called out, Shirzue, brace yourself. Chapter 105, Jiraiya returns to Konoha facing the overwhelming momentum unleashed by Might Guy. Shirzue smiled. This aura had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of super shadow ninjas, capable of sending even the 4th Raikage flying. Channeling his true essence and infusing it with the 1st level of sword intent, Shirzue shattered Guy's explosive force. Shirzue, you truly are my ideal opponent, Might Guy proclaimed. Daytime Tiger. Concentrating and compressing his energy, fissures emerged in the ground beneath him, as if it were buckling under immense pressure. Shursui unsheathed his blade, declaring, "Infernal Blade Technique." This technique, a fusion of martial arts and ninjutsu, wielded tremendous power. The blade shimmered with true essence, akin to towering waves. Might Guy unleashed a cry, and a striking black and white tiger surged forth, each step generating formidable tearing force, warping the very fabric of space and fracturing the earth beneath. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Shursui shouted, "Slash!" As he swung his blade, a crimson arc of energy surged forth, cleaving towards the oncoming tiger. Retreat. Tsunade and Orochimaru, initially 100 zhang away, leapt back once more, distancing themselves to a safe 10 li before finally halting. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the blade met the tiger. An instantaneous roar resonated like thunder crashing down, the sound reverberating for miles, making even Tsunade and Orochimaru, situated 10 miles away, acutely aware of its deafening impact. Following this, a wave of devastating energy unfolded, rending the earth asunder and shattering the sky, as the force collided with the sea, conjuring towering waves. Once the smoke dissipated, the battlefield where Shursui and Guy had once stood had vanished, replaced by a massive fissure spanning hundreds of feet, leaving both men somewhat disheveled within the chasm. From their circumstances, it was evident that Shursui fared worse. He had fallen to a disadvantage from that single strike. Shursui remarked, "Teacher Guy, you are formidable." Guy, regaining his composure, responded, "Shursui, you truly are my finest opponent. Have you unleashed the full extent of your intent?" Shursui replied, "Of course, but under Teacher Guy's 8 gates. I cannot match your prowess." Might Guy asserted, "Only battle will reveal the truth." Tsunade and Orochimaru, having descended into the chasm, observed the two men's slight disarray and breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru inquired, "Shursui, how fares the battle?" Shursui answered, "In this confrontation, Teacher Guy holds the upper hand." Though it was merely a simple exchange, it resembled an earth-shattering duel of epic proportions. Tsunade then asked, "Guy, how is your body?" The 8 gates technique, with every use, exacted a toll on the body. In the original narrative, Guy and Kakashi were of similar ages. Yet Guy appeared somewhat older than Kakashi. Might Guy replied, "My body is unharmed, quite well, my muscles are intact, and my bones unbroken, just some minor bruises, with my inner energy slowly mending." Tsunade exhaled in relief, reflecting inwardly that Imp has quite the insight. Yet, when will he emerge from his training? The enemy is nearing our doorstep. On a remote island overseas, within a concealed valley, the mountain peak where Naruto was in seclusion was enveloped in violet smoke, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. As Naruto practiced, profound energy drew the nearby fauna closer, as they sensed a welcoming presence. Inside the cave, the arrangement was simple yet elegant, featuring only a mat laid upon the ground. Naruto sat upon the mat, immersed in his training. At this moment, he was engaged in deep meditation, his mind and body enveloped in an endless realm of profound mysteries. His breath flowed long and steady, as if he were harmonizing with the very essence of the universe. Surrounding him, the natural energies converged, forming swirling vortices that danced around him, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. Yet, almost immediately, the primordial energy he cultivated was expelled from his body, dissipating into the fabric of nature. Naruto furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his features. He seemed to be questioning why he could not break through his current limitations. From his aura, it was evident that he had reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, and his mixed origin body refinement technique had also ascended to the 6th layer zenith. He had remained in this state for nearly half a year, yet he still failed to grasp its essence. Unable to advance to the Great Harmony realm or step into the 7th layer of the mixed origin body refinement technique, as Naruto became increasingly earnest, he found himself ensnared in a mental quagmire, unaware of when he might awaken, and the hopes of those around him were temporarily dashed. In the land of fire, Jiraiya began his journey back home. After wandering for 3 years and observing the world, he had come to understand much and embraced Naruto's philosophy. To diminish bloodshed, one must seek unity to attain peace. Thus, he resolved to return and join the Flame Dragon Nation, believing wholeheartedly that Naruto's vision could realize his aspirations. However, before heading to the Flame Dragon, Jiraiya intended to visit Konoha to see its current state, for he still held a deep connection to the village. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi personally welcomed him, addressing him as Lord Jiraiya. Although Kakashi had ascended to the role of Hokage, he could not assume that identity in Jiraiya's presence, as the latter's contributions to Konoha rendered it inappropriate for Kakashi to act with pride before him. Jiraiya remarked, Kakashi, you are doing exceptionally well. Konoha should be like this. Had it been entrusted to you sooner, perhaps it would have thrived even more. Kakashi replied, Thank you for your kind words, Lord Jiraiya. However, had the third Hokage not fallen, even my ascension would not have altered the status quo. My teacher stands as testament to this. Jiraiya paused mid-drink. Unable to refute this statement, it could be said that Minato was his most accomplished disciple, excelling in both strength and character, and mastering sage techniques without assistance, unlike Jiraiya, who relied on the aid of Fukasaku and Shima to perform such techniques. With a sigh, Jiraiya lamented, the greatest tragedy lies with him. Had he truly grasped Konoha, it would not be in its current predicament. Kakashi responded, Indeed, my teacher was remarkable, yet in comparison to Naruto, he appears rather ordinary. Jiraiya did not contest this point. Even the Sage of Six Paths seemed less illustrious in Naruto's presence. Kakashi then stated, Lord Jiraiya, I wish to invite you back to Konoha to protect it. The village currently needs you. Jiraiya countered, Konoha is developing quite well, especially with those youngsters, and all eyes are now on the Flame Dragon City. The village does not require my guardianship. He had indeed heard of the reputations of Shikamaru and others and felt a sense of nostalgia. He was not old, but rather had chosen the wrong path and made his resolve too late. Had he trained in martial arts, given his talent, those youngsters would still be mere children in his presence. Kakashi sighed, saying, But, Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage is soon to return, and given his temperament, he will likely reclaim his position. Jiraiya inquired, What has transpired? Chapter 106. Jiraiya discovers Asuma's true nature. Asuma Sarutobi, upon witnessing the capabilities of the Sarutobi clan, secretly shook his head in dismay. Their strength was woefully inadequate. There was not a single jonin among them. And the prowess of the Chunin could only be described using one phrase, utterly disheartening. Thus, Asuma clandestinely nurtured a modicum of power, ensuring that he had subordinates at his disposal during his endeavors in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, even the strength of a genin was insufficient to command his respect. Particularly concerning was his son, who, under his tutelage, had remarkably advanced beyond the jonin threshold in just over half a month, proving to be a formidable force. Sarutobi Azashi ventured out, intending to indulge in some leisure time, perhaps to enjoy a drink, soak in a hot spring, or savor an unquenchable smoke. Life was undeniably comfortable. Jiraiya had declined Kakashi's invitation. Although the current state of the Hidden Leaf was indeed improved, it remained rigid and unyielding, offering no viable path forward. With thoughts of his mentor's return and the potential amplification of his ambitions for power within the village, he felt a twinge of restlessness, culminating in a sigh. Kakashi, I truly hope you reach a resolution soon. After parting ways with Kakashi, Jiraiya planned to visit a hot spring, contemplating his departure from the Hidden Leaf. It was there, at the entrance of the hot spring, that he encountered Asuma Sarutobi. Ah, Asuma, I see you two have come to enjoy the hot springs, Jiraiya greeted with a smile. Asuma, taken aback momentarily, responded, You're still around? As he recalled something, he smiled and added, Jiraiya-senpai, you've returned to the leaf. Internally, he thought, Oh no. Jiraiya paused slightly before replying. After 3 years of wandering, I naturally had to come back for a visit. Asuma, it's been tough with the old man missing. The Sarutobi clan had faced hardships initially, but with Kakashi's sensible leadership, their situation had improved compared to the days of the Uchiha clan. Asuma remarked, It hasn't been too arduous. With Kakashi's support, the family has fared reasonably well. Jiraiya acknowledged, Kakashi has done admirably. However, Asuma, I've heard rumors that the old man might be returning. Is there any truth to that? Asuma replied, I'm not sure. Kakashi mentioned it to me as well, but we have yet to receive any directives from him. Jiraiya responded somberly, I see. Well, let us not dwell on that any longer. I'm off to bathe. He slipped on his sandals and entered the bathhouse. Asuma followed him, heading to a different hot spring, murmuring, It seems the truth may have been revealed. Sigh. During this bathing session, Jiraiya abstained from alcohol, feeling somewhat listless as he languished in the hot spring, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. It was not until evening that he was prompted to leave the bathhouse. Jiraiya did not depart from the Hidden Leaf. Instead, he sought out Kakashi, who, having already retired for the night, rose upon hearing of Jiraiya's arrival. Kakashi, is there something you need from me? Kakashi inquired, curiosity piqued. Jiraiya inquired, Is there a secret chamber? Kakashi responded, This way, please. Leading Jiraiya into the concealed room, Jiraiya initiated the conversation. Kakashi, have there been any changes in Asuma over the years? Being a disciple of the third Hokage, Jiraiya was certainly familiar with Asuma, and their relationship was not lacking in intimacy. However, at the bathhouse earlier, Asuma's demeanor suggested he did not recognize him, and his manner of addressing Kakashi was peculiar. Given Asuma's character, he would not refer to Kakashi by name, but rather as Hokage, and he should not substitute when speaking of his father. Most notably, Asuma appeared to possess an unsettling awareness of his father's absence, implying a belief that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would eventually return. This naturally aroused Jiraiya's suspicions regarding the current state of Asuma. Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how Asuma had come into the conversation, and asked, "Lord Jiraiya, is there something amiss with Asuma?" Jiraiya replied candidly, "There is indeed an issue with Asuma. I suspect he is no longer the Asuma we once knew." Kakashi was taken aback by Jiraiya's assertion. How could Asuma not be Asuma? Just a fortnight ago, he had seen Asuma, who, due to his father's circumstances, had appeared somewhat despondent and lacking in vitality, yet he was unmistakably Asuma. Kakashi questioned, "Lord Jiraiya, do you have any evidence to support this?" Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have taken the time to recount the events that transpired before the bathhouse. There was a singular indication throughout. Sarutobi Asuma is no longer the Sarutobi Asuma of old." Kakashi did not doubt Jiraiya's words. Given Jiraiya's current standing, he would not deceive him or sow discord. He spoke solemnly. "Could it be that someone has infiltrated Konoha in the past half-month? If he is not the real Sarutobi Asuma, then he must be an imposter. Only an enemy would go to such lengths to observe Konoha." At that moment, the only individual capable of such actions was Inoki from the Iwagakure. It was well known that Inoki had been humiliated by Shikamaru and his companions upon his incursion into Konoha, leaving in disgrace. He would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor and exact revenge. This reasoning was plausible. However, the current strength of Iwagakure could not support Inoki's ambitions. Shikamaru and his comrades were merely 15 years old, with boundless potential for the future. Even if Inoki were audacious enough to venture into the Kimogakure, he would not dare to provoke Konoha. Yet, Jiraiya remarked, "This is precisely what perplexes me. Asuma is indeed Asuma, not a mere disguise." Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Jiraiya responded, "Indeed, how could it be? Yet, if someone has taken his place, the situation has grown rather intricate. It seems as though the entire shinobi world has transformed." Kakashi recalled the abilities of Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan and inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, could it be the work of Kodo Amatsukami?" Jiraiya turned his gaze. "Do you suspect Uchiha Shirsue?" The abilities of Shirsue Uchiha Sharingan, particularly the Kodo Amatsukami, are no secret in Konoha. Many jonin are aware of them, not to mention Kakashi. Furthermore, more than 10 members of the Uchiha clan have awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. And one can only speculate if there are additional ocular techniques yet undiscovered. Kakashi responded with an affirmative sound. Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami has the capacity to alter the minds of many. It was through such means that the Land of Fire's peninsula fell under the influence of the Flame Dragon, making it conceivable that Asuma's will could also be swayed. Jiraiya picked up several tomes in the secret chamber, among which were his own writings, and remarked, "Kakashi, you ought to read fewer of these books and engage in more contemplation. Even if Kodo Amatsukami were to alter Asuma's will, he would still recognize me. Moreover, given the current situation of the Sarutobi clan, is there truly a necessity for the Flame Dragon to act in such a manner?" With that, Jiraiya tossed the books onto the desk, their covers starkly white. Chapter 107. Jiraiya encountered by Kabuto. Kabuto intercepted Jiraiya, having discerned that something was amiss with Asuma Sarutobi. However, Jiraiya chose to disregard this and resolutely departed from Konoha, leaving the matter of Asuma to be resolved by the elders upon their return. After exiting the village, a small frog leaped onto his shoulder. Moments later, Jiraiya glanced back at Konoha with a grave expression before turning away. Once he had traversed a considerable distance from the forest, Jiraiya remarked, "The scent of a foul serpent." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a giant serpent emerged from the ground, attempting to swallow Jiraiya whole. Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya adeptly evaded the serpent's strike. Perched atop the treetops, he observed the serpent's head, noting the presence of Kabuto. Jiraiya realized that Asuma was aware of his scrutiny, albeit unaware of his true identity. Nevertheless, ignorance of identity would not permit Jiraiya to leave unscathed. Jiraiya was far too astute, and within the Flame Dragon country resided many formidable individuals. Even the slightest oversight could reveal a vulnerability. Kabuto inquired, "Jiraiya, it seems you are on the brink of betraying the ninja way, choosing instead the path of martial prowess?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Oh? And who might you be to know my name? Although he did not comprehend the entirety of Kabuto's discourse, he grasped the crux of the matter, the dichotomy between the ninja way and martial arts. Kabuto asserted, in this world, there is nothing I do not know. Jiraiya retorted with mockery, what grandiose claims. Is there truly nothing you are unaware of? Very well, allow me to pose a question. What is the Akatsuki's purpose in collecting tailed beasts? What objectives do they pursue? Furthermore, what are the distinctions between martial energy, true chi, and chakra? Will the tailed beast's power within Naruto conflict with martial strength? Where have the third Hokage and his companions gone, and who is instructing them in their training? Who led the extermination of the once mighty Uzumaki clan? 15 years ago, who released the Nine Tails, and where is that entity now? Who precisely is Asuma Sarutobi? Additionally, what did Asuma mean when he said, I am still here? Having posed several inquiries, Nindo found himself utterly perplexed as to which question truly piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. He remarked, Jiraiya, beneath your lascivious exterior lies a cunning heart concealed. Jiraiya chuckled, responding, this is not cunning. Rather, I am genuinely intrigued, particularly regarding the martial arts established by Naruto. Nindo countered, I can divulge the answers to 3 of your questions. The choice is yours. After all, you shan't escape today, so why not indulge your curiosity? Jiraiya stroked his chin and replied, I wish to know all. Therefore, I shall forego the selection. Please, make the choice for me. Nindo stated, let us commence with the last question. It implies that you ought to have perished long ago. Jiraiya burst into laughter, exclaiming, how absurd. Who could possibly kill me? A sage ninja? A sage? Nindo displayed a sardonic expression, retorting, with your capabilities, you are hardly worthy. Were it not for 2 little toads, you wouldn't even be able to employ sage techniques. How can you claim to be a sage? Jiraiya's laughter faded as he spoke earnestly. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Nindo replied, I have already proclaimed that there is not in this world that I am unaware of. Jiraiya, disinterested in Nindo's self-aggrandizing remarks, shifted the conversation once more, inquiring, you know, Asuma is aware. What is your connection to him? Nindo asked, is that another question? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, forget it. I wish to know who was responsible for my demise. Nindo replied, a person you would never suspect, Nagato Uzumaki. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly taken aback. For even contemplating the possibility of it being his cherished disciple, Nagato, had never crossed his mind. Jiraiya shook his head, asserting, I refuse to believe it. He is my disciple, and I cannot fathom him committing such an act. Nindo reassured him, fear not, I shall not elucidate further. Now, for the second question, 15 years ago, it was Uchiha Obito who unleashed the Nine Tails, having abducted Kushina Uzumaki. This revelation further shattered Jiraiya's understanding. For Uchiha Obito was the disciple of Minato, and he had heartlessly conspired against his own mentor and matriarch. As Jiraiya contemplated the fact that Uchiha Obito was already deceased, he remarked, Uchiha Obito is not dead. Nindo replied, he was rescued. His death was merely a fade. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Nindo, stating gravely, this must surely be your handiwork. Nindo grinned and continued, for the third question, the third Hokage and others ventured to a realm for training, instructed by none other than myself. Naturally, Jiraiya found this hard to believe. A mere child claiming to instruct the likes of the third Hokage was utterly ludicrous, after all. The title of professor was not bestowed lightly upon the elderly ninja. Jiraiya remarked, young one, I appreciate your revelations, but I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Nindo replied, Jiraiya, do you truly believe you can depart today? Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Ningdo, chuckling, little brat, do you think you can withstand my power? Ningdo, somewhat irritated, retorted, Jiraiya, I detest being addressed in such a manner. Jiraiya replied, feel free to be angry, I shall take my leave. With a resounding thud, he executed a substitution technique, finding himself dozens of meters away. Ningdo declared, I have stated that you cannot escape. With a mere wave of his hand, a web of spider silk ensnared Jiraiya. Jiraiya formed a series of hand seals, exclaiming, fire style, fireball jutsu. He unleashed flames, aiming to incinerate the web. Ningdo scoffed, foolish one, do you not realize this is an enchanted spider web? The fireball failed to consume the web, prompting Jiraiya to alter his strategy. He halted, turned, and formed new seals, proclaiming, earth style, hell swamp. The colossal serpent beneath Ningdo sank deeply into the mire, rendered immobile. With precision, Jiraiya executed a summoning technique, pressing one hand down firmly. As a novice ninja, accompanied by a powerful serpent, He sought to summon a toad for assistance. Yet, this time, Jiraiya's summoning was met with failure. Not even a tadpole materialized. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiraiya's typically stern visage, an unprecedented occurrence. His summoning technique had not succeeded. Ha! Ningdo cackled, and after a moment, remarked, Jiraiya? You truly are a simpleton. Jiraiya inquired, did you orchestrate this? Ningdo replied, what do you think? Jiraiya pressed, how did you manage this? Why did my summoning technique fail? Chapter 108, Jiraiya captured. Substitute discovered the summoning technique, once mastered and a contract signed, should never encounter failure. The strength of the summoned beast varies, contingent upon the amount of chakra available. Greater chakra yields more potent summoned creatures. Ningdo stated, knowing your abilities, I must sever your options. Initially, I intended to summon those two loathsome toads to undermine you. Even if you had summoned them, they would not assist you. However, upon reflection, I shall spare you this time. Jiraiya chuckled. What a clever tactic. Ningdo proclaimed with pride, this is merely the beginning. I possess many more strategies. This is but a trivial appetizer. Jiraiya ceased his banter, aligning the index and middle fingers of both hands in a cross formation. Invoking the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, 10 Jiraiyas emerged, each darting off in different directions, without allies. Fleeing was the prudent choice. Ningdo remarked, how decisive you are, fully aware of your inferiority, yet you flee. It is still so foolish of you to believe you can escape from me. Do not speak of Jiraiya as if he were but one. Even 100 Jiraiyas would be instantly discerned by him. In less than 10 seconds, Ningdo once again intercepted Jiraiya. He declared, I have spoken, Jiraiya. Today you shall not escape. Jiraiya maintained a composed demeanor, abandoning thoughts of fleeing. With 10 shadow clones standing alongside his true self, his chaotic attempt to escape was effortlessly unraveled. Realizing the futility of his escape, Jiraiya resolved to engage in battle, seeking to ascertain the true extent of his opponent's strength. Ningdo seemed to perceive his intent and remarked, what? Jiraiya, do you wish to spar with me? Unfortunately, I lack the leisure to indulge in such games. Without forming any hand seals, Ningdo extended his hand and commanded, ninjutsu, prison. From within his body, sage chakra transformed into a colossal hand that descended from the heavens, drawing upon natural energy to ensnare Jiraiya, rendering him incapable of resistance. Leaving him to witness the giant hands approach helplessly, Jiraiya mused, so this is the magnitude of our disparity. Resigned to his fate, he faced his end with dignity. Such power could perhaps only be countered by the resurrection of the Sage of Ninjas. If he were to employ sage techniques, he might have had a chance to contend. Yet most alarmingly, this individual executed sage techniques without the need for hand seals and could manipulate natural energy, gaining a strategic advantage in combat. As Jiraiya was captured within the grasp of the giant hand, a rift appeared in the air, and with a wave of Ningdo's hand, Jiraiya was drawn into the void. Ningdo remarked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you might persuade him? With Jiraiya sealed, his shadow clones also dissipated instantly. From the southeastern clone, a fist-sized toad fell to the ground. The small toad, filled with sorrow in its eyes, uttered in human speech, Jiraiya. It then accurately oriented itself and vanished into the forest. Ningdo still intended to probe the realm of the land of the Flame Dragon. After several days of travel, he entered the territory of the Flame Dragon country, once the peninsula of the Land of Fire, now known as Starfire Land. Upon entering Starfire Land, Ningdo felt a sense of discomfort, not due to any external observation. He had traversed underground and had not yet been detected by the members of the organization. In this desolate expanse, Ningdo revealed himself, gazing at the sky, and stated, My power is suppressed. This martial path must be eradicated. After a moment of contemplation, he added, It is better not to appear in this form. I have not returned in a long time. Orochimaru is a clever individual and may have already suspected something. He settled upon a tree to await his moment. After a while, a rift appeared in the sky. Jiraiya emerged from the rift, remarking, This form should suffice to handle the situation. Ningdo responded, The strength of a shadow ninja can easily deceive. Subsequently, both Ningdo and Jiraiya simultaneously exclaimed, I find myself conversing with myself. The news of Jiraiya's arrival in the land of the Flame Dragon naturally reached Shimizu, who murmured, Lord Jiraiya, surely this time you shall make a decisive choice. However, Jisue has no intention of intervening in this matter, leaving it to Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya arrived in the city of Yanlong, first visiting the bathhouse to refresh himself and gather some materials before indulging in a drink. Tsunade and Orochimaru had been waiting for him at the tavern for quite some time. Jiraiya greeted them joyfully, Tsunade, Orochimaru. They both responded in kind, and the three took their seats to raise their glasses in a toast. Jiraiya cast a brief glance at Tsunade before averting his gaze. Tsunade inquired, Jiraiya, where have you traveled this time? How was your journey? Jiraiya replied, many places, the land of rivers, the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of birds, and the land of bears. I even visited the land of sound, the village Orochimaru once established, and gained profound insights. Some things indeed must be eradicated to achieve peace. Orochimaru smiled slightly and remarked, Jiraiya, it seems you have given this considerable thought. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Tsunade smiled, asking, Konoha or Yanlong? Jiraiya grinned, I choose both of you. Tsunade and Orochimaru raised their glasses, a wise choice. Welcome. The trio drank heartily until late into the night. The tavern staff arranged for Jiraiya's stay, as he was a distinguished guest in Yanlong City, free to lodge as long as he wished. Tsunade and Orochimaru departed. Returning to Yanlong Pavilion, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, Tsunade, our companion has undergone quite a transformation. Tsunade nodded. Indeed, he is no longer the same. They exchanged knowing smiles and entered Ji Shui's office. Ji Shui inquired, Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, what is your assessment of Jiraiya's choice? Tsunade responded, he is not Jiraiya. Orochimaru added, the aura is that of Jiraiya, yet he is certainly not the true Jiraiya. They had once been close companions, deeply understanding one another. No matter how well this impostor disguised himself, they could discern the truth. Ji Shui's initial urgency faded, replaced by solemnity as he asked, are you certain? Orochimaru replied, 80 to 90% sure. Tsunade suggested, let us test him further. Ji Shui nodded, very well. Though I am eager to uncover the identity of those behind him, this is a precarious time, and keeping him here is unsafe. Entering under Jiraiya's guise, he can only be an enemy, and if he is an enemy, we must draw our blades. Subsequently, Ji Shui inquired, if this person is an impostor, what are the real Jiraiya? Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions darkened. How could they not consider the implication? The audacity of this individual to infiltrate Yanlong City under Jiraiya's name suggested a troubling reality. Jiraiya could not appear. The absence of Jiraiya could mean two possibilities. Either he was captured and imprisoned somewhere, or he was dead. Chapter 109. Words follow law. The following day, Jiraiya awoke to find it was already afternoon. Descending the stairs, he was met by a waiter who had prepared a delectable breakfast for him. Without a hint of restraint, he indulged in the meal, savoring a sip of fine liquor with utter abandon. At that moment, not far from the tavern, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. One of the waiters remarked, there's a fire. Another added, that is the Xiangxin bathhouse, a popular establishment with 10 women's baths, frequented by many ladies daily. With such a fierce blaze, it is certain that numerous women are trapped inside. We hope the authorities arrive swiftly. Casting a glance at the chaos, Jiraiya chose to remain seated, continuing to drink and relish his food. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade entered the room, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Spotting her, Jiraiya waved, Tsunade. Tsunade remarked, Jiraiya, you seem to be in good spirits, able to eat so heartily. As he munched, Jiraiya mumbled indistinctly, the food here is truly exceptional. The flavor is exquisite. I could easily consume 3 more plates. Tsunade replied, you should eat less. Overindulgence is wasteful. Once you finish, we must find Shizen to impart the teachings. Jiraiya paused, inquiring, all right, but what of Naruto? With an expression of irritation, Tsunade retorted, that troublesome brat. No one knows where he is at present. Her face darkened with anger as she continued, this little rascal has become addicted to shirking responsibility. When he returns, I shall deal with him. Noticing the unusual expression on Tsunade's face, Jiraiya felt a twinge of confusion. She appeared strangely youthful, prompting him to think. What a charade of innocence. After downing 3 more cups of liquor, he suggested, Tsunade, let us depart. Very well, she agreed. The two exited the tavern, making their way towards the city gates. Jiraiya, puzzled, asked Tsunadeheim, why are we leaving the city? Tsunade smiled, the place of martial transmission lies beyond the city. Jiraiya responded, it is quite unexpected that Naruto would establish the martial grounds outside the city, even should anyone wish to sneakily learn the cultivation techniques. They would not suspect it to be located there. Indeed, Tsunade affirmed, the art of martial cultivation must remain concealed. They arrived overseas, on an island where Shizen and Orochimaru waited. As Jiraiya descended, he saw a building in the distance, surrounded by tumultuous waves, which certainly did not resemble a place of martial instruction. Turning to Shizen and Orochimaru, he remarked, "This place hardly appears to be a site for martial transmission, does it?" Tsunade turned to him, her countenance icy, her eyes ablaze with fury, and replied, "That is precisely the point." Jiraiya's expression stiffened as he glanced at Orochimaru, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, stating, "It seems I have inadvertently revealed a clue." Bang! Tsunade struck Jiraiya without hesitation, landing a punch that left his face bruised. "Where's Jiraiya? How is he now?" Tsunade questioned, her anger palpable. Jiraiya stood up, rubbing his face until it returned to its original form, and replied, "I am quite curious to know where I displayed any weaknesses." Orochimaru interjected, "You are riddled with vulnerabilities." He smoothed his appearance and remarked, "What do you think of my current self?" Transformed by Naruto, Orochimaru no longer resembled his former self, becoming a radiant young man, a change that occurred after Jiraiya's departure. Realizing this, Jiraiya asked, "Is that the reason?" Orochimaru responded, "That is more than sufficient. The stark contrast will surely astonish you." Jiraiya admitted, "I underestimated the bond you share." He turned to Tsunade and inquired, "What about you, Tsunade-heim?" Tsunade remarked, "Indeed, Jiraiya is quite lecherous, but whenever he gazes at me, it is always a blend of 3 parts lust and 7 parts camaraderie. Furthermore, was today's fire truly unexpected?" Jiraiya questioned, "Was this all part of a performance?" Tsunade replied, "Given Jiraiya's proclivity for women, upon hearing of a fire at the women's bath, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist. He has faced countless beatings to sneak into such places before. Would he let this fortuitous opportunity slip by?" Jiraiya laughed heartily. It is indeed challenging to deceive you." Shursui then asked, "So, who are you?" Jiraiya looked intently at Shursui, a person who should have perished, yet was granted a second chance due to Naruto Uzumaki. The trio looked puzzled, questioning the meaning behind his words. Calmly, Shursui asked, "A person who should have died? What do you mean?" Jiraiya responded, "You will understand in due time," indicating he had no intention of elaborating. With a resounding thud, Tsunade delivered another kick, driving him into the ground and leaving him disfigured, though he remained unharmed. "Where's Jiraiya?" Tsunade demanded with a fierce voice. As Jiraiya attempted to resist, Tsunade kicked him away, distorting his form once more. He quickly restored himself and remarked, "Is this the essence of martial arts? The sheer physical strength surpasses even your former monstrous might. It is indeed formidable." Tsunade's physical prowess, rivaled only by Naruto and Might Guy, was demonstrated through her earlier strikes, which she executed without using her chakra, relying solely on her raw physical power. Jiraiya then faced the 3 and assured them, "Do not worry. You will meet again, and that day is not far off." With another decisive move, Tsunade struck him down again, breaking one of Jiraiya's hands as she demanded, "What have you done to him?" Jiraiya remained silent, transforming one hand into a sharp blade that lunged towards Tsunade. As he felt the true energy enveloping his palm, he gripped the blade, only to hear a clang as Tsunade shattered it effortlessly. This was the fury of Tsunade, resembling a fierce dragoness. Observing the scene, Jiraiya coldly commanded, "Step aside." Before Tsunade could react, she was propelled away by a force that summoned natural energy. Shizun's pupils constricted in disbelief, exclaiming, "What kind of technique is this?" Orochimaru remarked, "Unseen and unheard." Tsunade's formidable true energy surged, shattering the binding natural energy surrounding her, as she descended and stated, "What a terrifying technique." This indeed redefined the abilities of the 3. Had Naruto been present, he would have exclaimed, "Words become law." Rising to his feet, Jiraiya, now devoid of both hands, declared, "Even a shadow ninja, once bound by me, cannot hope to escape. You merely exerted 7 parts of your strength to tear apart the bindings. Is this the essence of martial power? Truly formidable." Tsunade inquired, "What manner of technique is this?" Jiraiya replied, "An ant does not need to speak." He paused, gazing skyward, murmuring to himself, "Have you noticed?" He fixed his gaze on Tsunade and the others, saying, "Wait, it is near, very near." In Chapter 110, the frog's wisdom cuts through the thorns to Flame Dragon City. Tsunade and her companions watched as Jiraiya vanished, his form disintegrating into dust. After a moment of vigilance, they detected no lingering techniques, allowing them to relax slightly. They had unexpectedly lured Jiraiya here, confident that he would not leave any means to disrupt Flame Dragon City. Shizen pondered aloud, "Is this the contingency that Lord Dragon King is concerned about? What precisely is this power?" Such otherworldly techniques struck their minds like thunderclaps, shaking their very essence. as he wielded ninjutsu, moving his lips without the need for hand seals. Manipulating natural energy directly, such prowess was beyond even the legendary sage of 6 pads. Orochimaru inquired, "Tsunade, how was the force that bound you?" Tsunade responded, "This individual possesses only shadow ninja strength. The binding of natural energy is merely at that level. Even Lee and the others could have escaped." Shizen felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Our true concern lies with the enigmatic figure behind this." Tsunade agreed, "Indeed." Orochimaru recalled something and said, before he vanished. It seemed he glanced at the sky, as if wary of something. Tsunade interjected, "Could it be that Lord Dragon King has emerged from seclusion?" Tsunade countered, "No. If Naruto had emerged, he would surely make an appearance." Orochimaru concurred, "Indeed, if the Dragon King had emerged, he ought to show himself. This presents an enigma for them. In the land of the Flame Dragon, within an uninhabited expanse, hidden in the hollow of an ancient tree, Shinobi Do lay concealed. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Indeed, it surpasses the ways of the shinobi considerably. This battle cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Shursui has grown remarkably strong, and Naruto Uzumaki will only become stronger. Nagato's illness must be resolved, otherwise he cannot be contained." Transforming into a white serpent, Shinobi Do departed from the tree hollow, leaving the land of the Flame Dragon behind. In the Starfire Peninsula, a small frog leapt across the boundary and exclaimed, "In the land of the Flame Dragon, the clever frog, have finally arrived." This little frog had indeed fallen from Jiraiya, having journeyed for 8 consecutive days. It had overcome numerous obstacles along the way, evading many serpents. Given its pace, reaching Flame Dragon City would likely take an estimated 15 days. However, the clever frog remained resolute, showing no signs of surrender. Steadfast in its direction, hopping forward, resting when fatigued, and resuming its journey upon regaining energy. After 3 more days of travel, a merchant caravan passed by. Hearing their conversation, the frog learned they were headed to Flame Dragon City, which filled it with immense joy. Seizing the opportunity, it jumped into one of the carts laden with goods, hiding among the cargo. This significantly increased its speed, though the clever frog dared not sleep too soundly, fearing it might end up roasted for dinner. After 8 days of travel, the caravan arrived at Flame Dragon City. The clever frog seized the moment to leave the caravan, determined to find Tsunade and Uchiha Shursui. However, upon entering Flame Dragon City, it sensed it was being followed, 3 serpents trailing closely behind. The clever frog, feeling the pursuit, leaped into a courtyard and entered a house, with the 3 serpents slithering in through a hole in the wall. Turning around, the clever frog addressed them. "What do you 3 foul serpents want with me?" With that, it reached behind itself, producing a smoking pipe, unmistakably a sign that it was the progeny of Fukasaku, already indulging in tobacco at such a young age. Though the source of the pipe remained a mystery, one of the serpents spoke. "A talking frog?" The clever frog retorted, "And a talking foul serpent?" Recalling Jiraiya's instructions, it surmised that these serpents were likely placed by Orochimaru and demanded, "Where is Orochimaru? I wish to see Orochimaru." However, the response came in the form of 3 serpents launching an attack. After being called foul snakes twice, they were determined to retaliate against the repugnant toad. Armed with a pipe as his weapon, the toad demonstrated considerable strength, sending one of the attacking snakes flying with a single strike. This skirmish unfolded in a cluttered storage room, where the flung serpent inadvertently knocked over various jars and bottles, creating a cacophony of sound. The battle resumed, its rhythm echoing through the disarray. Originally a quaint eatery, one of the staff members, hearing the commotion, opened the storage room to find a toad fiercely battling 3 small snakes. Despite being overwhelmed and in a state of disarray, the toad did not cease its incessant chatter. Upon noticing the presence of a human, the toad promptly declared, "This toad seeks an audience with Lord Orochimaru regarding a matter of great importance. You must drive away these foul serpents at once." Orochimaru, a high-ranking member of the Flame Dragon, had long protected the city of Flame Dragon, and the staff member, understanding the significance, swiftly expelled the 3 snakes, rescuing the toad. The staff member inquired, "Little toad, what business do you have with Lord Orochimaru?" The toad responded, "It is of great urgency. Jiraiya has perished, and they must be informed." Given the gravity of the situation, the staff member escorted the toad to his employer. Unfortunately, the employer was Uchiha Suka, a clan elder from the Uchiha family, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan and was at the early stages of his abilities, which, given his talent, represented his limit. Uchiha Suka immediately recognized the toad's identity and remarked, A toad from my jutsu mountain. The staff member explained, Master. This little toad insists on meeting Lord Orochimaru and mentions something about Jiraiya's death. Who is Jiraiya? What? Uchiha Asuka exclaimed, rising from his aged form. Bring him to me. The staff member handed the toad over to Uchiha Asuka, who then opened the window and soared into the air. The staff member was left dumbfounded. And after a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Goodness, the master is truly a formidable expert. Uchiha Asuka, accompanied by the toad, made his way directly to his clan leader, Uchiha Shisui. During this time, Shisui had not been idle. Uncertain of the impending battle's outcome, he sought to plant the seeds of martial prowess for the Flame Dragon. They had chosen a remote island overseas, sending many promising students from the Qianlong Academy there. Originally, Shisui intended for Tenten to lead a group, but she declined, opting instead to remain and protect the homeland established by Naruto. In recent years, Tenten had focused solely on her training and the study of ninja tools, having not engaged in any battles. As a result, Shisui perceived her presence as insignificant and assumed her abilities were average. Furthermore, Naruto held a deep affection for Tenten, treating her as a beloved sister, akin to family, which led Shisui to prioritize the protection of Naruto's kin. Little did Shisui realize that the strength Tenten would eventually unleash would astonish everyone. Upon seeing Uchiha Asuka, Shisui promptly rose and greeted, Grandpa-hi, what brings you here? Uchiha Sueha remarked, Shizen, Jiraiya has perished. How did you come to know, Grandpa-hi? In Chapter 111, shrouded in uncertainty, Jiraiya arrived in the city of Enri. Some were aware of his presence, yet 10 days prior, he had vanished without a word, ensuring that no one truly knew of his fate. They dared not confirm whether Jiraiya had indeed met his end, thus opting to conceal the truth. Apart from the three of them, only the mastermind behind the plot possessed the knowledge of how Grandpa-hi came to this realization. Uchiha Sueha declared, it is him. As he produced Frosi, the toad, Shizen acknowledged, the summoning beast of Mount Mybokuzen. In that moment, Frosi collapsed, his taut nerves finally easing. He exclaimed, at last, I have found you. Shizen inquired, how did you know that Lord Jiraiya was in trouble? Frosi replied, Jiraiya was engaged in battle. I was with him. He instructed me to deliver a message to you. Is there any food? I am quite famished. Shizen felt that today might bring them vital information and said, very well, I shall arrange for some fried locusts. Presently, the only insects available in Enri City were these fried locusts, a dish inspired by Naruto's culinary exploits with the swarming grasshoppers. Uchiha Sueya sensed that Shizen was withholding certain details, particularly regarding Jiraiya's situation, and interjected, Shizen, you converse. We mustn't allow the staff to overhear. It was perhaps better for them to remain oblivious. Life was currently so pleasant, free from the burdens of power and political strife. He preferred to remain unaware of such troubling matters, wishing to avoid any mental strain. Shizen bid, farewell, Grandpa-hi. As Uchiha Sueha departed, Shizen refrained from questioning Frosi, gently placing him upon a soft seat, awaiting the arrival of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Moments later, Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived. Upon seeing Frosi feasting on the fried locusts, Tsunade exclaimed, a little toad from Mount Mybokuzen. Shizen replied, he was with Lord Jiraiya during the battle. Orochimaru and Tsunade, upon hearing the words, naturally took their seats, their 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon Gamakichi. At this moment, Gamakichi, still in the innocence of childhood, struggled to articulate many things. Fortunately, it remembered Jiraiya's instructions, to recount the events as they transpired and to adhere to his directives. Jiraiya had summoned it while in Konoha, instructing it to spy on Asuma Sarutobi. The trio refrained from interrupting Gamakichi, allowing it to narrate the entire account uninterrupted. It was only when Jiraiya's clone dissipated that Gamakichi, feeling fatigued, grasped a fried grasshopper with one of its claws and succumbed to slumber. Having accomplished Jiraiya's task, it felt entitled to rest. Shizen observed the shadows of sorrow that enveloped the faces of her companions. Although Gamakichi had not witnessed Jiraiya's demise firsthand, the circumstances strongly suggested that he had faced grave peril. Tsunade lowered her head, lost in contemplation. Orochimaru, with a sense of desolation, uttered, Jiraiya, have you truly departed in this manner? The absence of a once cherished comrade left a void in his heart, diminishing the number of companions with whom he could share a drink. This serpent was no longer the cold-blooded creature depicted in the original narrative, but rather a being imbued with flesh and emotion, capable of feeling pain and sorrow at the loss of an old friend. Shizen, suppressing her anguish, regained her composure and remarked, Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, I too grieve for Lord Jiraiya's plight. However, this is not the time for our sorrow. With Asuma Saratobi having mastered sage techniques, the true extent of the Saratobi clan's strength remained uncertain. Furthermore, the situation in Kumogakure and whether the fourth Reikage A had left any remnants, as well as the infiltration of Sunagakure, were all matters shrouded in mystery. Now was not the time for despair. Orochimaru, gathering his emotions, responded, "Indeed, we must not succumb to despair. Regardless of the malevolent forces lurking behind this incident, they shall not invade our land of the flame dragon." Tsunade, forcing herself to uplift her spirits, added, "Jiraiya emphasized the importance of the ninja way and martial arts. Those who obstructed him aimed to hinder his martial development. He suspected that there were individuals clandestinely uniting ninjas, intent on thwarting the progress of the land of the flame dragon. It is likely that Naruto is aware of this group, which is why he has entered seclusion to enhance his abilities." Shizen nodded in agreement, stating, "Lord Jiraiya possessed exceptional talent. If he were to pursue martial arts, he would undoubtedly become one of the pillars of the flame dragon. Thus, those hidden adversaries would naturally seek to impede him." Orochimaru licked his lips, continuing, "It is understandable that the enemy fears the strengthening of martial prowess. This suggests that their own strength may not be as formidable as it appears. Within their hearts, a slight sense of relief washed over them. Both Shizen and Tsunade shared this sentiment, reassured by the notion that the strength of the flame dragon remained concealed from other ninja villages. Naturally, they would not lower their guard. But the weight upon their hearts had lightened somewhat. Tsunade inquired, "Orochimaru, can you summon a colossal serpent?" Orochimaru smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is Kabuto. We can now confirm that Kabuto has betrayed us." He added, "Rest assured, when we encounter him again, I shall deal with him decisively." In this passage, Shizen expressed a differing opinion, stating, "Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, there is something unsettling about this matter. Is there a possibility of directly forcing one's soul into another's? Furthermore, the false Jiraiya, who exists without flesh to sustain him, possesses vitality. Senior Yakushi Kabuto and Asuma Saratobi both recognize that the real Jiraiya should not be alive. Could it be that they are one and the same?" In Shizen's eyes, he still believed that Yakushi Kabuto would not betray them. That radiant smile of his could not be feigned. He cared deeply for every child in the orphanage. It was inconceivable for him to take action against the land of the flame. Shizen, now a worthy representative of the land of the flame, displayed qualities befitting a king, marked by his vision, magnanimity, and acumen in addressing issues. Prompted by this insight, Tsunade and Orochimaru fell into contemplation. The situation indeed bore an air of the enigmatic. Such speculation seemed absurd and devoid of logic, yet they felt undeniably plausible. Tsunade declared, "I shall return to Konoha." To which Orochimaru concurred, "That is precisely my intention." Shizen interjected, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, I advise against it. I understand your desire to return is to see Asuma Saratobi and confirm his identity. However, Asuma would certainly be aware of this. If he were to evade you or retreat into seclusion like Lord Ri, it would merely squander your time. Moreover, your appearance could expose you to an ambush from the organization behind the scenes, placing you in grave danger. Furthermore, even if you were to confirm his identity, you would only obtain one answer. It would be wiser to enhance your vigilance now, preventing any advantage for the enemy." Upon hearing this, the two abandoned their plans. Indeed, as Shizen had articulated, a trip to Konoha at this juncture would serve little purpose. Should they uncover the truth, Asuma Saratobi, much like the false Jiraiya, could dissipate into dust, revealing their intentions, especially since Asuma had never mentioned it. Chapter 112, The Return of Saratobi Hisashi. Another month passed, and the major nations experienced relative peace with little friction. The Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished, stirring no further unrest. However, many sensed this was merely the calm before an impending storm. The ninja world was on the brink of a grand confrontation, with all eyes turning toward the land of the flame. The decisive battle was destined to occur within the realm of the flame, pitting the Siri organization against the Akatsuki. In the latter part of the year 63 of the Konoha era, within the secret chamber of the Saratobi clan, the air split open, and moments later, a figure emerged. It was none other than Saratobi Hisashi, who had been absent for over 3 years. A glimmer of cold clarity flashed in Hisashi's profound gaze as he solemnly declared, "Konoha, I, Saratobi Hisashi, have returned." Following closely behind were his 38 loyal warriors. These 38 had experienced significant enhancement, with 8 attaining the strength of shadow ninjas, 17 reaching elite J-Nin, and 13 becoming J-Nin, with none falling below the rank of CH Nin. It is essential to note that when these ninjas departed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, only 4 were of J-Nin rank, 20 were CH-Nin, and 14 were Genin. Their current power had not merely doubled, but had undergone a remarkable evolution. This force could already sweep through the ninja world in the original narrative. Sarutobi Hiruzen found his pipe, packed it with tobacco, and took a deep inhalation, his expression reflecting a measure of contentment. He proclaimed, "You shall go forth and uncover the events that have transpired in Konoha over the years." Yes, the 38 departed the room. As everyone set about their tasks, Sarutobi Asuma noticed and smiled, saying, "You're back." With that, he rose, abandoning his training, and made his way to the room where Sarutobi Hiruzen resided. Upon seeing Sarutobi Asuma, Hiruzen revealed a paternal smile. "Asuma, yo, you're back," was Asuma's simple greeting, and in those 4 words, Hiruzen realized that this was not his son. Setting the pipe on the table, he inquired, "Who are you? What have you done with Asuma?" Asuma replied, "Do not worry. I have not killed him. I merely confined his soul, allowing me to temporarily control his body." A ferocity mixed with a hint of confusion flickered in Hiruzen's eyes, as he sensed a peculiar familiarity in the manner of speech. Asuma continued, "I am merely utilizing your son's body to accomplish certain tasks in Konoha." Hiruzen, enlightened, remarked, "So it is you. How could he not be familiar with this mysterious figure who had instructed them over the past 3 years? Even the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu, showed utmost respect in his presence." Hiruzen then asked, "Sir, what of my child?" Asuma assured him, "Rest assured, his soul is merely sealed. Upon my departure, he shall be released to reclaim his body. By that time, his powers will greatly enhance, enabling him to cultivate sage techniques." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen exhaled in relief. This was his son, and naturally, he wished for his safety. With a grin that stretched from ear to ear, he expressed, "Thank you, my lord." Asuma quipped, "Your family's talent truly leaves much to be desired." Hiruzen remained silent. It was not only the common folk who fell short. Even the Sage of 6 Paths would be considered mediocre in Asuma's presence. Asuma then inquired, "Do you wish to reclaim control of Konoha?" A fiery determination ignited in Hiruzen's eyes. "Of course. To eliminate Uzumaki Naruto, obliterate the Uchiha clan, eradicate the Land of Flames, and annihilate martial arts had become Hiruzen's obsession. As long as this obsession persisted, he could extend his life for several more years." Asuma cautioned, however, "It may not be an easy task. Aside from the Sarutobi and the Shimura clans, the remaining families have united, along with a few young martial artists, making it effortless to resist Sarutobi Hiruzen." Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "My lord, has something occurred?" Sarutobi Asuma recounted the actions of Kakashi and others. Summarizing succinctly, "You may assume the role of Hokage without issue, yet the major clans will not heed your commands, and many ninjas will remain beyond your influence." Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Naturally, he harbored resentment towards Kakashi, recognizing that it was Kakashi's orchestration that unified everyone, enabling the clans to band together. Had they not allied, he could have coerced them individually, and even amidst injustice, they would not dare to express anger or dissent. Reflecting on the capabilities of his lord, he asked, "My lord, is it possible for you to exert control over a few individuals?" This lord possessed an unfathomable power. Should he manage to manipulate a few, he could seize control of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Asuma replied, "It is not feasible. His strength is formidable. One could say that countless ninjas appear as mere ants before him. Even the Sage of 6 Paths could be effortlessly subdued by him. However, he is currently occupied with suppressing the awakening of another force, having expended considerable energy to elevate Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Furthermore, he intends to resurrect the progenitor of the ninja clans. The extent to which he conceals Sarutobi Asuma is already at its limit. Had it not been for his communication with Miyaboka Mountain, capturing Jiraiya would have been uncertain." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he was not overly disheartened, stating, "With 70 to 80,000 residents in Konohagakure, not all will heed his call. As long as they remain quiet, all is well. Should they disturb the peace, I shall impart a lesson." Presently, Sarutobi Hiruzen exuded confidence, his strength surpassing that of his youth. Embracing sage techniques allowed him to step into legendary realms, and in this village, his word was law. Sarutobi Asuma cautioned, "Do not underestimate them. Those youngsters have grown alongside Uzumaki Naruto." At the mention of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brimmed with animosity, declaring, "Martial artists, you say? I hope they remain subdued. Otherwise, even should he enter the cycle of reincarnation." Sarutobi Asuma frowned slightly, realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had become somewhat arrogant. News of Sarutobi Hiruzen's return swiftly spread throughout Konohagakure, with many observing from the shadows. Some astute individuals seldom ventured outside, fearful of impending conflict. As for the villagers surrounding the Hokage building, many sought refuge at the former Uchiha clan's location. Though not within the village, it offered greater safety. And they sensed the storm brewing over Konohagakure. On the third day following his return, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage building, directly entering Kakashi's office. Kakashi, unfazed, remarked, "Third Hokage, you have arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Kakashi, were you waiting for me?" Kakashi responded, "Indeed, given your nature, with cards in hand, upon returning to Konohagakure, you will undoubtedly reclaim the Hokage position." Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "It seems you know me well." Kakashi stated matter-of-factly, "I am not the only one who understands you. Inquire of Nara Shikaku, Hinata Hizashi, and others, who among them is unaware of him, who does not understand his temperament." Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Given this, what will you choose?" Chapter 113, The Storm Approaches. Upon hearing this, Kakashi exhibited no hesitation, rising to his feet and stating, "If you desire it, then take it." Sarutobi Hiruzen, unreserved, approached and sat down nonchalantly. "Kakashi, you are quite remarkable, and you serve as the leader of the Umbu. I have faith in your capabilities," Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted. Kakashi replied, "I apologize, but the Umbu no longer exists, and I shall not act on your behalf. I must take my leave." With his hands propped under his chin, Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, "Kakashi, are you certain?" Kakashi turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and replied firmly, "Absolutely." Sarutobi Hiruzen then inquired, "So, are you intending to betray Konohagakure?" Kakashi's voice turned icy as he responded, "Third Hokage, I still hold respect for you, addressing you as such, but the past is bygone. I hope you can learn to embody the virtues of a venerable elder." Kakashi felt a surge of indignation at the baseless slander. The notion that he would betray Konohagakure was utterly absurd. If he had intended to do so, he would not have waited until now. When Naruto departed in the past, he could have left alongside him and embraced the path of martial arts to cultivate the enigmatic powers therein. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, "To disregard the Hokage's orders is to betray Konohagakure." Kakashi countered, "The assembly has yet to convene. I am still the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Will you follow my commands? Remember, disobedience equates to betrayal." Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer surfacing within, as he remarked, "Kakashi, you truly are impressive." Kakashi responded, "Thank you for the compliment. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not impede him, watching Kakashi's retreating figure with an inscrutable expression. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaiming the Hokage position swiftly spread throughout Konohagakure. However, the village remained remarkably tranquil, thanks in large part to Kakashi, who had discreetly reassured the villagers to remain calm, promising that they would safeguard Konohagakure, with Nara Shikamaru and others also providing their assurances, which helped maintain the villagers' composure. Shikamaru and his companions successfully thwarted the ninjas from Iwagakure, serving as a source of reassurance for the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the few hundred ninjas at his disposal. With the elite jonin predominantly from the Nara and Sarutobi clans, numbering merely 11. Had it not been for Asuma Sarutobi, the elite jonin would have been in single digits. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly declared, "Very well, Kakashi, you truly are remarkable." Although he had indeed reclaimed the Hokage position, he found himself a mere figurehead, as Kakashi and his team disregarded him entirely. Asuma Sarutobi interjected, "Now is not the time to confront them. The Akatsuki organization has already mobilized, and both Sunagakure and Kumogakure are on the move towards the Land of Flames." Sarutobi Hizashi, suppressing his rage, remarked, "Upon our return from the Land of the Flame Dragons, I shall settle the score with them." Upon their return, the ninja world was indeed engulfed by a tempest, sweeping across the entire realm. 3 ninja villages mobilized with great fanfare, leaving no attempt to conceal their movements, for their numbers were so vast that stealth was an impossibility. On this occasion, Inoki of the Iwagakure demonstrated remarkable prudence by abstaining from involvement in the conflict, opting instead to observe and seek profit from the sidelines. Furthermore, he had learned that Shikamaru and his companions were formidable martial artists who had grown alongside Naruto since childhood. If they were so powerful, what of the organization known as the Hidden Dragon? Thus, he chose to bide his time. Meanwhile, Meitarumi of the Kirigakure was secretly preparing to witness this unparalleled battle. aspiring to cross the sea and voyage towards the land of the flame dragons. In Yanlong City, Shui and his companions had long departed, having clandestinely ventured to the Ember District, for the battle could not erupt on home soil without endangering innocent lives. Having seized the peninsula of the Land of Fire and combined it with the existing population of the Land of Tea, the total now exceeded 30 million. Following Naruto's command, Shui initiated a nationwide martial arts training program, whereby anyone capable of sensing their inner energy would be granted access to the next level of martial techniques. Nurtured by the system, over the course of several years, the ranks of martial artists above the second tier have swelled to an astonishing 30,000. While the number of third-tier warriors, though uncounted, undoubtedly surpasses 100,000. Even those commoners who cannot attain the status of a martial artist, having practiced the rudimentary techniques of energy absorption, have seen their physical prowess significantly enhanced. This remarkable transformation is largely attributed to the abundant natural energies within the world of the Hokage, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Concurrently with martial training, Shui has intensified the education of thought, instilling the spirit of martial arts, and consolidating these individuals into a cohesive military force, imparting to them the responsibilities of soldiers, a system with which Naruto is well acquainted and has passed on to Shui. This endeavor has proven exceedingly successful, fostering an immense sense of unity. Upon the news of an external invasion, over 100,000 soldiers have assembled and stand ready for Shui's command, while the common people have also prepared themselves as the third line of defense. Intelligence reports indicate that numerous foes approach, predominantly elite fighters. Notably, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his limited influence within the village, has managed to gather 500 to 600 ninjas in the Land of Fire, though their strength may be average. Their combat experience is commendable. The three great nations, fire, lightning, and wind, possess far greater capabilities than this. Yet they believe their current strength suffices to defeat the potential threat posed by the Dragon Organization. Shui has meticulously arranged for second and third-tier warriors to safeguard various locations, retaining a contingent of those above the second tier to oversee the overarching affairs of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, while he leads the remainder directly into the territory of the Land of Fire to confront the enemy. It is preferable for the flames of war to rage in foreign lands. As for the border town in the Land of Fire, known as Hinges Village, it indeed boasts a garrison of ninjas and military forces. However, upon the arrival of Shui and his companions, they decisively retreated. Resistance was futile. Apart from the formidable figures of Naruto Uzumaki, Shui, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the might they wielded was beyond the capacity of their adversaries to withstand. In this instance, Shui has taken on the role of the villain. This town, though not insignificant, with a population exceeding 100,000, was presented with two choices. First, to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom and become its citizens, receiving arrangements within its borders. Second, to gather their belongings and depart from this place. In essence, they could not remain. Shui wielded his sword, creating a chasm several dozen feet long, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace, who swiftly made their decision. To their credit, a considerable number chose to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, with a total of approximately 13 to 14,000, of which 7 to 8,000 became its citizens. Though the situation was dire, Shui offered reparations for those families who did not join. He provided monetary compensation. It is precisely due to Shui's audacious maneuver that the groundwork has been laid for the Flame Dragon Kingdom to eventually engulf the Land of Fire, simultaneously promoting the Flame Dragon Kingdom's interests. Thus, Shui and his compatriots brazenly occupied Hinges Village. On the seventh day, within Hinges Village, atop a lofty tower, Shui sat poised with one leg raised. In the Flame Dragon Kingdom, there is no kneeling. Before him lay a blade, and as a gust of wind swept in from afar, it tousled his hair. He opened his eyes, reached out, and grasped the blade, murmuring, "They have arrived." Chapter 114. Naruto emerges. Power significantly enhanced. It is unclear how much time had passed when Naruto suddenly awoke, the profound aura dissipating as he murmured, "I nearly succumbed to madness. That was perilous." He settled into a meditative state, calming his mind and dispelling the shadows that lingered within. Having successfully subdued his inner demons, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Sensing an imminent threat, Naruto instinctively sought a breakthrough, which manifested as inner turmoil. Fortunately, he awakened in time to suppress these dark thoughts. As his strength continued to ascend, the inner demons would inevitably fade away. Naruto remained unconcerned about these mental struggles. Having once stood proudly in the world and endured countless trials in his cultivation, he was more than capable of handling such trivial adversities with ease. Naruto murmured, "What is the great unity?" His thoughts wandered, reminiscent of the end of the Dharma age in his past life, where merely achieving a half-step towards the return to the origin was considered supreme. The concept of great unity was nothing more than a legend, devoid of any substantial explanation. Naruto's thoughts drifted, his sole perception unfurling and enveloping the island. The landscape was enchanting, with towering trees, lush thickets, vibrant mountain flowers, birds soaring through the sky, and beasts frolicking in joyous abandon, while fish swam freely in the waters. Everything appeared so splendid. Gradually, Naruto found himself immersed in this beauty. His inner state was undergoing a transformation, the essence of his cultivation method circulating, while the natural energies around him began to converge, accelerating until they coalesced into a tempest of energy, startling the birds and creatures into flight. At one moment, Naruto murmured, "Unity, a harmony of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. If I do not perceive in the mortal realm, how can I grasp the essence of the universe?" With a gentle sound emanating from within him, Naruto broke through, stepping into the realm of unity, while his cultivation technique ascended to the 7th tier. Naruto's figure shifted, vanishing into the cave, only to re-emerge standing above the sea. "Ha ha!" Naruto erupted into boisterous laughter, his voice resounding for miles, an unstoppable force surging forth, as though the heavens and earth were united in strength, stirring up tumultuous waves and crashing tides. Naruto unsheathed his sword and with a casual swing, cleaved the secluded island in two. Is this the realm of great harmony? Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, it is indeed formidable, Naruto exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Naruto's eyes moved in unison, one transformed into the Eye of Rebirth, while the other became the Rinnegan. Indeed, Naruto's mental prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, and his gaze had long since evolved into the Rinnegan. His Rinnegan glimmered with an ethereal yellow hue, reminiscent of golden light interwoven with strands of primordial energy. Naruto's Rinnegan was unparalleled, a singular entity that had never graced the realms of existence before, and could indeed be regarded as the most formidable Rinnegan ever conceived. Currently, Naruto's strength, although merely at the level of the Great Unity, is greatly augmented by his Rinnegan, Rebirth Eye, and mastery of the profound principles of swordsmanship. Even the Sage of Six Paths, if resurrected, would find himself unable to contend with him. Should Naruto further transcend his abilities and grasp the legendary power of the rules, he could easily subdue the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto murmured to himself, "It is time to return. I wonder how Flame Dragon is faring now." As Naruto soared through the skies on his sword, he sensed the presence of a covert vessel navigating the waters, its destination aimed at the Flame Dragon. A familiar aura emanated from the ship, yet Naruto could not discern the identity of this individual. He had merely encountered her essence in a distant place. Naruto murmured softly, "Could it be that the Flame Dragon has encountered a grave situation, leading the Land of Water to act clandestinely?" With a flash of his sword's aura, he soared through the air, halting above the stealth vessel. Extending his hand, he seized the ship from the depths and brought it to the ocean's surface. The ninja from the hidden mist village were taken aback, wondering how the ship had lost control. Could it be that they had encountered the Vortex Sea? Naruto proclaimed, "Who leads the ship? Step forward." The ninjas of the hidden mist village were struck with terror. They had not encountered the Vortex Sea, but rather a formidable master. Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, promptly revealed herself, appearing on the deck. Upon witnessing Naruto standing proudly in the air, she remarked, "Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto gazed at the delicate strands of azure hair that obscured Mei Terumi's eyes and remarked, "I wondered who it was," only to discover it is none other than the 4th Mizukage. "Pray tell, what brings the 5th Mizukage to my domain of the Flame Dragon?" "Indeed, Mei Terumi." The 5th Mizukage was a vision of beauty. Her physique, though slightly less impressive than Tsunade's, was nonetheless captivating. However, she did not align with Naruto's tastes. Mei inquired, "Dragon King, what brings you here? Have you chosen not to partake in the battle?" The current Naruto was a far cry from the yellow-haired boy of the original tale. His hair cascaded over his shoulders, adorned in an ancient azure robe, with a long sword in hand, embodying the essence of a chivalrous warrior. While he may not possess the striking elegance of Sasuke, he was undeniably handsome. Had Naruto's prowess been mediocre, he would surely have found himself subjected to Mei's scrutiny, as Sasuke had experienced in the original narrative. Yet, Naruto's strength was now formidable, and any attempt at scrutiny would likely yield unfavorable consequences. Naruto inquired. What battle are we referring to? Terumi Mei had already departed for Flame Dragon City, under the impression that Shui and his companions would safeguard the location. However, to her astonishment, Shui and the others had vacated Flame Dragon City and abandoned the Land of Flame. The defenses of Flame Dragon City were formidable, compelling her to retrace her steps without traversing through the nation. After all, she was a master of the shadow ninja arts. Any disruption within the country would render them quite vulnerable. Naturally, Terumi Mei refrained from forcefully breaching the defenses, for had she done so, she would likely find herself a captive by now. Instead, she resolved to take a detour towards the coastal city, hoping to arrive in time for the impending conflict. Terumi Mei stated, the Akatsuki organization, along with Sunigakure, Kumogakure, and Konohagakure, has united with the intent to annihilate the Qianlong organization and eradicate the Land of Flame. Naruto's aura dissipated subtly, causing Terumi Mei's vessel to shatter instantaneously. Except for Terumi Mei, all others plunged into the sea, only to emerge moments later. Naruto remarked, but has Sarutobi Hiruzen and those insignificant beings returned? Logically, Konoha would not engage in battle. If they were to participate, it would be because Sarutobi Hiruzen has returned and regained control over Konoha, thus directing an assault on the Flame Dragon. Terumi Mei nodded. Indeed, having mastered Senjutsu, his strength has become even more formidable. Naruto remarked, so, having learned the art of sage techniques, one believes themselves capable and dares to attack my Land of Flames. Very well. I extend my gratitude to Lord Mizukage for the information. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As for the compensation for the damaged warships, you may address that in the City of Flames. I shall return shortly. With that, Naruto soared into the sky on his sword. A hidden mist ninja murmured, is this really the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki? How formidable. His voice trembled slightly, fear creeping into his heart under Naruto's overwhelming presence. Another ninja inquired, Lord Mizukage, shall we proceed? Kisame shook her head, no. It is futile now that Naruto Uzumaki has departed. The outcome is already determined. The mere aura emanating from Naruto extinguished any thoughts of resistance within Kisame. She was convinced that neither the Akatsuki organization nor the major hidden villages could rival Naruto Uzumaki. As Kisame gazed into the sky, where Naruto's figure had vanished, she mused. Martial cultivation, the path of martial arts. Should I choose one? Lord Mizukage, shall we head to the City of Flames? Kisame shook her head once more, saying, no need for that. Let us return. Understood, Lord Mizukage. With their feet skimming the water's surface, Kisame and her companions made their way back to the Land of Water. Chapter 115. The confrontation. The first to appear was the Akatsuki organization, led by Pain of the Six Paths. Following him were Uchiha Obito, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu, Konan, Zetsu, and Sasori of the Red Sand. Bringing up the rear were Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. Observing the suspended figure of Shurzue in the sky, Pain ascended to meet him, expressing, I admire your courage to venture beyond the City of Flames. In his estimation, their strength could easily crush the Land of Flames. Unlike the past, when Nagato had to strategize, the current Nagato brimmed with confidence. His body had recovered significantly, although still bearing the Outer Path statue. His physical prowess had improved immensely. He could unleash the Earth Release, Exploding Stars technique without the need for a single projectile or shedding blood. Shurzue declared, the people of the Land of Flames are our family. You shall not harm our kin. Pain retorted, so, you drove the inhabitants of the Sea City away? Thousands had been displaced, and they had sought answers. Shurzue chose not to respond directly, merely stating, are you the leader behind the Akatsuki organization? With the addition of 5 individuals, Shurzue felt a slight heaviness in his heart. They had not anticipated the Akatsuki's increase in numbers. Fortunately, he noted that these 5 were not particularly formidable, still lacking compared to the pinnacle of elite ninjas. Pain inquired, what else do you know? Shurzue replied, what else do you wish to know? He was aware of little but felt capable of intimidating others, having executed similar tactics before. Pain pressed on, where is Naruto Uzumaki? And where is the Nine Tails? The tailed beast was merely an accessory. It was Naruto Uzumaki who was the true target. Shurzue remained silent, stating, Rinnegan, are you the leader behind the Akatsuki organization? Pain stated, indeed. Jishue wore a mocking smile and retorted, fool. The martial way defies the heavens and contends with fate. And my perception greatly surpasses that of the path of ninjas, especially since I have cultivated the art of the soul. This individual's power is indeed formidable. Yet one cannot sense a trace of vitality within him. He is not a living person. He is a living corpse. How could such a being possibly be the leader of the Akatsuki? Pain inquired. You seem to be aware that we possess the Rinnegan? Jishui replied. I have known for quite some time. Ever since I was in Konoha, I heard of your Akatsuki, and of course, there is the esteemed Akatsuki member, whose true identity we all recognize. However, what piques my interest now is you and your master behind the scenes. Who are you truly? Pain fell silent, uncertain of how many of their secrets Jishui had uncovered. Should their secrets be revealed, the three great ninja villages would likely no longer ally with them. He reiterated, I shall ask once more, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Jishui did not respond. Instead, he quietly drew his blade, conveying a clear message, combat. Pain remarked. You refuse to speak? Very well. Once he feels pain, he shall appear. His gaze shifted to Jishui's companions, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the hundreds of others, before he stated, let them be annihilated. Tsunade stepped forward and questioned, You are Jiraiya's protege. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Though Yahiko had matured and changed in appearance, she still recognized him. Pain declared, to establish a divine order. Further words are unnecessary. Tremble beneath the judgment of the divine. Behind him, Akatsuki members, including Obito, retreated, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to withdraw, leaving only Pain and his six pads. Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, Are you suggesting that six of you will face us all? Zabuza, with his great sword in hand, coldly remarked, You hold us in such disdain, my lords? Leave one for me. I shall sever his head. With a sudden surge of chakra, Pain coldly warned, Choose your words carefully. This is a warning from the divine. Zabuza replied solemnly, Such powerful chakra, I am no match for you. He had acquired the Sharingan, now reaching the Manjiki level. His Manjiki Sharingan appeared to have evolved due to his own circumstances, unlocking the technique known as Mist Slash, a signature assassination skill that conjures fog, obscuring perception and inducing illusions, with the fog serving as a blade to slay foes. Pointing his great sword at Pain, Zabuza declared, I may not defeat you, but in my presence, you are but a mere nothing. Pain murmured, Let destruction reign. Only by truly understanding pain can one comprehend what genuine peace is. Upon finishing his words, his body slowly ascended, while the other five departed swiftly. Jishui sensed an ominous premonition and called out, Everyone, unite in defense. The eyes of Shirshue turned, revealing the eternally blood-red eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, accompanied by the manifestation of Susanoo, a radiant blade materializing in the air, safeguarding all. Shinra Tensei, Pain declared in a deep voice, unleashing a formidable repulsive force that descended from above, centered around him. It obliterated everything in its path, causing buildings to collapse and the earth to upheave. The once thriving coastal town had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, with only the area occupied by Shirshue and his companions still holding firm. Compared to the original narrative, Nagato's execution of this S-rank ninjutsu was immensely more powerful. As Pain landed, he murmured, How could they possibly withstand it? His strategy was well conceived. If he could inflict substantial damage with a single blow, the ensuing battle would be significantly easier. However, he was taken aback when Shirshue and his allies successfully countered the almighty push, completely derailing his plans. Indeed, the almighty push was formidable. Yet the united defense of Shirshue and his companions proved resilient. Although Pain was powerful, his strength was still that of a legendary ninja at the early stage. In contrast, Shirshue, possessing the strength of the current realm, wielded his blade intent. While not claiming victory, he assuredly would not face defeat. Should his blade intent ascend to the 5th tier, he could indeed overcome Pain. Shirshue proclaimed, Nothing is impossible. This is the essence of martial prowess, harmonizing with the heavens and the earth. You will never comprehend the wealth the Dragon King has bestowed upon this world. Uchiha Obito, astonished, thought to himself, They actually blocked it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were equally shaken, witnessing the destruction of a substantial portion of the town by a single individual. Such a display of power would be unstoppable in their own village. The other members of the Akatsuki were also witnessing for the first time the overwhelming strength of their leader, equally astonished by the might of the Dragon Organization, as such a powerful assault had been repelled without a scratch. Shirshue, with acute perception, sensed the chakra emanating from Nagato to Pain. He gazed toward the distant mountain peak. Identifying the source of the chakra, Pain remarked, Do you sense it? Chapter 116. Father and son confrontation. Shirshue remained silent, while the other 5 descended beside Pain. His eyes rotated, employing the ocular technique Kodo Amatsukami against Pain of the Azure Path. Shirshue's eyes widened in astonishment as he articulated, 6 individuals. Each a mere shell of the dead. What manner of technique is this? His ocular technique failed. He was unable to alter the thoughts of this being, unable to sway its consciousness. This creature was but a puppet with a trace of soul, not a true living entity. Pain declared, you need not know. Prepare to meet your end. As the Akatsuki initiated their assault, Saratobi Hizen and others sprang into action. Apart from Might Guy, the remaining members engaged in battle, fighting for the Flame Dragon. Might Guy, however, had his sights set on a hidden, enigmatic powerhouse lurking in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of another. Observing the fray from his concealed position, he felt a pang of internal conflict, unable to partake in the tumult. Nagato executed a Rinne Tensei, appearing remarkably unscathed. Unlike his original portrayal as a gaunt specter, he resembled a living entity, akin to a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. At present, he was brimming with vitality. Even though the outer path golem incessantly drained his life force, he stood robust, his chakra rivaling that of Hashirama Senju. With his current prowess, even Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, would likely falter against him. Yet, before engaging in battle, the outer path golem must be dismantled. Upon witnessing Nagato's well-being, Conan turned to depart and join the fray. You need not go, Conan, Nagato declared. She pivoted back, inquiring, why? He replied, the power of martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Yet perhaps today we may not achieve victory. His intuition guided these words, devoid of substantiation. Through a hollow in the trees, Conan gazed at the battlefield, momentarily perceiving the demise of her homeland. Gaara, return with me. Raza coldly commanded Gaara, employing his sage techniques. Gaara regarded his father with a mixture of indifference and hostility. His voice icy, leave now. Do not make an enemy of the flame dragon. Gaara, why? Kankuro questioned. Gaara had undergone a significant transformation. For the first time, a flicker of emotion, of love, was visible in his gaze, despite the disdain directed at him. Though they harbored animosity, there was also a sense of joy for Gaara. Yet, when facing Sunagakure, his eyes reflected hostility. Such a gaze emerged only in the presence of foes, leaving Kankuro perplexed, as Sunagakure was Gaara's birthplace. Raza pressed on. Are you certain of this choice? Gaara's eyes began to shift, as he, one of the prodigies, had been bestowed with a pair of Sharingan by Shirsue. Having even reached the level of the Mangeki, Raza appeared momentarily dazed. Mangeki Sharingan, the Flame Dragon Nation has treated you well, so is this your justification for betraying Sunagakure? Betraying Sunagakure? Gaara scoffed. Sunagakure has never embraced me. I was deemed a monster, with a father who cared not and a grandmother who loved not. Why should I remain in Sunagakure? Provide me with a reason. Raza coldly replied, your presence is of no use. Manifesting a sage visage, he unleashed his sage art, proclaiming, Sage art, magnet release, sand shuriken. Gaara's chakra surged forth, forming a formidable barrier of energy before him. He refrained from attacking, allowing his Sharingan to whirl, causing both Kankuro and Temari to experience a moment of dizziness, as if they were on the verge of slumber, teetering on the precipice of the tree. From Gaara's gourd, sand erupted, aided by his siblings, to extricate them from the battlefield. He was acutely aware that both his sister and brother harbored fear and disdain towards him. Yet he still wished for their safety. Thus, he employed a genjutsu to render them unconscious and remove them from harm's way. Clang! A golden shuriken struck fiercely against Gaara's defensive shield, producing a resonant sound. Crack! Within mere seconds, the barrier began to fracture. Gaara murmured, indeed. A ninjutsu enhanced by sage techniques is formidable. He attempted to advance but discovered that his body was ensnared in soft, yielding sand, which adhered to him like glue. This was another of Rasha's ninjutsu. Earth release, sand flow. You truly are ruthless, Gaara remarked, initiating his counterattack. The wind is omnipresent. A gust enveloped him, sweeping away the sand beneath his feet, scattering the golden shuriken. Gaara's comprehension of the essence of wind had reached a semi-advanced state, sufficient to contend with Rasha, whose strength was merely at the early stage of a hidden ninja, bolstered by endless tirades. His mastery of sage techniques remained unrefined. Bullying a shadow ninja was effortless. But to challenge an innate warrior who grasped the essence was merely a fantasy. In a cold tone, Gaara declared, binding of the wind. The all-pervasive wind coalesced into ropes, ensnaring Rasha. Blade of the wind. Gaara's voice was frigid, akin to a sentence of judgment. The wind transformed into razor-like blades, piercing towards Rasha. Though Rasha found himself constrained, it did not hinder his ability to perform ninjutsu. He swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Magnet release, gold sand protection." Golden sand enveloped him, resembling a terracotta warrior. Swoosh! The blades of wind pierced through the golden sand, striking Rasha and sending him hurtling back several meters. He lifted his gaze towards Gaara, disbelief evident in his eyes. Rasha could not fathom how, in just 3 exchanges, he had found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his significant enhancement and the cultivation of sage techniques, he was still subdued by Gaara. Gaara remarked, "Is this the fruit of your training? A complete mess." His words dripped with unreserved sarcasm. A sense of genuine sorrow washed over Gaara regarding his father. The earlier golden shuriken had been aimed directly at his heart, a clear intent to kill. Yet, when it came to his father, Gaara directed the blade of wind towards his right shoulder. Rasha seethed, "Do not underestimate me." He was seething with anger. Throughout the past 3 years of cultivation, he had been constantly reminded of the stark contrast between himself and the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Fourth Raikage. In both ninjutsu and sage arts, he found himself lacking when compared to those two, and he had endured the most scorn. At that moment, provoked by his son's derision, the concealed fury within him erupted, compelling him to unleash his wrath and declare to the world that he was Raza, the 4th Kazekage. With his hands forming a series of seals, he summoned a significant amount of chakra and proclaimed, "Sage art, magnet release, gold sand waves." As the waves of golden sand surged higher and higher, Gaara remained remarkably composed. Drawing upon the energy within him, he similarly declared, "Wind style, vacuum wave." Over the years, he had honed his martial arts, preferring them over ninjutsu, and had not played with sand until now. Releasing the sand from the gourd on his back for the first time in over 3 years. These techniques were the fruits of his research into the art of wind release. Let the countless grains of sand be scattered by the winds and blown to the ends of the earth. Chapter 117. Orochimaru's Eye Technique. Subjugation. Gaara was engaged in a father-son confrontation, while Orochimaru faced off against his master. The two pairs began their clash, with Sarutobi Hiruzen utilizing ninjutsu incessantly, inscribing corresponding techniques with his Sharingan. However, these were merely basic feints, a mutual probing of each other's capabilities. Even so, the simplicity of Sarutobi's techniques wielded a power that still exceeded that of Orochimaru. Orochimaru remarked, "Sarutobi-sensei, let us see what you've got. You know these simple ninjutsu cannot harm me in the slightest." Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and replied, "Orochimaru, you have grown significantly and changed in many ways." The Orochimaru before him was no longer the sinister figure of the past, but rather a bright young man, exuding vitality. With a smile, Orochimaru said, "Joining the Qianlong organization allows even pigs to grow." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "Then let me see just how far you have truly progressed." As he formed hand seals, the incantations of Yin and Yang summoned forth 2 Kothans. The first and second Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, were once again resurrected by Sarutobi Hiruzen's technique. Tobirama looked around and remarked, "Brother, we have been summoned once more." Hashirama, observing the surrounding chaos, murmured, "Has the war begun again?" Conflict arises in every era. This time, their power had significantly increased, reaching about 60% of their prime strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen had delved deeply into this technique, achieving remarkable results. Unlike before when the reanimation just restored 30% of their pre-death power. Turning to the monkey, Hashirama said, "So it is you again." The tone was laden with disappointment as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, "Lord First, Lord Second, the land of fire is currently under siege. The enemy is formidable." Before he could finish his words, a resounding explosion echoed from their left, reminiscent of a dragon's roar piercing the heavens. It was Tsunade engaged in combat with members of the Akatsuki. Sensing her grandfather's presence, Tsunade was consumed by rage. She unleashed her full potential, applying such gravitational force that Kisame Hashigaki could barely move, ultimately obliterating him with a single punch. Dragging Kisame's weapon behind her, it etched a mark upon the ground. Tsunade, her gaze icy, addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Orochimaru, I will handle him." Her fury was palpable. The repeated disturbances to her ancestors' peace were utterly unforgivable. Before Orochimaru could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows, Rizetsu, the former second-in-command of the Umbu and a loyal servant to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After 3 years of training, he had reached the pinnacle of a shadow ninja and could wield sage techniques, though his proficiency paled in comparison to Hiruzen's. Orochimaru smiled, saying, "Tsunade, focus on Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will take care of the rest." Senju Hashirama expressed his delight. Little Tsunade. His heart swelled with pride at her remarkable growth and strength. Senju Tobarama remarked in surprise, "Little Tsunade, you seem so youthful." Indeed, Tsunade appeared remarkably young, almost 60 yet looking merely in her late 20s. Senju Hashirama observed, "This is the allure of martial arts." Little Tsunade, what transpired? Tsunade explained, "The three great ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, have allied with the Akatsuki to obliterate the land of the flame. In light of this threat, we have come to Seaport Town to intercept them." Senju Hashirama felt a chill in his heart and inquired, "Monkey, why have you chosen this path?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied resolutely, "The martial arts organization must be eradicated, otherwise there will be no more ninjas. The power of martial arts continues to grow, and the entire ninja realm will never know peace. It is my fault for disturbing the tranquility of the two lords for the future of the ninja world. I had no choice." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow. He had visited the land of the flame and understood its beliefs, doctrines, and philosophies. He was certain that they fostered peace, as the elevation of individual consciousness naturally precluded conflict. Senju Tobarama posited, "If there are no ninjas, it implies that martial arts surpass ninjutsu. Why not train in martial arts instead?" The acknowledgement from his older brother indicated that martial arts possessed unique advantages. If martial arts were superior to ninjutsu, what would prevent one from pursuing it? This question momentarily stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had never contemplated such a notion. Yet, recalling the words of the Sage of Six Paths, he stated, "My lords, there are many secrets entwined within this matter, which will be revealed in time by that esteemed individual." He commanded Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to attack Orochimaru. However, Senju Tobarama remained still, arms crossed, his gaze slightly frosty. In this lifetime, the cells injected into Senju Hashirama by Senju Tobarama had not granted him the power to control his own body, allowing him to easily break free from this jutsu. Senju Tobarama remarked, "Hiruzen, have you forgotten that this jutsu was created by me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, "Teacher," but Senju Tobarama cut him off. "Silence. I shall no longer believe your words." Turning his head, he smiled and said, "Tsunade, your grandfather trusts you. He awaits our revenge." In that moment, Senju Tobarama was no longer the cold-hearted figure of yore. His gaze towards Tsunade was one of doting affection, akin to that of a grandfather. Tsunade responded, "Grandfather, rest assured." Her eyes then turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, filled with icy disdain, devoid of their former teacher-student bond. In an instant, she leaped into the air, executing a powerful kick. Hiruzen Sarutobi's sage visage emerged, resembling a monkey, as he swiftly dodged. Senju Tobarama soared upward, intercepting Senju Hashirama. Although Senju Hashirama was unable to move freely, his consciousness remained intact. He said, "Tobarama, it's been a long time since we've fought together. Let us have a good battle." Senju Tobarama nodded in agreement. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Long Zijing-shin, asking, "Do you know what my Sharingan technique is?" Long Zijing-shun remained silent, a sage visage manifesting on his face, as he prepared to exert his utmost strength to hold back Orochimaru. Orochimaru continued, "It is a new ocular technique, enslavement. This was a far more terrifying ability, capable of subjugating enemies on the battlefield, making them temporarily serve as one's minions. Unlike the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which was permanent, this could only last for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes could accomplish a great deal." Long Zijing-shun felt a surge of power envelop him, his vision clouding, and soon his eyes glazed over as he knelt slowly, uttering, "Master." Senju Hashirama swatted Senju Tobarama aside and turned his attention to Orochimaru, saying, "You are Orochimaru, correct?" "Not bad," Orochimaru replied with a smile. "To receive praise from the god of ninjas is an honor. Next, I hope to receive guidance from you, Lord Hashirama." Senju Hashirama responded, "Very well. Let me witness the extraordinary prowess of martial arts." Chapter 118. Showcasing brilliance. Niji Hyuga faced Uchiha Obito, having opened his eyes, recognizing him as a senior. He surged forward with all his strength, out of respect. Uchiha Obito's gaze fell upon Niji's eyes, stating, "Niji of the Hyuga clan." It seems that the Hyuga clan once staged a performance for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Niji replied, "Senior, please instruct me." Uchiha Obito's Sharingan flickered calmly as he inquired, "Senior? What senior?" Niji responded, "I am aware you have come to seek Konoha, thus you are our senior." Uchiha Obito remarked, "It seems I have been exposed. I must reveal my true capabilities." With hands swiftly forming seals, several thorn-laden trees rose from the ground, coiling upward with the intent to ensnare and crush Niji. This was the ninjutsu he could currently wield, would release Hell's Turmoil. Standing firm upon the Tai Chi symbol, Niji unleashed a surge of chakra, shattering the thorny trees into fragments. Denying Uchiha Obito any opportunity, Niji swiftly closed the distance, engaging him in close combat. First with the 8 trigrams palm and then with Tai Chi fist, Uchiha Obito found himself in dire straits under the relentless force of Niji's Tai Chi. It felt as though he were ensnared by glue, enduring a barrage of strikes that had already shattered several of his bones. Activating his Sharingan, a ripple of space emerged, and with the power of his ocular technique, Uchiha Obito made his escape, his voice echoing softly. Very well, Niji, we shall meet again. Niji gazed at the vanishing figure of Uchiha Obito and murmured, this time, he underestimated me, choosing to engage in close quarters. Is that the power of his ocular technique? Kamui? Truly formidable. A confident smile graced his features as he declared, next time, should it be the same, you shall not escape, senior. With agility unmatched, Niji swiftly approached a practitioner of the sage arts from the hidden cloud village, stating, you may go, I will handle him. Meanwhile, Zabuza faced off against the fourth Raikage. It must be said, the speed of the fourth Raikage was indeed akin to lightning. Had it not been for Zabuza's acute sense of danger, he would not have evaded the onslaught, which could have ended poorly for him. After being struck by a punch from the fourth Raikage, Zabuza was sent flying, burrowing underground. He freed himself from his bindings and stood up, somewhat disheveled, exclaiming, indeed, one worthy of comparison to the yellow flash in speed, truly impressive. Zabuza tore the fabric from his body, yet his tone remained somewhat relaxed. The fourth Raikage was powerful, fast, and skilled in ninjutsu, but he felt he could withstand the pressure. Compared to the weight of the stress imposed by Orochimaru, this was far lighter. Zabuza sincerely thanked Naruto, feeling fortunate for his decision. Had he not joined the Flame Dragon, facing the fourth Raikage, even without his current mastery of sage arts, he would likely have met a grim fate against the former fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage wore a serious expression. Having heard of Zabuza's strength as a rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, a figure with some renown in the shinobi world. However, based on past information, a J-nin's strength was insufficient before him. Now, even with rapid-fire punches numbering 7 or 8, Zabuza had managed to block them all. Intrigued by martial arts training, the fourth Raikage, acknowledged that this was due to the mastery of martial arts techniques. Fourth Raikage, you must tread carefully, he thought, as Zabuza brandished his mighty blade. The Sharingan whirled, and a thick haze enveloped the surroundings. The fourth Raikage immediately heightened his vigilance. His senses and vision were obstructed, rendering him unaware of Zabuza's whereabouts. A protracted tug-of-war was underway. Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand were intercepted by Tintin. Deidara remarked, a little girl, so kawaii, I find it hard to strike. Sasori replied, transforming her into a puppet would be splendid. Deidara continued, she seems to be Naruto Uzumaki's sister, having grown up alongside him. If we capture her, Naruto should inevitably make an appearance. Sasori concurred, a fine idea. Tintin's expression turned icy. They were attempting to use her as bait to coerce her brother, which was utterly unforgivable. Coldly, she declared, die. Tintin formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons from all directions. Deidara and Sasori attempted to evade. But alas, they had no opportunity. Given their capabilities, evasion was impossible. The speed of the projectiles exceeded their reflexes. With a wave of her hand, Tintin dissipated the fog. Deidara was drenched in blood, every inch of him pierced by the weapons. Sasori had transformed into a pile of shattered puppet fragments, unable to conceal himself from Tintin's onslaught. Even the iron sand that shielded his chest could not withstand her assault. Thus, the two members of the Akatsuki, who had caused havoc in Sunagakure, met their demise in such a bewildering manner, perhaps never comprehending how they had fallen. This was due to their provocation of the most fearsome dark horse within the Land of the Flame. No one in the entire Land of the Flame fathomed the depths of Tintin's mastery. Silently and stealthily, she assisted the people of the Land of the Flame, dispatching several ninjas capable of performing sage techniques. Like a phantom in the shadows, she harbored no desire to kill. Yet she would not allow the people of the Land of the Flame to perish. Wherever she went, ninjas fell, some dead, some wounded. At last, Tintin gazed towards the battlefield where Shursui fought. There, several colossal summoning beasts emerged, conjured by the animal path of pain. Hell crabs, chameleons, hellhounds, yada birds, bulls, and stone pandas. Shui engaged in combat with the chameleon and hellhound, while the yada birds swooped down from the sky. As Shui attempted to evade, Tintin's voice resonated. Brother Shui, you need not concern yourself with that bird. At that moment, Tintin soared into the air, wielding a hammer, and struck down upon the yada bird's head. With a resounding crack, its skull shattered, and the colossal creature plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Upon witnessing Tintin, Pain's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, Naruto Uzumaki's sister? Excellent. If we capture her, Naruto will surely appear. Perhaps she knows where he is. Shui, brandishing his blade, glared coldly at Pain, declaring, dare you. The human path Pain has made his move, intent on capturing Tian and extracting her soul. Jishui, Tian, be cautious. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through the cranium of the human path Pain, followed swiftly by another that struck his neck. Before he could even approach Tian, he collapsed to the ground. Pain remarked, no wonder you are the sister of the Dragon King Naruto. This technique of hidden weapons is unprecedented and unheard of. Jishui, filled with joy, exclaimed, Tian, splendid work. Tian replied, Brother Jishui, focus on dealing with the leader. I shall handle the others. Jishui warned, all right, Tian, take care. Chapter 119. Sarutobi Hiruzen's defeat. Again 10 minutes had passed, and Orochimaru had slain Ryuzawa Jishin. He was now engaged in a fierce battle with Senju Tobirama against Senju Hashirama, feeling an immense pressure. Fortunately, Hashirama was not at the peak of his power, allowing for some semblance of balance. Senju Tobirama felt somewhat disheartened. He possessed only 60% of his former strength, yet it paled in comparison to Orochimaru's prowess. Even if he were to resurrect with all his former abilities, he would still fall short. Were it not for Orochimaru, he would have been defeated by his elder brother long ago. The sage visage of Senju Hashirama appeared, and he inquired, Orochimaru, can your ocular techniques truly enslave me? To which Orochimaru responded, Lord Hashirama, you jest. To enslave the god of ninjas is no small feat, even if he were to enter the realm of return, and his Sharingan were to evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It would remain impossible unless his strength reached the great harmony realm. Senju Hashirama then retorted, then I must apologize. He clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal statue of Guanyin adorned with countless mighty arms, towering over the insignificance of humanity like a small mountain. This was the unique ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama. Sage art would release true thousand hands. It was a sage technique capable of subduing Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a state of urgency, found himself in the latter stages of the Hokage level, able to engage with legendary ninjas through sage techniques. Yet, under Tsunade's wrath, he found himself steadily retreating. He summoned Enma, only to be interrupted by a strikingly handsome man who intervened on Tsunade's behalf. This was Haku, who had already defeated his opponent. Moreover, the two ninja armies were not only retreating, the coalition of 700 to 800 ninjas now dwindled to a mere 400. The members of the Qianlong organization numbered over 800, all possessing strength at least at the level of elite Jounin or higher. In terms of numbers, they were not at a disadvantage, but in terms of power, the ninjas found themselves outmatched by the Qianlong organization, entering the battle already at a disadvantage. Thus, Hiruzen, in a state of anxiety, contemplated how to turn the tide of battle with Hashirama. Hashirama's current strength was slightly inferior to that of Nagato's Pain, leaving one to wonder how he could possibly alter the course of the conflict. Had he been in his prime, there might have been hope. The Guanyin statue unleashed a barrage of colossal fists upon Orochimaru and Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru erected a barrier of chakra to withstand the onslaught of wooden fists. Tobirama, however, was no more, reduced to mere dust. Despite Orochimaru's chakra barrier, he could not withstand the force of the fists, sustaining multiple blows that sent him underground. Emerging, he remarked, as expected of Lord Hashirama, truly formidable. Hashirama responded, Orochimaru, you have done quite well to endure. Orochimaru inquired, Lord Hashirama, how much chakra do you have left? Hashirama chuckled, perhaps enough for one more technique. Orochimaru activated his Susanoo and said, Lord Hashirama, I humbly request to learn a technique from you. Hashirama replied calmly, very well. The concept Orochimaru had grasped was called soul fright, capable of instilling terror in the enemy, causing distraction and diminishing their attack power. Those with weak willpower could even become mindless. Orochimaru cast an illusion, but Hashirama declared, illusions are of no use. Before he could finish his thought, Hashirama felt a wave of despondency. fear rising within him as he fell prey to the illusion, his mental focus wavering, leading to the disappearance of the Guanyin statue. Orochimaru's Susanoo wielded a massive sword and struck down. Hashirama sensed the impending danger, forming hand seals as a wooden figure emerged to shield him. A technique born of his bloodline limit. Would clone technique. With a thunderous crash, the colossal wooden figure shattered, sending Hashirama flying, his body severely damaged. Rising to his feet, Hashirama remarked with a hint of ease, "I can take a break now." Orochimaru replied, "Farewell, Lord Hashirama." With a heavy exhale, the battle proved to be quite arduous. The essence transformed into a dragon form, unleashing a tempestuous fury upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen formed hand seals, erecting the diamond wall to withstand Tsunade's furious punch. A resounding crash echoed as the wall shattered under Tsunade's might, creating a vast pit spanning 30 feet. Hiruzen, struck by the force, lay injured at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. His gaze reflected a sense of desolation. He had been defeated by his former student. Tsunade, too, was somewhat breathless, her chakra reduced to less than 20%, and her stamina severely depleted. Orochimaru descended into the pit, remarking, "Hiruzen-sensei, you must pay the price for your decisions." At that moment, Orochimaru was also on the brink of exhaustion, in a worse state than Tsunade. For he faced the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, though his pale complexion concealed his condition. Hiruzen declared, "You will come to regret this." He firmly believed that the enigmatic master and the sage of six paths, alongside the martial arts organization, were the true harbingers of calamity in the world. Orochimaru retorted, "Is that so? Unfortunately, I beg to differ. I shall never regret joining the martial arts organization." Neji and Hinata descended as well, for the monstrous creature had been slain by their combined efforts. With a 4-to-1 advantage, Hiruzen's defeat was inevitable. Observing Neji's Sharingan and Hinata's Byakugan, Hiruzen remarked, "Hyuga Hizashi, truly remarkable techniques. You have staged a splendid performance." Neji replied, "Hiruzen, you are unworthy of being Hokage. Your name shall be eternally scorned, and the Sarutobi clan will be forever etched upon the pillar of shame, remembered with disdain for millennia. When that time comes, I shall resurrect you from the earth, ensuring you find no peace in death, burdened with infinite guilt." Applause erupted from Orochimaru, who said, "Well done, Neji, splendid work. You should join me, young one." Neji flatly refused. "No." Orochimaru inquired, "Why not?" Neji responded, "I detest you. You are utterly repugnant." Orochimaru retorted, "You little brat, do you wish to be struck?" Hinata quickly interjected, "Uncle Orochimaru, let us focus on the matter at hand." Her voice was melodious, flowing like a gentle stream, entirely uncharacteristic of a man's voice. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru shivered slightly. It seemed only Momochi Zabuza could endure such a tone. He stated, "Hinata, if you remain silent, we might still be able to emerge victorious." Having seemingly cultivated martial arts, Orochimaru appeared considerably younger, his youthful spirit occasionally shining through. Tsunade gazed coldly at Hiruzen, declaring, "Hiruzen, today we spare your life not out of pity, but because Naruto is correct. For someone like you, living is the greatest punishment." Upon finishing her words, Tsunade soared into the air, while Orochimaru and the others shared a knowing smile before following suit. A thought crossed Tsunade's mind as she stood at the edge of the pit, declaring, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, do not perish. That would render things exceedingly dull." Chapter 120. The moment of crisis. Unbeknownst to them, the battle had drifted far from the coastal town, steadily approaching the location of Nagato. The tide of war had turned overwhelmingly against the alliance, suffering grievous losses of over 600 lives, leaving fewer than 200 survivors. However, death was merely a matter of time. In contrast, the Land of the Flame had only lost 100 men, with not a single warrior of post-human strength falling. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly dispirited. Such a formidable alliance had met with such utter defeat, a terrifying manifestation of martial prowess and its legacy. Dejected, Deidara lamented. Having been thoroughly bested by Gaara, the wind was Gaara's nemesis, rendering Deidara's powerful sand useless as it was scattered, ultimately exhausting his chakra before being sent flying by a decisive kick. Raikage gritted his teeth, having shattered Zabuza's bones, yet he too found himself on the losing end. Having lost an arm, resulting in what appeared to be a stalemate, though Zabuza held a slight advantage. Over 100 ninjas had gathered, retreating continually. Tend pain descended upon the strongest of the pursuing warriors, extending a hand to unleash a formidable repulsion force. Shui had prepared for this, yet many were still sent sprawling. Though fortunately, their injuries were not severe. Tinned Pain murmured, "Is this the power of martial arts?" With the aid of Tintin, only Tinned remained among the 6 paths of pain. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he too would have become a mere specter in the girlesque grasp. A fate paid for with a severed hand. Shui remarked, "Indeed, this is the power of martial arts. Will you submit or not? Should a battle commence, prepare for death. Refusal would lead to demise." Just then, an unexpected figure emerged, his scarlet Sharingan glowing ominously, his aura surpassing that of Tinned Pain. Shui narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Itachi." The person who appeared was none other than Uchiha Itachi, having re-emerged after Sasuke's disappearance. Itachi's gaze was devoid of warmth. Rather, it was cold and impassive, as if regarding mere corpses. Orochimaru interjected, "Something is amiss. Uchiha Itachi is not who he once was." Shui nodded in agreement. He has indeed changed. He is no longer the Itachi of old. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi landed before Shui, and before he could react, he was sent flying with a single kick. Tsunade and Orochimaru attempted to attack in unison, yet both were swiftly repelled after only a few exchanges. Shui urged Neji, Lee, and the others, retreat. The warriors immediately distanced themselves. Thud! A green figure descended gracefully to the ground, crouching with arms crossed before his head, announcing, "The azure beast of the Land of Flame has arrived." Among them, the warriors of the Yanlong Kingdom were exuberant, loudly exclaiming, "Teacher Kai!" In the forest, Shinobi Do cried out, "How could we have forgotten him?" This was indeed a grave oversight, neglecting such a pivotal character. Moments later, Shinobi Do declared, "We cannot allow him to thwart our plans. Martial arts must be suppressed, and the path of the ninja must prevail." Jisue remarked, "Teacher Kai, unleash your ultimate technique. Let us conclude this swiftly." Might Guy responded, "Understood." Harnessing his inner strength, he shouted, "Eighth gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku." The death gate opens. The vapor emanating from Might Guy was a vibrant crimson, his overwhelming aura far surpassing that of the recently arrived Uchiha Itachi, generating winds strong enough to sweep away even lower-ranked ninjas. However, at that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. In the sky, a shadow loomed, towering like a small mountain. Its appearance cast an oppressive weight upon the atmosphere, burdening everyone present with an invisible heaviness. As the ethereal figure pressed down with one hand, Might Guy found himself pinned to the ground, utterly unable to rise. Jisue and the others turned pale. The ferocity of Might Guy's aura had been extraordinary, eclipsing that of everyone present, yet under this hand, he was utterly subdued. The formidable strength of the hidden figure was unmistakable. Saratobi Izashi and the others revealed glimmers of hope. Victory seemed within reach. Uchiha Itachi, seemingly receiving a command, lunged toward Jisue with murderous intent. His targets extended beyond merely Uchiha Jisue. The heads of the Qianlong organization were to be eradicated as well. This would strike a blow against martial arts, gradually suffocating their existence. "Get away!" cried Tian, silently intercepting Uchiha Itachi with a wolf fang club, sending him flying into the mountainside, where he vanished. Not only Saratobi Hizashi and the others, but even Jisue and Tsunade were left speechless, incredulously witnessing this scene. The mighty Uchiha Itachi had been sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this young girl possess such formidable strength? Neji exclaimed, Tian, is she really that strong?" Orochimaru, in disbelief, remarked, "What is happening? How has Tian become so powerful?" He never imagined that this sunny, lively little girl could wield such immense strength, surpassing even them. Tsunade stated, This is not merely skill." Nodding, another added, "I suspected as much. Tian has grasped the essence of what the Dragon King spoke of." As Uchiha Itachi emerged from the stone, a concealed weapon lunged towards his neck. No matter how he evaded, the projectile effortlessly followed his every movement. Gradually, he found himself cornered by Tintin. With a swift motion, she brandished a spiked club, sending him flying. Neji and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the underlying cunning in Tintin's tactics as she pushed him back again. However, one could not deny her formidable strength. Uchiha Itachi, feeling helpless, realized this was no ordinary weapon. It was infused with Tintin's profound mastery. A single hit would result in piercing damage. He activated Susanoo, attempting to shield himself from the attack. Yet, this hope was but a delusion. The Susanoo was pierced. Had he not evaded in time, he would have sustained serious injury. Nevertheless, Beads of sweat began to form on Tintin's forehead, revealing her considerable exertion. Originally possessing only innate strength, her energy reserves had dwindled significantly after the battle. This is not good. Tintin is overexerting herself, Shisui thought to himself. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred as two figures soared into the sky. One was Asuma Sarutobi, and the other was Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Kabuto!" But Kabuto offered him no glance, instead joining forces with Asuma to form a hand seal, declaring, "Ninjutsu, binding technique." Tsunade, Orochimaru, Rock Lee, Niji, and hundreds of others found themselves ensnared to the ground, rendered immobile. Kabuto announced, "Pain." The Deva path of pain spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Shinra Tensei." A dark sphere materialized in the sky, generating a tremendous gravitational pull. The ground began to fracture and descend, lifting Tsunade, Shisui, Orochimaru, and the others into the air, threatening to crush them beneath the rising earth. A chilling voice echoed from afar, "What audacity!" Chapter 121. The power of rules. A flash of sword light sliced through the air. With a thunderous roar, the black sphere beneath the celestial body shattered, and the gravitational force dissipated, causing the ground to sink and ensuring the safety of everyone. Whoosh! Another beam of sword light descended upon the shadow, shattering it, and releasing Might Guy from its grasp. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with tears as she exclaimed, "You little rascal. You finally returned." She had completely transformed into a young girl. Shisui and the others cheered in excitement. "It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King has emerged." In that moment, a heavy sense of awe enveloped them. To them, Naruto was a beacon of faith, capable of anything. The allied ninja, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, were struck with terror. They had witnessed the immense power of that shadow, which could not withstand a single strike. The strength of Uzumaki Naruto had once again escalated. Naruto soared through the skies with his sword, arriving gracefully, his azure robes fluttering like those of an ethereal being. Naruto declared, "How could this battle proceed without me?" The Dragon King? With a glance at Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, he swiftly fell, for under the gaze of the Rinnegan. The leader's abilities were insufficient to contend with Naruto. This spectacle left many ninjas in awe, swallowing hard as they pondered the nature of such a formidable technique. With merely a single glance, he had effortlessly vanquished the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto's gaze fell upon a member of the coalition. An expression of utter disdain that sent a chill through all the surrounding ninjas. He extended his left hand and softly uttered, "Planetary devastation." Naruto's Sharingan transformed into the Rinnegan, causing the earth to fracture in a cataclysm far more overwhelming than the planetary devastation unleashed by Pain. It could be said that the scale of destruction was incomparable. Even the legendary shinobi could not escape the grasp of its gravitational pull. Just as the multitude of warriors faced imminent annihilation, a rift appeared in the cosmos, drawing Naruto's planetary devastation into its depths, along with the gathered ninjas. Naruto gazed calmly at the unfolding scene, refraining from any immediate action. He sensed a familiar aura, a lingering sense of crisis reminiscent of the past, though not as intense as before. "Who are you?" Naruto's eyes fell upon Kabuto, discerning that his spirit was imprisoned, confined within his own vessel. Indeed, Naruto also perceived the presence behind the rift, albeit merely a shadow of himself. Kabuto remarked, "Uzumaki Naruto, you have grown remarkably." This was the last scenario he wished to witness. The stronger Uzumaki Naruto became, the greater the peril he posed. Naruto remarked, "I am somewhat intrigued. With your prowess? Why did you refrain from taking action 3 years ago? At that time, it would have been effortless for you to confront me. What held you back?" Shinichiro replied, "I never anticipated that you would perceive this." Naruto inquired, "Therefore, I seek to understand the reason." Shinobi-Do, with a faint smile, replied, "Uzumaki Naruto, why don't you take a guess?" Naruto smiled faintly and remarked, "This ninja world is devoid of rules, yet within you lies the essence of order." Shinichiro responded, "How intriguing, Uzumaki Naruto. Our paths shall cross again, but now is not the time for our confrontation." He refrained from elaborating further, for he perceived that Naruto harbored a deep-seated wariness towards him, unaware of his true capabilities. To continue speaking might lead to unforeseen consequences. As Uzumaki Naruto was astute and unpredictable, a mind he found utterly inscrutable, leaving him uncertain of the depths of his insight. Naruto proclaimed, "I await you, my king." The path of the ninja and Sarutobi Hiruzen soared into the void. Naruto descended gracefully, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the crowd, "I have returned." "Brother Naruto," Tintin exclaimed, her voice laced with emotion as she leaped into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks, her sorrow palpable. Naruto comforted, all right, brother, I am back. No one will bully you anymore. He turned his gaze to Shursui, Tsunade, and the rest of the group, saying, thank you all for your hard work. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his eyes towards the mountain peak, narrowing his gaze as he gently set Tenten down. He continued, Shursui, Tsunade, you both should head back first. I will return shortly. Shursui understood Naruto's intentions. He could sense the presence of those lurking behind the organization, and surely Naruto could perceive it as well. He replied, understood. The others were not concerned for Naruto. With his current strength, he was invincible in this realm. As Naruto soared through the air, he swiftly entered the hollow of a tree in mere moments. Nagato and Konan had not departed. Though they contemplated leaving, Naruto's telepathic communication halted them. The weight of Naruto's threat loomed heavily upon their hearts, for they understood that with his formidable power, dealing with them would require but a mere gesture. Nagato, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, spoke with a hint of reverence. Lord Ri, it is an honor to meet you. In that moment, he appeared somewhat weakened, burdened by the outer path's golem. Despite having captured seven-tailed beasts, the absence of the nine-tails chakra rendered the energy insufficient for the golem's absorption. Naruto activated his Sharingan, awakening the ability known as peeling through the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, he was not particularly fond of employing this technique. The primary reason for activating the Sharingan was its aesthetic appeal. And secondly, it allowed him to summon Susanoo. The synergy between Susanoo and his swordsmanship resulted in an immensely formidable power. As Naruto awakened the Rinnegan and took control of the outer path golem, just as he was about to unleash all the tailed beasts, the golem vanished into thin air with the assistance of a scheming individual. Konan inquired, what is happening here? Naruto remarked, there are those who do not wish for the outer path's deity to fall into my hands. He remained unconcerned, for the deity held little utility for him. Much like the nine tails within his body, which merely served to absorb a modicum of natural energy. The nine tails inquired, have they all been captured? Naruto remarked, moreover, the raccoon you despise the most remains uncaptured. In my domain, they cannot stir any turbulence, Kurama. Once I return, we shall engage in a thorough conversation. Kurama chose to remain silent thereafter. Naruto landed on the body of Nagato, also known as Pain, and inquired, how do you feel? Nagato replied, I feel considerably relieved. Naruto inquired, what thoughts occupy your mind at present? How do you perceive your ideology? With the ceiling as the focal point and the gathering of tailed beasts. Do you still believe this to be the right course of action? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uzumaki Nagato fell into deep contemplation. Naruto continued, furthermore, you are truly foolish. A mere outer path golem has already transformed you into this wretched state. Do you truly believe you can master a golem that harnesses the powers of multiple tailed beasts? Vortex Nagato inquired, Dragon King, do you possess some knowledge? A flicker of realization dawned upon him, as he began to sense that he had become a puppet to another's will. Naruto remarked, this is only natural. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan, which makes us kin. The Rinnegan is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, and the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. How did you come to possess such eyes? Nagato of the Uzumaki clan rubbed his head and replied, I am uncertain. After the ninjas from Konohagakure killed my parents, I unconsciously awakened the Rinnegan and subsequently avenged my parents by slaying those ninjas. Chapter 122, Understanding. Konan glanced at Nagato in surprise. They had believed that Nagato possessed the Uchiha bloodline limit, which would explain his Sharingan and its evolution into the Rinnegan. Naruto remarked, in truth, if you possessed the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, with your resentment and innate talent, you should have awakened the Sharingan by the tender age of 5 or 6. This implies that your Sharingan was, in fact, transplanted. Furthermore, the evolution of the Sharingan is an arduous journey. Consider the legendary Uchiha Madara, who, even at the end of his life, failed to awaken the Rinnegan. It took me nearly a decade to evolve from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Have you not pondered why your eyes manifested as the Rinnegan from the outset? He continued, without the advantages you possess, a decade would certainly prove insufficient for such an evolution. Nagato interjected, the power of the Rinnegan is immense. Does this hidden figure truly possess such confidence? Believing he can return multiple times? Naruto remarked, he certainly possesses confidence. As a mere instrument, you hold yourself in excessively high regard. You hail from the Uzumaki clan, and you have the honor of sacrificing your life for a worthy cause. Nagato inquired, who is he? Naruto proclaimed, Uchiha Madara. Nagato retorted, impossible. Uchiha Madara is already deceased. This is a widely accepted truth in the ninja world. He perished at the hands of the god of shinobi. There is no way he could still be alive. Naruto stated, nothing is impossible. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics. I am merely inquiring about your choice. Firstly, you may join the Qianlong organization, pledging your loyalty to the Flame Dragon Kingdom through martial oaths. Secondly, I can escort you to meet Yahiko. Uzumaki Nagato inquired, do you require the Rinnegan? Naruto furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what do you mean by that? Nagato replied, spare Konan, and I shall offer you my eyes. Naruto inquired, I no longer wish to live. To which Nagato of the Uzumaki clan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto remarked, I recall that Yahiko founded the Akatsuki solely for the sake of peace and stability in our homeland. Yet, under your influence, the original ideals have morphed into a desire to seal the tailed beasts, harness their power, and reshape the nation to alter the world, instilling fear of war among its people, thus preventing its recurrence and achieving global harmony. Why then, do you intend to abandon this pursuit? Nagato responded, I firmly believe that with your presence, this world will undoubtedly attain peace. I wholeheartedly resonate with your ideology, advocating for the elevation of collective consciousness, discerning right from wrong, and embracing the nation as our guiding principle. When all individuals fight for the honor of their country, it shall not perish. Such a nation is destined to endure. Naruto remarked, you have a keen insight. This indeed aligns with our strategy. Much like the Land of Fire, which is home to numerous feudal lords. Should we lend our formidable strength to some of these lords, we could effortlessly divide the Land of Fire in two. Nagato nodded in agreement, indeed. This is the inherent flaw of all nations. Naruto remarked, indeed, with the passage of time, it is possible to achieve such feats, yet my current strength remains woefully insufficient. This left Nagato bewildered. How could the renowned Uzumaki Naruto claim to be weak? It was truly absurd. With just a few strokes of his sword, he could dim the heavens and cast a shadow over the world. His power was unparalleled, his strength unfathomable. To now declare himself as lacking in capability was a statement that few would believe. Naruto exclaimed, what? You don't believe it. To which Nagato replied, who would believe it? Naruto inquired, may I pose a few questions to you? Uzumaki Nagato responded, certainly. Naruto inquired, who is the master of the phantom today? Merely a shadow. Yet its power is so formidable, one must ponder the strength of its true form. This question indeed prompted contemplation for Nagato, who had not previously reflected upon it. A mere shadow could overpower Might Guy, and even with Guy's 8 gates activated, Nagato felt that he himself might not withstand such overwhelming might. The fact that such immense power could be contained within a mere shadow warranted profound contemplation. Naruto continued, inquiring about the whereabouts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in their training, as well as the strength of the individual behind it all. Nagato, also known as Pain, shook his head once more. Naruto inquired, having been possessed, who else lies behind Kabuto? Speaking of Kabuto, Nagato remarked, Kabuto? Is he not the one known as the Ninjado? Naruto displayed a look of perplexity and remarked, he is Kabuto Yakushi, an orphan from the Hidden Leaf Village. Betrayed by that old hound Danzo, he pledged his loyalty to Orochimaru and ultimately joined the Land of the Flame. Have you encountered him? I recall that in the original narrative, Kabuto never crossed paths with Nagato. Has there been a deviation from that fact? To which Nagato replied, he has indeed seen me. The strength of my formidable physique is attributable to his assistance. Naruto remarked, no wonder, so it is. Upon encountering Nagato, he felt a sense of peculiarity. In the original narrative, Nagato was depicted as emaciated, resembling a mere shadow of his former self, frequently coughing blood, with a life expectancy dwindling. Yet, this Nagato bore none of those traits. Although his spirit appeared somewhat diminished, his overall health could be deemed satisfactory. Nagato then stated, Dragon King, it seems you possess a profound understanding of me. Naruto remarked, I understand somewhat. When you unleash powerful ninjutsu, such as the Almighty Push, it will deplete your life force and may cause bleeding. Furthermore, when you perform the planetary devastation, you must throw a sphere. Additionally, you appear quite frail, which belies such strength. Konan and Nagato exchanged a knowing glance. It was evident that they had encountered Uzumaki Naruto before. Naruto remarked, these matters are inconsequential. But do you recall how this ninja helped you? Uzumaki Nagato pondered for a moment before replying. There was nothing particularly extraordinary. He merely waved his hand. And an endless vitality surged into my being, not only restoring my physical form but also enriching my chakra. Naruto declared with certainty. He waved his hand. Nagato of the Uzumaki clan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he waved his hand. At that moment, he had believed it to be some form of powerful medical ninjutsu. But now it was evident that this was no ordinary technique. Naruto inquired once more, "Do you feel any power when you wave your hand?" To this, Nagato affirmed, "Indeed. There is." "Naruto, how should I express this?" Nagato of the Uzumaki clan replied. With a mere wave of his hand, there emanated an enigmatic power. Seemingly feeble, yet utterly unyielding. Enigmatic power? Feeble? Unyielding? Naruto murmured a few words, suddenly recalling the essence of sacrifice, and manifested a force of order, inquiring, "Is it this sensation?" Nagato and Konan felt their nerves fray entirely. Beneath the brilliance of this sword, they resembled mere ants, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Nagato replied, "There is some resemblance, yet it lacks the sharpness you possess." Naruto smiled and said, "I understand, there is no mistake." Chapter 123, Enlightening Might Guy. Uzumaki Nagato inquired, "Dragon King, do you know his identity?" Naruto remarked, "It is merely a conjecture. Yet I would wager it is a 9 out of 10 certainty. Verification is still required on my part." In the realm of shinobi, the concept of a power of rules has never existed. The fact that this individual can proficiently wield such a force is something even the legendary sage of 6 paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu, could not achieve. It can be asserted that throughout the entire shinobi world, even the Tsutsuki clan has never encountered the notion of a power of rules. This indicates the presence of a life-risking force that has awakened this power of rules. This world belongs to the path of the shinobi, wherein only ninjutsu and ninja arts exist. The martial way represents a novel force that transcends the path of ninjutsu, instilling a sense of crisis within it and awakening the power of rules. Naruto, upon seeing Nagato of the Uzumaki clan wishing to inquire further, spoke, "You do not need to know who they are for now. Let us focus on making a decision. We share the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Yet our race has dwindled to but a few. The responsibility to revive our clan now rests upon your shoulders." The Uzumaki clan. It dawned upon Nagato that he was indeed a member of this nearly extinct lineage. After much contemplation, he finally responded, "Very well. I accept your proposition to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom and to rekindle the Uzumaki clan." Naruto welcomed him, saying, "Welcome to the Flame Dragon. You shall not regret this choice in your lifetime." Nagato then inquired, "Dragon King, may I make a request?" "Speak," Naruto replied. Nagato continued, "May I reside in the land of the Uzumaki? Spending my remaining days there would be akin to returning to one's roots." Naruto shook his head and replied, "No." Nagato was taken aback by such a decisive refusal, and in his confusion, he asked, "Why?" Naruto remarked, "You may return to your clan, but not at this moment, for you are of great significance." Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, displayed a bittersweet smile as he replied, "Indeed, I am but a puppet now, a puppet governed by the Rinnegan, and I cannot stand alone." Naruto reassured, "Do not worry. Once you have mastered the martial arts techniques and transformed your chakra into true power and truly grasped the essence of the Rinnegan, you will be able to venture to the Uzumaki clan's homeland. Even if those pursuing you were to track you down, they would be unable to harm you." Naruto departed from the mountain peak alongside Nagato and Konan, murmuring to himself, "Uchiha Obito, upon your resurrection, how shall you attain the Rinnegan?" This thought filled him with anticipation. Eager to see the course of action that Obito and his companions would choose, Naruto, accompanied by 2 companions, caught up with Shursui and the others. As tens of thousands of warriors beheld Naruto, the cry of Dragon King resonated through the heavens. To the multitude present, Naruto embodied an invincible force, unparalleled and unmatched. With a single sword slicing through the air, the heavens dimmed, and the fiery dragon stood as the Dragon King, destined to endure for millennia. Naruto greeted the army of warriors before descending to the ground. "It's you 2 little rascals." Tsunade recognized Nagato and Konan at a glance. Nagato said, "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade inquired, "Naruto, what is going on here?" Particularly upon seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, she couldn't help but recall Yahiko. Who among these 2 is the true leader of the Akatsuki? Jisue remarked, "You must be the leader of the Akatsuki." Nagato smiled at Jisue. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Jisue." Jisue responded, "You are incredibly strong. I am no match for you." Nagato replied, "If your Sharingan were to evolve into a Rinnegan, I would not stand a chance against you either. I merely possess the Rinnegan and have lived a few more years." Naruto was somewhat taken aback by Nagato's humility, which was indeed quite unique. Might Guy approached Nagato and remarked, "You are quite impressive. We have yet to engage in a decisive battle. I hope to find an opportunity to fight you." Guy's voice was somewhat weakened. as opening the 8 gates had taken a toll on his vitality, yet the fact that he was still alive was a rare blessing. Nagata replied, "Teacher guy, if you open the 8 gates, I would not stand a chance against you. In this world, perhaps only the Dragon King could subdue you." Might Guy turned his gaze towards Naruto and shook his head, saying, "In the face of Naruto, even if I were to open all 8 gates, I would still be no match for him." He was acutely aware of this fact, as Naruto could effortlessly shatter the shadow that constrained him with a single strike, implying that such an attack would be insurmountable for him as well. Naruto remarked, "Teacher Guy, should you take another step forward, you would become even stronger." Might Guy responded, "My 8 gates technique is my ultimate limit. At present, the only path left is to refine my physical body. By enhancing my corporeal strength to the innate level and reaching the state of returning to the source, I shall be able to withstand your sword, Naruto. The only way for me to grow stronger now lies in the fortification of my physical form. The more resilient my body becomes, the greater my combat prowess will be. The activation of the 8 gates will also amplify my power." Naruto spoke, "Teacher Guy, if I were not training my physical body or mastering the 8 gates, I would delve into the profound nature of the 8 gates, which is an evolution of yin-yang techniques. The duality of yin and yang manifests through the rest gate, life gate, wound gate, and death gate representing the yang, while the view gate, the gate of death, the alarm gate, and the opening gate embody the yin. The convergence of yin and yang signifies a cycle, akin to the transition between day and night. When you open the death gate, it symbolizes the night. As the night passes, it gives way to the day, heralding rebirth. The death gate connects to the life gate, thus representing renewal. There is a saying, place oneself in a situation of death to attain life. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must defy the heavens. With each step forward, one unlocks the shackles to life, rather than hastening the march toward death. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the shackles within Might Guy's heart, and words began to resonate in his mind. Life and death, yin and yang, reincarnation, place oneself in a situation of death to attain life. After a moment, Might Guy trembled slightly and spoke, "Naruto, thank you." Naruto remarked, "Teacher Guy, you needn't be so modest. Once you grow stronger, the entire flame dragon will be under your protection." Might Guy responded, "My youth is about to embark on a grand journey. I shall become the azure beast of the flame dragon, resolutely safeguarding it." "Guy, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, a formidable woman approached. Gazing at Might Guy with admiration, in her eyes, he was akin to a towering mountain, exuding magnificence. Tsunade and the others could not help but shudder, overwhelmed by an electrifying sensation. Noticing Naruto's perplexed expression, Might Guy explained, "Naruto, this is my wife, Kyoko. Kyoko, this is Lord Dragon King." Kyoko glanced at Naruto and politely said, "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Dragon King." Her gaze then returned to Might Guy, radiating an intimacy that sent shivers down Naruto's spine. He continued, "I understand you have many questions. Let us hasten back to Flame Dragon City for clarity." Simultaneously, Naruto addressed Might Guy, saying, "Teacher Guy, you shall lead the army while we return to Flame Dragon City first." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and the others silently applauded, recognizing it as a masterstroke. Might Guy thumped his chest and declared, "Leave it to me, Naruto. I assure you, all will be well." Kyoko added, "I shall accompany my husband." Upon hearing this, Naruto and his companions swiftly took to the skies, heading towards Flame Dragon City. Chapter 124, The Request of Uchiha Itachi. In Naruto's recollection, the mighty Kike ultimately remained a bachelor, a solitary figure. It was through him that a family was formed, and one that included a remarkably gentle yet clingy wife. Naruto shook his head inwardly, pondering the notion that Kakashi had met his end in the restroom. Creating a slight distance, he allowed the group a moment of respite and beckoned to Shursui, stating, "Shursui, accompany me." To which Shursui replied, "Yes, Lord Dragon King." Naruto, wielding the sword of Shursui, soared through the air, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Tsunade mused to herself, "That imp, what has he uncovered this time?" She chose not to follow, instead immersing herself in the absorption of natural energy, diligently honing her skills. Naruto and Shursui descended into a secluded forest, and Naruto spoke. "Come forth." As his voice echoed, a figure emerged from the thicket, none other than Itachi Uchiha. Upon Naruto's arrival, Itachi chose to withdraw. His prowess had significantly advanced. Not even the resurrected Madara Uchiha would stand a chance against him. Yet, this time, he faced a complete and utter defeat. Perhaps the most humiliating loss he had ever endured, rendered utterly defenseless in the hands of Tenten. Shursui remarked, "Itachi, your choice is disappointing. Naruto brought him to meet Itachi Uchiha. He was aware that Itachi remained the same Itachi Uchiha, unaffected by the emergence of individuals like Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha Shursui felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment towards Itachi, a profound disillusionment that extinguished any lingering hopes he once held. Naruto remarked, "The essence of Uchiha Itachi's character is that he is a devoted brother, willing to sacrifice the entire world for the sake of his sibling." A profound sadness lingered in Itachi's eyes. Whenever the topic of Sasuke arose, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. Naruto inquired, "Itachi Uchiha? You wouldn't follow us without reason. Pray tell, what is your purpose?" Itachi Uchiha then spoke, "I beg you, save Sasuke. He is imprisoned, and they are leveraging his captivity to compel me to act against you." Uchiha Shursui interjected, "Itachi, I ask you in the name of our elder brother, what holds greater significance for you, your brother or our clan? Do you not comprehend the consequences of our failure? Should the Dragon King alter the course of fate, how many lives would be lost? If the 5 great nations were to besiege the land of the flame, what would become of its millions? Have you considered this? Do you truly believe that Sasuke's life is worth more than the lives of countless others?" In the face of Shursui's inquiry, Itachi's countenance paled, rendering him speechless. Yet, the mere thought of his brother compelled him to act without hesitation. Naruto gently patted the somewhat agitated Shursui's shoulder and remarked, "Shursui, do not be overly excited. Do not be overly excited." Shursui then addressed Itachi, saying, "Itachi, this shall be the last time I address you in such a manner. Although I once altered the will of the Uchiha clan members with my Kotoeme Tsukumi, they now thrive, seamlessly integrated with the citizens of Flame Dragon City, living contentedly. I merely hope you will not disturb their peace, otherwise, even in death, I shall ensure our fates are intertwined." In the past, he had felt disappointment towards Itachi, yet he never harbored thoughts of killing him. However, today, Itachi was no longer his brother, but a stranger, a foe. Naruto assured Itachi, "Do not worry, your brother will not come to harm. No one will take his life, for he bears the weight of the shinobi's destiny." This statement, uttered by Naruto, ultimately became prophetic, as Sasuke indeed came to embody the essence of the shinobi way. Uchiha Itachi inquired, "Why?" Naruto remarked, "This is due to his identity, pertaining to the child of the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, he shall not perish. For the Sage of Six Paths would never permit such a fate. There is no need for you to follow us any longer." Uchiha Itachi's mind ignited with confusion. How could this possibly relate to the Sage of Six Paths? Upon witnessing the situation, Naruto remarked, "Very well, let me articulate my thoughts with greater precision. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 offspring, one named Indra and the other Azura. Indra possessed a tempestuous and shadowy temperament, while Azura was characterized by his cheerful and vivacious nature. Indra exhibited remarkable talent in cultivation, mastering any ninjutsu with ease, convinced that he required no assistance from others, believing that strength alone sufficed. As his power grew, he suppressed many, asserting that true peace necessitated formidable strength. Thus, he embraced a more ruthless disposition. Conversely, Azura, though lacking in innate talent, thrived through mutual support and continuous learning, ultimately becoming more potent, as he recognized that genuine strength lies in collaboration and collective effort. Consequently, the rift between the two widened, as they sought to uncover the truth behind their philosophies through countless reincarnations, eager to discern which doctrine was indeed correct. The most notable instance of this was the rivalry between Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, where Madara was the reincarnation of Indra and Hashirama the reincarnation of Azura. Although they eventually ceased hostilities to establish a peaceful village, Madara, unable to contain his ambition, engaged in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End, leading to his demise, followed by Hashirama. In the absence of their restraint, the second and third great ninja wars unfolded with relative ease. This pattern was consistent. As long as Azura remained alive, Indra, as his adversary, would not meet his end. Uchiha Itachi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is Azura?" Naruto pointed to himself and declared, "As for me, I am merely fortunate. Through my dreams, I have inherited the wisdom to perceive the essence of this shinobi world as nothing but detritus, something that must be purged. Thus, I shall not follow the path of the shinobi. Instead, I shall cultivate the martial arts, harness the power of heaven and earth, and embody the spirit of martial valor, merging compassion with strength to forge a prosperous era." Jisue inquired, "Lord Dragon King, will you ultimately face Uchiha Sasuke in battle?" Naruto remarked, "It is uncertain at present, but it ultimately hinges on Sasuke. Given his prowess, he simply cannot hope to engage me in battle. Shisui nodded in agreement. Indeed. I trust Naruto's words are sincere. Believing that Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, despite his exceptional gifts, he shall never surpass Naruto. Uchiha Itachi listened, initially elated. But as the conversation progressed, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Was there any certainty regarding the fated confrontation with Naruto? None whatsoever. He had witnessed his brother through visions. Although Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and significantly enhanced his strength, he remained incomparable to Naruto Uzumaki. In fact, Sasuke possessed no advantage against him, let alone against Naruto, whose Rinnegan and rebirth I would render them both vulnerable should they confront him together. Uchiha Itachi bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Dragon King. I have a request. And I wonder if the Dragon King might acquiesce? Naruto inquired. What do you say? Itachi Uchiha replied. May I remain in the land of the flame dragons? At present, he found himself without a destination, seemingly devoid of a place where his brother resided. Life held no significance worth sacrificing for. Naruto had yet to utter a word when Shisui interjected, Lord Dragon King, you must not. Chapter 125, The Crucial Importance of the Rinnegan. Shisui harbored doubts about Itachi Uchiha, who had repeatedly disappointed him. Each decision made by Itachi was chilling, evoking a sense of coldness intertwined with bloodshed. At this moment, the flame dragon could not bear the weight of rebellion. Shisui's concerns were justified. Itachi was an exceptionally astute individual. If his temperament remained untainted, he would undoubtedly emerge as a rare hero in the world. Alas, that was not the case. Whenever the matter of Sasuke Uchiha arose, Itachi's intellect seemed to wane, leading him to make reckless choices. Naruto stated, certainly, though there are geographical constraints. Within the city of Flame Dragon, there exists a district for commoners. However, it is not a true commoners area, rather a refuge for orphans brought in from outside, who have been settled there. Your operating ground shall be within that vicinity. A radius of 10 miles, ample enough for your activities. Uchiha Itachi expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Thank you. Shisui appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he respected Naruto's decision. Given that Itachi had previously engaged with Tsunade and others, Naruto advised him to disguise himself. Upon their return, Hinata, Tsunade, and Ino recognized Uchiha Itachi, yet as before, they respected Naruto's choice and refrained from inquiring further. Upon arriving back in Flame Dragon City, the atmosphere was electric. The return of the Dragon King signified that all was well with Flame Dragon, and the citizens could finally ease their anxieties. Naruto's stirring words further invigorated the populace, particularly his declaration, those who offend Flame Dragon shall face retribution, no matter how distant. This proclamation sent the crowd into a frenzy. As they entered the conference hall, Tsunade inquired, Naruto, what prompted you to invite Uchiha Itachi? I can understand inviting Nagato and the others, but why allow Itachi to join us? Do you not recall that he nearly took Shisui's life? He is a genuine adversary. Naruto remarked, have you ever heard the saying, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days for a guard? The thief may watch you daily, seeking moments of your negligence, while the guardian cannot remain vigilant at all times, and inevitably there will be lapses in their caution. Thus, it is wiser to capture the thief rather than solely focus on defense. The enemy's tactics are insidious and unpredictable. As for Itachi Uchiha, one cannot ascertain whether he is an enemy's spy. Since he wishes to enter, let us grant him that opportunity. Keeping such a figure under close observation is preferable, for he must tread carefully in his endeavors. Shisui's eyes gleamed with insight as he suggested, the Dragon King is astute. If there are other spies, we may unearth them through him. Tsunade then pointed at Pain and inquired, what is his situation? Naruto remarked, Nagato, the one known as Pain, is indeed a tragic figure. Allow me to elaborate on the Akatsuki organization. This group was established by Yahiko with the noble intention of safeguarding the peace of the world. However, during a conspiracy, Yahiko was slain by Hanzo of the Salamander. In his anguish, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Deva statue, resulting in the massacre of numerous shinobi from the Rain Village. Under the insidious influence of Obito Uchiha, he began to collect the tailed beasts, sealing them within the Deva statue. It is essential to note that the original aim of the Akatsuki remained the pursuit of world peace. By gathering the tailed beasts and harnessing their formidable power, they sought to instill a deep-seated fear of war among the populace. Admittedly, this approach is fundamentally flawed, a fact that became evident after the confrontation between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. While the two initially served as a deterrent against conflict, their departure inevitably led to the resurgence of war. Nonetheless, the moment Yahiko perished, Nagato's psyche became somewhat distorted, rendering his radical views somewhat comprehensible. Conan's eyes glinted with coldness as she inquired, "Dragon King, what is the motivation behind Obito Uchiha's desire to collect the tailed beasts? And who is truly guiding him from the shadows?" Naruto inquired, regarding why Uchiha Obito sought to gather the tailed beasts. "Allow me to pose a question to you. Do you know the origin of the tailed beasts? This matter is so obscure that even Orochimaru, well-versed in ancient texts, would be unable to provide an answer, and all eyes turned to Naruto, seeking his insight. Naruto remarked, "The nine-tailed beasts are derived from the 10 tails, which was divided by the Sage of Six Paths. The mention of the 10 tails was a revelation to them. They could scarcely fathom the existence of a creature more formidable than the nine tails. Many among them were well aware of the power wielded by the nine tails. A true weapon of war. How immensely powerful, then, must the 10 tails be?" Uzumaki Nagato inquired, "The Dragon King, the Outer Path Golem?" Naruto remarked, "The Outer Path Golem is the true essence of the 10 tails. It was originally sealed upon the moon, and you have summoned it down. Should you seal Shikaku within Gaara's body and Kurama within mine, the 10 tails shall return." Tsunade inquired, "Why? Why must Obito undertake such actions?" Naruto replied, "It is because of Rin. Under the instigation of the enemy, he witnessed Kakashi slay Rin, and thus his heart became distorted. He seeks to create a world for Rin, a world devoid of slaughter, and has thus manipulated Nagato. One cannot help but acknowledge that Obito Uchiha's life is a profound tragedy. From being an orphan in his youth, just as life began to show promise, he was rendered paralyzed and confronted with experiences that shattered his worldview. Subsequently, he lived a life of deception, manipulating others while being manipulated himself, perpetually ensnared in a web of lies. Without anyone to confide in, he found himself devoid of a listener. Throughout his life, he toiled relentlessly, yet he never truly possessed anything." Naruto recounted once more how Uchiha Madara feigned his own death, rescued Uchiha Obito, and manipulated him. He repeatedly referenced the enigmatic black and white Zetsu. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Uchiha Madara's profound cunning was astonishing. He had deceived the entire world with his ruse of death and subtly influenced the entire ninja realm. Truly, he was a man who had once approached divinity. Orochimaru inquired, "Dragon King, are you referring to the black and white Zetsu within the Akatsuki organization?" Naruto smiled and replied, "Indeed." Tsunade, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Naruto, the Akatsuki possesses black and white Zetsu, and behind Uchiha Obito, there are also black and white Zetsu. Could it be that all of this is part of a scheme orchestrated by the black and white Zetsu? What exactly is the origin of the black and white Zetsu?" Naruto remarked, "This is quite significant. He is a figure from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, and they share the same mother." Naruto dedicated some time to recounting the origins and identity of Kaguya Otsutsuki, including the fact that she bore the Sage of Six Paths. He emphasized that the sage had sealed Kaguya, and that Black Zetsu's mission was to rescue his mother. With the Sage of Six Paths having passed away, the only way to achieve this was through Indra and Ashura. Indra, harboring a dark heart, chose to manipulate Indra, which led to the fated conflict between Indra and Ashura, thus resulting in their deception. In this instance, Naruto has revealed an abundance of information. It took them quite some time to comprehend the situation, yet numerous questions lingered. Who, after all, are the Otsutsuki clan? Shirzue inquired, "Dragon King, is the resurrection of Uchiha Madara dependent on the Rinnegan?" Chapter 126, The Dread of 100,000 White Zetsu. Naruto remarked, "It is a natural course. Without the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara cannot be resurrected." Tsunade replied, "So, if we were to possess Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Madara would remain in eternal slumber?" Uchiha Madara, despite having been deceased for such an extended period, still casts a formidable shadow. During the Warring States period, had he not reached a truce with Senju Hashirama, one can only speculate how prolonged the conflicts would have been. Without Hashirama's presence, the death toll would have been unimaginable. Naruto remarked, "That is not necessarily the case." Internally, he contemplated, if we adhere to the original narrative, he would undoubtedly remain in eternal slumber. However, now that the power of the rules of the shinobi path has awakened, it would not be difficult to create a Rinnegan. The onlookers gazed at him, eagerly anticipating his elucidation. Naruto remarked, "The world has transformed. Creating a Rinnegan is no longer a challenge." Orochimaru inquired, "Lord Dragon King, is the enigmatic figure behind Kabuto Yakushi? Naruto. Indeed, this is the individual. Jishuei inquired. Dragon King, who is this person? Naruto pondered for a moment and said, this should not be a mere individual. He embodies a collective consciousness of souls. His words left everyone bewildered. A collective consciousness of souls? They found it hard to comprehend that such an entity could upheave the entire ninja world. They were incredulous, struggling to accept this notion. Naruto inquired, how shall I put this? You are likely unfamiliar with the concept of the power of rules. The crowd collectively shook their heads in unison, for they indeed had not heard of it. Naruto remarked, allow me to elucidate the rules, which are the principles governing the operation of the universe. For instance, the alternation of day and night, the transition through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the chill of winter and the warmth of summer, as well as phenomena such as thunder and rain, all exemplify the workings of celestial regulations. The cultivation of ninjutsu and ninjutsu arts inherently follows its own set of rules. Ninjutsu mastery is classified into ranks D, C, B, A, and S, while chakra attributes encompass wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, yin, and yang, all of which are included within the realm of ninjutsu. In ancient times, the ninja world was solely characterized by ninjutsu and the legacy of ninjutsu paths. But with the establishment of our martial arts, the ninjutsu path has sensed a threat and awakened its consciousness. As he possesses mastery over the rules of the ninjutsu world, he can perform ninjutsu without the need for hand seals, allowing him to harness the power of the universe. In response to this, Orochimaru called out, Jiraiya. Shizen added, indeed. Jiraiya. Tsunade cautioned, that is false. Naruto inquired, Jiraiya, is it true? Has the enemy transformed into a false Jiraiya to gather intelligence in our flame dragon city? Tsunade nodded and replied, indeed, his aura and manner of speech are indistinguishable from that of Jiraiya. Naruto inquired, how did he expose his vulnerabilities? Tsunade cast a glance at Naruto and replied, Jiraiya has a penchant for women, much like yourself. This impostor may be capable of acting like Jiraiya, but he lacks his lecherous nature. Naruto touched his nose in contemplation. What is the meaning of this? Is he truly such a lecherous individual? Is it not merely a matter of verbal bravado? Naruto solemnly remarked, it seems that certain shortcomings can indeed be advantageous. The crowd was left speechless, wondering if he intended to magnify his own flaws. Orochimaru interjected, although Jiraiya possesses the strength of a Kage-level ninja, a practitioner of martial arts can easily defeat him. When Tsunade faced him, a single thunderous shout bound her with natural energy. Naruto inquired, bound? How did you break free? Tsunade replied, I shattered it. Naruto, in a state of confusion, remarked, is it truly this feeble? Tsunade replied, upon comprehending the prevailing circumstances, even a martial artist of mundane origin can shatter it, as its binding strength is not formidable. Naruto remarked, this is quite peculiar. One would expect that mastering the power of the rules would not render one so weak. Tsunade then reiterated the message conveyed by Fukasaku, particularly emphasizing Jiraiya's words regarding martial arts and ninja way. Naruto remarked, Jiraiya, you truly live up to your name. Your insight is remarkably sharp. Orochimaru recalled the imitation of Jiraiya gazing up at the heavens and inquired, Lord Dragon King. Before the false Jiraiya dissipated, he looked towards the sky, seemingly wary of the heat. What does this signify? This left Naruto perplexed, as he replied, you are putting me in a difficult position. I was not present at the scene. How could I possibly know? However, the fact that this consciousness exhibited caution is indeed worth investigating. If we could forge an alliance against this rule, it would undoubtedly enhance our chances. Shirzue interjected, Dragon King, Uchiha Obito lacks the Rinnegan, which implies that in his pursuit of the Rinnegan, he will seek Nagato. Naruto remarked, it is not entirely certain. Rather, it is due to the essence of this rule that governs all. It possesses the power to recreate a Rinnegan. With a Rinnegan in their possession, their focus will shift away from Nagato. However, if they do not acquire it, they will not spare Nagato, seeking ways to seize him. And if possible, they would not overlook my Rinnegan either. The crowd cast Naruto a disapproving glance. Attempting to wrest the Rinnegan from him was tantamount to courting disaster. If they struggled to contend with Nagato alone, how could they possibly think of challenging Naruto? Orochimaru suggested, what if we use Nagato as bait to lure Obito Uchiha out, and then capture them all in one fell swoop? Nagato nodded in agreement, a viable plan. Naruto remarked, what are you all pondering? If Uchiha Obito were truly such a fool, how could he have roamed freely for so long? What Nagato must do now is abandon the path of the ninja and devote himself to the martial arts, fully mastering the power of the Rinnegan. At that point, he could easily strike down Uchiha Obito with a mere slap. Jishui interjected, Nagato, you typically train within the Flame Dragon Pavilion, right? No matter how arrogant Uchiha Obito may be, he would not dare to venture deep into Flame Dragon City. Nagato remained silent, and Naruto waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Without the Outer Path Golem, even if the Sage of the Six Paths were to return, he could not triumph over him. As Naruto contemplated, he mused about Senju Hashirama, uncertain of where the White Zetsu would unleash his forces. Tsunade, perplexed, inquired, what does this have to do with my grandfather? Naruto remarked, indeed, there is a connection. White Zetsu has replicated 100,000 clones from Hashirama's cells, making them formidable. What? Everyone sprang to their feet. Completely taken aback by Naruto's revelation, he informed them about Yagura, the Ten Tails, and the Otsutsuki. They remained indifferent, as Yagura was sealed away. And they believed they could address that matter later. By then, they would have grown stronger, and defeating them would not be an easy feat when united. As for the Ten Tails, it required 9-tailed beasts, and currently, there were still 2-tailed beasts in the land of the Flame Dragons, which could not be summoned. The Otsutsuki were even more distant, beings not of this world. They would deal with that when the time came. However, the White Zetsu and its 100,000 clones posed a significant threat within the shinobi world. If war were to erupt in the land of the Flame Dragons, countless innocent lives would be at stake. Jishui inquired, Lord Dragon King, is this truly the case? Naruto, indeed, it is true. Moreover, this White Zetsu possesses the ability to disguise itself as an ordinary person, which constitutes a genuine threat. Chapter 127, Shin Uchiha approaches Obito Uchiha. Naruto devoted considerable effort to reiterate the weaknesses of White Zetsu, emphasizing the perilous nature of his disguises on the battlefield. However, in the realm of martial arts, such deceptions prove futile, for no matter how adeptly White Zetsu may disguise himself, he cannot conceal the true essence of martial energy. This matter exists independently of the way of the shinobi and transcends it. Chakra remains chakra, after all. Seizing the opportunity to confront Naruto, his companions were relentless in their inquiries, refusing to let the night pass without addressing the questions that plagued their minds. Jishui remarked, Dragon King, I too have entered the realm of returning to the origin, yet I find myself vastly inferior to you. What accounts for this disparity? Naruto remarked, your foundation is still insufficient. The path of martial arts cultivation resembles the aging of fine wine. The longer it settles, the more fragrant it becomes. In the realm of martial arts, mastery of techniques and profound understanding necessitates continuous accumulation. The longer one perseveres, the stronger one's combat prowess naturally becomes. Especially in the realm of comprehension, where the power of intent and the essence of profound truths are incomparable. Jishui inquired, Dragon King, does the cultivation of the ninja way indeed rely on the accumulation of quantity? Naruto remarked, this largely depends on one's innate talent and the limits of their bloodline. Otherwise, aside from individuals like Teacher Guy, who trade their very lives for strength, ordinary folk find it nearly impossible to ascend. As for my father, he is merely an exception, and it seems his ancestors never sought to delve into their past. Who can say whether they possessed any formidable abilities? Tsunade replied, that also applies to your lineage. Naruto remarked, it is of no consequence. My lineage is that of the Uzumaki clan, whose bloodline surpasses that of my father's ancestors. Orochimaru inquired, Lord of the Dragon King, if one's body cannot endure the volume of chakra, does that mean one's strength cannot be enhanced? Naruto remarked, indeed, should one forcefully engage in training, it would inevitably result in physical harm or the dissipation of chakra. Either outcome would only lead to the deterioration of the body. As dawn approached, the group finally concluded their activities. Although Shizen wished to converse further with Naruto, she timidly departed under the piercing gaze of Tsunade. Naruto smiled at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, have you thought of me over these years? Tsunade approached Naruto, resting her head on his shoulder, and murmured, I have, very much. This is Tsunade, her love unwavering and as fervent as a blazing flame. Naruto's body stiffened, and his heart trembled. He recoiled, not out of fear of malicious gossip, but due to the profound insights he had gained during his recent period of seclusion. With the elevation of his power, he found himself capable of transcending this realm and departing from the world of Naruto. In his past life, he was the king of the underworld, surrounded by numerous women. Yet, he was never frivolous. Before each battle, he ensured their safety, Only then did he feel at ease to engage in combat. If he could not leave, this place would inherently remain his home. However, if escape were possible, it would not be his destined path. Tsunade's life was fraught with hardship. During the reign of Hashirama Senju, her existence was idyllic, yet following the deaths of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, her life plunged into tragedy. Her family vanished, her beloved perished, and her brother fell, casting her life into a shadow of despair and monotony. He had bestowed upon Tsunade a glimmer of hope. Yet to leave once more would inflict upon her a second wound. She likely lacked the courage to continue living. During this period, Tsunade was utterly exhausted. Leaning against Naruto's embrace, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Naruto gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, while he himself engaged in foot training, guarding Tsunade. Uchiha Obito had fled, and so had Black and White Zetsu. They had both underestimated the prowess of the Flame Dragon martial arts. He had not anticipated that within merely a few years, the martial arts would evolve to such an extent, completely overwhelming the ninja allied forces. Black Zetsu remarked, "Obito, the Rinnegan is gone." They naturally dared not probe into Naruto. His perception in martial arts was formidable. Even Shisui could sense Nagato from a distance. Not to mention Naruto Uzumaki, the cornerstone of martial arts, who would likely detect them from several miles away. Uchiha Obito stated, "He must have joined the Flame Dragon Nation. Without the Rinnegan, how can we resurrect Madara?" It could be said that he was somewhat reclusive. The rate of growth in martial arts power was indeed frightening. At this rate, would they have any chance of success? No, certainly not. If martial arts were allowed another decade of development, what could possibly hinder the Flame Dragon? How could they even talk of establishing a new world? Black Zetsu replied, "With your abilities, you could infiltrate the Flame Dragon Nation." Uchiha Obito responded, "I'm aware of that, but as long as Naruto Uzumaki is present, I cannot enter. With his perception, it is impossible for me to infiltrate Flame Dragon City." Black Zetsu said, "He will eventually leave." Uchiha Obito questioned, "And then what?" Given the strength of the Flame Dragon Nation, if discovered, escape would be impossible. Moreover, persuading Nagato is out of the question. Perhaps our identities have already been uncovered by the Flame Dragon Nation, and they might be waiting for us to fall into their trap. Black Zetsu conceded, "Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki is elusive and not easily dealt with." Dealt with? Uchiha Obito's tone carried a hint of mockery as he continued, "For now, let us pray that Naruto remains unaware of our stronghold." Black Zetsu remained silent, sharing his concern. Should Naruto discover their location, a single strike from him could render a decade of effort futile. Whether discovered or not, they would have to leave. From a tree branch, a white serpent's head emerged, revealing Shin Uchiha. Both Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito displayed caution. They were certainly aware of Shin Uchiha, but found him to be exceedingly mysterious. To claim he was Kabuto Yakushi would be beyond their belief. Uchiha Obito inquired, "Who are you?" Shin Uchiha replied, "I am currently called Shin Uchiha. But it is not yet time for you to know my true identity." Uchiha Obito asked, "Did you assist Nagato in restoring his body?" Shin Uchiha affirmed, "Indeed. I originally believed that with his body restored, he would not falter against the Akatsuki. Little did I know that Naruto Uzumaki's power had risen so significantly." He did not blame Nagato. Had Naruto not possessed such strength, he would not have been worthy of establishing martial arts. Uchiha Obito pressed, "You just instructed us to leave. Yet Naruto is already aware of our existence." Rindo remarked, "Surely, the Yanlong Kingdom is in the process of determining the presence of ninjas. This is quite evident. Is it not? The white absolute produced by your sport technique can masquerade as anyone, yet can you replicate martial energy?" The answer is negative. They possess a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but this is merely superficial knowledge. Even should they cultivate it, their strength would not surpass that of a lower ninja. They lack the core principles of martial cultivation. The Black and White Absolutes responded, "It is regrettable that the power of White Absolute is somewhat lacking. Were it to strengthen a bit, it could challenge the Yanlong Kingdom." Rindo softly replied, "Becoming stronger is certainly within reach." Uchiha Obito exchanged glances with the Black and White Absolutes and inquired, "Can you truly achieve this?" Rindo answered, "Of course. And I can even evolve your eyes into the Rinnegan." "Really?" Chapter 128. Tsunade lets go of the past. This was the most restful slumber Tsunade had experienced in 3 years. She stirred and groaned as she awakened. Naruto turned his gaze, momentarily struck dumb. A peculiar itch graced his nose, as a surge of heat coursed through his capillaries. Those delicate, rabbit-like eyes trembled slightly, seemingly enticing his very soul. Tsunade, in her slumber, had shifted considerably, her garments slightly askew. As she stirred, Naruto found himself overwhelmed. It felt as though his spirit had been lifted into the heavens, blood gushing from his nostrils. Tsunade quickly intervened, raising her gaze to Naruto. Her face flushed a deep crimson, the cause of which remained ambiguous, shyness or fury. "Do you find me appealing, little boy?" Naruto nodded, exclaiming that it was splendid. But quickly realizing his folly, he shook his head vigorously, insisting, "It is not splendid. We saw nothing, absolutely nothing." In an instant, he soared out of the pavilion. Bang! As Naruto departed, a dull thud echoed, causing the entire structure to tremble, and a hole materialized in the wall. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been propelled out by Tsunade's formidable punch. Naruto landed on the ground, his left hand transforming as he waited in his grasp, seemingly lost in thought. However, he quickly shook his head, retracting his left hand with his right, striking it down. He was a man intent on departure, resolutely refusing to be touched. Unyielding in his conviction, Naruto's soul enveloped the surroundings, transmitting his voice to Orochimaru and Gaara. Upon hearing Naruto's call, both Orochimaru and Gaara hastily withdrew from their training and made their way to the Flame Dragon Pavilion. Naruto, unfazed, addressed them. "Orochimaru, Gaara, I have summoned you for a task that requires your assistance." The prospect of a mission filled both individuals with excitement. Orochimaru responded, "Lord Dragon King, your wish is my command." Naruto first posed a question. "Gaara, how have you been faring in the Flame Dragon City since joining?" After a moment of contemplation, Gaara replied, "It has been quite fulfilling." Indeed, he felt genuinely enriched here. Even after transforming into a raccoon, the children gazed at him not with fear, but with affection. Finding him endearing, Naruto inquired once more, "How do the commoners of the Land of Flames compare to those of the Land of Wind?" Without hesitation, Gaara replied, "Happiness." Naruto stated, "Gaara, I shall be direct. I intend to incorporate the Land of Wind into the territory of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, and I require you and Orochimaru to enter the Land of Wind to disseminate the spirit of martial arts and establish a branch of the Hidden Dragon. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, Gaara replied, "I am willing." Even if Naruto had not spoken, he would have proposed it himself. In the Fire Dragon City, he had learned much, elevated his mindset, and broadened his horizons. The Fire Dragon Kingdom prioritizes the welfare of its people, while the Land of Wind is plagued by a rigid class system where many commoners struggle to afford basic sustenance, while the affluent, particularly the clans under the feudal lord, amass wealth without regard for the plight of the common people. In contrast, the Fire Dragon Kingdom allocates 60% of its national revenue to benefit its citizens. Thus, in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the commoners lead joyful lives and wholeheartedly support Naruto. Orochimaru, too, felt a surge of excitement as he declared, "I guarantee the completion of the mission." Naruto declared, "Gaara, Orochimaru, remember this. Once you venture into the Land of Wind, you must rely solely on yourselves. The power of Shursue's Koto Tsukumi, with its incessant usage, is diminishing. Such divine ocular abilities should not be squandered on trivial matters. The pressures you will face will be immense." Gaara replied, "Rest assured, Lord Ri, I shall not be overwhelmed." Naruto exclaimed, "Indeed, you are truly Gaara." Orochimaru inquired, "Lord Dragon King, shall we proceed to the Land of Wind now?" Naruto said, "Please wait a moment. There are still matters that require your assistance." For reasons unknown, as he grasped the principles of the sword, the very fabric of this realm began to transform, seemingly mending its imperfections. While these flaws remain unrectified, he intends to bring certain individuals back. "Orochimaru, are there any heinous criminals languishing within the confines of the Inferno Dragon Prison?" Naruto inquired. If one were to define heinous, Orochimaru would certainly qualify. However, he has since changed, his heart having undergone a profound transformation, and he can now be considered a good person. Orochimaru replied, "Indeed." Naruto inquired, "How have you fared with the Earth Release, Rebirth technique?" This left Orochimaru perplexed, unable to discern Naruto's intentions. Could it be that he sought retribution? Although he had successfully mastered the technique in the past, its execution now felt somewhat unfamiliar. Orochimaru replied. Naruto remarked, "You should practice a bit. Later, I will need you to summon a few individuals from the depths of the afterlife to reclaim some souls from the grasp of the Grim Reaper." Orochimaru immediately thought of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, realizing the implication. He responded, "Understood, Lord Ri." Naruto scratched his head once more and remarked, "Orochimaru, I presume you possess some of Hashirama's cellular fluid as well." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. "I have conducted extensive research on it. and have acquired a considerable amount. Naruto remarked. Very well, since it is already set aside, I might as well put it to use. Orochimaru replied. Excellent. The once forbidden techniques, which Naruto had previously barred him from, now appeared to be within reach. After having the two leave, Naruto summoned Tsunade once more. Tsunade, however, did not greet Naruto with a warm demeanor. Instead, she spoke through gritted teeth, demanding, "What do you want from me?" Naruto declared, "Tsunade, I wish to resurrect your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, but as for your great-uncle, I shall pass. I harbor no fondness for him." Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes suddenly fixed on Naruto, trembling as she asked, "Is it truly possible?" Naruto said, "If we were to wait another decade or so, it would likely be a daunting task. However, as the loophole remains unaddressed, it is not insurmountable at present." Before Tsunade could voice her thoughts, Naruto interjected, stating, "Shinju can also be resurrected, including your beloved." He intended to depart but felt compelled to guide Tsunade back, believing she deserved a more secure haven. Unexpectedly, Tsunade shook her head, approaching Naruto once more. She leaned against his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist, and declared, "Naruto, I have let go." Her words resonated with clarity, and her meaning was unmistakable. Whether or not Kato could be revived was now solely at Naruto's discretion. Naruto was troubled. The matter at hand proved to be somewhat challenging. Tsunade gently placed a kiss upon Naruto's forehead and smiled, saying, "Naruto, trust me. Every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart." After wandering in a state of confusion for over 2 decades, it was Naruto who had pulled her from the abyss, helping her discover the meaning of life. His fearlessness, his composure, his profound thoughts, and everything else about him ignited a blazing fire within her heart. Naruto appeared somewhat hesitant as he spoke. "Well, Tsunade, I shall go and check on how Orochimaru's ninjutsu training is progressing." Tsunade scoffed, "You can't escape, you rascal." In her heart, she mused, "Kato, after more than 20 years, it has come to an end." Tsunade had emerged from her turmoil. Kato was severed from her heart, no longer a binding force. Unfortunately, some were unwilling to let him rest, seeking to torment her by resurrecting Kato once more. Chapter 129, Resurrection After a Period of Research. Orochimaru had gained a deeper understanding of the Earth Release, rebirth technique, and was now capable of performing it. Tsunade took some time to return to Konoha, bringing back the corpse of Shinjiro. With everything prepared, Naruto, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Nagato found themselves on a desolate island, accompanied by 3 coffins and 4 unconscious prisoners, 3 men and 1 woman. Tsunade, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Will it be successful?" Naruto assured, "Rest assured, it is indeed possible." Naruto's Rinnegan technique, known as life snatching, enables him to usurp the vitality of others, leading to an instantaneous decline. This ability transcends mere human targets, extending its reach to the life force of flora and fauna alike. Through his research, he has discovered the means to transfer this vitality to others. Orochimaru's Earth rebirth requires a substantial amount of life force. One must be cautious not to deplete him entirely. Naruto spoke. "Orochimaru, one by one, let us resurrect them." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Very well." Beginning with Naruto's mother, Orochimaru initiated the reanimation jutsu. As Naruto's Sharingan began to whirl, he absorbed the life force of the surrounding flora and fauna, dividing it into 3 portions. One infused into Orochimaru's body, another into Nagato's form to sustain his use of the Rinnegan, and the last surged into the body of a prisoner. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood to the side, contributing her grandfather's cellular essence. Soon, a coffin materialized, and the 4 paused. With a creaking sound, the coffin was opened, revealing a red-haired woman who sat up. It was none other than Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Rubbing her eyes, Kushina exclaimed, "What is happening? Am I not dead?" Tsunade, brimming with excitement, declared, "It worked. We truly succeeded." Turning her gaze, Kushina spotted Tsunade and joyfully said, "Tsunade-sensei." She then inquired, "Tsunade-sensei, what is going on?" Tsunade replied, "Kushina, your son Naruto has brought you back to life." "Son?" Kushina's body trembled as she looked at Naruto, recognizing his golden hair, his face, and the tremor in his blood. This was indeed her child, there was no doubt. Emerging from the coffin, Kushina embraced Naruto tightly, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "Naruto, my child. Mother has seen you. I am so happy." Naruto murmured to himself, "Is this what maternal love feels like? How warm." This sensation of warmth was foreign to him. In his previous life, he was an orphan, deprived of both paternal and maternal affection. Tsunade's eyes glimmered with envy as she thought, grandfather, brother. I shall soon see you both again. Naruto said, Mom, we shall reminisce later. Kushina Uzumaki replied gently, all right. Her gaze fell upon Naruto, filled with tenderness. She had been resurrected and her thoughts were solely devoted to cherishing the moments spent watching her son grow. Naruto remarked, it seems we must find another location. Surrounding them. Within 100 paces, all flora and trees had withered away. Next was Yahiko, whose excitement mirrored that of Nagato. As Yahiko stood before him, he knelt before Naruto. Bowing profusely, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, Dragon King, thank you, thank you. Yahiko appeared somewhat bewildered as he gazed at Nagato, asking Nagato. Nagato replied, Yahiko, I shall speak with you shortly. The three of them relocated once more, this time to the Senju rope tree. Being relatively young and possessing limited power, it required far less vitality. Shizen borrowed the life force of the surrounding flora within 80 paces. In a daze, the little rope tree nestled into the softness. Inhaling a familiar scent, and called out, Sister? Tsunade released the rope tree, gently caressing its cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. Rope tree, you have returned. You have finally returned. The rope tree inquired, Sister, what is happening? Was I not dead? How have I come back to life? Tsunade explained, Rope tree. You have been reincarnated through the technique of soul transition, revived by Naruto. I will elaborate on this once I finish my tasks. Obediently, the rope tree moved aside. Naruto inquired, Orochimaru, how much chakra do you have remaining? Orochimaru replied, I have only utilized 40%. Naruto proclaimed, all right. Next is Senju Hashirama. Naruto noticed that his mother appeared to be experiencing a slight headache. After a moment of careful observation, he remarked, I see. Orochimaru, please wait a moment. In his perception, it seemed as though the souls of the three were subtly on the verge of departure. Tsunade inquired, Naruto, what is the matter? Naruto remarked, the souls of my mother and the others are somewhat unstable. They require the solidification of their spirits to merge with their physical forms. In the original narrative, Nagato's rebirth technique could resurrect those from Konoha whom he had slain without issue, as they had only recently perished. However, both Kushina Uzumaki and SHT, along with Yahiko, had long since departed from this world, rendering the rebirth technique less effective. The primary reliance must instead be on the Earth release, reincarnation technique. Naruto said, Mother, SHT, Yahiko, I shall impart a technique to you. Please begin your cultivation. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and replied, all right. SHT turned to his sister, Tsunade, who encouraged, listen attentively and cultivate diligently. SHT responded, understood. Naruto imparted the soul technique to the three individuals, who subsequently sought a tranquil location to engage in their cultivation. Uzumaki Kushina felt considerably more at ease, with no sensation of her soul threatening to detach. Naruto nodded, realizing that with this, he was free from any lingering concerns. Senju Hashirama was indeed Senju Hashirama. His resurrection had absorbed the vitality of all flora and fauna within a 300-jang radius. Hashirama remarked, have I been summoned back once more? Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen again? A cold glint flickered in his eyes. This time, he would not fall under control again. Having experienced it twice, he had gained insight and could break free from domination. Yet, the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, is this truly a flesh and blood body? Naruto remarked, Old man Hashirama, your perception is not mistaken. This matter of flesh and blood, behold, in your quest for resurrection, the vitality of the flora and fauna within a radius of 300 meters has been nearly entirely absorbed by you. Senju Hashirama lifted his gaze. Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, it is I. Tsunade, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, replied, Grandfather. Hashirama Senju smiled gently, addressing her, little Tsunade. Orochimaru appeared somewhat weary. He had only 30% of his vital energy remaining in his dantian. Naruto remarked, Orochimaru, I appreciate your efforts, but this time you shall recover fully. Orochimaru assured, rest assured, Lord Ryuu, I still possess 30% of my vital energy, which is sufficient. Naruto remarked, this time is different. We shall seize the souls from the clutches of death itself. My father perished after employing the Reaper Death Seal, and his spirit resides within the belly of the Grim Reaper. Orochimaru replied, indeed, Lord Ri, your foresight is commendable. However, do you believe we can reclaim the soul of the fourth Hokage? Naruto spoke with great authority. Dare to refuse? Then you shall be forced to rip open his belly. In Naruto's perspective, the so-called god of death was far from intimidating. He regarded this entity as significantly inferior to the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 130. The God of Death's Decline. Orochimaru sought a secluded spot to regain his energy. Senju Hashirama's gaze fell upon the eyes of Nagato, remarking, "The Rinnegan, this is something even Madara could not achieve." Naruto remarked, "Lord Hashirama, these eyes belong to Uchiha Madara." To this, Senju Hashirama responded, "So it follows that Madara feigned his death in the past? After all, he was the first Hokage of Konoha, and I remain somewhat skeptical." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, however, he eventually succumbed to old age. As for now, we await his resurrection." Senju Hashirama inquired, "Naruto, do you intend to resurrect Madara?" Though Madara was his comrade, Hashirama was reluctant to see him revived. Madara was excessively combative, with an unwavering faith in his own strength. In his hands, power was wielded to instigate war. Naruto remarked, "Without his cells, resurrection is impossible. Moreover, he has someone to return him to life. I need not trouble myself with this matter." "What's wrong, Elder Hashirama? Are you afraid I might not prevail against him?" Senju Hashirama shook his head. "Not at all. With my presence, he cannot stir up any turmoil." Senju Hashirama exhibited an enigmatic confidence in his own strength. Naruto smiled faintly and replied, "That is not a certainty. With the infusion of Hashirama Senju's cellular essence, combined with the power of the Rinnegan, I can effortlessly surpass him." Hashirama Senju responded, "Naruto, come. Let us engage in battle to rectify the regrets of our past unfulfilled confrontation." Naruto remarked, "Let us leave it at that." Tsunade interjected, "Grandfather, given Naruto's current prowess, you would not stand a chance against him." Hashirama Senju, filled with skepticism, questioned, "Is he truly that formidable?" Deep down, he could hardly believe in Naruto's strength. To him, Naruto was merely a child, and how much chakra could a child possess? Nagato interposed, "Lord Hashirama, should it come to battle, you would find me an insurmountable opponent." Hashirama conceded, saying, "The Rinnegan and the Uzumaki lineage, indeed." Nagato continued, "However, I would not prevail against the might of the Dragon King's sword." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's gaze fell upon Naruto, as if he were attempting to see through him. Naruto tossed his hair and remarked, "What do you think? My appearance is decent, isn't it?" Senju Hashirama responded, "It's acceptable." Tsunade added, "Uzumaki Nagato." Naruto declared, "Hashirama, if you seek a battle with me, I shall gladly oblige. However, you must truly enhance your strength. In your current state, you are not a match for me." Senju Hashirama replied, "Fear not, young one. I will catch up to you in no time." Naruto exclaimed, "Keep it up. I hope you are not merely speaking for the sake of it. If you cannot even catch up to your own grandson, that would be quite embarrassing." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, replying, All right, I acknowledge you as my grandson." Naruto, Tsunade, and Nagato were left speechless by the foolish antics of Senju Hashirama. Naruto remarked, "Old man, are you overthinking this? I am speaking of your grandson, Senju Ropetree, who has also been resurrected." Senju Hashirama paused for a moment, blinking as if caught off guard, and after a brief interval, he confirmed, "My grandson, Ropetree?" Tsunade interjected, "Grandfather, Ropetree was born after your departure." With Tsunade's affirmation, Hashirama's composure faltered, and he inquired, "Where is my grandson?" It seemed he had already transformed into a doting grandparent, as if the bond of generations was palpable. Tsunade continued, "Grandfather, Ropetree is presently stabilizing his soul, and you too must ensure the stability of your own." With that, her gaze shifted towards Naruto. Naruto imparted the technique to Senju Hashirama, who pondered the teachings in silence. After a moment, he remarked, "Fascinating. The art of martial cultivation is indeed intriguing." Naruto remarked, "Of course, it surpasses the way of the ninja by far." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows, having once been the paragon of ninjas who dominated an era in ninjutsu mastery. He felt a twinge of discontent at Naruto's words regarding the way of the ninja. Orochimaru, having restored 50% of his chakra, deemed it sufficient and began the process of resurrecting Minato through the technique of earth release, rebirth. Naruto did not seek the mask of death, as it did not appeal to him. Orochimaru has transformed into a cheerful young man, and even the thought of him performing seppuku is something Naruto cannot bear. He is now the pillar of the flame dragon, possessing considerable strength and an extended lifespan. However, he lacks the fearless disposition he once had in the original narrative. Should he don the mask of death and attempt to manipulate the earth for rebirth, his power would likely diminish significantly. Orochimaru was unable to extract the soul of the legendary Minato, stating, "Dragon King, it is impossible to manipulate the earth for rebirth. Naruto absorbed the vitality of the surrounding trees and directed it all towards Nagato, saying, "Nagato, I appreciate your efforts." Nagato replied, "Rest assured, Re." Naruto then addressed Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade, if Orochimaru is unable to gather his strength later, you must transmit your chakra to him." Tsunade replied, "Understood." Naruto sensed the realm of the death god. As his Rinnegan rotated, a rift in space materialized, and he soared through it upon his sword. After a fleeting moment of transference, he found himself in a void-like dimension, where he beheld the imposing silhouette of a colossal figure. This apparition bore a fearsome visage, clad in a grand overcoat, with a blade clutched between its teeth and a string of prayer beads dangling from its left hand. Naruto inquired, "Are you the Grim Reaper?" The Grim Reaper gazed at Naruto. Though his lips remained still, his voice resonated, "Martial arts, Uzumaki Naruto." A significant upheaval had occurred in the ninja world, and as one of the deities of this realm, he was naturally aware of it. Naruto declared, "It is I, the king. You should be aware of my purpose for coming here." The Shinigami, sensing a disturbance within, replied, "Indeed, I know, Minato Namikaze." Naruto proclaimed, "Release his soul." The Grim Reaper remained silent, a chilling smile etched upon his face, exuding an aura of inexorable death, and his voice resonated, "On what grounds?" With the blade of his sword in hand, Naruto underwent a transformation. A certain restraint within him was unshackled. Surrounding his form, the radiance of the sword shimmered, pulsating with the rhythm of the rules of the blade. His vitality coalesced, indicating his resolve to engage in a fierce battle. Previously, Naruto's sword radiance had erupted with a mere half-step of rule power, which was sufficient in itself. However, this was the god of death, whose power could not be underestimated, equaling that of the Sage of Six Paths and the Sages of the Three Holy Lands. Thus, Naruto chose to abandon the notion of retreat. The god of death, the power of rules. Naruto remarked, "I have just begun to grasp the path. How do you choose?" The Shinigami did not respond to Naruto's inquiry. Instead, it took a moment to sense its surroundings and said, "It seems I have slumbered for quite some time, unaware that the world has undergone such transformation." After a brief pause, the Shinigami turned to Naruto and declared, "I shall now release the soul of Minato Namikaze for you to take." The Shinigami, wary of offending Naruto, who had mastered the power of the rules, decided to yield. When Minato was liberated from the Shinigami's grasp, he beheld Naruto and smiled, saying, "Naruto." Soon recalling his predicament, having been imprisoned within the Shinigami, he inquired, "Naruto, have you also employed the Shiki F gene?" A wave of sorrow washed over him as he realized that his son, at such a tender age, was treading the path he himself had once walked. Naruto said, "Father, let us return before we discuss further." Chapter 131. What transpired between you and Tsunade-sensei? As the Grim Reaper opened his eyes, the true energy within Orochimaru's Dantian rapidly dissipated, and within a few breaths, nearly 40% had vanished. Orochimaru implored, "Tsunade-heim, lend me your strength." Tsunade placed her hand upon Orochimaru's back, channeling her true energy into his body, enhancing his ninjutsu. After Tsunade had expended 80% of her true energy, a black hole materialized in the space, and Naruto emerged from it, holding a soul in his hand. As Naruto's spirit stirred, his true essence surged forth, replacing the soul of Kakashi. Orochimaru trembled within. Recognizing that the purity and intensity of Naruto's essence surpassed anything they could muster, he sensed that even combined, their collective energies could not rival Naruto's. Soon after, Minato's soul returned to its rightful place, and he was resurrected. Upon awakening, Minato's first sight was Orochimaru, and he exclaimed, "Orochimaru-sensei." A look of astonishment crossed his face as he wondered how his former teacher had transformed so drastically. Orochimaru smiled and welcomed him back, saying, "Minato, it's good to have you return." Minato, reflecting on his own body, appeared astonished and inquired of Naruto, "Naruto, this is the rebirth by soil transfer. But how is it possible to have flesh and blood?" Naruto proclaimed, "Earth release, rebirth, restore the soul to its rightful place. Then imbue it with the reincarnation technique to bestow boundless vitality, reshaping the body. It seems I have indeed found a loophole. Once your souls are thoroughly stabilized, you shall be safe." Minato exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wonderful, wonderful." He can now accompany his son. It is their choice that has left the boy in solitude for 16 long years. Naruto perceived his father's intentions and said, "Father, I have grown up. You should stay by mother's side." Minato's body trembled, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Kushina, she too?" Naruto remarked, "Mother has been revived before you. She is currently stabilizing her soul." Minato's eyes gleamed with a radiant light as his voice trembled. Good son. Senju Hashirama appeared and proclaimed, Indeed, you have given birth to a remarkable son. Minato called out, Lord Hashirama, it is I who bore him. I have given birth to a splendid son. Uzumaki Kushina, Yahiko, and SHT approached. Minato nodded in agreement, affirming, precisely. Grandfather. Senju SHT exclaimed with joy upon seeing Senju Hashirama. If one were to inquire about SHT's utmost admiration, it would undoubtedly be for his grandfather, Senju Hashirama. From a young age, he aspired to become Hokage, safeguarding the village just like his grandfather. Senju Hashirama's body trembled with emotion as he turned to his grandson, a warm smile gracing his face. He embraced Senju SHT, and the two, having never met before, engaged in exuberant play, completely at ease with one another. Naruto is truly unaware of how many grandchildren Senju Hashirama has. However, he refrains from inquiring. Even if he were to ask, all but Tsunade have perished. Such a question would only serve to evoke wounds within the hearts of others. Naruto addressed Nagato and Orochimaru, saying, Nagato, Orochimaru, please escort Yahiko back. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Ri. Nagato then bowed to Naruto and departed with Yahiko. This time, unless met with death, Nagato would never betray the flame dragon. Tsunade remarked, Naruto, I will take my grandfather and the others back first. Naruto, very well. Concerning Senju Hashirama, should he choose to return to Konoha, Naruto remains indifferent. Indeed, he possesses formidable strength. However, in the land of flames, there exist two individuals who can decisively surpass him, himself and Might Guy. He could effortlessly dominate Senju Hashirama, while Might Guy, upon unlocking the 8 gates, could send Hashirama flying with a single kick. Although Nagato, the Uzumaki, wields the Rinnegan, he has yet to fully harness its capabilities. He could restrain Senju Hashirama, but achieving complete victory remains beyond his reach. The confrontation between Shursui and Senju Hashirama stands at a precarious balance, with Shursui holding a slight advantage of 4-6. Nevertheless, this is Tsunade's aspiration, and Naruto, being aware of his slight indebtedness to her, is determined to fulfill her wishes. Naruto, accompanied by his mother and father, sought a serene location. He first solidified his father's spirit before engaging in conversation with his parents. Minato, aware of Naruto's difficult childhood, felt a surge of sorrow upon hearing the recounting once more. With a resounding thud, Kushina struck the stone pedestal beside her, shattering the massive structure into several pieces. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen treat my son with such harshness? It is truly intolerable. When I confront him, I shall not hesitate to unleash my fury. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging his mother's fiery temperament with unspoken admiration. Minato, feeling somewhat intimidated in the presence of his exposed wife, shrank back slightly. Kushina, shifting her focus, fixed her gaze upon Minato and inquired, And you, to whom have you entrusted this matter? Minato hastily reassured her, declaring, Fear not, my dear. The next time I encounter Hiruzen Sarutobi, I shall put an end to him. Naruto said, Dad, Mom, if you intend to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must train diligently. This old man is no ordinary opponent. Not only has he reached the pinnacle of the Hokage, but he has also mastered sage techniques that surpass even your prowess, Dad. Minato replied, Naruto, rest assured, I will avenge you. Kushina added, Son, may I train in the martial arts techniques you have devised? Naruto replied, Of course. Even if you do not ask, I shall impart to you the techniques of martial arts cultivation. This ninjutsu training is nothing but trivial. Kushina, the vortex, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my son. Naruto remarked, Father, Mother, I possess a technique known as fishing alone in the cold river snow, which is particularly suitable for your cultivation. Uzumaki Kushina inquired, My son, does this technique hold any particular significance? Naruto remarked, This technique comprises 2 fundamental practices. The first is the fiery heaven's flame technique. The second is the pure frost and snow formula, which is a dual cultivation method for both men and women. It is also complemented by a set of swordsmanship, where the dual blades merge to unleash tremendous power. He then proceeded to impart this technique to his parents. Moments later, they spoke in unison. Minato, I shall cultivate the fiery heaven's flame technique. Kushina, I shall practice the pure frost and snow formula. This left Naruto somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Logically, given his mother's fiery temperament, she ought to be practicing the fiery heaven's flame technique, as its explosive nature and swordsmanship are suited for those who resolve conflicts with sheer strength. In contrast, The pure frost and snow formula is meticulous and subtle, akin to the silent descent of snowflakes, leaving an indelible mark upon the world, making it more suitable for those with exceptional patience and endurance. Naruto remarked. You may decide this matter. On their way back, Kushina unexpectedly inquired, Son, what is the situation between you and Lady Tsunade? Snicker. Naruto let out a sigh, turning to his mother and inquiring, What do you mean, Mom? Kushina, with an irritated tone, retorted, You little brat, as someone who has been through this. Even a blind person can see the look in Tsunade's eyes. Minato scratched his head and smiled, saying, I didn't notice. To which Kushina replied, Get lost, you're just blind. Chapter 132. The dowry of Shinja Hashirama. Tsunade returned to the courtyard with her grandfather and Sh Matsu, who, puzzled, asked, Sister, are we not in Konoha? He was certain they were not in the Land of Fire. Tsunade explained, Sh Matsu, much has transpired over the years. We are now in the Land of the Flame Dragons, formerly known as the Land of Tea. I have also defected from Konoha and joined the Hidden Dragon Organization. What? Sh Matsu exclaimed in shock, quickly following up with, Sister, why? Hashirama gently stroked Sh Matsu's head and said kindly, Sh Matsu, there is nothing that cannot be accepted. Since Konoha has decayed, we shall rebuild it anew. As he spoke, a flicker of determination shone in Hashirama's eyes, suggesting he had made a significant decision. Tsunade, taken aback, inquired, Grandfather, are you planning to return to Konoha? Returning to the Land of Fire would inevitably lead to conflict with the Land of Flame Dragons, something she wished to avoid. Hashirama smiled slightly and nodded. Tsunade, I understand your concerns. You wish for me to join the Land of Flame Dragons. But the Land of Fire is our homeland, and its people are still suffering. Therefore, I have resolved to reclaim Konoha, to reign over the Land of Fire, and to unite it with the Land of Flame Dragons as a dowry for that little brat Naruto. He was determined to lend Naruto a hand, eager to witness what the world would be like if shaped by Naruto's ideals. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly exclaimed, Grandfather. In that moment, she resembled a young girl, playfully expressing her feelings. Though Hashirama appeared somewhat foolish, he was an elder who had lived for decades. He could certainly perceive his granddaughter's affections. He remarked, Naruto is a fine young man, worthy of trust. At this moment, Sh Matsu finally comprehended, exclaiming in astonishment, Sister, do you have feelings for that boy? This was a point of pride for him, as he was born before Naruto and, by lineage, was indeed Naruto's elder. Hashirama affectionately ruffled Sh Matsu's hair, saying, Sh Matsu, you must train diligently. Even I cannot surpass Naruto Uzumaki. The thousand-hand rope tree expressed skepticism, saying, Grandfather, surely not. He is merely 15 or 16 years old. Can he truly be so formidable? The first Hokage replied, There is no need for doubt. Though young, he has pioneered martial arts, standing unparalleled in the ninja world, surpassing even the mastery of ninjutsu. Therefore, Rope Tree, you must join the Hidden Dragon Academy to cultivate martial arts and restore the glory of the Shinja clan. The thousand-hand Rope Tree replied, Indeed, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. With his grandfather's words echoing in his mind, he felt confident that martial arts must indeed be powerful, especially considering his grandfather was once the mightiest in the ninja realm. Lady Tsunade. The academy doors swung open, and Shizen entered. Now a teacher at the medical academy, her schedule was indeed demanding, yet she always found time to accompany Tsunade. Upon entering, Shizen noticed several individuals present, and upon recognizing them, her entire being trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, I have the honor of meeting Lord Hashirama. Overwhelmed, she could hardly contain herself at the sight of the legendary god of ninjas. Lord Hashirama smiled and said, Little girl, do not be anxious. You must be Tsunade's apprentice. Shizen replied, Yes, indeed. Then she caught sight of the thousand-hand Rope Tree and promptly greeted him, Young Master Rope Tree. He responded with a polite, Hello, sister. Shizen felt a surreal disbelief wash over her. Had not Lord Hashirama and young Master Rope Tree perished? Yet, here they stood, flesh and blood before her. This could not be an illusion. Was she dreaming? Shizen pinched herself, and the sharp pain confirmed it was no dream. Tsunade addressed Shizen, saying, Shizen, Naruto has resurrected grandfather and my younger brother. What? The Dragon King's abilities are truly remarkable. Then all is well. Shizen quickly regained her composure, for in their hearts, Naruto Uzumaki was omnipotent, capable of achieving the impossible. Tsunade continued, Grandfather, you should discuss this matter with Naruto. He possesses numerous ideas and can devise better solutions based on the circumstances. Hashirama assured, "Rest assured, I shall certainly speak with him about it. And also touch upon your marriage." Tsunade blushed, saying, "Grandfather." Shizen remained calm, understanding that her teacher, due to the Dragon King's influence, had moved beyond her past, overcoming her fear of blood, and had developed feelings for the Dragon King. Hashirama inquired, "Little Tsunade, how many from the Leaf Village did that monkey bring to the battlefield this time?" His fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen had plummeted to an icy disdain, bordering on enmity. He felt great sorrow for the deaths of the first Hokage and the villagers of the Leaf. Tsunade replied, "According to the information we have received, only a little over 100 ninjas left the village, most of whom were from the Nara and Sarutobi clans. However, he has enlisted several hundred ninjas from the Land of Fire, yet all perished in this battle." Hashirama's eyes grew cold. "Despicable, truly despicable." Tsunade remarked, "Grandfather, we owe much to your discerning eye for appointing Kakashi as the 5th Hokage. He has united the Nara, Hyuga, and Akimichi clans, among others, forming a formidable alliance. Sarutobi Hiruzen regained the Hokage position, yet found himself lacking capable individuals, resulting in minimal losses." Hashirama Senju responded, "It is a pity. If Tobirama had succeeded him as Hokage, the village of Konohagakure would not be in such disarray, and Naruto might have truly belonged to the village." Tsunade sighed, "Surely. The talents of Konoha are not limited to him alone. Alas, they have all suffered. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, possessed a brilliance that rivaled Minato Namikaze. Yet he was forsaken by his own, meeting a tragic end." Hashirama mused, "It seems that Minato was indeed quite capable." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "His prowess surpassed mine and even that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One could say he was exceptionally gifted. However, his untimely demise was a grave loss. Had he lived under his leadership, Konoha might have never faced the turmoil of the Land of the Rising Sun." Hashirama's anger flared as he uttered, "That damned monkey. Foolish, utterly foolish." With Naruto Uzumaki remaining, the legacy of Konoha is destined to endure through the ages. Upon reuniting with Yahiko, Konan's once cold demeanor melted away, replaced by a warm smile. Her family had returned. In the presence of Xiao Nan, the figures of Nagato and Yahiko encompass her entire world. The trio engages in heartfelt conversation, reminiscing about the past, sharing their experiences over the years, and contemplating the future, which, at this moment, shines brightly before them. Chapter 133, A Candid Confession with Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju, for the time being, harbors no desire to return to Konohagakure. He seeks to immerse himself in martial arts to truly grasp its essence, intending to return to the village only after attaining mastery. The pace of their cultivation is extraordinary. Each of them has been revived through the infusion of Hashirama's cellular essence, thus possessing his cells and exhibiting remarkable potential. Undoubtedly, the most formidable among them is Hashirama Senju himself. Within a month, he has refined his chakra, achieving the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. Although the majority of chakra resides within the blood of the village, its cultivation also permeates the meridians, allowing Hashirama and the others to advance swiftly. Despite his legendary status as a ninja of yore, teetering on the brink of the Six Paths power, the path to the Great Unity Realm cannot be traversed merely by possessing abundant essence. It requires continuous comprehension and alignment with the natural world. While Hashirama currently stands at the apex of the returning origin realm, his purity of chakra, when compared to Naruto and Shursui, falls slightly short. Nevertheless, his strength should not be underestimated, as even the current Shursui cannot contend with him. In terms of comprehension, Hashirama has achieved significant mastery within a month, a testament to his rapid progress. To fortify Hashirama, Naruto has bestowed upon him the other eye of Niji's father, along with a Sharingan. With this, Hashirama can cultivate and evolve both eyes, a process that would typically span several years. Fortunately, as the reincarnation of Ashura, Hashirama's mastery of the soul techniques has enabled his Sharingan to ascend to the level of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru, Gaara, and Hyuga Niji have returned to the Land of Wind, embarking on a strategic endeavor within its territories. This time, Naruto found himself at ease as he laid out the entire developmental strategy for the Land of Fire before his father, entrusting him with its governance. A month later, Senju Hashirama came to seek out Naruto. Naruto inquired, "Lord Hashirama, are you returning to the Hidden Leaf Village?" Hashirama Senju replied, "That is one aspect. But there is another matter, you rascal. What do you have to say about your relationship with Tsunade? Do not feign ignorance." As for Naruto, he accepted this. The disparity in age was inconsequential. Given their vitality, They could live for several hundred years. Who would still voice concerns when the difference amounted to merely 30 or 40 years amidst such a vast span of life? Naruto is now 15 years old, of an age where he can marry and start a family. Naruto did not speak initially, but after a moment, he said, "Lord Hashirama, I shall be candid with you as well. It is inevitable that he will eventually leave this place once he has honed his skills. Despite feeling a sense of belonging here, he yearns to return to the world of the living." Senju Hashirama replied, "Very well, speak your mind." Naruto remarked, "Lord Hashirama, the world we inhabit is but a small cosmos, overshadowed by the grand cosmos, the supreme cosmos, the myriad universes, and the primordial cosmos. Once one's strength surpasses its limits, one can shatter the barriers of the universe and venture into other realms, which could also be described as attaining immortality." This assertion was, of course, a fabrication of Naruto's imagination. He lacked knowledge of the divisions beyond his world. However, having perused numerous novels in his previous life, he was adept at weaving together fanciful ideas. Hashirama responded, "So, you intend to depart?" Naruto nodded, expressing his aspiration for the pinnacle of martial prowess. He believed that even if he did not shatter the barriers of this universe, this realm would not retain him. His overwhelming strength would disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Tsunade's life had been fraught with adversity. Offering her hope could also lead to her despair. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama Senju spoke, "In 3 days, you shall depart with me from the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto remarked, "All right." Senju Hashirama said nothing further and took to the air. Tsunade, upon seeing her grandfather's return, inquired, "Grandfather, when do you plan to depart?" She understood that he had gone to meet Naruto, intending to return to Konohagakure. Senju Hashirama replied, "There is no need to rush, little Tsunade. Let us converse for a while." Tsunade agreed, and the two settled in the courtyard where she prepared tea. Senju Hashirama asked, "Little Tsunade, do you wholeheartedly support Naruto? Are you prepared to face the judgments of society? By lineage, he is 2 generations your senior." Taken aback by his words, Tsunade recalled her grandfather's prior approval of her relationship with Naruto and wondered why he was now expressing doubt. "Grandfather, I am unafraid," she declared resolutely. In her heart, with Naruto present, she felt ready to embrace the world's opinions. Senju Hashirama cautioned, "But little Tsunade, this path may prove burdensome." Tsunade responded, "Burdened? Is it more exhausting than my past? In former days, I relinquished my own identity, living without understanding the purpose of my existence, yet I stubbornly persisted." Recognizing the hardships his granddaughter had endured, Senju Hashirama said, "Little Tsunade, you have suffered greatly these years." Tsunade smiled softly and replied, "Grandfather, I have let go of the past. I wish to cherish the present." Senju Hashirama, holding on to his final concerns, stated, "However, little Tsunade, Naruto will not belong solely to you." Tsunade acknowledged, "I am aware. Hinata from Konohagakure also holds feelings for Naruto. I believe we will coexist harmoniously." With no further attempts to dissuade his granddaughter, Senju Hashirama simply said, "In 3 days, I shall meet Naruto in Konohagakure, and I will bring along SHT." Tsunade chuckled. "Grandfather, do you intend to groom SHT to be the Hokage of Konohagakure?" Senju Hashirama replied, "Not Hokage. The title has lost its significance. From now on, it shall be referred to as Village Head. Here is Hidden Dragon, thus it will be called Concealed Dragon, all under the dominion of Flame Dragon." Tsunade remarked, "Grandfather, subjugating the Land of Fire will not be an easy task." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, Madara's former thoughts were not entirely misguided. He simply embraced an overly ruthless approach, leaving behind a legacy of fear and lacking public support." Tsunade added, "Thus, you must learn from Naruto, blending mercy with decisiveness and tempering bloodshed with compassion." Naruto's approach is indeed characterized by decisiveness. Those powerful feudal lords who fail to adhere to policy ought to be executed, their transgressions publicly disclosed, subjecting them to the scorn of the populace. Senju Hashirama remarked, "Tsunade, there is one more point to consider. Naruto's benevolence extends to the common folk. He has enabled them to lead prosperous lives, and this is the essence of his success." Tsunade responded, "This is the pathway to peace. He has elevated the consciousness of the people. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to appear, he could not sway public opinion. The commoners are now capable of independent thought, discerning right from wrong. If this were in Konoha, so many lives would not have been lost." Speaking of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senju Hashirama grew quite agitated, stating, "I shall settle this score with him in due time. Upon my return, the the Sarutobi clan must undergo a transformation. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from Konoha. Tsunade mourned for Hiruzen Sarutobi. In her memories, her grandfather rarely expressed anger. Hiruzen had evidently crossed Hashirama's inner threshold, though it was a consequence of his own actions. Hashirama's attempts to persuade Tsunade were futile, and he chose to let events unfold. He trusted Naruto, confident in his rationality to resolve the matter adeptly. 3 days later, Naruto, Shinja Hashirama, and Shinja Tobirama departed from the city of Flame Dragon, heading towards the village of Konoha. Following their previous battle, many had defected from the Land of Fire to join the Flame Dragon Nation, particularly those who had escaped from the coastal town. They had witnessed firsthand that the Dragon King did not seek to conquer their city, but rather to spare them from sacrifice. Expressing deep gratitude towards Naruto and aligning themselves with the Flame Dragon Nation without any psychological burdens, Naruto incorporated the concepts of province and city into this realm, establishing the Nyelang province, with its capital known as Longhu City. The resources from Xingho and Yanlong regions were transported to Nyelang province, leading to an increasingly prosperous life here. Naruto and his companions lingered in the air, observing much, which further solidified Shinja Hashirama's thoughts. After 3 hours, Naruto and his companions arrived at Konohagakure. Naruto expanded his consciousness and sensed the location of Kakashi. Accompanied by 2 companions, he swiftly appeared in Kakashi's office in a flash of light. Kakashi, taken aback, immediately assumed a defensive stance. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, it has been a long time." Kakashi relaxed, recognizing the visitor. A name he had not heard in over 3 years. The Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest shinobi in the world, who had subdued the chaos of war with 2 swords and a singular technique. If he were to strike, Kakashi would have no chance to resist. As the Dragon King graced Kakashi with his presence, he was about to greet him when he spotted Hashirama Senju, exclaiming, "Lord Hashirama." Hashirama nodded. "Kakashi, you have done well. Konoha is thriving, though it is regrettable that the foundation laid by Hiruzen Sarutobi has been undermined." Kakashi responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Hashirama." He had already discerned that Hashirama was not a mere reincarnation, but a being of flesh and blood. Hashirama smiled faintly and said, "I have returned, along with Tobirama." Kakashi's pupils contracted in disbelief. Returned? How is that possible? Though incredulous, he stood before both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Hashirama continued, "Kakashi, nothing is impossible. I have heard of your father, the White Fang of Konoha, a renowned ninja who brought great honor to our village. If you have made up your mind, seek out Naruto. He can bring your father back to life." Kakashi's eyes widened, fixated on Naruto, as if pleading for an affirmation. Naruto proclaimed, "Indeed, it is possible, but under certain conditions, unwavering loyalty to the Flame Dragon and a pledge of absolute allegiance, restricted solely to your father. Should we attempt to rescue a multitude? It would undoubtedly exhaust him, and besides, if this continues, time itself will become chaotic." Senju Hashirama did not afford Kakashi the opportunity to deliberate, stating, "Kakashi, agree to this. I have also joined the Flame Dragon organization. My return heralds the intention to merge Konoha and the Land of Fire into the Flame Dragon Kingdom, where I have glimpsed the hope of peace." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a decision from Lord Hashirama, willingly relinquishing the fruits of his past endeavors. Naturally, Kakashi felt a stirring within. He had long held a favorable view of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, having once received an invitation from Uchiha Shursui, and his dear friends resided there. The Flame Dragon Kingdom appeared to be a splendid sanctuary. At that moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes and declared, "I am here. Do you dare to act recklessly?" With that, he effortlessly summoned 2 individuals from the void. These were 2 ninjas from Konoha. Before Kakashi could speak, Naruto continued, "What is this? Before me, you do not reveal your true forms?" Kakashi contemplated speaking, recognizing them as ninjas of Konoha, but was restrained by Shinja Hashirama. The 2 had yet to reveal their true shapes, merely gazing at Naruto in terror. Naruto's soul trembled, and in an instant, the 2 transformed into 2 ethereal white figures. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "What manner of creature is this?" Shinja Hashirama remarked, "Naruto, is this what you referred to as White Zetsu?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, this is White Zetsu. Its strength is rather mediocre." Hashirama Senju responded, "As a chunin, among the countless, it is quite laborious to eliminate them. Furthermore, it has the ability to masquerade as an ordinary person, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. Were it not for my Byakugan, I would not be able to see through its ruse." Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Naruto. Even in his former glory, he would merely be a jest in Naruto's presence. Naruto inquired of the two white zetsus, "Did Uchiha Obito send you here?" Kakashi's body trembled as he asked, "Naruto, what did you just say?" "Uchiha Obito?" Naruto remarked. "Oh, I almost forgot. Let me tell you this, your former comrade, who once shared life and death with you, is not deceased. He has been rescued, and his identity is Uchiha Obito. Under Obito's machinations, he witnessed you slay Rin, which distorted his psyche and altered his very being. It was during the Night of the Nine Tails that he orchestrated the abduction of my mother, controlling the Nine Tails to assault the Hidden Leaf Village." Kakashi interjected, "But wasn't Obito killed by Lord Hashirama Senju?" Hashirama responded, "He must have executed a masterful ruse, deceiving the world with his apparent demise." To the left, one white zetsu commented, "Truly impressive, the Dragon King Naruto Uzumaki." And to the right, another white zetsu added, "Indeed, he is formidable. He can detect our presence. Naruto, it is you who have drawn too close." Left white zetsu, "Did you recognize Tobi's identity?" Right white zetsu, "For all these years, he has concealed his identity without a single soul suspecting him. Even the members of the Akatsuki remain oblivious to his true nature." Naruto proclaimed, "Indeed, it is I, the king. You have already mobilized. Has Madara been resurrected? Has Obito's Rinnegan evolved into the Rinnegan? And has someone granted him a Rinnegan?" The white zetsu on the left inquired, "Vortex Naruto, how did you come to know these things?" The white zetsu on the right added, "Resurrecting Madara is a secret known only to Black Zetsu, us, and Obito. No one else is aware." Naruto remarked, "I possess knowledge that may astound you, such as the origins of Kagaya, your intentions, and the Sage of the Six Paths, among other things. It seems that Uchiha Madara has yet to be resurrected. Perhaps his Rinnegan has not yet evolved. I wonder if this technique, born from spores, will enable the white zetsu to convey messages back. Should Madara awaken, he must exert himself. After all, his old rival has returned to life. If he remains complacent, he risks being surpassed by Senju Hashirama." The left white zetsu interjected, "Is Lord Hashirama returning to reclaim Konoha?" The right white zetsu added, "Or is it for revenge against Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Senju Hashirama responded, "In the land of the flame dragons. I have glimpsed the future. I intend to merge Konoha with the flame dragons. I wonder how you feel about that." "Happy?" they mused. "If that were even possible. It would be absurd. A deity of the ninja world joining the flame dragons. This news will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire ninja realm." Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, I leave their rescue in your capable hands. I shall seek out a few old acquaintances for a chat." Chapter 135. Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan has evolved into the Tenseigan. As Naruto entered the village of Konoha, none noticed his presence. Such was the nature of Konoha. No one could perceive his aura. Nara, Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji were in each other's company, with Choji indulging in food, while Shikamaru feigned slumber, engaged in a casual conversation. Naruto's body fell into the courtyard, and he remarked, "Shikamaru, I don't recall ever calling you a slacker before." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Shikamaru sprang up from his reclining chair, causing the food in Choji's hands to tumble to the ground. The two of them gazed at Naruto, unable to conceal their excitement. Naruto exclaimed, "What is the matter? Have you forgotten me after just a few years?" "Naruto," Ino shouted, and with a swift leap, charged towards him. "Whoa," Naruto called out, only to be firmly pinned to the ground by Choji Akimichi. Shortly thereafter, Shikamaru joined in, and the three of them engaged in a spirited tussle. After a brief moment of chaotic revelry, they stood up, and Choji handed Naruto a bag of snacks, inquiring, "Naruto, are you the only one here?" Naruto remarked, "There are two more individuals, the first Hokage and his grandson." Shikamaru expressed his delight. "Has Lord Hashirama and Lady Tsunade returned as well?" Initially, Shikamaru was concerned that Hiruzen Sarutobi might instigate chaos in Konoha, pondering how to safeguard the village. However, with the return of the first Hokage and Lady Tsunade, it was certain that they would restore stability and calm the hearts of the people. Regardless of Hiruzen's tactics, his return would prove futile. The first Hokage is the embodiment of Konoha's faith. Inquisitively, Choji asked, "Naruto, do you think Lord Hashirama will remain for an extended period this time?" Naruto proclaimed, "The esteemed Hashirama has returned, not through the technique of impure world reincarnation, but as a living, breathing individual. Furthermore, it is not Tsunade who has returned, but rather the mighty Senju Rope Tree, who has also been resurrected." Shikamaru, pondering the implications, inquired, "Naruto, what of the fourth Hokage?" Naruto remarked, "This is only natural. I am now a child with both a father and a mother. Shikamaru and Choji responded, "Congratulations, Naruto-kun." They felt a profound joy for Naruto, knowing he would no longer be alone. Naruto inquired, "Shikamaru, Choji, what are your reasons for considering joining the Flame Dragon Kingdom?" Both Shikamaru and Choji fell into a contemplative silence. Would they wish to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Undoubtedly. They had come to know much about it and had many companions there. However, they were presently citizens of Konoha, subjects of the Land of Fire, and thus could not simply join the Flame Dragon. Shikamaru replied, "Naruto, I must discuss this with my father. If he consents, I shall join the Flame Dragon. Had it not been for the existence of a home here, we would have joined long ago." Choji added, "This is quite difficult." He seemed somewhat agitated, vigorously munching on snacks. Naruto smiled gently and said, "Shikamaru, Choji, if Senju Hashirama were to merge our village with the Flame Dragon, it would mean transforming the Land of Fire into the territory of the Flame Dragon. What would you choose?" Choji responded, "Naruto, is this truly the case?" Shikamaru's gaze was also fixed on Naruto, seeking a definitive answer. Naruto remarked, "The esteemed Hashirama has already joined the Land of Flame Dragons, transforming the Land of Fire into the territory of the Flame Dragon Nation. The headquarters of the Hidden Dragon will also relocate here. The Land of Fire must be conquered. There is no room for negotiation on this matter." Shikamaru expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Over the past few years, they have discerned a burgeoning martial arts culture within the Land of Fire. In the Flame Dragon Nation, martial arts are embraced by all, with no restrictions on foundational martial techniques. Naturally, these fundamental practices have begun to disseminate. The power of martial arts surpasses that of ninjutsu, particularly for those unable to practice ninjutsu but capable of mastering martial arts, illuminating their path forward. This is especially evident in the regions bordering the peninsula of the Land of Fire, the Sparkland, where the fervor for martial arts is gradually approaching that of ninjutsu cultivation. Even though the various feudal lords attempt to impose constraints, their efforts yield minimal results. It is impossible to maintain constant vigilance. There will always be moments of oversight. If the suppression becomes too severe, relocation to the Flame Dragon Nation becomes inevitable. Naruto, with a beaming expression, remarked, "Shikamaru, do you realize that from the very first moment we met, I had my sights set on you?" Shikamaru, perplexed, replied, "Naruto, what do you mean?" Choji, equally confused, inquired, "Why would you be interested in Shikamaru?" In terms of strength, Shikamaru is quite capable now, though he still falls short when compared to many from the Land of Flames. Naruto remarked, "Choji, what makes Shikamaru formidable is not his strength, but rather his intellect." As he spoke, he nodded slightly. Choji agreed, saying, "Indeed, that is true. Shikamaru is exceptionally clever." Naruto remarked, "He does possess some shortcomings." Shikamaru added, "He tends to shy away from complications." Naruto, "One might also say it's a form of idleness." Shikamaru rolled his eyes and replied, exasperated, "Are you two quite finished? Is it amusing to tease me?" Choji, "It is." Naruto, "It's meaningless. Who mocks you?" Shikamaru, Naruto remarked, "It has been quite some time since we last trained together. Let us stroll by the riverbank." Choji's eyes lit up as he replied, "Sounds great. I absolutely adore Naruto's grilled fish." Shikamaru smiled and added, "We must bring some sake." Naruto exclaimed, "This is feasible." Choji replied, "Naruto, please inform Hinata and Sakura that we shall convene by the riverbank." Naruto, "Excellent. Currently, the safety of Konohagakure is primarily entrusted to Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, and Hinata. As long as there are no incidents, Sakura remains at home, often engaging in her training. Sakura Haruno has undergone a remarkable transformation from her original portrayal. In the initial narrative, she was characterized by her violent tendencies, only becoming gentler later on in her life as a wife. Now, however, Sakura embodies ferocity only in battle. While in her everyday demeanor, she exudes warmth and grace, resembling a caring older sister, radiating a captivating beauty that endears her to many. Sakura has also grasped the essence of gravitational intent. She has now ascended to the first tier of this profound power. And with her innate strength combined with the enhancement of intent, she possesses the capability to contend with even the most formidable of shadow ninjas. Having reached the pinnacle of the first tier, Sakura, your efforts are commendable. Naruto sat silently atop the wall, seemingly lost in thought before finally breaking the silence. Haruno Sakura had fully integrated the bear fist technique and had even conceived a unique move of her own, the mighty angry bear. This sound resonated within her mind, indelibly etched in her heart. After years of absence, the familiarity nearly overwhelmed Sakura, causing her breath to falter. She turned to gaze at the smiling Naruto on the wall, her entire being trembling as she summoned all her strength to suppress the emotion stirring within her. "Naruto," she uttered, her voice tinged with a sorrowful lilt, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity, overflowing with longing, as if she had whispered his name 1,000 times before. Naruto said, "Sakura, you go to the riverbank first. I will inform Hinata." At that moment, Sakura seemed unable to think for herself and simply nodded, responding, "Oh, all right, all right," with a few swift movements. Naruto landed in the Hyuga clan's territory and made his way directly into the residence of Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi was not particularly fond of Naruto's arrival, perceiving this boisterous youth as a potential threat to his cherished cabbage patch. Naruto remarked, "Hisashi, what is that look in your eyes?" Hisashi Hyuga responded, "Hinata is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough." Naruto remarked, "Do not be ridiculous. Hinata's eyes have now evolved into the Rinnegan, and she is currently asleep." "What breakthrough are you talking about?" Chapter 136, Rinnegan transcends the Sharingan. Hyuga Hayashi stated, "Child, let us depart. Hinata does not wish to see you." Naruto revealed his pearly white teeth and remarked, "Oh, Hinata has arrived." As his words faded, the sound of Hinata's hurried footsteps resonated through the air, causing Hyuga Hayashi's expression to darken. This ability to communicate was effortlessly executed. With a click, the door swung open, and Hinata remained unchanged, standing at the threshold. She gazed at Naruto, tears of joy welling in her eyes, her breath and vitality spiraling out of control. Having just heard Naruto's voice, she doubted her senses, believing it to be an auditory illusion. After all, she had glimpsed Naruto's figure multiple times before and thought this instance was yet another mirage. Upon hearing Naruto mention being at her father's side, she rushed over in haste. Upon encountering the one she had longed for day and night, her heart relaxed, and she promptly fainted. While she had previously managed such encounters without issue, she found herself inexplicably overwhelmed this time. Naruto reached out and steadied her. Hinata remarked, "You troublemaker." "Naruto, old man, I am now a renowned master in the ninja world, so speak to me with respect." Hinata Hisashi took a seat, and Naruto gently helped Hinata into her chair, subsequently waking her. Hinata, with a blissful smile, said, "Naruto-kun." Naruto remarked, "This is not an illusion. It is indeed reality. Just look at your father's face. It is quite dark." Upon hearing these words, Hinata Hyuga's expression grew even darker. That brat, if only he could win, he would undoubtedly receive a lesson. Hinata, being a devoted daughter, paid no heed to Naruto's words. In her eyes and heart, there was only a void waiting to be filled. Naruto took a seat a short distance away, appearing to sit together, yet an invisible chasm lay between them. Hinata, perplexed by her own emotions, felt a deep sorrow she could not comprehend, her heart aching as if it were being torn asunder. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Naruto, is there something of great importance in Konoha?" Naruto remarked, "It could be considered significant. I am accompanying Lord Hashirama back, as he is to become the Hokage of Konohagakure once more, thus assuming the role of the village leader." Hinata Hyuga, filled with curiosity, inquired, "In this instance of the reanimation jutsu, does Lord Hashirama's existence endure for a longer duration?" Naruto remarked, "It is not merely a longer duration, but rather a complete resurrection, an absolute revival." Hinata Hisashi, unable to grasp the enormity of the statement, responded incredulously, "Resurrection? Are you certain?" Naruto remarked, "He is currently in Kakashi's office. You may go and take a look." Hinata, suppressing the astonishment within her heart, shook her head and replied, "I will return, but not at this moment. I must keep an eye on you." Naruto smiled gently and said, "Rest assured, Hinata will return before nightfall." Upon hearing this, Hisashi Hyuga's expression darkened further, while Hinata remained serene, lost in her thoughts. Naruto stated, "There is one more matter for you to deliberate." Hinata Hisashi felt a surge of anger and vigilance within him, and a thought crossed his mind that Naruto was coveting Hinata's Byakugan. With a grave tone, he inquired, "Naruto, are you attempting to lay claim to the Byakugan?" Naruto calmly replied, "Yes." Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, was filled with fury as he rose to his feet, exuding an aura of hostility, and shouted, "Get out! Leave!" It seemed that the patriarch's wrath had prompted the surrounding ninjas to discreetly encircle them. Startled, Hinata hurriedly interjected, "Father, please, do not be so hasty." Naruto-kun, however, before she could finish her sentence, Hayashi's voice resonated with authority as he ordered, "Hinata, return at once." His tone brooked no argument. With tears welling in her eyes, Hinata softly pleaded, "Father." Yet Hayashi interrupted her once more, asserting, "If you still regard me as your father, then you will obey and leave." Naruto smiled and said, "Hinata, you should go ahead to the riverbank. Sakura and the others are waiting there. I need to have a word with the old man." Upon uttering these words, Naruto turned his head, his Rinnegan swirling, while Hayashi Hyuga's expression momentarily fell into a daze. Oh, the fateful entanglement. This presents an opportunity to distort one's image and diminish one's standing in Hinata's eyes. It could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Hinata glanced at her father, questioning whether he would permit her to leave. Hayashi Hyuga responded, "Go ahead," casting a brief look at Naruto. She saw him smile gently and heard him say, "I will join you shortly." "All right," she replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of oddity, yet unable to articulate it. With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Once Hinata departed, Hayashi Hyuga exclaimed in horror, "What have you done?" Naruto remarked, "Can you not discern this? It is, of course, the power of the Rinnegan, enabling the manipulation of puppets. As long as one's mental fortitude is formidable, one can control others as mere marionettes." Hyuga Hayashi replied coldly, "What are your intentions? Unless the Hyuga clan is entirely extinguished, acquiring the Rinnegan will remain an impossibility for you." Upon hearing Naruto's desire for the Rinnegan, Hyuga Hayashi's heart erupted with turmoil. Naruto remarked, "What are you worried about? It's merely the reincarnation I have no concerns." This left Hinata Hizashi perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Then why do you say such a thing?" Naruto remarked, "It's not merely talk. You must make decisions." Hinata, upon hearing this, realized that it was indeed necessary to awaken the Tenseigan. Naruto remarked, "The leader of the Akatsuki organization is named Nagato Uzumaki, and he possesses a pair of Rinnegan. I was contemplating the idea of having them exchange one eye each. By merging the two formidable ocular powers, their strength would undoubtedly amplify." At this moment, Hinata's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Rinnegan, the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan, holds power that is certainly not inferior to the transmigration eye. Indeed, as Naruto suggested, the fusion of their eyes would significantly enhance Hinata's capabilities. However, Hinata found herself perplexed. This proposition, which should have been a cause for celebration, seemed to have been marred by Naruto's insistence on complicating matters. Hinata inquired, "Why must you proceed in this manner?" Naruto pondered for a moment before succinctly stating, "I have comprehended the essence of the world and discerned its underlying principles. I have realized that this vast universe is merely a small cosmos. Upon transcending my limits, I shall be able to break through the void and depart." This explanation was preferable, as he could not divulge his identity as a traveler from another realm. He yearned to leave and return home. Hinata's father, Hayashi, interrupted upon hearing the last few words, saying, "If you intend to break through the void and leave, what of Hinata?" Naruto smiled at Hinata Hyuga and said, "This is the reason." Hinata's body stiffened for a moment as he inquired, "Why must you leave?" Naruto inquired, "Hyuga clan leader, would you desire the power of the Sage of Six Paths?" Hinata Hizashi replied, "Naturally." After a brief pause, he continued, "In pursuit of supreme strength, no one in the ninja world would decline." After a considerable moment, he sighed and said, "Naruto, you are correct. Alas, knowing full well that the outcome is far from favorable, severing ties may indeed be the better course. Enduring prolonged suffering in the future is far worse than facing the brief pain of the present." Naruto said, "Hyuga clan leader, I must confront you. You must reveal the truth before Hinata." Hyuga Hizashi replied, "Very well." Chapter 137, Hinata's Heartache. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Naruto found that everyone was already fully prepared. Choji remarked, "Hey, Naruto, are you perhaps being a bit lazy?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, I have not. It is merely that your hands are too swift. I was delayed for but a moment, and you were already well prepared." Shikamaru interjected, "Then why do you merely stand there? Hurry and grill the fish and shrimp." Naruto, "All right, let the performance begin." Hinata turned her gaze towards him, and Naruto offered her a reassuring look, signaling her to feel at ease. Sakura's bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on Naruto, brimming with unspoken excitement. Soon, it was Shikamaru's turn to perform. His appetite could only be described as terrifying. He tossed an entire fish into his mouth, leaving nothing but bones behind, much to the astonishment of the others. The five of them frolicked by the river, carefree and joyous, until late into the night, before parting ways with cheerful strides, albeit the time felt a tad short. Upon returning home, Hinata was summoned by Hayashi Hyuga. The joy on her face had yet to fade when she inquired, Father, did you call for me? Hayashi replied, Hinata. Quickly, use your Byakugan to dispel the puppet's power. Only then can I regain my freedom. Hinata, perplexed, noticed her father was being manipulated by some force. With her eyes activated, she dispelled the puppet's influence over Hayashi. Eagerly, Hinata asked, Father, what is happening? Hayashi, filled with indignation, responded, What is happening? It is none other than Naruto Uzumaki. In his quest for a Byakugan, he has controlled me with a puppet technique, attempting to manipulate you. What a cunning strategy. Yet, he is unaware that I have cultivated martial arts, and my Byakugan is on the verge of evolution, enabling me to resist his puppet power. Thud. Hinata's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, overwhelmed by bitterness, oppression, and confusion. She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. Repeatedly questioning, Naruto-kun, why? Why must it be this way? Hayashi's eyes flickered with compassion, yet for Hinata's future, he had to be resolute. He commanded, Hinata, from this day forth, you must not see Naruto Uzumaki. He further ordered that Hinata be taken away and confined. Hayashi murmured, Hinata, do not blame your father. This is for your own good. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, Naruto Uzumaki, a man of deep emotions and loyalty, what a pity. Given Hinata's current prowess, she could contend with the legendary Hashirama Senju. How could such a small room contain her? She could not comprehend. She needed to seek out Naruto and ask him why he had chosen this path. Using her Byakugan, she controlled the guards and departed from the Hyuga clan. Guided by the counsel of a kind-hearted individual towards the hotel where Naruto was staying. Though it was the dead of night, Naruto was wide awake. Knowing that Hinata would surely come seeking him, Naruto emerged from his training, inquiring, have you arrived? Upon Hinata's arrival, Naruto feigned innocence and asked, Hinata, what brings you here? Hinata, with a gentle demeanor, questioned, Naruto-kun, why? Naruto remained perplexed and inquired, what do you mean? Why? Hinata felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. At this moment, the Naruto she had long admired was feigning ignorance, which left her profoundly disheartened. Why did you have to restrain my father? Hinata's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Naruto spoke with a hint of coldness, so you have discovered my intentions. It seems your eyes possess remarkable abilities, justifying my meticulous planning. Hinata, in disbelief, replied, Naruto-kun, did you train me solely for the purpose of awakening this reincarnation eye? Her gaze was fixed upon Naruto, seeking to glean some insight from his eyes. However, who was Naruto? His expression had long been perfected, impervious to her scrutiny. Of course, the Sharingan and Byakugan are the two paramount ocular powers in the ninja world. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Hinata interjected, but Naruto-kun, have you not also evolved your Rinnegan? Naruto paused for a moment before speaking. In the past, I truly did not care, but now I have someone I cherish. And I wish to provide her with the utmost support, Sharingan, Rinnegan, Hashirama cells, and so forth. Upon hearing these words, Hinata's heart shattered, crushed by Naruto's declaration. With her Rinnegan, she longed to fulfill the desires of the one she adored. Hinata felt a tightness in her chest, her entire body trembling, and with tears streaming down her face. She uttered, Naruto-kun, this is not true. It cannot be true. Naruto declared, I have no reason to deceive you. Ahem. Hinata suddenly coughed loudly, faint traces of blood escaping her lips. Naruto suppressed the pain in his heart, revealing not the slightest expression, with a hint of coldness lingering in his eyes. This scene struck Hinata like a dagger piercing her heart. She felt an agonizing pain, one that left her breathless. She asked, Naruto-kun, if I refuse to give it to you, would you seek other means? Naruto remarked, naturally, Neji is on the brink of evolution as well. His abilities are advancing. Hinata shook her head. We must not harm brother Neji. Naruto remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Hinata, a blend of 3 parts indifference and 7 parts icy resolve. Hinata understood that Naruto was prompting her to make a decision. She spoke softly, very well, Naruto-kun, I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. My current achievements are entirely due to your support. I sincerely hope that you will not bring harm to the other members of the Hyuga clan. Her voice retained its gentle quality, though she was enveloped in sorrow and anguish. Yet, she could not summon even a trace of animosity. Despite the pain Naruto inflicted upon her in that moment, he remained, in her heart, that passionate young man she had always admired. Naruto remarked, you need not worry. Having more of the Rinnegan holds no significant value. Hinata replied, I hope that Naruto-kun stands by his word. Naruto declared, while I may not be a paragon of virtue, I remain steadfast in my commitments. Hinata, with determined hands, unearthed a Rinnegan, its energy ebbing away. Once depleted, the eye would regress into a mere Byakugan. An ordinary one at that. In haste, Hinata sealed the eye away. She then tossed it to Naruto, mustering a faint smile as she uttered, "Naruto-kun, I wish you well." In that moment, Naruto felt a tremor in his heart. He truly was a scoundrel. Yet, despite the turmoil within, he knew he must act. For he was a denizen of the Dragon Kingdom, a scion of the Youming Wang bloodline, unwilling to exist in such an alternate dimension, preferring the simplicity of his everyday life. Naruto disregarded Hinata's bloodied face, his gaze fixated upon the Rinnegan, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." This moment further stirred Hinata's emotions. Yet she refrained from speaking any further and staggered away. As she departed, Naruto too took his leave. First informing Hayashi Hyuga to tend to Hinata's injuries before departing on his sword, returning to the Flame Dragon City. Chapter 138, The Enigmatic Naruto upon Hinata's return. Hayashi Hyuga initially erupted in anger before compassionately guiding her back to her room. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to summon Sakura Haruno. This arrangement had been previously discussed with Naruto, who intended for Sakura to comfort Hinata while also elucidating the circumstances of the incident. A dual purpose indeed. Naruto's intellect was astoundingly keen, seamlessly connecting each element. As Sakura listened to Hayashi's account, disbelief coursed through her, yet she could identify no flaws in his narrative. Hinata's eyes had been gouged out, and Naruto had departed from Konoha. Hayashi implored, "Sakura, as Hinata's dear friend, I hope you can persuade her. I shall find a way to heal her eyes." Sakura replied, "I will." In her heart, she resolved to seek out Naruto and demand clarity on the troubling situation. Upon Naruto's return to the Flame Dragon City, he sought out Nagato of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were engaged in their training. They were the closest companions in each other's hearts, unwilling to part ways. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, the three rose to pay their respects. Naruto spoke, "Nagato, I have come to exchange eyes with you." As he spoke, he opened his hand, revealing Hinata's Byakugan resting in his palm. Naruto remarked, "This Rinnegan, I shall exchange it for a single Sharingan." Yahiko responded, "The ultimate evolution of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan?" Naruto nodded and replied, "Indeed." Yahiko, bowing once more, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dragon King, for considering Nagato." Naruto said, "There is no need for formality. We are all citizens of the land of the Flame Dragon. I am about to embark on a journey for training, and I entrust the land of the Flame Dragon to you." Nagato replied, "Rest assured, Lord Dragon King, we shall undoubtedly protect the land of the Flame Dragon." After conversing with the three, Nagato, with great reluctance, extracted his Sharingan and replaced it with the Rinnegan. Upon acquiring the Rinnegan, Naruto took Neji with him. Along the way, Neji inquired, "Lord Dragon King, are you taking me to Konoha?" Naruto replied, "Yes." Neji involuntarily inquired, "Has something happened to the clan?" Naruto remarked, "It is not that. I merely wish for you to give this to Hinata." As he spoke, Naruto handed his eyes to Neji. Neji, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Lord Dragon King, is this not something you should present to Hinata directly? Why entrust it to me?" Naruto fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Neji, as if struck by a sudden realization, remarked, "Could it be that Lord Dragon King is feeling shy?" Naruto scratched his head and calmly remarked, "This is the first time I am giving a gift to a girl, so I am still unaccustomed to it." Neji replied, "There is no need for you to be so modest, Lord Dragon King. Given Hinata's affection for you, presenting her with the Sharingan would undoubtedly bring her immense joy." Naruto remarked, "However, certain events have transpired, and Hinata must loathe me." Neji replied, "Lord Dragon King, you must take it upon yourself to deliver this message. Only then can the misunderstanding be resolved. Would it not be so? Hinata is gentle and kind. She will surely forgive you." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, let us head back." Neji responded, "I happen to have some training-related queries I wish to discuss with you." As the two made their way home, Naruto clarified numerous uncertainties for Neji, elucidating many of his intricate dilemmas. Naruto then reminisced about their recent escapades by the riverside, reflecting on the myriad experiences of their past. Naruto inquired, "Do you still remember Sasuke Uchiha?" Neji replied, "Of course, it has been quite some time since I last saw him, and I am uncertain of his current whereabouts." Naruto remarked, "It appears that one has been imprisoned." Neji inquired, "Is this individual our adversary?" Naruto remarked, "Aside from them, there is no one else. This time, Itachi Uchiha has acted against us, likely under duress, for he is undoubtedly a loyal subordinate." Neji added, "Senior Itachi, with his cunning intellect and extraordinary talent, must have been compromised in some manner, which explains his current predicament. I met with him not long ago, and his mental state seemed quite stable. Naruto remarked. This is only natural. With a group of children by his side, he certainly enjoys a delightful existence. Upon returning to the Flame Dragon City, Neji observed Naruto's departing figure and commented, even the Dragon King possesses his flaws. Naruto did not depart. He remained aloft, observing for a while before he finally encountered his departure. Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf Village and sought out Hashirama Senju. Hashirama inquired, Naruto, are you not planning to depart for your training? Naruto remarked, I have encountered some circumstances that necessitate a brief stay. Senju Hashirama inquired, is it a significant matter? Naruto smiled faintly and said, it can be grand or modest. All you need to do is to diligently transform Konoha, old man. Senju Hashirama inquired, what is it that you seek me for? Naruto unsheathed the Sharingan and remarked, old man, I hope you will entrust this to Hinata Hyuga. Senju Hashirama responded, this is the Rinnegan. For the sake of your little beloved, you truly are willing to part with it. His tone carried a hint of discontent. What? Do you not find my granddaughter worthy? Naruto inquired, is there an issue with exchanging one Rinnegan for a transmigration eye? Senju Hashirama affirmed, is that truly the case? Naruto remarked, the little princess of the Hyuga clan is still lying on the hospital bed. Senju Hashirama inquired, are you referring to Nagato Uzumaki? Naruto nodded, it can only be him. After a discussion between Naruto and Hashirama Senju, the latter proceeded to the Hyuga clan. Hinata's father, Hayashi, was taken aback by the return of the former deity, who had been a source of great admiration. He found Naruto's intention somewhat elusive. Had he not requested Neji's presence? Hashirama also visited Hinata, bestowing upon her the Rinnegan. As for its origins, Hashirama fabricated a story, claiming it was seized from the Akatsuki organization. Hinata did not retaliate. It was well known throughout the ninja world that the Akatsuki possessed Rinnegan, and with the might of the god of ninjas, such an acquisition was hardly a challenge. Once Hinata had refined the Rinnegan, Naruto conveyed a message to Hayashi Hyuga, imparting important information before he returned to Flame Dragon City on his sword. Naruto did not inform anyone of his whereabouts. He found himself on an island, where he manifested a shadow clone, harnessing natural energy to seal this clone with his true essence. This clone possessed considerable strength, equating to 70% of his original self, rivaling the current prowess of Nagato. As long as this clone remained unshattered, it would endure, vanishing only with the demise of the original. Currently, he was in the Great Unity Realm, seeking to enhance his abilities through enlightenment, an understanding of the cosmos and the nature of humanity. It was impossible to achieve significant growth while remaining in the city of Flame Dragon. This clone served as his trump card for safeguarding the city. Even in his absence, it could withstand formidable foes. Additionally, it would oversee the city as unseen hands had begun to reach out, and he needed to sever those connections. After accomplishing all this, Naruto disguised himself and departed, leaving the land of fire. No one knew of his destination. This caused considerable alarm among certain individuals with Uzumaki Naruto's strength. He would be unstoppable wherever he went. Most fearful of him were the likes of Uchiha Obito, who were well aware of Naruto's capabilities while remaining oblivious to the depths of his power. Consequently, they had begun to relocate their base of operations. Chapter 139, The Manifestation of Stone's Transgression. The 5-inch nail remains in an unknown realm. There existed a figure, a shadowy apparition, clad in white robes and wielding a black staff, this being bore 9 symbols upon its back. One eye was a Rinnegan, the other a Tensegan, and a swirling mark adorned its forehead. This was none other than the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of the shinobi world. At this moment, the apparition was manipulating the forces of the rules, probing the realm of shinobi. After a while, the figure came to a halt. The Sage of 6 Paths inquired, can you ascertain the location of Uzumaki Naruto? The apparition shook its head and replied, I cannot. The martial arts rules have grown formidable, and Uzumaki Naruto is under their protection, making him undetectable. Furthermore, he has now mastered the forces of the rules, allowing him to disguise himself, rendering detection even more challenging. However, I can assure you that Uzumaki Naruto remains in the Land of Flame. No one else possesses such sword energy. The Sage of 6 Paths remarked, that is reassuring. The future trajectory of the shinobi world has been completely disrupted by Uzumaki Naruto. Alas, the apparition added, it is not only the trajectory. With the rapid advancement of martial arts, the path of the shinobi will inevitably collapse. The Sage of 6 Paths asked, could you potentially apply martial arts techniques to deduce the cultivation of shinobi arts? The apparition responded with fervor, "No, absolutely not. This must not happen." The Sage of Six Paths, perplexed, queried, "Why not?" The apparition explained, "This realm is solely for shinobi arts. No other powers may intrude. Otherwise, this void will shatter, leading to the demise of all, and the shinobi world will cease to exist." The Sage of Six Paths pressed on, "Is it truly that grave?" The apparition replied, "Far graver than you can imagine. The force sustaining this world is the law of shinobi arts. If that law were to vanish, there would be no power left to uphold this existence." The Sage of Six Paths felt a peculiar sensation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he believed in it to a considerable extent, for he had witnessed certain unknown forces capable of stirring the heavens and earth with a mere wave of the hand, intertwining the powers of nature to provoke cataclysmic upheavals, an achievement unattainable through the mere mastery of ninja techniques. The ethereal figure remarked, "Naruto Uzumaki must be in seclusion, honing his skills in the Fire Dragon City. Exercise caution while in the city. He is a crucial piece we have painstakingly placed on the board." The Sage of Six Paths reassured, "Rest assured, there will be no issues." At this moment, Naruto had transformed into a wandering figure, appearing to be in his 30s. With a robust demeanor, clad in ancient robes, accompanied by another, Naruto arrived in the Land of Stone, a realm fraught with banditry. As Naruto stepped into the town, he immediately captured the attention of many, with 7 or 8 out of 10 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Naruto walked calmly, leading the horse, oblivious to the gaze of onlookers. He approached a wall and came to a halt. Gazing at the wanted poster affixed to the surface, he murmured, "How peculiar. Where did this fellow come from?" The wanted poster displayed on the wall was that of the infamous Pain from the original narrative. Naruto was taken aback, for this 5-inch nail was originally a person from the Land of Tea, who had committed theft and subsequently fled to the Land of Stone. Yet now, in the present-day Land of Flame, was such a pursuit still necessary? Furthermore, this was an early mission. Several years had elapsed since then, and the task had remained unchanged. With the 5-inch nail still at large, shaking his head, Naruto made his way to the Asia Hotel in the town. He entrusted his steed to an attendant and requested the innkeeper to prepare a room for him. Upon presenting his payment, many individuals narrowed their eyes, subtly fixating their attention on Naruto. Naruto murmured to himself, "There are still those who commit robbery." By the way, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "I would like to ask you about something." The shopkeeper replied, "Please, esteemed customer, go ahead, but I must warn you, the price is not inexpensive." Naruto remained silent as he placed several silver coins upon the table. However, history often exhibits a striking resemblance in its unfolding. A man approached, advancing beside Naruto, seizing his hand and declaring, "Carrying so much money is unsafe. Entrust it to me for safekeeping. You need not worry about its security, for in my care, it shall not vanish. This town is rife with nefarious characters. Be cautious lest you find yourself buried." At this moment, a nearby table housed 3 individuals, one of whom remarked, "Hey, are you still playing?" One had long hair, clearly a street urchin. Another was bald, sporting a solitary tuft, his bare physique suggesting ill intent. The last, also with long hair, sported a headband that revealed his right eye, further implying he was no virtuous soul. It must be said that the bald man exuded an air of arrogance as he turned and proclaimed, "Wait here. I'll be right back with the money." Little did he know that the person he sought to rob was none other than the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, the foremost ninja in the realm. He then directed his gaze at Naruto, insisting, "Kid, let go." Naruto remarked, "Sir, are you aware of your actions? Committing robbery in broad daylight is a grave offense." The bald man retorted furiously, "You scoundrel, let go." Naruto smiled faintly, casually delivering a slap that sent the bald man flying. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Naruto followed up with a kick, propelling him out of the hotel. This was Naruto exercising remarkable restraint over his own power. Even a mere hint of his true essence could have easily crushed the man. The bald man, having been ejected from the hotel, felt a searing pain in his chest. Coughing incessantly as if he might expel his very bile, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Naruto remarked, "You have been disobedient. Logically, you should be grateful for surviving this long, considering the countless years spent in pursuit of suffering." The people around him rose in unison, with only a scant few remaining seated and motionless. Naruto chuckled and inquired, "What? Do you wish to gang up on me?" As his words faded, one of the assailants brandished a knife horizontally at Naruto, seemingly intent on severing his head with a single stroke. Naruto declared, "You are not even a ninja. What gives you the audacity to strike at me?" Naruto swiftly seized the blade from his grasp, firmly grasping the edge, and struck his face with a forceful blow, sending him sprawling away. Naruto did not pause. His chakra radiated from the blade in his hand. One by one, those who had risen to their feet were swiftly sent sprawling by his strikes. He menacingly declared, "You lot, consider this a mild reprimand. I trust you will remember this lesson. Should I encounter you committing further misdeeds in the future, you shall face dire consequences." The group of over 10 dared not linger any longer. Each scrambled away in a frantic haste. Even the bald man who could barely stand managed to crawl away faster than anyone else. Within the hotel, a few individuals remained, observing Naruto with a newfound respect, mentally branding him as someone not to be trifled with, a formidable figure and a master of ninjutsu. The innkeeper swallowed hard, noticing Naruto turn his gaze towards him, and he hastily spoke up. "Customer, what was it you wished to inquire about?" Naruto inquired. "I see there is a bounty for him with a 5-inch nail. Is he still alive?" The innkeeper shook his head and replied, "I am afraid I do not have any knowledge of that matter. A bounty of 3 million is beyond the means of someone like me, the owner of this modest establishment." Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you." Chapter 140. Instructing the villagers in martial arts training. Naruto undoubtedly discerned that the proprietor was reluctant to speak, fearing the complications that might ensue. This reaction is entirely understandable. After all, who is not afraid of death? Upon witnessing Naruto ascend the stairs, the innkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling immensely relieved. He murmured to himself, "Fortunately, this individual is not a malevolent person. He did not create difficulties for me, or else I would have faced dire consequences." Naruto returned to his room, meditated for several hours, and subsequently descended to the ground floor, exiting the hotel. He strolled leisurely through the town, where this time, the onlookers regarded him with a hint of trepidation. His remarkable exploits at the hotel had become common knowledge. He single-handedly vanquished more than 10 adversaries with effortless ease. He was no mere lamb, but rather a ferocious tiger, an entity not to be trifled with. The villagers were compelled to be more vigilant. This carefree wandering marked Naruto's first in over a decade. In the past, during his time in Konoha, he had never found the opportunity to meander freely. He was always burdened with the need to scold or confront, while remaining wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen's watchful gaze. Even his visit to Flame Dragon City had been marred by the lurking threat of predators, necessitating his retreat into seclusion. As he ambled along, a sense of indescribable relaxation enveloped him. The once taut strings of tension within him had begun to loosen. Passing by a market stall, Naruto purchased some snacks and a bottle of sake, indulging in them as he continued to stroll. Eventually, he exited the town, and the locals, witnessing his departure, felt an inexplicable relief. The fearsome individual had left, allowing them a moment of respite. Uncertain of how far he had wandered, the sky began to darken. A sudden commotion drew Naruto's attention. The familiar scent and the unmistakable roars led him closer. Indeed, fate had conspired to bring him face to face with old adversaries. It was those he had encountered earlier at the hotel, now engaged in nefarious deeds, robbing the townsfolk. This small village, comprising no more than a dozen households and a population of around 40 to 50, was ill-equipped to confront such a gang of ruffians. One by one, they knelt in submission, pleading for their lives and their possessions. Among the villagers, several had suffered grievous injuries, with limbs broken, and 2 of them were mere children. This sight ignited a fierce anger within Naruto. Such scoundrels were utterly unforgivable. Naruto slowly stepped outside, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted dramatically. The bald man stammered, "It's you." Instinctively retreating a few steps, the events of that day still vividly etched in their memories. In the forest of sounds, Naruto proclaimed, "Excellent. It seems you have yet to experience death. Today, I shall grant you a glimpse of it." With a swift motion, he drew forth a knife from the hands of a villain, now firmly grasped in his own. The bald man cried out in desperation, "We were wrong. We were mistaken. Spare us. Please spare us." Naruto exclaimed, "It's late." Naruto has vanished, his figure unseen by anyone. A chilling cry reverberates throughout the entire village. Naruto came to a halt, as the final drop of crimson blood slid down the blade in his hand. An utterly ordinary knife, yet in this very moment, it transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Naruto did not take lives. Rather, the greatest punishment for those wretches is not to extinguish their existence, but to allow them to endure. Each individual has been severed of a leg and an arm. They shall not perish. If left untreated, they will inevitably bleed to death. The choice rests solely in their hands, to choose life, a life steeped in suffering. Naruto remarked, "Your presence disgusts me." He summoned a surge of chakra, enveloping more than a dozen individuals, and with a mere flick of his hand, they were sent sprawling a distance of 10 miles away. Witnessing this extraordinary display, the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Naruto for his timely intervention. Among them, a child of 7 or 8 approached, kneeling in reverence, and earnestly asked, "Sir, could you impart the art of cultivation to me?" As he bowed several times, his eyes sparkled with hope. In this era, lacking strength meant being unable to seize one's destiny, resulting in relentless bullying. Observing this, the other children in the village also knelt before Naruto, pleading for him to teach them the ways of cultivation. Naruto examined the situation and remarked, "However, you lack the innate talent for ninjutsu, rendering you unable to practice ninjutsu techniques." Upon hearing these words, the children's eyes brimmed with despondency, for it seemed that they were indeed unable to pursue their dreams. The elders of the village also sighed, pondering whether they were truly destined to live in such a manner. Upon witnessing this, Naruto contemplated for a moment and then spoke. "Although the path of ninjutsu may be beyond your reach, there exists a principle that you ought to be able to cultivate." Everyone gazed at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Naruto inquired, "Have you heard of martial arts?" The village chief, having heard of it, nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have heard of it. There are wandering travelers who have visited our village and spoken of martial arts. The Land of Flames is renowned for its martial prowess, and the Dragon King is none other than Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest in the ninja realm." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, he established martial arts, which vastly differs from the path of ninjutsu, and should be well suited for your training." The village chief inquired, "Sir, are you also a martial artist?" Naruto remarked, "No. What you just witnessed was indeed a ninjutsu. I have journeyed through the empire of the Flame Dragon and acquired certain martial arts cultivation techniques." The village chief nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. My lord, the empire of the Flame Dragon is truly a land of abundant beauty, devoid of hunger and war, where all are treated as equals. Many travelers have wandered here, and while resting, they speak of it with envy. Yet, they are filled with trepidation, fearing that it may be but a mirage, and thus hesitate to depart lightly." Naruto remarked, "If there were no wars, it would indeed be uncertain. Just recently, the Ninja Alliance launched a massive offensive on the Flame Dragon country. Thus, a world devoid of conflict is an impossibility. As long as there are individuals, there will inevitably be strife. However, in stark contrast to this reality, one could truly describe this place as a paradise on earth. Here, hunger is non-existent, and every individual is attired without rips or patches. Those who commit malevolent acts are swiftly apprehended by law enforcement. This is a nation of our own making, and naturally, Naruto takes great pride in extolling its virtues, including the willingness to embrace countless refugees, the allocation of land and housing, and the provision of social welfare. The villagers listened with envious hearts, their eyes gleaming with longing, wishing fervently to journey to the Flame Dragon country. Yet, at present, they are unable to do so, as the Land of Fire would not permit their passage. A child at the forefront spoke up, "Sir, please teach me the ways of martial arts. Once I have mastered my skills, I shall lead the people of our village to the Flame Dragon country." Naruto proclaimed, "I am willing to teach you the art of cultivation, but it comes with one stipulation. You must not allow anyone to discover your training. You must continue to conduct yourselves as discreetly as you have in the past." The villagers readily acquiesced, for they understood that humility reigned supreme until they acquired strength. Thus, Naruto settled in this place. While instructing the villagers in their training, he first instilled in each of them the spirit of martial arts, embedding this ethos deeply within their minds. Naruto imparted to the villagers a method of physical cultivation and a technique for martial training, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of the first rank in martial arts. Beyond that, only the denizens of the Flame Dragon Kingdom possessed the capability for further advancement. Outside the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the first village dedicated to martial cultivation emerged. Chapter 141. 5-inch nail, Chichuan Hao Yuan. This village remains nameless, for it has yet to earn the distinction of a title. Naruto casually remarked, "Since you all strive so diligently, let us call it Struggle Village." This was embraced by everyone, bringing them joy as they found delight in the name. Naruto touched his nose and said, "Well, as long as you all are happy." In the village of Endeavor, he had remained for 20 days. Everyone was diligently training. After completing their tasks, they squeezed out time for practice. Among the 47 residents of the village, only 8 could sense their inner energy, and merely 6 were capable of physical cultivation. With over 40 individuals, More than 10 were able to train, and Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. 1/3. If a nation had a third of its population capable of cultivation, it would not merely dominate the shinobi world. Shattering the very foundations of the shinobi realm would be an effortless feat. Naruto urged the villagers to embrace the refugees, welcoming individuals from other villages and imparting the virtues of their training methods. After a thorough and earnest discourse, the village chief meticulously recorded every word, cherishing them as invaluable treasures. Naruto departed, embarking on his journey anew. During this time, his insights deepened profoundly. He felt that the period of training he had undergone since his seclusion was equivalent to a year's worth of effort. However, scarcely had he traversed 30 miles from the village of struggle when he was confronted by an individual. Naruto was taken aback and exclaimed, "It is you, 5-inch nail." He truly did not expect that this 5-inch nail would dare to emerge. 5-inch nail replied, "It seems you have come to hunt me down as well. Are you a bounty hunter or a shinobi from a ninja village?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "None of that is true. I am the Dragon King. How could I possibly be compared to a bounty hunter or a ninja?" Youming said, "Regardless of who you are, hand over all your belongings and leave at once." His tone was chillingly cold. Naruto remarked, 5-inch nail, you truly possess remarkable audacity to obstruct my path." 5-inch nail retorted, "There is no benefit in idle chatter." Subsequently, he retrieved a handful of nails from his backpack, flung them skyward, and began to form seals. Naruto declared, "Ninjutsu, torpedo needles." He raised his hand, channeling chakra to create a suction that drew the fallen nail into his grasp. Weighing it in his hand, the nail clinked rhythmically. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, fixing his gaze upon everything, and declared, "Please, continue." Upon witnessing this, the 5-inch nail's pupils constricted. The speed was astonishing. With a swift inhalation, he drew all the nails towards him. Yet, he was not finished, commanding, "Make your move." From the shadows emerged countless figures, each performing hand seals, ninjutsu, torpedo needles. They had indeed prepared well. Countless needles erupted from the ground, piercing Naruto's body, leaving it riddled with wounds. The 5-inch nail instructed, "Clone." Naruto remarked from the side, "No. It is speed, the utmost speed." 5-inch nail responded, leaving an afterimage at such incredible velocity. "This must be the prowess of a shadow ninja." "Who are you?" Naruto tapped his ear and remarked, "A visitor." The trepidation within 5-inch nail surfaced, for he was acutely aware that Naruto's prowess far surpassed his own, rendering him utterly incapable of standing against him. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you come to apprehend me?" Naruto remarked, "Of course not. Why would I have the leisure to apprehend you? It seems you desire my mercy, do you not?" The 5-inch nail bowed respectfully, saying, "It was my impudence. I humbly seek your forgiveness." Naruto's body flickered, reappearing as he seized the neck of the 5-inch nail, declaring, "I harbor a deep disdain for you, hence you must perish." Not only did he steal my artifact, the flame dragon, but he also took a life. He cannot be spared. Observing Naruto's grip on the 5-inch nail, the 5 figures cloaked in hats joined forces to form hand seals, launching yet another assault upon Naruto. Naruto exuded a subtle yet formidable aura, sending the 5 individuals hurtling through the air, leading to their immediate demise. Naruto is far from being a saint in his past life. He was the merciless king of the underworld. Little one hiding in the shadows, are you not coming forth? With a smile, Naruto gazed in a particular direction. A figure clad in a straw hat emerged from the forest, a swift blade partially drawn at his waist. Naruto smiled and said, "Do you wish to lay a hand on me?" The man nodded in response. "Your head is quite valuable. I am in need of this money." Naruto proclaimed, "Even if you are not my adversary, I still demand this head." The man in the straw hat nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Naruto inquired, "Are you a bounty hunter?" The man beneath the straw hat nodded affirmatively and responded, "Indeed." He then asked, "Could you grant me his life?" A glimmer of desperation flickered in his eyes, indicating that he was genuinely entangled in a dire predicament. Naruto pondered for a moment and declared, "All right." With that, he hurled the 5-inch nail into the air, having expended his chakra beforehand to prevent any mischief. In a swift motion, the hat-wearing figure unsheathed his blade, severing the head of the nail with a single stroke. This character, who had survived for quite a number of episodes in the original tale, met his demise in such a manner, leaving the protagonist nearly defeated. Naruto exclaimed, "Impressive swordsmanship." The man in the straw hat replied, "Thank you. My name is Kiyakawa Hirajin. I appreciate your kind words." Naruto nodded and said, "You are Kiyakawa Hirajin, aren't you? Your swordsmanship is indeed quite swift. However, it is unfortunate that you have yet to grasp the essence of true swordsmanship. Hyakuwa Hyrugen, who was initially about to leave, paused and inquired, the essence of true swordsmanship. Naruto remarked, indeed. Are you familiar with the battles between ninjas and warriors? Aoki Hyrugen nodded in affirmation. Certainly, the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, wields his sword through the heavens, unmatched by anyone. This is no mere exaggeration. Naruto thought to himself. Thank you for the compliment. He then inquired once more, have you heard of Uchiha Shursui? Hyakuwa Hyrugen nodded again. Uchiha Shursui, the esteemed steward of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto remarked that he practices the art of swordsmanship. If you wish to elevate your skills in this discipline, you may consider traveling to the Kingdom of Flame Dragons. There, you will come to understand the true essence of swordsmanship. Qingchuan Haoyuan inquired, have you witnessed this? Naruto nodded and said, during the fierce battle between warriors and ninjas, I observed from a great distance. Uchiha Shursui unleashed a single stroke, dimming the very light of the heavens, as if the fabric of space itself had been severed. Your foundation is commendable, yet it lacks a worthy mentor. Uchiha Shursui would be the unparalleled choice. Hyakuwa Hyrugen replied, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly return. He then bowed respectfully to Naruto before turning to depart. Naruto gazed at his silhouette and murmured, he is indeed a master of the blade. Joining the Flame Dragon. In a decade's time, surpassing the legendary shinobi is well within his grasp. Subsequently, Naruto continued to ponder, yet, why is it that I have not provoked this 5-inch nail? What brings him to this place? It is truly perplexing. Naruto did not specifically intend to apprehend the 5-inch nail. Logically, as long as he refrained from seeking him out, the latter should not have come after him. Yet, this fellow audaciously attempted to rob him. Such a scenario is utterly illogical. In the town of the Stone Country, he had dealt with several thugs, an event that should have spread far and wide. Furthermore, those thugs had been left in such a wretched state that his reputation ought to have been well known. The 5-inch nail, upon hearing the rumors in the Stone Country, would naturally keep his distance. Instead, he boldly approached to rob him, an occurrence that should never have transpired. As Naruto walked, he pondered aloud. I wonder if the characters in other places have undergone any changes. Chapter 142. Untitled Naruto needed to procure some items and return to the town. As he stepped into the marketplace, many individuals discreetly retreated into their homes. Whispers filled the air. This person vanished for over 20 days. How could he return? The tragic sight of the more than 10 individuals, some with severed limbs, was etched in the memories of many. They were reluctant to become like them. Naruto touched his nose and pondered. It seems I haven't done anything wrong, have I? I merely punished a few miscreants. Is such a response truly warranted? If these individuals were aware of his thoughts, they would surely respond. In truth, we too are the wicked ones. Should you unleash your wrath? Our fate would not fare much better. Naruto procured a few items before taking his leave. While he was shopping, the shopkeeper was almost overly attentive, eagerly accompanying Naruto. Exuding an air of please, take whatever you desire. There is no need for hesitation or payment. Many townsfolk, upon hearing of Naruto's departure, took a few extra steps to celebrate, reflecting on their own moments of trepidation, even the fierce and formidable among them. Naruto walked along his path, stopping intermittently. And in the blink of an eye, 4 months had elapsed. During this time, he discreetly transmitted martial arts to 5 small villages, sowing the seeds of martial prowess that, given a few years, would eventually grow into sturdy trunks. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire was ablaze with fervor. Under the leadership of Hashirama Senju, sweeping reforms were initiated. He rallied the populace, integrating the nation into the Land of Flame, advocating the ideology of equality among all, and systematically severing the intricate web of relationships among numerous noble clans. In just 4 months, half of the Land of Fire's territory had been absorbed into the Land of Flame. This rapid transformation was largely due to Hashirama's formidable influence. Despite having passed away decades ago, his esteemed reputation among the citizens of the Land of Fire remained largely intact. Naturally, many were resistant to joining the Land of Flame, gathering forces to resist. Hashirama chose not to suppress them with brutality. Instead, he allowed the noble clans to unite in their opposition. His strategy was to wait for the resource shipments from the Land of Water to arrive. The two nations formed a grand alliance, with countless resources flowing from the Land of Flame into the territories of the Land of Fire. Under their joint efforts, a significant disparity emerged between the territories integrated into the Land of Flame and those yet to be assimilated. The common folk began to enjoy better lives, filled with renewed hope, particularly those who had previously suffered under the oppressive networks of noble clans. They expressed profound gratitude towards the Land of Flame. Having almost forgotten their origins as citizens of the Land of Fire, they now identified solely as people of the Flame. The pursuit of martial arts could not be neglected. Under the guidance of numerous instructors, the Land of Fire, now more aptly called the Land of Flame, was swept by a burgeoning wave of martial cultivation. In the Wind Country, upon the arrival of Jiraiya and Gaara, the two first made their way to Sunagakure. With the absence of the previous leader, the current affairs were managed by Temari and Kankuro. However, disquiet reigned in Sunagakure. The ninjas led by Gaara were the backbone of the village, which carried the title of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, yet it was fundamentally hollow. Should Inoki covertly challenge them, Sunagakure would undoubtedly crumble. Upon seeing Gaara's return, Kankuro and Temari were filled with joy. Kankuro exclaimed, "Gaara, you have returned." Gaara, with an impassive expression, replied, "Yes, I have come back." Temari added, "Gaara, your return is timely. Sunagakure needs you." She had witnessed her brother's formidable strength firsthand, enough to defeat their father. Had it not been for Gaara's lingering familial affection, their father's life would likely have come to an end. Kankuro said, "Gaara, you should become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Your power is more than sufficient." Now, he was positioned to assume the role of Kazekage, and due to Temari's proximity, it fell to him. Kankuro's bloodline sufficed for the position, being the son of the previous leader, but his strength was inadequate to uphold the mantle. Should Gaara take on the role, none would dare to question his authority. Gaara responded earnestly, "If you desire me to become the Kazekage, I am willing. However, it requires your own choice." A sense of vigilance arose within Temari, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. Kankuro then remarked, "All right, you shall be the Wind Shadow. I will heed your every command." Gaara, with an icy demeanor, responded, "Heed my every command? Then I require you both to join the Flame Dragon and integrate the Land of Wind into the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Do you agree?" Upon hearing these words, Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Kankuro's face lost its cheer, growing solemn as he inquired, "Gaara, what do you mean by that?" Gaara replied, "I have come to the Land of Wind with the intention of establishing a branch of the Flame Dragon Kingdom here, incorporating the territory of the Land of Wind into the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Temari interjected, "Gaara, cease this talk. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? If this were to spread, you would undoubtedly face public outrage." Gaara replied, "Let them criticize. I am indifferent. I have endured such an environment since childhood. If I could withstand it then, how could I falter now?" Kankuro asked, "Gaara, why? Why are you doing this?" Gaara answered, "Because I do not wish for the villagers to suffer. I desire a good life for my family, a nation free of war and genuine peace." Despite the past grievances of the Sunagakure villagers against him, Gaara held no thoughts of vengeance. With his current strength, he could easily annihilate Sunagakure if he wished. Temari countered, "But must we merge with the Flame Dragon Kingdom? Would it not be better to be ourselves?" Gaara stated, "If the Land of Wind does not join the Flame Dragon, it is destined for decline." When Lord Hashirama was resurrected by the Dragon King, he traversed the Flame Dragon and decided to merge the Land of Fire with the Flame Dragon Kingdom, incorporating it into its territory. The two fell silent. Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, whose decisions would undoubtedly influence the choices of many within the ninja world, would likely lead the Land of Fire to become part of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Gaara continued, "I will not force your hands. The choice is yours to make. The Land of Wind has suffered greatly, and if there are those willing to join the Flame Dragon, I hope you will not stand in their way. I do not wish to turn against my own kin." Temari asked, "Gaara, has the Dragon King revealed who is truly behind our father?" Gaara replied, "Indeed. He is not human. He is an existence we cannot yet fathom. Only the Dragon King can stand alongside him in the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Temari further inquired, "How strong is Naruto Uzumaki now?" Gaara replied, "Even if the Sage of Six Paths were resurrected, he would be no match for Lord Dragon King." Temari asked, "If the Land of Wind does not surrender, will Naruto intervene?" Gaara glanced at his sister and said, "Is the Dragon King needed?" At a mere command from Lord Dragon King, an army of 100,000 warriors would march to battle. The Land of Wind will cease to exist within 3 months. Temari sighed and said, "Gaara, we will not obstruct you, but I hope you do not allow bloodshed to escalate into war." Gaara responded, "Thank you." Chapter 143. The schemes against the false Ming Zong in the Land of Birds. Naruto found himself journeying to this enchanting realm. It must be said that the capital of the Land of Birds is indeed a sight to behold, nestled by the lakeside where birds find their sanctuary. The waters embrace the town, and lush greenery flourishes abundantly, creating an idyllic and serene settlement. Yet, beneath this stunning facade, one cannot ignore the underlying filth and deceit that lurks in the shadows. Naruto inquired, "The land of birds, is it? I wonder if the mission here has been accomplished." After a thorough investigation, Naruto discovered that the mission from the land of birds had indeed been issued, and Konoha had sent individuals to fulfill it. However, instead of executing the death penalty, they merely imprisoned Akamitsu. Naturally, this was due to the intervention of influential figures of the daimyo, which allowed him to survive. Naruto inquired, "Who is that bounty hunter who dared to threaten the false Mengzong?" Initially, the leader was destined for defeat. However, a bounty hunter emerged, single-handedly confronting the false Mengzong and his companions, rescuing the cursed dead warriors and instilling fear in the hearts of the false Mengzong, rendering him hesitant to act. The leader thus took advantage of this situation to negotiate with Mengzong, ultimately failing to eliminate Hong Ming, even to this day. Naruto remarked, "As long as this wandering warrior remains alive, I shall observe the consequences of his survival. The land of birds appears quite promising. It holds potential for growth." Naruto, under the guise of a wandering ninja, sought an audience with the false Mengzong, who graciously welcomed him inside to engage in conversation. It must be said that this transformed Mengzong bore a striking resemblance to an enlightened monk, exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. The broom remarked, "You are a wandering ninja?" Naruto remarked, "I suppose I can no longer be considered a wandering ninja." Sho responded, "What leads you to say that?" Naruto remarked, "I have journeyed through the four realms and visited the land of the flame dragons, where I acquired some rudimentary martial arts techniques. I am currently in the process of merging these martial practices with my ninjutsu." Curious and eager, he inquired, "What is the situation?" Naruto shook his head, expressing his failure. This martial art surpasses the cultivation of ninjutsu, as the chakra stored within the body is inevitably destined to be absorbed and consumed. "What a pity," Zhao Dao lamented, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in his eyes. They too desired to venture to the land of the flame dragons, yet dared not to do so. The deeds they had committed were far from honorable. Should the land of the flame dragons investigate, there would be no escape for them. Naruto remarked, "There is nothing to lament. I am gradually transforming my chakra into the essence of martial arts, and it feels exquisite. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a wandering ninja, but rather a wandering warrior." Sho, yearning to acquire the teachings of martial arts, found himself in the presence of a venerable monk, who was devoid of desire and worldly attachments. He must not reveal his true intentions. Thus, he inquired, "Might you have a place to rest?" Naruto remarked, "After visiting you, I shall seek a tavern to stay at." To which the attendant replied, "If you do not mind, you may stay at the government office. I have ample vacant rooms, sufficient to accommodate dozens." Naruto remarked, "Could this be too much trouble?" The broom waved dismissively, "Not at all, not at all. It was rather quiet here. With your presence, the courtyard will undoubtedly become more lively." The prowess of this deceptive talker is indeed formidable. Quiet. When most of his subordinates are here, how could it possibly be quiet? Naruto remarked, "Then I shall not hold back." Thus, he took residence in the capital, becoming a distinguished guest of the esteemed household. Naruto understood the purpose of the broom, so he presented an opening, allowing others to search his belongings in order to acquire the martial arts cultivation techniques. These techniques were indeed rudimentary yet quite domineering, albeit limited to the third rank of mastery. Should one wish to advance further, additional methods would be required. The broom itself represented the peak strength of a ch-nin, and his subordinates were merely at the ch-nin level as well. If they were to practice these martial arts, yet find no enhancement in their abilities, but rather a decline, while being unable to revert to ninjutsu, the ensuing scenario would surely be amusing. Naruto departed using his shadow clone, while his true self remained concealed within the house. Soon after, someone opened the door and entered the room, proceeding to rummage through Naruto's bed. Upon discovering the martial arts manual he had left behind, the intruder promptly exited. Naruto followed suit and entered the room where the broom was located. On the floor, there was only the broom, yet above, there were 7 or 8 individuals. The broom began to study the martial arts techniques, and after a while remarked, "This martial arts cultivation is indeed unique and entirely different from the practice of ninjutsu. Who among you wishes to begin the training?" One individual responded, "I shall go first." He descended to the ground and took hold of the martial arts manual. Naruto mused to himself, how vigilant indeed. However, it is a pity that only the initial layer of the technique is authentic, while the subsequent layers are mere fabrications. I wish you all the best. He harbored a genuine disdain for the group, led by Ch, the feudal lord of the land of birds. Albeit possessing some sense and commendable abilities that allowed the common folk to live in peace, harbored malevolent intentions. Not only did he commit murder, but he also threatened his son, plunging the land of birds into a state of panic and resulting in the slaughter of numerous innocents. Such a person deserves to meet his end. Yet, it would be far more intriguing to allow him to suffer rather than to perish. To ensure they could fully replicate the technique before returning, Naruto continued his game until dusk before finally making his way home. Ch extended an invitation for dinner, which Naruto graciously accepted. As Naruto savored his meal, he remarked, "The common folk of the land of birds are truly fortunate in this thriving place. I find myself reluctant to depart." To which Sho replied, "Then remain here, in the land of birds. I possess the means to speak on your behalf, and no one shall utter a word against you." Naruto remarked, "I would rather not. I cherish the experience of traveling, exploring the four realms, and contemplating life." His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. The broom responded, "What a pity." Naruto inquired, "I have heard rumors circulating today. What is the tale of the cursed samurai?" The monk replied, "This is also what I must convey to you. One should not wander at night, for the cursed samurai has already harmed many." His words bore a tone of profound sorrow, and his compassionate visage could easily deceive the unsuspecting, were it not for their prior knowledge of his character. However, Naruto was not among those easily swayed. His relentless nature and acute sensitivity to the aura of violence rendered him impervious to the allure of such a benevolent monk. For how could one so gentle harbor such a malevolent presence? Naruto remarked, "Can't you catch him?" The broom replied, "He is not human, he is a specter, appearing and vanishing without a trace." Chuckling, he responded, "I apologize, but I am no child. Besides, I have encountered the Grim Reaper. Ghosts do not frighten me." Naruto remarked, "How intriguing. I must meet the so-called specter." Upon encountering the broom, he urged, "Fear not, fear not. A mere ghost is hardly worthy of my concern. Without a modicum of strength, how could one traverse the realms?" Having learned of the cursed samurai's frequent haunts, Naruto hastened to lie in wait for an opportunity. The broom, seemingly apprehensive of his intentions, discreetly dispatched someone to follow him. As Naruto's Sharingan whirled, those who followed him fell into an illusion. He jested, intending to have a conversation with the young lord of this small nation, and could not allow himself to be disturbed by such a throng. Were it not for his reluctance to take their lives, he would have already taken action. The cursed warriors emerged, naturally demanding a certain ambience. The wind began to stir, heavy with foreboding, as faint and peculiar sounds echoed, unlike anything that could be deemed normal. Naruto remarked, "The atmosphere lacks the necessary gravitas." Chapter 144, Teaching Suki to Cultivate. This ambience is insufficient to be etched in one's heart. It pales in comparison to the atmosphere of my past life, which chilled the heart to 7 degrees and the body to 3, capable of frightening one's very soul. Moments later, an armored warrior descended from the sky, gliding gracefully, exuding an eerie, ghostly presence. Naruto inwardly lamented, how has she managed to deceive everyone until now? Despite the distance between them, he could still perceive the alluring fragrance emanating from her. This was no mere coincidence. Naruto possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Naruto gazed at the approaching cursed warrior, shuddering slightly in a feigned display of fear, his performance remarkably lifelike. The reason for Shiro's appearance was her awareness of Ming's zone receiving an individual of apparent significance, prompting her curiosity. Subsequently, Naruto broke into a smile and remarked, "I was merely teasing you. You cannot intimidate me, little girl." The cursed warrior paused momentarily, then rose gracefully, vanishing into thin air. Resolute in her decision, she understood that this individual was beyond her capabilities, opting to retreat for the time being. Naruto appeared by her side and said, "Little sovereign, let us converse." As Naruto spoke, he seized the string of the rising crane, rendering her immobile. Without allowing her a moment to respond, Naruto severed his kite string, obstructing her path, and temporarily departed from the capital. Naruto led the heron to a grove outside the city before finally descending. It was then that the heron spoke first, inquiring, "Who are you?" Naruto remarked, "A distant traveler can now also be deemed your salvation." To which the heron responded, "What do you truly know?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, there are many, for instance. You are but a young lady." To which the girl, Julu, responded, "I am already 19 years of age." Naruto remarked, "Ah, how delightful. You have grown quite a bit. Indeed, you are a young lady, albeit rather flat, making it less apparent." To which Zhu Lu retorted, "This person is utterly insufferable. How can she masquerade as a queen without any constraints?" Naruto continued, "I am also aware of your father's and brother's demise, your impersonation of the sovereign, as well as the true identity of the false Ming Zone and their ulterior motives." With a thud, Zhu Lu fell to her knees. The burdens of the years weighed heavily upon her. Hearing Naruto's words, she implored, "I beseech you, aid me in my quest for vengeance. I am willing to offer any recompense, even my very life." With a wave of his hand, Naruto helped Zhu Lu to her feet and said, "I can assist you in seeking vengeance, but the retribution must be executed by your own hand." Zhu Lu shook her head and replied, "But I cannot do it. I am incapable." Naruto declared, "With my presence, half a month will suffice." He possessed a certain confidence in this regard, teaching Zhu Lu the martial arts. Given her innate talent, it should be no trouble for her to open her meridians and ascend to the first rank of martial arts. Zhu Lu, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Naruto remarked, "Of course, but I require you to agree to one condition." Suru responded, "Speak." "First, the members of the Mingzong family must not perish. They may lose their limbs and have their chakra sealed." Suru eagerly replied, "That sounds excellent. Let them be trapped in a state of despair, unable to live or die." Naruto remarked, "This young girl exudes an aura of lethal intent." Subsequently, he imparted to her the essence of martial arts, teaching her the foundational techniques and assisting her in breaking through her meridians. He guided her in harnessing natural energy to transform it into true essence, thereby cultivating her inner strength. As Zhu Lu achieved the second tier of martial prowess, Naruto advised, "Let us pause here. Once you have solidified your foundation, I shall lend you my support." Zhu Lu expressed her gratitude with a trembling voice. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Having dwelled in darkness for so long, this was her first encounter with light. Naruto stated, "No need. Focus on your training." "Understood," replied Shirue as she returned. Naruto naturally resumed his performance. Meanwhile, those who covertly guarded him remained ensnared in the illusion, within which they were surveilling Naruto. Naruto returned. Dispelling the illusion, the individual remained unchanged, still motionless, fixated on Naruto. Naruto remarked, "Hasn't it appeared? It seems I have waited in vain." After saying this, he returned home, opting not to visit Sho's room, and instead retreated to his own quarters, where he succumbed to slumber, for he knew Sho would be aware without him needing to elaborate. For several consecutive days, Naruto continued to wait, yet there was no sign. The individuals monitoring him eventually abandoned their pursuit. Meanwhile, the wandering ninja dedicated to martial arts training found success, experiencing a liberating sensation akin to shedding burdens, and their physique grew stronger as well. This development brought immense joy to Sho and the others, prompting them to embark on their own training journeys. Naruto smiled, for his scheme had succeeded, trapping them within the third realm of martial arts. This was an exquisite arrangement. Unable to transcend the martial path, their chakra would be assimilated by the inner energy, which would only accumulate. Those with weaker foundations would have their meridians severed, while the more unfortunate would meet their demise in a violent explosion of their own bodies. After 10 days, Zhu Lu had nearly solidified her position. She sought out Naruto once more, this time as a cursed warrior. The two ventured outside the city again. And before Naruto could speak, she interjected, "Senior, you forgot to inform me about the identity details of the false Ming Zone." Naruto remarked, "I seem to have forgotten." "Little girl, have you not realized that you did not inquire of me?" Zhu Lu replied, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior." Naruto inquired, "Have you heard of the wandering ninjas?" To which Tsukuyami replied, "Indeed, it is them. Naruto, it is they who have wronged us. The false Ming Zone is none other than the leader of the wandering ninjas, known as Zhao, whose infamy is unparalleled and whose malevolence knows no bounds." Zhu Lu spoke with an icy tone, "I shall undoubtedly avenge my kin and exact retribution upon them." Naruto remarked, "This person indeed deserves to perish. Yet do not forget the promise you made to me." Zhu Lu solemnly replied, "Rest assured, senior, I shall not forget." She then inquired, "Senior, why do they act in such a manner?" Naruto remarked, "Wandering, drifting, is to traverse the vastness, devoid of wealth. In the pursuit of survival, one is compelled to resort to thievery, thereby engendering a multitude of adversaries. In such circumstances, one longs for an identity that affords them the ability to operate in secrecy, enabling a better existence while evading foes." In a fit of rage, Zhu Lu exclaimed, "So, they took my father's life? In such tumultuous times, what deeds remain unthinkable for the sake of survival? When one's own existence hangs by a thread, how can one possibly regard the lives of others? Naruto replied coolly. This is an unfriendly topic. Zhu Lu then shifted the conversation, requesting that Naruto assist her in unblocking her meridians. Naruto naturally complied. While Zhu Lu's current realm firmly rested at the first rank of strength, Naruto remarked, with your current strength, avenging yourself is still a distant dream. I shall impart to you a martial technique. Once you have mastered it, the synergy between your skills will enable you to seek your revenge. Zhu Lu, aside from bowing in gratitude, found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to adequately convey her heartfelt appreciation. After her departure, Naruto gazed into the night sky and mused, "Sho, I wonder if you can evade this impending doom?" Chapter 145, The Duel Between Zhu Lu and Zhou. 8 days passed, and Zhou sought out Naruto, inquiring, "Ming, is there a continuation of the blood fiend technique?" Naruto, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "How do you know about the blood demon technique?" His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Such acting could surely earn an Oscar. Given his prowess, it was impossible for him not to discern that the broom had already mastered the blood demon technique. The broom paused momentarily before replying. "When I instructed my servant to tidy your room, he rummaged through your belongings and stumbled upon this technique. He intended to claim it for himself, but upon being discovered, I returned the secret art to your room." Naruto suddenly realized, "Ah, I see. This is a technique I recently acquired. Upon discovering issues with the subsequent methods, I have refrained from practicing it further. Beyond that, I truly know nothing else." "Good," he continued. "In the future, you shall bear the consequences, as replenishing your vital energy will bring you to tears." Zha's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "Youming, from where did you obtain this technique? What will they do if there are no further advancements? Once one has practiced the blood fiend art, they can no longer engage in ninjutsu. This blood fiend art is exceedingly tyrannical. When cultivating chakra, it is consumed and absorbed by internal energy. An excess of energy stored within the meridians can cause turbulence, leading to numbness in the meridians and stiffness in the limbs." Naruto remarked, "I have slain a high-ranking ninja and acquired this technique from him. He was engrossed in its study, ultimately leading to his own mutilation. This is indeed true. In a past life, there was an individual who obtained this incomplete technique and, through clandestine experimentation, rendered himself incapacitated." Naruto remarked, "This is a technique originating from the land of flame dragons. There should be further developments upon visiting." Cho expressed his disappointment at the lack of subsequent information, stating that they would merely be lambs to the slaughter. He continued, "The land of flame dragons, a realm that inspires yearning. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly venture there." Naruto contemplated within himself, there are no more opportunities. 5 days elapsed, and Tsuru had mastered the art of combat. She liberated Akamitsu from his prison, commanding the army to uphold the order of the land of birds. As Naruto sensed the changes around him, he murmured, "Is this little girl about to begin?" The series of actions by Zhu Lu naturally incited discontent in Chao, who directly confronted her. Zhu Lu, observing the aggressive approach of the Fomeng Zone, felt a coldness in her eyes. She had been awaiting this moment. However, she still intended to engage in a pretense with the Fomeng Zone. Zhu Lu inquired, "Master Mengzong, what brings you to seek me?" Mengzong replied, "Lady Lu, your recent actions have been rather biased." Zhu Lu responded, "I would appreciate your guidance, Master Mengzong." Mengzong continued, "Hong Ming's impersonation of the cursed warrior has incited panic among the common folk. For this grave offense, why has he not been executed? He ought to be publicly beheaded to atone for his crimes." Zhu Lu countered, "Master Mengzong, General Hong Ming has been imprisoned for 3 long years. Why then does this cursed warrior still persist?" Mengzong explained, "This must be the work of Hong Ming's allies, who apply pressure upon us, deterring us from acting against him. Now that Hong Ming has emerged from prison and commands the army, it poses a significant threat to us." Zhu Lu questioned, "Allies? What if someone were to frame General Hong Ming?" Mengzong dismissed the possibility, stating, "Impossible. That hidden weapon could only originate from the Hong Ming estate." Yet Zhu Lu remarked, "Is it not simpler for someone to utilize ninjutsu to create such a weapon? If someone were to falsely accuse Lord Hong Ming, would we not be wronging him?" Mengzong conceded, "Lady Lu, you have matured. I had not considered that." Zhu Lu asserted, "Thus, until the truth is revealed, Lord Hong Ming must remain unharmed. If he were to perish, the schemer behind the cursed warrior would succeed in their deceit, which would not bode well for our nation." Mengzong acknowledged, "Your thoughts are indeed thorough, Lady Lu." Zhu Lu replied graciously, "Thank you for your praise, Master Mengzong. This exchange concluded with Chao at a disadvantage. Chao, expressionless, departed, while Zhu Lu, after his exit, revealed a smile, murmuring, "The sensation of wielding power is truly delightful," feeling the strength within her. Her thoughts began to expand. If the citizens of the Bird Nation were to practice martial arts, their country would undoubtedly grow stronger, no longer subject to humiliation. With these thoughts in mind, she longed to see Naruto once more. Thus, she returned to don her armor, disguising herself as the cursed warrior. At that moment, Naruto's voice resonated, asking, "Did you miss me?" Zhu Lu was taken aback. Naruto's figure gradually materialized in the bedroom. Shuri's cheeks flushed slightly as she inquired, "Senpai, how long have you been here?" Naruto calmly replied, "I just arrived." He could swear that he had indeed just gotten here, having absolutely not caught sight of anything. Tsukimi confirmed, "Really?" Naruto remarked, "Of course it's true. What, do you think I would resort to peeking? If I were to look, it would be with open eyes." Stealth is not her style. Zhu Lu exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Naruto scrutinized Shiruli from top to bottom, nodding and remarking, "You truly possess a certain grace." Shiruli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she chose not to respond. Naruto inquired, "Do you seek me for a purpose?" To which Shirue replied, "Senior, may I request a favor from you?" Naruto replied softly, "Do share." He did not grant permission. If the request were excessive, he would naturally refuse. Zhu Lu inquired, "May I impart the methods of martial arts cultivation to the people of the Bird Nation?" Upon hearing this, Naruto fixed his gaze upon her intently, assuming he would decline. She added, "I apologize for my abruptness." Naruto interjected, saying, "Oh, no, it's not that I refuse. You must consider this carefully." Tsukiori gazed at Naruto, anticipating his next words. Naruto remarked, "The techniques I currently possess can only elevate my prowess to the first-tier realm, which corresponds to the strength of a jonin. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is revered as a sanctuary of martial arts, and to achieve a breakthrough, one must journey there. Furthermore, to pursue a higher echelon of martial prowess, one must become a part of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. If you were to nurture warriors, and they ultimately chose to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, how would you respond?" This was a dilemma that Zhu Lu had not contemplated. Indeed, it posed a significant challenge. Naturally, she wished for the soldiers she had painstakingly trained not to align themselves with a foreign nation. Naruto continued, "Moreover, the land of birds is indeed acceptable. The common people's lives are relatively free from pressure. However, when compared to the citizens of the land of the fiery dragons, there is a distinct disparity. In light of this, their inclination to choose the land of the fiery dragons would undoubtedly be greater." These words struck a chord within Zhu Lu, leaving her to ponder what actions she should take when that time comes. Naruto stated, "Consider it carefully. Once you have made your decision, it is yours alone." After uttering these words, he turned to leave but paused momentarily, adding, "I must admit, the Kingdom of Flame Dragon possesses remarkable prowess." With the resurrection of Hashirama Senju, he led the Leaf Village to join forces with the Kingdom of Flame Dragon, even annexing a significant portion of the Land of Fire into its territory. Chapter 146, The Dilemma of the Crimson Heron. Naruto had departed, yet Shuri found herself lost in contemplation. The Land of Fire is a formidable nation. Yet even such a powerful realm recognized the legendary Senju Hashirama, the acknowledged god of shinobi, who embraced the path of martial arts. What, then, of others? As Shuri's thoughts unfurled, they grew more intricate. She envisioned the consequences of the entire Land of Fire being incorporated into the dominion of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. She began to perceive the overwhelming strength of martial prowess, which transcended ninjutsu. In the pursuit of unparalleled power, individuals from other nations would undoubtedly seek to join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, leading to the potential dissolution of their own states. This cannot be allowed to happen. Shuri murmured resolutely. Clad in armor, she opened the door and stepped outside. She was determined to seek a solution. And the first individual that sprang to her mind was Naruto. She believed that Naruto could assist her, for he had aided her greatly in the past. And she felt a deep-seated reliance on him. Naruto did not return home. He sensed that the matter was far from resolved. Sure enough, after a brief interval, he beheld Tsukuyami emerging clad in armor. Naruto called out, "Here." Tsukuyami was naturally startled once more. She had not anticipated Naruto's presence. Consequently, the two returned to the dwelling. Naruto inquired, "Have you come to a conclusion?" To which Shirue shook her head and replied, "Not at all." Naruto inquired, "Is the script written this way?" Shouldn't it express, "I have come to understand and realize"? Naruto inquired, "What is it that you seek me for?" Sakiyo then unveiled all the questions that lingered in her heart, leaving Naruto utterly astonished. Could she truly have contemplated such profound matters? This young girl possessed an unexpected depth of wisdom. Naruto's strategy embodies cultural invasion. As culture incessantly permeates, it ultimately yields to the dominion of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, leading to a complete transformation into its subjects. The red-crowned crane inquired, "Esteemed elder, how should I navigate my choice?" Naruto remarked, "I cannot make this decision for you. It must be based on your own desires. While anyone can offer you advice, I alone cannot." This statement left Tsukiyomi perplexed, prompting her to inquire, "Why is that?" Naruto remarked, "This matter is not suitable for disclosure." Julu sighed and replied, "What a pity." She rubbed her head, feeling somewhat distressed, as she truly did not know how to make her choice. Naruto said, "I impart your martial arts. You may freely share it with the common folk. The decision lies with you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Julu nodded, "Thank you, esteemed elder." After Naruto departed, Julu changed her attire and left from below ground. She sought to consult with someone, and the only one capable of conversation was Hongming. Julu stealthily entered Hongming's courtyard, and he immediately recognized her presence. Upon seeing Julu, he said, "I pay my respects, Lady Lu." In the past, Hongming had harbored doubts about Julu, but this time, her clemency had won his heart. Julu stated, "General Hongming, there are matters I wish to discuss with you." Hongming replied, "Please, Lady Lu, go ahead." Julu released her inner energy, and with a swift motion, the general's sword from its rack flew into her grasp. Hongming remarked, "Lady Lu, this does not appear to be chakra." Julu affirmed, "Indeed, it is not chakra. It is martial energy. During this period, I have taken a wandering warrior as my master, who has taught me the ways of martial arts. I am now a martial artist, not a ninja." Hongming inquired, "Is that why you have released me?" Julu responded, "General Hongming, if I lacked strength and provoked their ire, there would be no hope left. With my current martial prowess, I am capable of confronting danger. Had it not been for the fear instilled by the bounty hunter's legacy, Hongming might have perished long ago. The current Hongming would not exist." Hongming said, "Lady Lu, you have endured much." Zhu Lu replied, "General Hongming, the cultivation of martial arts surpasses that of ninjutsu. With my current strength, I would not fear even copying Ninja Kakashi. I have consulted with an elder and wish to share this martial art with the people to strengthen our nation." Hongming responded, "Lady Lu, this is indeed a commendable endeavor." Zhu Lu's expression turned bittersweet as she continued, "However, the techniques bestowed by the elder can only be cultivated up to the first-tier realm, and the subsequent techniques reside in the sacred martial land of Yanlong City. To cultivate further, one must join the Yanlong Kingdom. Under the temptation of such immense power, betrayal will inevitably arise." Hongming fell silent, firmly believing that such a mindset, rooted in despair, could lead to extreme thoughts and, consequently, treachery. Zhu Lu sighed, "If those we nurture turn traitorous, who shall safeguard this nation?" A maturity unbefitting her tender years graced her face, for she bore the weight of familial vengeance and the well-being of her people, a burden resting upon the shoulders of a mere girl in her teens. Zhu Lu then asked, "General Hongming, it is said that the common folk of Yanlong Kingdom live in happiness. I believe this to be more than mere rumor." Hongming concurred, stating, "If the citizens of Yanlong Kingdom were to suffer greatly, why would the people of the Fire Nation Peninsula never voice a word of dissent? Their prosperous lives bring them contentment, and they wholeheartedly support it." Zhu Lu, with a bitter tone, warned, "General Hongming, this is a perilous signal. In the land of fire, under the esteemed leadership of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, there is a continuous assimilation into the land of the Flame Dragon. It is believed that before long, the land of fire will be completely integrated into the land of the Flame Dragon." Hongming remarked, "Lord L, it is not just the land of fire, the land of wind is also in peril. The fourth Kazakage, Gaara, has returned to the land of wind and established a tribe of the Flame Dragon. Presently, a quarter of the territory of the land of wind has been adorned with the flag of the Flame Dragon, which is indeed alarming." Before Zhu Lu could speak again, Hongming continued, "Lord L, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful part is that the land of the Flame Dragon has not yet resorted to military suppression. In the battle of Shinobi, Gaara's strength has already surpassed that of the Kage. Should he choose to employ force, no one in the land of wind could withstand him. Yet, he has not done so. After reclaiming the coastal areas, he engaged in ideological education. Merely with his words, he has occupied a quarter of the territory of the land of wind. As long as one wishes to join the Flame Dragon, That land belongs to the land of the flame dragon. These words struck a chord with Zhu Lu, prompting her to voice her innermost concerns. Subsequently, both fell into a contemplative silence, their emotions measured. When Zhu Lu departed, neither had devised a solution, leaving this matter to linger in their hearts, ever urging them onward. Naruto leaned against the wall, his interest piqued as he inquired, "Shiratori, Akamitsu, how will you choose? However, you must act swiftly. The broom is about to take action." The broom and his subordinates deliberated, preparing to strike. There was uncertainty whether the bounty hunter would return, yet they too were poised to act, intent on transforming the land of birds entirely into their dominion. In Chapter 147, Playing with the broom resolved to take action against Shiratori. After conferring with his subordinates, he devised a plan to assassinate Shiratori. This was no ordinary assassination. It targeted the ruler of a nation, a crime that naturally warranted someone to bear the burden of responsibility. On that day, the broom approached Naruto to execute his sinister scheme. Naruto was thoroughly prepared, eagerly anticipating his arrival, ready to showcase his Oscar-worthy performance. "Naruto, Master Mingzong." Broom nodded slightly and sat down opposite Naruto. "Yume, are you still accustomed to being here?" Broom inquired as he settled into his seat. Naruto expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Mingzong, for your concern. The netherworld is well, and I was just about to seek you out." With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "You were looking for me?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed. I have been here for nearly a month now. This is the first time I have lingered in a place for such an extended duration. I intend to bid farewell to Master Mingzong tomorrow and continue my journey. If I stay any longer, I might lose the desire to depart. Master Mingzong's overwhelming hospitality has rendered me somewhat indolent." Master Mingzong replied, "Are you in such a hurry?" Naruto proclaimed, "To traverse the entire ninja world is my aspiration. Typically, I remain in other places for merely 3 or 4 days, yet I have lingered here for over 20 days. It's time for me to depart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly return to trouble Lord Mingzong." Naturally, Mingzong would not permit Naruto to leave, for even elite Jonin could be subdued by his prowess, and to hold dominion over this land of birds, one must rely on his strength. "Why, Mei? Have you ever contemplated the prospect of settling down?" Mingzong inquired. Naruto, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "I am only 29 years old. Why should I rest? I am in the prime of my youth and cannot afford to squander my days." He suppressed the anger rising within him and gently replied, "Yume, you are nearly 30. It is time for you to reflect on your own desires." Naruto remarked, "Life is but a journey of self-cultivation. I tread my own path, which encompasses exploration and the profound understanding of existence." Upon hearing this, Zhai felt a wave of exasperation, recognizing that this individual had become foolishly enamored with his travels, fixated in his thoughts. He understood that persuading him to stay was a futile endeavor, prompting him to refrain from further argument. Zhai replied, "Adhering to your principles makes life meaningful. You are indeed correct. I had initially hoped to persuade you to remain and contribute to the development of the land of birds, so that its citizens might enjoy a life of happiness." Naruto blinked and remarked, "The land of birds is truly fortunate. Its inhabitants are far happier than those of the land of lightning. Your Lord Heron possesses remarkable abilities." He deliberately offered a way out for Sho. Lord Heron. Sho murmured a few words, revealing a bittersweet smile. Naruto inquired, "Master Mingzong, is that not correct?" The broom's expression was one of intense anger as it retorted, "Of course it is not. Do you have any idea how the previous Lord Lu met his demise?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I have never visited the land of birds before, nor have I encountered the previous Lord Heron." However, upon hearing these words, Chao's irritation inexplicably flared up. Is this truly the crux of the matter? It is not. The pivotal issue lies in how the previous Lord Heron met his demise. Naruto inquired, "How did the previous Lord Sora meet his demise?" The broom, once more suppressing its ire, replied, "He succumbed to poisoning." Naruto remarked, "Poisoned? Did you consume something toxic? How careless." Yet, there are moments when one simply acts thoughtlessly. I recall a time during my solitary travels, despite my utmost caution while preparing a meal outdoors, I inadvertently ignited a forest fire. Upon hearing this, Sho's veins bulged in exasperation. "For heaven's sake, who wishes to listen to your absurd tales? Let us speak of the esteemed Lord Sagi of the previous generation." Sho continued, "This is no mere act of negligence leading to poisoning. It is a calculated act of sabotage." Naruto's eyes flickered as he confirmed, "Man-made?" "Indeed," replied Zhao. "Naruto, for what purpose?" The broom inquired. "Yume, what do you believe is of utmost significance in Lord Lu's position?" Naruto cautiously replied, family. The broom was immediately taken aback, its bristles standing tall. It solemnly remarked, "It is his esteemed position." Naruto exclaimed, "Master Mingzong, are you suggesting that someone has taken the life of Lord Lu for the sake of the daimyo's position?" Inwardly, Zhou felt a sense of enlightenment. Zhou responded, "Indeed." Naruto inquired, "Who could this be?" To which the broom replied, "Who currently occupies the position of the daimyo." Naruto exclaimed incredulously, "How is this even possible? How could the current Lord Heron, being the son of the previous Lord Heron, do such a thing?" Broom responded, "You are too naive, Yume. When a person's heart turns cruel, they can become a heartless beast, capable of committing unspeakable acts." Naruto nodded in agreement, declaring that the poisoning of Lord Heron was indeed the act of a deranged beast. Upon hearing this, Zhao's anger flared once more. It was not the poisoner who was the beast, but the current Lord Heron himself. Zhao remarked, "Youming, we aspire to expose Lord Heron's transgressions and seek to bring him to justice, yet we find ourselves powerless to do so." Naruto feigned innocence as he inquired, "Why?" The broom replied, "Lord Egretz is accompanied by a formidable bounty hunter. None of us stand a chance against him. If he chooses to assist Lord Egretz, we would be utterly defeated." Naruto nodded, expressing his agreement. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Not wishing to continue circling around the issue, Sho stated, "You possess considerable strength. Youming, could you lend us your assistance?" Naruto pointed at himself, exclaiming, "Me?" The broom nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed, you." Naruto waved his hand, saying, I cannot. My abilities are quite lacking." He did not claim to be incapable. In fact, he was quite capable, exceedingly so, and could not utter the words of defeat. Zhao spoke earnestly, "I have faith in you. You can surely accomplish it." Naruto said, "I fear that I may ruin everything." The broom comforted him once more. "Do not worry, we will accompany you." Naruto hesitated for a moment before saying, "Very well, since Master Mingzong has such faith in me, I shall agree." The broom was overjoyed and replied, "Thank you." Naruto remarked, "No need for thanks, really. During this time, I have been indebted to Master for your care. It is only fitting that I reciprocate." After conversing with Naruto for a while, Zha swept away, returning to his abode. The first words he uttered to his subordinates were, "I shall personally rid myself of this scoundrel." He felt utterly exhausted after speaking with Naruto, nearly losing his composure on several occasions. Had he possessed the strength to overpower Naruto, he would have already sent him flying with a single strike. Zha's subordinates remained silent, acutely aware of their leader's fury, wisely choosing to avoid provoking him. A glimmer of amusement flickered in their eyes, for they understood that this visitor had acquiesced, and soon their long-awaited dominion would be at hand. Naruto remarked, "If I were to return to my former life, I would undoubtedly strive to earn an Oscar for my unparalleled acting skills. With my talent, I could reign supreme. The stage has been set, and now it is time to witness the performance. This particular act promises to be extraordinary." Chapter 148, Exploring Naruto's Reality and Illusion. Zhu Lu yearned to see Naruto once more, and thus, she invited him out again. Naruto stood atop the treetops and inquired, "What brings you to me? What is it that you seek?" The heron replied, "It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you, senior." This was indeed the truth. For in recent days, an abundance of thoughts had clouded her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat restless. Thus, she ventured out to breathe in the fresh air. Naruto remarked, "Did you not release Jiang Hongming? Go speak with him and engage in a mutual discourse on the significant matters concerning our nation and its people." Zhu Lu replied, "We have discussed it thoroughly, but to no avail." Naruto remarked, "What a pity indeed." Suru replied, "Senpai, are you truly lamenting this?" Naruto remarked, "The broom has extended an invitation to me." To which Shirue responded, "What does it invite you to do?" Naruto was astonished. "Should it be so easy? You invite me to deal with you, to eliminate you, and then frame me for it, ultimately leading to my demise," he said. Shuri replied coldly, "What a diabolical scheme." Naruto remarked, "In an effort to entice me to join their ranks, they have slandered you, accusing you of patricide and usurpation, branding you as a tyrant of unparalleled wickedness." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lu's ire was kindled, and he inquired, "Senior, may I take action first?" He continued, "Fortunately, it is you, esteemed elder. Had it been another, the situation might have escalated, and the kingdom of birds could have fallen prey to their treachery." Naruto remarked, "Oh, I have promised." The heron smiled gently, her charm captivating, and said, "Senior, should you aspire to be the esteemed leader of the land of birds, I shall wholeheartedly support you." Naruto touched his nose. marveling at the remarkable ability to climb the social ladder. He almost ended up stumbling over his own feet. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he could simply join in and leisurely enjoy some sunflower seeds from the sidelines. I suppose I could go along with it, Naruto remarked. Shirue, on the other hand, hoped fervently that Naruto would acquiesce. Should he do so, she would be relieved of the heavy burden she had been carrying. It was then that Shirue realized she did not even know Naruto's name, prompting her to inquire, "Excuse me, but I still do not know your name," Naruto remarked. "It matters not. Simply regard me as a passerby who has taken advantage of this place." Shuri questioned with suspicion. "Taken advantage of?" Naruto tapped his forehead and said, "I apologize, my tongue slipped, and I inadvertently revealed my heartfelt thoughts." The heron replied, "I still wish to know what our senior has ensnared us in." Naruto remarked, "Well, you'll come to understand this in due time. I have nearly bewildered you, the ruler of this nation. Gradually, this will inevitably evolve into a branch of the flame dragon. Alas, invincibility is indeed my domain." Noticing Naruto's reluctance to elaborate, Zhu Lu refrained from pressing further and inquired once more, "Senior, what is your name?" "Naruto, this is of no significance." "Sakura, this is of great importance." Naruto inquired, "So, will I need to have a true longevity tablet erected for me in the future?" The elegant-eyed Shirue blinked and responded, "A longevity tablet? What sort of object is that?" Naruto stated, "It's nothing. I am called Youming." This name was familiar to Zhu Lu, yet she sensed that it was not Naruto's true identity. Zhu Lu replied, "I do not believe it." Naruto remarked, "You must believe me, for my name is indeed Youming. You may call me Uncle Youming." Zhu Lu, feeling disinclined to converse further with Naruto, inquired, "Senior, may I ask where your hometown lies?" Naruto remarked, "My hometown is a distant place, far beyond your imagination." The heron inquired, "Where is it?" Naruto remarked, "Beyond the distant stars, at the edge of the universe, within the flowing river of time, at the terminus where the sun and moon do not illuminate." Zhu Lu's expression darkened as she said, "Senior, if you do not wish to speak, you may simply say so." Naruto earnestly declared, "These are words from the depths of my heart. All that I say is true." Zhu Lu turned away and replied, "Senior, at times, you can be truly insufferable." Naruto touched his nose and said, "Why don't you believe me? I am not lying." Suru hurried away, disappearing into the forest, vanishing from sight. Naruto did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed at the night sky, lost in thought, a look of longing etched upon his face. He truly yearned for home. Alas, a sigh escaped his lips, resonating far and wide in the tranquil night. Naruto also vanished among the treetops. Initially, he intended to return directly to his room. However, he soon realized that one of his subordinates was attempting to ambush his shadow clone. Naruto remarked, "Even with my shadow clones, a mere gust could send you flying. To attempt a sneak attack on me is quite foolish." The intruder silently entered Naruto's room, but before even approaching him, was sent flying by a single slap from Naruto. Crashing through the door, what transpired? Zai, upon emerging, found his subordinate's face distorted, indicating that the force was undoubtedly formidable. This visitor's strength seemed to surpass that of a Jonin. Zai inquired once more, "What has happened?" Naruto remarked, "I was in meditation when this individual stealthily entered my chamber. Assuming he was a thief, I acted swiftly and sent him flying out." The broom interjected, "Yume, my apologies. He is not a thief, but rather one of my subordinates." Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. How could you look so unattractive? You truly resemble a scoundrel." The expression of the person whom Naruto had sent flying with a broom was quite unpleasant, their complexion darkening. Naruto continued, "Then why did he enter my room?" With a cold expression, Zhao questioned, "Tianhe, what is the matter?" Tianhe replied, "I am indignant." Naruto remarked, "I have done nothing to provoke you. What grievance do you harbor? Is it not evident that your appearance pales in comparison to mine, thus igniting your jealousy?" The expressions of both individuals darkened further. Had not this matter already been settled? Ji, with great restraint, interjected, "Tianhe, Youming is my esteemed guest. Remember, such rudeness shall not be tolerated in the future." Tianhe replied, "Understood." Ji then smiled at Naruto and continued, "Youming, it is because I have entrusted you with a precious treasure that Tianhe feels aggrieved and has troubled you. He has now learned his lesson. For my sake, let us overlook his transgression this time." Naruto stated, "Since the master seeks excellence, I shall naturally comply." The broom replied, "Thank you." Naruto remarked, "Master Mingzone, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for a rest." Yawning, he turned to return to his room. Zhao interjected, "Youming, Please wait a moment. Naruto halted his steps, turned around, and inquired, Master Mingzong, is there anything else? The broom replied, we shall set forth tomorrow. I hope the underworld will not fail to keep its promise. Naruto remarked, ah, very well. If this can be concluded swiftly, I shall depart sooner to continue my journey. With that, he entered the house. The expressions of Ji and Tianhe immediately darkened. A chilling smile played upon Ji's lips. You still wish to leave? Such fanciful delusions. He mused. Ji and Tianhe proceeded into the dwelling to discuss their perspectives with the others inside, having acquired some understanding of Naruto's capabilities. Following the successful completion of their plans, they intended to devise strategies tailored to counter Naruto's strength. Chapter 149. The Cloud and Smoke Palm. The following day, Naruto was roused early, as the plan devised by Ji and the other wandering ninjas was set to commence. Naruto encountered Lu and Beichin, two characters who left their mark in the original narrative. Both met their demise at the hands of Kakashi. Lu appeared to possess greater strength, prompting Kakashi to employ his Sharingan, while Beichin suffered a rather ignoble fate, having his head swiftly severed by Kakashi. Naruto and his companions proceeded to the palace where Zhu Lu resided. Upon their arrival, they found Zhu Lu had been awaiting them for quite some time, accompanied by Hong Ming, who joined her in anticipation. Zhu Lu remarked, Lord Ming, you have finally arrived. Zhua, perplexed, inquired, Lady Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhu Lu replied with a cold smirk, what do I mean? Have you not come here today for a specific purpose? Are you not aware of it in your hearts? Zhua's pupils involuntarily contracted as the realization struck them. Their plans had been unveiled. Instinctively, all gazes turned towards Naruto. Naruto raised his hands in exasperation, asking, what do you want from me? Did you not claim that Lord Lu had slain her kin for the sake of authority? Why not simply impeach him? Humming interjected, Mingzong, do not speak so recklessly. Such words do not befit one of your esteemed stature. Zhou, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to himself how this audacious fellow had managed to articulate such a claim, thereby jeopardizing their advantage. Before Zhou could respond, Zhu Lu's piercing gaze fell upon him as she coldly inquired, Lord Mingzong, might you elucidate this matter for us? Zhou replied nonchalantly, what is there to explain? Zhu Lu pressed on, concerning my father's poisoning since his burial, no one has disturbed his grave. How could you possibly know he died from poison? Zhou answered, I discerned it at the time of Lord Lu's demise. He succumbed to poison. Zhu Lu insisted, then why did you not speak of it before? Zhou replied calmly, because I lacked power and influence, and could only bide my time. What a shameless villain, attempting to absolve himself in such a manner. Zhu Lu retorted, lacking power and influence? After my father's death, you were undoubtedly the most powerful in the kingdom of birds. Even General Hongming pales in comparison. Is that what you call lacking authority? Moreover, in my father's lifetime, he frequently summoned you, discussing many crucial matters, should you wish to act. It would have been quite simple. Zhou countered, my lady, you speak too harshly. Zhu Lu let out a chilling laugh. Harsh? Is it truly too much, Lord Mingzong? As Zhou perceived the mockery in Zhu Lu's eyes, a sense of realization dawned upon him. It seemed that this lady had indeed matured and was privy to many truths. Hongming's voice cut through the tension. Mingzong, surrender for your conspiracy against the former Lord Lu, and you shall meet a dignified end. Zhou responded, Hongming, what are you saying? I do not comprehend. Zhu Lu interjected, if you do not understand, allow me to tell you a tale. There exists a group of ninjas without a fixed nation or village, roaming freely, mastering the essence of stealth techniques, and crafting unique skills. They are known as the Wandering Ninjas. Among them are three prominent leaders, with Zhou as the chief, alongside Lu and Beichin. At this juncture, Zhu Lu's gaze sharpened like an arrow as she fixed her icy stare upon Zhou and the others, declaring, do you now comprehend? The assembly of wandering ninjas could not fail to grasp that they had been thoroughly exposed. Zhou asked, when did you discover this? Zhu Lu replied, long ago. In that moment, her expression was inscrutable, making it impossible to discern the veracity of her words. Zhou remarked, well done, your restraint speaks volumes. You surpass your father by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Naruto began his performance, exclaiming, wait. All eyes turned to him, eager to see what he would do next. Ming gazed at the broom and inquired with perplexity, Master Mingzong, does this imply that you were the one who eliminated the previous Lord Lu? In that moment, the broom held nothing back and replied, indeed, it was I. However, this was due to his utter failure to act. He lacked the ability to guide the common folk toward happiness. Instead, he abused his position to oppress others and perpetrate wrongdoing. For the sake of the citizens of the Bird Kingdom, it became imperative to take his life. Naruto remarked, however, the common folk hold him in high regard. In response, Sho furiously exclaimed, that is merely a consequence of his unscrupulous tactics. Naruto, in a display of resilience, pondered, yet, it is not merely a few individuals involved, but a multitude. Is this also a facet of his strategy? In truth, Naruto was acutely aware that it was indeed feasible, as exemplified by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, exclaimed Sho. At that moment, Tsuru interjected, Senpai, that will suffice. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Sho and the others turned toward Naruto. If they could not decipher the truth at this juncture, they would be deemed foolish, for Naruto was undeniably one of Tsuru's own. Whoosh. Naruto's body flashed as he landed opposite the broom and others. He remarked, you truly are quite foolish. Do you recall my very first words? Though only a brief moment had passed, it was indeed difficult for them to fully remember Naruto's initial complete statement. At this juncture, Zhu spoke up, Father. Brother. The broom and Lu turned their gazes sharply towards Zhu, with the broom inquiring, Who are you? Zhu removed her crown and declared, I am Zhu. In your quest to seize control of the bird kingdom, you poisoned my father and subsequently my brother. For the sake of the bird kingdom and to exact my vengeance, I must live on in my brother's stead. Hongming knelt, saying, My Lady Lu, you have endured much. He could only imagine the suffering and inner turmoil that Lady Lu had experienced, far surpassing their own. Knowing who was responsible for the demise of her kin yet being powerless to retaliate, for the enemy held considerable influence in the bird kingdom, where many revered him as a devoted follower. Zhu proclaimed, Today, I shall avenge my father and brother. I demand your demise. With that, she soared into the air, her inner strength surging into her fists, and with a fierce shout, she struck towards the broom and the others. Lu stepped forward, exclaiming, All things in nature, assimilation technique. Empowered by his ninjutsu, he transformed into a figure of stone, remarkably resilient, capable of shattering even the hardest teeth. Yet before Zhu, he was but a puppet, obliterated by her punch. As Lu's form shattered, the broom, Bei Chun, and the others displayed no signs of pain, merely observing in silence. Whoosh. In the next moment, the fragments of stone hurtled towards Zhu. She unleashed her inner power, a forceful shockwave that sent the debris flying. Just then, the broom activated his ninjutsu, a lackluster shadow mimicry technique, attempting to ensnare Zhu. Lu shouted, Assimilation. Sand binding coffin. Countless grains of sand surged forth, aiming to restrain Zhu. Lady Lu. Hongming's expression shifted dramatically as he called out. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto shook his head and remarked, Utterly disastrous. This technique, devoid of the essence of ninjutsu, is simply abysmal. This shadow mimicry technique cannot even control Zhu, who effortlessly breaks free. Zhu called out, Cloud Smoke Palm. In Chapter 150, You want me to become a monk. The Cloud Smoke Palm is a martial art imparted to Zhu by Naruto, specifically designed for female practitioners. It comprises 8 palms, each consisting of 18 moves. However, Naruto has only taught her the first 4 palms, as the latter 4 would be beyond her current capabilities. A single execution could potentially drain her inner energy entirely. The first palm of the Cloud Smoke Palm is known as Cloud Peak's Glow. Zhu, sensing the position of Lu, moved with remarkable speed, as light and graceful as smoke, evading the sandstorm assault. Her palm struck his body, producing a resounding explosion that shattered the stone fragments, rendering Lu utterly defenseless. The immense force penetrated Lu's internal organs, severing his meridians and rupturing his lungs. Blood flowed from Lu's mouth as he inquired, How did you know about me? Zhu replied, You are not truly made of stone. Have you turned your hearts to stone? Lu responded, I see now. Zhu applied more force with her palm, causing Lu's body to weaken, covered in countless fissures. Blood continuously oozing as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhu and Beichen exchanged astonished glances. While they battled Lu, Beichen had no opportunity to speak. And Zhu's words merely held a 50-50 chance of success. Yet, in Zhu's hands, a single palm was sufficient to end Lu's life, showcasing her formidable strength, far beyond what they could contend with. Zhu expressed, I apologize, esteemed elder. I acted too swiftly and failed to restrain my strength, resulting in his demise. Naruto was indeed indulging in snacks while sipping a bottle of sake, appearing as though he were an audience member at a performance. He remarked, It's nothing. Merely a minor character. If he dies, so be it. Shirogane expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. The broom turned to Naruto and stated, You may. If you lend us your assistance, The kingdom of birds shall grant you half. Shirogane directly proclaimed, Senior, I shall step down. You may assume the title of the daimyo of the kingdom of birds. Naruto clapped his hands and said, Oh dear, I am merely a bystander. My mother taught me not to meddle in others' affairs. Beichin's cold gaze flickered, and two concealed projectiles shot towards Naruto's throat with deadly precision. He had long held a disdain for Naruto, and now he was determined to act. Zhu Lu coldly remarked, Fool, who granted you the audacity to ambush a senior? Surely, he who can mentor a disciple as exceptional as I possesses formidable strength. Zhao bellowed, No. How could this imbecile dare to launch a surprise attack against him? Naruto remarked. To ambush me, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Manipulating two meteor shurikens, he declared, I return them to you. The two shurikens struck North Star before he could react, causing him to collapse. Among those present, none could discern the trajectory of the shurikens. They appeared to traverse through the fabric of space before colliding with North Star. Naruto certainly did not kill him. He merely severed his limbs with internal energy, leaving him to suffer a fate worse than death. The expression on Zhao's face changed dramatically, for he understood that the strength of this specter was undeniably formidable. Naruto effortlessly drew Beichin towards him, casting him at Hongming's feet, and said, I entrust him to you. He must not perish. Hongming replied, Understood, Senior. The meteoric dart, moving at such extraordinary speed, astonishingly failed to pierce the bandit's flesh. How could this be? Such an achievement was beyond his capabilities. Even Lord Liu could not accomplish it. This individual was a formidable master, not to be trifled with. One could not afford to offend him. Zhua looked at Naruto with a hint of trepidation, realizing he had perhaps underestimated this person's prowess. That kind of precise power was far beyond what he could contend with. Naruto declared, Do not gaze upon me. Rest assured, should you refrain from striking me, I shall remain but a mere bystander. Zhu Lu retorted, Broom, let us engage in a battle to the death. Should you triumph over me, you may take your leave. Broom responded, Is that truly the case? Zhu Lu replied coldly, Indeed. At that moment, Hongming also expressed his stance, stating, I too shall not interfere, nor shall the soldiers. Naruto remarked, You appear somewhat uncomfortable in this guise. It would be best for you to return to your true form. With a wave of his hand, the monk transformed, revealing a figure clad in dark gray armor, a bald head, and a slight beard, exuding an air of darkness. Naruto remarked, How truly unsightly. The broom inquired, How did you manage that? Naruto offered a faint smile and remarked, It's a secret. I simply won't tell him. Just to infuriate him. To him, this transformation technique was nothing more than a mere illusion, easily seen through, and thus not worthy of pride. Were it to be compared to the Monkey King's 72 transformations, even in his current state, not to mention if he were to shatter the void, he would remain unable to discern the truth. Zhu Dao observed, This is advantageous. It facilitates combat. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals and proclaimed, Shadow Clone Technique. Zhu Dao continued, Lord Liu, I do not believe you can distinguish my clones. Had there been an untrained red heron, or one that had not mastered the ninja arts, they would undoubtedly be unable to perceive the truth. Yet, at this moment, the red heron indeed saw through it, owing to the essence of life. There existed a qualitative disparity between the life force of the original and that of the clones. The red heron fixed her gaze upon one of the clones and stated, I can recognize you, but I have no need to. She soared into the air and declared, Mist of Clouds. This was the second technique of the cloud and mist palm, enveloping the area in swirling fog. The sound of successive thuds echoed as one clone after another vanished, culminating in a final hand seal that struck the position of the original clone, sending it and numerous others hurtling away. In midair, Zhu suffered grievously, blood spewing forth in a dismal plight. However, his torment did not cease. As soon as his body stilled, he was sent flying once more by a kick. The assailant was none other than the red heron, who had matched the retreating pace of Zhu. What followed was a brutal onslaught, the cries of agony harmonizing with the relentless pounding of fists, creating a symphony of exquisite torment. The red heron sought to repay all the suffering she had endured over the years, unleashing her pin-up fury upon Zhu. Naruto thought to himself, Poor child. After a while, Shuri returned, dragging a weary broom behind him. He approached Naruto and said, Senior, he is not dead. Naruto remarked, He's barely hanging on. He also noticed the lower half of the broom, soaked in blood, leaving a considerable pool. A chill ran down his spine. This was rather brutal, and it was clear that this man would not survive. The heron blushed slightly and said, I accidentally stepped on it. Naruto, there is no need for explanation. I shall not inquire whether you possess a sense of touch. Naruto remarked, you have avenged your great grievance, so I shall take my leave. To which Zulu responded, wait. Naruto was taken aback and exclaimed, please do not make me a feudal lord. I have absolutely no interest in that, truly. Homing also glanced at Zulu, silently thinking, Lord Lu, I hope you are not serious. Zulu replied, I assure you, that esteemed elder, currently Meng Zong, no. I mean the position of the broom has become vacant. Might you consider? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, stepping back a distance, and said, you want me to become a monk? No, no, I still aspire to marry. Chapter 151. The broom's demise. Before Zulu could provide an explanation, Naruto vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Observing Naruto's disappearance, Zulu let out a sigh. Homing approached and remarked, Lord Lu, it appears that this elder had no desire to assume the position of Meng Zong. Zulu replied, it is evident. He lacks any ambition for such matters. If only these wandering ninjas possessed similar awareness, my father and brother would not have resorted to such a tragic fate. Homing nodded in agreement, indeed. Zulu handed the broom to Homing, who then inquired, Lord Lu, what shall we do with them? Zulu responded, imprison them, but do not let them starve. Allow them to live, much like ants. Homing shuddered slightly and bowed, saying, yes, Lord Lu. Zulu reassured him, rest assured, General Homing. My ruthlessness will not be directed towards our own people. Homing maintained a humble demeanor, replying, understood, Lord Lu. Naruto remarked, fortunately, I ran swiftly, otherwise. If that little girl had latched onto me, it would have been quite a predicament. The broom has been apprehended, and my journey to the land of birds has come to an unequivocal end. It is time for me to take my leave. The egret has arrived, and she is now here in broad daylight. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? To which Zulu replied, am I not welcome? Naruto nodded without reservation, yes. Shuri remarked, how could the senior behave like this? After all, I am considered one of his disciples. Shuri spoke defiantly, this is also the territory of the daimyo. I have always come here, for I am now the daimyo. Naruto, this girl has undergone a transformation. It is indeed a good thing. One cannot remain ensnared in the past, can they? At that very moment, Naruto's body quivered, emanating an enigmatic power, rendering him sacred and inviolable. He found himself enveloped in a nebulous realm, teetering on the brink of consciousness, his presence ethereal. Lo and behold, Zulu absorbed the power radiating from Naruto, and astonishingly, her strength surged beyond its previous limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Zulu too succumbed to the allure of cultivation, drawing in the essence of true energy to transcend her own limitations. After a considerable interval, Naruto began to awaken, murmuring to himself, when I speak of others, am I not also ensnared in my own past? His heart remained shackled by the weight of his former life. Yet, even in his understanding, he would inevitably return to that bygone era. This little girl is truly fortunate to have encountered me, Naruto mused inwardly. The true energy he emitted was immaculate and untainted. Even without a cultivation technique, it could elevate her to the innate realm. Naruto murmured, let this be a gift that aids my breakthrough in resilience. It sufficed for her to achieve her own advancement. Sharing the methods of cultivation was another matter entirely. At present, Naruto had ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Great Harmony realm. Should he experience two more such epiphanies, he would be poised to transcend into the realm of transcendence. After a considerable time, Zulu also awakened. The first act upon regaining consciousness was to rise and bow, exclaiming, Arigato. Naruto remarked, little girl, you are indeed blessed with good fortune. To which Zulu humbly replied, I dare not take credit. All of this is the result of the elder's efforts. Naruto remarked, if one is not favored by fortune, how could they possibly encounter someone like me? The heron pondered for a moment before replying, I find myself unable to dispute that. Naruto inquired, enough of the idle chatter, pray tell, what brings you to seek me out? To which Tsuru replied, Senpai, are you indeed preparing to depart? Naruto remarked, of course, matters have been settled, and I must continue my journey. Shiroki felt a twinge of sadness. Over this period, she had grown accustomed to Naruto's presence, and with his departure, she was uncertain whom she could confide in. Senpai, will you return? Shiroki inquired, her voice imbued with a sense of longing. Naruto, it is uncertain to say, but if the opportunity arises, I shall naturally return to revisit this cherished place. The heron replied, the land of birds will always welcome you, esteemed senior. You shall forever be an honored guest in the land of birds. Naruto said, little girl, Do not tempt me. My heart cannot withstand such a lure. Zhu replied then. Senior, do stay. Naruto, let it be. Zhu Li's expression reflected a struggle, as if there were unspoken words yearning to be expressed. Naruto inquired, little girl, do you have anything else to say? Zhu Lu nodded and replied, Senior, I have made my decision. Naruto gazed at her, awaiting her response. However, it appeared that Suki was waiting for Naruto to inquire further, as she did not answer immediately. After Naruto asked, what have you decided? She replied, I intend to propagate the martial arts throughout the entire land of birds. Naruto inquired, have you made up your mind? Zhu Lu responded, I have indeed come to a conclusion. If it reaches a point beyond control, and if the kingdom of Yanlong truly possesses such prosperity, then we shall fully integrate into Yanlong and become a province under its governance. Naruto proclaimed, what remarkable courage. I stand firmly in your support. I am the Dragon King. As long as you join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, you may pursue any endeavor you desire, and I shall wholeheartedly endorse it. Zhu Lu replied, thank you, esteemed senior. Naruto remarked, however, altering the perceptions of the common folk presents a formidable challenge. To this, Shirue replied, I am confident they will abide by my decision. What more could Naruto say? He was rendered speechless. After a brief exchange, Shirue prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she made a request of Naruto. She wished to bid him farewell when he set off the following day. Naruto, do not, for he is devoid of such tragic sentiment. He does not reject her, yet he will not grant her an opportunity. One night, Naruto awakens from his slumber, not due to a desire to flee into the night, but because someone has arrived, individuals from the Youming residence. Naruto rose from his bed, and before the visitor could knock, he opened the door and inquired, are you looking for me? The individual replied, my lord Yume, both Cho and Bachin have perished. Naruto raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is the matter? It is unclear. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of the two individuals are exceedingly peculiar. Lord Egretz is also unaware of the situation, which is why I was sent to seek your assistance. Naruto said, very well, I shall go ahead, and you will follow shortly. Yes, my lord Yume. Naruto's soul was confined within the cell, and soon after, an individual appeared at the door. He stepped inside and beheld Shuri and Akami examining the corpse within the confines of the cell. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Shuri spoke, Senior. Naruto inquired, what is happening? To which Shuri replied, I am uncertain. When the guards arrived, this was the scene that unfolded. Two individuals had already perished. Naruto gazed upon the two individuals, their bodies drenched in blood, a vivid crimson that bore no foul odor, eliminating the possibility of poisoning. Their skin was completely ruptured, as if some force had violently expanded from within, causing their very beings to burst forth in a horrifying demise. Naruto inquired, have you not resorted to torture once more? To this, both Shuri and Akamitsu shook their heads in unison, replying no. Our vital signs are stable, and we speak the truth. Naruto conducted a meticulous examination once more and discerned that the muscle tissue of both individuals had significantly aged. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he spoke. Summon the guards. I wish to ascertain certain details. Understood, replied Tsuru. Chapter 152. Departing from the land of birds, encountering pursuers. Naruto's gaze fell upon the two guards as he spoke. Relate to me the events that transpired before their demise. One guard replied, we were stationed outside when we heard two faint sounds. Upon entering, we discovered that the two had already perished. Naruto inquired, after their demise, did anything extraordinary transpire? Perhaps a peculiar energy or chakra? Indeed, came the response. Upon our entrance into the chamber, there was indeed an enigmatic energy intertwined with chakra, most arcane in nature. I too sensed it, and I find myself pondering what force could possibly manifest to such an extent. Naruto remarked, is there still chakra? Indeed, there is quite a substantial amount. Naruto said, all right, I understand. You may leave now. Once the two guards departed, Zhu Lu inquired, Senior, you are aware of what has transpired, are you not? Naruto remarked, little girl, should you unleash your inner power, it could very well lead to your demise. Zhu Lu, taken aback, inquired, have they also practiced martial arts techniques? Naruto remarked, indeed, on my very first day, I foresaw that they would turn my own courtesy against me. So I laid a trap for them, providing them with a flawed technique that would confine their strength to the third tier. Zhu Lu responded, so, you were suggesting that they brought about their own demise? Naruto shook his head and replied, no, they perished because of me. Hearing this, Shirue wore a look of skepticism and inquired, Why is that? Naruto remarked. You need not concern yourself with this. It exceeds the boundaries of your understanding. This did not sit well with Tsuru, for she was a sovereign, having perused numerous texts over the years. What could there possibly be that she was unworthy of knowing? Naruto spoke the truth. This indeed transcended the realm of comprehension for Shiruki. Even he himself was perplexed by the nature of this power, unable to fathom its essence. Shiruki remarked, Senior, it is precisely because they practiced the incomplete techniques that they could not endure such an overwhelming surge of energy, leading to their tragic demise. Naruto remarked. It truly is a demise of explosive proportions. Shirue inquired, Am I correct? Naruto, you are correct about their manner of death. However, it is not due to their training. Shuri, why is that? Naruto retorted. Do you truly believe they would contemplate death? Though they are wandering ninjas and lead a life fraught with hardship, they have never entertained the notion of taking their own lives. They understand that cultivating chakra would lead to the assimilation of their inner energy, which in turn could result in their bodies being overwhelmed and destroyed. Thus, it is only natural that they refrain from practicing chakra. Tsuru affirmed with certainty. They likely would not. Naruto exclaimed, Exactly. To which Tsukuyami replied, Senior, this is contradictory. If they did not cultivate, how could their internal energy increase? Only to eventually explode and lead to their demise? Naruto said, I cannot say. It is best not to speak further, as too much discussion could lead to complications. Naruto spoke again. Little girl, I must take my leave now. Farewell. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and when it dissipated, Naruto had vanished without a trace. Julu's expression turned somewhat despondent as she murmured, Senior, the land of birds will always welcome you. Hongming inquired, Lady Lu, who exactly is this esteemed elder? It seems there is no mention of him in the ninja world. With such formidable strength, he cannot possibly be an ordinary person, and it is inconceivable that someone of his caliber would remain obscure. Julu replied, He should indeed be well known, for this is not his true appearance. This is merely my intuition. Naruto's demeanor and actions are not characteristic of a man in his 30s, but rather suggest someone in their 20s. Hongming remarked, That does make sense. Who could he possibly be? Julu responded, That remains uncertain. This elder excels in both ninjutsu and martial arts, and I cannot fathom anyone who would match such a description. Naruto, having ventured 10 miles beyond the capital of the bird country, soared through the air, his mind awash with contemplation. If the incident involving Wu Ding was indeed an accident, then this circumstance could hardly be deemed as such. The bodies of Zhao and Beichen had aged somewhat, a detail that others might easily overlook, yet Naruto would not dismiss it. The frenzied extraction of chakra, subsequently assimilated by internal energy, had proven overwhelming, ultimately leading to their explosion. The technique was bestowed upon them by him, indicating that their demise was intricately linked to his own existence. It appeared as though their fate was inexorably entwined, destined to meet their end at Naruto's hands. Naruto inquired, What on earth is happening? What force is exerting its influence? Is it the tenets of the ninja way? Has it grown stronger, thereby orchestrating events from the shadows? Naruto found himself perplexed. However, it appeared that this situation had taken on a rather intriguing turn. Naruto murmured, I shall be most curious to witness how you intend to extinguish the life of your next victim. Naruto's next destination is the Land of Bears. Situated to the west of the Land of Birds, the Land of Bears is a small nation, even smaller in area than its neighbor. As the dawn broke in the east, Naruto departed from the Land of Birds and crossed into the borders of the Land of Bears. Naruto descended to the ground and, stifling a yawn, intended to find a place to take a nap. However, someone had other plans for him. This morning was unexpectedly thick with an atmosphere of impending danger. 2 ninjas were in pursuit of another ninja. Naruto murmured to himself, It has nothing to do with me. Arriving at the base of a tree, he noticed a hollow at its pinnacle and intended to rest for a while. However, the words of one ninja caught his attention, preventing him from taking a break. This individual had overheard our conversation. We cannot allow him to return to the Land of Wind, nor can we let Gaara learn of our plans. Naruto was compelled to halt his advance. Given the stakes involving Gaara and the Land of Wind, he had no choice but to proceed with caution. Chakra surged forth, transforming into sand that cradled his feet, and then he vanished into thin air. The expressions of the 2 pursuing ninjas shifted subtly. One of them, adorned with a headscarf, remarked, A ninja from the Land of Wind. Naruto replied, Indeed. To which the individual responded, I did not inquire of you. Naruto remarked, I am merely playing around. Another companion inquired, Are you from the Land of Wind or the Land of Martial Arts? The man did not exude an amiable aura, a scar marred his face, lending him a somewhat menacing appearance. The land of martial arts. That territory should be under the control of Gaara and his allies. Naruto remarked. The martial wind nation must be a place where one cultivates martial arts, for I hail from the land of wind. Speaking nonsensically, he uttered words with such ease, maintaining his composure without a hint of embarrassment, which can only be attributed to his remarkable character. The individual adorned with a headscarf inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Naruto felt somewhat speechless. Is this confirmation sincere? How do you discern truth from falsehood? Naruto remarked, Indeed, however, I have just returned from my travels and am unaware of the events that have transpired in the land of wind. Could you enlighten me? Upon hearing this, the pursued individual immediately sought to flee, but alas, Naruto did not afford him the opportunity. A tempest of swirling sand enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring him within its grasp. He found no avenue for escape. This display of prowess caused both onlookers to exchange glances, their eyes alight with recognition. Such strength undoubtedly surpassed that of A.J. Nin. They remarked, "Your skills are truly commendable." Chapter 153, A Game of Cat and Mouse. Naruto humbly waved his hand and remarked, "Merely a minor technique." A trivial feat, he then expressed with considerable pride. "This is a ninjutsu I devised through my understanding of the assimilation and binding coffin." The man in the headscarf exclaimed, "Impressive. Such an ability to create ninjutsu is a testament to your extraordinary nature." Naruto smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment. May I ask you to share your thoughts now?" The scar-faced man inquired, "What is your name?" Naruto remarked, "Hiro Luo." The scar-faced man responded, "Hiro Luo?" Naruto nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you must have heard of me. I assure you, I have grown immensely stronger." However, the scar-faced man interrupted Naruto's self-praise, stating, "Apologies, but we are not familiar with you. This is, after all, the land of wind." Naruto mused, "Indeed. My father once remarked that his legacy rests upon the sands of the land. Had they not fallen into obscurity, they might have secured a position among the elders." The scarred face exchanged glances with his companion, as if they both discerned that this fellow's mind was somewhat unhinged, which made him quite manageable. The scarred face then said, "My heroic friend, how splendid it would have been had you returned sooner." Naruto naturally took the cue and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The scarred face replied, "In discussing such matters, dear hero, could you enlighten us about your current level of strength?" Naruto chuckled, proclaiming, "Under the shadow of the Hokage, I am invincible. Above the shadow, it is a trade of 1-for-1. The Scarface duo remarked, "Is there truly one so arrogant?" Naruto declared fiercely, "What? You don't believe me? Very well, I shall indulge you." With a swift motion, he raised his palm and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then uttered, "Sand surge." Instantly, a tempest of yellow sand enveloped the two individuals. Naruto continued, "The sandstorm, the whirlwind, transformed into a colossal dragon, which incessantly twisted and swirled, stirring the winds into a tempest." The scarred-faced man exclaimed, "Hero, oh hero, we were mistaken, we were mistaken. We should never have doubted you. Nor your formidable power. Such a magnificent force was utterly beyond his capacity to impede." Naruto dispersed the dust and remarked, "Now you understand my prowess, do you not?" In truth, it was merely the strength of his position, though it appeared formidable. The two bowed and said, "We apologize. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed senior." Naruto emphatically stated, "That's more like it. Let us proceed." "Oh, where did we leave off?" The scar-faced man replied, "We have yet to discuss that." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, it has yet to commence." The scar-faced man exchanged glances with his companion, pondering the bizarre transformation that had rendered him so foolish. However, fortuitously, he was precisely the individual they required. The scar-faced man declared, "Hero, the land of wind has been divided into two. One part remains the land of wind, while the other has become the woofing nation." Naruto inquired, "One nation, two regimes?" The scarred face shook his head and replied, No, it is one nation, divided into two countries." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "How is this our SA being governed? How could such a situation arise? The Wind Country is a nation. It cannot be divided into two. This Kazekage is utterly incompetent." The scar-faced man responded, "My heroic friend, please remain calm, remain calm. This matter does not pertain to the fourth Kazekage. He bears no responsibility for this." Naruto, filled with rage, declared, "Come forth. Let me see who dares to separate the land of wind. I shall crush him to dust." The scarred-faced men exchanged glances, a subtle smile playing on their lips. Sensing the unfolding opportunity, One of them remarked, "This is entirely Gaara's fault. He is the one responsible for the division of the land of wind." Naruto, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Gaara, is he not the son of the Kazekage? How could he be the architect of the wind country's division? If he aspired to govern the wind country, he could simply await his father's succession, thereby claiming it as his own without resorting to such drastic measures." The scarred-faced man replied, "Who can argue otherwise? However, Gaara is inherently rebellious. He has allied himself with the land of the flame. Surely, my heroic brother is familiar with the land of the flame, is he not?" Naruto spoke with great caution. "The sacred land of martial arts is well known. This martial prowess is remarkably formidable. I once encountered an individual whose strength was on par with mine, yet I found myself outmatched by him." The scar-faced man interjected. After Gaara's accession to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, he wielded the banner of benefiting the Wind Country, ultimately fracturing it into two distinct factions. Naruto exclaimed in anger, "This ungrateful child! Just wait until I return to deal with him." His fury was so vividly portrayed that he could easily be mistaken for an Oscar-winning actor. After saying this, Naruto was about to turn away, intending to leave, when the scarred-faced man interjected, "Hero, please hold on. This individual is indeed a formidable master. While he possesses the strength of a shadow ninja, he would undoubtedly be no match for Gaara." Naruto proclaimed, "Who else do you have? Rest assured, Amir Jr. cannot stir up any significant waves in my grasp." His demeanor was imbued with an air of arrogance, as if in his eyes Gaara was but a trivial opponent to subdue at will. The scar-faced man cautioned, "Hero, one must not act recklessly. One must not act recklessly." A man adorned with a headscarf approached and added, "Indeed, one must exercise caution. Gaara has now mastered the martial arts and possesses a pair of Sharingan. Even the most formidable shinobi would find themselves at a disadvantage against him." Naruto remarked gravely, "The shadow ninja, the Sharingan. Could this imp possess such formidable strength?" The scar-faced man replied, "Not only is he exceedingly powerful, but he is not alone. There is another in the land of wind. A figure who is indeed one of the titans of the Flame Dragon Kingdom." Naruto inquired, "Who?" The scar-faced man replied word by word, "The former rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf, Orochimaru." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "The legendary Sannin of Konoha." The man wearing the headscarf replied, "Orochimaru possesses a pair of Sharingan as well. His strength is certainly on par with that of Gaara, if not superior." Naruto remarked, "This is inevitable, for they are the legendary Sannin, figures who have left an indelible mark on the ninja world. However, Gaara possesses Shikaku. As a Jinchuriki, he should not be underestimated." This sentiment, directed toward his comrades, was both reasonable and justifiable. In response, the two nodded in agreement, for who could deny Naruto's extraordinary strength in the present moment? Thus, they chose to offer their support. Naruto remarked, "Thus, it appears that no one in the land of wind can rival the two of us now." The scarred-faced man responded, "That may not necessarily be the case. Senior, your prowess is formidable, and with the assistance of other techniques, capturing Gaara and Orochimaru should pose no challenge." To this, Naruto shook his head, "But we are speaking of Orochimaru. It is quite difficult. Now, please share your plan." The scarred-faced man began to elaborate, saying, "Though Gaara has faced unjust treatment, remaining cold and unliked, he possesses a deep emotional core. His father has vanished, yet he still has a sister and a brother. Should we capture them, Gaara will undoubtedly comply." Naruto inquired, "Is this the reason you are pursuing the individual from earlier?" The scar-faced man replied, "It is entirely our fault. During the negotiations, we failed to pay attention to our surroundings, allowing him to overhear us. Fortunately, our senior managed to intercept him." Naruto smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. He has already gone to notify." Chapter 154, Pretense and Deception. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged astonished glances, both turning their attention to the sand sphere that held them captive. The scar-faced man inquired, "Hero Luo, what do you mean by that?" Naruto remarked, "It is of no significance. I have already released the person, and he should be nearing the land of wind by now." "What? Impossible." The two could hardly believe it. Their gazes fixated upon the controlled sand dunes, as they could not recall when the massive, solidified orb of sand had ever been opened. Naruto declared, "Since you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." As he waved his hand, the sand gradually fell away, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The answer was unmistakably clear. Within the sand sphere, there was nothing at all. The scar-faced man exclaimed, "Hero Luo, are you attempting to deceive me?" Naruto declared, "Bingo. You have answered correctly. And as a reward, I shall reveal my name to you. I am called Youming, now merely a visitor, with but one purpose, to usher my foes into the depths of darkness." The scarred-faced man, his expression grim, inquired, "Youming, who exactly are you?" Naruto exclaimed, "Are you foolish? I have already told you. Or is your hearing impaired? I am merely a visitor, a traveler. Do you comprehend?" The man wearing a headscarf retorted, "You scoundrel, you have jeopardized our grand scheme. Perish." Upon finishing his words, a kunai and 3 concealed projectiles were swiftly launched towards Naruto. With hands forming seals, he shouted, "Earth release, Earth Spear." A long, yellow earthen spear materialized, aiming directly at Naruto. Naruto pretentiously declared, "Space ninjutsu." Space passage. A swirling tempest of sand morphed into an array of conduits, ensnaring the incoming projectiles. Despite the kunai traversing through the sandy channels, under Naruto's death control, their velocity was augmented by nearly 70%. The scarred-faced man found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was merely a manifestation of space ninjutsu, akin to the techniques of the Wind Country, albeit reconfigured into a series of pipes. Naruto declared, "I have no fondness for your possessions. I shall return them to you." A sense of foreboding surged within the scarred visage, prompting a cautionary reminder, "Be wary, Chi." To which she responded, "Fear not, sleeve." With a series of deft movements, she evaded 3 concealed projectiles, yet was unable to escape the onslaught of a kunai, which he could only parry with his dagger. A sharp crack echoed as the dagger shattered, and the kunai pierced through Chi's form, emerging from his right shoulder, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. However, the ordeal was far from over, as the earthen spear returned with unerring precision. "Chi, be cautious," Sleeve shouted, his countenance shifting dramatically. Even the desire to render assistance was rendered futile. With a sickening thud, the earthen spear pierced through Chi's throat, irrevocably sealing his fate. Naruto scratched his head and said, "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce it. My sand pipeline can enhance the speed of hidden weapons by 70% and increase their power tenfold." The scar-faced man, aware that he was no match for the poison of the person before him, made the decision to flee. He refrained from using hidden weapons, instead performing hand seals, and shouted, "Great fog technique." Suddenly, the entire forest was enveloped in a thick mist, rendering visibility to mere inches. Naruto pondered, "Is this a technique from the Hidden Mist Village? Are these 2 individuals from the Land of Water?" In his perspective, it seemed unlikely that Mei Terumi would possess the audacity to interfere in the affairs of the Land of Flame. The rogue had fled, but not before ensuring to take the body of his fallen comrade with him. Naruto did not ascend to the heavens. Instead, he pursued the figures in the air, eager to discern their identities. The scarred-faced individual appeared exceedingly cautious, opting not to return to the base with the corpse, but rather to seek refuge in a cave. Upon entering, the figure in the headscarf observed the transformation of their body, ultimately becoming a white form. Upon witnessing this ethereal figure, Naruto felt no further need to conceal himself. He descended from the sky and entered the cave, exclaiming, "So it is you." Having sealed 90% of his soul and refrained from utilizing the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, coupled with his recent lack of engagement with them, he had nearly forgotten their existence. "Indeed, you have been tracking me, with the intention of acquiring our stronghold. This is the very reason for your presence here," Naruto remarked. "You are quite astute." Sakura inquired, "Are you aware of us?" Naruto nodded and said, "I am aware of some details. During a journey, I clandestinely observed a conversation between 2 individuals from the Land of Fire, one of whom was White Zetsu. Your appearance bears a striking resemblance to their description, hence my knowledge." Shio remarked, "The Land of Fire, once again, is associated with the Dragon of Flame's martial arts." Naruto hesitated and inquired, "What species are you, exactly?" This was, of course, a question posed with full knowledge of the answer, as he laughed away the doubts in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, Shio replied, "We are a magnificent race, fighting to protect our kin. The peace of the ninja world is safeguarded by us." How shameless, truly shameless. To claim that you uphold the peace of the ninja world takes an extraordinary level of audacity. Am I not aware that the 4th Great Ninja War was orchestrated by you? Naruto could only echo his words, to safeguard the peace of the ninja world. From the Warring States period to the present, it appears that your existence has been absent, has it not? How do you uphold the peace of the ninja world? Shio responded, "This is the struggle of the ninja themselves. The inherent inequalities within the ninja world will inevitably lead to conflict. They must embark on a personal quest to seek the answers to peace." Naruto inquired, "What then is the purpose of your existence?" To which Sasuke responded, "To safeguard the way of the ninja." Naruto comprehended that behind this group of white zetsu lay the profound consciousness of the shinobi way. Assuming an expression of confusion, he inquired, to protect the shinobi way? Why must it be safeguarded? To which Sasuke replied, because the shinobi way is currently under siege. Naruto remarked at the opportune moment, martial arts. Xiaodao replied, indeed, it is martial arts. As martial arts gain popularity, the practice of ninjutsu will gradually fade away, and the world will know no more of ninjutsu. Naruto inquired, I too am delving into the realms of ninjutsu and martial arts. It is undeniable that martial arts possess an overwhelming superiority over ninjutsu. Yet why is this so? If martial arts are indeed superior, what is wrong with choosing to pursue them? To which Xiaodao replied, incorrect. This notion merely scratches the surface. Naruto, how do you intend to articulate that? I am quite curious to see how you will attempt to deceive me. Xiaodao, indeed, this martial arts training surpasses the cultivation of ninjutsu. It not only enhances one's strength rapidly, but also prolongs life. Before he could finish his statement, Naruto interjected with a question, do you wish to die young? Xiaodao shook his head, providing a negative response. I do not wish to. Naruto remarked, isn't this sufficient? The martial arts not only fortify the body and prolong life, but also enhance one's strength rapidly. Is this not a positive development? Why should we seek to eradicate martial arts? Shio responded, you are profoundly mistaken. As martial arts continue to grow in strength, each individual possesses formidable power, leading to a reluctance to heed one another's commands. Fear will not prevail. Rather, conflicts will deepen, and struggles become inevitable. Ultimately, factions will form, and war will not be far behind. At that juncture, the ninja world will descend into chaos, resulting in greater casualties. Tell me, should martial arts truly exist? Chapter 155. The fractured white zetsu clone. Indeed, there is a visceral quality to this matter, yet they have overthought the situation. Achieving the first tier of martial arts is indeed probable. Among a population of 100 million, it is estimated that merely a few thousand might attain such prowess, with the highest odds being no more than 1 in 10,000. Many have practiced, yet most have merely strengthened their bodies. Naruto remarked, I must admit, I do not concur with that assertion. Sasuke inquired, why is that? Naruto remarked, not everyone is a harbinger of war. These warriors do not all revel in conflict. Take the land of the flame, for instance. They possess remarkable strength, yet have they genuinely instigated warfare? To which Shio countered, the nations of wind and fire. Are not the internal strife within these realms tantamount to warfare? Naruto retorted, how many civilians have perished? Could it be in the thousands? Consider the Third Shinobi World War, where other nations were nearly obliterated on their own soil, resulting in the tragic demise of hundreds of thousands of innocents. They suffered an unwarranted catastrophe. In comparison, the incidents between the land of wind and the land of fire seem rather trivial, do they not? Shio realized that she seemed unable to outmatch this so-called hero. The doctrines of the Flame Dragon Nation were undeniably virtuous, and they were effective in persuading the Na'vi, as they were largely unaware of the complexities of the Flame Dragon Nation. Yet, this individual before her appeared somewhat foolish, his manner of speaking rather simplistic, and his methods were merciless, delivering fatal blows with a single strike. Yet, he possessed an unexpected eloquence. Shio inquired, are you from the Flame Dragon Nation? Naruto remarked, oh, that is not the case. I am but a traveler, and my former nation has long since been obliterated. There is no fault in his words, for his homeland, the land of the whirlpools, has indeed been destroyed for quite some time. Shio replied, then why do you possess such profound knowledge of martial arts? Naruto remarked, I once ventured to the land of the fiery dragon, during the time when warriors clashed with ninjas. Uchiha Shisui was indeed formidable. I see, replied Shio. No wonder you possess such profound knowledge of the land of the fiery dragon. So, have you also cultivated the ways of martial arts? Naruto rubbed his hands together and remarked, I have practiced a bit, yet I have not delved deeply into my training. The martial arts cultivation method I possess is incomplete. To attain a more advanced technique, one must join the Flame Dragon Kingdom, a decision I have yet to contemplate thoroughly. Shio sneered. Such is the insidious strategy of the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Naruto inquired, might you grant me 100 million silver coins? The sleeve was utterly perplexed by Naruto's unexpected request for such a vast sum, responding, I cannot. Naruto spread his hands and remarked, isn't this sufficient? This is their unique technique, the very foundation of their livelihood. Why should we innocently relinquish it to others? Moreover, the 5 great nations, do they not maintain a firm grip on their numbers? This situation pales in comparison to the Flame Dragon Kingdom, which generously offers a portion of their techniques without charge. For many commoners, this is akin to a blessing. They could only aspire to attain a third-tier strength, essentially that of a lower ninja. In facing numerous minor adversities, they would be able to safeguard themselves. Does this not render other ninja villages even more formidable? He scratched his head, overwhelmed by the turmoil within him. Realizing that this individual was indeed an undercover agent dispatched by the Flame Dragon Kingdom, he found himself at a loss for words. Even a D-rank ninja technique from a ninja village would be safeguarded with utmost secrecy. By comparison, the martial arts here are undeniably superior. Resonating deeply within the hearts of people, he inquired, "Are you truly not a spy or warrior from the Flame Dragon Kingdom?" Naruto declared, "Certainly not. I am the founder of the martial arts of the Flame Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon King, not a spy." At that moment, he had completely forgotten that the person before him was the murderer of his comrades. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with how to win Naruto over. Believing that losing a single spore body was inconsequential, as he could easily create another upon his return, Naruto pointed out, "Thus, your argument is flawed and invalid. Your actions against the Flame Dragon Kingdom are driven by personal gain, are they not?" At that moment, Shio truly wished to refrain from engaging in dialogue with Naruto. It was exceedingly exhausting to craft each statement with utmost caution, yet he could not assure that there were no inconsistencies. Shio declared, "I maintain that we are on the side of justice." Naruto hummed, "Justice? You consider yourselves as such? Very well, let me inquire. How many innocents have you rescued? Speak no falsehoods. I can sense the truth. Rescue innocents? Is that something he would do? Killing is permissible, but saving lives is not." The figure in black replied, "None." Naruto inquired again, "How many lives have been taken?" Taking lives is a forte. As for the number of people slain, it has become a blur in memory. Naruto posed an additional inquiry. "Are there 20 individuals?" 20? That seems a bit insufficient. There should be around 40 or 50. My memory eludes me. Naruto disdainfully remarked, "You claim to embody justice, yet all you do is take lives without ever saving anyone. To me, you are nothing but a pitiful bunch, full of self-importance. Too cowardly to acknowledge the true purpose of your existence. You are worthless, like foul vermin." Perhaps Naruto's words were too harsh, for the sleeve abruptly intervened, exclaiming, "That's enough," as he swung his blade in response. Naruto swiftly evaded his attackers, feeling considerably more at ease. "Oh, are you upset? Am I not speaking the truth?" he exclaimed. "You pitiful rodents, so audacious in the shadowy depths of this underground lair. Gaara, the leader of the Land of Wind, is indeed entitled to shape the future of his nation. What right do you filthy vermin have to meddle in the affairs of others? Is it not for your selfish desires that you act? You dare to commit such acts but lack the courage to face the consequences. Truly, you are nothing but worthless swine. Instead of relying on your own strength, you resort to underhanded tactics, attempting to kidnap loved ones. It's utterly disgraceful." Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, "I shall end your life. I will kill you." Naruto declared, "Do you truly believe you are worthy to challenge me? Unless your current leader, Uchiha Obito, arrives, I might consider taking you seriously." With a chilling tone, Xiang retorted, "Fool, once you meet your demise, I shall relish in witnessing just how tough your words truly are." Naruto contemptuously remarked, "Explosive tags, is it?" The expression on Sho's face shifted as he inquired, "You are aware of this?" Naruto remarked, "I just rubbed my hands together, did you notice?" With a narrowed gaze, Sasuke inquired, "What do you mean?" Naruto declared, "Just now, I miscalculated a ninjutsu, a formation technique. You are now ensnared by me. No chakra can escape, rendering you incapable of detonating the 300 explosive tags buried within this cave." The figure, skeptical, swiftly formed hand seals, but after a moment of futile effort, relinquished hope and inquired, "Who on earth are you? You cannot possibly be an ordinary traveler." In that moment, Naruto wove a tale, his voice laced with an ominous chill. "I have sought you for a long time. I once encountered an entity, one dark and one light, whose appearances bore some resemblance to yours, yet their essence resonated similarly. They committed an unforgivable transgression. Now, tell me, where is that wretch?" The figure retorted, "So you were feigning ignorance from the very beginning." Naruto remarked, "How is my performance?" Chapter 156, Successfully Entering the Star-Hidden Village. To benefit from a situation while feigning innocence, this perfectly describes Naruto at present. Naruto inquired, "I shall pose a question to you. Should you provide an answer, I will spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits." To which Sasuke retorted, "There is no need to squander time. Let us proceed. Naruto sighed. Alas, although you were granted life through the technique of spores, you now possess an independent consciousness. Why choose this path? Very well, I shall oblige you. With a simple hand sign, he declared, giant sand hand. A colossal claw materialized, enveloping the figure within its grasp and swiftly extinguishing its life. Having completed this act, Naruto departed from the cavern, igniting an explosive tag that caused the entire cave to collapse. After a considerable interval, a fist-sized white zetsu emerged from a fragment of earth, glancing at the retreating figure of Naruto with an air of relief before turning to leave. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Naruto had not departed. His form materialized upon the stone pedestal outside the cave. He murmured, "This technique is quite impressive." Planting the spore technique upon the corpse of a comrade, placing the body in peril, thus preserving a final resort. This white zetsu has indeed matured. I wonder if those who stand behind it will seek me out. After all, I have become somewhat of an anomaly myself. I find myself rather looking forward to it. Naruto did not journey to the land of wind, for he held unwavering faith that Gaara would adeptly manage the situation. A few trivial schemes were no match for him, and moreover, the enemy's plot had been effectively thwarted. Naruto hastened towards the land of bears and the Star Ninja Village. Along the way, feeling rather bored, he said, "Kurama, come forth and converse with me." Kurama replied, "You little brat, have you not gone too far in sealing me away for such an extended period?" Since the beginning of his journey, Naruto had confined the essence of the Nine Tails and sealed it away. Naruto said, "Kurama, do not be angry, do not be upset. This is for your own good. As one of the extreme powers, with the fusion of yin and yang, the moment you emit even the slightest hint of your presence, they will come, drawn like hounds by a scent." Kurama replied, "Naruto, I can sense it." Naruto inquired, "What do you sense? Are there villains approaching?" The Nine Tails responded, "No. It is the presence of the old man." It was not the aura of the Sage of Six Paths that he perceived, but rather a familiar sensation, an inexplicable kinship. This feeling resonated from the time when the Sage of Six Paths existed, for the Nine Tails had once been a part of his very being. Naruto remarked, "Oh, has that old fellow, the Sage of Six Paths, been resurrected as well?" Kurama replied, "I am uncertain, but I sense a profound familiarity in the world. It feels as though loved ones have returned." Naruto remarked, "It seems that the Sage of the Six Paths has indeed been resurrected. What a grand display of power." He then inquired, "Kurama, do you wish to return to your loved ones? After all, your existence is truly his doing. You are the manifestation of the Ten Tails' power, separated by him, and can be considered as your father." Kurama responded, "I shall not return." Naruto remarked, "So resolute?" The Nine Tails replied, "Staying here is quite safe." Naruto remarked, "Are you not afraid that I might refine you at any moment?" Kurama replied, "Little brat, I have already paid the rent." Naruto said, Hey, are you planning to stay for a lifetime? The rent you previously paid is insufficient." Kurama replied, "I will pay it in the future." Naruto remarked, "Oh, from now on, I shall no longer require your rent. For me, it is but a mere matter of a few breaths." Kurama retorted, "You little brat, do you intend to dispose of me once my usefulness has waned?" Naruto remarked, "No, this is merely a case of removing the millstone to kill the fox." Following this, he was met with a furious tirade from the Nine Tails. Only after being sealed once more did tranquility finally descend upon the world. Naruto remarked, "This foolish fox. The only insults it knows are as limited as 8 characters. Perhaps it learned them from the infamous Kyuubi." As he proceeded slowly, Naruto arrived at the outskirts of the Star Ninja Village, a place shrouded in toxic mists and deep ravines. Naruto gazed at the amber-hued toxic mist and remarked, "Is this the venom that claims the lives of birds and beasts? Oh, there are indeed numerous bones, human, sheep, and bear bones. It appears that any creature that falls into this chasm cannot escape the retribution of this toxic haze." Naruto murmured to himself, "How am I to get through?" He needed to infiltrate the hidden star village without being detected, which posed quite a challenge. Naruto expanded his perception, sensing that no one was within a 100-foot radius. He leaped swiftly to the opposite side, absorbing some of the poisonous mist seals. Soon, he encountered an individual, absorbing their essence and collapsing before them. Ideally, this person would be a ninja from the Star-Hidden Village, allowing him to seamlessly infiltrate their ranks. Naruto stealthily made his way to the location of the Hidden Star Village, biding his time for an opportune moment. He observed an elderly man, seemingly an ordinary villager, exiting the village. This man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, lacked the demeanor of a ninja. Without hesitation, Naruto decided that this old gentleman would be easy to deceive. Naruto inhaled a deep breath of toxic mist. This mere vapor could not possibly harm him. It can be said that the poisons of the ninja world have lost their efficacy against him. He shielded himself with his true essence, ensuring that the noxious fumes did not corrupt his flesh and blood. However, displaying the limits of his poisoning was indeed a taxing endeavor. The elder, upon seeing Naruto sprawled on the ground with a purple visage, immediately recognized that he had succumbed to the toxic mist. He hoisted Naruto onto his shoulders and hurried back to the village, muttering under his breath that it was worse than his own demise. Naruto pondered to himself, "What an odd name for your son, demise. You truly have a unique sense of humor." In the Hidden Star Village, there were skilled medical ninjas. After the elder brought Naruto there, they were greeted by a female chunin. She inquired, "Grandfather Chuan Sheng, who is this?" The elder replied, "Oh, I found him outside the village. Though he may be short in stature, he is rather heavy, even heavier than my demise." The female ninja responded, "Grandfather Chuan Sheng, this is a person. How can you compare him to a dog?" Naruto, he truly understands that saying. "You old rascal, you're quite wicked." Elder Kawashita inquired, "Little E, can he be cured? If not, I might as well bury him myself." Naruto, "Old man, this is our first meeting, and you are being rather ruthless, aren't you?" Xiaoi cast a glance at Elder Chuan Sheng and said, "Grandpa Sheng, this uncle merely inhaled some toxic mist. It is not too serious. Once the poison is expelled, he will be able to recover." Chuan Sheng replied, "Is that so? That's good to hear. I was rather hoping to engage in some vigorous exercise myself." Naruto, "I am truly grateful to you. I no longer require such assistance in the future. Under the diligent care of this young lady, the toxins within my body have been expelled, albeit with considerable effort, for after all, this is a substance that instills fear in many." Chapter 157, Characters Beyond the Plot. Xiao Yi, somewhat breathless, remarked, "Grandfather Sheng, his toxins have been completely eliminated. After a 3-day period of recuperation, he shall be restored to health. You may take him home now." Kawashima, originally named Mizuki Kawashima, is the eldest elder in Shingin Village, aged 83. Possessing a robust physique akin to that of a man in his 50s or 60s. At this rate, he is likely to live to 90 or even 100 years. Mizuki Kawashima responded, Must I really take him back?" Xiao Yi replied, "Grandfather Sheng, he is the one you brought back, so naturally, you must escort him home." Mizuki Kawashima countered, "Isn't there another option? How about this, Xiao Yi? I will give him to you. You can take him home yourself." Naruto, "I have now transformed into an object." Xiao Yi, her cheeks flushed with crimson, remarked, "Grandfather Sheng, how could I possibly bring him back? It would be utterly inappropriate." Mizuki Kawashiji jested, "Indeed, Xiao Yi, you are still a young lady. How could you return with a man, especially one as unseemly as he? You would surely be scolded." Xiao Yi blushed and replied, "Grandfather Sheng." Mizuki Kawashiji said, "Very well, I shall take him back." Xiao Yi interjected, "Grandfather Sheng, he is from another village. We should report this." Mizuki Kawashiji responded, "I am aware. I will take care of it shortly." Ahem. Naruto awakened, coughing a few times, which drew the attention of the two individuals. Naruto inquired, "Where am I?" Suigetsu responded, You have departed from this world. If not yet, you are on the brink of death. I am preparing to dig your grave." Naruto remained silent, pondering why the old man harbored such a strong disapproval towards him. After all, he had not set his sights on his granddaughter. Xiao Yi interjected, "Grandpa Sheng, you mustn't speak so recklessly." Naruto disregarded Mizuki Kawashita's words and inquired, "Did you save me?" Mizuki Kawashita replied, "No, it was not us. It was you who crawled back on your own." Little E interjected, "Uncle, it was Grandpa Sheng who brought you back." Naruto cast a glance at Mizuki Kawakatsu, stammering, "Thank you for your life-saving grace, senior." Mizuki Kawakatsu replied, "I had no intention of saving you. Rather, I contemplated bringing you back as fertilizer for the flowers." Naruto discerned that the old man was indeed unfriendly towards him, yet he could not fathom why this elder would treat him in such a manner. Mizukawa Kitsudo remarked, "Little E, your grandfather will visit you again in the future. For now, we shall take our leave." He then assisted Naruto to his feet before departing. Along the way, Mizukawa Kitsudo released Naruto and said, "You can walk on your own. At such a tender age, do you still need an old man like me to support you?" How embarrassing. Naruto, perplexed, inquired directly, "Senior, I believe I have never offended you. This should be our first meeting." Why then, do you harbor such strong prejudice against me? The elder suddenly turned his head and replied, though I am aged, my heart remains youthful. Naruto shook his head, expressing his inability to comprehend. The elder remarked, I harbor no fondness for you. Naruto, I have discerned this. You saved the lad, and he is profoundly grateful. Should you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. What compels you to act in such a manner? The old man replied, I have encountered numerous individuals. Yet you evoke in me a most extraordinary sensation. You are indeed a remarkable person. Naruto felt a sense of suspicion as he reflected on all the events that had transpired. It seemed that there had never been such an elder in the Hidden Star Village, nor had such a storyline ever emerged. What, then, had caused this alteration? Naruto remarked, Old man, could it be that your vision has deceived you? This boy is merely a traveler, a wanderer seeking to explore the entirety of the ninja world. What makes him so extraordinary? Mizukawa Katsuki replied, he is decidedly not what he seems. Naruto, old man, I sense that you are being indirect with me, and I possess evidence to support my claim. Naruto successfully entered the residence of Mizukikawa, which was quite spacious, consisting of 3 stories and an independent courtyard. However, the old man had arranged for Naruto to stay in a cluttered room on the ground floor, and the cost was exorbitant, 3 times the price of a room at the village inn for a single night. Naruto remarked, Old man, you are being quite brazen. Mizukawa responded, This is my territory, and I am the one who decides. Naruto declared, I shall no longer reside here. With that, he prepared to depart, having already entered the village, which was sufficient for him. Mizukawa Katsudo retorted, Very well, leave if you wish. Once you are gone, I shall inform everyone that you have pilfered my money, ensuring that you cannot remain in the village. Naruto remarked, Then I shall take my leave. To which Mizukawa Katsuki responded, What? After investing my money, do you still wish to depart? Naruto remarked, Old man, you are utterly shameless. Mizukawa Katsu responded, You think you can contend with me? You are still quite far from that. Naruto remarked, All right, old man, I concede defeat to you. You are indeed formidable. Among all the individuals I have encountered, you are the most shameless of them all. I hope you enjoy good health in the future, though may you choke on your water. Mizukawa Katsu replied, I have lived for 83 years. Even the legendary ninja god of yore has not experienced as many years as I have. Naruto raised his thumb and exclaimed, You are truly remarkable. He then added, Old man, do not let pride consume you. I have traveled through the land of fire, and Senju Hashirama has been resurrected. How should I put it? You would likely perish before him. The resurrection of Senju Hashirama is no longer a secret. Even the Hidden Star Village is aware of it. Mizukawa Katsu remarked, Grant me 2 lifetimes, and I shall outlive him. Naruto, slightly out of breath, remarked, Never mind, old man. Take your time to ponder. I shall retire for a while. Despite the spirited debate with the elder, his body was undeniably frail, a fact he could not allow to surface. Mizukawa victoriously declared, Youngster, the rent is due. Naruto leaned against the pillar and said, No, if you have the ability, throw me out. Suemu Chuanxing was equally astounded by Naruto's audacity. How could he utter such brazen words? Triumphantly outmaneuvering the old man, Naruto felt a surge of joy as he entered the storage room, propping himself against the bed. Weak and weary, he took a moment to compose himself before finally lying down, his breathing gradually becoming steady. The old man returned to his own room, murmuring softly, What a peculiar little fellow. Who exactly is he? He certainly does not strike me as a good person. He genuinely sensed that Naruto was not the typical hero, which prompted him to voice his skepticism. Meanwhile, Naruto opened his eyes, fully absorbing every word spoken by Suemu Chuanxing. He was filled with confusion. What was the story with this old man? He was certain that in the narrative, this character had never made an appearance. He was an entity outside the storyline. But why had such a character emerged? Of course, given that this was a ninja village, the presence of others was to be expected. However, this elderly gentleman was anything but ordinary. Such a vibrant character should not exist within the confines of the plot, and that raised significant questions. Naruto pondered within himself. The storyline has become utterly chaotic. I can only proceed step by step from here. He was curious to see what outcomes would be altered in the Star Hidden Village because of this elderly man. Chapter 158. The arrival of the Red Star. It seemed that with Naruto's arrival, the mission of the Star Hidden Village was about to commence. The following day, as Naruto had just awakened, there came a visitor at his door. As Naruto stepped out, Mizukawa Katsu remarked, Kid, this is meant for you. Naruto glanced back, feeling a sense of familiarity, and inquired, Greetings. The individual replied, salutations, traveler from afar. I am Akihoshi, the acting shadow of the hidden star village. Naruto murmured to himself. Has it arrived? How intriguing it is that, having just arrived, this crimson star has already located me. Naruto remarked, It appears that the star shadow has graced us with its presence. I am Youming, a traveler. Akihoshi responded. To have traversed the toxic fog alone and emerged not only alive but only slightly poisoned, you must indeed be a formidable ninja. Naruto inquired, Indeed. Is there something you wish to discuss? Akihoshi replied, There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance. With that, he bowed to Naruto. A matter? What could it be? Aside from the duty of safeguarding the stars? Naruto remarked, I owe a debt of gratitude to Elder Mizuki, having been rescued by him. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. While my strength is merely that of an elite jonin, I can certainly withstand the might of a shadow shinobi. Akihoshi responded, That is splendid. He then turned to Mizuki Kawa, saying, Thank you, Uncle Mizuki. However, Mizuki Kawa offered no courtesy, even in the presence of Lord Saying, stating, Once your matters are concluded, you should depart quickly. You are not welcome here. Akihoshi added, Esteemed traveler, I apologize. Uncle Mizuki tends to be this way. Naruto waved his hand and said, No worries. I have come to understand the difficulty of dealing with that old man. He is quite a troublesome fellow. Mizukawa Katsushita remarked, Kid, you owe me a day's rent. Naruto lamented, I'm broke and quite hungry. Old man, do you have any ingredients? Mizukawa, with a scowl, replied, None. Naruto remarked, Do not be so stingy. I shall share with you. Mizukawa responded, Get lost, you little brat. Ignoring both Naruto and Akihoshi, he departed on his own. Naruto inquired, Lord Hashikage, who is this elderly gentleman with such a tempestuous temper? Akatsuki responded, Uncle Mizuki arrived in Hashin village 3 years ago. No one is aware of his past. Seeing him alone and advanced in age, we took him in and offered him shelter within our village. Naruto exclaimed, Goodness, this old man is quite audacious. Taking over with such arrogance. Akihoshi replied, Uncle Mizuki is truly a kind-hearted person. Naruto interjected, His temper may be rather foul, but I believe he is merely lonely. Perhaps we should find him a companion to alleviate his solitude. Shimoka retorted angrily, Hey, I'm still right here. Naruto remarked, Old man, you are already in your 70s or 80s, yet your hearing remains remarkably sharp. Akihoshi responded, Lord Yomi, you should refrain from engaging in a contest with Uncle Mizuki. Naruto remarked, All right, we wouldn't want to send this old man into a fit of rage. Speak up, if you require my assistance. Akihoshi replied with gravity, 3 years ago, a masked individual attempted to seize the celestial treasure of our hidden star village, the meteorite, from beyond. We managed to repel him. In the past, we sought the aid of the Hokage village, yet, of course, Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure declined our request after leaving. Naruto whispered, 3 years ago. Has she attempted to seize anything during these past 3 years? Akihoshi replied, We have protected it well. She has had no opportunity. Naruto inquired, Has she arrived now? Akihoshi replied, Indeed, I have spotted his figure. Naruto inquired, What is the strength of this individual? Akihoshi responded, He is formidable, within the hidden star village. None can rival him. With a grand gesture, Naruto proclaimed, Very well, I acquiesce. Akihoshi bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Naruto said, No need for formality. Before leaving, Akihoshi handed Naruto a stack of money, covering his expenses during his stay in the hidden star village. After Akihoshi departed, Mizukawa Masaru emerged, seemingly harboring a genuine dislike for Akihoshi. Naruto inquired, Old man, do you not hold any fondness for him? To which Mizukawa Katsusuke replied, He is far more repugnant than you. Both of you harbor an abundance of malice and schemes within your hearts. Naruto felt a sense of vigilance within. If this old man possessed such formidable abilities, it would indeed be quite terrifying. Naruto remarked, Old man, everyone harbors their own schemes. This is hardly remarkable, is it? To which Mizukawa replied, Youngster, though you may be distasteful, you possess a sense of justice. Steer clear of Akihoshi, for he is not a good person. Naruto said, But old man, I have already made a promise. One must not speak dishonestly. Mizukawa Katsudo replied, Then be cautious. Do not allow Akihoshi to use you as a pawn. Naruto said, Thank you for the reminder, old man. However, as I traverse the ninja world, I have encountered myriad spectacles. Rest assured, I shall safeguard myself. There is no need for your concern. Mizukawa Katsu retorted, Who is worried about you? Confronted by the enigmatic Mizuku Wakatsu, Naruto carefully sensed his presence. Realizing that this old man was indeed merely a mortal, neither a ninja nor, of course, a warrior, Naruto silently mused. If that old man were to cultivate the secret art of telepathy, he would undoubtedly excel in it. However, it is a pity that he has not practiced such mystical techniques. Mizuki glanced over and asked, "Why do you gaze upon me?" Naruto remarked, "It's nothing. Here, old man. Take this money." Mizuku Akatsukata replied, "You should keep it for yourself." Naruto remarked, "Oh, come now, old man. If you seek a companion in the future, it will surely require some expenditure. Otherwise, that old woman might take a liking to you." Mizuku victoriously huffed and glared, retorting, "Go and prepare the meal." Naruto, "Very well. I shall proceed." After approximately an hour, Naruto prepared a meal consisting of 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. These were reminiscent of the culinary delights from his previous life, bursting with spicy flavors and delightful textures. Mizuku Wakatsudo remarked, "This method of preparation is truly a first for me." Naruto said, "Old man, come, savor my culinary skills." Mizuku Sho took a bite of the fiery stir-fried meat, his face turning crimson, and then remarked, "So spicy, yet so delightful." Naruto remarked, "This is something I learned at the Flame Dragon. How does it taste?" Mizuku Wakatsumi swallowed his mixed rice and replied, "Delicious, although it could be a touch milder." Naruto remarked, "Old man, if it becomes bland, it will lose its essence." Mizuki nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you mentioned that you hail from Yenhuang." Naruto remarked, "During my travels, I passed through the land of Yenhuang and witnessed the fierce battle between martial arts and ninjutsu." Mizuki Chuan said, "How fortunate you are, kid, to have survived such peril." Naruto, with a scowl, remarked, "Old man, I was merely passing by from a considerable distance. How could I possibly perish?" The two, one old and one young, engaged in a casual conversation. It must be said that the elder Samu possessed quite an impressive appetite, as Naruto's culinary creations found their way into his stomach. With 6 or 7 portions consumed, Suemu Chuanqing declared, "Kid, from now on, you shall be the one to prepare our meals, as a form of rent collateral." Chapter 159, testing Naruto. Upon finishing his statement, Suemu Chuanqing exited, his voice echoing from afar, "Kid, make sure to wash the dishes and tidy up." Naruto found himself at a loss for words. He had inadvertently become a male caretaker. After all, who could blame him? Such privileges were afforded to those of advanced age. After Naruto finished his ablutions, the person who came to fetch him arrived. It was none other than Ong, the protagonist of Shinin Village. Ong addressed Naruto, saying, "Elder Youming, Lord Chixing has summoned me to escort you." His expression was frosty, as if Naruto owed him a considerable sum of money. He was decidedly unfriendly towards Naruto. Of course, he exhibited this demeanor towards all outsiders, perceiving them merely as individuals coveting the Starstones. Naruto exclaimed, "Thank you, a little Sundara." He rarely took the time to argue with him. In the original narrative, he is portrayed as somewhat tragic, thus Naruto is determined to alter his fate. As the two emerged from the door, they encountered the elderly Sujetsu Kawakatsu, who returned leisurely. Naruto remarked, "Old man, you certainly know how to seize the moment." However, Mizukawa, brimming with pride, chose to disregard Naruto's comment and kindly addressed Ao, saying, "Ao, it has been quite some time since you last visited your grandfather." Naruto replied, "You won't die just yet. What are you so concerned about?" Ong remarked, "Senior Youming, you must not be disrespectful to Elder Shang." He gazed seriously at Naruto. In response, Naruto calmly stated, "Disrespectful? This is hardly disrespect." Ong looked at Naruto, awaiting his explanation. Naruto scratched his head and remarked, "If one were to put it that way, this old man is indeed a perpetual child, never resting. At times, provoking him to the point of fuming and glaring is also a form of respect." Mizukawa responded, "I appreciate your sentiment." Naruto remarked, "There's no need for gratitude." Mizuki Shikawa responded, "Indeed, but do not emulate that scoundrel. He is far from a virtuous individual." Ong nodded earnestly, "I am aware." "Naruto, are you truly serious? Have you not noticed the triumphant smile on that old man's face?" Even Mizukawa Katsumi dared not respond to Naruto, turning his head and departing without a word. He chose to disregard Naruto and took his leave ahead of him. Naruto inquired, "Am I truly so detestable?" He followed the footsteps of the imposing Ao, who abruptly halted in a forest clearing. Gazing intently at Naruto, Ao questioned, "Do you possess the strength of a seasoned elite jonin?" Naruto smiled broadly and said, "You do not believe me." Ong replied, "I do not know who you truly are." But you had better not deceive me. Gazing intently at Naruto, a chilling light flickered in his eyes, akin to the gathering of cold stars. Naruto remarked, "Hey, what kind of gaze is that? I have never provoked you." The look in their eyes appeared as if it could devour a person whole. Aang said, "I do not trust you." Naruto calmly inquired, "Why do you not trust me? This little fellow harbors such immense hostility." Aang responded, "Because this is the Hidden Star Village." Naruto remarked, "What is so peculiar about the Star Hidden Village?" Aang, in a grave tone, replied, "This is the site where stars descend. There are many places in the ninja world where meteors fall, yet this is the sole location blessed with the energy of fallen stars." He took immense pride in being a villager of the Star Hidden Village, and that pride was even greater. Naruto inquired, "Are there stars with energy?" Aang, remaining aloof, responded, "What do you intend to do?" It seemed that Naruto was poised to become the next thief of the Starstone. Naruto said, "Why the caution in your words? Is it something you mentioned? Don't you know me, the Hidden Star Village?" Naruto remarked, I understand. It is indeed a magnificent village." His tone appeared dismissive. Yet the truth remained that Naruto genuinely comprehended its significance. Aang responded, "Could you perhaps be a tad more nonchalant?" Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, the Star Hidden Village. A truly sacred place where most children are named after stars." Aang, in the shadows, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You are indeed quite dismissive." The three figures lurking in the darkness, namely the four crimson stars, Nightingale, and the four aspects, intended to use Aang's assistance to gauge Naruto's strength. Aang, wishing to distance himself from Naruto, stated, "I sincerely hope you harbor no ill intentions, otherwise, I shall take your life." Naruto remarked, "What ill intentions could you possibly harbor towards me? What is it that I might covet?" Aang Dao responded, "He is indeed a man of significance. Upon arriving at Star Hidden Village, it is undeniable that no one can resist yearning for the stars of this village. For to wield the power of the stars is to ascend above all ninjas." Naruto remarked, I beg to differ. It's merely a meteorite. What's so extraordinary about it?" Aang said, "Do not underestimate us." Naruto remarked, "I do not underestimate you. However, the issue lies in your constant need for validation. While you perceive it as formidable, I believe I am even more powerful. Is there something wrong with that?" Whoosh. A shuriken was launched toward Naruto. Naruto concentrated his chakra in the palm of his hand, deftly pinching a kunai between his two fingers. "What a mess," he remarked disdainfully. With a casual toss, the kunai soared through the trees, embedding itself in the trunk beside Akatsuki's trio. Akatsuki narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Has he sensed us?" "Truly formidable." Nightingale inquired, "Akatsuki, shall we make our move?" Akatsuki shook his head, replying, "No need. We must depart." Shursen interjected, "Haven't we yet probed the capabilities of this Yomi? Shouldn't we wait a little longer?" A faint smile graced Akatsuki's lips as he confidently stated, "No further probing is necessary. His strength has been adequately assessed." Nightingale asked, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Akatsuki replied calmly, "We are 30 zhang away from them. Yet this Yomi has consistently sensed our presence with precision and even left behind a warning. His prowess is undoubtedly that of an elite J-nin. How shall we deal with such a fierce wolf afterward?" Akatsuki pondered to himself. Naruto's formidable strength instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The star was a treasure capable of augmenting immense power, and he could hardly believe that Naruto would remain indifferent. Should he make a move against them in pursuit of the star, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire for them. After all, Naruto was merely a traveler, unencumbered by concerns of reputation. More crucially, Chixing currently possessed only the prowess of an elite jonin. Faced with a formidable adversary like Naruto, who could withstand the strength of a Kaga-level ninja, he felt uncertain of his chances. Cici cautioned, "Chixing, we must exercise caution." If this individual harbors malicious intent, he refrained from finishing his thought, as both Chixing and Nightingale understood the implication. Chixing smirked wickedly and replied, "Rest assured, he shall have no opportunity." The smile was somewhat sinister, tinged with a thirst for blood, and he appeared rather unhinged. Little did they know, every word they uttered was heard in its entirety by Naruto. Naruto pondered to himself, "I am most curious to see how you intend to confront me. I must showcase my Oscar-worthy prowess." Angrily, Ao retorted, "Do not underestimate me." Peacock Mystique. Chapter 160, the story begins. From Ao's body, it seemed as though a magnificent display was unfolding, as violet and white chakra surged forth, eager to consume Naruto. Naruto remarked, "The momentum is quite formidable, but alas, The chakra acquired through the training of the Starfall technique possesses impressive power. However, without the proper application, its efficacy remains limited. Naruto declared, the wind and sand stretch for miles. With no support, he merely symbolically raised 2 fingers from his chest. He shattered the peacock mystic technique, sending Ong soaring through the air. Ong, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "What manner of technique is this?" Naruto humbly remarked, "It is but a trifling technique." Ong questioned, "Are you a ninja from the hidden sand village?" Naruto declared, "No, I am merely a traveler now, certainly not a wandering ninja. Those worthless beings cannot be compared to me." Ao seemed to understand that Naruto would not elaborate further, so he did not press the matter. He remarked, "You are indeed strong, but I hope you harbor no ill intentions towards the stars. Otherwise, I fear I shall not let you go unscathed." Naruto assured, "Rest assured. It is merely a worthless stone. I shall not be intrigued by it." Ong responded, "I hope you adhere to your words." Ong then continued to lead Naruto forward until they arrived at the site where the stars had fallen. It was reminiscent of a scene from a comic. A deep pit filled with decaying wooden stumps. Beneath the pit stood a small house, within which a group of children were engaged in their training. Ong remarked, "This is as far as you may go. You cannot descend." Naruto remarked, "You are so wary of me." Ao responded, "It is because you pose an excessive threat." Naruto inquired, "Is this your acknowledgement of me?" However, Ong was reluctant to engage in conversation with Naruto. Naruto inquired, "Who will guard us at night while we protect during the day?" To which Ong replied, "I shall." Naruto remarked, "You may endure for a day or 2. But what about 5 or 6 days?" Ong responded, "I can persevere." Naruto remarked, I presume you have perished, your corpse decayed, leaving only this mouth behind." Ong, with a scowl, seemed poised to retort when Nightingale arrived, stating, "Ong, the acting Hokage has instructed you to return." Ong replied, "Yes," casting a glance at Naruto. He turned to leave. Nightingale gazed deeply at Naruto, her eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. In response, Naruto smiled faintly, contemplating, "This traitor is expendable. Naturally, one cannot meet their demise by my own hand. I shall nurture Ong, then utilize him to eliminate these individuals, all the while safeguarding his mother. I aim to alter her fate. I am curious to witness how this summer will ultimately unravel her life, and what forces are at play in her destiny." Naruto found a secluded spot to conceal himself. After approximately an hour had passed, he inquired, "Have they arrived?" In his senses, he detected the presence of an individual approaching, adorned with a gas mask and standard shorts that revealed slender, fair legs. She stealthily drew closer to the dwelling, leaped inside, seized a stone, and swiftly exited, causing chaos among the star ninjas inside. As the summer sun barely graced the edge of the pit, Naruto remarked, "Is this audacity truly acceptable?" Only then did Summer turn. Catching sight of Naruto, she said nothing, merely tucked the fallen star she held into her bosom. Naruto remarked, "After all, this is merely a stone, and it is rather uncomfortable to rest upon." Whoosh! 2 concealed projectiles were launched towards Naruto, after which the assailant swiftly turned and fled. Naruto pinched the hidden weapon between his fingers and remarked, "There is no need to embarrass ourselves with such trifles." Naruto's speed had significantly surpassed that of the summer days, intercepting her in front and hurling back the 2 concealed weapons in his grasp. He declared, "Put down the starfall, and you may depart." The summer evaded the 2 projectiles, standing atop a tall wooden post, and in response to Naruto, she displayed her 6 fingers in opposition, uttering, "Peacock's marvelous technique." Naruto remarked, "I encountered this technique merely 2 hours ago. It is rather unremarkable." The beast, summoned by the summer's heat, transformed its chakra into a colossal creature, poised to snap its jaws at Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, "Is this truly the extent of your strength?" The desert sting unleashed a multitude of chakra spikes, enveloping Naruto in their protective embrace, colliding violently with the violet and white chakra. In this exchange, neither combatant emerged victorious. The commotion drew the attention of Akahoshi and his companions, who hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Natsu called out once more, "Wings." Chakra transformed into ethereal wings, propelling her skyward. She realized that confronting the individual before her was exceedingly challenging, and with the addition of others, her chances of escape dwindled. Naruto remarked, "This is quite useful, but I can achieve it as well." The sand swirled through the air, transforming chakra into clouds of sand. Naruto ascended upon it, soaring through the sky. Indeed, he was gliding with the sand. Upon witnessing the figure flying above, Akahoshi's expression shifted slightly within his memories. Few possess the ability to reach such heights with such chakra, perhaps only one individual. Akihoshi's gaze fixated on Naruto, observing the silhouette gliding effortlessly through the air, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. He had not anticipated that this traveler possessed such capabilities. Shiju commented, "Akihoshi, this individual may prove to be formidable." Akihoshi replied, "The enemy is in the light, while we remain in the shadows. This is our advantage." Nightingale concurred, "Indeed." Akihoshi instructed the departing Ao, "Go to the training room and check on them. We shall handle the rest." Reluctantly, Ao turned back and headed to the training room. Akihoshi, Nightingale, and Shiju pursued onward, only to divert midway to their secret base. Akihoshi spoke first. "It cannot be mistaken. It is her. She has endured all these years and remains." Shiju cautioned, "Akihoshi, dealing with her could be quite troublesome." A shadow flickered in Akihoshi's eyes as he replied, "In her hands, we still possess a trump card to restrain her. I am not overly concerned. What truly troubles me is Yume. His methods are entirely unknown." Nightingale nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I also find Yume rather complex." "Akihoshi, do you think he might take an interest in Hoshi?" Akihoshi responded, uncertain. "This individual is too enigmatic. Moreover, his strength likely surpasses that of an elite Genin, bordering on the power of a shadow ninja. It is evident he would not easily withstand Ao's attack, and to endure an assault from him is no trivial feat." Shiju interjected, "What is most alarming is the possibility of Yume allying with this lady, considering her intent to steal Hoshi." Akihoshi's expression shifted. Such a scenario was not without precedent, and if it were true, it would indeed be dire. Nightingale scoffed, "If they truly join forces, does she not have a vulnerability? With such a threat, their alliance would inevitably fracture." Akihoshi and Shiju exchanged knowing smiles. The notion was astute. Akihoshi stated, "If Yume does not return by tomorrow, we shall capture him, but we must be cautious. His current strength is no trifling matter." Understood. Chapter 161. The complete technique. Meanwhile, in the air, the summer sun cast its light as Naruto faced off against it. Naruto initiated the conversation, asking, "Shall we descend and have a chat?" Summer replied, "What do you intend to do?" Her voice transformed, becoming somewhat unpleasant, rendering it indistinguishable in gender. Naruto smiled and said, "I am perfectly fine. I possess an abundance of chakra. But what about you? How much longer can you endure?" After a moment of contemplation, Shiori descended into the forest. In this world of ninjas, there is no shortage of trees. Vast forests abound in every corner. As Shiori touched the ground, she inquired, "Who are you?" Naruto smiled faintly and said, "Yume, a traveler." Shiori remarked, "Your strength is formidable." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the undeniable truth. His strength was formidable, reaching an unfathomable realm. Summer inquired, "What is your purpose in Star Hidden Village?" Beneath the mask, his gaze remained vigilant, scrutinizing Naruto intently. Naruto said, "You should remove your mask. I am aware that you are the former guardian of the Star Stone from the Hidden Star Village, and naturally, you are also the mother of Ao." Summer was taken aback and asked, "How do you know?" Naruto scratched his head and remarked, "Why do these questions keep arising? There is much I know, and you need not inquire about that. What I am here to do now is to offer you assistance." Summer, having removed her mask, appeared youthful despite being a woman, and expressed her confusion. "Assist us?" Naruto remarked, "Indeed, to rescue you." The so-called third-generation Star Shadow discovered that the training of the star was severely detrimental to one's health, thus ceasing this practice. However, 3 years ago, the current so-called acting Star Shadow reignited the training of the star. I have witnessed the aftermath. Many individuals in the Star Hidden Village have suffered physical injuries, all due to this training. You stole the star to save the villagers of Star Hidden Village. Yet I am curious as to why you did not intervene 3 years ago. Summer replied, 3 years ago, I secretly observed 2 white figures moving through the village and assumed they intended to harm it, which led me to refrain from action." Naruto inquired, "Are you going to investigate those 2 individuals?" Summer nodded, "Indeed." "Naruto, what was the outcome?" Sakura shook her head, "Nothing at all." This was entirely within Naruto's expectations. Had she uncovered any information, it would have rendered Uchiha Bito a fool. Naruto pondered to himself, recognizing the magnitude of his alterations. In the original narrative, White Zetsu emerged in force, primarily after capturing the 9 Tails, as he had altered numerous aspects of the world, leading to his malevolent endeavors. Observing Naruto's somber demeanor, Summer inquired, "Are you familiar with these white entities?" Naruto remarked, "Well, I know a little. He is essentially a product of the Akatsuki organization." Summer, sensing Naruto's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further and inquired, "Are we in danger?" Naruto nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Akatsuki's ambitions are considerable, yet his strength does not match his aspirations. He is aware of your continued existence and will undoubtedly seek you out for the mastery of ninjutsu." Summer remarked, "He shall not be my adversary." Naruto remarked, "I understand that with your current prowess as a peak elite jonin, that Akatsuki member is merely at the pinnacle of jonin, slightly inferior to your son." Summer responded, "Smaru. You say?" Her gaze reflected a hint of concern. Enhancing chakra with star power could be detrimental to one's health. The fact that her own child had secretly cultivated to such a level raised questions about his well-being. Naruto remarked, "He is in good health. Nothing to worry about." Summer responded, "That is reassuring, indeed." Naruto remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. I am aware that Ong is your son, and Chixing is also cognizant of this fact. As an elder, you must comprehend that he can effortlessly deal with Ong. He could wield Ong like a dagger, poised to strike at you, leaving you with no opportunity to defend yourself." Xiaori's body trembled slightly as he respectfully bowed to Naruto, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed sir." Naruto remarked, "Any scheme is rendered futile in the face of unparalleled strength. You have reached an impasse. Advancing to the level of a shadow ninja is beyond your grasp. And your son shall not have the opportunity for a breakthrough either." Natsum, somewhat perplexed, awaited Naruto to elaborate further. Naruto remarked, "You must now transcend. Consider a transformation and abandon the path of the ninja." Summer pondered, "A transformation, abandoning the path of the ninja? Are you perhaps suggesting the way of martial arts?" Naruto nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is martial arts." However, Summer seemed somewhat reluctant, as she still preferred ninjutsu. Naruto continued, "What? Do you disdain martial arts cultivation?" Summer shook her head and replied, "Not at all. The Dragon King, with his sheer strength, has shaken the very foundations of the ninja world. This demonstrates the might of martial arts. In just a few short years, he has pushed back the practice of ninjutsu. The cultivation of martial arts is by no means inferior to that of ninjutsu." Naruto remarked, "Indeed, you possess keen insight. The most crucial aspect is that martial arts training can mend the hidden injuries within your bodies. Even those from your village who have suffered due to the cultivation of the celestial star can find restoration." Xiaori inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Naruto remarked, "There is no need for me to deceive you. You may embark on your training journey." The summer day fell once more into silence as she contemplated her choices. Naruto refrained from interrupting her, harboring faith that she would ultimately choose the path of martial arts. Not for any other reason, but for Smaru. For the sake of her son, she would undoubtedly endeavor to train. After a quarter of an hour, she finally lifted her gaze and declared, "Very well, I consent." Naruto remarked, "A prudent decision." Naruto imparted a technique known as Qingfeng Ju to Xiaori for her training. This was a comprehensive martial art, and he was curious to see if it would lead to her demise. After a considerable time of practice, Xiaori successfully transformed a portion of her chakra into inner strength, feeling a notable lightness in her body. Naruto remarked, "Not bad." Summer replied, "Thank you." Naruto, "There is no need for gratitude. As for your son, I shall also encourage him to train, while having him accompany me in my performances." Summer Day inquired, "Will that be the case?" Naruto interjected, "No, with my protection, Akatsuki will not succeed." In response, Xiaori bowed and expressed, "Thank you." Naruto remarked, "If the fallen star is unsuitable for preservation, you may entrust it to my care, as I wish to conduct my own research on this celestial fragment." Summer responded, "Very well." Upon acquiring the Star Stone, Naruto sensed its essence but soon lost interest, stating, "What a pity. If only you had practiced martial arts in the past. Absorbing the energy of this Star Stone would undoubtedly enhance your strength significantly." A glimmer of hope shone in Summer's eyes, and Naruto instantly discerned her thoughts. He preemptively assured her, "Rest assured, Smala will utilize it for cultivation." Summer replied, "Thank you." Naruto declared, "Unleash your most formidable attack upon me." Summer appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Huh?" Naruto said helplessly, "We must have a fight. It will make for a better performance when we return." Xiaori understood and replied to Naruto, "I humbly request your guidance." Chapter 162, Confrontation with Ong. Naruto has returned, and Akihoshi, Nightingale, and the three from the Four Seasons greeted him. Upon seeing Naruto's disheveled appearance, Akihoshi could not help but think, "Truly, she is remarkable." Akihoshi inquired, "Yume, are you all right?" Naruto calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. This person is indeed formidable, but they cannot overpower me." Akahoshi inquired. And the star? Naruto shook his head, stating that he had not retrieved it. This was within Chixing's expectations. In his eyes, while Naruto possessed formidable strength, he was still not capable of subduing that esteemed individual. Nightingale inquired, where has she fled to? Naruto shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I cannot soar to such heights as she does. After a fierce battle, she was unable to overcome me, and thus she ascended into the sky, leaving me unable to pursue her. Naruto's expression was utterly sincere, devoid of any hint of guilt. What about that star? Asked the four symbols. Naruto inquired. He employed the peacock mystique. He must be from your hidden star village, correct? Akahoshi replied with a wry smile. We are equally in the dark. This matter requires thorough investigation. Naruto remarked. Very well, you may investigate. When you have news, inform me. I shall take my leave for now. Akahoshi responded. Understood. Once Naruto departed, Akahoshi inquired, how much of what this individual said is true? Shixiang replied, it should be genuine. He indeed bears the scars inflicted by the peacock's mystical techniques. He has engaged in battle with that esteemed individual. Nightingale added, this person is truly formidable. Having survived the hands of that esteemed individual, a feat we cannot achieve. A glimmer of intrigue shone in Akahoshi's eyes as he said, this is even better. It will be easier to deal with her. Shixiang also displayed a cold smile, stating, indeed, no matter how powerful, he remains a mere pawn. As Naruto exited, he shook his head and muttered, little Karamimi, with your acting skills, you dare perform before me? Pathetic. While traversing the forest path, suddenly, an individual appeared before him. It was none other than Smaluang. Naruto exclaimed, come find me. And Ao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Naruto remarked, this is not the place for conversation. Follow me. Under his guidance, the two arrived at the precipice. Naruto took a seat and inquired, do you have any questions? Aang then asked, who is he? Naruto lifted his head and inquired, why do you ask that? Aang responded, it's a feeling. Naruto remarked, do you still have that feeling? Aang responded, I have always sensed that Agent Shingin is not as simple as he appears. Naruto inquired, when did you become aware? He recalled that in the original narrative, this boy was merely an arrogant little lad. Aang replied, about a year ago, I vaguely overheard them uttering certain words, as if they were reluctant to continue, and then fell silent. Naruto remarked, thus, even though you possess the strength of an elite jonin, you are not demonstrating the prowess of a true jonin? Aang nodded in affirmation, indeed, and it was also thanks to the guidance of Grandpa Kawashich. Naruto inquired, Mizuki the old man? This enigmatic figure. Could you share more about him? Aang Dao replied, Grandfather Kawashita sought refuge in Shingin village 3 years ago. We remain largely unaware of his past, as he seems to harbor great reluctance to divulge it. Naruto remarked, this old fellow is indeed enigmatic. He pondered within. Could it be that this aged one is a seer? Where are the stars? He inquired. Naruto inquired, weren't you previously wary of my avaricious intentions towards the stars? Why do you no longer harbor any doubts? Aang responded, your prowess is formidable, and your ability to traverse the void is unmatched. Should you seek to seize the stars, none would be able to pursue you. Naruto remarked, are you so self-aware? The star is with me. As he spoke, Naruto produced the star, leaving Aang in a state of bewilderment, who then inquired, how could it possibly be with you? Naruto stated, this is a gift from your mother. What? Exclaimed Aang, gripping Naruto and inquiring, are you referring to my mother? Naruto replied, of course, it's your mother. Aang queried, where is she? Naruto stated, for the time being, you need not meet her. What you must focus on now is safeguarding yourself. Aang questioned why. Naruto inquired, which one? Aang remarked, why should I refrain from seeing my mother for the time being? Naruto remarked, because certain storylines have yet to commence. Aang responded, huh? Naruto scratched his head and said, oh, just pretend you didn't hear that. How can I display my Oscar-worthy acting skills if the plot doesn't begin? Naruto said, you must remember that your mother is protecting you every moment. When the time is right for you to see her, you will be able to. Aang questioned, is there someone in the village who seeks to harm my mother? She loves the village dearly. She is not dead and would never forsake it. Therefore, there must be someone within the village who is targeting her. Naruto inquired, do you know why the training of the stars was halted? Aang responded, it is because the enhancement of chakra through the stars can inflict harm on the body. Many individuals in the village have sustained injuries, leaving them far weaker than they once were. Naruto remarked, however, 3 years ago, your agency, the Star Hidden, was about to commence the cultivation of the stars. Aang responded, He aspires for the star-hidden village to establish its presence within the ninja world. Naruto stated. Thus, he disregarded the villagers' well-being. This was the very intention behind your mother's attempt to steal the Star Stone. Ong smiled, a sense of pride illuminating his face, and remarked, I always knew that my mother was ceaselessly watching over me. His eyes sparkled with profound happiness. Naruto remarked, Your mother is the epitome of mastery over this extraordinary power. There are those who aspire to wield such strength, and thus they have summoned me to protect the stars. Ong solemnly declared, Crimson Star. Naruto remarked, You are quite astute. He is a man of great ambition, willing to use you as a pawn to extract the secrets of cultivation from your mother, manipulating her through you. Anguished, he replied, How dare he? Naruto remarked, What you say is indeed true. Why should one hesitate? If you are unaware, would you not constantly be on guard against him? Ongao responded, My lord. What course of action should I take? Naruto replied, It is quite simple. Pledge your allegiance to me as your master, and I shall teach you the art of cultivation. Ong added, I am also an elite jonin. Naruto offered him a faint smile, and before he could react, he felt an immobilizing grip upon him. The shackles around his neck seemed to dictate his very existence, as life and death hung in the balance for that fleeting moment. Afterward, Naruto released him, prompting Ong to inquire, What manner of technique is this? Naruto remarked, This is the power of my martial arts training. How does it feel? Ong responded, Is this the strength of martial arts? I have heard tales of its might in the past, and experiencing it firsthand today, I can indeed attest to its formidable nature. Naruto inquired, How do you feel? After a moment of deep contemplation, Ong responded, Mysterious. Naruto smiled gently upon hearing this and said, Indeed, it may seem mysterious to you, but it surpasses the way of the ninja and has the power to save the people of your village, ensuring their healthy growth. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Is that truly the case? Naruto nodded, Of course. In Chapter 163, upon meeting Xin, Beidou agreed to Naruto's guidance and took him as his master. He diligently practiced the martial arts techniques, having traversed the path of star cultivation. His physical form was significantly stronger than that of others, and his training progressed at an accelerated pace. In a mere short time, he had already made substantial progress. Beidou ceased his training, sensing a long-lost lightness in his body. He exclaimed, It truly works. Naruto replied, Of course, there is no need for me to deceive you. Kong Xingli expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Naruto said, There's no need for gratitude. Until you have mastered your martial arts, do not heed anything that Akahoshi says. Ong nodded. I understand. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Senior, may I impart the techniques to the villagers? Naruto said, No, this technique is tailored specifically for you. Should others attempt to practice it, they will either stagnate for life or suffer a severance of their meridians. Are you willing to accept such a fate? Naturally, he was unwilling. Yet the suffering endured by his kin in the village weighed heavily upon him, and he felt an urgent desire to save them. Naruto discerned his thoughts and said, Rest assured, I possess other techniques, albeit incomplete ones. Nonetheless, reaching the level of a jonin will pose no challenge. To pursue this path, one must journey to the sacred land of martial arts, the land of the fiery dragon. Overjoyed, Ong exclaimed, A jonin is more than sufficient. A jonin can ensure the village's safety and foster its prosperity. However, he underestimated the nature of ambition. As long as there are aspirations, human desires will remain insatiable. Once they attain the jonin rank, they will undoubtedly aspire to become elite, and thereafter, strive for the title of Hokage. Everyone yearns to pursue formidable power. After parting ways with Daong, Naruto returned to the dwelling of Mizukawa Masaru. Mizukawa Masaru remarked, Kid, you actually remembered to come back? His tone was imbued with a profound sense of melancholy. Startled, Naruto exclaimed, What the heck, old man? I'm a perfectly normal man, and I fancy girls. Mizukawa Masaru's expression darkened as he replied, So do I. Naruto gazed at him with suspicion, his expression clearly reflecting doubt. Mizukawa exclaimed, Kid, what kind of look is that? Naruto remarked, Old man, with your physique, do you dare to pursue the affections of a lady? Can you endure it? Mizukawa Katsudo responded, I am quite strong. Naruto, 3 seconds. Mizukawa, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Go cook. Do you wish to starve this old man? Having tasted Naruto's cooking, the meals outside truly pale in comparison. Naruto remarked, Old man, have you become spoiled by my culinary delights? To which Mizukawa responded, No, absolutely not. Naruto, just keep being stubborn. After saying this, he walked into the kitchen and began to prepare. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes was ready at the table. During the meal, Mizuki asked, "Kid, that Akahoshi is looking for you. You must be cautious, for he is not a good person." Naruto remarked, "Old man, I understand. And I shall remember your words. However, I believe that Akahoshi is quite admirable." To this, Mizukawa, in a fit of anger, retorted, "I say he is not good, and thus he is not. You must heed my counsel." With a mischievous grin, Naruto remarked, "All right, I'll go along with you." After finishing his meal, he reclined on his bed, pondering the storyline. It seemed that several young ladies, through the cultivation of stellar energy to enhance their chakra, ultimately encountered physical ailments. Indeed, it was imperative to alter the fate of these individuals. Once Shimizukawa had fallen into a deep slumber, Naruto left behind a shadow clone and silently departed the room. In the original narrative, there was a girl named Jinshin, whose stellar cultivation was particularly noteworthy. 3 years had passed, and he wondered if she had survived. Naruto, employing the soul capture technique, discerned the current whereabouts of Shin. Within the confines of the bedroom, 2 distinct auras were present, indicating the presence of 2 individuals. Could the other be Beidou? It seemed likely, for their relationship appeared to be quite amicable, Naruto mused to himself. Naruto swiftly appeared in the bedroom, manifesting his true essence to envelop the space in a protective domain. The 2 young girls were in a deep slumber, completely oblivious to his presence despite the commotion he had caused. "They sleep so soundly," Naruto murmured. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the candle in the room. At that moment, Beidou and Jinshin stirred awake. "Who goes there?" Beidou inquired, already brandishing a kunai in her hand, readying herself for any potential threat. Naruto said, all right. You 2 young ladies." Seeing that Xin was unwell, she could only muster her strength to look at Naruto. Beidou inquired, "Who are you?" Naruto, "The big bad wolf? No. I am here to assist you." Beidou, regardless of your identity, intruding into another's room uninvited does not signify a virtuous character. "First, I shall restrain you." At that moment, her crimson and violet chakra surged forth in 3 streams, binding towards Naruto. Naruto remained motionless, allowing the chakra to bind him, dramatically exclaiming, "Do not strike, do not strike. Ah, it is too tight." His expression was exceedingly exaggerated. Upon witnessing this, Beidou could not help but loosen his grip. Naruto chuckled and remarked, "Do I resemble the 2 little girls?" Upon witnessing this, Beidou immediately intensified his efforts. Naruto gently tore apart her restraints and remarked, "Little girl, enough of this. With your current skills, how do you differ from 3 years ago? It seems all your training during these years has been in vain." Beidou widened her eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible? How could that be?" Naruto declared, "There is nothing impossible. The star-hidden village is merely a small settlement and hardly worthy of concern. You have yet to witness true strength." Beidou replied, "Impossible, come again." Jinshin interjected, "Beidou, cease this at once." She forced herself to sit up despite her pain. Halting Beidou's advance, Beidou turned and said, "Jinshin, this individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. He cannot be spared." Jinshin responded, "Beidou, please refrain. I sense he is not malevolent, and his prowess far exceeds yours. Should he truly choose to engage, you would stand no chance against him." Naruto remarked, "Little girl, you possess quite the discernment." With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of true energy, which permeated Xion's body, alleviating her discomfort significantly. Xion, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? In these past few years, this is the most comfortable moment I've experienced." Naruto remarked, "This is not a medical ninjutsu. It is the art of martial prowess." Beidou inquired, "Martial arts? Are you hailing from the land of the flame dragon?" Naruto remarked, "I once journeyed to the kingdom of the fiery dragon, where I witnessed its splendor and honed my martial arts skills." Beidou inquired, "Does the kingdom of the fiery dragon permit others to cultivate martial arts?" Naruto replied, "Indeed, however, it is merely an incomplete technique. To fully grasp its essence, one must join the kingdom of the flame dragon." Upon hearing this, Xion inquired, "Senior, are you suggesting that this martial arts technique has the potential to heal us?" Naruto remarked, "This is the essence of nature, and the inner strength cultivated through training surpasses your star-based cultivation of chakra by a significant margin." However, Beidou refuted, "Impossible." In her mind, their star-based cultivation was the most formidable secret technique, undoubtedly superior to martial arts training. Chapter 164, The Nightingale's Devious Scheme. Naruto remarked, "Your confidence is indeed remarkable, but alas, your strength does not support such self-assurance." Beidou replied, "Our shadows are formidable. Naruto declared, mediocre. This incited great anger in Beidou, who then unleashed his ninjutsu, aiming to bind Naruto. Naruto remarked, your meager strength and such techniques are of no consequence to me. He then proceeded to tear apart the chakra restraints binding Beidou. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Beidou struggled to fathom the extent of her own weakness. Naruto consoled them, saying, do not be disheartened. How should I put it? Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. It is not that you lack ability, but rather that I am simply too formidable. Beidou remarked, Jinshin, is this truly a form of consolation? It feels more like a knife being thrust into the heart. At that moment, Jinshin inquired, who are you? It appeared they were still unaware of the identity of the person before them. Naruto declared, I am the esteemed guardian of the star shadow, summoned by you. Observing his demeanor, Xing Beidou and his companion found this person to be quite self-absorbed. Naruto inquired, what? Do you not trust me? Beidou replied, the star stone has indeed been stolen. Naruto pondered within himself. Was there such a sharp-tongued character in the original work? I believe not. I recall a bashful young girl. Naruto remarked, well, this cannot be attributed to me. The technique being practiced here is the peacock mystique, which appears to belong to your village. If your villagers have stolen it, does that not constitute theft? Very well, it does. However, I am not implicated in this matter. What you are engaging in is akin to guarding a treasure while secretly plundering it. Upon hearing this, the two individuals found themselves at a loss for words, truly unable to formulate a counterargument. Naruto said, never mind, I shall not engage in this conversation any longer. He gazed at Jinshin and remarked, your injuries can be healed through the cultivation of martial arts techniques, utilizing the power of true essence. Not only can this elevate your strength to the level of a jonin, but it can also restore your body, allowing you to live like a normal person. Hearing this, Jinshin trembled slightly and inquired, is that truly possible? Naruto, you little girl, given your current situation, do I have any reason to deceive you? Upon reflection, Xian realized this was indeed true. Considering her circumstances, what could be worse than her present state, where she could barely take care of herself? Xian responded, what conditions are required? She understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and imparting one's techniques would undoubtedly come with certain prerequisites. Naruto, perceiving a semblance of one on the brink of an abyss, reassured, do not worry. I shall not demand you to pledge yourself. Teased by Naruto, Xian involuntarily felt a flush of crimson color upon her cheeks. Beidou, ever vigilant, cast a wary glance at Naruto and inquired, pray, share your terms. Naruto remarked, firstly, before my departure from the Star Hidden Village, it is imperative that no one is made aware of your training in martial arts. What was once the case remains unchanged. Secondly, the incomplete techniques I impart to you cannot be cultivated beyond the level of a jonin, unless one obtains the complete version of the techniques. Beidou inquired, and what of the complete techniques? Naruto remarked, naturally, this is in the land of the Flame Dragon, where the mastery of certain techniques has been generously shared, allowing numerous commoners to fulfill their aspirations. Isn't that commendable? Do you possess such audacity in the Hidden Star Village to openly share your ninjutsu? It was evident that such an act was impossible, not only for their village but for any ninja village. Such a level of openness was unattainable. Noticing the silence that enveloped the two, Naruto continued, however, if you seek to pursue greater strength, you may consider joining the land of the Flame Dragon. Xian interjected, we are from the Hidden Star Village and shall not align ourselves with any empire. Naruto remarked, then it is as you wish. Thirdly, you must accompany me in a performance. Xian inquired, what kind of performance? Naruto proclaimed, I shall divulge this to you all in due time. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of inflicting any harm upon the Hidden Star Village. Beidou retorted, who can say for certain? Naruto cast a fierce glance at her and ominously declared, if I were a villain, I would first violate you, then kill you, and finally leave your remains to the wilderness. Taken aback, Beidou looked at Naruto and replied, villain. With utmost seriousness, Beidou responded, very well, we accept your terms. Naruto proclaimed, I still have faith in you. After imparting his skills to the two individuals, he departed. Beneath the celestial glow of the stars and moon, Naruto murmured, Akahoshi, I wonder what tricks you will unveil next? It would surely be amusing when Akahoshi busies himself only to realize he is but a jester. 3 days later, Naruto returned to seek out Shiori. Though merely a span of 3 days had elapsed, Shiori had ascended to the first rank, showcasing extraordinary talent in his cultivation. Naruto remarked, as expected of the strongest practitioner of ninjutsu in the Star Hidden Village, within just 3 days, You have absorbed 60% of the chakra and transformed it into inner strength. Hearing Naruto's voice, Shiori emerged from her training, gazing at him as she inquired, Senior, what about Samara? Naruto remarked, I must say, your son is quite impressive. He is certainly not a fool. He has discerned that Chixing's intentions are far from pure. Thus he has concealed his abilities. Once he has transformed his chakra, I shall allow Chixing to locate the Star Stone. I intend to engage him in a test of acting prowess. Test of acting? Shiori, though not entirely grasping Naruto's words, recognized that this senior was undoubtedly capable of surpassing Chixing in the realm of performance. Shiori inquired, Senior, is there anything I can do to assist? Naruto remarked, in a couple of days, you shall be the protagonist, the target of Chixing. For reasons unknown, Shiori felt a sense of pity for Chixing. Under the schemes of a senior, even the most astute could be rendered foolish. Chixing had been furrowing his brow these past few days, as they searched for the Star Stone using ninjutsu, yet they had gleaned no insight into its whereabouts. If he were to find it, it would indeed be a marvel. For under Naruto's seal, it was impossible to detect even the faintest trace of its presence. Nightingale arrived and inquired, Chixing, has Smala been in seclusion for some time now? Could he have sensed something? Chixing shook his head, impossible. That is his mother. If he had sensed anything, he would not be so calm. Nightingale countered. Yet this does not align with his character. Chixing replied, he is not in a hurry. The pressing matter at hand is Shiori. She has stolen the Star Stone. Yet she remains elusive, having failed to pinpoint her direction despite numerous attempts. Nightingale asked, could she have left the star-hidden village? Chixing raised an eyebrow and said, it is not without possibility, though the odds are slim. After all, her son is here. Even if she does not guard the village, she will protect her child. A glint of cruelty flashed in Nightingale's eyes as he suggested, Chixing, if we use Smalu as bait, she should reveal herself. Upon hearing this, Chixing's eyes brightened, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, a brilliant strategy, but let us wait a while longer. If she does not appear, we shall proceed with this plan. Nightingale inquired, should we capture Smala first? Chixing responded, no need, we will have time in abundance later. Chapter 165, a significant power boost. Another 10 days passed, and Naruto sought out Ong, the child of Shiori. Inheriting her talent, Ong had reached the pinnacle of first-tier strength within this span. The chakra, refined through star energy, surpassed that of ordinary ninjas in quality, and his body, having withstood the purifying effects of star energy, was also stronger than that of typical ninjas. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Ong stood and greeted, Master, you have come. Naruto remarked, my training has been fruitful. I have reached the pinnacle of the first rank. The next step is to open the governing vessel. I have arrived at just the right moment. Ao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Master, what do you mean? Naruto produced the Star Stone and proclaimed, with this, you shall cultivate and transcend to the realm of acquired enlightenment. Ong hesitated and inquired, will this cause any harm to my body? Naruto remarked, in the face of martial arts, this is merely energy. Rest assured, I shall protect you with ninjutsu. It cannot harm you. Ongbai expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Master. Naruto allowed Ao to absorb the stellar energy and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He enveloped Ao with his chakra. As the stellar energy continuously flowed into Ao's body, his physique began to gradually swell. After a brief period, it retracted, however. Within 2 hours, Ao's strength had already transcended the acquired realm, and he showed no signs of halting. With the relentless influx of stellar energy, by the time dawn broke in the east, Ao had ascended to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The absorption of stellar energy was not yet complete. Ao still had more to assimilate. Naruto intervened, stating, that is enough. Reaching the pinnacle of your potential is already a remarkable achievement. Pushing further may jeopardize your future. With an unstable foundation, you will not go far. Ong felt a surge of tremendous power within him, his eyes betraying a sense of exhilaration as he bowed and expressed, thank you, Master. Naruto remarked, I merely provided you with the path. Without your own efforts, reaching the pinnacle of your potential would have been impossible. Ong, with a glint of determination in his eyes, inquired, Master, what shall our next course of action be? It was evident that he was contemplating a strategy to confront the Crimson Star. Naruto inquired, are you planning to confront Akatsuki? Ong responded, indeed. Naruto remarked, they have not located the falling star. In order to coerce your mother, their next move will likely be to target you, so you must proceed with caution. Ong responded, if they come, I shall incapacitate them. Naruto shook his head and replied, "No, you must be captured by them, allowing Akatsuki to coerce your mother into appearing, thus revealing his true nature to the villagers." Ong nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. This course of action will suppress Akatsuki, enabling the villagers to come to terms with the truth. Naruto said, "Therefore, if Akatsuki captures you, you shall comply and allow yourself to be taken." Ong nodded in agreement. All right. Naruto naturally sought out Chixing, inquiring, "Chixing, have you not found it yet?" Chixing shook his head, replying no. Naruto remarked, "Since this matter pertains to your family, I shall refrain from intervening. After spending 2 days in the country, I shall depart and resume my journey." Qi Xing raised an eyebrow and replied, "Lord Youming, I kindly ask that you wait for 2 more days. We are making every effort to search. Naruto cannot depart, otherwise who will shoulder the blame?" Naruto stated, "My journey serves as my training. Remaining here will only impede my path. This implies a challenge. Do you intend to obstruct my progress?" Akahoshi replied, "My lord, trust me. Within 5 days, that scoundrel will reveal himself." Naruto inquired, "Do you know the identity of the thief?" Akahoshi replied, "I have some clues." Naruto pondered for a moment and then declared, "Very well, I shall wait for 5 days. If no one arrives by then, I shall take my leave." Akahoshi replied, "I will ensure that Lord Yume is not disappointed." Naruto initially intended to depart, but suddenly turned his head and inquired, "I have heard some tales around the village, and it is said that Summer Day is an exceptionally powerful star ninja. Who is she?" Upon hearing the name Summer Day, Akahoshi felt a tremor in his heart, fixating his gaze on Naruto as he replied, "My lord, what else do you know?" Naruto shook his head, saying, "I am unaware of other matters, but some elders in the village have mentioned her with reverence, which prompted my inquiry." Akahoshi replied, "She was indeed a distinguished master from my village. Yet she passed away several years ago." Naruto remarked, "What a pity. Many people admire her, which surely indicates she must be a good person." Akahoshi replied, "Lord Youming, I cannot divulge more, for this is a secret of Shingin Village. The very existence of Shingin Village today is due to the protection of Lord Zairichi and his companions." Naruto remarked, "Oh, I see. So she has no offspring?" Upon hearing this, Akahoshi raised an eyebrow and gritted his teeth, replying, "None." Naruto sighed, "How truly pitiable." Akahoshi replied, "The departed are no more. There is no need for you to grieve, my lord Waimei. The Lady Natsubi has passed away. She lives on in the hearts of each and every one of us." Naruto chuckled, "Indeed." Subsequently, he departed. After his departure, Akahoshi summoned Nightingale and the 4 equinoxes. The 4 equinoxes inquired, "Akahoshi, do you have matters to discuss with us?" Akahoshi replied with a sinister tone, "The plan may commence." In his eyes, a flicker of violet light danced, his ambition igniting the flames of his reason. Nightingale asked, "Akahoshi, what has transpired?" If nothing had occurred, Akahoshi would have likely waited a few more days. Akahoshi stated, "Yumian wishes to leave. However, he cannot do so immediately, at least not for now." Nightingale responded, "I see. Akahoshi, Smaru is now a J-nin. Dealing with him will not be an easy task." Akahoshi remarked, "Forcibly capturing him is, of course, not ideal. Instead, we shall render him unconscious with a substance, detain him, fabricate charges, and execute the plan publicly." Nightingale affirmed, "Understood." Akahoshi cautioned, "We must be vigilant. Yumian appears to sense something amiss. He inquired about the summer today." Nightingale and the 4 equinoxes were taken aback, asking, "What transpired?" Naruto's prowess was something they had witnessed firsthand. Facing off against that esteemed individual, their chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Should he form an alliance with Lord Summer, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Akahoshi remarked, "It seems he has been swayed by the idle gossip of another. He may know of Summer's name, yet he is utterly ignorant of Summer himself. His knowledge of Shingin Village is scant, thus I must proceed with caution to avoid falling into his trap." Nightingale and the 4 symbols nodded in understanding. The 4 symbols added, "However, Akahoshi, we cannot allow him to meet Sumara as Summer's child. How could he not remember his mother? If Naruto brings it up, their cover will be blown." Akahoshi replied, "Rest assured, I have made arrangements. For the next few days, Sumara will not step outside the house." The 4 symbols responded, "That is reassuring." Nightingale and the 4 symbols departed to prepare, unaware that their entire conversation had been overheard by Naruto. Naruto declared, "I must also make my preparations. Akahoshi will soon learn the essence of performance." Chapter 166, Sumara captured. Ong found himself imprisoned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Is it time to begin? Akahoshi, I have awaited you for a long time." He seized the opportunity to solidify his current state and settled down to fortify his realm. On the third day after his meal, two individuals entered, Nightingale and the four symbols. Upon witnessing their icy demeanor, Ong discerned their intentions and inquired, "Are you about to take action?" At this, Nightingale and the four symbols exchanged glances, questioning. "What are you implying?" Ong replied, "Though I know little of your deeds over the years, I am certain they are far from benevolent. You perceive me as a threat and thus wish to eliminate me." This assertion was merely a pretext, a feeble attempt to justify his situation. Nightingale remarked, "Indeed. You are truly her child. Your vigilance is commendable." The four symbols added, "Regrettably, you are mistaken. While your talent is noteworthy, in our presence, it amounts to little more than mere potential." Ong pressed, "I am eager to understand your intentions." Nightingale responded, "You shall discover that in due course." Ong retorted, "With your limited capabilities, I doubt you can take me away." His tone brimming with audacity, he felt justified in his arrogance. He could easily overpower these two. Nightingale commented, "Ah, youth." Ong attempted to rise, only to find his vision blurring as he incredulously uttered, "You have drugged me." The four symbols replied, "Thus, you are still young." Subsequently, Ong was rendered unconscious and taken away. He had long suspected poison in his meal and had already neutralized it. His current predicament was merely a fade. Carrying Ong, the four symbols and Nightingale arrived at Akahoshi's chamber, stating, "Nightingale, it went exceedingly well. No one noticed." Akahoshi replied, "Excellent. We shall put him on trial the day after tomorrow. That woman will undoubtedly appear." Nightingale and the four symbols nodded in agreement and departed with Ong. Bound in a secret chamber, Ong sat up after their exit, his eyes sparkling like stars in the darkness, radiantly bright. He mused, "So this is the sensation. No wonder my master orchestrated it this way. Observing their clownish antics brings me such delight." He whispered, "Mother, I shall soon see you." His tone was filled with joy. He had awaited this moment for far too long. In another room, Naruto opened his eyes and remarked, "Has it begun? Then I shall prepare as well." Leaving a shadow clone behind, he proceeded to the chamber of the Big Dipper and the arduous task ahead. Naruto said, "Ladies, you may don your garments now. Should you remain unclothed, I would be at your service." "Scoundrel!" Beidou exclaimed, turning over with a flushed face. Upon noticing Xian also sitting up, she remarked, "Senior, you have arrived." Naruto said with a radiant smile, "What is the matter? Have you all been missing me?" Hardship replied, "You wish. Who would ever think of you?" Naruto remarked, "That is well. If you have developed affection for me, it would indeed be a transgression, for I am a person you cannot attain." Beta interjected, "Jianshin. I have never encountered someone so self-absorbed." Jianshin hurriedly replied, "Senior, is there anything we are required to do?" Naruto nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, it's quite good. Although there are merely 2 weeks remaining, my injuries have healed by 20%. In another year or so, I shall fully recover." Upon seeing Shin, he remarked, "This is the result of your senior's efforts." Naruto remarked, "I cannot commend this. It is undoubtedly the merit of the martial arts sacred land, the Flame Dragon Kingdom." This statement holds true. Were it not for the Dragon King, Naruto Uzumaki, they would not have been able to recover. Beidou inquired, "Speak, what is on your mind?" "Regardless, the grace of Naruto's impartation of skills must be repaid." Naruto inquired, "Allow me to pose a question. Do you understand why the training of the stars was once prohibited and is now being resumed?" In response, the two shook their heads, genuinely unaware of the reason. Naruto remarked, "In truth, the peacock mystique of your star-hidden village possesses a remarkable uniqueness. Should one cultivate it to its zenith, it would rival the prowess of the strongest shinobi from the 5 great villages." Beidou, brimming with pride, declared, "Indeed, our ninjutsu in the star-hidden village is exceptionally formidable." Naruto remarked, "However, this demands a significant cost." Beta fell silent, as she could not refute this. Naruto remarked, "Consider the children from your generation who have trained alongside you. How many of them are truly healthy?" Among this group, Xian Wu stands out as the most severely affected, and there are several others who have also surpassed the halfway mark. Naruto continued, "Upon realizing such shortcomings, the benevolent third star shadow has prohibited cultivation. Should this persist, the population of Star Hidden Village will dwindle, jeopardizing its legacy. However, malevolent individuals may not share this perspective. The cultivation of stars grants immense power. If the ninjas of Star Hidden Village could all reach the pinnacle of this art, they would emerge as formidable shadow ninjas, gaining greater influence within the shinobi world. Naturally, For the sake of this power, the path of star cultivation has been reopened. At this juncture, if the two remained oblivious, they would be akin to foolish swine. Beidou shook his head, exclaiming, "Impossible, it cannot be. Lord Red Star would never act in such a manner." Observing Xian's gaze shift towards Naruto, he inquired, "What evidence do you possess?" Naruto inquired, "Are you familiar with Team Smaru?" The two nodded in affirmation, as they were indeed well acquainted. Naruto exclaimed, "Smaru has been captured." Taken by Akahoshi. Beidou rose to his feet, vehemently denying, "Impossible, utterly impossible." Naruto gently urged her to take a seat and remarked, "Actions speak louder than words. In a couple of days, the truth will reveal itself. I only hope you refrain from causing any disturbances in the meantime. When the trial of Smaru commences, you may question Akahoshi." Upon hearing this, Xian inquired, "Is that truly the case, senior?" Naruto remarked, "Having witnessed it with my own eyes, how could there be any doubt?" Beidou inquired, "Why is that?" Naruto stated, "This is to compel someone to reveal themselves. In due time, you shall understand." Naruto's words left the two in a state of confusion. They could hardly fathom who might be pressured. Naruto remarked, "Do not dwell on it. What you must focus on now is how to confront Akahoshi regarding his reckless decision to initiate the star training, disregarding the well-being of the villagers. As for other matters, you will gradually uncover them." Observing that Xian had come to this realization, it was clear that this senior would not divulge any further information. She nodded and affirmed, "Understood." She held firm in her belief that they would eventually come to know the truth. Naruto remarked, "Furthermore, during this period, do not inquire of anyone. Should you fall into the hands of Akahoshi's accomplices, your fate would be sealed." The two young women acquiesced, vowing not to mention this matter until Smaru's judgment had been rendered. They had heeded Naruto's counsel, and many things became clear to them. Indeed, their star shadows harbored issues. In Chapter 167, titled Summer Training, the sudden surge of energy, a revelation dawned upon Jinshin and Beidou. With that, Naruto took his leave, for as a pivotal figure, Summer could not be absent. He approached Summer with the Star Stone, which had only 30% of its energy remaining. Sensing Naruto's arrival, Summer emerged to greet him. "Senior, you have come," Naruto remarked. "Oh, your perception is quite impressive. You have actually ascended to the innate realm." Summer replied, "I shall forever be grateful for your kindness." "Esteemed senior," Naruto remarked, "no need for formalities." He handed the Star Stone to Summer. Upon receiving it, Summer stated, "Senior, the energy contained within this stone has diminished significantly." Naruto remarked, "Naturally, with Smaru absorbed, how much could possibly remain?" The light in Summer's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she inquired, "Senior, is Smaru all right?" Naruto remarked, "Excellent. Truly splendid. Having absorbed the energy of the Star Stone, he has ascended to the pinnacle of elite Jonin strength, surpassing you by only a hair's breadth." Summer's eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to a small sun, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. As long as the child thrived, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Naruto remarked, "However, he has now been captured, ensnared by the Red Star." The Summer's form involuntarily shuddered as she inquired, "Senior, is there any danger?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "Of course not. Your son possesses a remarkable talent for acting," leaving Akahoshi and the others utterly bewildered. Summer remarked, "This must be something he learned from his seniors." Naruto scratched his head, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. It is simply a remarkable talent." Summer smiled gently, her eyes narrowing slightly. Naruto remarked, "It is now your moment to shine. Above all, prioritize safety. I have but one request of you." Summer replied, "What is it?" Naruto cautioned, "Be vigilant against sudden assaults from those around you. Remain wary, regardless of who they may be." Sayori furrowed her brow and inquired, "Could it be that Smaru would act in such a manner?" Upon hearing her words, Naruto felt an inexplicable flicker of foreboding in his eyes, as if all of this were destined to transpire. This realization heightened his alertness, prompting him to assert, "Smaru is a dutiful child." In an effort to shift the conversation, Naruto asked, "Sayori, during your training, have you ever experienced an unexpected surge of power that you were able to refine?" After a moment's contemplation, Sayori replied, "Indeed." Naruto was taken aback, confirming, "Really?" Noticing Naruto's astonishment, she couldn't help but inquire, "Senior, is there a problem with this?" To her perspective, it seemed like a positive development, yet it appeared that her senior perceived a deeper significance within it. Naruto inquired, "Will a large pancake fall from the sky to satisfy your hunger?" Taken aback by the question, Summer replied, "Oh, no, it won't." Naruto remarked, Do you not comprehend such a simple truth? If that were the case, why would your cultivation still cause harm to your body? At this, Shiori fell silent. Naruto continued. You should also comprehend the principle of cause and effect. The seeds sown today will yield their fruits tomorrow. You have accepted the kindness of others today, and in the future, you shall owe a debt. How will you choose? Summer respectfully replied. I humbly ask for your guidance, senior. Naruto's instruction was not yet complete. He continued. If you can refine the energy of a small stream, can you also master the vast currents of a great river? Summer shook her head, acutely aware of the peril inherent in his words at that moment. Naruto remarked, if such power were to manifest again, it would disperse from within you, and absorbing too much would hinder the stability of your foundation, ultimately obstructing your future growth. Summer responded, Senior, I comprehend. Naruto nodded with a sense of relief. Excellent. Summer then shifted the topic, inquiring, how will the Red Star deal with Smalu? Naruto declared, mobilize the strength of the entire village to judge him under unfounded accusations. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Summer's eyes as she spoke in a somewhat chilling tone. What could have caused Akahoshi to become like this? Naruto remarked. The allure of power can ensnare the heart. His ambitions are not confined to the humble confines of the star-hidden village. He aspires to encompass all 5 great ninja villages. At that moment, a soft light began to illuminate the surroundings. Naruto remarked, Shiori, it seems your time to shine has arrived. Shiori then turned away, donned a mask, and soared into the sky. Naruto remarked, Chixing, this is merely a minor interlude. I wonder how you shall respond. He unsealed the starfall, which inevitably attracted the attention of the villagers. At Chixing's abode, Nightingale arrived to report, Chixing, we have located her. Chixing inquired, what method did Shiori employ to seal the starstone for so many days? Nightingale asked, Chixing, should we capture her? After a moment of contemplation, Chixing replied, you all keep a close watch on Smalu. Do not alert her and let her escape. I shall confront her. I am curious about her current strength. Nightingale cautioned. Be careful. Chixing reassured her. Do not worry, my training has not been in vain. Holding the starstone, Shiori faced the ninjas of Shingin village and declared, you may leave. I shall not surrender the starstone. One of them retorted, impossible. Without the starstone, how can we cultivate star ninja techniques and enhance our chakra? Hand over the starstone, or we shall end your life. Shiori asserted, I am also a member of Shingin village. I possess the right to utilize the starstone until I have mastered my training. The starstone shall remain with me. This is the price I pay to protect Shingin village. As they attempted to argue further, Shiori unleashed her aura, stunning them into unconsciousness. Chixing arrived shortly thereafter. He and Shiori exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Shiori spoke. Chixing, are you unaware of the dangers inherent in this training? Has the third star shadow not informed you? Why pursue this path? Chixing, with a chilling demeanor, replied, Lady Shiori, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to still be alive. Shiori remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chixing. His expression twisted into a malevolent grimace as he asked, why pursue this? The answer lies within you, Lady Shiori. Shiori queried, what do you intend to accomplish? Chixing coldly responded, do you not comprehend the power you possess? Such strength, who could rival it? Even with 100, or merely 10, or even the 5 great ninja villages, what could they do against us? Shingin village shall remain invincible. Shiori countered, Chixing, do you realize how many lives will be sacrificed? How many will endure suffering as a consequence? Chixing insisted. It is all worth it. It is all worthwhile. Once Shingin village flourishes, will there be a shortage of people? Shiori exclaimed, Chixing, you have truly lost your mind. Chixing urged, Lady Shiori, it is not too late to choose. Join us in elevating Shingin village to the pinnacle of the ninja world, making it an object of reverence for all. Chapter 168. Chixing's exposure. Shiori's thoughts drifted, consumed by the anguished groans of those ninjas who had trained in the art of the stars. It hurts so much. I feel so wretched. Is death the answer? Perhaps it would be better to die. Death would bring relief. It feels as if a raging fire burns within me. The pain is unbearable. Save me, save me. Natsum remarked, Akaboshi, for your selfish desires, you disregard the safety of the villagers. However, I shall not allow such torment to resurface, not ever. Akaboshi retorted. You are incapable of doing so. Natsum continued, Akaboshi, if you remain infatuated and unyielding, I shall show no mercy. Alas, he must not perish just yet. His transgressions must be exposed to the public, for only then can he face his rightful fate. The voice of Naruto echoed in the summer air. Summer suppressed the anger bubbling within, gazing at Akahoshi, and uttered, Akahoshi, you shall surely regret this. Akahoshi unleashed the peacock technique, declaring, my lady Summer. Allow me to test her current prowess. He obstructed her path to departure. Summer replied, Akahoshi, I wish to leave. Can you truly hinder me? Without employing ninjutsu. She soared into the sky, vanishing amidst the clouds. Akahoshi stood dumbfounded, pondering the nature of her newfound ability. Has she truly become this formidable? After a prolonged silence, he murmured, what a magnificent power. Summer, it is far too squandered upon you. The madness in his eyes threatened to overflow. He was determined to seize the energy emanating from Summer, even if it meant sacrificing countless lives. Glancing at the fallen figure on the ground, Akahoshi said nothing and turned away. Naruto made his appearance and remarked, what a delightful surprise, little one. You may rise now. At that moment, among the 7 individuals sprawled on the ground, one managed to stand up. He had not been rendered unconscious, a fact that did not escape Naruto's notice. Instead of allowing him to get up, Naruto chose to let him observe the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Naruto, the man exclaimed, it is you, Senior Youming. He had encountered Naruto previously in the abode of Chixing, where introductions had been made. Naruto inquired, it is I, little one. What is your name? I am called Jinxing, replied the young one. Naruto inquired, how does this scene feel? Jinxing's expression was somewhat desolate. He had not anticipated that their star shadow would be so merciless. However, disregarding the villagers' lives and well-being was something he had witnessed before. He had seen the agonizing cries of those who could not bear the burdens of their cultivation, and the haunting echoes of those wretched screams still resonated in his ears. Jinxing asked, Senior, was that truly Lord Summer? Naruto remarked, it is undoubtedly her. She has been safeguarding the hidden star village from the shadows. A few years ago, compelled by a few monsters, she undertook an investigation, which occupied her for these past 3 years. Upon her return, she learned that the star training had commenced, prompting her to seize the star stone. Jinxing replied, I have faith in Senior Xiaori. She will surely vanquish the red star. Naruto remarked, this is undeniably true. She is indeed capable of it. However, in terms of the storyline, it is not yet her moment to shine. Do you know why the town star insignia is so certain that he can acquire the cultivation methods from the summer body? The town star inquired, I do not know. Senior, why is that? Naruto exclaimed, are you foolish? What is most important during summer? To which Shincho replied, the village. Naruto continued to inquire, what else? Suddenly, the shining star's eyes lit up as he replied, Smarl. Naruto remarked, not too foolish. The town star inquired, Senior, are you suggesting that Akahoshi is adept at dealing with Smaru? Once a shadow, now Akahoshi signifies that in his heart. Akahoshi is no longer the esteemed star shadow of your. Naruto declared, this is inevitable, and now Akahoshi has captured Smaru and imprisoned him. Impossible. Jinxing refuted, unable to believe such an occurrence. Naruto sighed and remarked, alas, poor child, you have witnessed so much. What remains impossible for you? In pursuit of his own ambitions, Akahoshi is willing to sacrifice the villagers, and what harm is there in sacrificing someone like Smaru? Jinxing, in a state of despair, replied, there is no harm. The great evil has been established. How could the minor wickedness of Akahoshi weigh upon one's conscience? Reflecting on Smaru, Jinxing turned and declared, I shall go and rescue Smaru. Naruto remarked, you need not worry. Smaru will be just fine. As a child of summer, do you not believe that summer itself will safeguard Smaru? Furthermore, Akahoshi needs him as leverage and would not dare to harm him. On the contrary, he is quite safe at present. Jinxing pondered for a moment, finding wisdom in those words, and replied, Senior, what should I do? I hope you can illuminate a path for me. Naruto remarked, this matter is quite simple. Over the years, many villagers have suffered due to the persecution of the star cultivation. You must engage them in conversation, and on the day of Smalu's trial, confront Chixing and demand a reasonable explanation from him. Remember to keep this from the other villagers, as you are likely aware. Chixing holds a certain level of esteem in Shingin village. Jinxing's eyes twinkled as he responded, indeed. He looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression and inquired, Senior, were you not summoned as assistance by Chixing? Why do you not aid him? Naruto proclaimed, I am a man who stands by principles. One day, as I passed by the dwellings of Beidou and Jianshin, I noticed Jianshin gritting his teeth, enduring great suffering, while Beidou offered solace. I secretly investigated and discovered that the initiation of star cultivation poses significant dangers to the villagers. Thus, I surmised that the 3rd generation of Star Hidden had prohibited star cultivation for the sake of the villagers' safety, which is why I shall not assist Chixing. Without allowing the town star to interject, Naruto continued, I do not possess my own ninja way. I merely uphold the dichotomy of right and wrong. In my eyes, the ninja way is a pathological endeavor. Naruto has embarked on a mission of enlightenment, engaging in the dissemination of thoughts during his idle moments. The star of the town inquires, how is this to be interpreted? Naruto inquired, if someone were to distort their actions into violence and seek vengeance against this world due to injustice, do you believe such a path of the ninja should exist? Take Akahoshi, for instance. What is his ninja way? To lead the star-hidden village to greatness, surely. That is a noble endeavor, is it not? Yet, what has he truly done? Jinxing fell silent, unable to find words to counter this argument. Naruto remarked, the way of the ninja, many perceive it as inflicting suffering upon others. During the Third Shinobi World War, numerous ninjas from various nations, driven by a sense of justice and rallying under the banner of protecting their villages, indeed unleashed the flames of war upon the lands of others, inflicting harm upon their citizens. Can this truly be deemed justice? Is such a way of the ninja not a distortion? His words resonated like a heavy hammer, striking deeply within the heart of the star of the town, leaving him in a prolonged state of contemplation. Naruto said, little one, ponder this carefully. If there is something you find perplexing, you may journey to the kingdom of flame dragons, for there lies your answer. Chapter 169, Mizuki Chuan wins and hires Naruto. The star of the town roused his companions, then, in a daze, returned to the village. Naruto's words had a profound impact on him, leaving him momentarily uncertain about his next course of action. He recalled Naruto mentioning Beidou and Genshin, and fortunately decided to seek them out. However, before proceeding, he felt compelled to verify whether Smaru had indeed been captured. Thus, he made his way to Smaru's residence, where he discovered that no one had been there for the past 2 days. Along the way, he encountered the 4 spirits. Genshin inquired, Lord 4 Spirits, have you seen Smaru? The 4 spirits replied calmly, Smaru has gone on a mission. This statement confirmed Genshin's suspicion that Smaru had indeed been imprisoned. He was not foolish, especially with the current theft of the Star Stone, and he was certain that there had been no missions in recent days. Genshin asked, what mission is he on? The 4 spirits responded, I do not know. It was a task assigned directly by Chixing. Genshin remarked, I see. The 4 spirits offered no further comment, understanding that Genshin's inquiry was natural given his close relationship with Smaru. As Genshin passed by the 4 spirits, he proceeded to the residence of Genshin and Beidou. Upon seeing Genshin and Beidou exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he had come to visit them. Although they had all been focused on their training, their interactions had waned over the past year due to Genshin's health concerns. Beidou greeted him warmly, big brother Genshin. Genshin, being 2 years their senior, replied, it has been a while since I last visited. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in on you. His gaze fell upon Genshin, and he remarked, you seem to be looking much better. Genshin replied, the pain has eased somewhat. Genshin responded, that's good to hear, but Genshin, now that you are recovering, you must refrain from further star training, as it could lead to a second injury. Genshin expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the advice, big brother Genshin. I understand. The 3 engaged in casual conversation, but ultimately Genshin broached a more serious topic, asking, Beidou, Genshin, do you know Lord Youming? They exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's unspoken thoughts. What does he mean? Does he know that we have met Lord Youming? Genshin replied, we do know him. She refrained from denying their acquaintance to avoid any awkwardness. Genshin stated, so you have met Lord Youming. He did not deceive me. Genshin, with a hint of suspicion, asked, big brother Genshin, have you met Lord Youming as well? Genshin affirmed, indeed, I met him tonight, and I also witnessed the disgraceful actions of Shinin village. This statement left Genshin and Beidou perplexed. Beidou asked, what do you mean, big brother Genshin? Genshin explained, today, through our ninjutsu, we discovered the direction of the Star Stone and encountered the thief. Beidou inquired, who is he? Genshin revealed, he is the elder of Shinin village, Lord Shiori. Both of them involuntarily shuddered, with Genshin exclaiming, Lord Shiori, Smaru's mother. Genshin nodded, yes, that is correct. Beidou remarked, how can this be? Was she not dead? Genshin replied, no, Lady Shiori is not dead. She has been secretly protecting Shinin village and safeguarding the Star Stone. Genshin inquired, brother Genshin, what is the true nature of this situation? Genshin recounted the entire sequence of events, detailing the cessation of the star cultivation, the intentions behind the actions of the 3rd-generation star shadows, and the ambitions of Chixing. This revelation struck both of them profoundly. In their hearts, Chixing was a figure of reverence, a star shadow worthy of respect. They had echoed Naruto's sentiments in rebuking Chixing, yet they could not muster the resolve to oppose him. Beta stated, "It cannot be, it cannot be." Yet, uncertainty clouded their minds. They recalled Naruto mentioning that Chixing had captured Smalu to force one person to reveal themselves. It now seemed evident that this person was indeed Lady Shiori. Jinshin continued, "I heard it with my own ears. Chixing is fully aware that the star cultivation inflicts harm upon our bodies, yet he remains indifferent. His heart is exceedingly malicious, without the villagers. What significance does it hold for Shingin village to be at the pinnacle of the ninja world? Chixing was but a petty man, who captured Smalu to coerce Lady Shiori. He is unworthy of being a star shadow." Seeing Jinshin fall into silence, they could no longer defend Chixing. After a prolonged pause, Jinshin spoke, "Brother Jinshin, I presume your visit is not merely for a casual encounter?" Jinshin nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. In the coming days, Chixing will likely put Smalu on trial. We must unite to prevent him from having the opportunity to judge Smalu. Instead, we shall hold him accountable." Questioning why he disregards the lives of the villagers and why he chooses to initiate the star cultivation. This aligned perfectly with Naruto's expectations of them. Jinshin declared, "Agreed." The three began to formulate a plan. Subsequently, Jinshin sought out those who had endured suffering and torment. Upon hearing Chixing's motives, their fury towards him ignited. Together, they formed a collective, awaiting the moment to bring Smalu to trial. Naruto perceived everything and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, murmuring, "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing." Mizukawa remarked, "Kid, do you realize that your smile is rather unappealing?" Naruto remarked, "Old man, your words are quite amusing. Even if my smile were to be crushed by a wheel 7 or 8 times, it would still outshine yours." To which Mizukawa responded, "The moment you smile, I can tell you're hiding nothing of substance." Naruto remarked, "Old man, your peculiar habit of enjoying the scent of flatulence is rather unbecoming." Mizuki Kawashi's expression darkened as he retorted, "Get lost, just get lost." Each time he found himself in a quarrel with this little rascal, he felt utterly powerless, and his blood pressure would rise slightly. With a more serious tone, Mizuki Kawashi inquired, "What has Akahoshi been up to these days, you brat?" Naruto spoke softly, "I am in search of the Star Stone." After contemplating for a moment, Mizukawa Katsuki produced a bag filled to the brim with silver coins. Naruto inquired, "Old man, what do you mean? I would never sell myself." Swamukawa's expression darkened further as he retorted, "Kid, can you not be so sordid?" Naruto inquired, "Speak, what is it?" Mizukawa Katsuki replied, "Are you aware that I am seeking you for a matter?" Naruto remarked, "Is this nature? Who would offer me such a substantial sum?" To which Shuemu Chuanxing replied, "Indeed, that is not the case. You are certainly not my grandson." Naruto furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of unease. "Old man, I sense you intend to take advantage of me." Mizukawa Katsudo chuckled, "Oh, you are overthinking it. I merely wish to offer you wealth and employment." Naruto inquired, "Why?" "It is essential to note that my current employer is none other than Akahoshi." Mizuki Kawakatsu assured him, "Fear not, there is no conflict." Naruto expressed his interest. "This is quite intriguing. I would like to hear more." Chapter 170. The Mysterious Mizuki Kawashich. Mizuki Kawashich stated, "I have employed you to destroy the Star Stone, while Akahoshi has hired you to protect it." Naruto's expression darkened. "Old man, this is quite meaningless. Is this not a contradiction? How can it be supplemented?" Mizuki replied, "A lack of conflict is simply a lack of conflict. The Red Star requires you to protect the Star Stone, but there is a time constraint. Once the time elapses, the Star Stone shall be destroyed. Is this a contradiction?" Naruto was taken aback and shook his head, saying, "It truly is not a conflict. Upon reflection, it indeed appears to be devoid of any contradiction. Moreover, he stands to gain twice the profit, which is undeniably lucrative." Naruto inquired, "Old man, I wish to understand why." Mizukawa Katsudo replied, "It is to ensure that the children of Hashian village no longer endure such suffering. The revival of the star training has resulted in dozens of individuals trapped in anguish, unable to find release over the years." Naruto inquired, "I am quite curious, old man. Why do you place your trust in me?" Mizukawa Katsumi replied, "You may seem unreliable, but you possess a sense of integrity and can be regarded as a good person." Naruto waved his hand and said, "Please, do not flatter me. In this vast world, it is difficult to be a good person, and I have no desire to assume that role." Mizukawa, though finding it rare to engage with Naruto, simply replied, "Will you accept it?" Naruto inquired, "Old man, I am quite curious to know, who exactly are you?" Likewise, Mizukawa Masaru asked, "You may." I too am eager to discover your true identity. His mastery of ninjutsu is unparalleled, and it appears he has also cultivated skills in martial arts. Naruto revealed a broad, gleaming smile and declared, I am but a traveler of the world. Mizuku Wakatsu replied, I too am merely an old relic on the brink of death. Naruto remarked, Aren't you quite formidable? Yet you continue to indulge in revelry night after night. To which Mizuku Katsumi retorted, Get lost. Naruto remarked, Although I am employed, I possess a flaw. My heart is too kind, and I adhere strictly to principles. I can terminate this employment at any moment. Mizuki responded, What do you mean? Naruto declared, Should malevolent individuals engage in wrongdoing, I shall take it upon myself to put an end to their transgressions. Conversely, when virtuous souls act in goodness, I shall naturally lend my support. Mizuki Kawakatsu smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, you are a fine young man. If I were to have a granddaughter, you would undoubtedly be her chosen partner. Naruto, please, old man, given your appearance, one can only imagine what your granddaughter must be like. Although my contributions to the Hidden Star Village have been minimal, you should not repay kindness with enmity. Mizukuwa was so infuriated that his lips trembled. This little brat was utterly exasperating. He barely finished his meal before retreating to his room, consumed by anger. He was truly furious, almost wishing to strangle this little scoundrel. Naruto remarked, Old man, I have some news that may pique your interest. To which Mizukuwa Katsudo replied, I am not interested. Naruto remarked, It pertains to Smara. Mizuki Kawashita returned, stating, I am still not satiated. Naruto remarked, Old man, with your temperament, even if you were to enter a crematorium, your tongue would still be wagging. Mizuki Kawa responded, Speak. Naruto remarked, 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Mizuki responded, The bad news. Naruto said, The unfortunate news is that Smaru has been captured and imprisoned by Akahoshi. What? The old man set down his bowl, fixating his gaze on Naruto. Is it true that he has been imprisoned? Naruto nodded, acknowledging the truth of his imprisonment. Mizukuwa Masaru furiously exclaimed, What on earth does this Akahoshi intend to accomplish? Naruto remarked, Old man, do you not sense that he is not a good person? What kind of deeds can a villain truly accomplish? Mizukuwa Katsu replied, You are not a good person either. Naruto inquired, Then why have you chosen to employ me? To which Mizukuwa responded, It is the wicked who must be restrained by their own kind. Naruto exclaimed, Wow, old man, that's quite insightful. Mizukuwa Sho's brows furrowed as he appeared to be deep in thought, pondering the true intentions of Akahoshi and the reasons behind the capture of Smaru. Naruto refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to ponder. Mizukuwa Masaru inquired, You little rascal, what does Akahoshi intend to do? What is his ultimate goal? Naruto remarked, This is undoubtedly due to the imminent peril lurking behind Smaru. By controlling him, one thereby harnesses the formidable power that lies behind him. Mizukuwa Masaru rose to his feet and declared, The summer sun heralds the arrival of the morrow. Naruto's eyes narrowed in disbelief. This old man actually knew about summer. This outsider was full of surprises. He murmured to himself, Could it be necessary to search for a soul? Although he was well-versed in such techniques, they were undeniably cruel. He found it difficult to resort to such measures against an elderly man. If it were someone as vicious as Chixing, capturing them would be effortless. Naruto exclaimed, It is summer. Mizuku Wakatsu gazed at Naruto and inquired, Have you ever experienced summer? Naruto exclaimed, I have seen her. And I am aware that she is the one who stole the Starstone. Mizuku Masaru joyfully responded, Where is she? Where is she? Naruto replied, I cannot disclose that for now. She will appear when the time is right. Mizuki Kawakatsu inquired, Is she doing well? Naruto remarked, Fair-skinned and slender, living a rather splendid life. However, Mizuki's expression darkened as he sternly replied, Kid, do not entertain any thoughts of targeting him. Naruto inquired, Why? She is of similar age to me. Why should I not pursue her? Could it be that you harbor feelings for her as well? He found this old man rather amusing, indeed quite entertaining. Shumukawa Masato replied, What nonsense are you speaking? She is my junior. Naruto remarked, Well, old man, weren't you just thinking of introducing your granddaughter to me? To which Mizukuwa replied, That is because I do not have a granddaughter. Naruto raised his thumb and exclaimed, Old man, your skill in pulling off a trick like this truly is remarkable. Even without a granddaughter, a niece will suffice. Shimizu Kawaki retorted, Don't even think about it. He swiftly changed the subject and inquired, Did you not mention earlier that there was another piece of good news? What is this good news? Naruto remarked, The good news is that Smaru is merely acting. Although he has been captured, it was a voluntary surrender. With his elite jonin prowess, Even two of his superiors would find it challenging to contend with him. Mizukawa Katsu responded, "Kid, do you find it amusing to jest with me?" Naruto nodded and remarked, "It's quite interesting." Mizukawa, suppressing the anger simmering within, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Naruto declared, "That wretched Akatsuki. I shall certainly put on an exquisite performance against him. Just watch closely, old man." To which Mizukawa responded, "I shall await it eagerly." Naruto remarked, "There is one more thing. I have taken Smaru as my disciple. Does this not place me on equal footing with you, Summer? Or would it be better to strengthen our bond further?" However, Mizuki, with a scowl upon his face, rose abruptly and retreated to his room, exhibiting a dismissive demeanor towards Naruto. The wooden doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if to emphasize his desire to distance himself from him. Naruto shook his head slightly, murmuring, "That old man." Chapter 171. The Judgment of Smaru. Another day passed, and the village was abuzz with news of Smaru's betrayal of the Star-Hidden Village. Upon hearing this revelation, the entire Star-Hidden Village was thrown into turmoil. Many could hardly fathom such an outcome. Smaru was a child they had watched grow, and they believed he would never betray the village or forsake his oath to protect it. They flocked to Akahoshi, seeking clarity. Akahoshi provided a unified response, "Tomorrow, he will be judged, and you shall understand then." As another day dawned, the villagers gathered at the assembly hall, their hearts heavy as they beheld Smaru suspended before them. This was the child they had nurtured and cherished. Naruto was among them, seated beside Mizuki Kawashita, leisurely enjoying some melon from a distance. Mizuki Kawashita remarked, "Kid, are you truly so relaxed?" Naruto spoke, "Hey, old man, what do you want from me? I haven't received any payment from you." Mizukawa replied, "That's your own choice. You can't blame me for that. If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't even afford a coffin when you died, I would have surely strangled you." Naruto retorted. At this moment, the venerable elder of Hashiomi village, Shirzone, interjected, "Akahoshi, I cannot believe that On would betray the village. He has always been an obedient and good child." Akahoshi responded, "Sir, I will present the evidence to you shortly. All the evidence rests upon his word." Upon hearing the various accusations, many were incredulous, unable to believe that Smaru would betray Hashiomi village and divulge its secrets. However, due to Akahoshi's assertions, numerous villagers began to believe and secretly conspired against Smaru. Jinshin stepped forward and inquired, "Lord Akahoshi, I have a question. During this period, no one has ventured out of the village to carry out missions. So how can there be talk of betrayal?" Akahoshi did not anticipate that Jinshin would be the first to stand up. Nightingale admonished, "Jinshin, step back." Her expression was dark, and she fixed a piercing gaze upon him, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Undeterred, Jinshin replied, "Lady Nightingale, am I wrong in what I say? Or is it that the so-called crimes you speak of are merely your own fabrications?" Akahoshi retorted, "Jinshin, you have overstepped your bounds." Jinshin continued, "Lord Akahoshi, ever since you reinstated the star cultivation 3 years ago, it has caused 21 villagers to groan in agony. What, may I ask, are you doing?" Akahoshi replied, "So you come to question me?" Jinshin clarified, not to question, merely to seek an explanation. Akahoshi stated, "For the sake of Hashiomi village, all sacrifices are worthwhile." Jinshin countered, "For the sake of Hashiomi village, I must ask Lord Akahoshi, what is the true purpose of establishing this village?" Akahoshi answered, "To ensure the villagers live in peace and prosperity, free from oppression." Jinshin argued, "Yet, in these years, our villagers have not been harmed by outsiders. Rather, due to the cultivation, over 20 have suffered grave injuries. Lord Akahoshi, what is the true significance of your reinstatement of the star cultivation?" These words resonated with many, as they witnessed their children moaning in pain, their hearts bleeding for the suffering of their offspring. Akahoshi's expression grew twisted, and he retorted, "Jinshin, I wish to ask you, what do you intend to do?" Jinshin replied, "The third generation of Star Shadows was benevolent and compassionate, unwilling to see the villagers suffer, thus halting the star cultivation. For our strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Why do you allow the villagers to remain trapped in endless suffering?" Smaru raised his head and asked, "Lord Akahoshi, I too wish to know how I have betrayed the village. Is it merely based on your words?" Chixing found himself bewildered, as events seemed to spiral beyond his control. However, with the arrow already drawn, there was no turning back. He appeared beside Smaru, intent on apprehending him. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Who else could it be but Shiori? Clad in a mask, Shiori landed gracefully upon a wooden post. She addressed Chixing, "You truly are despicable, are you not?" Chixing retorted, "Smaru, this is the evidence of your betrayal against the village. Upon seeing Shiori, Smaru's eyes sparkled with emotion. It was his mother, the one he had longed to reunite with. The Four Directions, eager to seize the moment, declared, "The thief who has stolen the star has finally made an appearance." Youming interjected, "Your ability to infiltrate Xingyin village suggests that Smaru has provided you with information, allowing you to proceed so effortlessly. Come down." She launched an attack, aiming to compel Shiori to unleash the peacock mystique, thereby validating the evidence of Smaru's treachery. Shiori, harboring no fondness for Youming and her companions, retorted, "Get down." With a swift motion that pinned Youming to the ground, the Four Directions exclaimed, "Isn't this the peacock mystique?" Shiori warned, "Chixing, cease your actions. No matter what you do today, you will ultimately lose." Chixing demanded, "What trickery is this?" He sought answers, as did those around him. The villagers of Xingyin were particularly eager to discover her true identity. Shiori persistently urged, "Chixing, turn back while you still can." Chixing coldly replied, "Those are my words to you. Turn back, return our star stone, confess your crimes, and perhaps you may find a chance at survival." As he spoke, his hand rested ominously on Smaru's shoulder, a clear threat. At that moment, Beidou interjected, "Chixing, what are you doing?" Chixing furrowed his brow, replying, "Beidou, what do you mean? What have I done?" Xian said, "Chixing, why is your hand on Smaru's shoulder, with your chakra concentrated in your palm? Are you planning to harm him?" The word threat reverberated in everyone's minds, and their gazes towards Chixing shifted, questioning whether their representative, Xingyin, could truly be so vile. The Four Directions cautioned, "Xian, do not twist the narrative." Xian, feeling somewhat innocent, responded, "I am not distorting any concepts. The situation is precisely as I described." Her assertion held truth. She merely pointed out Chixing's actions without embellishment. Shuemu Chuansheng queried, "Chixing, what exactly are you trying to accomplish today?" Many observed that Chixing's actions were clearly driven by ulterior motives, seemingly fixated on the masked figure. Chixing disregarded Shuemu Chuansheng, turning to Naruto, and implored, "Friend Youming, I hope you will lend your aid." Naruto leaped forward and inquired, "Do you want me to stop her, or should I take her down?" Akasha replied, "Take her down." Naruto shook his head and said, "I sincerely apologize, but this matter does not fall within the scope of my duties. My sole responsibility is to safeguard the Star Stone, not to intercept or apprehend individuals." Qi Xing's expression changed as he inquired, "Lord Youming, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 172, The Manifestation of Mysterious Powers. Naruto remarked, "You only requested that I safeguard the Star Stone. Never did you ask me to capture anyone. Is that not the implication?" The gaze of Akahoshi turned icy as he responded, "Your Excellency, even if she has seized the Star Stone, your protection of it appears rather lacking." Naruto remarked, "Indeed." He turned to Shiori and asked, "Will you surrender the Star Stone, or shall we engage in battle?" Without hesitation, Shiori decisively tossed the Star Stone to Naruto. Naruto raised the Star Stone in his hand towards Akahoshi and remarked, "Akahoshi, I believe my mission has been accomplished." He then casually tossed the Star Stone to Akahoshi. Upon receiving the Star Stone, Akahoshi replied, "Your Excellency, I wish to employ your services once more." Naruto, persistent in the summer heat, declared, "Let us confront him." Akatsuki nodded in agreement, "Indeed, the reward shall be determined by you." Naruto resolutely shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request." Akahoshi inquired, "Why?" Naruto stated, "Someone employed me before you. Once my task of protecting the Star Stone is complete, I have agreed to fulfill his commission." In response, Akahoshi felt an unsettling premonition and inquired, "What task?" Naruto smiled faintly and said, "Destroy the Star Stone." Qi Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Once summer was already exceedingly difficult to contend with, and with this person added to the mix, how could they possibly prevail? He darkly remarked, "Your Excellency, is this not a bit excessive?" Naruto stated, "Initially, I had no intention of accepting this task, but after learning about the unfolding events, I acquiesced." Akahoshi inquired, "What events?" Naruto remarked, "There is something I must inquire of you." Akahoshi replied, "What is it that you wish to know?" Naruto remarked, "The training of the stars inflicts irreparable harm upon the children's bodies. Why do you insist on pursuing this celestial training, disregarding the suffering of the children? Have you ever heard their cries of pain? Have you ever considered their plight from their perspective?" Akahoshi replied, "For the future of the Star-Hidden Village, everything is worth the sacrifice." Naruto remarked, "The Star-Hidden Village possesses a natural barrier, its own secret techniques, and unique ninjutsu. As long as we continue to innovate, we shall inevitably rise." The true origins of conflict in our village stem from the Star Stone, which has brought calamity to the village and suffering to its inhabitants. It could be aptly termed a cursed stone. Why must we retain it to this day? Akahoshi replied, this is an artifact of our village. Naruto, I did not intend for you to deliver this to anyone else. I merely requested that you consider the villagers, the village, and destroy it. Akahoshi inquired, that is impossible. Naruto asked, why? The village of Star Hidden was drawn into the throes of war due to this star stone. Before the stone's fall, the village enjoyed peace. Or perhaps it was your selfishness that harbored ulterior motives. At this moment, Akahoshi realized that the specter must have some knowledge of his intentions, hence the words spoken. He disregarded Naruto and turned to Shiori, commanding, intercept him, or I shall take his life. His gaze was icy, and he signaled to the deathly figure, whose kunai was poised at Smaru's throat. Shiori trembled, despite knowing that Smaru was not in peril. She felt the weight of the moment. Shirzong exclaimed, Akahoshi, what are you planning? Akahoshi replied, the village of Star Hidden should not be beneath the 5 great ninja villages. It deserves to be above them. I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept this. Upon hearing these words, everyone comprehended the magnitude of Akahoshi's ambition. He sought not merely the survival of Star Hidden, but aimed for conquest. Shirzong protested, Akahoshi, do you realize the implications of your words? Akahoshi retorted, old man, step aside. His intentions had been laid bare, and he felt no need to uphold any semblance of honor. Shiori spoke solemnly, Akahoshi, why do you not turn back now? As she spoke, she removed her mask, revealing her visage. Shirzong exclaimed, Shiori, it is you. You are alive? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing villagers to murmur. Their gazes fixated on Shiori. She turned to Shirzong and stated, Lord Shirzong, I am not dead. Shirzong inquired, Shiori, what is the meaning of this? Shiori responded, Lord Shirzong, I will explain everything to you later. She then looked at Akahoshi and continued, for your own selfish desires, you disregard the lives of the villagers. Insisting on pursuing the training of the stars, do you honor the 3rd generation's guidance? Akahoshi interrupted, do not lecture me. Kill him and surrender the training ninjutsu, or I shall not hold back. No longer cloaked in ambiguity, he fully revealed his intentions. The grotesque visage of Akahoshi resembled that of a ferocious beast. In that moment, he lost all semblance of respect in the eyes of the villagers. All that he once built lay in ruins. He was no longer the shadow of Star Hidden, but rather its adversary. Naruto wore a faint smile, for this was the outcome he desired. He nodded at Smaru, signaling that he could proceed. Smaru retorted, Chixing, do you truly believe you are capable of capturing me? With that, he broke free from his restraints and, before the 4 directions could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent them sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain, utterly devoid of combat capability. Had Smaru not tempered his strength, that kick could have proven fatal. Smaru then sprang into action, embedding Nightingale into the earth before she could even comprehend the situation. Chixing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Smaru's overwhelming power. Nightingale and the 4 directions were no match for him in a single round, and he was acutely aware of their strengths. He would require at least 50 rounds to contend with them. Have you been concealing your true strength, Smaru? Chixing inquired. Indeed. Smaru replied. Upon realizing your ulterior motives, I naturally had to hold back. Otherwise, how could you have dared to confront us? Smaru gazed at Summer with tear-filled eyes. His voice trembling, Mother. The beloved one smiled, her heart swelling with pride, for her child had matured. Well done, Chixing remarked. Truly, the child of Summer is exceptional. Chixing, surrender, Summer urged. You have no chance left. With a hint of red in his eyes, Chixing replied defiantly, to expect my surrender is but a dream. Suddenly, a surge of power enveloped him as he embedded a star stone into his chest, causing his aura to ascend to that of a shadow ninja, his chakra more potent than ever before. This transformation left Summer and the others in stunned silence. Standing before Smaru, Chixing was no longer an opponent that the current Smaru could withstand. Naruto felt a heavy sorrow within, pondering, are they intervening again? Who exactly are you? Smalu inquired, Mother. What is happening? Chapter 173. The power of the world. Summer did not comprehend the situation. Her gaze was fixed upon Naruto. However, he remained oblivious to her stare, instead focusing intently on sensing the myriad of elements around him, striving to uncover the identity of the one orchestrating events from the shadows. Despite the vastness of his perceptive abilities, stretching his mental prowess to the skies, he was momentarily unable to locate the hidden figure. Nonetheless, he was confident that this unseen adversary would soon reveal themselves. At present, the strength of Chixing was merely average, insufficient to vanquish Smalu and Summer. Furthermore, there were also Beidou and Jianxin. Though their capabilities were modest, they could still delay for a few moments. Smalu, Summer, and Chixing were pivotal characters in the narrative, with Summer and Chixing destined for demise. Thus, he must ensure their safety. Hence, he disregarded Summer's gaze, observing Naruto in deep contemplation. Summer understood he was lost in thought and chose not to disturb him. She turned to Smalu and remarked, "Perhaps this is a formidable power obtained through the secret methods of the Starstone." She expressed uncertainty, pondering whether such a minuscule energy from the Starstone could yield such immense strength. Smalu quietly mused, "Is that so? Having absorbed most of the energy from the star, how could he still possess such formidable power?" Summer remained silent, as she too was unsure. Smalu declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, let me test his abilities." Channeling his internal energy throughout his body, he unleashed a palm strike towards Chixing. Chixing exclaimed frantically, "Summer, with such power, why not utilize it? Would it not be a waste to let it go to waste?" He executed the peacock technique, forcing Smalu to retreat. Summer's expression shifted slightly as she stated, "Oh." Smalu shook his head, "Mother, I am fine." He was somewhat perplexed. Was this truly the power of their village's peacock technique? The attack seemed rather ordinary. His previous strike had merely been a probe, not a full-force assault, and yet it had failed to inflict any damage upon him. It was worth noting that his current strength surpassed Chixing's by a significant margin. Chixing, in his arrogance, cackled, "Useless, utterly useless. I am now the god of ninjas." Summer refrained from engaging him in conversation, unleashing her martial prowess and soaring into the air to engage Chixing in battle. Having emerged from the battlefield, her combat experience surpassed that of Chixing, and with her mastery of martial techniques, she matched him blow for blow. Chixing unleashed all his techniques, yet he could not overcome Summer. Overwhelmed, he exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible. How could this be ineffective?" Summer replied, "You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The path of a ninja is not the only way." In her heart, she had thoroughly embraced the martial way. After her encounter with Chixing, she realized the stark contrast between the paths of endurance and martial cultivation. In terms of strength and physicality, she held a formidable advantage. Chixing, unwilling to accept this reality, cast a cold gaze upon Smaru, asserting, "Is that so? I refuse to believe it." He then turned, launching a frenzied assault towards Smaru. Smaru thought to himself, "Are you seeking me?" Though he was not his equal, Chixing would find it insufficient to capture him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly found himself immobilized, his eyes becoming vacant as if struck by a daze. "Watch out," Xiaori shouted, channeling her vital energy to invoke the peacock mystic technique, transforming it into a colossal hand that grasped at Chixing. Smaru regained his senses, albeit somewhat stiffly, and remarked, "I am fine." He then shifted his position, landing behind Xiaori. She let out a sigh of relief and coldly addressed Chixing, "Chixing, you are unworthy of being a member of Xingyin village." She aimed to summon her strength to utterly defeat him. However, at that moment, Smaru made his move, manifesting his chakra into a long spear that pierced towards Xiaori. "Xiaori, beware of what lies behind you," Jizong called out. "I have awaited you for a long time. Allow me to see just who you truly are." Naruto murmured softly, for he had finally awaited this moment. The power of the rules surged from all directions, as the colossal sword forged from chakra shattered instantaneously. The domain of the rules sword. The spirit of Naruto, wielding the sword domain, entered the body of Smaru, immobilizing him completely, rendering all his actions futile. As they were now under Naruto's control, Xiaori turned around and beheld the shattered longsword, her pupils dilating in shock. She recalled the warning Naruto had given her before the events unfolded, urging her to remain vigilant, no matter who it was. She had placed immense trust in her son. Yet now, an undeniable bitterness welled up within her heart as she realized that her child had turned against her. Naruto, undeterred, conveyed his message: shatter the starstone of Chixing, subdue him, and eradicate the power within his body. I shall elucidate everything afterward. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Xiaori steadied her resolve, dismissing the presence of Smaru behind her, and focused intently on confronting Chixing. She trusted that Naruto's prowess was more than sufficient to handle Smaru. As Naruto's soul entered the body of Smaru, within the realm of his dominion, a remarkably indistinct figure emerged, uttering in astonishment, The rules. Is it truly possible for someone in this world to wield the power of the rules? Naruto inquired. Who are you, my lord? The figure turned to him and replied. It is you. How can you wield the power of the rules? No, it cannot be. You are not a ninja? Naruto remarked. This is intriguing. The world is not solely defined by the path of ninjutsu cultivation. However, what I truly wish to ascertain is your true identity. The figure responded, in this realm. There exists only ninjas. There can be no others. Naruto proclaimed, in all things, there exists change. There are always occurrences that defy the established order. His companion nodded in agreement and replied, your words hold truth. However, while others may be subject to this, what makes you the variable? Naruto smiled faintly and said, is it because I am the child of destiny? Indeed, it is because you are the child of destiny. Naruto smiled and said, so my path has already been predetermined? Is that so? Naruto remarked, this leaves me perplexed. There should be no character like you in the storyline, right? Indeed, why have I awakened? Naruto, this is akin to the power of the awakened ninja way. Are you familiar with the concept of the ninja way? Naruto inquired. Has the ninja way awakened? This question unveiled numerous insights, gradually unraveling the mysteries that resided within Naruto's heart. Naruto remarked, it must have awakened. I have encountered it before, and it possesses great strength. It must have been in a state of awakening for quite some time. The figure responded, how could it have awakened? What could possibly be the reason? No, it must have been stimulated. It awakened in response to sensing danger. But what kind of danger? Suddenly, the figure turned to Naruto and proclaimed, it is you, indeed. The power within your body transcends that of a mere ninja, and it is this very danger that has prompted its awakening. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto inquired. Then who are you? I am the power of the world. Chapter 174, The Defeat of the Red Star. Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering the concept of the world's power, which seemed rather nebulous. He inquired, is the world's power a manifestation of the primordial essence? Or does it pertain to the force that upholds the narrative of the world? The figure before him scrutinized Naruto intently and replied, it appears you possess considerable knowledge, as you are one capable of wielding the power that governs the rules. Naruto remarked, naturally, for without taking this step, there remains much that I have yet to fully comprehend. Can you enlighten me? The consciousness of the world's power responded, of course, but you must agree to one condition. Naruto stated, let us first discuss the conditions. At this moment, he had already come to the realization that this was merely a fragment of the world's power, serving solely to uphold the progression of the narrative, devoid of any significance beyond it. This consciousness proclaimed, next time, the power of rules must not alter the course of fate. Naruto remarked, I cannot acquiesce to this. Pray tell, why? Naruto proclaimed, I am the child of fate. What lies ahead? The voice of consciousness responded, indeed, you are astute. Naruto remarked, thus, relinquish your little schemes, if you intend to ensnare me. I fear you may not succeed. The consciousness responded, very well, let us consider an alternative, the land of demons, traversing along the path of destiny. Naruto revealed a faint smile and said, all right, please, feel free to ask. Naruto remarked, the path of the ninja, the power of the world. And the rules that govern existence are all present and will ultimately awaken, correct? To which the consciousness of the world's power responded, indeed. This awakening necessitates the influence of external forces. Naruto inquired, what is external force? The consciousness responded, this is the world of ninjas. Naruto inquired once more. Has the way of the ninja awakened? Not yet. Naruto remarked, what of the power of the ninja way that I have witnessed? The consciousness of the power of the world responded, it is merely a fragment of the ninja way's strength, a mere manifestation of the power of rules. Naruto subtly comprehended the situation and spoke up, one last question. All right, have you truly awakened completely? If not, what will you do? As I suspected. If you had fully awakened, how could I possibly have discovered it? Summer reflected on the age of the star stone embedded in Akahoshi. Acknowledging that his power had indeed diminished, his aura considerably weakened. Nevertheless, he still possessed the strength of an elite ninja. To avoid harming innocents, she forcefully expelled Akahoshi from the village, casting him onto the surface of the lake. As for the four under Akahoshi's command, they were swiftly imprisoned, becoming captives. Filled with fury, Summer unleashed relentless attacks. After a brief yet intense confrontation, she drained Akahoshi's chakra and unceremoniously tossed him into the arena like a discarded rag. Despite possessing the capabilities of an elite ninja, Akahoshi's pride lay in his peacock technique. However, Summer, once the foremost warrior of Star Hidden Village, was far more familiar with this technique than he was. Coupled with her martial prowess and inner strength surpassing chakra, Akahoshi's defeat was inevitable. Jizong temporarily took charge, ordering the binding of Akahoshi and his companions, intent on judging their transgressions. Akahoshi inquired, "Summer, your methods are not the secret arts of Star Hidden Village. What exactly is this?" Summer replied, "This is certainly not ninjutsu. This is martial arts." Akahoshi retorted, "Is this the martial training of the Flame Dragon Empire?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "It surpasses ninjutsu cultivation, and even more so, the cultivation of the stars." Utter nonsense. The cultivation of the stars is the strongest form of training. Suddenly, a figure slammed a hand against a pillar, causing a large chunk to break off and capturing everyone's attention. Akahoshi turned to see Jin Xin and exclaimed, "Is that you?" Jin Xin responded, "Am I not in pain?" Akahoshi questioned, "Have you also practiced martial arts?" Jin Xin nodded, "Indeed, and so has Beidou." Beidou stepped forward, demonstrating a punch that slightly outmatched that of a high-ranking ninja. Akahoshi shook his head vehemently, "Impossible. The path of martial cultivation cannot surpass that of star cultivation." He refused to accept this outcome, unable to reconcile it with his beliefs. Summer interjected, "That is because you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of the vastness of the world. The martial cultivation cannot heal Jin Xion's hidden injuries, yet it has enabled her to regain her strength. And her current physique surpasses yours." With that, Summer disregarded Akahoshi, her gaze shifting to Smalu hovering above, then to Naruto amidst the crowd. She contemplated asking him a question, but upon noticing his lack of interaction, she suppressed her curiosity. Moments later, Smalu plummeted from the sky. Instinctively, Summer rushed forward to catch him. Naruto covertly transmitted, "Take him to the forest. I shall explain everything to you there." Naruto took the lead and vanished into the throng. Summer turned to Shirzong and said, "Lord Shirzong, I leave this matter in your capable hands." Without allowing Shirzong a moment to respond, she cradled Smalu and soared into the air. Beidou inquired, "Jianshin, what do you think is happening? Why would Smalu attack Senior Summer? She is his mother." Not only Jianshin, but everyone else yearned to understand the unfolding situation. Chixing remarked with a hint of mockery, "Ah, this is undoubtedly a manifestation of Smalu's inner darkness." Jinshin interjected sharply, "Chixing, silence yourself." Chixing retorted, "Jinshin, is that how you address your elders?" Jinshin narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "Elder? You, of all people, are unworthy of such a title. You are merely a treacherous villain, unfit to be a resident of Shingin Village. It is likely your influence that has corrupted Smalu." At this point, Jinshin's anger simmered dangerously close to the surface, as he longed to strike Chixing. This provocation awakened the others, and Beidou was the first to speak. "Indeed, Chixing, you are nothing short of despicable. Attempting to incite Smalu to kill his own mother. You are utterly deranged." Everyone remembered that it was he who sought to punish Smalu, to judge him, thus manipulating events to provoke such actions. Chixing protested, "I did not." Jinshin pressed, "Did not? Smalu holds his mother in the highest regard. He would never harm her. Even if his mind were twisted, he would not strike at Senior Summer at such a moment, for it would offer him no advantage." Jinshin interjected, "Senior Summer's strength surpasses yours. You cannot contend with her. Thus, you would use Smalu as a weapon to slay her, for no mother would suspect her own child." With logic and reason, the villagers rallied behind this argument, their disdain for Chixing palpable, demanding his execution. Shirzong proposed, "Let us allow Summer to return and make the final decision. The fate of Shingin Village rests upon her." The villagers accepted this notion, for in their hearts, Summer's prestige was unmatched. Chapter 175, An Invitation to Naruto from Days Gone By. "Mother, I didn't. Smalu fervently shook his head, horrified at the thought of ever raising a hand against his own mother, an unforgivable act. Summer reassured him, "Ah, my dear, I believe you. Let us listen to what the elders have to say." The gazes of the mother and son fell upon Naruto. Naruto inquired, "Have you heard of the Nara family's shadow binding technique?" The two nodded, as they were indeed familiar with it. Smara then asked, "Senior, have I fallen under the control of a shadow ninjutsu?" Naruto remarked, "Certainly not. The shadow binding technique is merely a trifling skill. It cannot manipulate your thoughts. You still possess the ability to resist. However, it appears that not only can you not resist, but you are also devoid of any self-awareness." Smara replied, "I seem to have no recollection of anything." Naruto remarked, "This is the essence of nature. Your body, your very being, has ceased to belong to yourself." Gently, the Summer whispered, "Senior, who is it?" to manipulate one's own child, to engage in a relentless struggle for survival. Naruto remarked, the ninja world has undergone significant transformation. It has been influenced by numerous factors. Your current strength is insufficient, and understanding this will serve you no benefit. Smaru inquired, Senior, what kind of strength do I require? Naruto inquired, do you seek vengeance? Smaru replied, indeed. Naruto remarked, I do not wish to discourage you, but with your current strength, you have yet to even scratch the surface. Although your talents are commendable, they pale in comparison to the likes of Shinja Hashirama and others. To truly comprehend the power of such entities as those in the realm of the six paths, one must possess at least that level of strength. Even Shinja Hashirama, until his last breath, remained merely a legendary pinnacle, never having entered the domain of the six paths. For both Xiaori and Smala to aspire to reach that realm is not merely challenging, it is utterly devoid of hope. Smala inquired, are you referring to the legendary blade? Naruto remarked, no, it is the Sage of Six Paths. Both Xiaori and Smaru shuddered at the mention of the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu. For countless years within the ninja world, even the legendary Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of ninjas, had never attained the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. What virtue or capability do they possess to reach such heights? To stand alongside the sage? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaori inquired, Senior, we are but insignificant ants. Why would such formidable power focus on them? They are mere pawns. Yet what could possibly draw such attention to them? This puzzles me. Naruto remarked, I am uncertain about that. He spoke a bit too much, and at this moment, both individuals likely harbored significant doubts about themselves. Thus, it would be wise to temper their words to avoid revealing too much and attracting unwanted attention. As characters woven into the fabric of fate's narrative, they found themselves at an unavoidable crossroads. Smaru inquired, Senior, will they return? Naruto remarked, it is difficult to say. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Once again feigning ignorance, it is evident that he would not return. Not to mention that he has already vanquished the remnants of the world's power with his sword domain. The timeline of the star-hidden village has concluded, and the narrative here has been elucidated, rendering the fate of Summer irrelevant. Both Summer and Smara felt a tinge of disappointment, having failed to obtain the answers they sought. The insidious adversaries lurking in the shadows are enigmatic and exceedingly formidable. At present, they possess no assurance of being able to confront them. Were it not for the presence of the esteemed Yomi, their star-hidden village would undoubtedly find itself in a precarious predicament. Summer inquired, esteemed elder, in the current ninja world, is there anyone who has reached the Six Paths realm? Naruto remarked, this is indeed a challenge for me. In the current ninja world, warriors and ninjas abound. Who can say if anyone has attained the Six Paths realm? However, there is indeed one. Who? Summer inquired. Naruto proclaimed, the pioneer of martial arts. The Flame Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon King, Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, the prowess of the Dragon King Uzumaki Naruto remains an enigma. Yet, it is said that with a single strike, the Dragon King vanquished the legendary ninja. Even if he has not fully attained the Six Paths, he is likely already straddling the threshold. Smallow inquired, esteemed elder, do you believe the Dragon King is formidable, or is it the adversary lurking in the shadows who possesses greater might? Naruto remarked, oh, this surpasses the bounds of my understanding. I have never encountered the Dragon King, and thus cannot fathom his depth or measure his strength. When the true awakening of the world's power and the path of the ninja occurs, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance. However, at present, while I cannot claim victory, I do not fear him either. Attempting to slay him would prove to be quite a challenge. Summer Day then inquired, between you and Lord Dragon King, who is the stronger? Naruto spoke without hesitation. Naturally, it is him. I have succumbed to my own shortcomings. It is only reasonable. Summer's face brightened with joy as she remarked, Senior, does this imply that Lord Dragon King is indeed capable of vanquishing this unseen adversary? If Naruto can resolve their crisis while acknowledging his inferiority to the Dragon King, then it stands to reason that the Dragon King must be able to triumph over this hidden foe. Naruto raised an eyebrow and remarked, you are overthinking this. What has come here is merely a lasting shadow clone. I am more than capable of handling it. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Could it be that this entity wishes to align itself with my Lord Dragon King? Such a prospect is indeed welcome. Xiaori expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your clarification, esteemed elder. His face radiated sincerity, already having made a decision in his heart. Naruto remarked, oh, it's nothing. I merely acted out of convenience. Summer inquired, Senior, as a traveler, I assume your journey entails more than mere travel? Her gaze towards Naruto held a hint of scrutiny. Naruto said, of course. I have been contemplating certain matters and gaining insights. Summer inquired, is this related to the hidden enemies? Indeed it is. He replied with utmost sincerity. In his quest for strength, he continuously reflects on his experiences, preparing to confront these adversaries, to promote the martial way, to establish his own power, and to roam the world freely. Smallow asked, is it to contend with these clandestine foes? Naruto did not deceive him, nodding as he affirmed, naturally, their power remains obscured. Thus I must enhance my own. Summer then suggested, Senior, since the hidden enemies have not achieved their desired outcome, they are likely to return to Star Hidden Village. Why not join us? Together, we can resist the foes. Naruto remarked, I have secretly shattered the enemy's clones. They will not return to Star Hidden Village for a while. Perhaps they will seek refuge in other villages, and I might encounter them during my travels. This explanation, though somewhat tenuous, bore few flaws. Naturally, Summer felt a tinge of melancholy in her heart and inquired, Senior, when do you intend to depart? Naruto remarked, I have lingered here for a few days. It is time for us to part ways. I shall take my leave in the next couple of days. Summer responded, Senior, you are a great benefactor to our village. If you have any requests, please do let us know. Naruto remarked, Indeed, it exists. Summer and Smara bowed respectfully and said, Please, Senior, enlighten us. Chapter 176, Mizuki River Victory, Second Generation Star Shadow. Naruto expressed, You may pass down the martial arts, but there is one condition, do not disclose my existence. The mother and son, discerning the implications, surmised that their predecessor wished to keep his identity hidden from the lurking adversaries, hence the stipulation. In truth, they would have adhered to this request without his prompting. Xia reaffirmed, We, as mother and son, shall honor our promise. Naruto declared, Well then, this is our farewell. Upon uttering these words, he leapt into the air and vanished, leaving both Xiaori and Smaru unable to express their gratitude. Naruto has temporarily refrained from leaving Star Hidden Village, as there remains an unresolved matter. This matter pertains to Mizukawa Masaru, an enigmatic figure who is neither a ninja nor a martial artist, merely an ordinary individual, yet utterly unanchored, piquing Naruto's curiosity. The events here appear to be drawing to a close, and perhaps his true identity shall soon be unveiled. Thus, Naruto intends to observe discreetly, pondering whether this elder will inadvertently reveal himself. Summer has returned to Star Hidden Village, assuming the role of its leader. With her strength and esteem, she has undoubtedly secured her position as the village's shadow, and her genuine kindness is poised to elevate Star Hidden Village to new heights. In contrast to Akahoshi, the villagers have embraced Summer more readily. Possessing considerable capability, she has enacted several policies that have successfully transformed the fortunes of Star Hidden Village. Naruto's attention was not focused on Sherry, but rather on Mizuki Kawashita. Mizuki often murmured, Is it over? Can the Star Hidden Village remain safe? However, his words seemed to omit any mention of Sherry. A few days later, as Naruto had yet to appear, Mizuki muttered, That brat, why hasn't he returned? He then sought out Sherry and learned that Naruto had departed, prompting him to grumble, That scoundrel, I haven't even paid him yet. Subsequently, Mizuki cast a meaningful glance at Sherry and remarked, Under your stewardship, the Star Hidden Village will undoubtedly flourish. Sherry replied, Thank you for your affirmation, Elder. Regarding Mizuki, Sherry was also at a loss, unaware of his origins. Mizuki inquired, Lady Star Shadow, are you aware of the origins of the Phantom? Sherry shook her head. I am not certain. This individual possesses formidable strength, a powerful ninja, and a formidable warrior. Mizuki asked, In comparison to you, Lady Star Shadow, how does he measure up? Sherry intended to express that she was no match for Naruto but recalled Naruto's instructions to her, saying, He is slightly stronger than I am. Should we engage in a one-on-one battle, he would require 300 rounds to kill me. In her heart, she thought, if he sought to kill me, perhaps one round would suffice. Mizuki responded, Is that so? Sherry's curiosity piqued, she said, Elder Mizuki, you seem quite intrigued by the identity of Phantom. Mizuki replied, I can't shake the feeling that Phantom has some ulterior motive. His arrival at the Star Hidden Village is not simple. Having heard of Mizuki's abilities to sense the nature of individuals, Sherry asked, Elder Mizuki, does Phantom harbor good intentions or malicious ones? Mizuki said, I cannot discern. His eyes are like an abyss, impenetrable. However, he should not harbor malevolent intentions. He appears to be an upright person. Sherry nodded, Indeed. If Phantom were to harbor ill will, joining forces with Akahoshi, we would find it difficult to prevail. Mizuki agreed, That is true. With a deep sigh, he said, Sherry, I entrust the star-hidden village to you completely." These words left Sherry momentarily stunned, evoking a feeling reminiscent of the late third star shadow. Not allowing her to ponder too much, Mizuki took his leave. As Naruto observed the scene before him, he murmured, "Could this old man possibly be the last remnant of the star-hidden village?" However, the truth of the matter would soon come to light. 2 days later, Mizuki Chuanxing departed from the village alone, making his way to a grave. This grave was none other than that of the first generation of the Star-Hidden. Gazing at the tombstone, he softly spoke, "Elder brother, the tribulations of the Star-Hidden village have passed. Summer is a capable leader, and under her guidance, the village will undoubtedly grow stronger. In a few days, I shall join you." Elder brother? The first generation of Star Shadow was this man's sibling? This revelation piqued Naruto's interest further. He utilized his spiritual awareness to scan the archives of the Star-Hidden village and swiftly obtained a family tree of the first generation of Star Shadow. It revealed that he had but one brother, who was none other than the second generation of Star Shadow. Yet, the second generation had long since departed from this world. Naruto murmured, "Could it be that the second Stardust Shadow has been resurrected?" In pursuit of this answer, he had no choice but to inquire of Mizuki Kawashige. With a swift motion of his hand, he drew Mizuki Kawashige, who was on the verge of entering Stardust Village, into the sky. Mizuki Kawashige's gaze sharpened. He did not exhibit the demeanor of an ordinary elder. An ordinary elder would have already displayed signs of terror. Mizuki Kawashige spoke, "You have captured me here. May I inquire as to your intentions?" Naruto remarked, "It's been a long time, second Hokage." Mizuki Katsudo's pupils momentarily constricted before returning to normal as he replied, "What are you saying? I could never be the second Hokage. I am merely an ordinary old man." Naruto remarked, "The first Hokage had but one brother, and that is the second Hokage." Mizuki's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Why do you follow me, my lord?" Naruto remarked, "It is undoubtedly to uncover the origins of your being. You are shrouded in mystery, seemingly someone who ought not to exist." Upon hearing this, Mizuki Katsukige's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired in a low voice, "Who are you, sir?" Naruto made his appearance and remarked, "Old man, it appears you have been missing me these past few days, even inquiring about my origins." Upon seeing Naruto, Mizuki's pupils dilated sharply as he exclaimed, "You, the young one from the netherworld." Naruto nodded, affirming, "Yes, it's me. Are you surprised?" Mizuki replied, "Quite the contrary. You released news of your departure, which implies you have been covertly observing me." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, your enigmatic nature piques my curiosity, compelling me to observe you from the shadows." Mizuki Katsuki replied, "Very well, I confess. I am the second Star Shadow. Now, young one, can you candidly share the purpose of your visit to the Hidden Star Village?" Naruto jestingly remarked, "Old man, do you believe that I have come to Star Hidden Village in search of a wife?" Mizuki replied with a chuckle, "Heh. Do you really think I would believe that?" Naruto remarked, "Old man, is it not entirely reasonable for me to seek a wife now that I am well established?" To which Mizuki responded, "Is there a scarcity of young women in the ninja world?" Naruto remarked, "While the three-legged frog remains elusive, there are certainly numerous maidens with 2 legs." Mizuki Katsu added, "The maidens of the Star-Hidden Village do not possess any extraordinary willingness to sacrifice." Chapter 177, The Reappearance of Uchiha Obito. Naruto nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather unique, particularly diminutive." Mizuki Kawashige, his face flushed with rage, retorted, "You fool. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Naruto remarked, "This is nothing to fear, for we are sworn enemies." "Sworn enemies?" Mizuki Kawashige replied, perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto found himself at a loss for words, as this was the realm of Little Sun's cinematic world, inhabited by the essence of Little Sun himself. Naruto remarked, "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend it, so it's best left unsaid." Mizuki Kawakami responded, "How can you assert that I wouldn't understand when you are not in my position?" Naruto shifted the topic, inquiring, "Old man, are you about to leave?" Mizuki Katsumi replied, "The affairs of the Star-Hidden Village have concluded, so I must take my leave." He fixed his gaze upon Naruto and asked, "Young Yume, you wouldn't be planning to take action against the Star-Hidden Village, would you?" Naruto inquired, "Is this truly necessary?" "I believe it is not. If I were to take action, could you truly restrain me?" Mizuki Katsuki replied, "Indeed, your strength is unfathomable, and it is true that you cannot be stopped. However, I possess a desperate strike, one that draws upon the very essence of life itself, to sever the head of my adversary." This is the power I have acquired since my resurrection. Naruto inquired, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Mizukawa responded, take death. Naruto, to seek death, indeed, is the path of demise. However, I must inquire, how did you return to life? Mizukawa Katsukatsu replied, I am uncertain. One day, I felt a tremor in my soul and fell into a faint. When I awoke, I found myself back in the realm of shinobi. Naruto inquired, so you have returned to the Hidden Star Village, living in obscurity? Mizukawa Katsumi replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Naruto. Indeed. Young Yume, do you genuinely desire to establish a home? Naruto felt an involuntary sense of vigilance and remarked, old man, what do you mean by that? Mizukawa Katsuto replied, if you have an affinity for the star-hidden village, then little Shiori is quite commendable, gentle and virtuous, suitable to be a wife, and of a similar age to you. Naruto interjected, old man, are you not the inheritor of the legacy of Wei Wu? Mizukawa Katsushita responded, what do you mean? Naruto, this is meaningless, old man. I am leaving, and I hope we will not be enemies in the future. Without giving Mizukawa a chance to respond, Naruto vanished into thin air, and Mizukawa returned to the ground. Once back on the ground, Mizukawa gazed up at the sky and murmured, spatial ninjutsu, who exactly is this Yomi? He found himself perplexed and continued, the ninja world seems to be in disarray. Can I truly remain here? With a long sigh, he made his way back to the Hidden Star Village. This time, Naruto departed from the Hidden Star Village with a new destination in mind, the Land of Demons. However, on this journey, he resolved not to intervene in any way, allowing the inhabitants of the Land of Demons to remain oblivious to his presence. The consciousness of the world's power is indeed intriguing. Through his conversation with this consciousness, Naruto realized that his arrival had drastically altered the course of the narrative, causing it to deviate. If the plot had not been shaped by his role as the protagonist, it would be incomplete, thereby diminishing the power of this world's essence. Consequently, he awakened and secretly contended with Naruto, utilizing him to bring about the demise of those characters entwined in the storyline. Naruto murmured, in this chaotic world, combined with the Otsutsuki, what sort of realm will it become? I am truly eager to find out. With his strength continuously on the rise, he reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the primordial body refining technique, just one step away from entering the 8th layer. Upon entering the 8th layer, he would undoubtedly transcend the realm of great unity and enter an extraordinary domain. Currently, having attained the great unity realm, his comprehension of the world and the laws within it had significantly increased, resulting in a more refined mastery of the sword's principles. Upon arriving in the Land of Demons, Naruto sought a secluded place to diligently cultivate, allowing the unfolding events to take their course. Meanwhile, during Naruto's seclusion, the ninja world was anything but tranquil. The long-absent Obito Uchiha made his reappearance, leading a small group into the land of Earth, intruding upon a Wagakure. On the other hand, Inoki, the Tsuchikichi, confronted Obito and his companions, inquiring in a deep voice, Akatsuki, Tobi, what brings you to my village? Tobi replied, his tone resolute, to dominate the land of Earth. There was no room for negotiation in his demeanor. Indeed, Tobi had acquired sufficient strength. His eyes had fully evolved into the Rinnegan, elevating him to the legendary status of a shinobi. After several years of cultivation, his power would inevitably break through to the Six Paths realm. Inoki coldly retorted, Tobi. You, Obito interjected, I am sorry, but I am not Tobi. I am Obito Uchiha. No longer did he feel the need for concealment. He was indeed Obito Uchiha, the deceased Uchiha Obito. Inoki, perplexed, asked Obito Uchiha. Obito nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Obito Uchiha. Inoki continued, but you died over 20 years ago. Obito responded, yet I have returned to life, driven by the thirst for vengeance. Inoki stated, I do not care why you have returned. However, this is a Wagakure, and your enemies should not be us. They are the Land of Flames, the Leaf Village. You have no authority here. Obito countered, Inoki, are you aware of the current situation? Inoki replied, what do you mean? Obito elaborated, the Land of Flame has annexed the Land of Fire, 3/4 of the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rain, becoming the most formidable force in the ninja world. Who among the Land of Water, the Land of Lightning, or the Land of Earth can resist the Land of Flame and the potential threat of the Hidden Dragon organization? Inoki asserted, even in the past, the Land of Flame was unstoppable, with the Dragon King's sword strike. Who could stand against it? Obito acknowledged, at least you possess some self-awareness. However, martial arts are a form of warcraft that lures individuals into an endless pursuit of strength. The true path of martial cultivation lies within the Land of Flame. To obtain it, one must join the Land of Flame, which would lead many ninjas to abandon the way of the shinobi, to forsake their nations. In the aftermath of such turmoil, will there still be a Land of Earth or a Land of Rain in decades to come? On this matter, Noki conceded, stating, Uchiha Obito, I acknowledge the truth of your words. However, we are also seeking transformation, applying martial arts cultivation methods to our ninja training, thereby evolving them into ninjutsu. The Land of the Flame Dragon aspires to unify the ninja world, but it is not capable of such a feat. Uchiha Obito replied, Truly, Noki, you possess remarkable ambition. Yet, I surmise that your research has not yielded any substantial results. Join us, and you shall gain access to superior methods of ninja and martial arts cultivation. In all honesty, Noki felt a stirring of temptation. He claimed to be conducting research, yet he had barely scratched the surface. While there were indeed villagers in Iwagakure practicing martial arts, it bore little relation to ninjutsu. Noki responded, Thank you for your kind offer. However, Iwagakure. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Uchiha Obito's icy gaze. Chapter 178. Terumi Mei's choice. Uchiha Obito had come with sincere intentions. Yet after Naka's repeated refusals, he decided to dispense with pleasantries. He unleashed Susanoo, his eyes rotating as the Rinnegan manifested. Uchiha Obito declared, I had hoped to engage in courteous dialogue. However, if that is not to be, then I shall grant you your wish. Noki felt a tremor of fear. Before Uchiha Obito, he was utterly outmatched. The pressure was overwhelming, capable of crushing him with but a single strike. Leaving no room for resistance, Uchiha Obito continued, I now offer you a singular opportunity. Will you join us? Refusal means death, not just for you, but for Iwagakure as well. Should you disagree, there is but one outcome, death. Naka's expression fell into despair. Could he dare to refuse? Naturally not. His words now held the fate of countless lives in Iwagakure. Left with no choice, Noki could only utter, I will join. Without any struggle. Noki was acutely aware that had he not made this choice, today would have spelled disaster for Iwagakure, resulting in countless casualties. For the sake of Iwagakure, he felt compelled to choose this path. Currently, Uchiha Obito wielded considerable influence. After seizing control of Iwagakure, he secretly placed white Zetsu clones within the village to eliminate any dissenters covertly. Soon, he transformed Iwagakure into a unified stronghold, steadily expanding its influence and gradually asserting dominance over the Land of Earth while disseminating the method of shinobi martial arts. This so-called shinobi martial arts training was essentially a blend of martial arts and chakra extraction techniques, crafted from the principles of the shinobi way, embodying a superior martial philosophy. Second only to the Xian Yuan sword art and potency. In the Land of Lightning, Reikage AI returned to Kumogakure, imparting the shinobi martial arts training to his people while secretly consolidating control over the Land of Lightning. To compete with the current Land of Flame, mastery over the Land of Lightning was essential to cultivate more shinobi and amass the strength to contend. Naturally, Kazekage Raza and Sarutobi Hiruzen were not idle. Raza could not return to Sunagakure, and Hiruzen would not venture into the Land of Fire. Driven by vengeance, they sought to recruit from other nations. Hiruzen led dozens of shinobi and thousands of white Zetsu to conquer the Land of Iron and the Land of Waterfalls, while Raza claimed the Land of Moon, the Land of Sound, and the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, however, remained untouched, as they lay between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, ripe for exploitation by Senju Hashirama and Gaara. Uchiha Obito, Noki, Raza, Hiruzen, and others united to form the Shinobi Martial Alliance. It must be acknowledged that this coalition of nations constituted a formidable force, further bolstered by the insidious presence of white Zetsu, subtly shifting the balance against the Land of Flame. Nonetheless, despite their burgeoning power, they harbored no intentions of invading the borders of the Land of Flame, as none among them could withstand the might of the Dragon King, Naruto.Uzumaki. Moreover, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, loomed as an insurmountable obstacle. Having mastered the martial arts, his strength was a mystery that could not be underestimated. Thus, Uchiha Obito and his allies proceeded with utmost caution, developing their capabilities with trepidation, wary of provoking Hashirama into conflict. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he had never left the confines of the Land of Flame, rendering immediate concerns unnecessary. In the Land of Water, within the office of Terumi Mei, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared. Initially, Terumi Mei remained oblivious, but after a moment, the figure spoke. remarking on her perceptive abilities as a shadow ninja. Do you truly deserve such awareness? Terumi Mei lifted her gaze to the cloaked figure, setting aside her documents, and inquired, Who are you? The figure replied, My identity is of little consequence. What matters is your choice. Terumi Mei asked, Choice of what? The figure cloaked in black spoke, The Ninja Martial Alliance and the Flame Dragon Empire. In their investigations, the Water Nation has introduced numerous martial arts cultivation methods, along with comprehensive techniques, albeit the techniques are not particularly formidable. Kazumi inquired, Is it a matter of choosing one from two options? She hesitated to make an immediate decision. The commotion surrounding the Ninja Martial Alliance was considerable, their momentum undeniably grand. Yet, within her mind, the image of Naruto surfaced, his calm demeanor, his fearless nature. If faced with the necessity of choosing between the two, she would select Naruto, opting for the Flame Dragon, a nation that embodies fairness. The cloaked figure corrected her. No, it is a choice of three. Kazumi pressed further. What is the third option? The figure replied, to remain neutral. In the Hidden Mist Village, there are indeed numerous martial artists. Should Kazumi perish, the first suspicion would inevitably fall upon the Ninja Martial Alliance. After all, the actions of the Flame Dragon Nation would not lead to such a scenario. Even the Dragon King would not resort to such means. If the intent were truly to annex the Water Nation, there would have been no need to wait until now. Thus, if Kazumi were to meet her end, the likelihood of the Ninja Martial Alliance's involvement would increase, as they have previously acted in such a manner, with many lives lost at their hands. Furthermore, the Rainbow Nation currently lies within the realm of the Flame Dragon Nation. Any disturbances in the Water Nation would be detected, and their actions would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Flame Dragon and the Hidden Dragon Organization. Engaging in war with the Flame Dragon at this juncture would be ill-advised. Therefore, a compromise plan emerges, the neutrality of the Water Nation. After a moment of contemplation, Kazumi declared, I agree to remain neutral. The Water Nation and the Hidden Mist Village shall not engage in battle. The cloaked figure responded, Excellent. I hope you will uphold your word. Departing from the strongest, he cast two distinct gazes, one of the Rinnegan and the other of the Rebirth Eye. A chill ran down Kazumi's spine. She recognized these eyes as belonging to Naruto Uzumaki, the current Dragon King. As the figure vanished, her thoughts became animated, and she pondered, could this be Naruto Uzumaki? Yet, after some reflection, she dismissed the notion. It cannot be him. The Dragon King's temperament does not align with such actions. He would absolutely not concern himself with the Water Nation leaning towards the Ninja Martial Alliance. The backbone of martial arts heritage would prevent them from yielding. It must be a member of the Ninja Martial Alliance wielding the Rinnegan and Rebirth Eye. Indeed, the Ninja Martial Alliance is not to be underestimated. This revelation left Kazumi in a state of uncertainty, wavering between informing the Flame Dragon or opting for silence. In her heart, she still viewed the Flame Dragon Nation as a friend, for they acted with integrity, unlike the Ninja Martial Alliance, which operated in shadows. Kazumi murmured to herself, Perhaps it is best to wait a while longer, lest the Ninja Martial Alliance seize upon any misstep and complicate matters for the Water Nation. Unbeknownst to Terumi Mei, her decision averted a calamity for the Land of Water. The figure in black did not depart. He meticulously monitored Terumi Mei's every move. Should she dare to send someone to the land of the Flame Dragons, he would not hesitate to exert control over her. Fortunately, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Chapter 179. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Madara in an unnamed realm. Two individuals were engaged in combat. One of them, slightly older, donned a black, form-fitting combat suit adorned with layers of crimson armor. In his grasp was a pure black staff. Had Naruto been present, he would have recognized this staff as the legendary Six-Path Staff, a manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths. The other was a younger individual with long black hair, wielding a Kusanagi sword. Although there was a noticeable age disparity, their strengths were comparable, both residing within the realm of the Six Paths. Yet, their battle indicated they were merely novices, still grappling with the full mastery of that power. As they paused, the wielder of the staff remarked, Well done. Truly worthy of my lineage. The young man sheathed his Kusanagi sword, responding, Compared to our ancestors, I am still lacking. Sasuke, you are already formidable. In my youth, I had yet to enter the ranks of the legendary shinobi, while you have already stepped into the realm of Six Paths, eclipsing us all. The two were none other than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied, This is not solely my merit. It is the result of Lord Sage's unwavering assistance. Had I relied solely on my own training, I would likely only have reached the pinnacle of a Kaga-level shinobi by now. Since his capture, he had engaged in relentless training. He possessed the martial arts teachings passed down from Naruto, yet under the temptation of the shinobi path's rules. He had integrated the chakra extraction technique with martial arts, significantly accelerating his training. However, he lacked the essence, focusing solely on external prowess, remaining oblivious to the concepts of enlightenment and profound truths. His practice of the shinobi martial arts allowed him only a rudimentary application of senjutsu, a feat attributable to his identity as Indra. Uchiha Madara inquired, "Sasuke, do you have confidence now?" With confidence gleaming in his eyes, Sasuke nodded affirmatively, naturally. Upon his resurrection, Uchiha Madara gazed into the void and felt a surge of anger. Was this truly the world of his revival? Uchiha Obito seemed nothing short of a failure. Yet, before he could voice his discontent, an overwhelming will descended upon him, rendering him incapable of resistance. Uchiha Madara recognized this as a power superior to his own. In the annals of shinobi history, only 3 or 4 individuals surpassed him, and the one who truly dominated him was likely the progenitor of all shinobi. The Sage of Six Paths. He questioned, is it the Sage of Six Paths? After such a long slumber, his mind remained clear enough to recall the sage immediately. However, he knew he was not on par with the sage, as he had yet to earn that distinction. A voice descended from the void, imbued with a commanding majesty that could shake the heavens. This compelled Uchiha Madara to retract his proud heart, responding with a trace of reverence. Who might you be? You need not concern yourself with my identity for the time being. Simply understand that I possess the power to elevate you to the stature of the Sage of Six Paths. This proclamation ignited a spark in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He was a fervent warrior, relentlessly pursuing supremacy. Throughout his life, he had only been bested by Senju Hashirama, although he had feigned death for the sake of his schemes. It was evident he could not surpass Hashirama in their fateful encounters. To be on par with the sage meant he could undoubtedly overwhelm Hashirama. Madara had willingly boarded this perilous ship and was acutely aware of the current state of the ninja world. The rise of martial prowess was challenging the very essence of ninjutsu. The Dragon King, Uzumaki Naruto, possessed unparalleled strength, his domain unmatched. Even the legendary Hashirama had been resurrected to serve under him. This realization weighed heavily upon Madara. He and Hashirama had been both rivals and neighbors, fully aware of each other's capabilities. Hashirama's skills could undoubtedly be wielded by Naruto, indicating that the so-called Dragon King's prowess surpassed that of Hashirama. In essence, Madara understood that he would not stand a chance against Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke had been diligently honing his skills, achieving a level beyond that of a mere shadow ninja. Knowing that Sasuke had trained alongside Naruto, Madara inquired, "How long could you withstand a battle against Uzumaki Naruto?" Sasuke replied, "He could defeat me in an instant, now that he had attained the strength of the sage." Madara once more sought Sasuke's perspective, to which Sasuke affirmed with unwavering certainty. His temperament remained unchanged, even at the pinnacle of legendary ninjas. He believed he could contend with Naruto directly. Without having faced the harshness of battle, he would never grasp the true essence of disparity. Madara declared, "Upon returning to the ninja world, I must engage in a duel with Uzumaki Naruto to ascertain the true extraordinary nature of this martial path." Despite Sasuke having trained in martial arts, he was no longer a pure warrior under the incessant temptation of the ninja sovereign. Their confrontations would still revolve around ninjutsu. At that moment, Sasuke asserted, "Ancestor, he is mine." His tone brooked no dissent. With each passing day of growth and under the ninja sovereign's incessant exhortations, Naruto had become his arch-nemesis. A resolution was imperative between them. He had entirely forgotten Naruto's guidance in his training and the enlightenment he had received. To call him a treacherous wolf would not be an exaggeration. Madara paid little heed to Sasuke's tone, responding, "Rest assured, I merely wish to comprehend the martial arts. I have no intention of interfering with Uzumaki Naruto." To him, it seemed Naruto was not particularly formidable. This was the confidence that came with their attainment of the sage's realm, an arrogance that placed them above all others. This was the root of the Uchiha clan's tragic narrative. Sasuke remarked, "There are many who practice martial arts, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Shursui, among others. They possess formidable strength. Your encounters with them would suffice. My battle with Naruto is not to be interfered with." Upon mentioning Senju Hashirama, a flicker of emotion crossed Uchiha Madara's face. This was fate within Uchiha Sasuke's heart. A rivalry with Naruto was inevitable. In Madara's mind, however, a resolution with Hashirama was paramount. Madara declared, "Hashirama, decades have passed. I wonder if you have made any progress. Do not let me down." Brimming with combat spirit, he viewed Hashirama as his true nemesis, while Naruto was merely a junior. someone he would scarcely regard were it not for the martial arts training methods. Disappointment was out of the question. Although the current Hashirama had only reached the mid-stage of the Great Unity Realm, he had comprehended the essence and was nearing the pinnacle, with mastery of the profound truths within reach. Given another 6 months, he would surely grasp them. Synopsis: the King of Mercenaries, the King of the Underworld, unexpectedly transmigrates into a two-dimensional world after death, becoming the protagonist of the Naruto universe. Realizing that he can never return, he picks up the cultivation techniques he yearned to pursue in his past life but could not. He understands that in this morbid world, survival hinges solely on formidable strength. In this realm, where ninjas dominate, the practice of ninjutsu is overly simplistic and crude, lacking the nuances of bloodline limits. Commoners are utterly incapable of advancement. The King of the Underworld ignites his martial spirit, sparking a fervor for martial arts.